Chapter 1. In the 19th year of Tianyuan, the Beatty forces advanced from the north, capturing territories and reaching the banks of the Yangbo River. They faced the Daiwei army across the river as war seemed imminent. The capital was in grave danger. Ever since over a decade ago when General Jiang and his son, who had struck terror into the hearts of the Beatty forces, were killed in battle without a trace, the Daiwei Empire no longer had any generals who could resist the Beatty invasions. The enemy forces were extremely aggressive while the Daiwei troops were dispirited. Many ministers requested that Emperor Tianyuan personally lead the troops to boost morale and assert national prestige. Emperor Tianyuan hesitated for a long time before finally appointing the 18-year-old Crown Prince Chu Huai to the battlefield. No one could have anticipated that this Crown Prince, who had never been on a battlefield before, would achieve remarkable victories so quickly. Within just 2 years, he drove the Beatty forces back to the border and then guarded the northern frontiers for 3 years, thoroughly subduing them. By the end of the year, they submitted tributes and acknowledged vassalage. In just 5 years, Chu Huai earned the title War God both inside and outside the court. Countless stories about him circulated among the common people. There were tales portraying him as a bloodthirsty killing god and others painting him as a handsome, all-round warrior. Depending on one's preferences, these stories catered to everyone's taste. On a street in Chang'an, Meng Cho sat at a small stall with a meat bun in his left hand and a cup of soy milk in his right. He ate heartily with plump cheeks and shiny lips, his smooth white skin even whiter than the buns made by famous chef Wang Fugue. His eyes looked like black grapes freshly washed, and his long lashes flickered downward as the crowd around him passionately discussed the wise and martial prowess of the Crown Prince, while he remained quiet like a pearl whose light dimmed amidst the bustling market. "He is simply a purple star descended from heaven," exclaimed an elder with barely contained excitement, wishing he were born 50 years later to follow the Crown Prince into battle. Meng Cho lowered his eyelids. With Chu Huai holding military power, he repeatedly ignored imperial edicts, which had long caused Emperor Tianyuan great anxiety. Just last month, citing Queen Yuan's dream where she missed her son, the emperor specifically ordered Chu Huai to return to the capital for sacrifices. Meng Cho assumed Chu Huai would once again ignore the imperial decree, but 10 days ago, the Crown Prince triumphantly returned to the capital with much fanfare. People cheered along the route, and Emperor Tianyuan personally greeted him outside the palace. Meng Cho touched his face, it was swollen. The situation in the capital grew increasingly complex. Over the past 5 years, the second prince frequently maneuvered under the help of the current empress, gaining support from a large number of court officials. Every day, they tried to persuade Emperor Tianyuan that the Crown Prince possesses the might to secure the nation, but lacks the etiquette to govern it. This lack of etiquette primarily referred to Chu Huai ignoring the emperor's orders. Of course, there were neutral factions as well, such as his hypocritical father, the left chancellor Meng Fushan. Though Chu Huai had returned, he did not relinquish control of the army. As Emperor Tianyuan aged, previous monarchs most feared meeting an unnatural death. Therefore, as long as it was ensured that Chu Huai would not initiate a coup, the emperor was likely to look the other way. Meng Cho gulped down half a bowl of soy milk, leaving a circle of white foam around his lips. Amidst the jubilant music and gradually approaching sounds of fireworks, 2 rows of tall horses trotted ahead, stirring red pieces of firecracker scraps flying everywhere, some gently landing in the soy milk. Meng Cho frowned slightly, unwillingly turning his head. A gust of wind carried with it the fragrance from beneath the embroidered sedan chair curtains, slightly ajar. Being so close, Meng Cho caught sight of the bride's delicate fingers tightly gripping the ceremonial handkerchief, not out of nervousness or bashfulness typical of brides, but rather, up to something. A subtle curve graced Meng Cho's lips, a reaction he knew all too well. Today was the auspicious day when Wang Youxiang's young master married the daughter of the deputy minister of war. But who in the capital didn't know the groom Wang Junyang for his violent nature, indulging in eating, drinking, gambling, and prostitution, altogether worthless, though this kind of behavior wasn't uncommon among rich young men in the capital. Wang Junyang wasn't particularly exceptional in comparison. Meng Cho gave a cunning glance, knowing there were few official descendants nowadays as diligent in pursuing their careers as he was. Rubbing his belly, he cast a regretful glance at the unfinished soy milk. "Boss, can I pay now?" Leisurely walking, passing 2 taverns, he turned onto a secluded lane leading further ahead to the back courtyard of Wang Youxiang's residence. From afar, one could see pavilions, waterside structures, and exquisitely designed verandas, with a 2-story building near the enclosing wall. According to Daiwei customs, the wedding ceremony and entering the bridal chamber happened separately, each chosen carefully. After the ceremony, the bride waits in the back courtyard until it's time to enter the bridal chamber. Meng Cho observed with interest the window of the 2-story building wide open, with a bamboo ladder high against it. Beneath stood a man in green robe steadying it, anxiously looking up toward the window. There was rustling, followed by the bride swiftly shedding her elaborate wedding dress and makeup, changing into simple white clothes. She deftly climbed down the ladder. Fast and extraordinarily bold. They hugged for a moment, toppled the ladder, and suddenly noticed Meng Cho standing nearby. Both of their faces turned pale. Meng Cho scanned the face of the green-robed man. It was the son of one of the deputy minister of war's enemies, one of the few ambitious youths in the capital, and also someone who passed the civil service examination. Who would have thought he'd abandon his career and elope? The tall bride steeled her heart and stepped in front. "Pretend you didn't see us." I was unwilling to marry him from the start, but my father forced me. Meng Chao's eyes narrowed at an angle, coldly replying, "You're overthinking it. I just happened to pass by." The young man froze for a moment, then bowed in gratitude to Meng Chou before hastily pulling the bride away, without wasting any time. Meng Chou remained where he stood, looking at the window thoughtfully for a while. Suddenly, with a flick of his toes, he leaped nimbly onto the high wall, grabbed the window frame, exerted force with his elbows, moved gracefully like a light swallow, and disappeared behind the window. With a click, the window shut soundlessly, showing no signs of disorder. Within less than the time it took to burn a joss stick, the bride had been replaced. Adornments trailed on the ground, golden hairpins scattered messily, the ceremonial phoenix crown and embroidered robe thrown carelessly onto the couch, clear signs of someone who had left quite hastily. While muttering under his breath, Meng Chou began tidying up the aftermath. Emerging from behind the screen, Meng Chou was already dressed in a splendid red wedding gown, its skirt hem embroidered with golden threads depicting 100 flowers trailing on the floor. His waist was slim, bound tightly with a sash 1 palm wide, its jade buckle perfectly aligned in the center. His lips were red against white teeth, his eyes exuding elegance and charm. Tearing open the brocade quilt, he stuffed 2 clumps of cotton under his chest, then walked to the dressing table, opened the drawer, swept a pile of gold jewelry into it casually with a flick of his fingers. He simply gathered his long hair and draped the veil over himself, estimating the time in his mind. Meng Chou hadn't received the invitation to Wang Juanyang's wedding because he'd offended him not long ago, so he snuck in secretly. Not only the Wang family, since becoming the chief justice of the Dali Temple, Meng Chou hadn't made fewer enemies, but he always managed to navigate the bureaucratic relationships miraculously well. Each time he caused trouble, it struck precisely the right mark, giving others the impression, "Oh, if it doesn't touch me, I don't have to worry." This was mainly because all the cases he had handled before involved small-scale issues. It was the first time he provoked such a powerful official as the current Right Chancellor. If he couldn't extricate himself safely, his later years would likely be bleak. 3 days ago, a petitioner approached the Dali Temple accusing Wang Junyang of raping and abducting his pre-engaged daughter, Miss Wan. The case lacked evidence, involved improper appeals bypassing authorities, and even misidentified jurisdiction, so naturally the Dali Temple refused to take it on. The petition kept getting pushed around between different departments, leaving the petitioner with nowhere to turn until they found a Dali Temple justice willing to listen patiently. Despite his rank being merely 5th grade junior, they knelt down fervently weeping and imploring for help, saying their daughter had a fiery temper and might even sacrifice her life to save her. Meng Chou didn't promise whether he'd help or not, yet when the petitioner collapsed unconscious from crying outside the Dali Temple, Meng Chou arranged for them to be sent home. Returning, Meng Chou was laughed at by other colleagues in the Dali Temple. What kind of matter is this? When Prime Minister's son commits offenses, should we handle the case regardless of rank differences? Still Mr. Meng spending money unnecessarily. These people like to openly or subtly mock him as Prime Minister's son, but Meng Chou simply smiled and paid no heed. For things without 100% certainty, Meng Chou wouldn't make promises. He needed to investigate inside the Wang residence first, at least determine how much of what the petitioner said was true and where the girl was hidden, alive or dead. If there could be an ally on the same wavelength to collaborate. Meng Chou sighed, cracking peanuts to pass the time. If there could be such a partner, he wouldn't have to twist and bend his investigations so much, it truly troubled him. Wang Junyang, favored by his father, resided nearest to his father's study. Today, with the wedding causing a commotion within the estate, it was an excellent opportunity for sneaking around undetected. But Meng Chou neglected one fact: if he could think of that, there must be others planning the same. Having finished the peanuts, Meng Chou's gaze wandered once, but there was no tea to be seen. He started missing the half-bowl of soy milk. Time passed slowly as thoughts of soy milk lingered, dusk fell gradually, and 2 maids led him towards Wang Juanyang's quarters. After sitting for a while, Meng Chou stretched his limbs. Once Wang Juanyang entered, he would knock him out with one move, thus gaining some free time to act. As for why he had disguised himself as the bride for so long, Meng Chou would never admit it was to give the runaway couple extra time. Running away, something he did not approve of. Second Master. The 2 of you withdraw. It was Wang Junyang. Meng Chou adjusted his veil properly, his ears pricking up instantly. Outside, the dragging footsteps paused momentarily, then gradually receded. After a short while, sounds resumed. What could be more important than the wedding night? Meng Chou guessed, could it be visiting Miss Wan? If that were the case, then Miss Wan shouldn't be far from here. A creak signaled Wang Junyang pushing the door open simultaneously with the sudden flare-up of flames outside. Servants shouted loudly to catch the thief, heavy and disordered footsteps sounded like rapid drum beats. Bad luck. Cursed Wang Junyang, clearly drunk and sounding extremely displeased. Meng Chou's heart sank slightly, silently praying the thief didn't end up running here blindly. The flickering red candlelight suddenly dimmed as a gust of wind rushed in. The next moment, something groaned and rolled a few times before the door was shut by someone. Debauchee or assassin? Meng Chou hastily pulled off the veil. Whoever he was today, there would be no bride anyway, so let him see who this audacious intruder was. Their eyes met, and both were momentarily taken aback. Chu Huayin had obtained critical evidence from the right chancellor's study, but triggered a mechanism on his way out, alerting the guards. He ducked into a room to evade pursuit, only to find it was Wang Juanyang's bridal chamber. He knocked out the groom outright to stop any yelling, kicking him into a dark corner. Lifting his gaze, he saw an unexpectedly calm bride-to-be. Chu Huayin's eyes swiftly scanned over Meng Chao's protruding Adam's apple, then down past the collarbone, finally landing on the androgynous face, wavering between man and woman for a second, ultimately settling on male. His brows slightly furrowed. Shouldn't the daughter of the military secretary be female? Was this some premeditated trap set by the Wang family? A flicker of murderous intent passed through Chu Huayin's eyes, a grim presence honed on the battlefield, authoritative and domineering. Meng Chou suddenly realized 3 points. 1. I can't fight him. 2. This person lured the guards here. 3. It will be hard to escape tonight. Meng Chou pounced instantly, clutching onto the intruder's thigh desperately. Great hero. Please don't hurt me. Meng Chao's mind raced. What if he couldn't leave the Wang residence tonight? His eyes glared accusingly at the figure before him. How dare he mess up his plan, at least take him along if running away. Guards followed the commotion into the courtyard. Chu Huayin tried to shake free his leg but failed. After a brief standoff, the guards were almost at the door when Chu Huayin suddenly moved forward. In one fluid motion, he pushed Meng Chou onto the bed, pulling the wedding quilt to cover them both. Meng Chou stumbled backward, his heel caught in the trailing hem of the gown, revealing a great expanse of white flesh from his exposed collarbone as he fell back onto the bed. With jet black hair cascading around him, his disheveled red robe formed a stunning blend of colors, an intoxicating sight that sharply imprinted itself upon Chu Huayin's retinas. Feeling the warmth and softness under his firm grasp, his palm grew warm and tingling. Meng Chou subtly rolled his eyes. If you can do it first, I can escalate further. Decisively undoing his top garment, he threw his arms around the other's neck, forcefully pressing the other's head down to block his face entirely. The whole movement flowed seamlessly, leaving no room for refusal. This was the first time Chu Huayin had been subdued this way, his forehead veins twitching with irritation. Before he could react further, the door splintered open with a bang. Ah! Ow! A sweet, girlish moan cut through the tension like a dagger through silk. Under the shimmering firelight, in a split-second exchange. The guards standing outside froze in shock at the scene they'd walked into. What had they witnessed? The young lady's blouse was half unbuttoned, barely covered while the young master's face was obscured nestled close against her bosom. Doing, what exactly? A couple of younger, more impulsive guards began bleeding from their noses, dumbfounded and unable to move. Even Chu Huayin, hardened through battles soaked in blood and death, was utterly shocked, nearly believing there must be a third person hiding under the covers. He distinctly felt the subtle trembling in the chest pressed against his cheek. Chapter 2. A few strands of black hair were tangled in between, and as he moved, he felt the hand on his shoulder tighten, signaling him not to make a fuss. Chu Huayin's face darkened slightly, with even a hint of redness around his ears. Due to Meng Chao's hand still resting on his neck, he could feel half of his body go numb. In such a critical situation, his usual sense of caution and vigilance completely abandoned him. Meng Chou saw that the other party had no intention of continuing the act, so he played both roles himself, pressing his voice and switching to a violent, labored low tone. Get out. One more look and I'll leave your eyeballs here. It was entirely Wang Juanyang's voice, with tone and color matching perfectly. Yes. The leading person hastily retreated. If they disrupted second young master's wedding night, 10 heads wouldn't be enough for them to pay. The guards remembered the second young master's cruel behavior, all subconsciously touching their necks. Still intact. Speaking of which, the second young lady's arms are really slim and white. Whichever family marries a woman like her must worship her like a bodhisattva, refusing to let her do any rough work. Don't think of ways to lose your lives. Search somewhere else. Keep your heads tucked in your waistbands, eyes wide open. The room fell silent, the air filled with an awkward tension. Meng Chou nudged the person lying on him. Without any skills in acting the bedroom scene, he barely moved, almost giving it away. It seemed clear. Whoever married him, one couldn't tell if it was sheer luck or terrible misfortune. He quickly curbed his thoughts and whispered, "Get up." The tightly pressed bodies separated swiftly, both sitting up, a significant distance between them now. Meng Chou dutifully performed another climax, lowering his voice. His skill at altering his voice made it easy for him, leaning on the edge of the bed with both hands while watching the other with keen interest. He was satisfied to find the other's ear tips growing redder. The people outside hadn't gone far yet, it wasn't a good time to go out. With this spare moment, Meng Chou finally took the chance to examine the man in front of him. His long eyebrows reached into his temples, and his bearing was strikingly handsome, unlike the carefree aristocrats from the capital. This person radiated an air of seriousness and intensity, his gaze black and inscrutable. After just one glance, Meng Chou dared not look again. Wow, his eyes were truly terrifying. They remained silent, each with different intentions, none revealed. After a while, Chu Huayin said, "I'll take you out." Meng Cho didn't show off his abilities. Normally confident about escaping alone, the current state of high alert at the right chancellor's residence would certainly stop him from succeeding on his own. Chu Huayin made a gesture as if to pick him up. Meng Cho obediently lifted his hand, implying that he was very light. Chu Huayin paused, then turned around and said, "Change clothes first." Meng Cho looked down. The wedding gown was already tattered, and as soon as he moved his arms, pieces began falling off like he was some female ghost who'd been snatched away by force. He pulled out a moon-white robe from the wardrobe. Wang Junyang and Meng Cho were roughly the same build, so it fit snugly. For the Prime Minister's second son, this was the first time he wore such fine fabric, leaving him momentarily lost in thought. There came sparse sounds of changing clothes from behind, while Chu Huayin idly twirled the ring on his right hand, patiently waiting. "I'm done." Perhaps having carried him once before, this time Chu Huayin managed with great ease, holding Meng Cho's waist as they casually strolled through the garden and directly arrived at the streets of Chang'an. As Meng Cho relaxed his nerves, he suddenly remembered how fruitless his efforts today had been. Had those strange individuals not appeared, he might have found a Jun by now. "What is your purpose in going to the Wang family?" Meng Cho's eyes curved slightly as he opened his thin lips to say two words, "Steal, people." Chu Huayin's expression turned serious, making Meng Cho feel somewhat guilty without knowing why. He recounted his search for a Jun but omitted his own identity, framing it as righteous intervention. "This matter does not concern you." "Doesn't concern?" How could one ignore something explained unclearly? Meng Cho attempted to head back to the Wang residence, but was caught by the scruff of the neck. The other side seemed exasperated. At most, by the day after tomorrow, Wang Junyang will definitely release the person. "I promise." Chu Huayin also didn't know what exactly he was guaranteeing to the young man. Tonight, he felt off in every way. He could have easily walked out before the Wang family's guards arrived, but upon seeing Meng Cho's panic-stricken face filled with plea, he hesitated and opted for a more perilous and unfavorable method. By impulsively intruding, he caused trouble for the fake bride. He reasoned, "I stayed just to handle the aftermath." Chu Huayin rationalized things thus, though inside, he wondered when he had become so kind-hearted. "What's your name?" Chu Huayin asked. Meng Cho shifted his gaze momentarily, appearing very sincere, "Zhang Cho." Chu Huayin harbored no suspicions. "Go home." Meng Cho internally assessed the situation, deciding to trust this person, someone he rarely believed in. After walking a couple steps, he was called back. "Weren't you the one who bowed in the marriage ceremony with Wang Junyang? Otherwise, wouldn't they vomit up even the food from the previous night? It would be too much of a sacrifice." While Meng Cho thought this way, he said aloud, Chu Huayin had just casually asked out of curiosity. Receiving this answer made his chest inexplicably tighten, wishing to grab Wang Junyang and beat him for creating such an odd feeling as if being used and discarded afterward. Meng Cho was skilled in many areas, always considering everything beforehand when acting but surprisingly ready to throw caution to the wind about the outcomes. After all, he wasn't the original Meng Cho. In the previous life, he grew up in an orphanage and by coincidence entered the entertainment circle. With an impressive appearance and talent for acting, along with smooth talking skills and a knack for reading people, he climbed his way up, until reaching godlike status in the industry. Just as Meng Cho felt it was time for some rest, after one sleep, he found himself splashing in the water. On the shore stood a girl around 15 or 16 in a yellow gown, watching coldly with her lips curled. The onlookers seemed like their heads were almost touching the ground, silently observing without a word. The original owner of the body had always feared water and couldn't swim, and had presumably been struggling in the lake for a while. By the time Meng Cho took over, he was already exhausted, having swallowed several gulps of water, with a heavy-headed daze preventing any clear thoughts. Even swimming experts wouldn't survive this. Isn't this just some kind of bad dream? Thinking so, Meng Cho gradually ceased his struggles, closed his eyes, focused his thoughts and desperately attempted to wake up from the dream. Upon seeing him stop moving, the girl in yellow happily clapped her hands, revealing an innocent smile, then flung her sleeves and left with her attendants. A black shadow quickly darted down from a high tree branch, lightly stepping on a Taihu stone before supporting Meng Cho's arm and pulling him back from the gates of Yama's domain. After confirming that Meng Cho was unharmed, the shadow shouted loudly, "Someone fell into the water." Hearing Meng Cho's wet nurse rush over, the figure vanished without a trace, swift and silent. Had it not been for Meng Cho remembering the black shadow who saved him amidst violent coughing, he might have assumed someone did a good deed and left unnamed. Meng Cho visited the Wang residence and came home late. Ancient people rested early, so by this hour everyone should already have retired to their rooms. Yet, seeing the bright lights still shining from the main hall reminded Meng Cho, today was Madame Meng's birthday. Without a second glance, Meng Cho walked straight toward the corridor on the left, ignoring the scene as, truthfully speaking, none of his family really mattered to him. Suddenly, a bundle of chopsticks was hurled through the air. Meng Cho was prepared and dodged swiftly, causing the chopsticks to scatter noisily on the ground. "Honor, how should young ladies behave?" Meng Fusan scolded, his eyes fixed on the unfurling tea leaves in his cup, steam rising and obscuring his expression. "Father, look at Meng Cho. Mother's birthday is today. I specially sent someone to inform him last night so we could all eat together as a family. But not only did he return late, he completely ignored us. He's undoubtedly an unruly child raised without a mother's guidance, completely devoid of proper education. Meng Baihan's tone dripped with disdain as she carelessly tossed those words, knowing full well what would provoke the weak nerves of this older brother of hers. Meng Cho spared a glance at the younger sister, who had pushed him into the lake, raising his eyebrows with complete nonchalance. Feuds among families of the estate were rather unexciting, but the increasing arrogance of Meng Baihan suggested something deeper, involving lives regarded as trifles. Meng Cho gave a cynical smirk. The wise man seeks vengeance after 10 years, Meng Baihan's cruel nature stemmed from being indulged and manipulated. Dealing with her alone would be far from sufficient. What he desired was to crush the entire Meng household one day and reclaim what was owed to Meng Cho and also the Jiang family. The Jiang family, Meng Chao's maternal side, had been a famous general family for generations since the founding of Dawei. Generations fought valiantly in battle until every male in the clan perished on the battlefield. Ignoring Meng Baihan's clumsy provocation, Meng Cho simply returned to his quarters. Meng Fusan sat there for a while longer before heading to his study. Inside the hall, Meng Baihan gnashed her teeth. Mother, why does he seem like a different person since recovering from his drowning? No matter how I insult him, he won't respond. Has he gone stupid? Lady Zhou tidied the drooping locks of her hair, showing little concern. Remember, 20 years ago I endured humiliation, so neither you nor me would suffer the same. I understand, mother. If Lady Jiang Yao were alive, knowing her son is this timid and patient, I wonder what she'd think. She'd probably revive and chase him away with a cudgel. Meng Baihan laughed while speaking, and Zhou lady couldn't help but laugh too. After sharing some private gossip, they finally returned inside. Meng Chao's living quarters were located in the lowest and most secluded part of the Meng estate. By this area, even lanterns and candle oil were saved wherever possible. A servant boy held a flickering lamp and began, "Young master. Are you going to start that milk nurse lecture again?" Meng Cho preemptively responded, "I'm fine, I can endure." The servant scratched the back of his head and chuckled nervously. The wet nurse always advised the young master to bear it, which though partially disagreed with by the servant, left him no other choice under present circumstances. The conflicts of the elders ran too deep. Chu Fusan was especially disreputable and thoroughly unworthy of his noble name. Meng Fusan lost both his parents at a young age but grew up to be a suave and handsome man. He married the daughter of Zhou, a businessman, as a way to finance his journey to the capital for the imperial exams, eventually securing third place in the palace examination. When the results were announced, Meng Fusan joined others on a celebratory parade through the streets. With his elegant demeanor and scholar-like aura, he stood out among the crowd. General Zhang's daughter noticed him instantly, finding him more refined than the military men and cleaner than the sons of the capital city. The Jiang family was renowned far and wide for their glorious military achievements. Not only was Jiang Yao beautiful, her father, Jiang Zhanyu, was in the prime of life, with a younger brother, Jiang Yi, showing remarkable promise and bearing signs of future greatness. Many sought marriage ties with the Jiangs. Yet Jiang Yao chose this scholar from a distant land, appreciating his purity over the extravagance of the local elite. Jiang Yi criticized his sister for being blinded by infatuation, calling Meng Fusan a hypocrite. A great quarrel ensued between them, nearly straining their relationship beyond repair. Stubbornly, Jiang Yao persisted. Since Jiang Zhanyu adored his daughter, he sent messengers to inquire about Meng Fusan's availability. Meng Fusan saw an opportunity to align himself with this powerful family and falsely claimed he was unwed. Jiang Yi secretly dispatched people to investigate Meng's background in his hometown, but before the findings returned, war broke out in the north. With changing battlefield dynamics, Jiang Zhanyu wanted to secure his daughter's happiness before departure. Thus, under the emperor's supervision, a rapid marriage alliance was formed between the Jiangs and the Mongs. Following the ceremony, the father and son of the Jiangs left for war. 3 months later, Jiang Yao discovered she was pregnant. Back in their hometown, Lady Zhou began to sense something amiss and, with her 3-year-old son, traveled to the capital to confront matters. Meng Fusan refused acknowledgement, leaving mother and child weeping outside the gates of his residence. Realizing the truth, Jiang Yao finally saw Meng Fusan for who he really was. Determined, and unable to tolerate such treachery, she decided to wait until her father's return to dissolve the union legally. Sympathetic towards Lady Zhou's predicament, Jiang Yao invited her into the house, treating her kindly. Half a year later, devastating news arrived. Jiang Zhanyu and Jiang Yi had died in battle, their bodies never recovered. Jiang Yao was 7 months pregnant at the time, praying for her family at Guang'an Temple. The overwhelming grief caused her to go into premature labor, without a midwife nearby, damaging her health permanently. Once a brilliant and capable general's daughter skilled in riding and archery, she now became frail, often crying throughout the day. With the deaths of the Jiang father and son, the vast Jiang estate crumbled overnight. To honor their sacrifice, the emperor granted special favor to their lineage, declaring that once Meng Cho grew up, he would enter the court directly, bypassing usual examinations. In this world, there is none I trust and cherish more than the descendants of the Jiang family. These were the emperor's words, gaining admiration across the court. From then on, Meng Fusan's attitude changed. Initially submissive, Lady Zhou's transformation rivaled Meng Fusan's speedily. While Jiang Yao was still recuperating from childbirth, Lady Zhou drove her into a damp and secluded wing, taking control of the main quarters herself as the mistress of the household. When the child turned 1, citing frugality due to Meng Fusan's position, she forbade holding a banquet. At 2 years old, noticing Meng Chao's intelligence and charm, fearing he would overshadow her own son, she proposed to Meng Fusan that according to custom, Jiang Yao should become a concubine, making Meng Chou an illegitimate child. Given the royal decree of their union, demoting Jiang Yao to concubine status was laughable. However, with the court ignoring the Jiang's contributions and Zhou's family growing increasingly influential in the capital, all these unreasonable demands were silently accepted by Meng Fusan. By the time Meng Chou turned 14, Lady Zhou's stinginess had reached new heights, Jiang Yao's health had deteriorated, unable to afford proper medication, leading to her eventual death. Reflecting on these events, Meng Chou could not help but lament the fate of Jiang Yao. Time revealed the true character of people. Her misplaced compassion led to misjudging 2 individuals, costing her everything. After successfully ousting Jiang Yao, Lady Zhou no longer paid much attention to Meng Chou. However, the familial discord passed down to the next generation, where Meng Baihan took up the mantle against him. Believing it better to avoid conflict unless provoked, even though many times he could easily overpower Meng Baihan, he restrained himself. Except when Meng Baihan insulted Jiang Yao. Bullying a silent punching bag lost its excitement. Knowing this weakness of Meng Chao's, Meng Baihan escalated her torment, each provocation succeeding without fail. During their last altercation, she pushed her unsuspecting brother into the lake, causing his death by drowning. These accounts came partly from the wet nurse's narration and partly from observations made by Meng Chou of the Zhou women's actions and words. At the moment of crossing over, Meng Chou retained no memory of this era. Only one scene replayed repeatedly during midnight reflections. It was the moment Jiang Yao, on her deathbed, made Meng Chou swear never to take concubines, nor marry into high society. Perhaps Jiang Yao's death left such a profound impact on the original soul that this scene remained indelibly etched in his memory. The first part, Meng Chou understood. Having suffered enough from internal strife within the family, she empathetically wished her son to treat his wife faithfully. But what did the latter mean? Not entering high society. How was entering defined, and how high counted as high? What connection was implied? Jiang Yao's unspoken words and the profound emotions in her eyes were something Meng Chou asked his wet nurse about the very first time he dreamed. The wet nurse hemmed and hawed, saying that the mistress didn't want it mentioned, that it was no concern, and it would be best if young master didn't know. Meng Chou chose not to delve deeper. Between the realms of the living and the dead, the people who loved him most were undoubtedly Jiang Yao and the wet nurse. Since they spoke this way, they must have had their concerns. The original body wasn't one to keep secrets, so Jiang Yao likely considered this aspect, even though Meng Chou longed to yell, "Just say it, I can take it." Chapter 3. The night market on Chang'an Street was bustling with activity, as luxury carriages rolled by and aromatic winds wafted through the air. Stalls and taverns were packed with revelers. Chu Huayin stood under flickering lantern lights and watched Meng Zhou slowly disappear into the crowd. The cacophony around him suddenly grew clear, as if a veil of mist had been pierced. He furrowed his brow slightly. Coming from the desolate lands north of the Yangbo River, now he set foot in the capital, yet within this land of the Dawei dynasty, the two places were worlds apart, a saddening truth. A man in black approached silently. "Master." Chu Huayin took out a stack of papers from his arms and handed them to the secret guard, saying, "Investigate someone named Zhang Zhua. Today, the daughter of the Vice Minister of War." The dark guard smoothly continued, "Lin Mis disappeared after being carried into the Wang family household. Not only her, Beijing has also lost the eldest son of the Ministry of Personnel's Yan Xiang, Yan Duo. However, the Yan family claims that Yan Duo is out studying, with an uncertain return date." Spoken delicately, it was essentially elopement. Tomorrow morning, all of Beijing will know that Lin Wan vanished without reason on her first night after marrying into the residence of the Right Chancellor. Chu Huayin turned north with his hands clasped behind his back, expression calm. Only when he mentioned Zhang Zhua did his tone falter slightly. The dark guard looked up in surprise. 3 families were covering up their scandals, but the master wanted. He quickly lowered his head, not daring to speculate further on his intentions. "I understand." Early in the morning, Beijing erupted with gossip. As if news had legs, everyone seemed to be privy to some details, discussing them fervently in wine shops and tea houses. The young wife of the Right Chancellor had run away. Right Chancellor Wang stormed to the Yan household along with the Vice Minister of War demanding answers. Yan Xiang insisted his son was traveling abroad seeking tutelage from a renowned master, his whereabouts unknown. "The loss occurred after your daughter crossed our threshold, it should have happened before she entered my home." "Bullshit. Everyone knows Yan Duo loves Lin Wan. It must have been your instigation." Right Chancellor Wang turned red-faced. The words of the matchmaker, the commands of her parents, "Get Yan Duo to release Lin Wan at once. A coerced marriage never lasts." Vice Minister of War bitterly pleaded, subtly accusing Yan Duo of forcing Lin Wan into marriage. Humph, you finally understand a forced marriage never works, Yan Xiang said casually, brushing tea leaves aside with disdain. The trio argued incessantly, using their disagreement over the matter to escalate political tension among themselves, loudly calling for an imperial decree. Huai Prince arrives. Inside, silence descended as all three stood together to greet the nobleman. This humble subject greets His Royal Highness Prince Huai. All three felt uneasy. Chu Huayin had been stationed at the border fort for 5 years, ruthless in battle and merciless in decision-making, his body steeped in enough blood to rival more tea than they'd ever consumed combined. Even the waters of Beijing could not wash away his formidable aura after 10 years. Especially the Right Chancellor, part of the Second Prince's faction, who'd secretly stirred up trouble. He feared the day Chu Huayin would take offense and chop off his head in anger. Men returning from bloody, corpse-laden battlefields do not follow rules, not that these members of the Second Prince's camp realized this reasoning was used repeatedly to brainwash Emperor Tianyuan. Even Wang himself half believed it. Yet they chose to overlook that, before Empress Zhao passed away, Chu Huayin had been groomed from childhood to study classic texts and the art of governance, destined to be prepared as the crown prince. Even before being pushed onto the battlefield, he was a princely figure who indulged in scholarly pursuits and discussions on statecraft. Chu Huayin glanced over the three men, then retracted his menacing presence, speaking surprisingly gently, "This prince has several questions to ask Yan Deren. Just so happens I passed by the estate. With His Majesty busy overseeing myriad affairs, what are these ministers waiting to present? Can this prince perhaps lend an ear?" Chu Huayin directed his gaze towards the Right Chancellor, whose rank was highest among the three. "Let Lin speak," the Right Chancellor said impatiently. None of them wanted to lead this discussion. It wasn't good news, after all. In the end, realizing Chu Huayin's impatience, Yan Xiang summarized succinctly. Chu Huayin chuckled coldly, "I thought the various ministers spent their days considering ways to relieve His Majesty's concerns. Instead, you choose to distract the Emperor with such trivial matters." He shifted gears sharply, "To find whether Miss Lin fled or is hidden away, we need only search the Right Chancellor's mansion. But, to maintain fairness, let my guards handle the search. It will help to vindicate your honor, young lord of the Right Chancellor. That method suits me fine. I believe Miss Lin is already inside your premises. Elopement is a sin my son cannot bear." Yan Xiang shot back angrily at Right Chancellor Wang. "If I find no trace of her, what then?" Right Chancellor Wang seethed, face flushed crimson. When Chu Huayin's guards surrounded Wang mansion, both Wang and the Vice Minister of War looked at each other uneasily. Even if they'd noticed earlier, how could they possibly stop the investigation by Prince Huai? Following Chu Huayin's instructions, his guards swiftly uncovered a woman barely alive within Wang Manor. She wore coarse linen clothing and old hemp skirts, her attire disheveled, looking unlike any maid. Bruised and unconscious, her battered hands still tightly clutched at her collar. "Right Chancellor, who is this?" Chu Huayin's expression turned grim as he questioned the Wang household. Wang Junyang had directly abducted someone and hidden her at home, leaving the Right Chancellor utterly confused about what had happened. "Butler, what is going on?" "Lo. Lord." The butler stammered, unable to provide a reasonable explanation. The Right Chancellor, seeing his nervous demeanor, felt an ominous sense of foreboding, suspecting that today's events were a trap and he had fallen into it. "Drag this thiefess away, she dirties Prince Huai's eyes." The Right Chancellor gestured subtly to the butler. "Last night, my son held his grand wedding, but some rogue took advantage of the chaos to sneak in. A servant captured a petty thief, this woman, who was interrogated rather harshly. Prince Huai, please forgive us." "Hold on." Chu Huayin sneered inwardly, knowing they wanted to gloss over the matter despite their cruelty towards the young woman. "This morning, a commoner blocked my carriage and claimed her daughter had gone missing. I thought this woman looked somewhat familiar. Bring the mother here to identify her." The guard brought in a peasant woman who, upon seeing her poor little daughter lying on the ground, nearly fainted. "It's Ajuan. Ajuan, look at your mother." The girl showed no reaction. The peasant woman's gaze grew scattered as she looked around before crawling on her knees towards Chu Huayin. Not recognizing the crown prince, she only saw his imposing presence and assumed everyone deferred to him. She bowed deeply, imploring, "Lord. Please help Ajuan, she was abducted by Wang Junyang. My unfortunate Ajuan has always been rebellious. If. The face of the Right Chancellor turned ashen gray. Enough. At this moment, Wang Junyang, who had just been knocked unconscious by Chu Huayin, woke up. Seeing so many people outside, he leaned with a crooked neck and walked out. "What's going on? How come this wretched woman is still here? Butler. Lock her up and starve her for a few days, let's see if she'll submit or not." "Ow, father. Why are you hitting me?" Such incidents were not uncommon in the capital these days, yet the Assistant Minister of War knew that Prince Huai's depth of scheming was unfathomable. Today's aim was clear, it would be impossible to resolve things peacefully. It was already a fact that the daughter had eloped, probably with that reckless young man. To protect their family name. He angrily pointed at Wang Junyang and cursed, "I entrusted my precious daughter to you, and yet, you actually Wanu is innocent and naive, she must have fled after seeing the disgraceful affairs of your household. Afraid of my reprimand, she dared not return home. My poor Wanu. You Wang family owe me my daughter. The Right Chancellor couldn't believe how quickly his in-laws turned against him, tearfully condemning the Wangs. Wang Junyang, having never seen Chu Huayin, raged furiously, who wants her anyway? Old crone, do you see the woman on the ground? There is no woman in this world I, Wang Junyang, cannot get. The Right Chancellor kicked Wang Junyang away to stop him from saying anything more sacrilegious, wishing to shove him back into his mother's womb. By the time Meng Zhuo learned that Wang Junyang had forcibly abducted a common girl, angered Prince Huai, and awaited punishment, it was already nighttime. Chu Huayin's move gave the aristocrats a heavy warning, further boosting his reputation among the populace. Meng Zhuo had long noticed something different about Chu Huayin, and didn't expect him to be the recently returned Prince Huai. With Prince Huai stealthily entering the Right Chancellor's residence last night, his intent was definitely not simple. As the battle for the crown intensified, political storms would sweep through the court, inevitably leading to great upheaval. He slapped his thigh, remembering how he had lied without hesitation last night, calling himself Zhang Zhuo, regretting it bitterly. There had been a big leg in front of him that he failed to seize. If Chu Huayin ever gave him another chance, he would cherish it even more. If Prince Huai said west, he wouldn't dare to go east. The red palm prints on his legs hadn't faded when, the next day, Yan Xiang impeached the Right Chancellor for privately embezzling military funds, almost causing total annihilation of Wei's army. That was 4 years ago. Once Chu Huayin left, his supply lines were cut off by the second prince's faction. Their intention was to send him on a one-way trip, willing to sacrifice Wei's territory for it. They planned to take over once Chu Huayin suffered defeat or perished in battle. The second prince's faction never expected Chu Huayin to achieve victory in his first desperate fight. Even less did they foresee that the revered Queen Zhao's legacy benefited Chu Huayin greatly. With the support of local civilians, soldiers and civilians worked together, sweeping all resistance aside and establishing stability in the north within a few short years, training troops and farming the land to stand toe-to-toe with the imperial court. Chu Huayin had returned to settle accounts in the capital. And the Right Chancellor was his first target. All present ministers broke out in cold sweat, and after Yan Xiang presented a stack of evidence, they became certain of this speculation. Prince Huai came prepared. Ministers who once tried to hinder him now trembled with fear. The Assistant Minister of War, sweating profusely, realized he had nearly joined the corrupt Wang family vessel. He quickly knelt down and confessed, "Your subject has been foolish." When the Emperor Tianyuan inquired about the matter, the Assistant Minister of War recounted Wang Juanyang's misconduct. "Your subject is ashamed to admit that I am not as perceptive as my own daughter. I have failed your majesty. I humbly request your punishment and, considering the innocence of my daughter, ask for the annulment of her betrothal to the Wang family." The Emperor Tianyuan approved and imposed a penalty, 3 years of salary forfeiture and no promotion for 5 years. Though they had already conducted the wedding ceremony, it was referred to as an engagement instead. The Right Chancellor glared at him bitterly, who had proposed this marriage alliance first. The second prince maintained composure, deliberately ignoring the Right Chancellor's repeated pleading looks. Sacrificing pawns to save the general was merely human nature. Some viewed the Great Wei Empire as a game stakes, but Emperor Tianyuan could not tolerate this behavior. In court, he stripped the Right Chancellor of his official title and banished him 2,000 miles away, extending punishment to 9 generations of his clan. With their fate sealed, there was no point in probing further. The Right Chancellor slumped to the ground. It was clear that His Majesty refused to dig deeper even if the second prince had orchestrated things behind the scenes. He couldn't even cry out injustice. To pacify Chu Huayin, Emperor Tianyuan promoted Yan Xiang to the position of the Right Chancellor, and Chu Huayin would choose someone to fill Yan Xiang's vacancy. The second prince suffered a significant loss, while Chu Huayin emerged victorious. The Assistant Minister of War secretly rejoiced at his daughter's escape from marriage, though Chu Huayin had stumbled upon it by chance. Despite still not understanding why the Prince of Huai held definitive evidence but still took time to manage Wang Juanyang's affairs, perhaps the prince genuinely cared for the common people. He might truly treat the commoners like his children. The Assistant Minister hurriedly approached Yan Xiang with caution, stammering, "My daughter and your son." Marriage alliances were always beneficial whether with the previous or new Right Chancellor. Thus, the Assistant Minister felt no regret. Yan Xiang replied inscrutably, "My son has yet to return from his studies abroad. How can we discuss marriage?" The Assistant Minister could only gape wordlessly, wondering if Yan Xiang was pretending. Chu Huayin's series of decisive actions revealed a nature that brooked no compromise and sought revenge on anyone who crossed him. Meng Zhuo decided it would be wise to keep a low profile, eat more, and avoid unnecessary outings. In an imperial system where power reigns supreme, lying to someone in authority may bring minor or major consequences. Before fully understanding Chu Huayin's temperament, Meng Zhuo resolved not to recklessly cross paths with him. Chapter 4. At Prince Huai's mansion. Study. Prince Chu Huayin stood firmly before the desk, with rice paper spread out and a wolf hair brush dipped in ink, ready to write. Just before he put pen to paper, a yellow oriole landed on the windowsill with a clear and melodious chirp. His hand paused mid-motion, and when he began again, what emerged was not words but a vividly rendered, lifelike image of a playful yellow oriole. Ji Yang, how are the inquiries about the person I asked you to investigate going? Chu Huayin suddenly remembered Zhang Chao's incredible ability to mimic bird calls. Though a man, Zhang Chao's imitation sounded even more sweet than an oriole song. A shadow leaped through the window and knelt down to beg for forgiveness. This servant has checked all 11 people named Zhang Chou in the capital, but none seemed to match. Implied was that perhaps the master had been fooled by someone. Ji Yang had thought that in this world, no one would dare to deceive their lord under such authority. Yet here it seemed there were indeed others who could do so. Chu Huayin nodded slightly, giving no hint of emotion. No need to investigate further. Ji Yang glanced at his master's expression, seemingly unconcerned. That made sense. Why chase after strangers met by chance? After Chu Huayin left, Ji Yang inspected the desk as usual, for sometimes his master left instructions written on the paper. As a subordinate, Ji Yang was duty-bound to follow them. And few in the world could enter Prince Huai's study. Being one of those few, Ji Yang naturally took responsibility for tidying up. On the top left corner of the rice paper was a drawn oriole, with 4 cursive characters dominating the rest of the space: Chou Zhang Wei Huan, deception. The pen strokes tightened like a sword unsheathing. Ji Yang picked up the topmost sheet of rice paper. The next layer beneath showed traces of ink bleeding through, revealing another set of the same 4 large characters, and the entire stack of half-a-foot thick papers were all clearly marked with these 4 characters. Not even the calligraphy of ancient masters could compare to this kind of power behind every stroke. Chou Zhang Wei Huan. It means deception, Ji Yang mused aloud, a flash of realization striking him. So it was quite bold of this person to tell the master plainly right from the start, I'm deceiving you, don't believe me. So, did the master really care, or did he not? For many years, the general's residence had stood quiet, but now a crowd gathered at its gates. In the center of the commotion lay a 16-year-old youth sprawled on the ground, battered and bruised. A burly man held up a red fingerprint-stamped gambling agreement. Dear friends and neighbors, my name is Huang, and I am the owner of the Tianzhou gambling house. The other day, Jiang Xian gambled away all his money in my establishment and borrowed 5,000 taels of silver, pledging the general's residence as collateral, promising to return 6,000 taels with interest within 2 days. The deadline has come, and since Jiang Xian cannot repay the debt, we are claiming the property deed according to our agreement. Here are the terms, please witness this. The youth on the ground was Jiang Xian. After the death of father and son in the Jiang family, there was no direct heir to the general's house, leaving it in the hands of a collateral line. Men of the Jiang family often fell heroically in battle, and even the collateral branch was thin in numbers. Jiang Xian, only 9 at the time, inherited the future of the Jiang lineage prematurely, burdened and fearful beyond his years. Initially, there was still Jiang Yao to keep an eye on things, but after her death, the young boy's instability got the better of him. Not long afterward, he was coaxed into the gambling dens. His bets grew larger and larger until this year, at 15, he finally lost the ancestral home of the general's family itself. A peddler hawking small wares couldn't bear to watch and spoke up. The general's residence was personally bestowed by the grand ancestor. The men of the Jiang family are men of unyielding spirit, defending the homeland with honor. And now, sigh. The peddler's long lament echoed among the onlookers, who started murmuring their agreement. Let's give him some more time. The Jiang family hasn't had it easy. Mr. Huang. Pity I don't have much spare cash, otherwise everyone could pitch in. 6,000 taels is truly far too much. Many began checking their coin pouches. 6,000 taels may not be a problem for the wealthy, but for commoners, even selling everything they owned wouldn't cover half the debt. With his waist pinned down, Jiang Xian strained to raise his head and look up at the signboard above, Zhenghua General's Residence, inscribed in vigorous strokes by the founding emperor himself. Hundreds of years of achievements, destroyed by my own hands. 2 burly men carried a replacement plaque, black with gold trim, ready to replace the old one. Unable to contain himself any longer, Jiang Xian burst into tears uncontrollably. He hadn't wanted this. He felt ashamed, dishonoring the Jiang family, being weak-willed and easily deceived. Even a peddler was worthier than him. In the afterlife, he'd face the general with shame. Clutching the rough floorboards with 10 fingers, blood trickling from his palms, he envisioned all the brave generals and warhorses that once marched from this place. The blue stones, trampled by countless generations, were soon to be covered by his last drops of blood and tears. All the glory and prestige of centuries past would fade into the dusty pages of history books. Suddenly, Jiang Xian lunged towards the stone lion at the gate, determined to end it all. The 2 guards failed to stop him. The crowd sighed mournfully. After 100 years, the Jiang family had come to an end. Whether fortunate or unfortunate, it was heartbreaking to witness this moment. Bang! A wooden stick flew through the air and landed at Jiang Xian's feet. He stumbled onto the round stick, slipped, and fell to the ground unconscious. The crowd parted like the Red Sea in the direction the stick had come from, recognizing it as Jiang Zhanyu's grandson. Good. Like the climax of a circus act, the onlookers applauded, their eyes full of anticipation. After all, as the son of the current left chancellor, he must be very rich. Meng Yu wiped his hands, his mouth still stuffed with a bun. He took a big bite out of it, his cheeks puffing up, and chewed coolly while looking around at everyone. He's down to eating buns now. Can't afford them either. I'm just passing by. As for why they were so poor, another tearful story began. When Jiang Yao got married, her father, feeling guilty about the rushed wedding due to urgent war affairs, practically emptied the family treasury. With a 10-mile-long bridal procession, she envied others. After her father and brother died in battle, Jiang Yao spent all her savings repeatedly searching for news of her father and younger brother. She didn't believe that the two people who loved her most in the world could be without a trace, even remembering the night before Jiang Yi left when they were quarreling over her wedding. Sister, be careful of Meng Fu Shan, if he bullies you, I'll deal with him when I return. The 16-year-old Jiang Yi was already taller than Jiang Yao, refusing to look at her, unwilling to call Meng Fu Shan brother-in-law throughout. Jiang Yao finally waited in vain for this promise to be fulfilled. People who contacted Jiang Yao occasionally returned some relics from the battlefield every few months, shreds of cloth, armor, items whose origins were unclear. However, Jiang Yao immediately identified them as belonging to her father and brother and trusted this person implicitly, draining all her dowry into an endless abyss. Meng Yu instinctively felt that Jiang Yao had been deceived, otherwise, how could she continue searching after the court had confirmed their deaths? This directly led to the necessity of relying on the Meng family for survival for the sake of her son. Who had the capability to obtain the remains of the Jiang family men? Was there any connection between these individuals and the defeat and disappearance? Everyone held their breath, staring intently, silently waiting for Meng Yu to finish eating the bun and say something. Why isn't the bun finished yet? Is it really that good? Someone swallowed hard. 10 meters away, Chu Huayin tucked the fan he was about to throw back into his sleeve. After seeing Meng Yu's face clearly, his phoenix-like eyes narrowed slightly. Meng Yu. Chu Huayin rolled the two syllables around his tongue before spitting them out. At his side, Ji Yang noticed his lord's fervent pronunciation, secretly wiping sweat from the tension of splitting the two words apart mentally. A moment ago, someone reported that the Jiang residence had been lost to Jiang Xian. Remembering his master's instruction to watch over the Jiang family, Ji Yang quickly sent someone to redeem the property. Coincidentally, Chu Huayin was nearby and decided to personally visit. With the situation still unclear, even though Chu Huayin had accepted someone's commission, he couldn't interfere openly. If the general's residence could be sold once, there would be a next time. It was crucial to address the root cause. Chu Huayin glanced down at the half-dead Jiang Xian lying on the ground, his lips curving faintly as he shifted his gaze to Meng Yu standing at the center of the crowd. What a feisty little cat, always sticking his nose into other people's affairs. Despite having no power, he was raising a ruckus. It made Chu Huayin want to crush his claws and make him swallow back every word of deceit he'd spouted. Ji Yang had been by Chu Huayin's side for over a decade but still couldn't fully decipher his lord's deep thoughts all the time. Like now. Looking at Meng Yu, who was casually munching on snacks, Ji Yang thought only someone as reckless as him would dare provoke the devil himself. While tidying the study earlier, Ji Yang had mourned the fate of Zhang Yu, only to suddenly learn his real name was Meng Yu. Meng Yu, the person his lord had promised to protect. Ji Yang couldn't help but sigh that he had truly lucked out. Boss Huang watched in silent frustration as Meng Yu finished his food. According to his information, Meng Yu was treated worse than a servant in the Meng family. He doubted Meng Yu could produce 6,000 taels. Probably not even 60 taels. But under everyone's watchful eyes, he had no choice but to wait, feeling like he had swallowed 10 whole buns. Meng Yu had genuinely just impulsively taken a different route home, only to stumble upon such a tricky situation. His movements were slow and deliberate while his mind raced. Clear and legally binding documents showed the owner of the Jiang family had signed and sealed the agreement. Aside from paying off the debt with actual money, there was no other solution. Even if ownership of the Jiang estate changed, the ancestral rules carved into their bloodlines forbade them from acting like common bandits and evading responsibility. Meng Yu found himself at wit's end, unable to enjoy the flavor of his bun. The Zhou clan tightly controlled the Meng household and wouldn't leak a single coin his way. Having lived here for a decent length of time, he couldn't find an appropriate means to make quick money, nor did he know anyone to borrow from. 6,000 taels. Do you have them or not? If not on your person, go get them. I'll wait right here. Boss Huang was confident Meng Yu couldn't produce the sum and thus spoke generously. Did I say I wanted to repay it for him? Meng Yu replied with a look of puzzlement. Boss Huang was taken aback. Given what he knew about Meng Yu's character, shouldn't he be crying and begging for a few more days? He spoke gruffly, if that's the case, someone come replace the plaque. Hold on. Meng Yu's voice wasn't loud, but everyone present could hear it clearly. Jiang Xian lost willingly and the Jiang family would never shirk its responsibilities shamelessly. But this general's residence was granted by the founding emperor. Shouldn't Boss Huang first inform His Majesty before taking down the plaque? Let me report to the emperor first, then you can proceed with removing the plaque. For a gambling house to operate legally under the emperor's nose, it must have connections and be protected. Boss Huang wasn't some simpleton who could be scared off by Meng Yu's few words. He thought for a moment. If Emperor Tianyuan learned that the Jiang family had pledged their imperial granted estate to a gambling house, it might end badly for anyone involved. Once the emperor became displeased, the Jiang family would lose face and dignity, and no one would refrain from calling them unworthy descendants. This generation of the Jiang family truly consisted of fools. Alright, I'll wait 3 more days. Boss Huang changed his demeanor from an intimidating figure to agreeing smoothly. Meng Yu looked at Boss Huang's retreating back as he left gracefully and burped. Chapter 5. The onlookers gradually dispersed, while Meng Cho went against the flow of people, his gaze turning towards the imposing and ancient general's mansion. The red lacquer on the pillars at the entrance had already peeled off, wild grass grew between the steps, and 2 loquat trees inside the yard stood untrimmed, leaves scattered all over the ground. Meng Cho silently apologized to Jiang Yao in his heart, pondering if selling Jiang Xin could gather up to 6,000 taels. Just as he was thinking, he turned around and faced a familiar face. Meng Cho. It was unclear how long Chu Huayin had been standing there watching. Meng Chao's raised foot froze mid-step. Not only was it about deceiving him, but he also blushed when he remembered that night when he had made those sounds in front of Chu Huayin. I'm a decent person, don't misunderstand me. After hearing Meng Chao's explanation, the initially interested look in Chu Huayin's eyes turned into one that suggested something indescribable. Meng Cho was indeed quite stupid, not worth much attention from him. No one knew Emperor Tianyuan better than his own son, Chu Huayin. To attempt solving the matter through Emperor Tianyuan was nothing short of self-inflicted suffering, extremely foolish. Chu Huayin lost interest and gestured for Ji Yang to handle the situation as he prepared to leave. He'd impulsively decided to come this far and had unintentionally uncovered a petty fraudster who might have been amusing to toy with. Pity, he preferred smart people. Huai King, please wait. Meng Cho suddenly shouted out, stopping Chu Huayin as he was about to turn away. Chu Huayin paused briefly, eyebrows slightly raised. Please keep today's events confidential, Meng Cho requested hesitantly before directly saying, His Majesty is busy dealing with many important affairs. What I just proposed was merely a temporary solution, not intending to disturb His Majesty with such trivial matters. Don't say anything to father-son chats, I need more time to raise the money. Although Meng Cho didn't think Chu Huayin would spill secrets carelessly, precautionary measures were necessary. Both ears of Meng Cho turned red. It seemed like he was somewhat shameless, how could he make such a request from a high-ranking and influential figure after lying? Chu Huayin turned back, without clearly indicating approval or disapproval. The memory of that night when Meng Cho confidently declared himself as Zhang Cho came flooding back, causing Chu Huayin to grind his teeth. It's easy to overlook someone irrelevant, but once focusing on Meng Cho, it seemed that the feeling of being deceived couldn't be so easily passed over. Chu Huayin stared at the slightly red tip of his ear, and his gaze naturally dropped to his pale and slender neck. As if stuck by glue, it was hard to avert his eyes, sticky and uncomfortable. Closing his eyes briefly, a seductive image flashed through his mind, making the originally intended reproach impossible to express. Unexpectedly, he said, in fact, I do have some idle money available. Meng Chao's eyes lit up slightly. Chu Huayin momentarily regretted and quickly put on a stern face, but I wonder whether you intend to borrow under the name Meng Cho or Zhang Cho. From Chu Huayin's expression, Meng Cho could sense the implicit threat of a noble person does not accept undeserved charity. He wanted to ask why it must necessarily be a ex-Cho, couldn't Master Jiang Xin borrow the money instead? But glancing at the semi-conscious Jiang Xin and the prepared promissory note beside him, he quietly swallowed his question. Scanning through the loan agreement, Meng Chao's focus locked in place, his finely shaped eyebrows furrowed, and one side of his cheeks involuntarily puffed up, apparently dissatisfied with the terms. If Meng Cho failed to repay the loan within a year, he would have to agree to fulfill one demand from Prince Huai, regardless of its size. Chu Huayin's eyebrows slightly rose. Considering Meng Cho now had no other choice but to seek his help, this condition was already rather considerate, yet seeing Meng Chao's troubled look, he felt conceding a bit wouldn't hurt. Can we add another 1,000 taels? After careful consideration, Meng Cho reasoned that debt overload shouldn't worry him. Whether borrowing 6,000 or 7,000 taels, it remained the same. Rarely finding an opportunity to improve living standards, how could he let go of this chance without fully taking advantage of it? Chu Huayin sneered slightly. He had underestimated Meng Chao's boldness again and readily replied, agreed. Ji Yang presented the red clay seal as Meng Cho swiftly signed the contract. Out of the corner of his eye, Ji Yang noticed a fleeting smile cross his master's face. A sudden pain shot through his molar, TSK. Of course, they should be pleased. Initially planning to help the Jiang family secure their ancestral home, they accidentally caught Meng Cho, making him owe a substantial amount of money. In 2 transactions, it amounted to earning Meng Cho for free. Tucking away the indenture document, no, the promissory note, Chu Huayin generously announced, this matter will be handled by my staff. You don't need to worry about it. Recalling last time in the darkness, a similar promise had led to Antione returning home the next day. Meng Cho nodded, his obedient trust appearing to gratify Chu Huayin immensely. However, Meng Chao's mind was racing, realizing they couldn't simply let the lead concerning the casino slip by. The ones luring Jiang Xian to gamble and the individuals tricking Jiang Yao into squandering her savings, could they possibly be related? The breakthrough he had been searching for fruitlessly finally appeared. Hoisting the barely conscious Jiang Xian from the ground, Meng Qiu bid farewell to Chu Huayin and entered the general's residence, slamming shut the thick door with half-faded paint. I have some household matters to attend to. Chu Huayin, as an outsider, naturally couldn't stay and watch. He could only helplessly look on as Meng Qiu didn't even leave a crack in the door. Master. Leave. Jiang Xian, despite his young age, had already grown taller than Meng Qiu, fully meeting the Jiang family's requirements for the physical fitness of a male. The remaining servants in the general's mansion were mostly old, weak, or disabled, most of whom were veterans who had retired due to injuries from battle or widows of soldiers. Thus, when Jiang Xian was pinned down by the casino people, there wasn't a single person in the general's mansion who could fight back. Splash. A bucket of water poured down from above, and Meng Qiu kicked Jiang Xian, not bothering if he had a change of heart. If not for that, he wouldn't have bothered with this small trouble at all. The steward of the general's mansion, Uncle Lu Bo, was now 60 years old. He personally witnessed Jiang Yao's marriage, the master and young lord going off to war, and finally being left alone with no one. When Jiang Xian entered the casino, Lu Bo tried to dissuade him and, when things got heated, scolded him too. But Jiang Xian, while outwardly agreeing well enough, would turn around and be easily coaxed into forgetting everything. Meng Qiu looked serious, resembling his uncle Jiang Yi somewhat. Lu Bo secretly wiped away tears from the corner of his eyes. For a moment it was as if he saw Jiang Yi returning victorious from battle and dealing with the undisciplined younger members of the family. Jiang Xian shook his head, dazedly sat up, and through hazy vision, saw someone in front of him who looked extremely like the surnamed Jiang Yi he could never beat as a child. His eyes widened as he crawled forward and tightly hugged the thigh of his elder brother and cried, "Wah wah wah, you're finally back. The general's residence has only me left, even my sister-in-law doesn't come anymore. I'm useless, I'm scared, wah wah wah." As he cried, his face suddenly turned grayish-white, remembering that the general's residence had already been lost by him. There was no way Jiang Yi and Jiang Yao could return. Meng Qiu pushed Jiang Xian, now resembling a lifeless statue, saying, "All you know is crying. Look carefully at who I am. You are Meng Qiu. Get up and compare with me." Compare what? What else could they compare in the general's residence but martial arts? As Meng Qiu scanned around, here, except for cheap weapons, most things had been wasted. Meng Qiu couldn't help laughing out of frustration. In a few moves, he took Jiang Xian down and stared down at him. "If you can't take the weight of responsibility for the entire general's residence, then why don't you practice diligently? Do you even dare to claim the surname Jiang? Dozens of people in the upper and lower quarters of the general's residence depend on you for food, yet you lack the strength to chop wood. Should we all eat the northwest wind?" Jiang Xian turned bright red. Who said he didn't have the strength to chop wood? Leaping up from the ground, he threw all his strength into punching Meng Qiu. Meng Qiu effortlessly dodged and grabbed his arm, pressing him down until Jiang Xian fell face first. Jiang Xian's face pressed against the ground, mouth twisted and eyes askew, unable to speak. Jiang Yao used to love this trick as well. Suddenly, memories of being controlled by the Jiang siblings surfaced. Meng Qiu let him go. "If you still remember your surname, then don't make old Lu go beg with you on the streets." Jiang Xian suddenly clung to Meng Qiu's leg again, sobbing loudly, losing all composure. Although he was technically Meng Qiu's senior by generation, right now, he was completely crying without restraint. Filling the role of head of the Jiang household in a daze, filled with fear and helplessness, especially after Jiang Yao's death, he felt more lonely and abandoned, constantly afraid that he might ruin the Jiang family, yet irresistibly lured back to the gambling den. After Meng Qiu's words, he seemed to find his backbone again, sobbing uncontrollably as he finally realized he wasn't alone. Meng Qiu moved his foot helplessly, wondering why this big man cried so much. "Lu Bo, drag him away." Lu Bo responded with a "huh," and it took both of them combined efforts to tear Jiang Xian off Meng Qiu's legs. "Do you still want to gamble?" "No." Jiang Xian shook his head. After being taught a lesson, he determined that as long as he lived, the Jiang family would not fall. The casino was actually uninteresting, seeking temporary release, but now with Meng Qiu here, he had found his core, a strong sense of determination coursing through his limbs and bones. Why would he return to the casino? Slightly satisfied, Meng Qiu, with a cold face, counted out 500 taels of silver tickets given by Chu Huayin, and handed them over to Lu Bo under Jiang Xian's eager gaze. "Renovate the estate, hire a few security guards. Is it not embarrassing to get beaten in front of the general's mansion? Whether or not these elders are sick, please see a doctor." Trembling hands accepted the silver ticket. Many of the elders in the house had chronic illnesses from their wounds but lacked money for treatment, not daring to spend any lest they dragged down the Jiang family, thus having to endure it silently. He knew this money was borrowed by Meng Qiu from Prince Huai, intertwining gratitude, sorrow, and complexity. Good security men cost more than this amount of money, right? Jiang Xian sniffled. Meng Qiu slapped his head. "Did I tell you to hire ready ones? Buy some teenagers and teach them yourself. So many retired soldiers in the house, do they eat rice idly? Follow whatever Lu Bo says. Kneeling on the floor, covering his head, Jiang Xian said hastily, yes, yes, yes. Meng Cho adjusted his clothes, glanced at the large wet stain on his shirt caused by the earlier crying, and sighed helplessly. I have matters to attend to, I'll go first. Jiang Xian looked at Meng Cho with yearning eyes. When will you come back? How do I find you? If there's something, go to the temple to find me. Don't go to the Meng family. Jiang Xian hadn't even comprehended the meaning of don't go to the Meng family, when Meng Cho had already disappeared out of the door. Lu Bo helped Jiang Xian up, briefly explaining the situation at the Meng family, and sighed, Master Meng is not having a good time either. But the Jiang family wasn't doing any better either, so no one had the energy to take care of the other. Unexpectedly, in the end, it was Meng Cho who ended up worrying about the Jiang family. Jiang Xian's eyes were red from suppressed emotion. He had not been too clear on all these matters before, he just knew that after his cousin's death, he never saw Meng Cho again. I'll go kill Meng Fushan for my cousin. Lu Bo hurriedly held Jiang Xian back, young master. The top priority now is to rejuvenate the Jiang family, to give Master Meng no worries in the future, and perhaps provide support when necessary. Jiang Xian took several deep breaths, calmed down, and nodded correctly. He needed to grow strong, so he could protect everyone in the Jiang family. From the rack, he pulled out a long spear and, despite his face beaten like a pig's head, gritted his teeth and continued to train hard without stopping. Lu Bo felt deeply consoled. With two youngsters from the Jiang family still alive, they wouldn't disappoint old Master Jiang. He put aside his sentiments, took the silver tickets given by Meng Cho, and proceeded to handle all matters according to Meng Chao's instructions, one by one. Chapter 6. Meng Mao stood in front of the mirror adjusting his appearance, darkening his face, thickening his eyebrows, making his nose look less elegant, and adding a few fake moles. In his previous life, he had almost daily makeup routines and was very skilled at it. Pained by parting with money, he carefully counted through the remaining 500 taels of silver and eventually took out 100 as gambling capital. He hoped he wouldn't lose too terribly. Tianzhou Casino was located in a small alley in the bustling market area, with a low doorframe covered by a green cloth, but inside it was spacious. The closer you got, the clearer became the excited shouts of gamblers. Meng Mao frowned slightly, disliking this environment immensely, which reminded him of his pre-entertainment career days when he lived in a basement with a group of unsavory people, old residential buildings, chaotic public order, and daily curses and revenge on the streets. His expression changed instantly to curiosity and eagerness, as if new to the casino, his mouth half opened, eyes glowing, loudly telling everyone, I've got money, come get it. Quickly, someone led him to a table where bets started at 10 taels. Meng Mao pretended to search for coins laboriously, then put down 10 taels on the table, drawing boos from surrounding spectators. Amidst the fervor, the white pieces of silver before Meng Mao accumulated increasingly. Someone quietly left, his eyes flashing as he made a show of stopping play, gathering up all the silver and stuffing it into his pocket, smiling toothily, not gambling today. I'll be back tomorrow. Taking just a few steps toward the exit, two big men blocked his way. Young sir, our boss invites you to place a few more bets. Meng Mao shook his head, I'm hungry. There's wine and food inside. The big man said that then forcibly dragged Meng Mao straight into the inner chamber. While verbally shouting, no gambling, save me, Meng Mao's eyes roamed around observing his surroundings, trying to figure out what was off about the casino. Mr. Huang wasn't there that day. Overseeing the operation was a tall, slim man with a goat beard. Goat beard invited Meng Mao to sit opposite him. Truly done gambling. My wife is waiting for me at home. A towering presence, returning late would mean kneeling on the washboard kind. Goatbeard narrowed his eyes. Meng Mao following his gaze saw a row of cold shining swords standing on the left. Meng Mao's eyes froze for a moment, seemingly startled by the scene before him. I bet. Meng Mao shivered, his shoulders trembling, accidentally knocking over the dice cup, scattering the dice across the floor, making a cacophony that immediately drained the color from his face. He chased after the dice quickly, afraid to get penalized for dropping them. Goatbeard watched Meng Mao's timid behavior with satisfaction, thinking perhaps beginners might have good luck but never here at Tianzhou betting house. Meng Mao played 10 rounds against Goatbeard, losing everything. He originally didn't understand anything but was convinced there was some trickery going on. After observing the other gamblers carefully, he successfully identified a shill, simply buying based on the glances between the shill and the house. Pale-faced, when Goatbeard announced, "We're done today," Meng Mao's eyes flared with resentment, veins bulging in his neck. "Do you have more silver?" "No," Meng Mao growled. "Then get out." Meng Mao struggled a bit, falling on the floor and clinging to the leg of the table acting like a spoiled child. "No, I can't leave through the front door. Earlier so many people saw me walking and holding a lot of silver. If I leave without any, I'd be embarrassed. I'd never come again." The voice intentionally distorted was hoarse and piercing, truly an auditory torture, prompting Goatbeard to impatiently wave his hand, wanting no more of the racket, indicating the burly man should take Meng Mao out through the back door. Since Jianzhou Casino still had to do business, Meng Mao's request would naturally be granted. By taking advantage of a series of embarrassing situations and stubborn antics, Meng Mao managed to observe the entire interior of the casino, looking for some sort of identifying feature. Unfortunately, apart from the unexpected line of weapons initially observed, Meng Mao only discovered that all their tools bore imprints of black coins, a symbol unfamiliar to him. Meng Mao smirked, as that array of weapons was already sufficient proof. Before the establishment of Great Wei, nobles ruled their respective domains, maintaining armies and forging weapons for civil wars. Since the founding of the dynasty, the court forbade private weapon manufacture under penalty of treason. If needed, citizens had to purchase from official authorities and register the purchases. Standardization was key, vehicles with standardized gauge, books with uniform writing, weapons within the realm also followed a consistent pattern for ease of replacement on the battlefield. A spear measuring 14 feet long, halberd 16 inches, knives 8 feet, long swords 21 inches 3/10, short swords 15 inches 2/10. Jiang Yao left behind numerous military treatises brought from the Jiang family, which Meng Mao often reviewed during his leisure time, finding detailed descriptions within. Recalling the weapons he saw in the casino, Meng Mao keenly realized they did not conform to any regulations. If the Great Wei territory sees a large number of weapons that do not comply with regulations, then it must either be private manufacturing or inflow from outside. In either case, one would need to explain this to the ever-suspicious Emperor Tianyuan. Meng Mao often paced while thinking, and on his way he glanced at the Jiang family practicing martial arts far away. By chance, as he passed by Prince Huai's mansion, the majestic high walls and the red doors struck him with their imposing presence. The guards stationed outside were like steadfast stone lions. He paused for a moment, abruptly recalling a possibility. Why had Prince Huai been present at the general's residence that day? Did he have anything to do with Jiang Xian? And what about the connection between the casino and Prince Huai? As Meng Mao wondered, he saw Mother Jiuan and Jiuan approaching the clinic. He hurriedly followed, pretending to wait for someone while listening to the commotion inside. Dr. Ji, I've brought Jiuan here for her follow-up treatment. Mother Jiuan, please take a seat over there and wait. Thank you, doctor. We don't have much in our house, but please accept these eggs. Prince Huai has already paid for Jiuan's treatments. How dare I take double payment for medicine? Please visit again in 5 days, madam. Meng Mao slowly walked off, deciding to trust Chu Huaishuan's character. Prince Huai controlled more than half of the Great Wei army, molds, workers, they had everything they needed, so there was no point manufacturing an entire set of substandard weapons. Though the Jiang family had fallen into hardship, they were still legendary in the military, and helping them could easily win favor. On the contrary, the origin of the weapons in the casino was a threat to Chu Huaishuan. Meng Mao quickly deduced that he and Chu Huaishuan were on the same side. Investigating the matter alone would be hard, and in just half a month, Chu Huaishuan had dismantled Right Chancellor Wang's influence entirely. What should be done next was self-evident. He strolled from one end of Chanin Street to the other, and no one recognized him. He casually took a seat at a small stand and stretched his legs to rest. In the gambling den, during several instances of bending down, Meng Mao inconspicuously hid some silver coins in his boots. Even though all the money eventually ended up in Goatbeard's pocket, Meng Mao had already squirreled away his principal, and even made some profit. Meng Mao never engaged in loss-making deals. He ordered a bowl of soy milk and 2 steamed buns as usual. Next to the stall was a tea house where a storyteller vividly described Chu Huaishuan's heroic exploits on the battlefield, particularly after stories of the former Right Chancellor's fall and the army payroll shortfall spread widely, giving rise to new topics. A divine soldier appeared, unbeatable and dashing. As the storyteller reached a dramatic part where an 89-year-old woman disassembled her 70-year-old bridal quilt to provide warmth for soldiers climbing snowy mountains, Meng Mao, far from being moved, wanted nothing more than to help the storyteller write a reasonable script, for free. Meng Mao frequently ate here. Almost every time, the tea-house storytellers wildly exaggerated Chu Huaishuan's prowess as a war god, yet everyone except him seemed to enjoy it thoroughly. With a cold expression, he chewed on his steamed bun. Back in the orphanage, occasionally a kind-hearted dumpling shop owner would send many buns and pastries during holidays. Meng Mao, being short as a child with thin arms, always ended up with the plain steamed bun without filling. That was the best-tasting steamed bun he'd ever had. Even when delicacies later filled his table, he still favored that taste. Feeling a strong gaze, Meng Mao looked up to see a pale and undernourished little girl staring intently at the steamed bun in his hand. She stood a meter away, quietly watching without coming closer. Moved by compassion, Meng Mao waved her over and ordered a whole tray of thin-skinned, meat-filled buns from the owner, placing it in front of her. Eat. The little girl hesitated with wide eyes, her fingernails caked with dirt. She swallowed her saliva and pointed at another steamed bun by Meng Mao's side, saying, "This one will do." Meng Mao handed her the bun, and despite her hunger, she still remembered to say, "Thank you," before eating. Suddenly, there was a hubbub inside the tea house. A group of people gathered by the doorway, straining their necks to look outside. A sound of hooves echoed by, and it turned out Prince Huai had passed by and entered a nearby tavern. Meng Mao reflected carefully. Did he once have such fervent and grown-up fans? He did indeed have something to tell Chu Huaishuan. Just as he stood up, he suddenly remembered something. Hadn't he just agreed to let Chu Huaishuan handle the matter concerning the casino? If Chu Huaishuan knew he was disobeying orders again, he'd settle all old grievances along with new ones. Seeing the child earnestly eating, Meng Mao had an idea. Why bother going himself? All of this was merely conjecture. Why not first test Chu Huaishuan's attitude? Borrowing paper and pen from the tea house, Meng Mao used his left hand to summarize what he had seen and surmised in a few words. Signed as Mad Talker, a randomly concocted name with a high degree of credibility. People are always like that. If others explicitly admit lying, paradoxically, they tend to believe. As he was folding the paper, he paused momentarily, crumpled it up, and replaced it with another. He had almost forgotten that the character, Zhou, had already slipped once in front of Chu Huayin. If he concocted another nickname close in meaning to Zhou, he risked being recognized. He needed a different name, preferably one that sounded profound, reclusive, and chivalrous. Finally, at the bottom left corner, 4 characters appeared. Haruki Murakami. The moment Chu Huayin exited Shixianglo, he spotted a dirty child staring at him intently, as if fixated on some drunken chicken wings. Ordinary people couldn't easily approach the Prince of Hui, so the child didn't dare step forward recklessly. Yet those shiny eyes reminded Chu Huayin of someone. With sharp eyes, he noticed the piece of paper clutched in the child's hand and signaled his hidden guard to check it out. After seeing the contents of the paper, Chu Huayin's gaze darkened slightly, though outwardly he remained impassive. Inquiring as casually as one would ask about the weather, he casually asked the child where they were from. The child gripped the bun tightly in her hand and did not speak. Bun. Chu Huayin immediately glanced at the nearby bun stall ahead. Apart from the busy owner, there were no suspicious customers. He gestured for the hidden guard to take the child inside the tavern as a token of appreciation. With a tightened grip, he flicked his right hand, turning the paper into scattered fragments that floated away. Meng Zhou was among the listeners in the tea house, watching the child being led to sit at the table the Prince of Hui had just vacated. This child has good character, next time, I'll buy her a meat bun. Meng Zhou thought this. The enthusiastic staff of the largest wine house in the capital city, the Shixianglo, warmly welcomed what they assumed was the Prince of Hui's distinguished guest. The dishes served were exactly the same as before. Shixianglo boasted the 10 most famous dishes in Great Wei, gathering culinary expertise from all regions, creating exquisite gourmet delights, which were, however, quite expensive, so much so that Meng Zhou had only heard their names but never seen or tasted them. 1, 2, 3, 10. All the dishes were ready. Meng Zhou quietly counted on his fingers. At an inconvenient moment, his stomach growled audibly. Clutching his belly, he glanced once more at the child enjoying the lavish feast alone, Chu Huayin departing gracefully, and the dry, shriveled half-bun in his own hand, deeply feeling the hostility between classes. Chapter 7. The 9th day of the first lunar month was Meng Fushan's birthday. As the left prime minister, Meng Fushan was always known for his gentlemanlike demeanor and refined tastes. He loved associating with scholars and poets, thus enjoying widespread praise. He was the leading literary official in the imperial court and a role model through the imperial examination system. Each time there was an examination, numerous candidates sent their letters of homage to him, which he then took advantage of by incorporating them into his circle. Yan Xiang had only recently taken office as the right prime minister, so his prestige was still limited. For now, Meng Fushan enjoyed all the attention and accolades without equal. The Meng family widely distributed invitations, and even the second prince and Prince Hui honored them with their presence. Meng Fushan's eldest son, Meng Hui, also returned from afar. 4 years older than Meng Chou, he served as an official elsewhere. Meng Fushan intended to transfer him back to the capital, and Lady Zhou prepared a lavish banquet, seizing this opportunity to secure fine matrimonial matches for her 2 children. The morning light shimmered faintly, and the shadows were sparse yet distinct. The entire Meng household bustled in a well-organized manner in preparation for the birthday banquet. Lady Zhou wore splendid attire, adorned with a 4-butterfly gold hairpin that sparkled gracefully at every step she took. Even her usually sharp eyes appeared more benevolent today. She inspected the kitchen and front courtyard carefully, then nodded approvingly and said to the steward, "The second young master is ill, don't let him come to the front hall. We cannot afford for him to pass on his illness to the esteemed guests." The steward hesitated briefly before replying, "Understood. Today is our father's birthday. Whether out of sentiment or reason, it would be improper for him to leave home. He must stay behind to pray for his father's longevity, remember that." Meng Huaihan suddenly appeared, clinging to Lady Zhou's arm. "Mother, we'll have quite the spectacle today." She was dressed in a vibrant yellow silk robe, lightly powdered with makeup, appearing charming and delicate. She clung closely to her mother like a yellowbird perched nearby. However, while presenting herself in the most innocent manner, her eyes flickered with cruel intent, as if a venomous snake had possessed a bird. "Don't overdo it, today's the crucial occasion for introducing your elder brother." Lady Zhou unusually reminded her once. "Rest assured," Huaihan replied. The sound of musical instruments and opera pieces wafted intermittently into the secluded small yard at the rear right side of the Meng residence. In bed, Meng Cho stretched lazily, his rosy cheeks partially hidden beneath the blanket, revealing only a pair of bright round eyes darting about. The Dali Temple had recently been presiding over reviewing examination papers. Stacks upon stacks of test papers from all over the country were transported into the city for review, checking the format and decisions for adherence to regulations. It was a dizzyingly busy operation. On top of that, Meng Cho had to find time to investigate the gambling dens. He spent his days either tracking Mr. Huang or stealthily guarding around the gambling houses, discovering they maintained close relations with one particular pawnshop. When compulsive gamblers lost all their money on the gambling tables, the casino provided an opportunity for borrowing to recoup losses. Naturally, these debts were mostly impossible to repay. So the gamblers were pressured to pawn off their cherished heirlooms at this specific pawnshop, resulting in permanent loss. Mr. Huang kept a courtesan lover in the brothel who flaunted an emerald hairpin that seemed too luxurious for her modest status. The flower-shaped ornament slanted slightly but appeared elegant and small nonetheless. Meng Cho flipped himself and lifted up a section of the bed plank, retrieving a hairpin. Sunlight streamed in, illuminating the exquisitely translucent item. It was evidently the missing piece to match the other part. His suspicion proved correct, those deceiving both Jiang Yao and Jiang Xian were indeed the same group. But just who held such deep-seated animosity towards the Jiang family? Mother, I am sorry, I have nothing valuable to leave you, but may this hairpin be given to your future daughter-in-law. Meng Cho turned again in thought. He'd reclaim the hairpin, alright, but marriage, it wouldn't align with what Jiang Yao had envisioned. It wouldn't be fair to keep a woman waiting due to an unsuitable gender match. With growing noise outside, Meng Cho did some quick rolls, jumping upright. Today was his day off, and perhaps visiting the brothel wouldn't be a bad idea. He touched his cheeks absent-mindedly, whether the mistress favored by Mr. Huang might fancy his face or not remained a mystery. With Meng Fushan celebrating his birthday, visiting the brothel would certainly be ironic. Just as Meng Cho stepped out of his room, someone blocked his path, saying, "Young master, madam has instructed that you rest in bed as guests have already arrived." "You mustn't." "Do I look sick?" Meng Cho chuckled scornfully, unwilling to be coerced into attendance even when asked. "Move aside, I need to go out." "Madam has specifically ordered that, since master celebrates his birthday today, you should remain inside," insisted the man. Meng Cho's interest piqued. Not being allowed out among guests and forbidden from stepping out clearly hinted at something fishy. Wasn't this exactly what Zhou planned? They probably didn't want anything disrupting the anticipated spotlight for Meng Huaidao. As for Meng Cho personally, he held little interest in Meng Huaidao. According to his wet nurse, Meng Huaidao often acted as though Meng Cho didn't exist, no enmity, no grudges. Staying indoors suited Meng Cho just fine. He retreated to practice calligraphy, finding comfort and purpose even within this bizarre scenario. Skills learned could always serve as vital escapes in dire moments. Like the previous incident with Chu Huai in the bridal chamber. Meng Cho lowered his eyes, focused intensely, simultaneously writing with both hands using brushes in each. On the pale yellow rice paper emerged lines after lines of different styles intermingling. In the front courtyard of the Meng estate. The granddaughter of the old duke, the niece of the empress, the legitimate daughter of Yan Xiang, and the second daughter of the war minister. Lady Zhou scrutinized each of these prestigious maidens like vegetables in a market, pondering carefully which one best suited Meng Huaidao. The banquet was segregated by gender. Meng Huaihan stayed close to Lady Zhou but her thoughts were entirely on the men's side. Her first impression of Chu Huai was awe-inspiring, and she silently pledged her admiration. A girl raised in the capital naturally longed for the heroic figures depicted in tales, and upon meeting him, found him even more handsome and wise than rumored. Lady Zhou had never taught her subtlety, and Meng Huaihan simply couldn't learn it. Her eyes were fixated on Chu Huai, which made the noblewomen beside her secretly smirk. They viewed her as the daughter of merchants, lacking in sophistication, though these same noblewomen also harbored secret aspirations to marry into the Huai royal family as its official wife. Yet this didn't stop them from mocking Meng Huaihan's obvious infatuation. "Mother," Meng Huaihan tugged at Lady Zhou's sleeve, her cheeks flushed pink as she lowered her head. Lady Zhou weighed different considerations in her mind. The current dispute between Prince Huai and the second prince over succession wasn't settled yet. While Meng Fushan adopted the wisdom of a sage by not taking sides, such caution carried into the younger generation's marriage arrangements. The primary consort of Prince Huai, or perhaps a secondary consort for the second prince. Lady Zhou carefully evaluated her options, reluctantly deciding, hesitating as if she thought that once she spoke, one of the two most prestigious princes of the Day Kingdom would immediately seek her hand. When Meng Huaihan saw Lady Zhou shaking her head, she became very dissatisfied. She stomped her foot, used to getting everything she wanted. By the time the results of the succession came out, someone else might already have taken Chu Huai's heart. In her view, Chu Huai would certainly use the position of his main wife as leverage to attract influential officials. As long as their father agreed. Meng Huaihan surveyed each of the gently smiling noblewomen with disdain, they were all useless. No matter how much they adored Chu Huai, they lacked the courage to act, leaving nothing for them to compete against her. A maid noticed Meng Huaihan seemed to forget the main event and whispered something into her ear. Meng Huaihan curved her lips upward, "They've arrived." Let's go see. She sidestepped the crowd, standing by the path leading to the back gate for a while, then someone led in a pale-faced maid who behaved frivolously, her cautious demeanor hiding an air of world-weary licentiousness. Looking frail with illness and a faded beauty, she bore no resemblance to any of the maids from the Meng household. Meng Huaihan stepped back 2 paces and covered her nose with a handkerchief. Stay away from me. The woman retreated 2 steps, and Meng Huaihan continued, I'm about to lead you there now, remember what you need to do. If just a touch from Meng Cho is seen by others, given my father's conduct, you'll become our second madam for sure. That's far better than staying in the brothel and being cast aside once you're diseased and wasted. The woman was struck at her sore spot, her waning looks devastating any courtesan, let alone that she contracted an unclean disease. Everyone shunned her like the plague. As the woman's vacillating expression slowly firmed up, Meng Huaihan smirked contemptuously, those on desperate roads are the easiest to tempt. She wanted to see who would still dare marry a beast that on his father's birthday ignores guests and instead leads a sick prostitute from the brothel home to cavort. Hainer, what are you doing? Meng Huaihan's body stiffened, blanking momentarily before realizing the voice belonged to her own brother. She flicked her hair and adopted a softer tone, Big brother, why are you here? Hainer, where did you learn such things? What will others think if they know you, if they suspect you? Meng Huai explained that he just came out for some fresh air, the social scene in the capital didn't suit him. Many of those at the banquet outranked him, and Lady Zhou continuously urged him to mingle, making him feel as if he'd returned to a certain past era. Take her back. Meng Huai sighed, considering her family honor above all. No. Hainer, listen to me. For whose sake am I doing all this? Think about mother, how much humiliation she has endured. You work so hard outside, coming home fewer than twice a year, do you know how much we have been bullied? Father refrains from promoting you because of conflicts of interest, and what about Meng Cho? He tricked mother into handing over that imperial edict and the next day was promoted to be the head of the Supreme Justice Temple, suppressing you despite being too young to even sprout hairs. Look at those guests outside, how many of them now consider Meng Cho the legitimate son of the Meng family? That imperial edict was originally issued for Jiang Yao, who died after which Lady Zhou claimed it for herself and kept it hidden until Meng Cho cleverly coerced her to surrender it. In Meng Huaihan's narrative, it was portrayed as suffering an immense wrong. Meng Huai's determination didn't waver. Meng Huaihan rolled her eyes, changing tactics, saying, Brother, do you know Lin's sister also accompanied Madame Lin to visit us today? Seeing her brother was caught off guard, Meng Huaihan's heart leapt with joy, I know you like Lin's sister, and she has feelings for you too. But Lin Lady's close friend is Jiang Yao. Today, mother sounded out the situation for you, but Lin Lady's hints all suggest she favors Meng Cho as a son-in-law. Tomorrow, there might be rumors of a pre-birth engagement. What will you do then? And what about Lin's sister? Would you bear watching her marry Meng Cho, seeing each other daily yet calling each other big brother and little sister-in-law? Each word from Meng Huaihan stabbed straight into her brother's heart. Meng Huai's face changed dramatically, stepping back 2 paces. He opened his mouth to speak, Schwanger, no, does Miss Lin really think this way? Does she feel the same for me? Yes, Meng Huaihan confirmed confidently. In reality, she disliked anyone related to Jiang Yao just like Lady Zhou, and hadn't exchanged a single word with Miss Lin, let alone knowing her inner thoughts. Meng Huai stood stiffly in place, struggling internally. When Meng Huaihan walked past him, he weakly raised his right hand to stop her. Brother? Meng Huai paused for a moment, raising his hand to shield his eyes from the blinding noon sunlight. Slowly closing his eyes, he allowed his younger sister to proceed and ruin their younger brother. He remembered moving to the capital city with Lady Zhou when he was only 3 years old. At that time, the head lady of the Meng family was still Jiang Yao, and Lady Zhou would make him call Jiang Yao, lady, politely during the day, but secretly cry and scold him for being unlikable in the night. As a child, he didn't understand adult conflicts. All he knew was that Jiang Yao shared delicious candies with him, and the sunlight falling on Jiang Yao's clothing felt warmer than on Lady Zhou's. Jiang Yao even let him touch her baby bump, telling him that once the general drove away the enemies and returned victorious, she would leave, assuring him her son wouldn't take anything from the Meng family, smiling and asking if he'd still dislike his little brother. What did he answer back then? Meng Huai blinked, finding his eyes dry. He said, I'll protect my younger brother. His childish voice rang clear and firm. Chapter 8. But later, after Mrs. Zhou kept telling him that Jiang Yao is not leaving, and Meng Cho is going to compete with him for father's attention, he forgot that sentence at some unknown point. He watched as his sister bullied Meng Cho day by day, their father ignoring it, and their mother indulging her. He learned to turn a blind eye. This family suffocated him so much that he eventually proposed the idea of serving as an official elsewhere. He was now like everyone else. Chu Huayin lingered at the banquet for a while. The female lead on the stage sang monotonously, and he excused himself to stroll in the garden, but his feet led him toward Meng Chao's residence. While walking, he asked, Ji Yang, do you know where he lives? Ji Yang silently followed Chu Huayin's fast and urgent steps, thinking to himself that this question didn't seem genuine at all, but he still played along. I don't know, sir, but if we walk around casually, we should be able to find it. After passing by a lake, they came across a shabby little courtyard hidden under the tree shade, infested with mosquitoes, unsuitable for habitation any time of year. Chu Huayin furrowed his brows. He knew that Meng Cho was treated poorly in the Meng household, but he hadn't realized it was this bad. Two ill-tempered guards blocked their way, shouting coarsely, "Second young master is unwell. Madam has ordered no one to disturb him." Ji Yang was just about to retort that they must not have eyes. How could anyone prevent the Prince of Hui from doing anything? Chu Huayin waved his hand. "I see, then His Highness shall not disturb him." The guard's eyes widened like large bells. "It's the king, Your Highness. Let's take a look elsewhere." Chu Huayin pretended to walk away for a bit, and when no one was looking, he leaped onto the wall with ease. "Wait for me outside." Meng Chao's arm had become sore from holding it up for too long. He massaged his wrist, put down his brush, and prepared to burn the practice paper with differing strokes. Suddenly, a sound of someone landing came from outside. The shoe soles crunched against the floor filled with dry leaves. Meng Cho paused his hand abruptly, quickly grabbing a piece of xian paper nearby to cover the work underneath, pressing it to the bottom. Before he could react further, the person had already approached the door. Meng Cho. Chu Huayin seemed to know nothing about politeness, greeting casually before barging in. Meng Cho stood there calmly as if meeting an old friend on the street. "Are you sick?" "No. Practicing calligraphy." Chu Huayin poked into matters unnecessarily, even revealing an eagerness to engage in some exchange. Calligraphy nurtures the mind. Even His Majesty enjoys. Meng Cho subtly folded the exposed ink marks inward. "Not interested, it costs money." Chu Huayin choked, shifting his gaze to the food box beside him, frowning. "You haven't eaten yet?" The person who brought lunch earlier looked suspicious, so Meng Cho left a bit of each dish near a rat hole, waking up every night listening to them gnawing on wood. Today, it was time to test the poison. Speaking of which, the big rat had eaten for an hour already. Meng Cho glanced sideways toward the hole and exchanged glances with the rat. It emerged lively, completely disregarding the two humans in the room. "Not hungry." Meng Cho replied listlessly, clutching his rumbling stomach, feeling very insincere inside. Seeing this, Chu Huayin immediately grabbed a pen from the table and used it as a weapon, aiming straight for the rat. One shot hit true, piercing its chest. The rat struggled a couple times and then died. For some reason, Chu Huayin simply couldn't stand seeing Meng Chao's empty stomach. The dishes looked decent. "I'm actually quite hungry myself. If you don't mind. Meals taste better when someone else eats first." That's how children are often persuaded. To spark Meng Chao's appetite, Chu Huayin swallowed his full feeling, opened the food box, only finding one pair of chopsticks. The dishes were cold, so he picked them up and chose a piece of cool cake. Hunger had made him so desperate that Chu Huayin dared to compete with him for food. But, the person in front wasn't just the Prince of Hui, he was also a creditor. A wave of crisis washed over him as his stomach roared in protest, almost forgetting about the handwriting matter. With bulging eyes, he stared intently at Chu Huayin's movements, helplessly watching him open the food box casually, grab the only set of chopsticks casually, and... Suddenly a piece of cake was offered right in front of his mouth. The bony joints of the hand holding the dusty bamboo chopsticks glistened like jade, more enticing than the crystalline cool cake. Meng Cho didn't realize the efforts behind Chu Huayin's gesture, being extremely famished slowed down his brain's operations. His first thought was that Chu Huayin was just making a polite gesture to the host, missing out on this bite meant no chance for another. Meng Cho squinted his eyes. It was really delicious, but too little. The novelty of feeding an unfamiliar young stray cat occupied Chu Huayin's mind. Since the first time he met Meng Cho, he had especially wanted to tease him, unable to resist wanting to see more expressions on this little cat's face. In the capital, there were many rich sons who enjoyed keeping pets, luring cats and teasing dogs, raising crickets or fighting roosters, but Chu Huayin had always looked down on such hobbies. However, what was this pleasant feeling now? He really wanted to keep this person close by, teasing and petting him for no reason at all. Those 7,000 taels. It would be better if Meng Cho couldn't repay them. Otherwise, he would have plenty of ways to make sure that debt kept growing. He fed bite after bite, relaxing as his eyes curved up pleasantly. Look, the little cat with no appetite acted so obediently when he fed him. Without realizing it, Meng Cho had already sat down on the chair. He touched his little belly, faintly lifting his eyelids to flicker a glance at Chu Huayin. Leaning against the table, the latter stealthily shoved a quarter piece of osmanthus cake into his mouth just as Meng Cho looked over. Weren't they too familiar by now? After being full, Meng Cho started pondering this serious question. Chu Huayin casually put down the plate, about to say something, when suddenly there came a series of footsteps from outside, at least 3 people. Meng Cho raised his alert head and locked eyes with Chu Huayin, only to notice a speck of crumbs still lingering around his lips, which somewhat ruined the noble and martial image of the Prince of Hui. There was a trace of amusement in his gaze, and before the unexpected visitor entered, he raised his hand to help Chu Huayin wipe it off. Meng Huaihan burst in rudely, seeing exactly this scene. Brat, the word got stuck in her throat, like a duck whose neck had been pinched, as Meng Huaihan spotted her beloved here, hastily suppressing her vicious words yet changing her tone completely. Your Highness, your humble servant pays respects to His Royal Highness. Her body exuded feminine perfume, aggressively suffocating. Chu Huayin took a step back, his brows furrowing in displeasure. Everyone in the Meng household, it seemed, could trample on Meng Chao's head. This awareness made a hint of ferocity flash through his eyes. Meng Huaihan flustered, not daring to meet his gaze. I just heard that my brother was sick, so I came specifically to take a look. Now that my brother is fine, I shall not disturb your highness discussing state affairs with him. It was the first time Meng Huaihan had shown weakness before Meng Chou. She called him brother with endearing reliance, causing Meng Chou to roll his eyes silently and coldly remain silent. She needed to save face before the Prince of Huai, but he certainly didn't need to. Meng Huaihan left in frustration, although one of her maids went missing when she departed. Suddenly, Chu Huayin patted the little cat's head, muttering to himself, let's wait a bit longer. No later than 3 months. Meng Chou lightly dodged a little, not understanding what Chu Huayin meant, waiting in vain for more. A sense of curiosity mixed with some anticipation crept in, as during their few encounters, the Prince of Huai's promises had never failed to materialize. What would happen in 3 months? Could it be ascension to the throne? Meng Chou gulped, shocked at his own speculation. Did this mean he should latch on to power right now, without hesitation? For a moment, even his gaze toward Chu Huayin became tender. Chu Huayin immediately felt the change in Meng Chao's attitude, his heart warmed as he suddenly felt how stifling the weather was. Before he could fully process it, a servant of the Meng household reported that a child had come to the rear gate of the Meng estate, explicitly asking to see the Prince of Huai. A child? What village, what tree? Chu Huayin recalled the mysterious person he'd never met. He had investigated that gambling den, the source of weapons indeed wasn't legitimate. Moreover, judging by its design, these were part of a large batch of manufactured weapons. Military authority was Chu Huayin's trump card. Someone training private armies and manufacturing illicit weapons directly challenged his bottom line. He couldn't indulge in slow games with these people in the capital anymore. His expression darkened, and he said to Meng Chou, I'll be back soon. As soon as Meng Huaihan stepped out of Meng Chao's small courtyard, the modesty vanished from her face, a tinge of madness gradually seeping into her eyes. Meng Chou was akin to wild grass in the Meng family. Even if someone set fire to him, no one would bother to claim his corpse. Meng Huaihan considered herself extremely generous for devising this elaborate plan for him just because they shared the same surname. Meng Chou, as Chief Justice of the Dali Temple, wasn't stupid enough to poison him directly through food. Instead, she used a combination of 2 drugs, one added to the food, colorless and odorless, making it undetectable even by royal physicians. The other mixed in the perfume she wore. Only heaven and earth knew of this, and since Meng Huaihan wouldn't mention it, taking a bath could destroy the evidence, leaving anyone clueless. She sent the maid to hide outside while she herself went inside to provoke Meng Chou. After she left, once the drug kicked in, the maid could then push open the door. By that point, Meng Chou would have already lost his sanity. The strength of the drug was such that even a mature adult maid. Meng Huaihan's steps grew faster and faster. Her heart pounded like a drum. The biggest variable in her plan was the Prince of Huai. It was heaven's will that Prince Huai appeared in Meng Chao's room and ate the pastries from that food box. Meng Huaihan's eyes narrowed, so she wouldn't blame her for achieving 2 goals at once. Go find Prince Huai in Meng Chao's room and tell him someone is waiting for him at the back gate with urgent news. The Prince of Huai was noble and imposing. The mere sight of him from afar would make their heads tingle in fear, let alone dare to utter lies. If Prince Huai asks who this person is, just say it's a strange child who insists on seeing him. Meng Huaihan was lucky, she had stumbled upon the secret between Prince Huai and Meng Chou. Meng Huaihan wasn't entirely confident, but she'd heard that even when village women shouted grievances in public, Chu Huayin would still lower himself to ask the reason, perhaps this time he might come as well. Near the rear gate, there was a guardhouse where the courtyard security rested on duty. Meng Huaihan boldly pushed open the door, ordering them out. There are many distinguished guests in the front courtyard, you should go guard there. Father will arrange people from somewhere else to be here. The guards didn't suspect anything and left in a group. After clearing the place, Meng Huaihan held her breath, calculating the time it would take for the servant to go back and forth. Soon enough, outside came Prince Huai's voice, she had been haunted by it ever since hearing it once. She took the remaining powder from her waistband and quickly swallowed it. Chapter 9. Chu Huayin was eager to find out who this Chunshu person was. This individual gave him a sense of familiarity that he couldn't quite place. However, as soon as he used his lightness skill, his heart raced and an unfamiliar heat surged up from the soles of his feet, burning particularly intensely in a certain area. Chu Huayin immediately realized that he had been affected, but years of martial arts practice and superior willpower allowed him to keep it under control as long as he didn't exert energy. The balance was broken when he heard a cry for help and broke through the door to find Meng Baihan lying on the ground. The nauseating incense scent came again, and Chu Huayin's breathing instantly became heavy. Meng Baihan was unconscious, seeing Prince Huai like a lifeline and leaning onto him. With the strong aroma flooding into his nose, Chu Huayin would have already died in a battlefield if he didn't realize something was wrong. He kicked away the dazed Meng Baihan with a foot, his forehead veins bulging while his eyes regained clarity. He wondered if Meng Baihan was foolish or smart. If it were someone else, like the second prince, they might have spent the night with her and gained a beautiful wife along with the full support of the powerful left chancellor. Perhaps there were people in this world who could subdue Chu Huayin, but it would never be Meng Baihan. Unconvinced that Chu Huayin could stay so close without losing consciousness, Meng Baihan took a deep breath and used her soft chest to rub against him. Chu Huayin didn't even let her touch a corner of his clothes. He swiftly stepped aside and kicked the door shut, causing Meng Baihan to collide with the door and fall down as the drug started taking effect. She leaned against the door and emitted sticky moans. Ji Yang appeared promptly. "Master, do we need to call the doctor?" "I'll go find Meng Cho and ask Dr. Wang to come there." Chu Huayin's face darkened, knowing Meng Cho had consumed much more than he did and was likely worse off. A sneaky-looking man peeked around at the back door upon hearing the woman's panting cries, revealing curiosity and vulgarity. "Master, what about?" Ji Yang indicated Chu Huayin looked behind the door. "Leave it." "Yes." Ji Yang lowered his head, understanding that his master was now thoroughly enraged. In the past, their lord governed his subordinates severely, especially intolerant of soldiers gathering to solicit prostitutes or being disrespectful to virtuous women. Military orders were as serious as mountains. Those who violated them faced 50 lashes at best and decapitation at worst. Meng Cho sat awkwardly in the chair, his cheeks flushed red, and his breathing coarse. Someone knocked on the door outside. "Young master, the master sent me to give you longevity peaches." Meng Chao's pseudo-voice skill was extraordinary, making him highly sensitive to tones. The sound of the maid was familiar, though she definitely wasn't from the Meng household. He guessed that Meng Baihan had tricked him. Filled with regret, he dragged his weakened body to peer through the door crack. Indeed. Some time ago, he had followed Mr. Huang into a brothel and encountered this woman. Back then, he nearly got discovered and hid hastily, hearing the madam berate her for being past her prime, having not earned enough money yet catching diseases no patrons dared approach her. "Master, master, open the door." The person outside began pushing the door, finding no response inside. When Chu Huayin left, he hadn't locked the door, so Meng Cho was holding it with his body. Not long after, his entire body turned red with sweat streaming down, his hair and eyelashes moist as if wet by dew. Even if he didn't dislike women, considering the low medical level in ancient times, he mustn't touch this woman, doing so would ruin his life forever. Meng Baihan was truly vicious. Meng Cho had always refrained from using any means to retaliate against Meng Baihan. In modern terms, she was simply an underage girl. These complicated and troubling relationships within the Meng family all stemmed from Meng Fushan's promiscuity and cruelty towards children. Setting Meng Fushan as the target, was he wrong? The door was pushed, making loud thudding sounds. If not for the thin and frail woman on the other side, given Meng Chao's current state, he wouldn't be able to withstand her pushing for long. "How much benefits has Meng Baihan offered you?" "I'll double them." Meng Cho dug his fingers into the ground, almost clawing a brick apart. The woman paused momentarily, but then remembered Meng Baihan's threat and spoke more urgently, "Master, I won't harm you." Meng Cho cursed internally for her shamelessness. If he hadn't gone to the brothel and hadn't seen her before, he might have believed her. His body grew increasingly weak. Under such struggle, Meng Cho felt his vision going black. With each breath, he lost strength, let alone dealing with an adult. Meng Cho was almost unable to speak, while the woman, during her actions, tried to restrain the noise she made. Their silent confrontation went unnoticed by those outside. Gradually bending, his back losing its straightness, relying on the door less and less as the gap widened. In this contest, he was nearing defeat. In his muddled mind, he recalled Chu Huayin's words, "I'll be back soon." Would he really return? He couldn't give up, at least he had to find a way to let Chu Huayin hear him. Although Meng Cho didn't know how far Chu Huayin had gone or whether the dark guards had also left. Meng Cho finally gave up blocking the door, moving away a few inches while supporting himself on his hands. He stretched out his leg and hooked onto a vase stand. The rotten wooden frame wobbled for half a circle, crash, and the vase fell to the ground. Almost simultaneously, there was a cry of surprise, and the door was broken open. Meng Cho tightened his grip on the dagger hidden in his boot. In the next moment, he was effortlessly picked up. The person who carried him had stable arms and broad shoulders, and an alarming warmth. "Don't be afraid." Chu Huayin had returned. Dr. Wang was directly carried from his home by Ji Yang, so enraged that he puffed out his cheeks and glared. Meng Cho was laid on the bed by Chu Huayin, with a cold water cloth used to cool him down. After checking the pulse, Dr. Wang pondered and said, "This drug's nature is overpowering, it can only be alleviated, not suppressed." Touching his beard, he glanced at the Prince of Huai whose face was grave. "In my humble opinion, Prince Huai has also been. The aphrodisiac, the more vulgar the source, the more potent and insoluble, one doesn't know what kind of people Meng Baihan dealt with daily." Chu Huayin's face darkened. Ji Yang kindly suggested, "I'll go find a woman, no, two." Seeing the master's face grow even darker, he suddenly realized something and ran off with the doctor on his shoulder. The door was shut, the room silent, except for increasingly heavy breaths. Meng Chao's breathing was rapid, his almond eyes shimmering with water-like brilliance, his white skin tinged with a thin layer of rouge red. His face looked like a perfectly ripe apple, not knowing if taking a bite would taste crisp and sweet, or soft and sticky. Miss Meng exuded a different allure. Chu Huayin's gaze was firmly fixed, unable to look away. He suddenly remembered their first meeting, when Meng Chao's wedding gown was half off, red silk against snow, her disheveled black hair. At the time, he was shocked, but upon reflection, Meng Chao's features and voice were all imprinted on his heart. Fate is strange, as if returning to that moment, but this time Chu Huayin wouldn't just be stunned. His Adam's apple moved, blood surged to his face, barely suppressing his impulse. Just then, Meng Chou couldn't help it, and a moan escaped. It wasn't a pretense from the Wang family, but his real voice which was more naturally innocent and enticing. When he could still hold back, now he couldn't. Should I find you a woman? Chu Huayin's voice was deep and hoarse, terrifying. Saying it with his mouth, his body had no intention of leaving the bed. Perhaps the sense of security from being picked up by Chu Huayin during the crucial moment still lingered, making Meng Chou feel that his head must have been hit by the door, thus softly humming, "Find what? Can't you do it? Don't get me a woman. The war god in the dreams of countless girls in the capital city, worth it, not a loss." "You, what did you say?" Chu Huayin feared he might have heard wrong, confirming it word by word. The force encircling Meng Chou suddenly tightened, causing him to muffle a groan, then released him. Looking at the red marks left behind, his eye sockets turned red. Meng Chou was startled by his sudden rise in volume, becoming alert. Then, the arm around him tightened, rough like a barbarian without knowing gentleness. He tried weakly to shift the blame. "You fed me. Prince Huai really got an unfair deal." Chu Huayin thought about feeding Meng Chou bite by bite earlier, his breath immediately paused. "You will not regret this." "Regret? No chance." Meng Chou had never dated anyone in both lifetimes. He didn't know whether it was the drug or the stimulation from Prince Huai, he was somewhat excited. Rolling once over Chu Huayin, he flipped him underneath. Eyes bright and sharp, he stared at Chu Huayin without letting go. "I will make you comfortable." Chu Huayin let Meng Chou untie his sash. His dark eyes were locked onto his face, waiting until he was almost done, and then grabbing both of Meng Chou's claw-like hands. Nails sharp, quite unsuitable for anything above. The court of justice had been too busy lately, Meng Chou hadn't had time to take care of his nails. With one movement, Chu Huayin instantly reversed their positions. "Let me handle it." Reasonable, impossible to refute. The other's body pressed forcefully, making Meng Chou stiffen momentarily before regaining composure. "Wait. Let's try some other." Prince Huai truly was, remarkably talented. "Isn't it too late to talk about this now?" "Hm." The last sound disappeared as their lips and tongues met. Little Miss Meng was ruthlessly suppressed, repeatedly rubbed, able only to angrily use her claws for other purposes. Ji Yan waved a hand signaling the shadow guard surrounding Meng Chou's courtyard to move further away. He grabbed a handful of sunflower seeds and squatted on another tree to keep watch, feeling somewhat proud like a mother, yet a little sad. Living together in the military camp, yet you were the first to taste the forbidden fruit. Chapter 10. On the day of Meng Pujuan's birthday, an embarrassing family scandal unfolded under everyone's watchful eyes at the Meng residence. The back garden of the Meng family was widely acknowledged as the epitome of elegance and sophistication in the capital city. It was uniquely designed by Meng Pujuan himself, a place to absorb the essence of nature that could rival 10 years of diligent study. But who knows how much of it was flattery from sycophants. As two young ladies strolled leisurely through the garden, they accidentally got separated from the group and lost their way, eventually wandering near the rear gate. Just then, they witnessed something shocking and screamed, which immediately drew a crowd. When Lady Zhou arrived on the scene, Meng Haihan was completely out of her senses, clinging tightly to a man who could not disentangle her from him. The man had already realized the gravity of the situation, his passion had fizzled out but Meng Haihan was still clinging to him. The house servants dared not approach her due to her disheveled attire. Lady Zhou was so enraged that her eyes nearly bulged out. With all her strength, she finally managed to pull Meng Haihan away, striking her hard across the face. The force was so great that it sent her golden hairpin clattering to the ground, pearls scattering everywhere. Meng Haihan fainted on the spot. Shaking with fury, Lady Zhou's usual noble demeanor vanished. "Where are the guards stationed at the rear gate? What good are you to the Meng family if someone like this can enter and harass my daughter?" The astute observers present clearly saw that Meng Haihan appeared to have been the initiator. However, since Lady Zhou framed it this way, everyone else could only give condemning glances toward the sweating guards, hiding their inner amusement. It was the Miss. Miss said there would be many important guests in the front yard, so she ordered us to guard there. She said Lord Meng would send others here. One of the guards, brimming with youthful pride, couldn't help but protest loudly. One guest couldn't resist making a mocking sound. Lady Zhou's face turned livid as she shot a venomous glare at that guard. Meng Pujuan arrived late, and upon witnessing the commotion, he too felt immense embarrassment. First, he thought of his own reputation. Gazing kindly at the man involved with Meng Haihan, he asked gently, "What is your name, where do you reside, are your parents alive, and what is your position?" Since it has come to this, madam, prepare for Haihan's marriage. The man seemed utterly unprepared for such an outcome. Trembling, he replied to Meng Pujuan, my humble name is Wang Dafu, I'm originally from outside the capital, both my parents are alive, and I work as a thug at the Qianhong Tower. At the mention of Qianhong Tower, Meng Pujuan's composure crumbled instantly, ridiculous nonsense. Everyone knew that Qianhong Tower was a notorious pleasure establishment in the capital. It turned out this person was actually a thug hired by Meng Haihan to deliver a maid. Upon hearing about the birthday celebration of Left Chancellor today attended by over half the nobility of the court, curiosity got the better of him, and he lingered after delivering his errand, inadvertently encountering an overly passionate Meng Haihan. Self-inflicted misfortune, indeed without escape. A fresh scandal broke out in the capital after the previous escape of Right Chancellor's daughter-in-law. The Left Chancellor's daughter cavorting openly in her home on the day of his celebration with a brothel worker, getting caught red-handed, and now slated to be married off soon. Some people sighed worriedly about the misfortunes plaguing the prime ministers of Dawei one after another. And the Right Chancellor, rumor had it, wasn't his son rumored to have run off with someone? With everyone's attention focused on Meng Haihan, Meng Zhao, being practically invisible within the Meng estate, felt no particular sense of presence. As long as Meng Haihan didn't bother him, everything remained peaceful in his little courtyard. Meng Zhao's bed, to put it plainly, wasn't particularly stable. From high noon until sunset, its shaky state threatened to tip Chu Huaoyan and him into a bundle of tangled sheets, almost carrying them straight back to the Huai. The racket even made Ji Yang, 10 meters away, jittery, prompting him to purchase 2 additional bed boards as preparation. Thoughtful indeed, and always prepared. Young cat Meng slept soundly, his lashes like fine brushes dipped in dew, black and lush, wet patches yet undried. Almost scratched raw by Meng Zhao's fervor during the night, the first thing Chu Huaoyan did when he woke was to smooth down the sharp claws of this little wildcat. Unprecedented in his experience, Chu struggled somewhat clumsily as he trimmed nails, though fortunately, the little cat lay still, compliant enough that it almost tested his self-control. Awakening, feeling sore all over, recalling the searing pain from the penetration and Chu's ineptitude, Meng Zhao muttered to himself, pale-faced, there must be no women in the military camp, right? Regret, absolute regret. What did you say? Chu Huaoyan, holding his hand, blew away some nail powder. Huai King truly commands a strict army. Chu Huaoyan. Nothing. The male dignity of Huai King still needed some maintenance, so Meng Zhao retracted his hand. By chance, spotting the intersecting scratch marks on Chu Huaoyan's neck, Meng Zhao suddenly felt a wave of dizziness. Alright, it looked like neither of them came out clean. Both sides equally battered. Meng Zhao stared expressionlessly at Chu Huaoyan, trying his best to convey the idea of each returns to their own home, each finds their own mother. Since their mothers weren't around, they might as well look for their respective fathers then. When Chu Huayin caught Meng Pujuan's focused gaze, a flicker of understanding passed through him, and he began, mutual convenience. Fearing that Chu Huayin might get the wrong idea, Meng Pujuan quickly added, Your Highness of Huai can rest assured. I will not entertain any inappropriate thoughts towards you because of this. His words had become formal. What a mutual convenience. Chu Huayin felt exasperated. Is what I said incorrect? Meng Pujuan asked, observing Chu Huayin's odd reaction. He was crystal clear about this from the beginning. Chu Huayin was ambitious, in the future, he would ascend to power, have numerous heirs, ensuring the continuity of the nation's legacy. There was no way this involved him. Chu Huayin took a deep breath. This little cat licked its lips clean after eating and wasn't entertaining at all. The conversation ended too abruptly. Feeling restless, Chu Huayin paced back and forth in the room. This wasn't how things should unfold, but considering Meng Pujuan's attitude, it seemed like the only plausible possibility, and it was entirely logical. Chu Huayin couldn't bring himself to do something forceful, but he deeply felt that he shouldn't be led by Meng Pujuan. He wanted to say something more, but Meng Pujuan had already curled up like a glutinous rice ball, eyes closed in meditation, clearly indicating he didn't want to talk anymore. His sleeve inadvertently brushed against the neatly stacked pile of paper on the table. The strong breeze caused the Xian paper to fly up like leaves swept away by autumn wind. Reacting instinctively, Chu Huayin grabbed one with writing on it. 2 kinds of handwriting. One was very familiar. Upon hearing the rustling sound, Meng Pujuan realized something was amiss and quickly sat up, only to bounce back onto the bed because he was wrapped too tightly. He saw Chu Huayin move his gaze from the paper and look straight at him, revealing a complex expression tinged with barely concealed anger. Did you go to the casino? The casino was full of blades, their cold glint terrifying. Chu Huayin had personally inspected it before. Whenever he thought of Meng Pujuan defying authority again, putting himself in danger amid swords and spears, he wondered, why wasn't this little cat obedient? Yes. Are you investigating Jiang Xian's matter? Do you suspect someone is secretly instigating? Meng Pujuan nodded. The weapons case just came along. It's something I alone can't handle, so I handed it over to Your Highness of Huai. I believe you'll make good use of it. Chu Huayin's eyes darkened. What do you mean? Already struggling out from under the covers, Meng Pujuan asked, would Your Highness take me in? This take in absolutely wasn't referring to anything scandalous. After some thought, Chu Huayin asked, why? To meet a wise ruler, to become a high-ranking general. Meng Pujuan stood tall, boasting grandly. Folding the paper twice, Chu Huayin casually slipped it into his sleeve and asked, why specifically me? Sitting next to Meng Pujuan, he knew many in the court supported the second prince, most of them being civil officials, and Meng Pujuan belonged to this group as well. Leaning closer, he listened carefully with a smile on his face, hoping Meng Pujuan would utter pleasing words akin to, our relationship is special. After gathering his thoughts, Meng Pujuan sincerely said, to the east of Yangbo River, everything lies in ruins awaiting revival, to the west, there's luxury and decadence. The sons of the capital dwell in comfort, unaware of the hardships faced by the common folk. People endure much suffering, and your care for their lives makes you a blessing for the way and also my goal. You seem to genuinely care about the people. Although Meng Pujuan had praised him greatly, Chu Huayin wasn't particularly happy as he had pondered these same thoughts several times since returning to the capital, making Meng Pujuan the first person to articulate his inner sentiments. However, Chu Huayin furrowed his brows slightly. He had an almost unsettling intuition that Meng Pujuan's great justice was precisely what he did not desire. Yet, he could not fault Meng Pujuan for this, as this was a requirement from every wise emperor to all ministers. Then, what exactly did he want from Meng Pujuan? Unable to untangle these complicated feelings temporarily, Chu Huayin decided not to dwell on them further. Every word from Meng Pujuan hinted at wanting to gloss over last night's events and seek a new equilibrium between them. Such painstaking attempts at changing the subject were granted, then let it be. Chu Huayin raised his eyebrows and reassessed Meng Pujuan. There were two distinctly different expectations. On one hand, he was just a playful kitten to tease, while on the other, a trusted confidant to build a glorious era together. Though Meng Pujuan showed some cleverness, there was more to consider. Chu Huayin pushed aside his licentious thoughts and became serious. He never gave his back lightly to anyone else. Loyalty and capability were equally indispensable for those he favored. Meng Pujuan noticed Chu Huayin's doubts but remained calm. Not clouded by temporary beauty or losing rationality regarding official duties, it was precisely such a Huaiwang who better embodied the responsibilities and burdens of leadership. Touching his own cheek gently, he reflected that he might passably count as beautiful allure. Calmly leaning forward, Meng Pujuan seriously declared, I will prove my ability. No unnecessary risks, otherwise, it will be invalid. Unaware of how Meng Pujuan planned to demonstrate his capabilities, Chu Huayin still gave a parting cautionary note. Meng Pujuan nodded. Chu Huayin stared at him for a while, increasingly feeling that Meng Pujuan's assurance lacked any persuasiveness. After a long pause, he helplessly ruffled his head, rest now. No one will disturb you today. Master. Ji Yang immediately followed once Chu Huayin stepped out, with an exuberant face that was just short of offering red-boiled eggs in celebration. You keep this up and you'll be practicing in Liang Mountain tomorrow. Chu Huayin suddenly interjected coldly. Ji Yang continued to shoot curious glances, which Chu Huayin met with icy stares. From now on. Ji Yang hurriedly put on a serious face. Wasn't it time they became family? Who were the hidden guards accompanying Meng Pujuan earlier? Ingjiu. Have him keep a closer eye, make sure Meng Pujuan doesn't take risks. Upon hearing Meng Pujuan's phrase, to prove my ability, Chu Huayin felt uneasy. This little thing had really diverted the topic so cleverly, making Chu Huayin feel somewhat reluctant upon reflection. Chapter 11. After Chu Huayin left, Meng Yu's face crumbled. He winced and fell back onto the bed, secretly plotting something big in his mind. The past couple of days had been fruitful for him in terms of investigation, as he had nearly locked down his target. Meng Huaihan had lost more than she gained from her schemes. At this point, Meng Yu would not feel pity for her. The memory of Meng Huaihan's crazed, twisted face merged with the cold-blooded smirk he had seen in the eyes of the yellow-clothed girl by the riverbank when he first arrived, leaving a chill in Meng Yu's heart. A 14 or 15-year-old girl could be so malicious. He had overestimated Meng Huaihan's humanity, almost plunging himself into an irreversible abyss. The wet nurse had first been blocked by the people of Lady Zhou, then by Chu Huayin's men. Seeing that Meng Yu was now lying alone in the quilt, she worried greatly. Young master, are you all right? Meng Yu had no time to worry about himself either. He was concerned about what might happen next to Meng Huaihan. Nothing. Is Meng Huaihan awake? She woke up early. She has been making a huge commotion at the Zhou residence, everyone in the mansion can hear her. Meng Yu shifted his body slightly, feeling that it was manageable. Although Chu Huayin's skills were yet to be perfected, the medicine was decent enough. Where are you going, young master? To check on Meng Huaihan. I'm afraid she will create another mess. Meng Yu felt that he should hire a servant with some martial arts skills soon. Otherwise, it was truly pitiful to do everything himself. He then lamented the price levels in the capital but quickly dismissed the idea. In Zhou's house, all the porcelain and furniture had been scattered on the floor. After receiving 2 hard slaps, Meng Huaihan finally became quiet, silently covering her face without saying a word. Lady Zhou cursed furiously, what madness are you creating now? You have disgraced both the inside and outside of the Meng family. I told you countless times not to covet Prince Huai. You messed with politics which you don't understand, and now, Meng Huaihan, haven't you thought about your mother or your brother? Your brother is about to get married. Who would dare to step into our family's threshold now? Mother. How can you only think about my brother when I'm about to marry a guard of a brothel? Meng Huaihan trembled, her lips quivering with hatred as she grabbed Zhou's sleeve, veins bulging on her hand. It's all because of Meng Yu. If it weren't for that bastard, I wouldn't have ended up like this. You should have killed him at birth. Look at what you've done letting him live to harm your own daughter. By now, Meng Huaihan had lost all logic, and tragically, Zhou still agreed with her. Yes. In Guang'an Temple, Jiang Yao actually survived despite all the measures we took against her. We even reassigned the midwife and sent attendants to provoke her, but she was incredibly tough. Well, if she had died too quickly, who would have suffered the pain and humiliation she endured? If you hadn't gone after him yourself, none of this would have happened to begin with. Mother, it's all for brother. Those noblewomen keep asking me about Meng Yu whenever you're absent, praising him as worthy, a perfect blend of the bloodlines of Prime Minister Meng and the Jiang clan. Brother has been away from the capital these years, and they've mistakenly taken the young master of the Meng family to be Meng Yu. Zhou's eyelids twitched, her sore spot exposed by Meng Huaihan. Zhou despised Meng Yu above all else, as she had married Meng Fushan first, giving birth to the eldest son. But none of that mattered compared to the emperor's personal arrangement for Jiang Yao and Meng Fushan's marriage. These proud matrons in the capital, who outwardly called her Madame Meng, laughed behind her back, calling her abandoned by her husband. They would only acknowledge her once Jiang Yao was gone. Stop yelling. There will be a way once your grandfather arrives. Meng Yu hadn't expected to only linger by the door for a short while before hearing Lady Zhou reveal the truth from years ago. That tactless servant had deliberately tried to ensure Jiang Yao's death along with her unborn child. Claws of rage scratched deep grooves into a smooth pillar after Meng Yu unconsciously attempted to relieve his pent-up fury following the news of the past events. A bee hovered around him annoyingly, prompting him to shoo it away without realizing how much noise he had made. Who's there? Perhaps due to a guilty conscience, Lady Zhou remained alert to everything around her. Little Xia, go take a look. Mimicking the mew of a cat twice, Meng Yu quietly slipped away. Currently preoccupied herself, Meng Huaihan wouldn't have the chance to cause more trouble until other Zhou family elders arrived. Meng Yu stood deep in thought. Once, while trailing Mr. Huang, he overheard him drinking with a traveler at a brothel, their voices faintly resembling Brother Zhou. Could this relate to the Zhou family moving to the capital? This threat aside, the more pressing matter was the batch of weapons he had discovered, which seemed linked to the Lu family. The Lu family was a newly rising military household in charge of defending Kyoto and overseeing 4 city gates. Passing by the Lu estate's training grounds, Meng Yu had glimpsed rows of weapons standing ready amidst an expansive drill area. The estate's patriarch, Lu De, enjoyed great favor with the emperor and thus the training ground matched the scale of Jiang family estates. As a training ground, after being approved by the Ministry of War, it could customize weapons and comprehensively cultivate generals. On the surface, this seemed perfectly reasonable. But Meng Yu's keen eyes noticed that their weapons looked exactly like those from the gambling den. Every mine was unique, and the subtle differences in rare metals or other elements mixed in iron ore would be faithfully reflected in the final quality of the weapons. The ancients did not have the means for high-purity refining, so the finished products differed in color, luster, and hardness. Ordinary people wouldn't pay attention to these details, but recently Meng Yu had become more interested in weapons, always knocking on anything he saw to make comparisons. Decades ago, General Jiang died in battle, and Lu De took over as the general. Unfortunately, his military talent wasn't outstanding. At first, things were fine, but as time dragged on, there were repeated defeats. Finally, Chu Huayin was sent to the battlefield, and Lu De sheepishly submitted his resignation letter. But for unknown reasons, Emperor Tianyuan showed him special favor and transferred him back to the capital, cultivating his influence heavily. If the Lu family harbored any secrets, then the imperial troops under his command would be Chu Huayin's biggest worry. According to rumors, Lu De was suffering from a serious illness and probably didn't have much time left. Emperor Tianyuan expressed his concern and, intending to pass his position to Lu De's eldest son. Before Meng Yu could think of a good plan, Lu De passed away early this morning, with white silk hung inside and outside the Lu residence. Condolence officials came one after another. Meng Yu naturally followed suit. Lu De's eldest son was named Lu Hongbao. He was fat, with a seemingly simple appearance, but he tried his best to handle the funeral arrangements, his eyes red and swollen, earning praise from everyone as a filial son. That was only on the surface. The people of the capital all knew that the Lu family, favored by Emperor Tianyuan, privately acted arrogantly and unreasonably. Many innocent lives had been lost at the hands of the Lu family's training ground. Meng Yu overheard Lu Hongbao quietly instructing the steward, sort out all of master's things, tomorrow, burn a batch. It was the custom in the Wei dynasty that on the 7th day after death, the deceased person's items should be burned to comfort their soul, while also clearing up the household to remove misfortune. On the 3rd day, usually only paper houses, coins, gold ingots, and new clothes would be burned. Lu Hongbao was so eager to burn old items, was there a special reason? Disturbing someone else's funeral without cause was something that damaged moral virtue. Unless Meng Yu was certain there was something suspicious, he would not interfere lightly. After making inquiries, Meng Yu first ruled out the possibility of infectious diseases. On the second morning, the wind blew fiercely. He waited downwind of the Lu residence and, sure enough, some ash that hadn't fully burned rose with the wind and floated toward him. He heard Lu Zhong yelling at the servant, "With such a strong wind, why don't you burn them indoors? It's everywhere now, choking me so badly, cough cough." Looking far ahead, Meng Yu precisely caught sight of a small piece of white paper. His feet followed his eyes, running after the shard of paper. Then, he saw it land on a magnificent sedan chair. It turned out to be in front of Shixiang Tower. The sedan chair owner looked to be of noble rank. Meng Yu dared not climb it, otherwise, it would be tantamount to openly disrespecting them. Some people are extremely particular about these customs. He looked up at the sky, then at the ground, waiting idly for the wind to blow it down. The inviting aroma of food from Shixiang Tower filled every nook and cranny. Meng Yu felt like he couldn't stand straight anymore due to hunger. Hunger came unexpectedly, instantly draining all his strength. Two ragged beggars walked past the door, taking a deep breath, looking blissful, hesitating to leave, yet daring not stay longer. Passing by Meng Yu, one said to him, "Young sir, are you new here? You can't stay here. The waiters will come out to chase you." Lowering his voice so only they could hear, "Last time, one of our brothers fainted here, right where you're standing, and was crushed by a guest's carriage. The scene, his intestines came out." Meng Yu glanced down. In his pursuit earlier, he didn't watch his step closely and his robe had been ripped by an exposed tree branch. Had he fallen to the point where he aroused pity from beggars? Meng Yu pressed his hand on his stomach. Lately, he didn't know why he was always so hungry, especially after standing for too long today. He was about to faint from hunger. To avoid what the beggar warned about, Meng Yu decided to eat something first. Shixiang Tower was certainly unaffordable for him, so he shifted his gaze to the steamed bun shop across the street. Perhaps coinciding with the fish steaming in the kitchen behind the tavern, a fresh, rich aroma suddenly wafted over. Meng Yu could almost imagine the milky white, smooth fish meat edges covered in golden sauce, topped with delicate green chives. Fish was what Meng Yu wanted. Suddenly, bun seemed tasteless. Just as Meng Yu was thinking about leaving quickly, lest he spend all the money lent by Prince Huai on large fish and meat dishes, Ji Yang suddenly appeared before him. "Prince Huai invites the young sir to dine together." Meng Yu thought he must have fainted from hunger. He swallowed his saliva. "Could you repeat that?" "Prince Huai invites Lord Meng to dine together." "Is this Prince Huai's sedan chair?" Meng Yu asked. If he had known it was Chu Huayin, he wouldn't have spent so much time waiting. "Yes." Meng Yu followed Ji Yang inside, and as he passed the sedan, in a daze, he collided with it, making a thud sound. The whole carriage quivered 3 times, almost tipping over. Before he fell on the ground, Meng Yu supported himself against the ground, avoiding a clumsy fall. "Lord Meng." Ji Yang quickly reached out to help him, wondering if he had lost his senses due to hunger. "Forgive me for causing such an embarrassment, I'll wash my hands." Meng Yu spread his blackened palms and bitterly smiled. Ji Yang asked the innkeeper for a basin of water. While washing his hands, Meng Yu took the chance to glance at the paper fragment hidden between his fingers. Just now, he had deliberately crashed into the sedan and immediately concealed the note when it fell. In the future, if things don't work out, becoming a street fraud might be a good option. Lying down in front of Prince Huai's carriage would certainly yield fine feasts. The edges of the paper were scorched black, leaving only a red mark in the center, resembling a personal seal. "Zhou Han, what?" Half of the characters were burned and illegible. Meng Yu hastily glanced and stashed it in his waistband. "What took so long?" Chu Huayin asked. "Lord Meng fainted outside just now." Ji Yang quickly answered. "What happened? Should we call for a royal physician?" Chu Huayin looked at him disapprovingly, suspecting he hadn't fully recovered but still insisted on running around. Meng Yu returned his gaze weakly. "Your subject simply skipped breakfast, resulting in discomfort." Before Chu Huayin could say anything, Meng Yu asked again, "Can we start eating?" Upon receiving permission from the host, Meng Yu swiftly raised his chopsticks toward the fish dish in the center. His eyes sparkled like a starving kitten seeing a basket of fresh fish, reaching without hesitation. He loves eating fish. Chu Huayin silently noted it. The hand under the table twitched slightly, trying hard to suppress the urge to help pick out the fish bones. Why should he bother remembering this? Chapter 12. Ji Yang, are there a few snow-spotted fish in the Yulon Lake? Yes, Master liked them very much at that time, praising their elegant posture like winter plum blossoms floating on water. He ordered us to take good care of them so they could be appreciated. The Yulon Lake was a flower pond in Prince Huai's mansion with fresh water, suitable for raising the delicate snow-spotted fish. Before Master went to the battlefield, he obtained a few by chance. Now after some years, they have only multiplied to about 50 or 60, growing very slowly. They usually hide lazily under lotus leaves like hermits. I remember the Taoist who gifted one to me said its flesh was extremely delicious, unmatched in the world, and highly beneficial to eat. Yes, Ji Yang thought silently that person also said the snow-spotted fish were very precious and mainly for appreciation, but if Princess Consort Huai becomes pregnant in the future, it can be used as nourishment without wasting them. Tell Chef Lin to catch one every other day, cook it, and send it to Mengyu. Chef Lin was a renowned chef recruited by Chu Huayin, excelling in cooking freshwater seafood. There wouldn't be enough snow-spotted fish in an entire lotus pond for half a year's supply. They had been reserved for the princess consort, not to mention stealing from the little royal grandchild's mouth. Is there any problem? I've noted it down. Ji Yang suddenly looked complicatedly at Mengyu, his gaze constantly slipping, lingering over his flat abdomen. Perhaps, there's already something here. In this world, a very few men can bear children. At birth, within an hour, they will develop a red mole on the soles of their feet which then disappears quickly, leaving no traces in the following decades, making it impossible to distinguish them from normal people. It is said that the children born to such men are wiser, thus high-ranking officials include these men in their inner chambers but never grant them legitimate status. This is to prevent their children from surpassing commoners due to their noble father, almost a tacit rule. While ordinary people covet this unique ability, they suppress the status of these men, wanting everything but unwilling to pay any price. Therefore, in average families, unless the parents see money and gain, those who truly love their children don't wish this type of person to be born. If they do, they cover it up and keep it secret. But there's one step that cannot be avoided. The midwives. No one can predict what kind of child they'll give birth to, hence not inviting a midwife because of a 10,000th chance is absurd. Midwives have precise records. They exchange information among themselves, selling the information to those who need it for profit. In summary, such individuals, under the overwhelming interests of most people, end up as members of inner chambers, living in gloom despite having limited reproductive capabilities, both in probability and number of offspring. Ji Yang carefully pondered. In the capital, according to his knowledge, there are a few such cases, but Mengyu is not among them. Otherwise, given Lady Zhou's cruelty and scheming, she would have long ago sent Mengyu to curry favor. Mengyu ate heartily without worry, eyes fixed only on the plate of fish, unaware of anything else. His pale cheeks puffed out and out as he chewed. After finishing, he wiped the oil off his mouth, and patted his belly. There wasn't much touch on other dishes on the table except for that plate of fish which was thoroughly devoured. Chu Huayin watched Mengyu stuffing his stomach with a smile, several times trying to pick the fish bones for him, but forcibly restrained himself. Seeing how the master wanted nothing more than to feed Mengyu by hand, Ji Yang finally understood, there was no pregnancy involved, it was simply because Mengyu loved eating fish. From that stack of papers in the study, Ji Yang had started sensing it. Prince Huai, the invincible and wise warrior king, in Ji Yang's eyes, lost his glorious image bit by bit. What are you two talking about? Mengyu wiped his mouth, finally having the energy to pay attention to Chu Huayin and Ji Yang's eye exchanges. In my mansion, we have a chef exceptionally skilled in cooking fish. Compared to him, the fish served at Shixiang building could only be considered mediocre. Mengyu quietly swallowed. A few years ago, I happened to get some fish with exceptionally beautiful flesh. I dislike fish bones, but if you like them, I'll have the chef prepare a dish and deliver it to your residence every other day. What do you think? Ji Yang looked disdainfully at Chu Huayin. Just a few days ago, the second prince requested to try one, but master scolded him about ruining art for taste. How come when it comes to Mengyu, it's all about the fresh flavor now? Of course, he didn't dare say it aloud. Mengyu pressed his lips together, struggling to maintain composure. Yet, his perfectly round sparkling eyes betrayed his true thoughts completely. If Prince Huai endorsed it, it must be the best in the world. With dignity, he licked the sauce off his fingers and curled his lips slightly. Good. Chu Huayin also lifted the corners of his eyes, the two reaching harmony seamlessly. Only Ji Yang stared at Mengyu, numb, a sense of heartbreak and despair piercing through his numbness. Waste. An outrageous waste. Mengyu walked back in high spirits. After several days of interaction, Prince Huai had indeed been very kind to him. This alliance was worthwhile, and he had never mentioned repayment of the debt. Wealthy and powerful. Even so, Mengyu still needed to work hard to pay it back. The lingering question in his mind finally had an answer. Mengyu was sure that the black-clad person who saved him near Prince Huai's side must have either already left or was Chu Huayin's person. Given the number of covert guards around Chu Huayin and his own formidable martial arts skills, if someone were secretly lurking near Mengyu, they would certainly be discovered. And having been discovered, Chu Huayin should have informed him by now. Yet there has been no indication from Chu Huayin until today. Thus Mengyu reached a conclusion. Another doubt arose, since Chu Huayin did not know him on their first meeting, what prompted him to send people to protect him? He vaguely felt it was related to the Jiang family but could not make complete sense of it. Mengyu always entered the Meng household through the small gate. It wasn't because he demeaned himself, but rather he preferred avoiding the main gate so as not to see certain members of his family, ruining his whole day's joy. Today, however, the small gate was locked from inside, forcing Mengyu to circle around to the main entrance. As he passed by the front hall, he heard Zhou speaking with Meng Pusan about something. My father will arrive in the capital in 2 days' time. I want to clear out a courtyard to arrange for their stay, to fulfill my filial duty. Let the mistress handle the arrangements. Zhou mentioned a place that was hundreds of times better than where Meng Yu lived. Meng Yu snorted in derision and walked 2 steps when suddenly inspiration struck. Zhou's father was called Zhou Hankakai, which fit perfectly with that seal mark. Meng Yu pulled out that piece of paper, examining the scorched part, half of a word visible, Kai. In the capital, the Lu and Jiang families were both military officials, constantly at odds. Because of Jiang Yao, the Meng family had no private ties with the Lu family, but who would have guessed that Zhou's maternal home was actually closely connected with Lu De? They truly shared similar foul qualities. Zhou family started off as ordinary merchants but saw their businesses suddenly skyrocket to its current state. The turning point was. Meng Yu closed his eyes briefly, sorting through the information he had collected. It was undoubtedly 5 years ago. 5 years ago, when Prince Huai went to war, the military funds were diverted and disappeared without a trace. Around the same time, Lu De returned to the capital and regained prominence, the Zhou family grew stronger, and illicit weaponry proliferated. Could these events be related? His intuition told him, yes. Those letters must be crucial evidence. Lu De's death was ill-timed, and unless solutions were found soon, after the 7th-day memorial rites, Lu Hongbao would burn everything clean. Defenses at the Lu family's main courtyard were tightly sealed, not even a fly could enter. With his mediocre martial arts skills, unless Meng Yu somehow turned into a cat, there was no way he could infiltrate. He anxiously tugged at his hair. Was this how he'd end up breaking his promise to Chu Huayin? Worrying enough to go bald. Going bald, Meng Yu's eyes brightened. The Lu family would surely invite eminent monks to conduct Buddhist rituals, providing an opportunity for him to infiltrate disguised as one of the junior monks chanting scriptures, slipping unnoticed into the study and bedroom. Mission achieved. Even if I shave my head, I'll still look handsome as a young monk. In his past life, he had done all sorts of hairstyles while acting, leaving Meng Yu without any image burdens. Highly confident, he figured even if completely bald, he'd still pass as an elegant novice monk. Plan executed smoothly. I am destined to be an attractive shaved-head little monk. Chapter 13. Guangyan Temple was located outside the capital city, bustling with incense offerings and resounding with bell chimes. Passers-by from other regions would mostly enter to pray for a safe journey and family health. The bronze bell gifted by the founding emperor hung high in the bell tower, of the grandest specification in the Great Wei dynasty. Literati and gentlemen would come at dawn when they had time just to hear the morning bells of Guangyan Temple. With one toll of the bell, the country is at peace, the people prosperous. Meng Chou, after inquiry, learned that the Lu family, though wealthy, sought religious rites from Guangyan Temple. Upon arrival, he directly went to the Mahadara Hall, requesting an introduction to the abbot by a young novice monk, saying he wished to renounce the secular world. Guangyan Temple did not accept newcomers easily. As the most popular temple in the Great Wei dynasty, one could at least count on food and drink without worry, serene surroundings, and frequent encounters with high-ranking officials and nobles. The novice said the abbot was busy and inconvenient to meet. Meng Chou smiled, giving him 10 taels of silver covertly, prompting the novice to change his tune, offering to pass on the message. In the waiting interval, Meng Chou knelt on a prayer cushion, gazing intently at the statue of Buddha, bowing reverently, muttering, Meng Chou's circumstances have their reasons, I hope Buddha forgives my sins. The abbot, over 60 years old, possessed a benevolent demeanor with silvery white beards. He greeted Meng Chou with respect, asking, May I inquire about your lay name, sir, and why do you wish to become a monk? When Meng Chou looked up, he adopted an expression as if he had seen through the mundane world, eyes hollow and sorrowful, his tone deliberate, My name is Meng Chou. Meng Chou. The abbot reflected for a moment before responding, 18 years ago, a Ms. Jiang gave birth to a son here in Guangyan Temple. Graciously permitted by Ms. Jiang, I named the child Chou. It's me, Meng Chou, surprised that the abbot still remembered this old affair, hurried to add on, an affinity with Buddhism has been established since 18 years ago. Buddhism emphasizes cause and effect, reincarnation, now I humbly ask the abbot to welcome me again. Thus, I will find a place to belong, completing a cycle. Amitabha, Mr. Meng's spirit is clear, indicating great wisdom. However, our bodies are given by our parents, Ms. Jiang was kind-hearted and generous. If I were to assist you in conversion today, it would feel wrong regarding her legacy. My mother passed away many years ago, and my father remarried, with new offspring. At home, I am like a speck of grass, having no ties to keep me there. Lately, I've faced sudden changes, unable to find relief, sleepless nights followed by thoughts of danger. Abbot, if you do not take me in, I truly do not know where else I might go. Meng Chou's eyes brimmed with sorrow, tears gathering at the corners, presenting himself as an orphaned youth, mistreated by others. The abbot studied him for a while, seemingly moved. Calm and steady, Meng Chou's performance was seamless without a flaw, even deliberately untying his hair. Extremely sincere. Amitabha, Mr. Meng's worldly connections are not yet severed, the abbot directed his gaze toward the shade outside, the beads in his hand slowly revolving 3 times before slowly speaking. Meng Chou was momentarily baffled, so much wasted effort and all you have to say is this? I don't understand, may the abbot guide me. Meng Chou sincerely questioned, what worldly connections when I'm neither married nor engaged? The Buddha says, it cannot be told, it cannot be told. The abbot's eyes held compassion, tinged with a hint of dismissal. In that case, I have another matter to request the abbot disclose honestly. Please speak. Monks do not lie, however. Cho also means deceit. Why did the abbot choose such a name? The abbot shook his head, it cannot be told. Would you dare try another phrase? Meng Cho didn't believe the abbot could outlast him in patience. Feeling unwell recently, his knees hurt after kneeling too long, so he simply crossed his legs and sat on the prayer cushion, prepared for a lengthy discussion of Buddhism with the abbot. A nearby novice carried a tray holding a razor, indicating that before meeting him, the abbot intended to initiate him. What exactly went wrong? Because of Jiang Yao? But Jiang Yao has already passed away. Outside the Mahavira hall, Chu Huayun asked Ji Yang, do you think, by what he said, facing unexpected changes, hard to resolve, what does he mean? Ji Yang carefully observed his master's face, gloomy like a storm brewing. He shouldn't have meddled and followed his master to mourn the empress. He dodged the question, perhaps something happened which the master isn't aware of. If so, why hasn't Ingzhou reported it? Careless oversight. Ji Yang consoled him, anyway, it's definitely not because of the master. Mr. Meng isn't a maiden anymore, harboring secret love interests. There have been no adverse reactions afterward. Could it be that after some days, realizing his purity had been violated, leading to suicidal thoughts and wanting to leave home? Each sentence Ji Yang uttered made Chu Huayun's face darker. The green bricks underfoot couldn't withstand such stress, subtly cracking. Seeing his master about to erupt, Ji Yang even felt the brick he stood on becoming loose. Promptly stopping, he asked, then what should we do now? Chu Huayun's forehead veins bulged. It was the first time he met Meng Cho, who had sneaked a substitution and replaced the bride to bow in the wedding ceremony with Wang Junyang. He was so calm when meeting outsiders in the bridal chamber, and even tore off his own clothes to fake feminine moans to avoid investigation. To say that such a person as Meng Cho would become a monk due to an accident, he absolutely could not believe it. But what other explanation could there be for the current scene? Chu Huayun felt like he'd been slapped hard by Meng Cho, losing face completely. How laughable it was, he had given away the 6-year-old snow-spotted fish he kept in the garden because of his fondness for fish, all because of some unnecessary affection. And then look at this, Meng Cho changed diet and started eating vegetarian food. Vegetarian food? Chu Huayun let out a cold laugh, giving Ji Yang an order, go get 2 roasted fish over here. Ji Yang softly reminded him, we are at a temple. Wait outside the gate then. Inside the hall. Meng Chao's throat was dry after talking so much, but the abbot showed no change, instead commanding a novice to bring tea, treating the guest very politely. Meng Cho drank the tea in big gulps, deciding to take another approach. He cleared his throat and lowered his voice. Abbot, do you know that 3 days ago Luda passed away? The Lu family invited your temple's senior monks to perform religious rites, just 2 days from now. The old one has heard something about it. The living invite high monks to pray for the deceased, guiding them to rebirth in the Western Pure Land, escaping from the suffering of hell and being reborn into good families. Meng Cho continued, however, do you know that Luda's family committed countless atrocities? Anyone in the capital city opposing them, regardless of age, would be forcibly dragged to their training grounds under the guise of conscription, bullied to death. Thousands of innocent souls cry out on those grounds. Blood paints new every day, always fresher than before. Meng Cho spoke in a low voice, careful not to disturb the bodhisattva, yet each word cut to the heart, straightforwardly. Just one small training ground, resembling the Avicii hell. And today, the people who deserve to enter hell, you are reciting prayers for them to gain rebirth. Buddhism values kindness and causality most of all. Luda sowed evil causes, but there is no harvest of bad results. How can this be? Meng Cho pointed out further, among the devout men and women kneeling in front of the statues of Diamond Yama kings, many must be relatives of those wrongfully killed. Who will bear the karmic fruit they have planted? Amitabha. The abbot spun his sandalwood prayer beads. Buddhism is broad and benevolent, delivering all beings, all actions in life. They belong to yesterday, I deliver him to future kindness, balancing the causal cycle. Meng Cho immediately responded, delivering all beings, so why not deliver me too? The abbot fell silent. If not delivering me, then Meng Cho is but a layman, subject to immediate retribution in this world. The abbot looked deeply at Meng Cho, as if understanding his intent. Meng Cho faced his gaze openly. After a long while, a deep sigh emerged. The abbot picked up the razor from the tray, asking, layman, are you sure not regretting this decision? Meng Cho stroked his long hair. He wasn't unfamiliar with shaving his head clean for dramatic effects, once learned, twice familiar. Even if he really did renounce the secular world, he would still be the most handsome little monk in Great Way, the kind who can lure fox spirits during nighttime trips. Whether the fox spirits existed or not was unclear, but outside, Prince Huai was nearly bursting with rage. Just now, Meng Cho and the abbot whispered something that he didn't hear clearly. Next thing he knew, it turned real. Proceed, abbot. With the first phase of the plan achieved and his previous conversation with the abbot ensuring possible assistance when necessary later, things became easier to handle. Meng Cho slightly bowed his head, closed his eyes. Suddenly, 2 fingers pressed under his chin, forcibly lifting his head. Who? Meng Cho glared upon seeing Chu Huayan's unfathomably dark pupils right in front of him. I don't allow it. Meng Cho moved his gaze and saw an angry yet handsome face contorted with frustration, making his heart jump involuntarily. Prince Huai brutally pulled Meng Cho behind him, causing Meng Cho to stumble forward, only narrowly avoiding falling by swiftly clinging onto Chu Huayan's waist. Once standing firm, he tried to retract his hands, once, twice, failing until they were finally tightly locked. Prince Huai. The abbot performed the traditional salutation. Master, Chu Huayan adjusted his composure somewhat, venturing to ask the master, how much incense money does a general monk from Guangyan Temple usually receive in a year? Not enough to reach 10 strings of cash. Chu Huayan gave a cold snort, glaring down arrogantly at Meng Cho, his narrow eyes slightly squinting with an imposing aura. Director Meng still owes me 7,000 taels of fine silver. Coming here to be a monk, intending to break promises perhaps. The sudden debt collection caught Meng Cho off guard, mentally shouting, I'm doing work for you. However, he had a habit, whenever tasks weren't completed, he kept mum. Thus, he could only stubbornly hum and haw in protest. What if I ascend to become the abbot? You dare repeat that? Meng Cho sensed his hands almost turning blue from the tight grip, and dared not mouth off further, aware that the legitimate abbot was still present, wouldn't risk disgracing the Buddhist tranquility despite having multiple layers of pretense. Humph, what a great mix-up. Meng Cho felt a bit of a headache. Over there, Chu Huai greeted politely and said, this prince has brought the person back, troubling the abbot. The Prince of Huai, please walk slowly. After all my efforts in persuasion, do you think you can ruin my plans with just a few words? Meng Cho struggled against being dragged away by Chu Huai. Abbot, we had agreed. Ba, 30 miles from here is a Taoist temple. The old monk has always been on good terms with the Taoist master there, Mr. Meng Kan. The abbot's speech was so fast it was like getting rid of a hot potato. Taoist temple. Do they practice exorcism? Meng Cho wanted to ask more, but Chu Huai directly picked him up with one hand, covering his mouth at the same time. Meng Cho tried hard to pry open Chu Huai's hand, but the Prince of Huai's grip was too strong. Being dragged out of Guangyan Temple, Meng Cho almost got as angry as a pufferfish, glaring at Chu Huai like looking at an ignorant woman who didn't know the hardship her husband endured outside and only caused trouble. Chu Huai poked Meng Cho's cheeks that were puffed up like buns, white, tender, soft, and couldn't help but pinch them harder until there was a pop sound, deflating Meng Cho. Meng Cho didn't want to argue with his creditor, so he could only cover his face with coldness to repel the enemy. Chu Huai indifferently retracted his hand, returning an even colder face. They looked at each other silently. Tell me why, Chu Huai thought over and over again and still asked, not wanting it to be the answer he imagined. Meng Cho hesitated, nothing. Just a sudden interest. He sniffed his nose, what smell was this so fragrant? A new taste appeared amidst the aroma of incense, entwining and luring his hunger growling wildly. Ji Yang sweated profusely while carrying 2 plates of roasted fish, stepping forward towards the front of Guangyan Temple under the scornful and astonished gazes of the pilgrims. Master. Ji Yang didn't dare to get too close, stopping far away where he could see Chu Huai and Meng Cho standing at the mountain gate, shouting their title. Without needing Chu Huai's reminder, Meng Cho smelled the scent and spontaneously walked down the mountain, heading accurately towards Ji Yang. He suspected deeply that the tea given by the abbot had a digestion-promoting effect, otherwise how could he feel such nostalgia for the flavor of roasted fish after drinking 4 or 5 cups? Meng Cho stopped in front of Ji Yang, controlling his saliva and saying lightly, the case is solved, the roasted fish is on you. Quickly present the evidence, let the official see. Chapter 14. Chu Huayan looked at Meng Cho's glum little face, his eyes straying to the tempting food box but couldn't help being drawn to it. His face practically wrote, everyone gets a share, and he couldn't help but laugh. He then lifted his chin slightly, indicating Ji Yang should pass the food to Meng Cho. The shopkeeper had perfectly skewered the grilled fish with 2 wooden sticks, its crispy outside concealing tender fish meat clinging to the bones. A gentle bite tore off a piece, its juice-rich flavor concentrated yet left the rest of the meat intact. Meng Cho was just about to take a big bite from the skewer in his right hand when Chu Huayan suddenly stopped his arm midair. No matter how hard he tried, his arm wouldn't budge an inch. If the fish won't come to me, I'll go to the fish. Meng Cho leaned forward, only for Chu Huayan to grab his chin firmly. Meng Cho protested silently through his eyes. Think carefully, if you insist on becoming a monk, you will never eat anything savory again. Not even this grilled fish before your eyes, nor a simple egg custard, can be eaten. This king will send someone to supervise you, and if you dare to sneak a single bite, 50 lashes will follow, compounded accordingly. Chu Huayan sternly threatened, exaggerating the consequences dramatically. Meng Cho's gaze froze, like a small chick caught under the shadow of a soaring eagle. His expression filled with sorrow, unable to speak out of sheer intimidation. Just as Chu Huayan was about to let him go, following Meng Cho's frozen gaze, it turned out to be the grilled fish. Don't believe me? Meng Cho hurriedly nodded, realizing authority allowed such actions without repercussions. Still becoming a monk. Shake head. Then eat. Chu Huayin let go. Meng Cho gently rubbed his sore jaw, grateful that there was grilled fish to console his injured spirit somewhat. He deliberately trailed behind Chu Huayin, chomping down heartily in large bites behind him. Chu Huayin wanted to probe what Meng Cho thought daily, hesitated momentarily as if about to turn around. Meng Cho immediately stepped back protectively holding the grilled fish, alert like a mother hen defending her chicks. What does Prince Huai want? Chu Huayin felt quite helpless. A small stretch down the mountain road, Meng Cho had already polished off 2 grilled fish. He secretly wiped his greasy mouth with his sleeve when no one was looking. At the crossroads stood 3 magnificent horses. Chu Huayin pointed at a gentle one among them for Meng Cho. Chu Huayin mounted first, followed by Meng Cho and Ji Yang. Gee, there's something I don't understand. Meng Cho hesitated, then stopped speaking. What is troubling Lord Meng? Through various incidents, Ji Yang could not tell Meng Chao's status in the master's mind anymore. What was originally testing Meng Chao's talent and abilities had now transformed into outright favoritism, indulging him beyond all reason. When Ji Yang left earlier, the master seemed furious, but here they were together soon after. The hurriedly delivered roasted fish was actually meant to persuade Meng Cho to renounce his monastic life. Ji Yang nearly spat blood. Meng Cho looked ahead straight-faced, appearing serious, as if asking about important military or state affairs, making Ji Yang tense up too, his palms sweating as he gripped the reins. Being Chu Huayin's confidant, Ji Yang knew much, clear about what secrets could be shared and which must be guarded. But with Meng Cho, Ji Yang found himself unsure. Was it time for complete openness? Meng Cho, where did you buy the fish? Was this question so hard to answer? At the 3rd house counting right from the 2nd alleyway in the west part of town. Their ancestors were imperial chefs. They don't do it professionally anymore, but mention Prince Huai's name if you want some. I see. Meng Cho nodded approvingly. Thank you, Brother Ji. The group halted in front of Prince Huai's mansion. Meng Cho observed the grand internal architecture briefly before dismounting and saying goodbye to Chu Huayin. Chu Huayin watched Meng Chao's retreating figure, his eyes dimmed, thoughts unclear. Hold it. Meng Cho turned curiously. With a parched throat from the grilled fish, he was rushing off to buy a drink of tea. The other day, I obtained a fine viewing stone from the region. Since you're here today, why don't you join me inside to have a look? A viewing stone? Not interested. Though Meng Cho lacked such refined tastes, refusing Chu Huayin's invitation would seem strange. Maybe there's a treasure map hidden on it that Chu Huayin wishes to share. Similarly bewildered was Ji Yang. There had been jade artifacts, silver trinkets, pearls, silks entering the treasury recently, but never any stones. Could it be? Could the master refer to the emerald contributed by Wenshan? It was a splendid lump of coal-black mica studded with deep and sparkling emeralds like a crown. Its noble aura made it a once-in-a-lifetime gem. Ji Yang envisioned the moment Meng Cho would exclaim in admiration and the master would smile kindly, handing it over. As serene as still water. Make tea. Chu Huayin went in and instructed the servant to bring up his favorite Dahongpo tea, but at the last moment, it inexplicably became a request for plain water. The Grand Hui Mansion, serving guests with just plain water. Meng Cho thought Chu Huayin must be in a foul mood and was taking it out on him. But one glance revealed that even the host drank plain water. It turned out Prince Huai had lofty integrity and practiced strict frugality. Meng Cho immediately calmed down and drank 2 whole pots heartily, surprisingly finding this water sweeter than elsewhere. Chu Huayin noticed Meng Chao's gaze retreat, slowly restoring the tilted white jade cup to its original position. How obvious little Meng Cat's scrutinizing glances were. After finishing drinking, they sat for a while longer. Then Chu Huayin led him to a side hall. The sole master of Hui Mansion was Chu Huayin himself, unmarried and without concubines, his servants being mainly boys and undercover guards. It could be called a male animal gathering place. Outside the side hall stood ancient towering trees, winding paths leading deep into seclusion. This was the most serene and elegant area of Hui Mansion. Almost no one came here. The servants cleaned daily, keeping the windows clear and not a speck of dust anywhere. To the right stood a bookcase as tall as the crossbeam, lined with intriguing stones arranged in an interesting pattern. Impressive Lingbai rock peaks, lustrous Shoshan stone pieces, jade and porcelain treasures gleaming in colorful light. And, following Chu Huayin's indication, Meng Cho looked over, an interwoven brown-yellow-black, ordinary stone. Flowers that understand speech only cause trouble, stones that don't speak are the most endearing. Meng Cho, look at this stone, what insight do you have? Was this a reading comprehension test or an essay about personal reflection? Staring hard at the ugly stone, Meng Cho saw nothing special. He recalled techniques for school reading comprehension questions. First understand the questioner's intent. Sneakily glancing at Chu Huayin's calm yet imposing face, he decided to skip this step. Next, consider the inherent features of the stone. After careful deliberation, Meng Cho said, this stone's surface texture is marvelously intricate, with alternating bright and dark lines, flowing shades creating a naturally rugged simplicity. It seems, there's some profound meaning frozen within. He fudged a bit over, profound meaning. Then extending further, he compared, ancient scholars prize thinness, leakage, wrinkles, and transparency in appreciation stones. Some create natural paintings, others form independent landscapes. This stone forms its own unique style. Your Highness' collection is truly broad and your perspective vast, making people marvel endlessly. Finally, Meng Cho summarized. This is indeed a strange stone. Upon finishing and meeting Chu Huayin's curious gaze, Meng Cho closed his eyes and tried to remain outwardly calm. A faint twitch at the corner of Chu Huayin's mouth betrayed his amusement. Meng Cho seemed to have spoken volumes, but actually said nothing. His usual knack for talking nonsense remained unchanged. Perfectly in character. How so, didn't you notice the Zen meanings flowing within these shades? A hint of mockery crept into Chu Huayin's eyes. Meng Cho glanced again. No. Chu Huayin spoke more straightforwardly, this stone is named Buddha Affinity. Carefully examining it once more, enlightenment struck. This brown-yellow stone wasn't slightly shaped like a wooden fish. He couldn't help feeling indignant. Promising reading comprehension had turned into riddle solving. Coming back to monasticism after all those twists and turns. Why couldn't they tacitly agree to let it slide? You cannot even comprehend this, Meng Cho. You lack any connection with Buddha. Standing with hands behind his back, Chu Huayin's bearing exerted pressure as if in the golden hall commanding life and death, penetrating the 9 heavens' deepest secrets with one utterance. Clear and resonant. Meng Cho almost dropped to his knees to receive the decree. Once stepping outside the Huai mansion, Meng Chao's devout expression disappeared entirely. An urgent situation required him to rush east straight to the Taoist temple the abbot had mentioned, presenting the abbot's name. On the way, he pondered a question: why did Chu Huayin react so strongly to his intention to become a monk? Why such roundabout ways to dissuade him from this idea? Could it be because he had plenty of free time lately? Or perhaps because Meng Cho promised to join him then broke the promise, angering him? Immediately, Meng Cho arrived at an answer. Chu Huayin clearly could not tolerate deception. With each offense against the baseline, this time finally enraging the other, some relatively mild countermeasures were taken. Extremely gentle, barely resembling a returning warrior prince. Could it be? Could it be that Chu Huayin, recognizing potential talent, deemed him teachable, showing exceptional leniency due to a desire to retain capable individuals? Meng Chao's lips curled, satisfaction mixed with confidence and mischief. That's perfect. Drive. Hooves kicked up a swirl of dust on the official road, plunging straight into the dense forest path, cutting through the wind and leaves, finally stopping before a grand and ancient Taoist temple. The abbot had indeed acted honorably. As soon as Meng Cho left, he dispatched a young monk to contact the Taoist abbot at Qingshu Temple, explaining the full circumstances. Master Shuming was an emotionally expressive man. He stared at Meng Cho for a long time, only giving a slight nod while stroking his long beard after securing Meng Chao's promise not to stir up major trouble jeopardizing the Qingshu Taoist temple. People who commit too many misdeeds often turn to deities for solace, hoping to cleanse their sins through prayers. The Lu family exemplified this, one ceremony followed another, all conducted according to Lu Da's last wishes. Regardless of whether Buddhist or Taoist, they were invited home en masse. No one could imagine that among a group of monks in indigo robes, there was a red-lipped, sharp-toothed little spy hiding. His long hair tied into a knot with a simple green wood pin, the unadorned and plain robe somehow highlighted his balanced figure and slender form. Meng Cho sat cross-legged among the group of monks, hunching his shoulders and keeping his head low, trying his best to diminish his presence. Yet his features were too striking. As Master Lu Hongbao conversed with the leading monk, his eyes kept flicking towards Meng Cho. A gleam of malice lit up his small, turbid eyes like a starving wolf spotting a well-fed chicken raised by farmers, revealing extreme cruelty and greed. He couldn't have imagined that deep within the mountain temple lay such a spiritually vibrant individual, pure as a natural jade in its raw state awaiting discovery by a kindred soul. By the midway point of the morning period, Lu Hongbao, after several days of feigning restraint and piety, couldn't keep it up anymore, his hypocritical facade cracking to reveal his lustful, gluttonous nature beneath. After perfunctorily responding to some remarks, he quietly signaled the steward upon departure. Chapter 15. The training ground was set up in the open space in front of Lu Da's bedroom, and Meng Cho could even see a stack of letters on the bed and several neatly packed boxes of books, all ready to be burned for the underworld later that evening. The newly appointed elder brother held up a peachwood sword and waved it in front of him. Meng Cho followed his movements, executing the routine with such fluency that he looked more precise than any leader doing morning exercises. After all, he was a renowned actor who had once played the role of a Taoist priest. With a flick of his fingertip, the elder brother painted a few yellow talismans with cinnabar ink, then handed them over to Meng Cho, saying, "Stick one in the center of the canopy ceiling. After 15 minutes, toss it into the brazier beside the bed, ensuring not a speck of ash escapes." "Yes, elder brother." The long-awaited opportunity arrived as Meng Cho took the talisman after being given an explanation by the elder brother, convincing the 2 doorkeepers guarding the entrance to let him through. Once inside, the elegant elder brother, who moments ago had demonstrated impeccable skill with the peachwood sword, went berserk, flailing about wildly like a possessed madwoman. This transformation was so stark, it was as if the well-known disciple of the most prestigious Taoist temple in the capital city had instantly become a street-performing charlatan, drawing attention far greater than any circus act. The grand finale began. Both guards were irresistibly captivated by the elder brother's frenzied performance, distracted by the spectacle outside rather than paying close attention to Meng Cho inside the room. Under the scrutiny of these two sets of eyes, Meng Cho calmly stuck the talisman to the ceiling, subtly slipping the top 3 letters bearing the Zhou family seal into his satchel as he brushed past the pile of letters. As Meng Cho exited the room, the elder brother was seen balancing a large vat on his head. Catching sight of Meng Cho, he visibly exhaled in relief before effortlessly lowering the heavy vat, regaining his composed demeanor. The 2 servants pouted regretfully, astonished at how swiftly the show had ended. Master Xiaoming had merely instructed the elder brother to assist Meng Cho entering the premises but certainly hadn't ordered this usually aloof senior disciple to make such a significant sacrifice, like parading naked in front of their juniors. Meng Cho gave the elder brother a grateful smile before returning to his rank. Past midnight, the tasks of the Taoists would conclude, and the elder brother led his group out of Lu residence. Just as they stepped out, they were stopped by the mansion's steward. It turned out Master Lu had recently passed away, and the master's son suffered nightly dreams and nightmares, believing his father was trying to communicate from the afterlife. Hearing about the profound skills of the disciples from Qingshu Temple in interpreting dreams, he explicitly requested that Meng Cho stay behind to guard the house overnight. The junior apprentice has just entered the sect and knows only a fraction of our ways. He is not capable of handling this responsibility, replied the elder brother politely but firmly. I shall return tonight to inform our teacher and request that the venerable elder come down the mountain tomorrow. In his later years, Emperor Tianyuan became deeply interested in Taoism, caught in the familiar trap of immortality shared by many inept emperors. Therefore, Master Xiaoming enjoyed a high status and frequently visited the palace to engage in discussions with the emperor. By suggesting the master come down, the elder brother aimed both to maintain appearances and exert pressure. Yet the steward was unyieldingly arrogant, muttering loudly, "Just leave a young Taoist here for the night, why so much fuss?" Meanwhile, they directly ordered Meng Cho detained. The strong men from the Lu family martial arts grounds were tough, making these small Taoist priests no match for them. Meng Cho blocked the enraged elder brother, as crucial evidence still remained concealed within his robes, and any discovery would impede everyone. Silently transferring the letters to the elder brother, Meng Cho whispered softly enough for only the 2 of them to hear, "If I don't appear tomorrow, take the letter to Prince Y." He then stepped forward confidently and said to the steward, "It's my honor to be entrusted by your young master, please lead the way." Caught off guard by the sudden situation, Meng Cho chose to play it step by step without much planning. Deeper inside the house, security grew stricter with each step, and Meng Cho felt increasingly uneasy, slowing his pace until finally crouching down on the ground, holding his stomach and groaning painfully. "Where's the outhouse?" The steward, clearly irritated, snapped, "You have so many issues. Once we get there, you can go then." Meng Cho lowered his head and simulated sounds indicating food poisoning. It seemed that if the steward didn't lead him to the latrine soon, he might perform an impromptu scene right there. "You." The steward, unable to do anything about the situation, sighed and gestured toward the toilet. "There it is. Go quickly and return fast." When Meng Cho arrived at the location, he was momentarily baffled. Could anyone tell him why such a simple outdoor restroom was built in such a conspicuous place, surrounded by not 1 or 2 but 4 sentinels? Any noise made there was sure to draw tens, possibly hundreds, of guards in seconds. Resting his hand under his chin while covering his nose with the other, Meng Cho sat on the ground in misery. Beauty, truly, could often be a curse. Would faking severe stomach issues serve better now, or attempting to persuade Lu Hongbao towards Taoism via eloquent persuasion prove more advantageous? His thin eyelids twitched as he glanced at some nameless herbs nearby, unsure of their effects. The grass around the outhouse, lush and green, was almost too appealing to resist. Ugh. Oh no, I'm about to throw up. The steward had been waiting outside for a quarter of an hour and began to feel something was amiss, so he urged a servant boy to go check. "Are you done yet? The young master is getting impatient, and you'll suffer for it." I think I can't stand. Could you help me up?" A weak kitten-like voice replied from inside. Without giving it much thought, the servant pushed open the door and went in. Meng Cho, hiding behind the door, knocked him unconscious with one chop to the neck, swiftly swapped their clothes, and pretended they were conversing. "We're out of toilet paper. Can you bring some more?" Meng Chao's voice said. "There's too much trouble." "Wait here," responded the servant's voice. After leaving, the servant closed the door while turning to the steward, still on the pot. "Steward, I'll get some more toilet paper." "Go ahead." In the darkness, the servant spoke with his back turned, making the steward unable to see clearly, becoming even more irritated and stepping back 2 steps as if he could smell the foul odor. Pretending to be the servant, Meng Cho left via another route, walking briskly once out of the steward's line of sight, not showing any weakness. The steward would soon discover the switch, he needed to find a way out immediately. Damn it, the smelly Taoist has fled. Light torches and search along the path. He couldn't have gone far, chase after him. So fast. Meng Cho cursed under his breath, dashing into the garden where fiery lights glimmered in the distance and pursuers approached, raising commotion. In the cacophony, he accurately caught the almost buried sound of flowing water. It was fresh water. Following the stream must lead to an exit, and its dark surface concealed what lay beneath. The Lu family would definitely not suspect that he chose the waterway for a while. Reliant on his good swimming skills, Meng Cho took a deep breath and just extended half a foot into the water when someone suddenly grabbed his waist from behind and pulled him back. His chest collided forcefully against a thick torso, the hot breath fanning across the nape of his neck, startling every hair on his body. "What, are you afraid now? Planning to drown yourself?" The mocking voice brimmed with rage, each word scorning his recklessness. With each word spoken, the arm around his waist tightened, and Meng Cho suspected that if this continued, he'd be strangled into two pieces. Why jump to conclusions that he wanted to commit suicide by drowning? Didn't they know how well he swam? Gathering courage, Meng Cho attempted to talk back but was choked by the tight grip. In a flash, he recalled that the person's past self almost drowned, so he kept silent. Attempting to pry off the arms wrapped firmly around his waist, he used all his strength without success. "You let me go first, I can't breathe anymore." Meng Cho pleaded for mercy. Suppressing the boiling anger, Chu Huaying twisted his right hand slightly, causing Meng Cho to roll half a circle in his embrace and ended up face to face, supported vertically in his arms. With a few flashes of movement, they swiftly dodged the rows of patrolling guards and reached the outer wall of the Lu residence. It was like he'd escaped danger here countless times before. Once outside the Lu estate, Chu Huaying set down Meng Cho but remained stony-faced, silent. Meng Cho cautiously observed his expression, realizing Prince Huai was genuinely furious. After all, he had saved his life, so Meng Cho softened his tone for the first time. "It's my oversight, thank you for saving my life, Your Highness." "Thank?" Chu Huaying curled his lips, thoroughly scornful. "Would you even be alive to give thanks if I hadn't come?" The more he spoke, the angrier he got, scolding Meng Cho like a rebellious child. "Had it not been for my lack of trust in going back to the abbot, who knows what kind of grand event you were undertaking? At the Taoist temple, the master said you'd already acted. On the way back, we encountered the returning Taoists, but only you were still there." Chu Huaying took out several letters from his chest and slapped them on Meng Cho's head. "Is it worth it, all for these things? Do you know how I felt at that moment?" Meng Cho obediently listened to the lecture, fearing that any reaction might further enrage Chu Huaying. "To suck up," he agreed. What kind of feeling?" Chu Huaying was momentarily speechless, unable to answer this question. He still couldn't describe the intense anxiety and fear that something terrible would happen if he didn't act fast, and so, in embarrassment, he rapped Meng Cho's forehead. Rubbing his forehead, Meng Cho cleverly shifted the topic. "Prince Huai seems quite familiar with the Lu residence." He added a hint of admiration and curiosity to subtly flatter. Chu Huaying indulged momentarily but then turned grimmer. "I remember the layout of all the key ministerial mansions in the capital. Who's like you, rushing into a tiger's den without understanding anything?" He pinched Meng Cho's cheeks angrily. They seemed to have plumped up a bit. Chu Huaying couldn't help but take a second look. He noticed that Meng Cho's servant attire was overly loose on him, resembling a kitten trying to fit its paw into an adult's boot, his pale skin accentuated by the navy blue clothing which highlighted his delicate features. His long hair was simply tied up in a bun, looking somewhat adorable. As adorable as he appeared, it didn't alleviate Chu Huaying's anger. "Do you have any idea what Lu Hongbao keeps in the pond? You jumped in blindly. They'll eat your bones clean. You wouldn't even know how you died." Meng Cho flinched. Indeed, he had no clue what creatures were lurking in the pond, but recalling the Lu family training ground's cruel practices, they were likely monsters that consumed humans without leaving a trace. No wonder it was fresh water. Upon further thought, what he'd heard might not necessarily have been the sound of flowing water, it could just as easily be the sounds of those monsters moving under the surface. Meng Cho's face turned pale and his body began to tremble. This time, he genuinely felt afraid. Strangely, he didn't recall ever being this sensitive before. He used to always accept past ordeals with calmness. It must be because Chu Huaying was too fierce when scolding him. Meng Cho felt like a clumsy soldier under Chu Huaying's command, about to be executed for messing up military affairs. General Chu is truly terrifying. But, he deserved the reprimand. Meng Cho deeply learned from the experience. Yet someone apparently thought he hadn't learned enough. After parting outside the Lu estate, Meng Cho returned and immediately fell asleep. Exhausted from a day's work and nerves, he slept exceptionally soundly, never realizing before that conducting a ritual could be so physically draining. Perhaps after much deliberation, Chu Huaying decided he couldn't let him off so easily. In the middle of his sleep, Meng Cho was shaken awake. Initially groggy, upon hearing Chu Huaying's soothing words, "Go back to sleep," he nodded, leaning against Chu Huaying and dozing off again. When Meng Cho next came to, he found himself inexplicably back at the Lu residence. Chapter 16. All around was pitch black, save for the distant funeral hall illuminated by flickering candles which cast an eerie glow on the white silk banners. The caretaker's head nodded as he dozed off, clearly exhausted. The night air was cold. Meng Yu unconsciously tightened her grip around Chu Huayin's neck, resting her head on his shoulder, her chin dampened slightly by dew. Chu Huayin carried her draped in his cloak to the garden of the Lu estate. Beneath their feet lay a tranquil pond, calm and undisturbed under the night sky, like a dark abyss swallowing everything. A lantern was thrust into her hands, and Chu Huayin lit it with a fire striker, then tossed the striker into the lake. With an inner strength infused, it sliced through the lake's mirror-like surface like a sharp blade, flashing a bright white light at the point of contact, before sinking to the bottom of the lake with a splash, startling the sleeping creatures within. Meng Yu watched all this in bewilderment, but the next moment left her speechless. In the blink of an eye, dozens of red blood-filled cavities emerged from the lake, gradually moving toward the rock they stood on. These things emitted a frightening red glow, and their reflections shimmered on the water's surface just like the lantern held by Meng Yu. They were eyes. It wasn't hard to imagine how enormous the bodies beneath the water must be. Crocodiles, Meng Yu whispered softly. She had nearly become prey for these beasts, her flesh torn apart, leaving only a pool of blood to slowly dissipate by morning, fading until no trace remained. Noticing her fingers gripping the fabric on his shoulder more tightly, Chu Huayin let go of Meng Yu's hand slightly, pretending to relax. With only enough room for one person on the rock, Meng Yu hastily clung to Chu Huayin with all fours, almost wanting to use even her teeth. Yet, she hesitated to actually bite him despite lacking respect. I want you to swear here that you will never again take unnecessary risks in your life. Or what? Meng Yu looked around, never imagining that one day she would have to swear on crocodiles as if they were deities. There is no, or what? Chu Huayin coolly replied. Then throw me in right now. Meng Yu brazenly challenged him. You ungrateful wretch. Chu Huayin grew enraged to the point of almost granting her wish, when he heard Meng Yu's gentle yet earnest voice. I, Meng Yu, hereby swear that from this day forth, I will not undertake any dangerous actions without first gaining Chu Huayin's permission. Even the coldest-hearted people could feel sincere warmth from others, and Meng Yu was no exception. She was made of flesh and blood. Living 2 lifetimes, Meng Yu felt for the first time the sensation of being cared for and cherished. She had experienced familial love through Jiang Yao, though that seemed so long ago now, so ethereal she couldn't hold on to it. Chu Huayin was different from Jiang Yao, precisely how, Meng Yu couldn't explain. Perhaps this was what countless people yearned for, great friendship. Out of sight from Chu Huayin, she stealthily wiped away a tear cooled by the wind, leaving behind warmth stirred by genuine feelings. You're getting bolder, daring to call this prince by name. Chu Huayin's voice dissipated in the night breeze, but it sounded pleased. He could discern that Meng Yu's current demeanor was unlike any previous instances. She didn't simply agree outwardly to later forget completely. What, are you still, not convinced? Chu Huayin tilted his head, teasing her. I'm not. Meng Yu indignantly protested, have I ever treated you with such sincerity? And why were you grinding your teeth earlier? Focused solely on Meng Yu, upon obtaining the promise he sought, Chu Huayin suddenly realized something was off. Immediately leaping into the air, he shouted, hold on tight. A fully grown crocodile sprang up like a ravenous wolf, instantly occupying the space they had been standing in. Its fierce swipe brought a strong odor of fish and mist spraying towards them. Had he hesitated a second longer, Meng Yu who had her back turned might have lost half her back. Swiftly descending, Chu Huayin used his sweeping leg technique, kicking the crocodile back into the lake. The 3-meter-long crocodile fell from the stone, creating a thunderous splash upon hitting the water, drenching both of them in water several meters high, like a dirty downpour. Meng Yu immediately threw the lantern aside, its wick soaked, its light gradually dimming. As darkness settled, the crocodiles without a light source became blind and swam back underwater. Who's over there? Their commotion drew the attention of the nighttime patrollers who observed cautiously from afar, afraid to approach. It must be some water bird perched on that nasty beast's head, thinking it'd make a nice snack. Don't bother going over there this late, I wouldn't dare anyway. The young master hasn't fed it in days. Anything alive nearby gets torn apart and eaten without a trace. Let's go check somewhere else. Chu Huayin led Meng Yu to the shore and removed his soaked cloak. Meng Yu was still trembling with fear. He carefully listened for any sound from the water and asked, aren't you worried they'll climb up here? The shoreline is already surrounded with a circle of medicinal powder which they strongly detest, they won't come up. Reasonably speaking, Chu Huayin must have made foolproof preparations before bringing Meng Yu to such a dangerous place. So why did a crocodile attack? Unless... Chu Huayin chuckled and shook his head. It couldn't be. This medicinal powder was always effective unless used around someone 6 months pregnant. A pregnant person unconsciously releases an aura that weakens its effects. However, both he and Meng Yu were men, so this wasn't the reason. Chu Huayin consoled himself, saying, I also carry it on my person. That one earlier probably didn't care due to extreme hunger. Seeing Meng Yu still lost in thought, Chu Huayin smiled teasingly, do you want revenge? I can remove this powder so they crawl all over the estate tomorrow. Lu Hongbao's fatty body would certainly get their attention. Meng Yu imagined the scene and shook his head. It would feel satisfying but too brutal, especially since there were innocents in the estate. Chu Huayin pinched his face. Then what are you standing there for? Waiting for me to carry you back? To treat me as your ride, that's not happening. Meng Yu yawned widely. Alright, you've come and you'll go back. Chu Huayin squatted down in front of him. Meng Yu obediently leaned onto his back. Here was comfort. He could scale mountains and dive into deep waters alone, yet tonight, near Chu Huayin, he felt too lazy to even move his legs. He must have caught some sort of direction-triggered laziness. Is that how you use come and go? What do you care about my usage? It should be like seeing the Buddha off completely. Meng Yu lay sprawled across the future emperor's back, offering advice with only half-serious intent. Try saying the word Buddha again. Won't say it, won't say it. How could he forget? Meng Yu laughed and closed his eyes, resting his head on Chu Huayin's shoulder and gradually drifted off into sleep with the slow steady steps of Chu Huayin. Chu Huayin placed the sleeping Meng Yu on his own bed. The dampness in the room was so thick it made him frown instinctively. Has he lived in such conditions for more than a decade? As Chu Huayin let go, Meng Yu instinctively curled closer, pulling the blanket over his head and snuggling tightly against the wall. Strands of black hair peeked out from under the covers. Chu Huayin pinched them, finding the texture soft and much more compliant than the owner. This little cat seemed to never stop contemplating something crazy, like shaving off all his hair over trivial matters, leaving a bald scalp which wouldn't be fun to ruffle at all. The next morning, Meng Yu woke up enticed by the smell of food. He twitched his nose and opened the door following the scent to find Ji Yang standing outside with a lunchbox. Ji Yang mentally counted less than 10 seconds before the door creaked open. With familiarity, he entered carrying the lunchbox and placed it on the table, taking out a bowl of water. It's for rinsing your mouth. Using it makes the fish taste even better. This is fish slice porridge. A freshly steaming bowl of fish slice porridge appeared in front of him. In a blue and white porcelain bowl rested creamy milk-colored soup, tender pieces of fish enveloped in soft rice grains, truly tantalizing. Before he could react, a spoon appeared in his hand. Since coming here, Meng Yu had never been treated so considerately. Ordinarily, he'd have headed to the steamed bun shop after washing up for a couple of buns. What an upper-class lifestyle. Meng Yu started envying Chu Huayin. Upon eating the first sip of porridge, Meng Yu's foggy mind began functioning. He recalled last night being awakened by Chu Huayin to watch the crocodiles and being forced to take an oath. And this morning, everything was unexpectedly thoughtful. A scare followed by a fish? Playing with cats. While grumbling to himself, Meng Yu continued eating voraciously. Ji Yang explained, this is the first time, Master sent me over, next time it'll be a different secret guard who will enter so Master Meng can recognize his face. You can tell him whenever and however you prefer to eat. Does Prince Huai show such generosity to all his close followers? Ji Yang instinctively shook his head. Not possible. Look, isn't this first trusted follower sent out early just to deliver food? Considering the person asking was Meng Yu, it might slightly tarnish the reputation of Prince Huai. Ji Yang then quickly nodded twice hard. To the point where his head nearly fell off. Exceptionally generous. But there's some preferential treatment going on. Chapter 17. By the way, did Prince Huai read those letters? Did he find anything interesting? Meng Cho was most concerned about this. He had almost risked his life to obtain these documents, they better not just be some old men reminiscing about their feelings. The surface doesn't reveal much abnormality, but all three letters mentioned a specific place. Where? Chongling Mountain. The area around Chongling is barren and desolate with very few inhabitants. According to logic, Chongling Mountain should also be a barren place with steep peaks and complex mountain ranges. Villagers gather at the foot of the mountain. Why is it mentioned repeatedly? It seems that both families have some secret transactions happening on Chongling Mountain. The prince has already sent people to investigate further. I'm asking you, are there any mines in the Chongling area? Meng Cho thought for a moment. If the mountain seemed to have no economic value on the surface, the investigation would need to look deeper into its secrets. There are. Ji Yang recalled carefully, Chongling has iron ore deposits, but mining was declared finished in Tianyuan's 15th year. Do you suspect it's related to that batch of unidentified weapons? Not to mention that mining requires a lot of human resources and material investment, such a large-scale operation, how could local officials not report it? In today's information age, keeping one single event under wraps is incredibly difficult, let alone in ancient times where communication relied on courier stations. Meng Cho swallowed his doubts, his baseless suspicion was hardly worth the effort or attention to verify properly. A dark-haired, stocky undercover guard hesitantly knocked on the door, stuttering, Mr. Meng, my name is Ah Hu. And next time, how do you prefer your fish cooked? Within the undercover guards, there were already bets being placed on whether Meng Cho could become their master, with high odds against him. Excitedly betting 5 taels of silver on a princess's behalf, who looked up to find everyone looking at him with affectionate pity. Ah Hu, you'd better save this money for marrying a wife, your mother has waited 28 years. The captain of the guards shoved the 5 taels back into his hands, acting as if he didn't want to take advantage of someone foolish. Ah Hu wasn't convinced, muttering under his breath, you'll see, you'll lose, and I'll use the money to marry a wife, before putting the silver back and volunteering to serve as the bearer of the fish. After pondering for a while, Meng Cho said, sweet and sour fish. I understand. Meng Chao's superior at the Dali Temple was nearing retirement, not too involved in daily affairs. Occasionally, when Meng Chao went out for official matters, his superior turned a blind eye as long as Meng Chao's efficiency ensured half a day's work equaled a full day. Among colleagues, there was someone who found Meng Chao hard to tolerate, named Jiang Liangzhe. Every time Meng Chao entered, he heard the man raise his head from behind piles of documents and sneer once without fail. Over time, Meng Chao had learned to treat it like hearing "welcome" every day. This man came through the imperial exams, thoroughly disdainful of people like Meng Chao who had obtained their position due to ancestral connections. As for the current state of the capital city's officialdom, things were more or less like that. Still, Meng Chao found his annoyed behavior somewhat amusing and decided not to provoke him. Even though you've studied for 10 years in seclusion, I've also gone through 9 years of compulsory education. Meng Chao felt bitter inside, but he didn't say anything. There were various ranks for assigned territories, just as case files naturally differed. Before Meng Chao sat a pile of cases from places so poor they were unmentionable, filled with trivial issues. Jiang Liangzhe had gathered all the dossiers regarding prosperous areas of southern Jiangsu. Meng Chao wasn't particularly troubled, thinking that these petty disputes were what they called the livelihood of the people. When he noticed a file marked Chongling, his eyes brightened. After searching everywhere fruitlessly, finally, an unexpected path emerged. Without realizing it, Jiang Liangzhe had done him a great favor. On the way back, Meng Chao happened to remember Jiang Xian and detoured to visit the Jiang residence, thinking that a glance from afar to ensure everything was fine would suffice. It was quite unfortunate that whenever he came, something always seemed to be amiss. Even a fallen camel is still larger than a horse, and the empty shell of the Jiang family attracted all sorts of opportunists. This time, Lu Hongbao had set his eyes on the Jiang family's training ground. He submitted a request to Emperor Tianyuan stating that the grounds lay idle and suggested that the government requisition them for training the imperial guard. The emperor approved and assigned Lu Hongbao control over the field. A training ground was traditionally a place of blood and sweat for men, yet Lu Hongbao had transformed it into a living hell. Once it changed ownership, no one knew how the land, etched with loyalty and bloodline, would sink. Iron forged innocently serves corrupt officials. During this period, Jiang Xian had trained a group of household guards to closely watch the general's mansion. But they couldn't resist Lu Hongbao showing up with the imperial edict. Though feeling aggrieved, they couldn't defy an order. His eyes were nearly red from anger, and it looked like he might explode. Trembling, he received the decree. When he raised his head and caught sight of Meng Chao, his eyes lit up instinctively wanting to seek help from Meng Chao. Meng Chao hurriedly waved his hands, signaling him not to approach. After all, Lu Hongbao had seen him. At such a crucial moment, he couldn't afford to ruin all his efforts by raising suspicions. Jiang Xian truly seemed a little dense. Although he understood Meng Chao's indication, his gaze kept drifting towards Meng Chao, mixed with frustration and hope, imagining Meng Chao coming up with solutions. Meng Chao inwardly cursed, noticing there was nothing nearby to hide behind. Over there, Lu Hongbao had sensed something odd and followed Jiang Xian's gaze. Prince Chu Huayin coldly looked over, his fan swaying. Lu Hongbao hurriedly knelt down in greeting. Lord Lu is still concerned about the defense of the capital despite being at home in mourning, truly admirable. Chu Huayin waved to stop Lu Hongbao from approaching further. Since you've already delivered the imperial decree, Lord Lu, you may return and report back to the emperor. Your servant takes his leave. Lu Hongbao had no intention of making small talk with Prince Huai either. Ever since 5 years ago when Chu Huayin replaced Lu Da on the battlefield and sent him scurrying back to the capital, they were no longer allies. Meng Chao peeked from behind Chu Huayin and exhaled a breath of relief. You said you needed to see this prince? Yes, while organizing the records, I found a few suspicious points. Regarding the iron mine of Chongling Mountain, we can discuss it in more detail at the general's mansion. The general's mansion, however, was embarrassingly humble, lacking both fine tea and fine food. It was dinner time, and Mr. Lu, the steward, looked somewhat troubled as it had been over a decade since they last entertained such high-ranking guests. After Master Meng's father passed away, even Meng Pufan never stepped foot here again. Ji Yang was considerate enough to put an arm around the steward. Our prince is quite particular about food. Allow me to prepare it. The old steward blushed, recalling how in days past, hosting even the Son of Heaven was flawless. But now, alas. After returning home, Ji Yang quickly counted the remaining fish with snow spots. Whenever he heard footsteps, the fish immediately hid underwater, becoming increasingly hard to catch. What could he do when his master spoiled Meng Chao so much? Ji Yang wasted no time and caught another one to hand over to the cook. Braised. Meng Chao pulled out the case files secretly taken from the Dali temple and handed them to Chu Huayin. At first glance, everything seemed normal, an ordinary case of a fatal brawl at the village head. Chu Huayin caressed the cover and soon discovered the problem. There was a hidden compartment. Meng Chao had already opened it and looked inside. Chu Huayin took out the concealed documents, furrowing his brows deeper as he read. It mentions a place called Jingma Slot within Chongling Mountain where strange phenomena occur during thunderstorms every June or July. Shadow soldiers appear, screaming and clashing swords, neighing horses and flying rocks, iron chains colliding and drums rumbling. Meng Chao explained further. Terrified local villagers hired Taoist practitioners who said this used to be an ancient battlefield. A war god general was betrayed and suffered punishment here. Thinking of the war god, Meng Cho couldn't help but glance at Chu Huayin before continuing. The war god's spirit has never dispersed. During storms, it reappears, capturing passers-by to serve as reinforcements for his army. His goal is to rebuild a powerful ghost army and return. The traveling monk also warned that the deeper the war god's resentment, the greater its harm. To prevent entire villages from being sacrificed to recruit shadow soldiers, the villagers must send 49 young men every year during the 6th and 7th lunar months into Jingma's slot willingly. If they refused, misfortune would surely follow. Jingma's slot was known to be a trap. Naturally, some tried escaping halfway but returned only to find their entire family mysteriously dead by the next morning. Since then, villagers fully believed in the war god recruitment. In the past 5 years alone, over 200 people have vanished from the villages. Forcing recruitment through such despicable means, how does this qualify as a war god? Chu Huayin turned to Meng Cho. What do you think? What did he think? The phenomenon of shadow soldiers crossing paths had a scientific explanation. Sound sources, electric currents, magnetic fields, and silicon all played a role. The rocks and soil in Jingma's slot contained abundant silica. Under lightning strikes during thunderstorms, these effectively recorded sounds of the ancient battlefield. The magnetic field and abundance of magnetite ore in Chongling Mountain further matched these conditions. Another theory pointed to peculiar terrain causing sound resonance. But none of this was something suitable for direct discussion with Prince Huai. Instead, Meng Cho hesitated, saying, one should not discuss ghosts and spirits frivolously. As for the shadow soldiers, we'll set that aside. But the war god recruitment certainly seems questionable. Local officials delayed reporting under the pretext of supernatural events, yet such a significant occurrence always leaves room for doubt. The scholar who wrote the report likely saw through some discrepancies but, unable to broadcast his findings directly, opted to hide them within the document, hoping for court officials to notice and take action. Meng Cho continued, I examined the senior officers responsible for overseeing Chongling Mountain. In the past 10 years, prefects have all shared familial ties with the Lu family. Therefore, I deduced that 5 years ago, the declaration of depleted iron resources in Chongling Mountain was falsely reported to cover up the private appropriation of those mines. The missing people from the Jingma slot are exactly the labor required for smelting the ores. And based on those 3 letters, it suggests that Lu De maintained close relations with the Zhou family. Their trade caravans travel frequently between north and south. If they're secretly transporting weapons, that explains why the Zhou family's businesses have expanded so rapidly in the last 5 years. After finishing his explanation, Meng Cho looked at Chu Huayin anxiously, seeking approval. Lu Hongbao had already set his eyes on the Jiang family training ground, and transferring ownership was imminent. Chu Huayin calculated quietly in his heart but spoke aloud, Meng Cho, you're too eager. When one becomes overly hasty, mistakes in judgment might occur. Meng Chao's expression changed. Does Prince Huai think I'm deliberately leading the investigation towards the Zhou family and Jiang family due to their personal grudges? After painstakingly going through all the records from Dali Temple regarding the past 10 years of Chongling Mountain, analyzing them thread by thread, cross-referencing every detail, would he draw a conclusion without absolute certainty? Prince Chu Huayin chuckled and shook his head. You certainly don't hold back with me, do you? Attempting to solve a case from afar requires more than meticulousness. Any conclusion without personally visiting Chongling Mountain deserves questioning. Just based on these few points, how can one convince His Majesty that the Lu family is involved in something sinister? Chu Huayin held the initiative, leaving Meng Cho speechless. He mumbled under his breath, time is of the essence. What good would it be if they found nothing after others had already transported large quantities of weapons away? You're hinting at military action against me. Chu Huayin gave him a sidelong glance. Was inciting rebellion something easily slapped onto someone? Meng Cho grew anxious. Would following Chu Huayin lead to an untimely death? Jiang Xian couldn't make sense of their conversation. Seeing the rising tension at the table, he became even more impressed with his nephew. That was Prince Huai. Always ready for a confrontation. Fearing Meng Cho might suffer if he offended Prince Huai, Jiang Xian clumsily intervened, the dishes are here. Prince Huai, please have your meal first. We can discuss other matters once we've filled our stomachs. Chapter 18. When the dishes were served, Chu Huayin personally moved the braised fish in front of Meng Cho. But for some reason today, Meng Cho felt nauseous at the sight of fish and only wanted to eat the preserved vegetable with braised pork on his left. Indeed, no matter how good something is, eating too much will make you sick of it. Meng Cho sighed a little, thinking that this day would never come, but now he can't even bear the smell. He reached out his hand and subtly moved towards Prince Huai's side, here, you eat it. Meng Cho always ate a whole fish clean and clear. Chu Huayin fell silent for a moment and asked, are you mad at your king? Meng Cho swallowed a perfectly marinated preserved vegetable and looked blankly, huh? Chu Huayin glanced at the snow spot, then why aren't you eating? Meng Cho didn't expect Chu Huayin to ask about this, so he opened his mouth, I'm tired of it. Really not angry? Then let me pinch your cheek. What does being not angry have to do with pinching cheeks? Before Meng Chou understood, Chu Huayin's hand had already come over and pinched his soft cheek without hesitation, leaving 2 faint red fingerprints instantly. Satisfied, Chu Huayin pulled back his hand. He had always thought Meng Chou's face was a bit plump. After pinching, it was indeed more fleshy than before. The snow spot was a good thing. He fattened the kitten. Meng Chou rubbed his face and said to Chu Huayin, "In the future, don't send the fish anymore. I am grateful for Prince Huai's consideration. Alright, whenever you want to eat it, just tell Ji Yang." Ji Yang was moved to tears, never expected to be able to save some food for the future prince. Chu Huayin took the towel to wipe his hands. Regarding the training ground issue, your king has a plan. Rushing Lin Road is far away, it takes time for one trip back and forth to verify things. Let's leave this to Ji Yang. Chu Huayin picked up the map and pointed to 2 spots. From here, we move our troops and quickly head to Rush Ling Mountain, capturing them all in one net. Meng Chou's eyes brightened and he quickly added, "Pay attention to directions inside the mountain and prepare several compasses. As for ghosts and spirits, disbelief renders them null." Ji Yang, looking at the big troop movement orders, was emotionally stirred. Was the master planning defenses? Rush Ling Mountain was an ancient battlefield with necessarily superior geographical location. Once military troops camped there, it would directly cut off the connection between the capital city and the Gishi-stationed army. The Gishi army, commanded by Emperor Tian Yuan, was also the only army Chu Huayin slightly feared. This expedition would either chase ghosts if they exist, gaining popular support, or train soldiers if not, making substantial profits either way. Meng Chou stretched his neck and peeked at the map, seeing Chu Huayin's confident demeanor, and silently thought, "It's clearly a premeditated act, and I may end up accused of inciting rebellion. Fine, I'll go down with the ship. So what do I do?" Chu Huayin grabbed the kitten by its neck. "You, do not appear in front of Lu Hongbao before I deal with the Lu family." This request made him seem like an idiot. Mentally criticizing, Meng Chou outwardly wagged his tail, offering a piece of fish meat to Chu Huayin and tilted his head to ask, "Is that it? This fish is good, have it." Meng Chou forgot to switch chopsticks, and apparently Chu Huayin didn't care either. Despite having wiped his mouth, he actually tasted it. This was Chu Huayin's first taste of the snow spot, indeed a top-grade fish. Meng Chou didn't realize the underlying message in Chu Huayin's words. The prince hasn't eaten any type of fish himself until recently but was consuming a fish every couple of days. He smiled a little and, using a lifetime of fish-eating experience, expertly stripped the fish of all bones, showing remarkable skill, and within a short time, Chu Huayin's small plate was filled high with boneless fish meat. He then handed the fish head to Jiang Xian, smiling, "Supplement your brain." Jiang Xian glanced at Prince Huai's full small plate and then looked at Meng Chou with a knife in his smile, swallowing hard. "Thanks, nephew." Just tasting a bit of the fish head turned out to be amazing, and he envied Meng Chou, his eyes brimming with tears. It was truly delicious. To be bored of such delicacies. What kind of heavenly life could this be? Ji Yang, who was ordered out, saw this scene and decided to reconsider his master's relationship with Meng Chou on the road. It was the first time he saw the master eating food offered by someone else, and with used chopsticks too. The journey ahead would allow him time to think it through. That particular fish seemed to trigger some dreadful mechanism, turning his appetite upside down. Recently, Meng Chou had lost all hunger, yearning for but repelled by rich dishes, repeatedly tormenting him. Worried, Meng Chou pondered if this was a symptom of some terrible disease. He wasn't sure if the local medical techniques could diagnose it. Last time, after quietly eating the losses from the case file distribution, Jiang Liangzi might have changed his perception of him and proactively invited Meng Chou to eat wine at a tavern. With everything preempted by Chu Huayin, Meng Chou indeed found time lately and, due to poor appetite, he also wished to taste something new outside. The tavern was built facing the street, and the elegant seats by the window offered a clear view of the bustling Chang'an Street, making it a beloved spot for impoverished officials in the capital. Occasionally, one could even hear snippets of petty gossip here. Meng Chou always kept private matters out of casual chats, holding simple views that hit the mark. On the outside, he seemed like an ordinary junior official, but deep inside, his thoughts were intricate. Jiang Liangzi's prejudice towards him had dissolved. The more he looked at Meng Chou, the more pleasing he found him. How could he have ever lumped Meng Chou together with those frivolous young men when he, to some extent, already knew a bit about the Meng family's situation? Overwhelmed with guilt, Jiang Liangzi kept encouraging drinks. "Brother Meng, let me buy you a drink as an apology." Meng Chou was deeply moved. Jiang Liangzi was the second person to treat him to a meal. However, after what happened with Meng Huaihan, having experienced the unpleasantness of being unconscious and at the mercy of others, Meng Chou no longer let himself get too drunk easily. He always stopped just in time. Suddenly, a chubby little boy around 7 or 8 years old dashed out from across the street. So plump he seemed to have no neck, walking with his nose up high, he managed to knock over 2 passers-by in succession. A group of servants followed behind shouting, "Young master, please slow down." Jiang Liangzi sneered, seeing that Meng Chou apparently didn't recognize the boy, and started talking. "Do you know the Guan family? 8 generations of single male heirs, yet they produced 4 consecutive prime ministers, once at the height of their power. Many scholars wish to serve under them. But the last old prime minister only left behind a daughter, now Lady Guan. Everyone thought that the Guan family's streak of prime ministers would end there. Who would have thought that they welcomed a son-in-law who fathered an excellent child, ranking third in the imperial exams at just 20 years old? Such a pity. Meng Qiu guessed, wasn't that just now the young master of the Guan household? Indeed, how lamentable that despite such prestige, the young master's upbringing lacked refinement. Jiang Liangzi saw his genuine ignorance, shook his head, his face a mix of emotions. It goes beyond that. The scholar known as Guan Jiaxing suddenly spread rumors before coming of age that he was unable to produce heirs, transforming overnight from a popular candidate for marriage into a hot potato. Only the childhood friend, Ms. Lan, remained steadfast in her affection for him. After marriage, the couple ignored outside criticisms and lived lovingly. 6 years ago, Guan's father suddenly suggested adopting a child to take his surname, registering the child under Guan Jiaxing's name. He said he had been living in as a son-in-law for so long that he didn't want the Sun family line to go extinct. Seeing that he truly devoted so much over the years, Lady Guan turned a blind eye. Guan Jiaxing clearly felt his father favored this grandson excessively, often taking the chance to sarcastically criticize him while Lady Guan wasn't around. Among the 3 unfilial acts, having no offspring is the greatest. Even his wife endured hardships because of him. A child does not speak ill of his father's faults, but helplessly, he petitioned for an external post away from the court, which was already 5 years ago. Rumors harm people, and leaving the capital might not be a bad thing for the couple. As Jiang Liangzi spoke on, he suddenly stared at Meng Qiu like possessed, thumping the table with excitement. I knew something wasn't right. 5 years ago, I met Administrator Guan a few times. You bear an uncanny resemblance to him, it's like you're carved from the same mold. He left the capital at just over 20, exactly your age, Brother Meng. It's been 5 years, if I hadn't seen the young master of the Guan household today, I wouldn't have remembered. Meng Qiu involuntarily touched his face. Perhaps because Jiang Liangzi mentioned their likeness, he suddenly empathized deeply. People who are talented often become targets of scandalous talk. This had been profoundly experienced in his past life as an actor. He wondered what went through the mind of the Guan patriarch, not cherishing his own biological son, instead choosing some chubby boy to adopt. The difference between them was like chalk and cheese, utterly ridiculous. After bidding farewell to Jiang Liangzi, Meng Qiu mused whether this face of his was destined to bring hardship. Why did both Guan Jiaxing and he clash with the word father? Through generations of hard work, the Guan residents had grown into a large household on par with the general's manor, one scholarly and the other martial, unmatched in prestige. Now, the dwindling number of descendants somewhat mirrored his own circumstance. Just as Meng Qiu passed by, he overheard a flashy fat old man scolding his servant in a low voice, "In these troubled times, you don't even keep an eye on the young master when we go out, what use are you?" Then, lowering his voice, he gently consoled the young master, "Ah Bao, listen to me recently, in a few more years, this entire estate will be all yours." Meng Qiu, sharp-eyed, deduced that this must be the Guan patriarch. Guan Jiaxing, not yet 30, telling someone recognized from outside that, in a few years, this place will all be yours, who then was the real son? Meng Qiu suddenly recalled something, taking a closer look at the features of the grandfather-grandson pair. They were strikingly similar in their plump bodies and narrow slanted eyes. This. Could no one else in the Guan household notice this? Meng Qiu shrugged it off. What business was it of his to interfere in another family's affairs? Chapter 19. The solution Chu Huayin proposed to resolve the issue of the Jiang family's training ground being reassigned was none other than personally training the army for Emperor Tianyuan. Since the command of the troops guarding the capital was in Emperor Tianyuan's trusted hands, Chu Huayin was more or less serving as a hired hand. Emperor Tianyuan knew all too well about the Lu family's military prowess. 5 years ago, they returned to the capital after an embarrassing defeat, and since then had been causing chaos within the 5 city troops' command. Now, it was just the right opportunity for Chu Huayin to cleanse the military and restore discipline. Meng Qiu had recently started visiting the Jiang family frequently after concluding his business at the Dali Temple because Chu Huayin was training soldiers there during the day. Grateful for Chu Huayin's sacrifice, Meng Qiu would offer tea, make conversation, and occasionally bring up news from Chongling Mountain. He was visiting even more often than Jiang Xian. Chu Huayin, clad in armor, exuded a blood-soaked aura of martial intensity that transported observers thousands of miles away to the battlefield with its blades and iron horses. As a war god, he was invincible against any force. The once feeble 5-city military under his command now appeared like sickly little chicks, easily felled by a single thrust of his spear. His cold, emotionless gaze when sweeping across others reminded him of their first encounter on Wang Juanyang's wedding night. Meng Qiu felt a pang of fear so intense that his legs cramped up, and he let out an "ow" while crouching down to massage them. Chu Huayin dismissed this with a curt order, "Stance training." Half an hour. He then threw a spear casually across half the training ground, which whistled through the wind and precisely embedded itself into the designated groove, making a definitive thud that resonated deep within the hearts of soldiers contemplating insubordination. Taking long strides, Chu Huayin approached Meng Qiu and asked solicitously, "Can you stand?" Meng Qiu lifted his head slightly, eyebrows furrowed due to the ache in his calves. Looking up at Chu Huayin for the first time gave him pause. Behind Chu Huayin stretched the heavens' dim twilight, enhancing the image of him as some divine deity worshipped by all living beings. Meng Qiu thought, if not for your destiny to inherit the throne. Me, what would I do? Before he could contemplate further, Chu Huayin assumed that his silence meant he couldn't stand. With a look of mock pity, Chu Huayin swiftly scooped him up, declaring, I feel that you've lost weight lately. The slight buildup of muscle mass visible earlier had clearly diminished. Indeed, nutritional supplements were still necessary, and Chu Huayin mused aloud, asking where else one might find more snow spots for enrichment. Recalling the angle from which Meng Qiu had looked up at him just moments before stirred a strange feeling within Chu Huayin, though it quickly disappeared without leaving a trace. I can walk, Meng Qiu said, finding himself unable to reconcile these two contrasting sides of Chu Huayin. Normally familiar and playful, today Chu Huayin bore the unmistakable visage of the eldest prince who had just returned from battle, ready to seize his claim in the imperial succession struggle. You couldn't move earlier. Do people really cramp up walking on flat ground? Perhaps I should have you trained. Chu Huayin teased lightly. This incited a reaction from Meng Qiu. Swinging his leg dramatically in Chu Huayin's arm, he even defiantly kicked his thigh. I'm fine now. Oh, adaptation issues. Nonsense. To dare kick inside my arms makes you the first, Chu Huayin muttered darkly, reflecting that normally those held captive by him would tremble like drenched quails. This led Meng Qiu to inquire curiously instead, have you held someone else? Isn't Prince Huai's embrace exclusive and lavish beyond imagination? How could this sound like something anybody gets? This isn't what I meant. Why explain all this to you anyway? Chu Huayin hastily interjected, realizing the analogy wasn't appropriate, thus firmly closing the subject. Meng Qiu compliantly shifted topics, have you heard from Ji Yang recently? Why must you always ask about Ji Yang? Chu Huayin felt somewhat jealous. Every day, Meng Qiu would ask 3 times, where is he? Has he encountered ghost soldiers yet? When will he make his move? Meng Qiu was momentarily choked. Why couldn't he be curious? Far off in secret maneuvers, preparing an ambush beyond Chongling Mountain, Ji Yang sneezed unexpectedly. Mr. Zhou arrived in the capital 2 days ago with no less than 5 carriages full of southern specialties. As he passed by, he happened to notice a seal resembling black coins on a box identical to the ones he'd seen in gambling dens before. Now it was confirmed, the weapons currently in circulation in the capital were smuggled in by the Zhou family. Yet there remained the unknowns, how much had been transported in over these past 5 years? And apart from the casinos, did they distribute elsewhere? Standing before the carriage, Meng Qiu pondered deeply. His presence caught the attention of Meng Baihan, who exited proudly, flicking her nail to reveal the treasures within, an extravagant display of silk and jewels. You want something? Like you deserve it, Meng Baihan spat with a derisive laugh. Meng Qiu spared her only a calm glance before turning away. People like Meng Baihan thrived on unnecessary attention. This glance irked Meng Baihan. After that incident, how many disdainful glances had she endured? It was all Meng Qiu's fault. If it weren't for him, she wouldn't have had to marry some thug from a brothel. Though her grandfather promised to secretly deal with the problem before formalizing the engagement, her reputation was already ruined. Meng Baihan suddenly went berserk, grabbing things from the box and throwing them wildly at Meng Qiu. You bastard. Why don't you just die? You should have died 18 years ago. As if having eyes on his back, Meng Qiu deflected the projectiles with a wave of his hand, sending them right back to Meng Baihan's feet. 18 years ago, the Zhou family sent someone to inform my mother about my grandfather's death in battle, and they even recalled the midwife so both my mother and I could die together, didn't they? Meng Qiu bombarded the crazed Meng Baihan with rapid-fire questions, not giving her a moment to respond. Meng Baihan stared in disbelief, her voice shrill, you eavesdropped on my conversation with mother. By the time she shouted it out, she realized something was wrong, this wasn't the Meng household. Turning around, she saw a group of people whispering amongst themselves, including a notorious gossipmonger from the capital city. Meng Baihan felt faint. Chu Huayin noticed Meng Qiu becoming increasingly emaciated and suggested he eat 1 fish every day. Meng Qiu declined but was then forcefully fed 3,000-year-old ginseng roots by King Huai, reputedly life-extending treasures. Holding the 3 ginseng roots, Meng Qiu felt like he was hugging 10,000 taels of gold, his mouth stretched to his ears in delight. He smiled broadly as he thanked King Huai, then turned into the largest apothecary shop in the capital. He sold 1 root for 700 taels. Finally, no longer penniless, Meng Qiu felt his step steadier due to the weight of wealth. Eyeing the remaining 2 roots, he tucked one into his chest, wrapped the other carefully in red silk, hesitated a moment, and entered another inconspicuous clinic. The clinic belonged to lady nurse's son, Li Wenle. Her entire family had greatly assisted Meng Qiu and Jiang Yao, yet he had never properly thanked them. Seeing how the owner of the pharmacy adored the ginseng, he guessed that all medical practitioners would treasure it. Li Wenle's medical skills were decent, his fees reasonable, his appearance pleasant, his demeanor warm and approachable, all making him highly respected among common folk. Seeing Meng Qiu enter, Li Wenle paused writing his prescription, is there anything wrong with you, brother Meng? Meng Qiu waved dismissively, I'm fine. This time I have something for you. Meng Qiu placed the ginseng root on the counter. Seeing the ginseng, Li Wenle was shocked. This absolutely cannot be accepted. Brother Meng is still recuperating after childbirth and needs plenty of nourishment. The value lies in your need for it. I've got more. The value of an item depends on whether its owner knows its worth. Brother Li has seen much and can surely put it to better use. Meng Cho yawned. These 3 ginseng roots looked different to him now. They were 3 lots of 700 taels, 21 in total, gleaming silver coins. You saved my life, a kindness heavier than mountains. If you don't accept, I'll stop coming to see you. Li Wenle ceased arguing and stored the ginseng away. In a few days, he would slice it, combine it with several herbs, package it as medicine bags, which could help Meng Cho recover further when consumed. He scrutinized Meng Cho's expression closely. It seemed listless, lacking energy. Brother Meng, please sit over there for a while, let me check your pulse. Meng Cho thought about his recent poor appetite, seeing a doctor might help, so he quietly took a seat, waiting patiently while Li Wenle examined other patients. Before long, Meng Cho fell asleep. By evening, Meng Cho woke up, rubbing his eyes. The clinic was already closed, the young herbalist gone, leaving only Li Wenle grinding medicine with a serious look on his face. Meng Cho picked up the blanket covering him, neatly folded it, and placed it on a chair. Sorry, I overslept. It's getting late, I shouldn't delay Brother Li's return home. My nanny will be worried. Meng Cho rarely stayed at the Meng residence nowadays. He either claimed official business and slept at the Dali temple or spent the night at the Jiang household. Among 10 days, being home for 3 was considered good. He provided his nanny with a large sum of money, allowing her to return home for a peaceful retirement. Li Wenle furrowed his brows, hesitating to speak before finally placing a hand on Meng Cho's shoulder, saying, I remembered. In 2 days, it's your birthday. Early this morning, Mother asked me to invite you home for dinner. Meng Cho, living 2 lifetimes, first learned his exact birth date, finding it rather novel. Sensing Li Wenle had something else to say, he agreed to accompany him home. Seeing Meng Cho, Nanny was ecstatic, fussing over his well-being. Hearing Meng Cho talk about Chu Huayin helping the Jiang family preserve their training ground, she praised repeatedly, King Huai truly is a good person. Your lady used to practice martial arts there. In silence, Li Wenle secured the doors and windows, prepared a full table of dishes, and set up the bowls and chopsticks. When the 3 sat down to eat, Li Wenle's face was filled with worry. Glancing sideways, he saw Meng Cho only picking at pickled radish, ignoring the meat dishes served by his mother, laughing while claiming he was too full from lunch. He couldn't delude himself any longer, he hadn't misdiagnosed Meng Cho's condition through incompetence. Mother, could Meng Cho bear children? Li Wenle abruptly asked without preamble. Bang! The bowl and chopstick slipped from the nanny's hands, shattering into pieces on the floor. Her face shifted through various expressions before she finally managed a dry laugh. Wenle, don't talk nonsense. How could young Master Meng bear children? It was the secret Jiang Yao had kept her entire life, something the nanny assumed would go to her grave like it did with Miss Jiang. But how had it suddenly come to light? Mother, he already is, do you still want to hide it? Li Wenle looked at Meng Cho's stunned expression and his own mother's evasive gaze, understanding everything. Meng Cho loosened his grip on the chopsticks, letting a piece of pickled radish fall onto the table. It rolled and eventually came to rest on his lap. All 3 pairs of eyes followed the pickled radish to Meng Cho's abdomen. His face turned pale. Brotherly, this isn't funny. But the nanny reacted even more intensely. Rising abruptly, she grabbed a chair with an intimidating fierceness, her wrinkled hands trembling uncontrollably. Who dared bully my young master? Meng Cho froze in terror. Not because the usually calm nanny, who always urged him to be patient, now had such a volatile attitude, but because her reaction confirmed that he really could become pregnant. A thunderclap reverberated overhead, shocking Meng Cho inside and out. He sat there numbly, unable to speak for a long while. How could he possibly be pregnant? Whose? Huai Wang's. Suddenly, a memory from a dream flashed through his mind. Jiang Yao made him swear not to enter a high-ranking family. Connecting the dots, he instantly felt a chill run down his spine. Was it Lady Zhou or Meng Baihan? The nanny trembled all over, her eyes bloodshot, yearning to kill these vicious women and personally seek forgiveness from Jiang Yao below. She couldn't bear to imagine what Lady Zhou would do if she found out about this. At the time, Miss Jiang hadn't held Lady Zhou's actions in Guangyan Temple against her, though it had nearly cost them their lives. Fortunately, fate played its part. No outsiders were present, allowing them to successfully keep the truth hidden from the world, leaving only a sense of relief at surviving the ordeal. Otherwise, given the circumstances of the Jiang family, they wouldn't have been able to protect Meng Cho, and one day he might have been sent off as a gift to some official under false pretenses. Jiang Yao yearned for freedom and fought tirelessly to ensure her child would have freedom as well. Not until the mark on his foot that represented fertility disappeared did the nanny dare reveal the infant to the public. During the first hour after Meng Cho's birth, Jiang Yao had endured immense hardship, refusing hot water or drawing attention, physically exhausted and insistent on seeing the mark vanish before closing her eyes. Through it all, only 3 people knew the truth, Jiang Yao, the nanny, and the abbot who named Meng Cho. Now 2 more knew. The truth was no longer a well-kept secret, Li Wenle and Meng Chou. The nanny's question brought Meng Chou back briefly from his state of confusion. While Meng Baihan's schemes were indeed responsible for the beginning of the situation, he admitted to himself that lying with Chu Huayin was ultimately his choice. He thought sleeping with Huai Wan wasn't a bad deal. How was he supposed to know he'd end up pregnant? This was definitely a huge loss. Chapter 20. Meng Yu barely calmed the agitated wet nurse. It's not them, no one is forcing me. Li Wenle said, though I don't know what happened that year, I do know that men with childbearing capabilities had a hard situation. No matter for what purpose, it's always better to conceal such details. Brother Meng, whatever you decide, I will help you. Meng Yu instinctively asked, can we not? No. A man giving birth has already been given various advantages by heaven, hence, some rights were also taken away, like the right to terminate a pregnancy. Even heaven couldn't predict the massive exploitation and hardships these people would endure driven by human hearts and interests. Meng Yu. He needed some peace. Since coming to this world, he had adapted quite well. In his previous life, he had no family, lonely until death, leaving him with no regrets. In this life, he thought he was just repeating his past experiences, but instead, he ended up pregnant. A water plant accustomed to drifting suddenly found itself forcibly rooted, the water reaching the neck, feet unable to touch the bottom, yet locked in place by the waist. That feeling of being unable to find an outlet and being out of place felt like shackles on the body, especially since even hitting or kicking wouldn't relieve anything. Meng Yu suddenly felt indescribable suffocation, his limbs as if frozen numb in an icy dungeon. He wasn't ready to root himself in this world, inheriting the responsibilities that come with this body, all of which seemed to him nothing more than a performance. He was even less prepared to be a father, bringing up a soft little bundle, protecting it from storms. He forced a dry laugh, wanting to stand up, struggling for a while, his legs refused to cooperate, like having lost their strength. Li Wenle saw his struggle and helped him up, and know this news was a huge shock to Brother Meng. Though a man showing signs of pregnancy isn't as evident as a woman, they will show over several months anyway. Brother Meng should make plans early. If you don't want anyone to know for now, under no circumstances should a physician ever feel your pulse in the future. Meng Yu was as pale as paper, cold sweat dripping profusely. His eating hadn't been good for a long time, now, he looked like he had just emerged from the water like a drowned ghost. There were too many familiar people in the capital who knew him. The Zhou family and Meng Baihan would surely make a big deal out of it if they knew. Moreover, he subconsciously didn't want Chu Huayin to find out. One day, Chu Huayin would ascend high towers, work tirelessly, restore the country, and become a wise ruler of a generation. On the other hand, Meng Yu also realized that asking Chu Huayin to take responsibility for an unintentional act where both parties were willing to abandon all beautiful women was simply too much to ask. But Chu Huayin was not entirely irresponsible either, and so Meng Yu found himself in a difficult situation. The other party could take paternal responsibility for the child but couldn't reasonably demand from Meng Yu monogamy or any marital fidelity. He remembered how silent Chu Huayin was after the unexpected incident when faced with issues about their relationship. Chu Huayin had been good to him, but deep down flowed the bloodline of imperial domination. Since they met, most of what Chu Huayin said to Meng Yu was along the lines of, leave this matter to me, stay put and don't wander around, and, do not take risks. Imagine, once Chu Huayin knew he was pregnant, wouldn't Chu Huayin keep him tied to the Huai mansion every day, force-feeding soup to ensure the safety of the fetus? Even though Meng Yu violated Prince Huai's orders many times without serious consequences, the current situation was completely different. Pregnancy might be Chu Huayin's bottom line, and freedom was absolutely Meng Yu's bottom line. He did not want to submit at all. He could not accept ending up in someone's backyard, nor could he end up in a harem. No one, not even the Son of Heaven, was above that. Does Chu Huayin even like men? Meng Yu wanted to leave the capital city, find a remote village, and give birth there. But, he currently held an official post, and was tightly bound to Chu Huayin. Leaving the capital city was not easy. Besides, he had to wait for Ji Yang's result. Wait longer, wait till Ji Yang returns and the efforts over this period bear fruit before finding an excuse to leave. Meng Yu wandered out in a daze. After the wet nurse calmed down from her earlier excitement, she accepted the situation faster than him. She stopped worrying about who the father was and began dragging him aside to warn him of various precautions until Li Wenle noticed how listless Meng Yu was and suggested it was getting late, suggesting Meng Yu go home. Meng Yu carried in his hand a supposedly beloved sour jujube cake from Jiang Yao's pregnancy and a medicine package from Li Wenle for stabilizing and strengthening the body, 1 dose every 2 days. The seemingly endless chain felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds. These things he could not bring back to the Meng household, so they were temporarily stored at the Jiang family's house. The Jiang family gate was tapped. Old Li, the doorkeeper, opened it, shocked to see Meng Yu as white as paper. Young Master Meng. Mr. Li, just call me Meng Yu. Today, I came because I have something. Meng Yu quickly hid the medicine package behind him, but being no towering giant, he looked more like a pampered little kitten repeatedly warned not to catch rats in the warehouse. The disobedient little kitten had secretly caught one and now turned around to see its owner, standing straight and hiding the rat firmly behind its back. The plump big rat was poorly concealed, with its long tail dangling from behind the slender kitten and dragging on the ground. Why was Chu Huayin still here when it was already dark? Wasn't training soldiers at the parade ground just a temporary plan? Why work so hard? Meng Yu watched as two figures turned the corner, walking and talking. He took a step back, raised his finger to Uncle Li, signaling, "Shoo," and then silently sneaked away. Nephew. Jiang Xian was escorting Chu Huayin out the door, and upon looking up, he spotted a flash of blue fabric outside. Recognizing it immediately as Meng Yu trying to sneak off, Jiang Xian called out. Currently, the two people he most admired were Meng Yu and Prince Huai. To feign some non-existent dignity as an elder, Jiang Xian liked calling Meng Yu nephew. Meng Yu's body stiffened for a moment, pretending not to hear and keeping his head down, intent on marching forward. His internal count reminded him of how many times Jiang Xian had tricked him. Today, he'd killed Jiang Xian for Jiang Yao. Recognizing the deathly glare, Jiang Xian felt uneasy and lowered his voice. His Highness Huai is still here. Don't you even greet him? After all, he has helped us so much. Precisely because he was there. Meng Yu didn't really want to see Chu Huayin right now. There was some resistance and guilt, mixed emotions. Apart from intimidating the rookies in the first 2 days, Chu Huayin had left the training to his subordinates. Today, he just made a routine appearance before leaving. As he prepared to go, his secret guards brought urgent news from Sichuan. Chu Huayin handled it at Zhang's house and, before he knew it, night had fallen. Why are you running? Chu Huayin cut to the point more efficiently than the clumsy Jiang Xian. What's in your hand? Are you sick? Since he'd been seen, Meng Yu boldly showed what he was holding. He reverted to his old profession, delivering an Oscar-worthy performance. Ahem, I've been catching a slight cold recently. Got some prescriptions, nothing serious. Seeing Chu Huayin still staring intently, Meng Yu's eyes twinkled, and he lifted the string of herbs he held, explaining, Your Highness sent me some ginseng, but I don't know how to use it, so I went to the herb shop to have them slice it and mix it into my medicine. The owner said this ginseng is particularly good. He automatically skipped the part where the shopkeeper offered to buy it all for another 100 taels. Indeed, the fresh smell of ginseng lingered in the air. Sensing Meng Yu seemed low-spirited tonight, Chu Huayin let the earlier matter of his unannounced entry slide, saying, Do you want to stay in the general's quarters tonight? Very well. Just now, I received an urgent report. I need to return to Huai Mansion and continue handling matters. If you're feeling unwell, feel free to send someone to call a doctor to the mansion. What happened? Meng Yu felt slightly annoyed. He'd planned to send off this august presence quickly. Spending too much time around Chu Huayin had ingrained in him the habit of speaking without thinking whenever questions arose. True to form, Chu Huayin spared no details despite their location being inappropriate. Standing on the threshold of the general's house, he gave a succinct account. There were heavy rains last year in Suizhou, coinciding with harvest season, and the farmland was flooded. Consequently, grain prices skyrocketed this year. The court allocated grain from Taihu Lake, but the roads to Shu are treacherous, and convoys are frequently raided, unable to deliver the grain. Whether marauders or corrupt officials colluding with merchants are behind it needs thorough investigation. Chu Huayin's influence was primarily in the north. The situation in Suizhou presented both peril and opportunity. Normally, this would be Ji Yang's job, but Ji Yang was away at Chongling Mountain, distant from this region. Chu Huayin was contemplating promoting a batch of younger talents from lower ranks to train them into independent officers. Isn't this a once-in-a-lifetime chance? Meng Yu's eyes lit up, sharp and bright like a cat's pupils in the dark. All previous worries dissipated. I'll go. As long as he could slip away from Chu Huayin's gaze, Meng Yu was confident he could pull the wool over anyone else's eyes. Once the task in Suizhou was completed, he'd stage a minor incident during his journey back to the capital and vanish. It wasn't hard to make it believable, it was difficult to orchestrate under Chu Huayin's watchful eyes. You. Chu Huayin scanned the string of medicines in Meng Yu's hand with neither mockery nor sarcasm. You've never left the capital and know nothing about Suizhou. Rest up first. Meng Yu felt somewhat condescended to. So great, commanding armies. Let me tell you, in my previous life, I traveled nationwide shooting movies, okay? Not fazed by the slight, Meng Yu remained eager to convince Chu Huayin, completely forgetting the sickly facade he'd maintained earlier. He even flexed his biceps to demonstrate his burgeoning strength. Chu Huayin laughed at his antics, instinctively pinching what Meng Yu called his bulging muscles, only to land exactly on a ticklish spot. Meng Yu couldn't help it, he burst out laughing, his muscles turning into ticklish ones, losing all traces of dignity. Frustrated with himself, Meng Yu pinched his thigh, lamenting the lost opportunity because of his uncontrollable laughter. Chu Huayin suddenly reached out and grabbed his hand. Don't pinch, he said meaningfully. Do you know how much it hurts when you pinch someone? How would you know? Meng Yu stared at him, then suddenly understood. This man still remembers those intimate moments from bed. Forget about them already. Feeling guilty, Meng Yu hesitated to respond. This matter is not up for discussion. Chu Huayin took advantage of Meng Yu's shock and gave a decisive refusal. Why can't we discuss it? Meng Yu hastily tried to grab Chu Huayin's sleeve but ended up pulling his hand instead. The moment their palms touched, Meng Yu hurriedly let go, only to be caught by Chu Huayin, who pulled him closer in one swift motion, bringing their bodies so close that they could hear each other's heartbeat. Chu Huayin's hand rested on Meng Yu's lower abdomen, causing Meng Yu's hair to nearly stand on end. His rational mind told him that his stomach was still flat and Chu Huayin couldn't feel anything unusual, yet his nerves tightened involuntarily, making his whole body stiff. Something's off. You've been so insistent tonight. Your Highness wants an explanation. Chu Huayin leaned down, locking eyes with Meng Yu. His sharp gaze seemed to pierce through clothes, leaving no place to hide. Stop feeding me those empty promises of loyalty, patriotism, or wealth. Chu Huayin skillfully cut off any excuses Meng Yu might throw at him. Meng Yu blinked innocently. That's all there is. What else could it be? Could I possibly be running away? You evil feudal ruling class, can't even take maternity leave. Chu Huayin became serious and reminded him, don't forget the oath you swore in Lu Hongbao's house. I haven't forgotten. Meng Yu thought to himself, I keep that vow every day and live by it. But at this critical juncture, being too rigid isn't wise. Lightning doesn't strike the stubborn alone. Meng Yu moved Chu Huayin's hand from his waist back to its rightful owner. The belly cannot be touched randomly, or he wouldn't feel at ease. Chapter 21. As soon as Chu Huayin left, Meng Chao's small shoulders suddenly sagged. He slapped the medicine package onto Jiang Xian's lap and said lazily, help me carry it. Jiang Xian took it and sniffed, do you need to take your medicine now? I can ask Master Huang to prepare a dose for you. Master Huang was the former team medic. Meng Cho, instantly wary, quickly snatched back the medicine and tore open one of the packages before heading towards the kitchen. No need to trouble Uncle Huang, I'll do it myself. Jiang Xian offered help enthusiastically, your uncle will assist you, dear nephew. Meng Cho poured out the dark brown liquid, pinched his nose, and drank it. Timely, Jiang Xian presented 2 sweetmeats, which were shoved back into his mouth by Meng Cho. I don't need them. The numbness in his tongue mirrored the bitterness in his heart. After drinking, Meng Cho drained the dregs of the medicine and threw them into the hearth where they were burned into ashes along with the dry firewood. Jiang Xian scratched the back of his head, feeling that something wasn't quite right with his great-nephew tonight. It felt like he was destroying evidence instead of just drinking medicine, like how emperors' harems acted in operas. The smell of the medicine is too strong, burning it makes it cleaner. Meng Cho patted his shoulder, brainwashing him. Really? I didn't smell anything. You have a bad nose. Find time to let Master Huang check it out. Oh, no wonder. Jiang Xian believed without doubt, if Meng Cho said it wasn't good, then it wasn't. But if the medicine smell was so heavy, why didn't he eat the sweetmeats? Perplexed, Jiang Xian chewed on the sweetmeats. They were deliciously sweet. Ji Yang sent word back, he had flanked and rushed Ling Chong, finding numerous weapons and laborers in 7 dugout caves. The villagers were saved and returned home, automatically dispelling the rumor of the war god conscription. The families of those forcibly taken were grateful, now only recognizing one war god, Chu Huayin. Ji Yang got lucky. When he went there, he did not encounter any phantom soldiers. Tying up the masterminds for a report back to the capital, as mountain winds began to pick up, thunderstorms hit. Some people attempted to rescue the traitors by posing as spirits. Ji Yang kept in mind Meng Chao's advice, stick to one path and fight hard. When the storm subsided, the ghostly gods revealed their true forms. Bodies lay scattered on the ground, this time truly becoming ghosts seeing Yama. Ji Yang transported several carriages full of prisoners and stolen goods into the capital, openly leaving half of his army behind to garrison, conveniently inheriting the labor results inside the caves. Chu Huayin brought up an old matter again at the imperial court, saying that the whereabouts of military salaries embezzled 5 years ago by the Wang family remained unknown. Feeling strange, his son thought further investigations might yield results, and sure enough, discovered a batch of rebels for our great way. Emperor Tianyuan's health had been rapidly deteriorating recently. He was dizzy and vision impaired, only the term rebellion could draw his full attention. Who? Chu Huayin named him, Lu Hongbao. Lu Hongbao's corpulent frame shuddered, collapsing to his knees in obeisance. Your Majesty. My loyalty to your Majesty is as evident as the sun and moon. My father told me on his deathbed that we couldn't repay the Emperor's grace to the Lu family in this life, hoping to be master and minister again in the next. I followed my father's dying words and was willing to spill my blood for your Majesty. How could I ever betray your Majesty? Emperor Tianyuan didn't believe it either. Lu De was his most trusted minister, even closer than his 2 sons. Lu De is honest and sincere. 13 years ago, an assassin got close, and Lu De shielded me from a poisoned blade, proving his devotion. Later, I put him in charge of the 5 cities' troop commandery. He resisted multiple times, always consulting with me about personnel changes. Could there have been some misunderstanding? Lu De's talent for feigning ignorance was considerable. Stammering, taciturn, walking to court daily on fixed slabs of bluestone, one day during a heavy rainstorm when one slab became flooded, turning into a puddle, he obliviously stepped directly into it, not knowing how to step around. His colleagues witnessed this and recounted the anecdote in court to Emperor Tianyuan, who, rather than viewing him as foolish, trusted him more because of it. To put it simply, Emperor Tianyuan worried incessantly in his dreams about his 2 sons attempting a coup. Consequently, the defense of the capital had always remained under the control of the Lu family, passing to Lu Da's son after his death. For Emperor Tianyuan to acknowledge this problem would be difficult. He was more inclined to suspect that Chu Huayin's motives were impure, seeking the command of the capital forces while deliberately framing the Lu family. Chu Huayin announced the presence of the main culprit from Lingchong. The criminal, shackled and dirt-covered, bore an undeniable resemblance to Lu Da. Clearly they were blood relatives. Despite his aging eyesight, Emperor Tianyuan saw it before speaking. The complexion of the second prince changed dramatically, unable to hold his composure. After the fall of the Right Chancellor's Wang family, the Lu family had become his final trump card. As Chu Huayin started laying out piece after piece of evidence, the second prince naturally grew anxious. At least today, he couldn't allow Emperor Tianyuan to harbor doubts about them. The capital was their territory. Chu Huayin's sudden confrontation caught him off guard. Given just a bit more time, he was confident in his ability to destroy the evidence and overturn the case. Father, Lu Da has been loyal to the state, this must be a misunderstanding. He turned sideways and castigated Chu Huayin with uprightness. 5 years ago, your elder brother led the troops to the northern border, and Commander Lu didn't care about fame or profit, yielding the battlefield without hesitation. His body isn't even cold, yet you make these accusations in the court without proof. Such actions may dishearten other ministers. The other ministers echoed him. The second prince's faction was skilled at slandering Chu Huayin. Chu Huayin sneered coldly at him with a glance, without proof. He'd already brought the witness. Pretending not to see was quite an act. Prime Minister Yan Xiang took a step forward. A large number of weapons have flowed from Chongling Mountain into the capital, posing a great danger. I request, Your Majesty, that we investigate the capital thoroughly and uncover their hiding place. Emperor Tianyuan had a naturally commanding air. This matter will be handed over to the left Prime Minister. Meng Fushan shall receive the imperial decree. Meng Fushan, who had avoided entanglement in the argument, came forward to receive the decree, unaware that his father-in-law was one of the main criminals too. There would be some good drama coming soon. Yan Xiang secretly rejoiced but still maintained an appearance of sadness over Emperor Tianyuan's distrust. After a glance between the second prince and Lu Hongbao, they rushed out of the palace as soon as court ended. The principal criminal dragged onto the scene was completely limp. Used to running rampant on Chongling Mountain as a tyrant's lackey, among all the noble figures present in the Golden Hall, he was entirely overshadowed into seeming like nothing more than a soft-footed shrimp. Sweating profusely, wiping his face, his appearance underwent subtle changes, no longer so strikingly similar to Lu Da, almost unrecognizable. Indeed, he was Lu Da's younger brother, stationed on Chongling Mountain for many years before Lu Hongbao himself could recall what he looked like. Chu Huayin had deliberately disguised him to resemble Lu Da, precisely to provoke the second prince. Finding scapegoats for the Chongling incident would be easy enough. Whether it was military training or private practice, the truth depended on whether the emperor believed it. However, with panic setting in, the second prince defended Lu Da, turning Emperor Tianyuan's suspicions from Chu Huayin towards him instead. At Huairan Mansion. Having changed out of his court robes, Chu Huayin said to Ji Yan, keep watch over every area in the capital. Immediately arrest anyone making unusual moves. Emperor Tianyuan currently played ignorant, favoring mediocrity. He wanted both his sons obedient to him, waiting to declare the crown prince. From the start, Chu Huayin never expected this issue to be resolved through Emperor Tianyuan. Now with the second prince thrown into disorder, the situation presented a chance to root out all of their strongholds in and around the capital completely. Where is Meng Chou? Why hasn't he made any move recently? Chu Huayin asked while sipping tea, noting that he hadn't seen him in days. Ji Yang, affairs at the Supreme Court are complicated. The undercover guards following Meng Chou were responsible only for protecting his life in emergencies and did not conduct surveillance. With Meng Chou taking a passive stance, they found it quite unusual. Send him a message. Tell him to stay home these few days, avoid getting involved. Recalling that Meng Chou was ill last time they met, he added, make sure he eats well. Bring food prepared in our residence to him. Seasoned as Ji Yang was in delivering meals. Yes. Forget it, I'll go myself. Chu Huayin set down the writing brush he just picked up and stood up, saying to Ji Yang, he won't listen to you. That arrogant tone. Ji Yang. Whatever you say, Your Highness. Damn toothache. Just as he stepped out of the mansion gates, a dark figure suddenly dropped before him. My lord, your servant has failed. We lost track of Master Meng. Ingjiu went straight to the point, please punish me, my lord. Not really. Lost? Considering Meng Chou's skills, how could you lose him? Could it be he encountered some formidable master and was taken away? Ji Yang guessed irresponsibly. Explain clearly. Chu Huayin felt momentarily suffocated as if drowning, instinctively thinking the worst scenario, Meng Chou encountering Lu Hongbao. During the last ritual, Lu Hongbao already eyed Meng Chou greedily with lingering resentment. Now, while Lu Hongbao was busy transferring arms, Meng Chou loved meddling in Chongling Mountain's affairs, so should they meet the consequences would be unimaginable. Yes. Today, Master Meng entered a clothing store. Remembering your instructions carefully, I kept a distance while guarding outside. However, after a long while without seeing Master Meng emerge, I went inside to search, only to find him seemingly vanished into thin air. The shopkeeper also stated that he didn't see him leave. On the battlefield, Chu Huayin would dare lead an army of 5,000 against 50,000 without reinforcements. Yet now, at this moment, he dared not take the slightest risk, opting instead for the safest approach. Clearing his voice decisively, he commanded, seal all 4 city gates. Conduct a thorough citywide search, particularly focus on Lu Hongbao. Monitor everyone around him. My lord, think twice. Ji Yang urgently interjected. Now was the best opportunity to expose the second prince's network. Doing this would not only alert them but prematurely reveal the true power under the Wang's control, effectively pushing Emperor Tianyuan towards the second prince. Moreover, there was no evidence indicating that something had happened to Meng Chou, and this action certainly lacked rationality. Chu Huayin paused momentarily, a resolute and sharp glint passing through his eyes. Since they had already startled the snake from its grass, he would now aim to catch it in a trap. Ji Yang, you lead the troops under the guise of searching for weapons and take charge of guarding all 4 city gates, strictly inspecting those leaving the city. Ingjiu, let's go take a look at that clothing store. Meng Chou had been restless lately, unable to sleep at night, constantly worried about being discovered as pregnant. This concern overshadowed even his usual focus on reviewing scrolls. After 3 days of contemplation, he finally decided, it was time to prepare for an escape. Since Chu Huayin wouldn't willingly let him leave the capital, he'd have to plot his own route out. He'd hinted his intention to leave to his wet nurse, who had raised him since childhood. Without a second thought, she insisted on taking Li Wenla along with them, reasoning it'd be safer having a doctor around during their travels. Meng Chou reflected that his wet nurse was too old for such arduous travel, and Li Wenla's medical practice was well established in the capital. Life had begun to settle down here, how could he ask them to abandon everything and follow him into some unknown mountain village? He laughed nervously to evade further discussion, knowing her insistence would only cause pointless arguments. Nonetheless, if one day he disappeared, it would be enough that they were aware of his plans. He counted the remaining silver pieces, adding up to 1,000 taels altogether. After the incident of Meng Huayan poisoning herself, resulting in dire consequences for herself, Meng Haodao disregarded Zhou Shi's protests and returned to his former post. No one knew why. On the last night before his departure, without informing Zhou Shi, he slipped 500 taels to Meng Chou, accompanied by a simple, "I'm sorry." Meng Chou always differentiated Meng Haodao from the rest of the Meng family. He didn't understand why Meng Haodao had apologized, but perhaps it was compensation on behalf of his mother and sister. Revenge against Jiang Yao and the original body was inevitable, accepting money from Meng Haodao would make things ambiguous. Thus, Meng Chou rejected it, seeing the disappointment flicker across Meng Haodao's face. Now raising a silver ingot in his left hand, engraved with the seal of Prince Chu's treasury, 7,000 taels borrowed with 6,000 yet to be repaid. His right hand pulled out a silver note, earned from selling Prince Chu's ginseng. Everything traced back to Chu Huayin. Like some big, hapless benefactor. Meng Chou pouted, tilting his head slightly, feeling vaguely guilty. After a long while, he slammed the table confidently. The Prince of Chu should contribute some money towards baby formula, at least. Chapter 22. There was still a mess of business in the capital city, so Meng Chou couldn't just drop everything and run, but now he could start preparing some travel funds, just in case an emergency arose where there wouldn't be time to grab money later. He packed his silver coins and disguising tools into a bundle, entering a ready-made clothing shop at the busiest moment, and chose a deep gray shirt with a front opening. He walked in as the handsome Chief Justice of the Ministry of Justice, and came out as a hunched-over old man. After hobbling around a few corners, he immediately set off nimbly towards the outskirts of the city. Last night's rain had left the soil soft and red under the trees, emitting a smell of decaying matter. Rotten leaves covered up insects making a rustling sound. Meng Chou pretended to be a passerby looking for a restroom, deviating from the main road to find a secluded spot. He looked left and right, no one was around. The 7th poplar tree, dig here. Without a hoe, Meng Chou broke off a branch, grunting as he dug a hole about forearm deep, solemnly placing a packet of silver inside. He felt like a kitten that had carefully hidden its favorite little dried fish in a hole. No, it can't be the dried fish, the story of how kittens planted fish ended up with them losing all their investment. I'm not a cat. Meng Chou quickly replaced his thought with another folk tale. Once upon a time, there was a hired hand who discovered while feeding pigs at the landlord's house that the food in the pig trough never ran out. It turned out this trough was a treasure basin. If I had one, in no time I'd be digging up inexhaustible gold ingots. When the hired hand returned home, he asked the landlord for the trough, carrying it halfway when he found it too heavy and buried it on a mountain, marking the spot with a birch branch. When he brought fellow villagers back to help move it, what was once a barren hill was now covered with birch trees. The hired hand couldn't figure out which tree marked the original spot. Meng Chou stopped digging the hole, counting meticulously 3 times from beginning to end. There was no mistake, it was the 7th poplar tree. I'm also not a hired hand. Meng Chou murmured to himself. Who knows who owes Chu Huayin 7,000 taels? It's worse than the lowest ranking hired hand of Prince Huai's mansion. As he filled the hole, Meng Cho remembered the warning, don't put all your eggs in one basket, so he took half of the stash out and dug 2 more pits in different places. Perhaps due to overwhelming guilt, Meng Cho didn't think of anything good this entire trip. Finally, after completing everything, he stood up and sighed. His fingers trembled slightly, then reached for his belly, gradually tightening through the coarse fabric. Preparing the travel funds meant taking a crucial step forward. For the first time these days, Meng Cho directly faced the reality of his pregnancy. Initially, he even avoided looking at his abdomen during baths, hastily wiping clean before shrinking back into the quilt like a quail. But when he decided to actually stand up, it didn't seem so hard after all. After all, wasn't there finally someone to accompany him? From the start, he carried the great vengeance of the Jiang family on his shoulders. Now, adding the responsibility of parenthood on top, no matter how bitter or tiring, both shoulders would bear it together. Meng Cho had always been grateful for Chu Huayin's appearance, helping to shoulder much of his burdens everywhere. But in this world where people of his type were generally regarded as baby-making tools, whether it be selfishness or adherence to Jiang Yao's final wish, not to take concubines and not enter noble families, some things simply could not be gambled on. Meng Cho washed his hands by the water, changed back into his original clothes, and retraced his steps back into the city. Upon seeing the gate was under strict guard, he hesitated, unsure which force it belonged to, because encountering the Lu family would certainly ruin the game. Ji Yang led a group guarding the 4 gates. In a flash, he distinctly saw someone resembling Meng Cho, only for him to vanish in the blink of an eye. "Brother Ji!" Someone called from behind him. Hearing Meng Cho's voice, Ji Yang nearly shed tears, having mobilized everyone looking for him. This might happen twice more and he'd lose 10 years of his life. "What's going on?" Meng Cho asked softly. "The prince is looking for you and is anxious." Ji Yang decided to boost his master's goodwill points. The frantic searching earlier almost made him feel sorry for his lord. "Our master feared you'd be captured by the Lu family, thus ordered a thorough check of the capital. I've never seen our master change plans for anyone else." "Why?" Meng Cho opened his mouth, puzzled. He hadn't been gone for more than 2 hours in total, how could so many assumptions arise? Ji Yang stuttered, unable to answer. He couldn't directly say that the shadow guards lost track of him, nor could he disclose what Chu Huayin hadn't told Meng Cho, needing to keep his mouth tightly shut. Meng Cho didn't ask further, awkwardly rubbing his hands together. "Where is Prince Huai now?" Ji Yang sent someone to report to Chu Huayin and personally escorted Meng Cho to wait in a tea house. Chu Huayin went to the ready-made clothing shop, but Meng Cho's plan was flawless, leaving no trace. Finding nothing, he was prepared to lead troops and overthrow the Lu family, not needing any other excuse. The crime of privately stockpiling weapons alone was enough. At this moment, Ji Yang sent someone to say that Meng Cho had been found, unharmed. Chu Huayin sighed with relief, the tension he hadn't felt in years subsiding. But instead, an indescribable anger surged up. Why couldn't Meng Cho just stay at home properly? It was quite domineering, and completely irrational. Thus, when Chu Huayin saw the red mud on the soles of Meng Cho's shoes, something only found outside the city, his words were filled with unexpected anger, masking an ominous premonition. "Where have you been?" Meng Cho sat upright in a chair, both hands cradling a teacup emitting wisps of white steam as he carefully blew away the heat. Upon hearing Chu Huayin's question, he obediently set down the tea he hadn't yet sipped, pushing it further inward lest it be affected by Prince Huai's fury. Honestly speaking, between being discovered pregnant, lying, or getting scolded, after weighing these 2 options, Meng Cho decisively chose the latter. "I saw a group of outsiders near the Lu residence behaving strangely, each one robust and dark-skinned, resembling long-distance escorts who travel across regions. Their shoes had red mud, so I guessed there was a hideout outside the city, hence I disguised myself." This part wasn't fabricated, he really did see them, but hadn't managed to investigate yet. "Did you uncover anything?" Chu Huayin gripped the teacup, gazing downward at the ripples in the tea water with unreadable emotions. Meng Cho lowered his head, revealing a pale and vulnerable stretch of neck. "Nothing. Didn't I tell you not to take risks?" Chu Huayin slammed the teacup onto the table hard, bang, startling even Ji Yang, who had been with Chu Huayin for years and seen countless grand occasions. The greenish tea splashed everywhere, the beautiful delicate teacup crushed into sharp-edged shards. Robust individuals near the Lu residence, these 2 phrases combined weren't any different from diving into the dragon's lair or tiger's den. "What about the vow you took at the Lu residence? Am I treating you too well, to the point where you start ignoring my words?" Meng Cho was wide-eyed, thinking today would go just like before, a thunderous scolding followed by a gentle letting go. A vow would be enough to smooth things over. He wanted to say something to pacify Chu Huayin, but suddenly, a wave of nausea hit him. Before the sound escaped, he clapped a hand over his mouth, leaping up to crouch against the wall while forcefully pinching his thigh. No, this reaction was far too suspicious, he mustn't vomit. Chu Huayin was too smart. Meng Cho struggled desperately, tears and snot streaming out, his eyes reddening instantly as they brimmed with tears. Tossed about by waves of nausea, he slid down against the wall uncomfortably. The urge to vomit came in waves, and holding back required superhuman strength. Biting into his hand, his teeth pierced into the flesh until pain made his tears fall uncontrollably. Meng Cho actually wasn't sure if it was due to pregnancy or some other reason, but at this crucial time for his escape, no glitches could be allowed. Chu Huayin was slightly late, only seeing Meng Cho sobbing breathlessly, crying his eyes out. He'd been scolded into crying. Chu Huayin immediately panicked. Meng Cho, Meng Cho. With one hand patting the back of the extremely wronged little cat, the other moved to pull Meng Cho's hand away from biting his own wrist. What hurts? Meng Cho shook his head randomly, flicking several tears onto Chu Huayin's hand. They felt like hot oil droplets, scorching his heart painfully. How could I possibly hurt you in earnest? I'm sorry, I shouldn't have gotten angry. Why are you crying so much? Chu Huayin held both his hands together, encircling Meng Cho's upper body to stop him from hurting himself. Chu Huayin had only seen the weeping little cat once before. Cats should always be vibrant and full of vitality, forever young in spirit. Guilt flooded Chu Huayin's heart. Never once had he intended to make Meng Cho cry, all he ever did was indulge and adore. I promise, there won't be a next time. Chu Huayin gently coaxed the little cat, wiping away the tear streaks forming a trail with his thumb. Stop crying, tell me what you want, and I'll give it to you as an apology, alright? Even the North Command ring symbolizing the control of 3 northern armies on Chu Huayin's thumb was handed over. This is for you to play with. Ji Yang looked as if he'd witnessed a ghost. Who could tell him whether the battlefield Grim Reaper had been possessed? And what happened to the last person scared into crying by the Huai Prince? Surely it wasn't ending with such childish soothing methods. And this is for you to play with, treating the other party like a 3-year-old? Despite this, Meng Cho, thanks to self-inflicted injuries and acting skills, stopped tearing up immediately after the nauseous feeling subsided, leaving behind red-rimmed eyes, conveniently soothed. Ji Yang, I should also buy a signet tomorrow, preferably a pure gold one, for future use on my fiancée. Meng Cho wiped his tears, slightly embarrassed. Embarrassing. In the eyes of others, he dared to act but didn't dare to bear responsibility, starting a cry upon reprimand. However, this timely burst of tears not only saved him from a worse situation but also masked the possibility of morning sickness due to pregnancy. Meng Cho's self-inflicted wounds were severe, the hand that bore a ring of fresh tooth marks swollen and bleeding while his thigh sported a bruise. Chu Huayin applied ointment on his wounds, but Meng Cho concealed the bruise on his leg by pretending to hiccup as he extended his hand. Meng Cho's fingers were long and smooth, without calluses, yet as a martial artist, they weren't frail. Chu Huayin sighed helplessly, crying is no shame, why must you bite your own hand like a drumstick? This was something Meng Cho couldn't explain. Hiccup. It proved that Prince Huai had many ways to comfort someone. He then produced a hairpin. It was a matching set with the one left by Meng Cho's mother for his wedding, which had previously ended up in the hands of the madam favored by the casino owner, but Chu Huayin retrieved it. This. Meng Cho blankly accepted it. How did Chu Huayin know this belonged to Jiang Yao? Chu Huayin rubbed his nose and said, last time at the Meng residence, I saw a hairpin under your bedding. Yesterday, during the raid of the gambling den, I accidentally spotted this and realized it matched the other. The bed affairs had been, rather intense, so seeing a hairpin beneath the bed frame wasn't surprising. Though the frame flipped, Chu Huayin calling it bedding was more tactful. Meng Cho blushed furiously from the tip of his ears down to his neck, the skin hidden by his clothing felt subtly heated. He touched the emerald jade lotus hairpin half open and slanted, his palm still resting on the ancient seal that had accompanied Prince Huai through life and death situations, clutching it tightly then loosening again, the complex ancient inscriptions imprinted on his palm interwoven with his lifeline. His lips instinctively curled into a faint smile, an unexpected idea blossoming in his heart. Ji Yang stared wide-eyed, the master was truly skilled, making sure to take note because it might come in handy later. Handing the ring back to Prince Huai, Meng Cho said, I. Suddenly there was commotion downstairs in the tea house, a group of servants chasing a handsome gentleman in white robes who they repeatedly called out to stop, yet their actions seemed quite respectful despite their words. Stretching his neck, Ji Yang informed Prince Huai slightly troubled, it's the Ji family scholar. Although both are surnamed Ji, we have no relation, besides, this man gets sleepy whenever he sees the 4 books and 5 classics. The Ji scholar and Guan Jiaxin were laureates of the same year, eyes bright as stars, tall and elegant with a cheekily wicked demeanor. Remembering this person, Chu Huayin thought that although he seemed uninterested in state affairs, it was actually due to his arrogant aloofness. Yet he wasn't a pedantic scholar, capable of deceitfully tricking others. Ji Yang slapped his palm suddenly remembering, ah, yes. The young lord of the Ji family scholar's house is pregnant. Even with a child, he still ran around recklessly, it somewhat reminded him of someone familiar. A young lord? Meng Cho's ears perked up, just like him. He squeezed next to Ji Yang, staring wide-eyed. Indeed, the lively young lord's abdomen was slightly protruding, and the surrounding servants kept a distance but appeared ready to tie him up and drag him back home if necessary. Why did they catch him? Meng Cho was somewhat disgruntled, wondering what harm could possibly come from walking on the street. A pregnant individual naturally should stay at home to recuperate properly. Ji Yang casually answered. These days, the outside world was chaotic, no one dared wander about freely, even causing our master significant worry over your disappearance. Considering Meng Cho had just cried over this very matter, Ji Yang wisely chose not to mention it. Did Scholar Ji leave the house recently? Chu Huayin spun the signet ring, tilting his head at Ji Yang. Go bring him back. He'd heard rumors about the scholar and the young lord, a rare couple in the Great Way where a man directly took another man as his spouse. Despite their harmonious relationship, the wife kept running away periodically. This was not due to Scholar Ji's inability to retrieve her. Usually, it was treated as a kind of game between them. But lately, with unrest stirring in the capital, soldiers were patrolling everywhere, flipping over weapons wherever they went, leading to terrifying public clashes when criminals refused to cooperate. Given his admiration for Scholar Ji's talents, today's goodwill gesture would prompt a proper response, should the other side choose to reciprocate. Yes. Ji Yang leapt down from the tea house, blocking the young lord in white in an instant. Scholar Ji requests the young lord returns home. The young lord stomped his feet. Hardly was that Ji surname gone, and here comes another. Reluctantly following the throng of servants back home, his steps though appearing forced, remained remarkably calm. A chill ran through Meng Chao's heart, not wanting to look anymore. As a result, he missed the cavalry passing after the young lord, their sharp bayonets engraved with the exclusive mark of the second prince's residence, swinging proudly, utterly ignoring the danger to civilians. What worries fill your heart becomes magnified to the eyes. At this moment Meng Chou failed to notice the calm demeanor of the young lord, only seeing his unwillingness and lack of freedom. He thought Chu Huayin might be different from those people. He was confident and powerful enough not to need to his status by oppressing a certain group of people. It turned out that even Prince Huai couldn't avoid the common interests of a group when it came down to it. What did you want to say just now? It's nothing. I was wondering, what day of the month is today? The 10th. The brawler who had once shared an intimate moment with Meng Baihan at the brothel was named Wang Dafu. On the 12th, he would go to the Meng family for the engagement. Meng Chou estimated that the Meng family was about to take action against him after all, since dead people don't get married. This time, Meng Chou decided to ask permission first, raising his hand to ask Chu Huayin if he could visit Wang Dafu's house. I'll just look. I won't make any moves. The kitten still had tears in his eyes, his lashes wet and clumped together. His voice was hoarse as he asked for permission. Who wouldn't agree? The invincible Prince Huai didn't dare. Chu Huayin went with him. Before they reached Wang Dafu's door, Chu Huayin suddenly picked up Meng Chou and flew up a tree. Startled, Meng Chou immediately tried to unhook Chu Huayin's hand from his waist. Don't move, there's someone. A servant sneakily slipped into Wang Dafu's home, and soon left. Wang Dafu, on the verge of obtaining his beautiful bride, was boasting everywhere about climbing relations with the left chancellor, always drunk. Pushing the door open, he picked up a water pot, not noticing the white powder under his feet. We've come at the right time. Chu Huayin flicked out a dart to knock over his water pot, snapping Wang Dafu back to reality. A few days ago, he almost drowned. He was aware, and though he appeared drunk, he maintained 2 parts of sobriety. Wang Dafu stepped outside and looked around, almost walking under their tree. Chu Huayin made some noise elsewhere with a dart to divert his attention. Try mimicking a cat call. Chu Huayin whispered close to Meng Chao's ear. Too close, Meng Chao's ears tickled and he glared angrily. Why should he? This way we can leave. Chu Huayin could come and go freely in a high official's residence, but he simply wanted to tease Meng Chou. With his throat gripped tightly, Meng Xiaocat was full of worry that Chu Huayin might notice something amiss in his belly, and thus let out a humiliated meow. Meow. Following that sound was a light rustle of cat-like movement through trees, then both disappeared. Now the Meng family was in chaos. Meng Push was in charge of investigating weapons. To have become the left chancellor, he certainly didn't rely solely on his looks. Within a single day, he traced the problem back to his father-in-law, who lived in his house. Meng Push knew how to preserve himself. Upon discovering this, he nearly went mad with anger. He instructed his men to temporarily suppress the matter and summon Zhou Hao and Zhou Honkai. I, Meng Push, walk the straight and narrow path. Although I cannot achieve the lofty ideal of wiping out my own relatives for righteousness, I also do not wish to consort with rebels. Meng Push placed a divorce letter on the table. From today onward, the Meng family will separate bridges and roads from the Zhou family. Lady Zhou trembled while reading the divorce letter, then went mad, grabbing Meng Push's collar. The Zhou family provided for your education, supported you to take the imperial examination in the capital. I bore and raised children for you, taking care of household affairs. How have I wronged you? Meng Push, if you dare to expel me today, we will perish together. Meng Baihan was shocked pale by this sudden development. She tugged Zhou Hansai's sleeve. Grandfather, what should we? Zhou Honkai had already foreseen this from the moment Meng Push spoke his first word. This despicable coward, seeking benefits and avoiding harm, was still the same after 20 years. Meng Push shook off Lady Zhou, adjusted his sleeves. You failed in womanly virtues, must repay flaws, treated your stepson harshly, and were a poor mother. You indirectly caused the death of my officially wedded wife Jiang Yao, and almost killed Chou'er. These points alone give me the reason to divorce you. Lady Zhou laughed bitterly. Very well, you know all these, but why didn't you stop them? It was you who caused Jiang Yao's death. If it wasn't for your indulgence, would I have done such things to Jiang Yao? Meng Push, you're not human. I don't recognize this divorce paper, we are all fleas on the same sinking boat, none of us can escape. Lady Zhou covered her face and cried, remembering the early days of marriage when Meng Push hadn't yet shown his merciless side. Both she and Jiang Yao were naive and unaware, thinking they had found reliable support for the rest of their lives. Who among them wasn't a precious and innocent young girl? It was Meng Push who turned her into what she was now. You will have to recognize it, Meng Push smirked coldly, His Majesty decreed the union between Jiang Yao and myself with golden words. What does your position matter? People, escort Miss Zhou and Lord Zhou away. Meng Push had prepared well, a line of guards stood menacingly outside the door. In a rage, Zhou Hankai overturned a table, tea kettles and vases shattered everywhere. Before leaving, he glared fiercely at Meng Push and chuckled menacingly, with the current uncertain situation in the capital, Master Meng sure knows how to make grand gestures. We'll see whose fate it shall be. Meng Push picked up his teacup, remaining calm and composed. Safe journey. In the past 2 days, he had taken the opportunity to investigate the power factions in the capital city and was astonished to realize that Prince Y was far more powerful than he had imagined. The faction of the second prince might not even know they were already sitting ducks. Lady Zhou called for Meng Baihan to leave together, but Meng Baihan hesitated uncertainly, earning her a severe scolding as an ungrateful wolf before she ultimately chose to stay behind. Still unsettled, Meng Baihan then heard from a servant that Wang Dafu had come to propose marriage, and her face turned into one of pure panic. How was he still alive? Had her grandfather failed? Without even lifting an eyelid, Meng Push casually sent the steward to accept the betrothal gift, displaying a cold indifference that didn't suit a father about to marry off his daughter. Meng Baihan ground her teeth until they nearly shattered. With her father unreliable, her grandfather useless, and her mother having left, it seemed her fate was sealed, she would have to remain and be treated as the half-sister to Meng Chou. She seethed with resentment against Meng Chou, clenching her fists where she stood for half an hour on the spot, scheming furiously, before returning to her room to pack all the money she'd hoarded through the years. Marriage? Fine then. There would always be time ahead, and with wealth, what did she have to fear? Meng Push, clever and resourceful, went directly to Emperor Tianyuan after dismissing his wife, carrying firewood to apologize for his errors. He confessed everything the Zhou family had done, along with his own oversight. His words never mentioned competition among the princes, he only gave a report of the investigation regarding illegal weapons in the capital, implying that the Zhou family was the sole instigator behind everything. He was smart enough to know that such rhetoric would incur punishment if said in front of Prince Y, so before Chu Huayin could gain full authority, he decided to use Emperor Tianyuan's influence to clear his own name first. His reputation as a righteous scholar who showed no favoritism or alliances, loyal only to Emperor Tianyuan, had pleased the emperor greatly. Waving a hand, Tianyuan declared that ignorance absolved guilt, sentencing the Zhou family with treason while balancing Prince Meng's sins and contributions by docking 3 years of salary as a warning to others. At the same time, Meng Push fully cooperated with Chu Huayin in capturing rebels in the capital, seeking to earn goodwill with the latter. A few days later, a poisoning case erupted in the palace. It was revealed that the emperor's personal eunuch, acting under orders from the empress, had been lacing his calming soup with slow-acting poison for 5 to 6 years. It began from when Chu Huayin had left the capital for battle, the empress and the second prince harboring thoughts of harming Emperor Tianyuan ever since. Fortunately, despite his frail health, Emperor Tianyuan had endured these years and survived, preventing scenarios like Emperor suddenly dying, second prince taking over, until Chu Huayin's return. Now desperate, the second prince attempted to directly poison Emperor Tianyuan and draft a fake decree to inherit the throne. Emerging narrowly alive, Emperor Tianyuan finally tasted the anger Prince Chu Huayin had faced when funds were diverted mid-battle, almost leading to his death. Decisively imprisoning the queen and the second prince, he named Chu Huayin crown prince. The Lu family estate was seized, Lu Hongbao sentenced, and his advisors thrown into jail based on testimony provided. However, the closest confidant wasn't found among them, prompting the court to issue a nationwide arrest warrant. Posters bearing their likeness plastered every checkpoint and inn, offering generous rewards. Meng Chou found himself somewhat disappointed at how Meng Push emerged unscathed from the chaos. But the Great Wei dynasty had no law against bigamy. Jiang Xian followed Meng Chou's advice to liquidate some small and broken estates belonging to certain generals. It wasn't much, but it created some steady income. During Jiang Xian's first inspection tour outside the city for rent collection, he felt unprecedented excitement. On his way back, he met a partially blind Taoist fortune teller selling talismans. Jiang Xian, clearly a divine master. Without a second thought, the silver coin still warm in his hands immediately went into the Taoist's pocket. Smiling broadly, Jiang Xian held the peace charm tightly wrapped in a little lotus pouch, eagerly presenting it to Meng Chou like a proud child showing off a treasure. Eyes twinkling, Jiang Xian expected praise. Quickly put your compliments here. Meng Chou slipped the lotus pouch into his sleeve, moved by Jiang Xian's constant thoughts for him. This child was growing up. A warmth spread across his chest. He asked casually, "Did you visit a temple?" "No, I met the Taoist on the road, paying 20 taels." Meng Chou smiled faintly, "Go kneel in the ancestral hall overnight." "Why, uncle?" "Uncle, I don't want to." When Chu Huayin was made crown prince, the political landscape of the capital shifted drastically. All traces of the second prince's faction were eradicated, and countless people scrambled to align themselves with Chu Huayin, including even Meng Chou, whose status rose subtly. Meng Chou had just sent away the 17th merchant trying to engage in conversation. Clad in gaudy silk robes with golden embroidery, decked out in gold chains, the rich man stood before the now penniless Meng Chou, a jarring scene. Despite the ostentatious appearance, this merchant proved practical. 2 servants carried large chests filled with nuts and sugared cakes. While suppressing hunger pangs, Meng Chou declined firmly, explaining that he really couldn't help recommend anyone to the crown prince. And anyway, he was about to flee, no future here. To the west of the capital lay the radiant Thousand-Yang Lake, its ripples sparkling in the sun. Boats and painted pleasure barges dotted the waters from morning until night, the most popular gathering spot for the young elite of the capital. Today was the Flower Boat Festival, and along the shores of Thousand-Yang Lake sat many grand ships. Their owners were all famous nobles and generals. There would be a boat race at noon, which drew a massive crowd from the eastern part of the city, leaving it nearly empty, while people gathered on the western side. All street vendors in the city had set up their stalls neatly along the lakefront. Whispers spread that Chu Huayin would attend, so young ladies who fancied him, along with officials eager to flatter the crown prince, flocked together to enjoy the festivities. Painted pleasure barges were ideal for a first-glance romance. Chu Huayin intended to develop water transportation and had invited renowned shipping companies of Great Way to discuss shipbuilding matters during this festival. The shipping company showed great sincerity by directly presenting a 3-storied large cargo ship for Chu Huayin's inspection. Meng Chou followed behind Chu Huayin, feeling as if he were a secretary following a president discussing business deals, ready to abscond any moment. He sneezed several times upon boarding the ship, the strong smell on board made his nose tingle. He noticed after walking around that the ship was new, recently painted, and had not transported any goods yet. Too much sincerity could sometimes seem suspicious. Meng Chou pinched his nose. In reality, Chu Huayin preferred inspecting older ships since they better showcased various performance aspects. The cargo ship sailed toward the center of the lake, where wine and dried fruits had been laid out on the deck. While shipbuilding negotiations were one matter, the main reason today was to let Meng Chou unwind a little. Chu Huayin noticed that Meng Chou had seemed worried lately, speculating that the Lu family's issues or perhaps the second prince's situation caused him undue stress. I have some good news. Meng Chou sneezed again. Chu Huayin pulled out a handkerchief and handed it to Meng Chou. This lacquer smell is too pungent, Ji Yang, let's change boats. Meng Chou covered his nose. No need, no need. The smell outside isn't as bad, isn't the show about to start? He glanced at the neatly lined boats along the shore. It's normal for a new ship. But when he turned back, his eyes widened suddenly. Wait, why was the draft of the new ship so deep? Meng Chou sharply looked at the shipping company boss. Is there anything loaded onto the ship? The boss' eyes gradually revealed a crazed smile. He didn't answer Meng Chou, but instead muttered, the wind has picked up. Something was amiss with the shipping fleet. Protect the crown prince. In an instant, Chu Huayin pulled Meng Chou behind him protectively, kicked over a table, and kicked the shipping boss far away. Ji Yang and the guards swiftly drew their long knives, encircling them. A sudden gale swept across the lake, dispelling the lacquer odor and releasing a sulphurous gunpowder scent. There were explosives aboard. As he coughed blood, the boss grinned wildly with a twisted expression. You couldn't possibly imagine there's another layer beneath the hold, right? Ha ha ha, it's all explosives. Chu Huayin, even if you become the crown prince, you'll still end up burying Lu's family. Because the crown prince was on the cargo ship, only this area had one ship available. Chu Huayin quickly decided, jump. Amidst all these unexpected developments, all Meng Chou heard was Chu Huayin shouting through the wind, don't be afraid, hold on to me tightly. Chu Huayin took 2 swift steps to the top of the ship, powerfully kicked off the mast with his right leg, launching himself like an arrow. The sensation of free fall told Meng Chou that Chu Huayin's kick might result in a cramp. He yelled mid-air, let go once we hit the water, though the roar of the exploding cargo ship drowned out his voice. The fire roared, weather changed drastically, dark clouds rolled overhead splitting the sky into half red and half black, stirring up huge waves on the lake. They had just submerged when a towering wave overturned them both. Meng Chou never expected such bad luck. He and Chu Huayin happened to land near a hidden whirlpool. The rapidly rotating vortex plunged seemingly into the abyss, pulling both men towards infinite darkness. The current tore at their clothes. Even in this critical situation, Chu Huayin firmly held on to Meng Chou, struggling to surface. After swallowing some water and getting battered by endless waves trying to separate them, Chu Huayin managed to grip only Meng Chou's sash. The sky grew darker, a downpour ensued, winds were high, and waves fierce. They were far from shore, either swimming back or waiting for rescue would be an exhausting battle. With superior stamina and skills, Chu Huayin carrying Meng Chou would obviously slow them down. Unable to speak underwater, Meng Chou simply tapped Chu Huayin's hand holding his sash, signaling him to let go. Though weak in strength, he could still swim, right? Chu Huayin gripped tighter. In the murky lake water, Meng Chou couldn't see Chu Huayin's expression clearly, but the steady warmth transmitted through his hands was reassuring. He hadn't chosen wrong. Meng Cho looked deeply at Chu Huayin one last time, then pulled out the dagger tucked inside his boot, severing the sash clean. Just as the sash loosened, a big wave shoved them several meters apart. Meng Cho glimpsed what appeared to be Chu Huayin's angry and incredulous stare. "Sorry for putting you in danger again." From one of the nearby painted pleasure barges came intense cursing and sounds of fighting, interspersed with the crash of furniture tipping over. A pale arm soaked in water climbed up the ship's edge, as if a water ghost extended a thin and bony arm, grabbing hold of something and refusing to let go, then quickly scrambling aboard in panic. Meng Cho panted heavily while lying on the deck. Turns out, the oath he once made really did come true. There were alligators in the water. Who the hell removed the iron grill at the outlet of the Liu family's pool that connected to Thousand-Yang Lake? Alligators had entered the lake following the water flow. And one even chased him to bite his butt. Luckily, it was an injured crocodile that couldn't swim as fast as him. Meng Cho held his rear fearfully, recalling why on earth he had sworn before a group of alligators. But for better or worse, this crocodile chase had triggered all his survival instincts. Otherwise, he might have been worn down by the relentless ebbing and flowing waters of the lake, losing strength and consciousness, eventually drowning. There seemed to be some arguing going on inside the boat. No one noticed him. Like a dead dog, Meng Cho lay on the board for a long time, slowly getting up. It seemed he unintentionally entered a cabin on the boat. One side was entirely open to the lake, 3 sides were partitioned, and a small door on the left was closed. This was likely a designated booth for watching the dragon boat races. There was a table, chairs, and a small lounge bed. Meng Cho's clothes were nearly torn into rags when he saw a whole set of clothes on the bed, so he hastily changed into them. He turned his boots upside down, and a piece of broken silver fell out, which he placed on the table. Consider this buying the clothes from the owner. Forceful deal, no reason given. He opened the door intending to leave without being noticed, but heard Wang Juanyang's voice. Hadn't he been exiled with his father long ago? After listening for a moment, Meng Cho learned that Wang Juanyang couldn't bear the harsh winds and sun along the way during his exile, so he secretly returned, seeking help from his old gang of friends. However, those flatterers who used to nod obsequiously to the second son of right Prime Minister Wang now completely changed their faces. Not only did they not assist him, but they also insulted and mocked him, claiming they would turn him over to the authorities. Wang Juanyang couldn't endure such a sharp reversal, so arguments led to fights. 1 against 3. Meng Cho found it uninteresting, thus leaving quietly. On reaching the shore almost utterly exhausted, he found a large contingent of royal guards hurriedly mobilizing, tying ropes around themselves before plunging into the water, causing quite a commotion. Officials nearly surrounded the entirety of Thousand-Yang Lake. Meng Cho's heart tightened. Wasn't Chu Huayin still missing underwater? That was impossible. The waves had pushed them in opposite directions, and Chu Huayin had been closer to the shore. He urgently tiptoed to look and saw Chu Huayin standing on the other side of Thousand-Yang Lake with Ji Yang holding an umbrella for him, and Meng Cho finally relaxed a bit. Then he heard people shouting, "Minister Meng," amid all the chaos. His steps halted abruptly. The original person whose body he inhabited didn't know how to swim. Chu Huayin would have died instantly if he'd let go. No one knew that the current Meng Cho could swim. Meng Cho realized, this was his best chance to leave the capital. Chu Huayin was drenched, water dripping from head to toe, tightly gripping a blue strip of cloth in his hand, cut into 2 halves by a sharp dagger. "Your Highness, please change your clothes," Ji Yang urged weakly. Chu Huayin's eyes were bloodshot, stubbornly staring at the restless lake surface. How could he have let Meng Cho slip away from his grasp? He watched helplessly as he was swept away by the surging currents. He barely made it ashore after risking death multiple times, unable to even imagine what Meng Cho might have endured. His fingers nearly crushed the fabric, his voice hoarse, filled with overwhelming self-blame and despair at imagining the worst. Find Meng Cho first. In the distance, Meng Cho, cloaked in a straw raincoat and hat, was unrecognizable from the outside. He looked far away at Chu Huayin and whispered gently, "We shall meet again." "Let's go," Meng Cho said to the coachman. He remembered on the cargo ship, Chu Huayin was about to tell him good news but got sidetracked. What could it be? Being rather mundane, Meng Cho could only think of promotions and wealth. Regardless of how gloomy the sky or how misty the earth, this land would always remain beautiful, ultimately belonging to you. Chu Huayin, I wish us a meeting among the mountains and rivers. Chapter 23. In this vast capital city, there weren't many things worth worrying about. Jiang Xian was growing up gradually. Chu Huayin wouldn't treat the Jiang family unfairly. After all these incidents, if Meng Cho still couldn't see that everything related to the Jiang family would attract extra attention from Chu Huayin, then he'd truly be wasting his life. The feigned death was somewhat cruel for Chu Huayin. Meng Cho had been cared about for so long, and wasn't devoid of emotions. He felt guilty deep inside. But he could only try to make light of the situation, as Chu Huayin, accustomed to being wrapped in horse leather on the battlefield, always had in mind the thousands of miles of territory and the people under his rule. The small place in Chu's heart that belonged to Meng Cho would soon be squeezed out clean. Looking back with longing, the city gates loomed majestically. Merchants and travelers were coming and going incessantly. And he could only accompany Chu Huayin to this point, leaving him with some regrets. However, before long, Meng Cho didn't have time to feel sentimental. Using the excuse of needing a bathroom break, he made the carriage driver stop in front of a white poplar forest where all his fortune was buried. Today's departure was too abrupt. He had decided suddenly, penniless. If it hadn't been for the fancy clothes on his body, there might not have been any willing drivers at all. Walking hurriedly forward, a freshly dug pit suddenly appeared right before his eyes. Who dared to touch his silver? His silver he saved meticulously and even hesitated to buy new clothes with. The newly churned red mud carried an unpleasant stench of dog urine. Scattered around were the paw prints of wild dogs and a series of shoe prints. It seemed like wild dogs urinated here and dug holes, then a passing pedestrian who was using the restroom took the silver coins by chance. Meng Cho, with utmost sincerity, almost held his breath while checking the other two places where he buried his silver. Fortunately, they were still there. But he suffered a major loss, leaving only 500 taels. The rented horses and carriages in the capital were extremely expensive. Meng Cho originally intended to splurge once and hire a carriage all the way to Jiangnan, where he was born in his previous life and found the climate more suitable. Now, Meng Cho embarrassingly said to the coachman, "Uncle, just drop me off at the next town." He decided to buy a simple carriage and travel himself, walking wherever he needed to go, stopping whenever he found a proper place. He had already thought about what business he would pursue when settling down, writing little novels. In his past life, he memorized numerous scripts, fantasy, horror, ancient costumes, mysteries, etc. There was an abundance. He could also hire a young scholar, he dictated, the scholar transcribed, quite perfect. Being a storyteller also worked, narrating the love-hate entanglement between himself and the current crown prince, their great friendship. As long as they wouldn't starve to death. Meanwhile, on the painted pleasure boat Meng Cho left, Wang Junyang fought alone against 3 others and was finally knocked down. One of them had accidentally bumped into Wang Junyang's carriage once, and was made to ride the carriage through the streets for 3 days as a public spectacle. His father, a minor local official who recently came up, was powerless and avoided stepping outside for 3 months. Not only him, but the other 2 were also humiliated in different ways and ended up becoming Wang Junyang's sycophants, fawning over him. With vengeance in mind, seeing Wang Junyang lying on the ground without resistance, they kicked his head hard onto the table corner. "Ha ha ha, is this your day? The son of the right prime minister is pretty arrogant, isn't he? How dare you snatch my fiancée?" They each kicked him, venting their anger, ignoring whether he lived or died. The bloody traces on Wang Junyang's forehead were shocking. These rich bastards in the capital, no matter how big or small their father's ranks, became distorted and perverted after rubbing elbows with people of even greater power. They did this to fit in with others. The young master of Yan Xiang's family was always their target for mocking as a bookworm. "Wait, he doesn't move." One person stopped the other 2. "Don't kill him yet, we still need to send him to the officials." "What if he's dead?" As soon as those words were spoken, the 3 became panicked. With political changes underway in the capital, their fathers had given strict orders not to cause trouble, fearing they would attract Chu Huayin's attention. Crown Prince was impartial, showed no favoritism, and despised these spoiled brats. Everyone knew. One squatted down to check Wang Junyang's breath, then collapsed to the ground. He's not breathing. "It's not me, I only kicked his thigh." "It's not me either, I didn't touch him." The 3 blamed each other, retreating further, creating several blood-red streaks on the wooden floor with their shoes. The sounds of the soldiers searching outside grew closer. All 3 faces turned pale, one dressed in white looked smarter, gritted his teeth and said, "We can't leave evidence behind. Throw him directly into the lake. The waves are so strong outside. Tomorrow, his body might be washed ashore anywhere." "Right, yes, it makes sense." Together, they moved Wang Junyang to the edge of the boat where Meng Cho had climbed on earlier and were about to throw him overboard when the person in white suggested, "Wait, let's change his clothes. This fabric is too fine, if his body is found and the officials start an investigation, it might lead back to us." To confuse Wang Junyang before leaving, he had treated Wang with great hospitality, providing new clothes and shoes, to create a dramatic contrast that would leave a lasting impression. He looked around and spotted a pile of ragged wet clothes, assuming they belonged to the servant who fell into the water earlier. Stripping Wang Junyang, he dressed him in these tattered garments instead. Changing to ordinary clothes, officials wouldn't bother identifying him, an anonymous pauper would likely be wrapped in a straw mat and dumped in a mass grave. Meng Chao's clothing was cheap and worn, so the person in white struggled to tie several knots before the makeshift outfit barely fit. With a dull splash, Wang Junyang hit the water. The crocodile that had been pursuing Meng Cho hadn't strayed far. Sniffing the scattered blood scent, its 2 lantern-like eyes slowly turned. Just then, the Imperial Guard started knocking to clear the area. The Crown Prince orders all unrelated people to immediately leave Thousand Sun Lake. The Crown Prince orders, find Meng Cho and receive 10,000 taels and promotion. Unaware of the events outside, preoccupied by the earlier explosion, the 3 men muttered nervously, "We're leaving now, we're leaving." "Ah! Monster! There's a monster, it's a crocodile." One of the guards diving for Wang Junyang suddenly screamed in terror. His companions on shore reacted quickly, yanking him back forcefully using the rope tied around his waist. Lying gasping on the shore, his face ashen, the guard had grown up near Thousand Sun Lake and had never heard of crocodiles living there. As soon as he screamed, Chu Huayin swiftly drew a long knife, narrowed his eyes, aimed at the partially emerged crocodile head floating on the surface, and threw it. The knife plunged deep, leaving only the handle exposed. "Bring it ashore." The guards in the small boat immediately retrieved the crocodile's body and transported it to the shore. How could there be a crocodile? "Ji Yang, go check the Lu family." Examining the crocodile brought back by the guards, Chu Huayin felt a dreadful premonition intensify when he noticed a strip of blue cloth stuck in the crocodile's teeth. It reminded him of the explosion on the cargo ship, which seemed to explode again in his mind, obliterating everything. Staggering forward, Chu Huayin grasped the hilt of the knife and infused it with internal energy, slicing open the crocodile's belly with a flick. A nauseating stench filled the air. Closing his eyes, Chu Huayin couldn't bring himself to look. He had become a coward for the first time. "Is there anything?" The secret agent carefully inspected the remnants inside the crocodile's stomach, nothing but undigested fish and shrimp. Understanding what his master sought most, the agent trembled while answering, "Nothing." This answer didn't ease his distress. His soul had fallen into an abyss, nothing could stir him anymore unless Meng Cho appeared alive and well right in front of him. "Keep searching. Everyone entering the water should take powder medicine as a precaution. And assign another team to eliminate all the crocodiles." This massive search effort lasted 7 days. On the 8th day, Chu Huayin no longer kept vigil by Thousand Sun Lake day and night like before. But the search continued, gradually expanding downstream. Thousand Sun Lake was sealed off, with no access for commoners. Anyone whose livelihood was affected could claim compensation from Prince Huai's residence, without losing a single coin. At Prince Huai's residence, Ji Yang reported progress on the matter of crocodiles being released by the Lu family. "It's true one of our own was a traitor. He's now locked up in the heavenly jail awaiting punishment. The boss of the cargo ship was killed in the blast, but according to his helper, he had a younger brother who bears resemblance to the Lu family's escaped advisor. It seems this advisor was the real mastermind. As the Lu family's confidant, he infiltrated royal power, even the 5-city military command. Looking further back, the Lu family once commanded the Northern Army. His older brother's fleet navigated through all the inland rivers of Great Wei. Neither my royal brother nor Lu Hongbao can match him." "What does your highness mean?" Ji Yang dared not speculate too freely. Ever since Meng Cho disappeared, his lord had become more inscrutable, harder to predict. Now he finally understood how vital Meng Chao's presence was. He made the master smile and added liveliness to an otherwise stern figure. Ji Yang even thought working near Chu Huayin's study now felt similar to accompanying him onto the battlefield years ago. "Continue the manhunt. Investigate the shipping company thoroughly. If you cannot uncover the truth, dissolve it entirely. Leave no trace or connection that might help them remain hidden." "Yes." Ji Yang hesitated for a moment. There was another piece of news he wasn't sure whether to share. After what happened, he feared bringing up any matter related to Meng Cho in front of Chu Huayin. "Speak." "Jiang Yi has petitioned to escort the remains of the old general back to the capital." Ji Yang lowered his voice. Jiang Yi was Meng Chao's uncle, and everyone knew he had died in battle 18 years ago. The memorial in Chu Huayin's hand fell onto the table with a clack. Jiang Yi. It was the good news he had wanted to share with Meng Cho that day. But Meng Cho never heard it. Draft an edict. Appoint Jiang Yi as the pacifying general, posthumously confer the title of duke who protects the nation upon Jiang Zhanyu, and send the decree to the palace for father's approval. Emperor Qianyuan's health had been deteriorating recently, so Chu Huayin was handling state affairs on his behalf. Seeing that his eldest son seemed uninterested in ascending the throne immediately, daily checking on him and reporting only major matters, he gradually grew at ease. The dynasty would have worthy successors, he could rest peacefully knowing his ancestors might commend him after death. Once the imperial decree was issued, the entire nation was shocked. At this time, the most talked about subjects were the Jiang family and Meng Cho. Fate or destiny? Meng Cho was born into misfortune when his maternal grandfather died in battle. Both he and his mother suffered under Lady Zhou's oppression. After Meng Chao's death, his supposedly deceased uncle, the Jiang family patriarch, resurrected miraculously. Appointed as the Grand Pacifying General commanding 40,000 iron cavalry, he was returning to the capital, becoming the foremost favorite of the future emperor. Born under an unlucky star but unable to enjoy any blessings. Initially, people merely sighed over his fate, but rumors began spreading, suggesting that Meng Cho was the Jiang family's harbinger of bad luck. Finally, heaven decided to reclaim him. Within just 3 days, some superstitious and ignorant individuals began cursing, "It's good he's dead, otherwise, he might have disrupted the national fortune." When the gossip reached Chu Huayin's ears, Ji Yang finally saw his master enraged again after half a month. Chapter 24. The person who realized earlier than Chu Huayin was Meng Pushan. Since the imperial edict came down, Meng Pushan's face turned pale then green. Meng Zhou followed the crown prince on the ship, now his whereabouts are unknown. On the surface, he dispatched all of his household servants to assist in the search, but inside, he wondered when Meng Zhou got so close to the crown prince. This boy, while alive, wasn't fully on his side, yet dead, he could leverage the situation. Should anything happen to Meng Zhou, the crown prince surely wouldn't neglect the Meng family. Meng Puxian understood this and cared nothing about Meng Zhou's life or death. But with Jiang Yi still alive, everything changed. Jiang Yi didn't even recognize himself as his brother-in-law. Jiang Yao passed away in sorrow, Meng Zhou disappeared without a trace, live or dead, thus cutting off the only tie he had with the Jiang family. What remained was a blood feud. With 40,000 troops under his command, should Jiang Yi choose to harass the Meng family, it would be obvious who Chu Huayin would stand by. Meng Puxian shivered down his back, unable to sit or stand still, seemingly aging several years in an instant. If only that Zhou woman hadn't been so heartless, forcing Jiang Yao and her son into a corner, he wouldn't be facing this dilemma now. In view of the Zhou family's wealth and power, Meng Puxian tolerated Mrs. Zhou's irrational outbursts with one eye open and one closed. But lo and behold, the Jiang family came back from the dead, both generations becoming trusted subjects of the future emperor. In contrast, the Zhou family, whose wealth stemmed from illicit means, almost dragged him into a treason plot. What a venomous woman. To this day, Meng Puxian did not see where he went wrong. A man lives for glory, honor, and riches. Ends justify means. He regretted only one thing, backing the wrong horse. Thus Meng Puxian began actively searching for Meng Zhou, walking around Thousand Yang Lake every day looking dejected. Missing his son deeply, he shed tears at his utmost grief. Ordinary people had no idea about the dirty dealings within the Meng household. Seeing that Meng Puxian was not attending court, personally seeking his son, they all showed their sympathy. Mr. Meng loves his son dearly. As parents go, none come closer to this ideal. Always mindful of his public image, Meng Puxian noticed something amiss as soon as the rumors started circulating. They spread too quickly, there must have been someone pulling the strings behind the scenes. He investigated and found it was his own daughter. The Zhou family intended to drive him to ruin. Meng Puxian almost regretted not letting Meng Huihan roll out of the Meng household along with Mrs. Zhou. So young, knowing neither poetry nor needlework, she had learned all sorts of unbecoming tricks from Mrs. Zhou. At the start of the month, Meng Huihan had already married, but it wasn't a matter of pride, and there was no mother making arrangements. Quietly, she moved into the Wang family residence with a hefty dowry. Money talks. Wang Dafu obeyed her every word. When Meng Huihan asked him to help spread rumors about being a harbinger of misfortune, his wine and women cronies from the brothels, paid a bit, embellished the news, spreading it faster than anything else. At this moment, Meng Huihan was in the courtyard, spitting grape skins while listening to a little maid vividly recounting the gossip outside, laughing uncontrollably. Creak. Meng Puxian pushed open the wooden door, Huihan. Father. Meng Huihan brushed the sunflower seeds off her clothes and stood up, delightedly asking, "Are you here to take me back?" Although Wang Dafu was obedient, it wasn't as comfortable as living in the spacious courtyard of the left chancellor's mansion. Now that Meng Zhou was gone and her brother wasn't in the capital, surely her father must feel lonely. Without revealing his true feelings, Meng Puxian dismissed her hand, "Are you comfortable staying here? Your mother said she misses you." The Zhou family participated in the conspiracy and were beyond pardon, but as Mrs. Zhou had remarried, she was ultimately sentenced to exile. If Meng Puxian wasn't so merciless, choosing to sever ties to absolve himself of responsibility, perhaps she'd have received a lighter sentence. A flicker of panic crossed Meng Huihan's face. She stepped back a few steps. "No, father, your daughter wishes to stay by your side. At the time when Meng Zhou's fate is uncertain, you actually spread rumors to blacken his reputation, showing no respect for your elder brother, unaware of what is right. I, Meng Puxian, never bore such an unworthy daughter as you. Go find your mother." Meng Huihan had bullied, cursed, drowned Meng Zhou, and this was the first time Meng Puxian spoke for Meng Zhou. She stared at Meng Puxian with wide eyes for a moment, then suddenly sat back down, her tone lighthearted. "Are you afraid that Jiang Yi will come back to settle accounts with you? So you're eager to expel us three from the capital? You're scared, I'm not. Once married, women belong to their husband's home. You have no authority over me anymore." Enraged, Meng Puxian slapped towards her, but Meng Huihan blocked it with her hand, having nothing to lose was stronger than those constrained by propriety. Dead people can't talk, how would anyone know how she treated Meng Zhou before? It was her father whose official position had reached its end. With the mask of civility torn between father and daughter, they almost came to blows. Chaos ensued in the small courtyard. Amid the din of clamor, a loud voice abruptly joined in. "The emperor's edict has arrived." Ji Yang held the imperial edict, saw that Meng Puxian was also present, and smiled. "Since Lord Left Chancellor is also here, let's listen to the decree together. By the grace of heaven, the emperor decrees. Meng Huihan's conduct has been outrageous, harming her own brother and disregarding laws. Her family properties are hereby confiscated, along with her husband Wang Dafu's official titles, and they shall be exiled 600 li away from the capital forever, with no reprieve. Meng Pushan has failed in his parental duties, privately lacking moral integrity, sentenced to house arrest for a month for introspection. Any defiance will be regarded as defiance against imperial decree. So decreed. The father and daughter kneeling inside the door looked utterly defeated, while outside, Wang Dafu, who had just returned from drinking, peeked through drunkenly, looking like he had crawled out of a filthy ditch. Wang Dafu. Ji Yang shouted. I am here, I am here. Depart immediately. Ji Yang pointed at the door where 4 constables waited. Let me pack up. As long as there was money, life would remain unchanged anywhere. Wang Dafu naively stretched out his hand to drag Meng Huaihan. Go, go. How about this? Ji Yang smiled sardonically. Do you not understand the confiscation of all your property? Are you two putting on a performance? After enjoying their theatrical expressions for a moment, Ji Yang smirked. I'm certainly no good person. Before leaving, he pointedly stared at Wang Dafu, who saved you after that assassination and poisoning incident. It was Meng Zhou, falsely accused by you. And who poisoned you? Brother Wang, beware of those closest to you. This matter had remained a thorn in Wang Dafu's heart. He suspected the Meng family but lacked evidence, while Meng Huaihan, with her wealth, had to be indulged like an honored guest. Therefore, he could do nothing but overlook it. Now. Meng Huaihan was scared rigid by the coldness in Wang Dafu's eyes. As Ji Yang was about to return to the palace to report, just reaching the gate, a cavalryman of the Imperial Guard came riding fast, tumbling on the ground before standing up clumsily. Ji Yang recognized this thoroughly soaked Imperial Guard as one of the search personnel. It had been nearly 10 days now, every skilled swimmer in the capital was hired at high cost to search for bodies, and the Imperial Guard was mobilized continuously, expanding the water search area day by day. Every fish in Thousand Yang Lake had almost been caught except the alligators, yet there was still no sign of Meng Zhou. Ji Yang empathized with the despair His Highness must feel, and amidst the despair, another thought gnawed at him. What if not finding anything meant he was still alive? He steadied the man and saw his labored breathing, feeling a foreboding stir within. What is it? Sir Ji, we think we may have found him. What does think mean? Speak clearly. Just now, a male corpse surfaced on the lake. It was unrecognizable, but the fabric of his clothing matched exactly what the Crown Prince holds. The Imperial Guard spoke rapidly and looked profoundly at their leader Commander Ji. I dare not inform the Crown Prince. Ji Yang became a commander of the Imperial Guard not long ago, but he swore this would be the most difficult task he'd ever carried out in his lifetime. Taking a step toward the palace, he abruptly turned. I'll go check first. When Ji Yang reached the lakeside, he realized how much the junior officer had sugarcoated the situation. Everyone knew the Crown Prince held deep regard for Meng Zhou, so as soon as the body was recovered, it was quickly taken into a room, along with emergency summoning of medical examiners and ice blocks. The body had nearly rotted completely, unrecognizable, its face mutilated beyond shape by something underwater, pitted and fuzzy, with several areas torn off. Right before the accident, Ji Yang had followed Chu Huayin constantly, thus he could practically confirm the clothing indeed belonged to Meng Zhou from that day. Hoping against hope, he asked the examiner, can you determine the original appearance? The examiner shook his head. The damage was too severe, measuring the bones gave a general height and approximate age. Identical to Meng Zhou. Ji Yang closed his eyes, his voice rasping, how did he die? He remembered the earnest Meng Zhou asking where he bought his roasted fish, and the same Meng Zhou analyzing the weapons case of Chongling Mountain with remarkable clarity. Even as an observer, Ji Yang could barely bear this grief, not to mention His Highness. After a careful examination, without orders from the Crown Prince, the examiner dared not cut into the body, pausing for a moment, then answered cautiously, drowned. Judging from the scratches on the undamaged parts of the body, he might have gotten stuck between rocks at the bottom of the lake after dying, hence the delayed float up. At the moment of his fall, Wang Junyang was conscious, but due to the knots tied around his clothes by the mysterious white figure, his movement was restricted, ultimately leading to his drowning. Later, during his body's return journey underwater, encountering returning alligators, the knots loosened under the dragging force. Coincidentally, Wang Junyang's bruises caused by violent beatings were almost entirely erased due to the nibbling. The examiner didn't dare perform a deeper inspection and thus discovered no anomalies. After handling government affairs, Chu Huayin passed by the garden's Yulan pool and stopped walking. Upon hearing footsteps, Shueban quickly hid under the lotus leaves. Chu Huayin let his thoughts drift for a moment. When he lifted his foot, his robe brushed against a potted plant by the pool, causing a half-person tall kumquat tree to suddenly fall into the Yulan pool, splashing up a curtain of water. As the water droplets fell, Chu Huayin saw Ji Yang walking over from the other end of the Yulan pool with a serious expression. Ji Yang looked at Chu Huayin and hesitated, thinking he needed another hour to prepare mentally. Formalities took time, but when no outsiders were present, Chu Huayin had given Ji Yang special permission to speak directly about matters without beating around the bush. Therefore, the moment Chu Huayin saw Ji Yang solemnly kneel down, his heart felt empty for a second as he suddenly heard the sound of flowers falling all over the garden. Ji Yang was caught in a dilemma. The condition of the body made describing it cruel, not to mention seeing it with one's own eyes. Your Highness, please grieve properly, the body is severely damaged, so there's no need to look. From the moment the crocodile appeared, Chu Huayin had some foreboding. He asked softly, when he left. Ji Yang knew Chu Huayin would ask this, drowned. Is it really him? Chu Huayin asked one last time. Ji Yang hesitated for a moment. Your Majesty may send relatives to confirm the identity. Chu Huayin couldn't remember how many people had died by his hand. Corpses were like common occurrences, and the smell of blood was something he had become accustomed to. But facing Meng Zhou's body, he dared not look, as if not looking could deceive himself. He ordered Meng Pushan to see it, it was Meng Zhou. He ordered the wet nurse to see it, it was Meng Zhou. He ordered Jiang Xian to see it, it was still Meng Zhou. Thus, Chu Huayin lost all hope. Jiang Xian's eyes were swollen from crying, and when they moved the body, they noticed a pouch falling out from the sleeve, which instantly caused him to break down. Originally, he couldn't recognize the body, but the pouch was what he had given to Meng Zhou. Now, there was no way not to recognize it. He pulled out the mud-soaked peace talisman and stamped on it furiously, liar. It wasn't even a real talisman, wool. The wet nurse almost fainted from crying, but fortunately, Li Wenhua had privately told her that the body wasn't Meng Zhou. Looking at the lower abdomen, something seemed off. Meng Zhou should have left the capital already. After multiple confirmations, Li Wenhua firmly nodded, unsure if it was certainty or mere consolation. The wet nurse wiped her tears and told the official, it's him. The Meng family and the Jiang family simultaneously hung white silk to mourn. There was a big argument between Jiang Xian and Meng Pushan over which house the shrine should be set up in. In the end, Chu Huayin decided to grant a residence to Meng Zhou. He'd always wanted to do this. Each time Little Cat, referring affectionately to Meng Zhou, didn't want to return to the Meng household and stayed overnight at the general's residence unwillingly, how could he have overlooked that? But Chu Huayin couldn't resist wanting to kidnap the kitten to stay in the Huai, keeping him under his nose at all times. A moment of hesitation prevented him from bringing it up promptly. Actually, setting up the shrine in the Huai wasn't impossible, but Chu Huayin had no standing. On Meng Zhou's journey so far, things went fairly smoothly. Except that he often missed inns because he didn't know the route well. Even when there was an inn, he looked too shabby, seemingly unable even to afford a bun, making the little waiter lose patience pointing casually, Sir, stable dormitory. Meng Zhou, no, I want a room. Up to now, he had spent 3 nights on the mountain. Nothing strange happened during the first 3 times, except for a peculiar old man with tangled hair who insisted on giving him a book, a medical text. Did he look particularly talented in medicine? Meng Zhou thought not. Why? The old man flared his beard and glared, why are you asking so much? Just take it. Meng Zhou looked troubled, but I can't understand it. Ignorant child. Can't you read? Then help me deliver it to the emperor then. The old man was quite casual, who's ruling right now? Meng Zhou told him the name of Emperor Tianyuan and somewhat boastfully added, the next ruler will be Chu Huayin. Do you know Chu Huayin, the current crown prince, master of both literary and martial skills, graceful and handsome? Don't know him. The old man was annoyed that Meng Zhou talked more than he did, interrupting him. The court issued a decree inviting doctors nationwide to exchange medical knowledge. The court would buy these techniques with funds and promote them widely. Moreover, professional historians would document those books, and the writers' names would enter history books, bestowing favors on their descendants. Entering the main historical record sounded impressive. The old man switched legs cross-legged, I'm tired from traveling, I don't want to go to the capital, you take it from me. At the founding of the dynasty, epidemics ravaged the land, and Emperor Taizong felt sorry for the people, hence implementing this policy with remarkable success. However, it had been 100 years, and this policy was long obsolete. Meng Zhou opened his mouth, incredulous, wondering if this man lived in a secluded world like the peach blossom spring. Before he could say anything, the old man quickly rose, taking his pulse, hey, you're pregnant, the fetus isn't stable, haven't you traveled quite a lot recently? Then he withdrew his hand, walking away calmly, I won't charge you the consultation fee, just use it as travel expenses. Meng Chao's heart raced, what will happen? Nothing serious. Just stop traveling. The old man said as he walked away, but Meng Chou stopped him. I haven't asked your name yet. Divine Doctor. His voice faded into the distance. Which Divine Doctor? Simply the Divine Doctor. He sounded somewhat irritated. Suddenly, a heavy rainstorm came. Meng Chao's carriage had leaks, and he hesitated between continuing on or getting wet. He chose the former. The consequence of catching a cold would be worse. The mountain road was bumpy, the rain engulfed the night. Meng Chou strained his eyes to search for a cave and finally spotted a flicker of light. It was an abandoned temple. Outside the temple also stood a carriage, leaving Meng Chou unsure whether the occupants were bandits or passers-by. As he hesitated, the people inside probably heard the noise and came out to check. They exchanged glances. Both were startled. Meng Chou blurted out, Guan Jiaxing. Just as the words left his mouth, a wary look flashed in the other person's eyes. There was no joy of meeting an old acquaintance in a foreign place. Instead, with a swift motion, he drew his sword from his waist, its cold glint pointing straight at Meng Chou. Who are you? Chapter 25. Meng Chuan dodged the sword tip and said calmly, a traveler from the capital city is on my way to Jiangnan. I missed the mountain shelter and so wish to seek refuge for a night in this broken temple. It's dark and raining heavily. Would you mind having one more person here? Capital City. The flicker in Guan Jiasong's eyes caused him to sheath his sword. Please come in. As soon as the door opened, wind and rain swept inside. The flames swayed uncertainly, almost extinguished. Only then did Meng Chuan realize that there were others in the temple besides Guan Jiasong, a woman lying on the ground already asleep, while a young servant was drowsily holding onto a bundle, leaning against a pillar. Apparently, these were members of Guan Jiasong's family. Beijing may be home to influential families, but even if Guan Jiasong, currently serving as Suzhou governor, represents heaven's authority, how could they appear this disheveled? Deep into the night, with wind and rain filling the mountain air, both his wife and the servant were fast asleep. Only Guan Jiasong, upon hearing any noise, immediately came out. Was he restless, or perhaps cautious? Meng Chuan chose a corner farthest from Lady Guan and sat down. This move made Guan Jiasong glance at him a few times, and eventually ask, "Do you know me?" Meng Chuan's lips curled slightly. Who doesn't recognize the top scholar? A friend mentioned a resemblance between us, about 70 to 80%. Earlier when I saw you, it might have seemed impolite. My apologies. I've been away from the capital for 5 years, never thought there are still those who remember. Guan Jiasong lowered his voice. What's the situation now in the capital? Upon hearing this question, Meng Chuan became more certain that Guan Jiasong must have some urgent matters which brought him back to the capital hurriedly. Meng Chuan felt there was much to say. Last time that elder hadn't let him finish. The crown prince assists the nation with diligence and determination, praised by everyone within and outside the court. Should Mr. Guan return to the capital, it will indeed be a boon for both a wise ruler and virtuous minister to serve together, benefiting our great Wei dynasty. He spoke sincerely, because it used to be his dream once, until pregnancy thwarted it halfway through. Guan Jiasong paced back and forth, questioning Meng Chuan's identity. Meng Chuan thought if news of his disappearance reached Chu Huayin, there would definitely be a grand search effort. Possibly the whole capital would already know. Once Guan Jiasong arrives at Beijing, those curious folk might mention encountering him at the broken temple to Guan Jiasong. If Chu Huayin was among them, would Guan Jiasong not divulge their meeting entirely? Perhaps it would be better to tell him directly, requesting confidentiality. Meng Chuan. Guan Jiasong expressed regretfully, I've heard about the affairs of your family, the General Jiang. I've long admired General Jiang's bearing. Now meeting you, indeed, I see a bit of his backbone. Ah. Meng Chuan, clutching his abdomen, suddenly felt somewhat guilty. He was just an individual evading debts and fleeing. Where does such bearing exist? With identity revealed openly, Guan Jiasong began to speak more freely, discussing topics like his experience working in Suzhou, relatives in the capital, especially mentioning Lady Guan quite often. There was a promise to bring osmanthus cake from Cheong Ridge to his mother when returning to the capital next time after finishing his official duties. Meng Chuan listened quietly, realizing none of these things were actually what Guan Jiasong really wanted to say. Just when Meng Chuan believed Guan Jiasong wouldn't reveal his true thoughts, the topic abruptly changed to Huashi Gang. Huashi Gang. In the end days of the Liang dynasty, the emperor was deeply immersed in flowers, birds, and stones, ignoring state affairs. Using national resources, he sought peculiar stones and artificial mountains to create the largest imperial garden in the capital. Among the Huashi, some stood as tall as several zhang, causing great labor and expenses to transport them to the capital. Bridges and cities along the way had to be demolished to accommodate the transportation, bringing suffering to the common people, eventually leading to the downfall of the dynasty. The transportation of such stones was referred to as Huashi Gang. This was something Meng Chuan understood well. You're correct. Back then, blueprints were already drawn up, and the emperor dispatched hundreds of teams southward to Jiangnan following maps searching for rocks. Today, many large gardens in Jiangnan owe their existence to descendants of those team leaders. After the fall of the Liang dynasty, there was no need to ship the collected peculiar stones to the capital anymore. So, they built gardens locally, establishing their homes. At this point, Guan Jiasong looked at his sleeping wife and 2 servants, motioning with a, "Shu, we've woken Lan. Let's talk in the rear chamber." Meng Chuan glanced at the 2 servants before following Guan Jiasong to the back. Among thousands of people, only you resemble me closely, and we share similar official roles. Our ancestors of the Jiang and Guan families maintained close ties. Meeting today, surely proves destiny. Henceforth, let me come straight to the point. Should anything happen to me in the future, at least someone will know a bit about it. This year marked the 5th year of Guan Jiasong's service as Suzhou governor. Logically, next year he should return to the capital for an official review. But this year, multiple mysterious murders occurred in Suzhou's famous gardens. They appeared to be vendettas, but after on-site investigations, Guan Jiasong discovered that every case involved collapsed artificial hills, significant rearrangements of wooden stones. These disturbances weren't indicative of simple fights or brawls. After ordering the servants to reconstruct parts of the gardens, they found numerous Taihu stones missing. It seemed like targeted theft of unique stones, culminating in murder due to the owner's resistance. There were also a few gardens that remained unscathed, but Guan Jiasong had examined each of them. The owners mumbled about someone having paid a high price for several rocks a few years ago, with no specifics given. In the cases where bloodshed occurred, it appeared as if the owners refused to sell and were thus forcibly stripped of their possessions. Taihu stones may have aesthetic value, but taking lives for just a few stones, how utterly deranged. Meng Chuan found it hard to comprehend. Given the size and difficulty in transporting Taihu stones, taking them would almost certainly expose oneself unless there was a dedicated smuggling route. Something flashed through Meng Chuan's mind, but he couldn't grasp it. Guan Jiasong nodded. Initially, I couldn't understand either. Then a case happened in a garden near the prefect's residence. Prior to that, its owner was close to me. Alarmed by recent murders, he revealed a story his great-grandfather told him during his childhood, seeking my protection. It turned out that the Liang dynasty emperor had plundered people for his imperial gardens, using massive tax revenues. When rebellions frequently broke out and his dynasty faced instability, he sealed away all state treasures in the royal treasury for ambitious descendants who might seek to restore the empire. The treasure map was hidden in an unfinished imperial garden. The exact location wasn't clear, the garden covered thousands of acres, so how could they locate such a tiny treasure map? The craftsmen responsible for designing the gardens were incredibly skilled. It was rumored that only by strictly following the plans for the core area of the garden, called Qin Yuan, would the treasure map appear. The plans for Qin Yuan were split into dozens of pieces, each carried by different individuals tasked with finding stones in Jiangnan, keeping their sections completely isolated from one another. So, some people are attempting to reconstruct Qin Yuan, driven by greed for this enormous treasure, or even, rebellion. Meng Chuan guessed. How could there always be people plotting rebellion instead of letting everyone live peacefully? Guan Jiasong was deeply worried. I've reported this matter to the court, but have yet to receive a response. Black-clothed men even came to my house threatening me not to investigate further. Yet, half of Jiangnan's gardens have been destroyed, indicating that all required Taihu stones for Qin Yuan have likely already been collected. My repeated appeals and letters sent through friends to colleagues in the capital have disappeared without a trace. Out of desperation, I decided to journey to the capital myself. This route, however, has proven anything but safe. Meng Chuan was increasingly concerned. He thought Chu Huayin would soon ascend the throne, but now realized that many others were lying in wait to stage a coup. Knowing this, he could not pretend nothing was happening. Guan Jiasong suggested they part ways early the next morning. Anxiety-stricken, Meng Chuan drifted off to sleep, only to be awakened within the hour by excruciating stomach pains. The old man had warned him not to rush his journey, but he hadn't listened. Now karma had caught up with him. He didn't dare ignore the pain, deciding immediately to descend the mountain to find a doctor. Startled awake by Meng Chuan's distress, Guan Jiasong said, "The rain has stopped. There's a small town at the bottom of the mountain trail. You can't drive a carriage in your condition, so I'll send a servant with you." Meng Chuan accepted without protest, clutching his abdomen as he casually pointed to one of the servants who looked slightly more slender. "Then I'll borrow one of Brother Guan's people." Guan Jiasong had important matters to attend to and needed to depart early in the morning. He instructed the servant to escort Meng Chuan to the town and ensure his safety before catching up with the main group. As they descended the rugged and dark mountain path, sweat dripped from Meng Chuan's forehead, his face pale, but his eyes glowed like a wildcat's. He stared at the driver's back, his hand unconsciously resting on his boot. He wanted to head to Jiangnan to investigate, but with the stones already secured, the rebels might have relocated their base. However, if he returned to the capital to assist Chu Huayin, how could he explain his disappearance and conceal his pregnancy? Chu Huayin would probably beat him. Would he have to cry again? Meanwhile in the capital, Emperor Tianyuan passed away after reigning for 24 years. Chu Huayin ascended the throne, adopting the era name, Qining, holding a simplified enthronement ceremony. Dressed in radiant yellow, Chu Huayin stood regally on the white jade steps, his gaze heavy as he looked towards the golden shore and western sky. Of the 99 steps leading upward to the Hanbai Jade Terrace, one person was conspicuously missing. After finishing his report, Ji Yang informed Chu Huayin that General Jiang Yi would arrive in the capital within half a month. "How is the renovation of the general's residence progressing?" "It will be completed today. As per your orders, the rooms where Meng Chuan once stayed have been sealed off, excluded from the renovations. Not just the rooms, even Chuyang Lake had been closed to boating and leisure activities." Such behavior seemed rather tyrannical. But Chu Huayin had provided what seemed like a pragmatic reason for his actions. The waterborne entertainment was mostly enjoyed by idle young aristocrats, who have now all been sent to schools or training grounds for re-education. When the decadent of these spoiled youths dissipates, restrictions on Chuyang Lake will be lifted. Commoners showed strong support. "We'd rather not have Chuyang Lake than face daily danger from unruly aristocrats on the streets." Ji Yang hesitated behind Chu Huayin, wanting to say something. Catching his discomfort in the corner of his eye, Chu Huayin gestured, "Speak." "Though I should not question, Jiang Yi has endured hardship for 10 years to avenge his father, his perseverance is commendable." If he were to learn about Meng Chuan, Ji Yang carefully glanced at Chu Huayin, seeing no opposition, continued, "Jiang Yi values family so deeply, if someone sowed discord and the emperor handed over 40,000 troops to Jiang Yi's command, any mishap could ensue. 18 years ago, Jiang Yi and his father were cornered by enemy forces and fell off a cliff. The old general disintegrated his body to protect his son before dying, and ultimately, Jiang Yi survived despite sustaining grave injuries. He lost his memory for 3 years after waking up. 3 years later, he bid farewell to his rescuer with the resolve to avenge his father. By then, control of the northern border army had already been taken by others. Lacking soldiers and power, Jiang Yi nonetheless infiltrated the northern D territory alone, planning an assassination. For 10 years, Jiang Yi meticulously analyzed the troop arrangements, fortifications, and supplies of the northern D but never managed to approach the target. Then he heard that Chu Huayin had taken over the army. His father had praised the first prince immensely, so after careful consideration, Jiang Yi decided to return to the Wei dynasty. Chu Huayin did not disappoint him. With Jiang Yi's help, they shattered the northern D army. Upon hearing what Meng Pujuan had done, Jiang Yi was furious. He asked Chu Huayin to assist in protecting Meng Chuan, and Chu Huayin agreed. 5 years later, as tensions rose in the capital, Chu Huayin returned there to plan. Meanwhile, he entrusted the 40,000-strong northern army to Jiang Yi. There was more to the details of the 18-year-old campaign. To avoid alarming the enemy, Jiang Yi had persisted in using a pseudonym. Chu Huayin remained silent for a long while. He had broken his word. I trust him. Just as he trusted Meng Chuan. At dawn, Meng Chuan woke the doctor forcefully. Rubbing his eyes sleepily, the doctor's ire disappeared upon seeing a gleaming ingot of silver. The doctor even kindly offered decocting services, all the while lamenting aloud that men capable of conception must be from affluent families. Judging by this extravagance, wouldn't it be wonderful to see 7 or 8 such cases a day? After resting for a bit and feeling slightly better, Meng Chuan set out again, laden with various medicines. I am going to the capital with your master. The servant hesitated awkwardly. Don't bother. You'll never catch up with Master Guan. Seeing no one around, Meng Chuan suddenly drew a dagger from his boot and kicked the servant down, stepping on his chest with one foot while pressing the blade against the major artery on his neck. This dagger was a gift from Chu Huayin, its edge razor-sharp, quickly drawing blood on the servant's neck. Speak. Who are you reporting to? Meng Chuan had long suspected something was amiss with the servant. During his late-night conversation with Guan Jiasong, when everyone else succumbed to drowsiness and slept, Meng Chuan noticed the servant pretending to nap. Out of curiosity, to make him slip up further, Meng Chuan nonchalantly selected this servant to accompany him down the mountain as suggested by Guan Jiasong. Sure enough, more suspicious points emerged during their journey. Chapter 26. As the carriage made its way down the mountain, Meng Chou increasingly realized how many forked roads there were. If no servant had led the way, he estimated it would take 2 days just to find his way out. Guan Jiasong must have encountered many obstacles along this route to choose this more confusing path. Each time a servant passed a crossroad, they would glance around at the road. Meng Chou noticed that the glances lasted too long. The front of the carriage had already turned, yet the servant didn't watch ahead but still looked at the side of the road as if something caught their attention. Meng Chou paid attention and discovered some kind of marking at each crossroads, all of which were obviously newly placed. Guan Jiasong had no need to leave markers on the path when coming here, it was definitely the servant secretly doing it. Speak. Meng Chou exerted force with his foot. The servant laughed, spitting out a mouthful of black blood. Guan Jiasong is already dead, so why do you care about this? Meng Chou's face changed, retreating half a step. Someone was following and pursuing Guan Jiasong. With one kick, Meng Chou sent the servant, who had poisoned himself, away, then cut the ropes of the carriage and mounted a single horse. He gripped the reins tightly, then thought of something and rushed into the medical hall nearby, dragging the doctor out. An urgent matter. 100 taels. The doctor's eyes lit up at the money. All right, I have a horse. When the doctor was young, he used to be a carefree traveling physician who roamed the south and north, learning from different masters. He once met a herb farmer who dried herbs faster than others and insisted on pestering them for teachings. Unfortunately, he never met any miraculous doctors and returned home in defeat. As he aged, his mother pulled him by the ear and settled him down to open a clinic. Once on horseback, the doctor ran faster than Meng Chou. In the rear, Meng Chou shouted hoarsely, not that road. Left. Before even reaching the broken temple, a wind filled with a strong bloody stench blew by. Meng Chou felt his throat tighten, his stomach churning, almost falling off the horse. He had no time to pay attention to his body's reactions. Leaping off the horse, he took a few steps inside the temple. The weathered face of Bodhisattva remained dignified with a lower gaze, though the lotus pedestal was splattered with a few drops of fresh blood. Guan Jiasong and his wife lay in a pool of blood, surrounded by several bodies of black-clad men. Meng Chou was filled with regret. He should have realized Guan Jiasong's situation sooner. The brutal bloodbath in Suzhou Gardens showed how ruthless they could be. They wouldn't let Guan Jiasong escape easily. He should have returned immediately upon seeing those markers. Though overwhelmed with self-blame, he forgot that if the enemy was prepared, returning might have been fatal as well. The doctor hadn't seen such a scene before, and despite considering himself a heroic adventurer, his legs shook. Is this a revenge feud? A government official, check now, Meng Chou said without hope, closing his eyes. His blood ran cold. One sword through the abdomen, severe blow to the back of the head. Carefully, the doctor separated the intertwined bodies of Guan Jiasong and his wife. There's still breath. So save him quickly. The doctor shrugged helplessly. No chance. I'm not a divine healer. At this moment, Guan Jiasing slowly opened his eyes. Last night, Meng Chao's familiarity and concern with the crown prince lingered in his mind, delaying his last breath in the hope that Meng Chou would return. Meng Chou gently lifted Guan Jiasing, avoiding touching his bloodied skull. Please, for me. Guan Jiasing's frail gaze swept over Meng Chao's strikingly similar face before finally looking at his wife, closing his eyes forever. A tear slipped down the corner of his eye, landing on the ground and merging with the undried blood drops. Meng Chou understood what Guan Jiasing meant. Because Meng Chou had fled from the capital city, Guan Jiasing willingly gave him his identity. However, this also handed Meng Chou responsibility and danger lurking everywhere. The choice was up to Meng Chou. Gripping his fists tightly, determination flashed in his eyes. Tracing fifth-ranked officials in the imperial court truly uncovered an unruly and wicked group of people. Even more terrifying were the spies hidden within the imperial ranks. The line between Suzhou and the capital was dirty. Meng Chou wasn't afraid of encountering Chu Huayin in the capital or being identified. He could always fabricate stories like hitting his head on a stone while underwater and losing his memory after water damage, countless scripts flashing through his mind. What Meng Chou feared most was being found out about his pregnancy. The sole difference between Meng Chou and Guan Jiasing was that Guan Jiasing couldn't possibly be pregnant, and even if he could, Chu Huayin would never believe the child was his. He had to resolve these issues swiftly, seeking reassignment to Suzhou again before his belly surpassed beer belly size. This road between the small town and the broken temple was traveled repeatedly by Meng Chou. Standing in front of the broken temple, he glanced at the southern road and muttered softly before turning resolutely toward the north. After walking for a short distance, he suddenly heard a faint cry for help. Meng Chou's ears perked up, recognizing it as another servant of Guan Jiasing, Fat Afu. He didn't see his body in the broken temple, and assumed he was with the black-clothed group. Following the sound to a naturally formed deep pit, Meng Chou peered in and saw him lying inside, completely disheveled. When the black-clothed killers attacked, Guan Jiasing had told Afu to flee with his wife. Afu dragged the lady into the woods, but halfway through, she came to her senses, declaring that she'd rather die together with Guan Jiasing. It was unknown where the frail woman found the strength, breaking free from Afu and running back to the broken temple. Afu thought the two words, born together, dead together, sounded very heroic and followed her back, not knowing that while Madame could cross a spot covered by dried branches, he stepped right on it and fell in. Meng Chou tied tree vines together and threw them down to pull him up. It has to be said, Afu's weight meant falling in was inevitable. Sitting on the ground, Meng Chou waited for the 180 gene, about 90 kilograms, fat man to finish crying before asking, "Do you want to avenge your master?" "I do." "Then go to the capital. From today onward, I am Guan Jiasing, no matter in public or in private." These last sentences were spoken in an imitation of Guan Jiasing's voice. With teary eyes, Afu's small eyes suddenly widened. "Why you? Get up." On the way to the capital, Guan Jiasing's face would always be dangerous, so Meng Chou disguised himself as an ugly monster, deliberately choosing the most bustling and sunniest spots to walk through. He wanted to tan his skin darker to make himself more similar to Guan Jiasing. Afu avoided the sun during their journey, while Meng Chou insisted on walking directly under it, his face turning red multiple times, even flaking. Before getting heatstroke, Meng Chou finally gave up. He just couldn't get tanned, like Jiang Yao who stayed daily in the military camp before marriage, yet her skin remained smooth like that of a young maiden indoors. Still, it was slightly better than before, though Meng Chou refused to admit that his half-month under the sun had been wasted. Afu didn't quite understand. "Why can't we have Master Guan get whiter? You're not as tall as him either, what shall we do?" Meng Chou stuffed a bun into his mouth. "Shut up, I've already prepared height-enhancing cushions." The capital was within sight, looking just as old as ever. Meng Chou had been gone over a month, and the child in his belly was 3 months along. Under the white poplar trees, Afu dug a very deep pit according to Meng Chou's requirements, panting while asking, "Moss Master, are we burying a body?" "Not." Right in front of Afu's eyes, Meng Chou closed his eyes and threw away the precious dagger given by someone close, into the pit. "Cover it with soil." Meng Chou glanced at it several times, reluctant to part. One day, he hoped to retrieve it personally and let it see daylight again. "Afu? Why dig such a large pit?" Meng Chou tapped his head. "There are wild dogs digging holes nearby, they took 500 taels last time." Thinking about it still made Meng Chou very heartbroken. Money for baby formula got taken away. Next, he threw away all the leftover prenatal medication and elevated his boots to mimic Guan Jiasing's height. Faced with Afu's surprised gaze, Meng Chou gave his final warning. "Afu, you don't know Meng Chou, you only know Guan Jiasing. Even if questioned by the current emperor. Even if questioned by the emperor, you're still my master. I have served master since childhood, I would rather die than misidentify." Afu recited it perfectly. Ever since he heard mid-journey that Chu Huayin ascended the throne, these 4 ominous words, deceiving the emperor, seemed imprinted on Meng Chou's forehead. The situation was now different. If his identity was exposed, even if Chu Huayin wouldn't punish him, there would certainly be ministers demanding execution. Afu didn't understand Meng Chou's worries and wondered why he reminded him thrice a day. Surely the emperor wouldn't care so much. He didn't realize how detailed and strict the emperor could be, questioning those around him constantly. Meng Chou, leading a fu, appeared travel-worn and ragged. Not far from the city gate, Meng Chou instantly recognized the person commanding patrols. It was Ji Yang. The uniform of the 5 cities' military commander looked very familiar. Meng Chou remembered Ji Yang as the captain of the Imperial Guard when he left. Truly fast promotion following Chu Huayin. An envious sigh escaped his lips. Only I returned to the starting line. Making admiring sounds. Chapter 27. Xianjing Hall. The censor-in-chief submitted a memorial. A report from the local authorities indicates that Prefect Guan Jiaxing of Suzhou has gone missing, along with his wife Liao Yunlan and 2 servants. The memorial implied that Guan Jiaxing had neglected his duties. Major cases frequently occurred in Suzhou's gardens while he indulged in sightseeing instead of governing. After failing to solve these cases, fearing punishment, he fled with his family. The emperor had entrusted the wealthy region of Suzhou to Guan Jiaxing, and this man truly betrayed the emperor's trust. What do you suggest should be done? Remove him from the position of prefect of Suzhou and arrest him for questioning. After hearing the proposal, Chu Huiyin showed no reaction. The Guan family has always been known for its loyalty and integrity. What do you think, Yan Xiang? Yan Xiang frowned. Before leaving for Suzhou, I worked alongside Guan Jiaxing. He wasn't a coward or someone who shies away from responsibility. On the contrary, he was deeply filial and emotional. There might be some hidden circumstances involved. Your Majesty, it would be wise to send an envoy to Suzhou to uncover the truth. Chu Huiyin closed the memorial with one hand and suddenly challenged the censor-in-chief. Guan Jiaxing disappeared a month ago. Why is this memorial only reaching us now? The garden murders began 3 months ago, yet the court received no news. As Guan Jiaxing's direct superior, how did you not notice any suspicious points? The censor-in-chief immediately knelt down. I indeed received this urgent report only today. Regarding the garden murders, when I got the information, it coincided with your Majesty's enthronement and auspicious celestial signs. To avoid troublemakers using this matter, I discussed with the left chancellor and decided to temporarily suppress the matter and send someone from the censorate to Suzhou. You certainly thought far ahead on behalf of me, Chu Huiyin sneered. I remember the left chancellor's back garden, which imitates Jiangnan's landscapes, a masterpiece of artistry and one of the capital's sights. He doesn't seem worried at all. The matter of Suzhou, Yan Xiang, you take full responsibility. As for Guan Jiaxing, if I'm not mistaken, he should already be on his way back to the capital. Chu Huiyin waved his hand to dismiss everyone. From a scroll case, he took out a fabric belt. This belonged to Meng Yu during the incident involving his death. The dagger was sharp enough to cut through iron like butter, but it severed into 2 halves. He always felt uneasy about Meng Yu taking the lead, so Chu Huiyin personally scoured the treasury for an exceptional blade and gave it to Meng Yu as protection. Little did he know, this became one of his greatest regrets. If the dagger were just slightly duller, giving him a fraction more time to react, he wouldn't have been so powerless, watching helplessly as Meng Yu broke free from him. After Meng Yu was drugged, Chu Huiyin once wondered what secrets were hidden within him. Then Meng Yu solemnly stated he chose Prince Huai because of his empathy for the hardships of the common people. At that moment, Chu Huiyin, for some reason, instinctively didn't want his great righteousness. The answers to both questions seemed veiled behind a thin layer of fog, yet Chu Huiyin almost felt he could see the complete picture, during that heavy rainstorm at Xianyang Lake. But this was all meaningless now. Chu Huiyin had forced himself not to dwell on these matters, yet today's situation regarding Guan Jiaxing reminded him of Meng Yu again. He had met Guan Jiaxing before. And he bore a striking resemblance to Meng Yu. Tightening his palm, Chu Huiyin summoned the covert guard, asking where General Jiang Yi was. Season Yang was assigned by the emperor to patrol and arrange the eastern gate, preparing for the arrival of General Jiang Yi in the afternoon, whom the emperor intended to personally welcome. Everything went smoothly. After all, neither our emperor nor the great general was frail, no special clearance was necessary. On the city walls still hung the wanted portraits of the Lu estate's fleeing advisors. Thick eyebrows, small eyes, sharp noses, they filled the entire wall from left to right, quite obstructing the urban beauty. Even the dumpling stalls had shifted backward 3 zhang due to the unsightly view. Guests commented it was too revolting staring at the face of the rebel. Season Yang considered whether he should tear them down first and then reattach them after Jiang Yi entered the city. Just as his sword tip touched the corner, someone acted quicker, tearing the poster down entirely. Someone had claimed the bounty. Season Yang thrilled, wanting to shake hands with this great brother. The emperor had become extremely irritable recently because they couldn't find the true culprit behind Meng Yu's death, unpredictable in temperament, actually never happy. Upon turning around, his sword clanged to the ground. The surrounding guardsmen drew their swords, all terrified. Who scared Season so badly? Following Season line of sight, 1 look. Promotion ranks, 1,000 taels of gold. All present quickly reflected on the 8 prominent words, shining eyes eager for action, but upon realizing Season was here, it wasn't their turn yet. Meng Yu. Season Yang exclaimed in shock, he hasn't died. Carefully examining Meng Yu from head to toe to ensure there wasn't even a single hair lost, neither from the injury sustained during his disappearance last month nor the touch of his sword moments ago, any speck of damage could provoke the emperor's wrath. Afyu didn't expect Meng Yu's recognition in the capital to be so high. Heeding Meng Yu's instructions carefully, Afyu squeezed his robust frame directly between the two individuals and said, "You've mistaken the person. My master's surname is Guan." "Surname Guan? Guan Jiaxing?" Ji Yang was shocked and looked again. This man was slightly taller than Meng Yu, with facial features showing slight differences upon closer inspection. The person before him, though disheveled and forlorn, radiated an inner calmness and steadiness, and his unfamiliar gaze was far from that cunning one of Meng Yu. "From the official attire, I assume you must be the commander of the 5 cities military department." "I am Guan Jiaxing. I have important matters to report to His Majesty, which are very crucial. Please relay this message for me." His voice also differed greatly. In a daze, Ji Yang let Guan Jiaxing go home to freshen up, planning to inform the emperor afterward. Meng Yu bowed respectfully to Ji Yang. "This subordinate will await your esteemed reply." Ji Yang was utterly out of his comfort zone. Meng Yu narrowed his eyes, keeping an eye on Commander Ji, whose steps were becoming erratic, then whispered into Afyu's ear, "While there's no secret guard watching us yet, let's head back to the Guan residence." Some people were delighted, others worried. Upon hearing that her son had appeared at the city gate, Lady Guan had been waiting outside since dawn, teary-eyed and gazing far away. On the other hand, Lord Guan and the adopted son of Guan Jiaxing stood as if it were none of their business. While Lord Guan managed to crack a weak smile, the young master just wore an expression of impatience. Lady Guan glanced at the two of them and remained silent. Meng Yu felt somewhat nervous. He dreaded nothing more than meeting Lady Guan. She was shrewd and caring for her children. Comparing herself to Jiang Yao, who had been deceived by someone claiming they were looking for her father and brother, losing all her fortune, Meng Yu couldn't bear to similarly deceive another mother. "Madam." Afyu feared Meng Yu might not recognize everyone, so he called out each name aloud. Meng Yu thought this approach could inadvertently make things worse, thus, to avoid any slip-ups, he stopped a few steps away from Lady Guan, water brimming in his eyes, lips moving ever so slightly. After 5 years of separation, feelings stirred close to home, myriad thoughts accumulated heavily, making speech impossible. Lady Guan widened her eyes slightly. 5 years ago, her son knelt down all night in the courtyard, resolutely leaving the capital without any recourse. Just last night, she mentioned wanting to visit Suzhou, only to wake up today finding Guan Jiaxing already in the capital. Trembling, she reached out to grasp Meng Yu's hand, tears streaming down her face. "It's good you're back, it's good you're back." Neither Lady Guan nor Guan Jiaxing would do something undignified like bawling in the street. They came from a prominent family where appearances mattered above all, so every issue big or small was handled behind closed doors. Having passed through this hurdle, Meng Yu sighed in relief. After changing his clothes, he casually grabbed a servant and asked where Lady Guan was. "The old madam is in the Buddhist hall." The little maid stared fixedly at the face of her young master, unable to tear her eyes away after 5 years, seemingly noticing little change. "Buddhist hall." Meng Yu quietly repeated the words, taking a deep breath. From his bundle, he took out a parcel, walked to the door of the Buddhist hall, and knocked reverently. The Buddhist hall was filled with incense smoke, eerily serene, with Lady Guan kneeling on the prayer mat, hands clasped in devotion. When passing through Qiongling, Meng Yu recalled Guan Jiaxing mentioning osmanthus cakes and purchased several boxes. "Old madam," Meng Yu did not call her mother, instead continuing, "I brought some osmanthus cakes from Qiongling." Meng Yu couldn't continue further. Lady Guan opened her eyes, tears she had been holding back for long finally spilling over. How could a mother fail to recognize her own son? She knew it wasn't Jiaxing. But why was Afyu with him? Unless. The profound guilt evident in both Meng Yu and Afyu's eyes, Lady Guan had lived decades and how could she not see through this? That face and voice too similar to her son, and his trust in Afyu, made Lady Guan refrain from immediately challenging him. She waited, for Meng Yu to say it himself. When Meng Yu took out the osmanthus cakes, Lady Guan could no longer contain herself. No one else but the person themselves knew about the parting agreement she and her son had made. "Where is Jiaxing?" Meng Yu remained silent. Lady Guan upheld this vast Guan manor, her mind enduring countless trials and tribulations, yet this news shattered her completely. With her eyes open, she watched a joss stick burn to ash before speaking to Meng Yu. "I want to know everything that happened." Afyu closed the door. Knowing all these details already, hearing them again was still excruciatingly cruel. Before leaving, Lady Guan questioned Meng Yu about his true identity. Upon hearing the answer, Lady Guan froze momentarily, murmuring half convincingly, "The son of Meng Fushan." Lady Guan's grief profoundly affected Meng Yu's emotions, reducing much of his anxiety regarding the impending audience with Chu Huayin. Lowering his head, he headed toward the front hall, turning past a lush clump of bamboo, only to find Chu Huayin sitting in the main hall of the Guan estate drinking tea. He had no time to compose himself, his slightly red-rimmed eyes fully exposed before Chu Huayin. People always tend to focus more on the differences. When someone raises their head with reddened eyes, all you can see are their eyes, neglecting everything else. Take for instance how Meng Yu's slightly padded height, the changed shape of his eyebrows, and the more defined jawline achieved with a bit of shading made a difference. But eyes are the hardest to disguise. The originally composed Chu Huayin's expression faltered for a moment. That day in the tea house, little cat Meng had also cried with such an expression. Ji Yang claimed he was Guan Jiaxing, but with just this one glance, Chu Huayin wavered. Chapter 28. Meng blinked calmly, then the shadow from a moment ago vanished completely. He mustn't seem nervous. All this way, Afu had practically ground up and fed him every single experience of Guan Jiaxing's life. Just now, grandmother Guan also gave a brief account of the family situation. Guan Jiaxing had been away for 5 years. The person who knew him best in the capital was none other than Afu and his mother. With the support of an acting emperor, even that might lead to Chu Huayin unmasking his disguise. Thus, it was better to start anew. It was normal for Chu Huayin to have doubts. Meng fully immersed himself into the character of Guan Jiaxing. In a few steps, he walked to the center of the hall and knelt down with a thud. Your servant, Guan Jiaxing, greets your majesty. May your majesty live 10,000 years. Since entering the capital, he had been extremely cautious, always using Guan Jiaxing's voice. Earlier in the prayer hall, the incense smoke irritated his throat, and after weeping with the grandmother, by the end of half a day, his throat started to feel uncomfortable. Meng sighed inwardly, 10 days like this and his throat would be ruined. Anyway, this was Meng's first time paying homage to Chu Huayin in such a grand ceremony, but he did it with great familiarity, as though he'd knelt many times before. Chu Huayin's eyes flickered slightly, filled with ambiguity as he tried to find more shadows of Meng on this person. However, with just a blink, his gaze moved for a moment, and when he looked again, it seemed like they were two different people entirely. It was more like a hallucination caused by seeing Guan Jiaxing appear suddenly. There was nothing but righteousness and integrity about Guan Jiaxing, neither humble nor arrogant, which was quite far from Meng. His eyes held no trace of familiarity but instead regarded the sovereign with respect and loyalty. Ji Yang reminded the emperor, given this man has a wife and child, it wasn't appropriate to look at him in this manner. Chu Huayin took back his gaze, stand up. Why did you leave Suzhou without permission? At the right moment, Meng's eyes clouded over with pain, seemingly reminiscing about the painful experiences of persecution. He recounted the process of the investigation in Suzhou that Guan Jiaxing had told him about and briefly mentioned the pursuit in the rundown temple. Speaking of his wife dying because she blocked a knife for Guan Jiaxing, Meng's eyes turned sorrowful and lonely, his voice hoarse. His deep longing for his wife, expressed in just a few short words, plunged the observers into a state of despair. Ji Yang was shocked by the information revealed by Meng. He couldn't imagine that, 100 years later, there would still be remnants of the previous dynasty stirring up trouble, their methods reaching across borders with long-term planning. The governor of Suzhou was unable to report anything back to the capital and repeatedly came under attack on his return trip. Do you suspect that those bandits have a dedicated channel for transporting Taihu stones? Chu Huayin immediately thought of the ship fleet owners with their ships spanning across the whole land of Dawei. The Taihu stones in Qingyuan weren't particularly large pieces either, but the imperial gardens of the previous dynasty were built outside the city, so if Taihu stones entered the city limits via land routes, they would definitely get noticed. Only through waterways could they bypass checks. When passing checkpoints, simply tying the Taihu stones with ropes behind the boats and submerging them in the water would allow smooth entry into the capital. If it was Meng, he would certainly associate it with that mysterious ship fleet. Chu Huayin inadvertently asked, who do you suspect? Meng accurately identified the trap in these words and replied, the road from Suzhou to the capital is wide and clear. Given that we don't yet know the influence of whether the integrity of the Taihu stones impacts the mechanisms of Qingyuan, it is possible that the opponent may have divided the stone into pieces and reassembled it upon arrival at Qingyuan. Therefore, both water and land transport are possible. This servant has no leads. Meng avoided answering directly, causing Chu Huayin to feel a bit disappointed. He said, transportation via land would involve excessive effort and manpower. The waters of the Great Wei Kingdom are extensive, and there are water routes near Qingyuan. Most likely, they chose water transport. Qingyuan has long been abandoned. Ji Yang, you take 1,000 elite soldiers and investigate whether there are any piles of stone material around the area. Guan Jiaxing, you will temporarily assume the position of Minister of Justice and cooperate in the investigation. The former Minister of Justice had abused his power, providing special favors to young aristocrats, and was thrown into jail by Chu Huayin awaiting joint trial by 3 courts. Then, Chu Huayin ordered the historians to search all records of the past 10 years, both official and civilian comments, to see if anyone proposed the reconstruction of Qingyuan. Estimating the timing, Chu Huayin stood up and left. Guan's old lady offered the emperor a meal, but Chu Huayin declined. The general is about to return to court. There are some matters that need my attention, madam, you need not be so formal. Humbly escorting your majesty. As Meng watched the receding figure of Chu Huayin, worry showed in his eyes. It seemed that since becoming the emperor, Chu Huayin was busier and didn't even have time to eat lunch. His uncle, whom he hadn't met, why choose high noon to enter the city? Seemingly sensing something, Chu Huayin suddenly turned back. He saw Meng kneeling properly, face calm. Guan's elderly mother lovingly supported her son, looking proud that he'd been promoted just after arriving in the capital. After leaving the official premises, Chu Huayin couldn't help but ask Ji Yang, do you think he looks like Meng? Ji Yang hesitated and answered, "He looks like Meng Meng, but then again, not quite." There was a resemblance in appearance, but the demeanor and speech were entirely different. Chu Huayin said, "Guan's mother has no doubts either. Perhaps it is truly my error to suspect. A coward seeks a double, a strong man faces reality head-on." Searching for traces of Meng Meng in Guan Jiasong was a sign of disrespect to all three of them, and Chu Huayin would not tolerate himself being seen as weak. General Jiang Yi was returning to the capital, personally welcomed by the emperor, thus becoming the center of attention. New stories were being born in tea-houses, how the great general had fallen off a cliff and been near death when he was saved by a female tiger who raised him as a cub. It was rumored that the general rode tigers into battle, how glorious. After the refurbishment of the Jiang residence, the main courtyard remained vacant. Jiang Xian had become lackluster since Meng Meng passed away. Without his nephew's guidance, his confidence vanished completely, fearful that the general's mansion would again fall into an awkward situation. He rejoiced more than anyone at Jiang Yi's return. Some troublemakers tried to drive a wedge between Jiang Yi and Jiang Xian, infuriating Jiang Yi, who waved his sleeve and cut ties with them. The general's mansion had already been sold once, and deep down, Jiang Xian considered it Meng Meng's property now. Originally, he thought he'd stir up the idea for Meng Meng to sever father-son relations with Meng Pufu, change his surname to Jiang, and openly relocate Jiang Yao's grave back to the Jiang family graveyard, far from the defiled land of the Mengs. Jiang Xian merely entertained this thought, unaware that his cousin Jiang Yi acted decisively, implementing the decision upon his return. Without even stepping inside the general's residence, Jiang Yi charged straight into the left chancellor's mansion with his sword drawn, demanding, "Meng Pufu, come out." Meng Pufu still wore a falsely polite smile. 18 years have passed, yet my brother-in-law appears increasingly matured, surely giving comfort to father in heaven. Jiang Yi gave a cold laugh, unwilling to waste words. "Fetch me pen and paper. Today I will replace my father and avenge my deceased sister on behalf of our family." Jiang Yi scribbled furiously onto a sheet of paper. "From now on, the Jiang family and the Meng family are sworn enemies without any further connection." With the gates of the Meng estate wide open, commoners gathered, craning their necks for the spectacle. Extremely concerned with appearances, Meng Pufu's face twisted. "Nonsense. Marriages are arranged by parents and matchmakers, so Jiang Yao remains my lawful wife. She was buried in the Meng family temple after her death. You, as younger, should address me as brother-in-law if only you wanted peace. Is your 18-year-old mentality still that of a child?" Meng Pufu's condescending scolding made Jiang Yi almost want to torch the left chancellor's home. For many years in the military, Jiang Yi hadn't met someone as false as Meng Pufu. He slammed the written paper down in front of Meng Pufu. "Don't make me use force." When Meng Pufu saw it, his mouth nearly burst with old blood. The paper did not state a divorce or separation, but rather Jiang Yao divorcing her husband. In front of so many people, Meng Pufu would never agree to sign, fearing tomorrow's entire city chit-chat and ridicule. Jiang Yi summoned two burly attendants who directly pinned Meng Pufu to the ground. Crouching half-squat, Jiang Yi grabbed Meng Pufu's thumb, dabbed red clay, and stamped it onto the document. Meng Pufu, originally from Jiangnan Sichuan, with pre-existing wife and children, publicly lied about being unmarried, committing fraud marriage, thus violating his majesty. Therefore, today, the younger brother, Jiang Yi, takes responsibility for divorcing the husband. All past grievances are severed from here forward. As Jiang Yi read aloud before the crowd, someone cheered loudly among the onlookers, enraging Meng Pufu until his mouth crooked and eyes askew. At first, Jiang Yao's grave was pitifully shabby, with all arrangements handled by the Zhou family, everything comparing to the standards of a concubine. Later, Meng Pufu heard of Jiang Yi's return and had a new tomb erected. Jiang Yi moved her to the Jiang ancestral graveyard, next to his parents' graves. He even thought about changing Meng Meng's last name, erasing the conspicuous Meng character from the stone slab. Chu Huayin stopped him, unwilling to disturb Meng Meng's rest. Meng Meng probably didn't mention this during his lifetime. Judging by this matter, Meng Meng was likely not rigid about the surname. In the world, there are thousands of people surnamed Meng. In the future, Meng Meng's Meng will belong to Confucius' disciple Meng instead of Meng Pufu. It also made sense. Jiang Yi thought about it. He had never met his nephew or known his personality. He had promised Jiang Yao on the eve of departure that if Meng Pufu wronged her, he would avenge her. And tonight, they were 18 years too late. Jiang Yi did not blame the emperor. Under those circumstances, any member of the Jiang family would choose not to involve others. The emperor upheld the promise even during difficulties, protecting Meng Meng. This favor he would remember deeply. Men don't cry lightly. Jiang Yi spent the afternoon throwing punches on the drill field. Carrying a jar of burning liquor, he sought company from Uncle Lu while drinking, for Jiang Xian was too young. Only old Lu could offer some meaningful conversation. Steward Lu sighed repeatedly. He had never expected Jiang Yi would still be alive, nor had he imagined Meng Meng leaving them in such a way. As Uncle Lu interacted with Meng Mao more frequently, sometimes Chu Huayin would hint to Uncle Lu about the dangerous things Meng Mao had done that day, hoping Uncle Lu could persuade him. Chu Huayin was at a loss. He had once boasted to Ji Yang that Meng Mao listened to him, but it was merely lip service. Compared to him, Meng Mao paid more attention to what Uncle Lu, who was advanced in years, said, and at least he didn't dare to openly slack off. Jiang Yi imagined the Meng Mao described by Uncle Lu, feeling heart-wrenching one moment and proud the next. Upon hearing that Meng Mao had secretly visited Lu's residence at night, Jiang Yi, already slightly tipsy, slammed his wine bowl heavily and angrily said, "The emperor is just too lenient. If it were me, I'd give him a few hard spanks." This statement was made with grand bravado. At this very moment, Meng Mao, who was unintentionally passing by the outer wall, stood there. Meng Mao's pace quickened twofold. What seemed like an unintentional pass was actually quite deliberate. After relentless travel and excessive fatigue, Meng Mao had thrown away the pregnancy-stabilizing medicine before arriving in the capital. Meng Mao was undoubtedly the type of patient that doctors disliked immensely. They followed medical advice casually, discarding an entire course of medicine as they pleased. However, he absolutely dared not buy or prepare the medicine himself. Chu Huayin, out of caution, would send people to keep an eye on him, and those behind the attempted assassination of Guan Jiasheng, seeing that he was still alive, would surely have someone tail him. And suddenly, he remembered, the medicine that Li Wenle had prescribed for him back then, he hadn't finished it. It was hidden in the Jiang family. Even though Chu Huayin had sealed his room, Meng Mao had cleverly concealed the medicine well, under a movable brick beneath the bed. But he was always uneasy. Especially given his uncle's ruthless tendencies, what if he got drunk and impulsively decided to tear up the floor searching for his sister and nephew? From the Guan residence to the Jingzhaofu, one would have to pass by the Jiang home. Sticking close to the walls, Meng Mao looked around for a dog hole. He wasn't planning to infiltrate the Jiang residence. He just wanted to scout the route first because his current skills wouldn't even last a round against Jiang Yi's subordinates. A foolproof plan was needed. No dog holes. Uncle Lu had filled in the last dog hole using the money Meng Mao had given him as slave-selling money. Chu Huayin also ordered repairs to the mansion, raising the surrounding walls by 2 meters. With regret, Meng Mao left. Seeing that his master seemed somewhat unhappy, Afu asked, "Master, did you encounter difficulties taking up your post?" Meng Mao turned around, his gaze piercingly focused on him. Afu tightly hugged himself. "When will you get married and have children? Preferably entering the bridal chamber today and becoming pregnant tomorrow." To be honest, this official wants to mooch a bowl of pregnancy-stabilizing medicine. Chapter 29. Somewhere in the west of the city, at a certain residence. A lean middle-aged man with a thick beard looked completely different from what his sparse hair suggested. He was boiling with anger, his facial muscles twitching, squeezing his already narrow eyes into 2 pinpricks. In one swift move, he grabbed the teacup from the table and hurled it at the chest of a kneeling black-clad figure. The scalding tea soaked through the clothes, but the black-clad figure remained silent as he was subjected to an outburst of verbal abuse. "Useless. All of you are useless. Didn't you say Guan Jiasheng was dead? Then why does he show up in the capital city unscathed, even taking the emperor to Qingyuan? If you can't even tell a living person from a corpse, why do I keep you around?" His voice was low and not exactly in the authentic dialect of the capital. "My subordinate truly inflicted serious wounds on Guan Jiasheng, a sword through the chest and a blow to the back of the head. Even Hua Tuo reincarnated couldn't save him. And even if my strike missed a critical spot, there's no way he could recover so quickly, arriving in the capital within half a month as if his wounds healed themselves. Is he a man or a ghost?" The black-clad figure couldn't help but defend himself. The middle-aged man paused. "Are you sure?" "I'll stake my life on it," the black-clad figure replied firmly. The middle-aged man paced anxiously around the room twice. "There are only 2 possibilities. 1, the person you assassinated was an imposter. 2, the person we see in the capital is fake. You said that the young servant who infiltrated Guan Jiasheng's side has been discovered dead in a backstreet alley, right? It seems that Guan Jiasheng encountered someone at the abandoned temple who knew about his return to the capital, or they switched places at the temple." A mocking smile appeared on the middle-aged man's lips. "What about Guan Jiasheng's wife?" "She returned on her own initiative, and she was killed together." "That makes sense. I know Guan Jiasheng, he wouldn't abandon his wife. So, there's only one possibility left." The middle-aged man lightly hit the table with his clenched right hand. "This man is too clever, it's dangerous to let him live. You must go immediately to the temple and find Guan Jiasheng's body. I want to see if old Lady Guan can recognize her own son." With that order given, the middle-aged man summoned a servant. "You need to go immediately." Guan Jiasheng's father's real name was Sun Yong. More than 20 years ago, he married into the Guan family, originally poor and destitute, having studied for 10 years without passing even the provincial examination. At this time, the Guan family was seeking a son-in-law. Sun Yong never thought Miss Guan would actually choose him. Excited, he couldn't sleep all night and early the next morning, worshipped before the ancestral tablets muttering something like, "Our family graves are smoking blue smoke." Indeed, the Guan family, a well-established house with connections to officials through multiple generations, gave Sun Yong the feeling of leaping from a fish to a dragon. His lifestyle, food, clothing, everything was impeccable. Later, he gradually befriended some people in the capital. All were aimlessly wandering individuals lingering between high-class pleasures. They publicly flattered Sun Yong but privately envied him intensely, ridiculing him for eating off another. Originally short-tempered, Sun Yong noticed someone gossiping about him behind his back. Upon further attention, he overheard even more insults, such as, the Guan family is a scholarly dynasty with prime minister-level status. Even their servants probably have more knowledge than Sun Yong, or, do you envy Sun Yong? Just wait until Miss Guan gives birth to a son and continues the Guan lineage, then see if Sun Yong still holds any position in the Guan family. An ordinary man who once joyfully believed his family grave smoked blue, because of his good fortune became increasingly arrogant as he enjoyed luxurious meals. Gradually, he started caring excessively about reputation, growing even more obsessive when he didn't attain it. Fearing the day he might be thrown out, he entertained ideas of seizing the entire Guan household. Completely forgetting who had given him the enviable wealth and comfort of life, he began to view even his unborn child as a potential threat. In the flower-lined alleys of a winehouse, where many rich heirs usually splurged, it suddenly felt strangely quiet since less than half of them were present today. Sun Yong sat alone by a round table near the window and ordered 2 jars of huadiao wine. Today he was in a foul mood and hadn't asked for any women's company. When Guan Jiaxing came back, he got promoted immediately. 5 years ago, he still showed respect towards his father, often inquiring about his health and welfare. Now as his position grew, Guan Jiaxing no longer seemed to regard him much. Sun Yong took a deep sip of wine, filled with disdain. Actually, things had been like this 5 years ago, when merely teasing about his daughter-in-law, Guan Jiaxing insisted on being transferred out to serve as an official. Since that incident, old lady Guan's attitude towards him grew colder, and even the servants started treating him differently based on appearances. Unable to consummate his marriage but still marrying a beautiful bride, can a father not speak a word? At the next table, 2 new guests arrived and immediately started talking loudly about capital gossip, first admiring the person who entered the Guan family by marriage. They said that if only he would discard the family surname bestowed by his ancestors, he could live a life akin to an immortal god. Isn't it enviable? Continuing their chatter, they moved on to Guan Jiaxing. Phoenix will always be a phoenix, even unable to produce offspring, his career continued to rise higher. Unlike his freeloading father, this Sun Yong might not be good for anything else, except for birthing sons. Indeed, just like my wife. Another laughed and retorted, could your wife really bear a scholar ranked 3rd? The 2 men burst into laughter. Sun Yong's hand gripping the wine pot visibly tensed, his veins standing out. Just as he was about to snap, a neighboring table suddenly lowered their voices and began discussing a strange matter. Brother Zhang, let me tell you something confidential. A month ago, I happened to go to Suzhou to buy cloth, and I met Director Guan. He chatted with me for a while after finding out I'm from the capital. Yesterday, I took a glance at the person here in the city, and TSK, it doesn't even look like the same person. Little brother, that's not something to be recklessly talked about. Impersonating an imperial official is a capital offense. Ah, isn't this between you and me? I heard Director Guan encountered an ambush on his way back to the capital. Pitiful. Even after death, he's being impersonated. Come, drink. Upon hearing this, Sun Yong's ears perked up. After realizing what he'd overheard, immense joy bubbled up within him, overshadowing any doubt about the authenticity of the 2 men's words, or perhaps he simply didn't want to question it. Guan Jiaxing is dead. After waiting for so many years, could it be true? Had Sun Yong and Aobao finally waited long enough? Sun Yong grew more convinced the longer he thought about it. Overwhelmed by excitement, he hastily left the winehouse, dashing back to the Guan residence drenched in sweat, just as Meng Miao was returning from the Imperial Administration office. Meng Miao barely glanced at Sun Yong before showing obvious disinterest. He still vividly remembered overhearing Sun Yong telling Aobao 2 months ago, wait a little longer, then this estate will belong to you alone. What kind of father would curse his own son like that? Moreover, according to rumors spread by the servants, Sun Yong used to take advantage of Guan Jiaxing's absence to flirt with his daughter-in-law. Guan Jiaxing's decision to leave the capital was actually an indirect expression of dissatisfaction toward his father. As Sun Yong carefully examined Meng Miao up and down, unfortunately, his indifference stemmed from the fact that Sun Yong had always shown no particular attention to this youngest son, making all his scrutiny seem futile. Then, Aobao rushed over holding his little wooden sword. Spoiled rotten by Sun Yong, he swung the wooden sword wildly at anyone nearby, laughing triumphantly when he struck someone or relentlessly chasing them otherwise. The chubby little boy charged forward headfirst, barely reaching Meng Miao's stomach, making it clear that his girth might be far more threatening than his wooden weapon. Stop, it's time to eat, Meng Miao commanded. Ignoring him completely, the boy lunged straight for Meng Miao's midsection. Meng Miao, unlike the household servants who wouldn't dare dodge, effortlessly sidestepped and grabbed the boy by the collar from behind. Since they stood near a stairway, if the boy continued rushing ahead without care, it could turn disastrous. Yet, failing to hit Meng Miao fueled the child's fury, and he blindly swung his wooden sword backward, nearly striking Meng Miao's eye. Despite dealing with a child, Meng Miao refrained from releasing him and ended up getting slightly scratched on the neck. From the sidelines, Sun Yong watched thoughtfully, deliberately letting Aobao continue his rampage. A cunning smirk formed on Meng Miao's lips as he smoothly redirected the boy, sending him charging directly towards Sun Yong. Both grandfather and grandson tumbled to the ground, shouting abuses at each other incessantly. The noise gave Meng Miao a headache. While the conditions at his former home, the Meng estate, were poor, at least it wasn't filled with the clamor of mischievous children. At dinner, Lady Guan was present, which forced the two combatants to rein in their tempers somewhat. Near the end of the meal, Meng Miao inadvertently pushed up his sleeve, exposing his elbow. A flicker crossed Sun Yong's eyes. When Guan Jiaxing was 10 years old, Sun Yong, in a bad mood, took out his frustration on the boy. Inadvertently, he burned a hole through the child's arm. Realizing his mistake later, terrified that Lady Guan might discover it, he coerced young Guan Jiaxing into hiding the injury. The child complied with his father's wishes, never mentioning it to anyone. Relieved, Sun Yong quickly forgot about the whole incident, not even bothering to provide medication for the wound. The injury took a long time to heal, leaving a noticeable scar. This was a secret known only between father and son. But this person's elbow was perfectly unblemished, showing no sign of scarring. Unable to contain his impatience, Sun Yong waved off the servants. Recently, I've heard some rumors suggesting you're an imposter. Jiaxing, I remember you once had a scar on your hand. Is it gone? Let me see. With this statement, both Lady Guan and Meng Miao raised their estimation of him slightly. Startled for a moment, Meng Miao responded as Lady Guan suddenly interrupted, how did that scar happen? Sun Yong's face changed rapidly as he attempted to defend himself. When Jiaxing was a child, he played with fire and accidentally burnt himself. He came to me because he didn't dare tell you. Lady Guan wiped her mouth nonchalantly and said, later on, I obtained some medicinal ointment that helped it disappear. Old things are better left unsaid, and you should stop digging into the past. Her tone carried an implicit warning. Sun Yong never anticipated such a response from Lady Guan. Shocked, he blurted out loud, he has no scar on his hand, therefore he isn't your son. Can't I recognize my own child? Lady Guan's voice rose sharply, indicating she refused to have others poke at her heartache. I know exactly why you wanted to record Aobao under Jiaxing's name. You'd best stop scheming and keep your mouth shut. The Guan estate will forever remain with the Guan family. It's not something outsiders can take over. Pierced to the core of his intentions, Sun Yong awkwardly closed his mouth and returned home, tossing and turning all night long pondering one question, why could some unknown person qualify, but not Aobao? The morning after, Meng Miao had just stepped out the door when Sun Yong followed. Knowing that Meng Miao was the intendant of Jingzhou, Sun Yong wisely bypassed the Yamen and directly sought out the Dali Temple and the Ministry of Punishments. How could they verify whether he was truly Jiaxing's son? Especially with him being a currently favored official by His Majesty, Sun Yong's baseless claims were insufficient without concrete evidence. Because of his health issues, Guan Jiaxing was often subject to gossip, yet he remained unfazed and kept a low profile, plus the 5 years away from the capital meant fewer people in the city knew much about him. Officials from the Dali Temple visited the Guan residence for questioning, only to find Madame Guan harboring no suspicions at all. She subtly hinted at Sun Yong's malicious intentions, earning sympathies from those present who lamented the misfortune within the household. After discussing among themselves, they decided it was best to regard Sun Yong as babbling nonsense and dismissed any plans for an official investigation. Upon hearing this, Meng Miao's heart sank a little. One time being laughed off was one thing, but there was the risk of Sun Yong becoming persistent and stirring up trouble enough to attract Chu Huai's suspicion. Madame Guan scolded Sun Yong, surprised by how deeply he wanted Aobao to take Jiaxing's place. This touched her, bottom line, leading her to straightforwardly warn Sun Yong, our family can disown this adopted son. Emphasizing the word adopted, Sun Yong's complexion paled. Madame Guan had long known that Aobao was the child Sun Yong had with someone outside the family, she simply chose not to air their dirty laundry in public. As Sun Yong exited the prayer hall, Meng Miao awaited him there, laughing suddenly, when I was 14, you drugged my tea, hoping to end the Guan family line. How have we wronged you? Mimicking Guan Jiaxing perfectly as he spoke, a chilling breeze swept past, hinting that Sun Yong probably already knew Jiaxing was dead, momentarily unable to discern if what he saw before him was man or ghost. Having just been confronted with the truth about the adopted son, inside the prayer hall, Sun Yong's psychological defenses crumbled. Retreating 2 steps and widening his eyes, he blurted out, how do you know? Sun Yong. Madame Guan supported herself on a doorpost, tears streaming down her face. Thinking Jiaxing's fate was preordained, over time she had let go. But now she realized the evil deeds of a villain. Throwing her cane at Sun Yong, she demanded, what does our Guan family owe you? Jiaxing respected you since young, and this is how you treat him. Actually, Meng Miao was merely attempting to trick Sun Yong. Such old matters, though suspect, left no trail for confirmation. Guan Jiaxing had always been in good health until suddenly experiencing impotence, while Sun Yong persistently revealed hostility towards him, it was hard not to associate them. After calming Madame Guan, an exhausted Meng Miao returned home, yawning, hoping this incident would pass quickly so he could figure out some medicine to recover his strength. Who would have guessed, upon entering, Chu Huai sat by the table, leaving Meng Miao midway through his yawn, too shocked to close his mouth. Chu Huai didn't even glance at him, focused on sipping tea, closed the door. Meng Miao, your Majesty visiting late at night, does it mean there's progress in the case? Chu Huai glanced at him, skipping straight to the point, today, I heard something unusual. Your father went to the Dali Temple to cry injustice, claiming someone impersonates his son. Indeed, it was about this matter. Taking a deep breath, Meng Miao had already prepared his response. Chu Huai gestured for him to be silent. Your father's actions have inspired a thought in me. I have an old acquaintance, very similar to you, and lately I've been suspecting you are one and the same. This suspicion disrupts my sleep and appetite. I hope you could alleviate my concerns. Uneasiness rose in Meng Miao. I am humbled and frightened. Chu Huai suddenly loomed closer, his piercing gaze locking onto his eyes, not missing a flicker of emotion. Meng Miao has a red mole on his left shoulder. Would you dare let me take a look? Chapter 30. Hearing the same words for a second time, this time he did not let the old lady smooth things over for him. Meng Chao's face was expressionless as he calmly stared back at Chu Huayin. His mind was screaming inside, it was just one night on the bed. How could so many issues arise from that? Don't you know, if you continue like this, no one will sleep with you again. Since Meng Cho had crossed over, his thoughts were never on this body. Unlike in his previous life where actors always focused on their body management down to every strand of hair. In this lifetime, Meng Cho had completely lived as a rough man, being very poor and unable to be meticulous. He truly didn't know if there was a mole on his left shoulder. But he was certain that in his previous life, he didn't have a single mole on his whole body. Your Majesty, please allow me to step aside. The two were standing extremely close, and Chu Huayin could even see the fine hair on Meng Chao's delicate earlobes. However, he showed no intention of stepping aside. Right here, would my esteemed minister dare to refuse? Chu Huayin was taking a gamble, betting that the person before him was indeed Meng Cho and that Meng Cho wasn't sure whether there was a mole or not on his body. He guessed correctly. That one time he shared a bed with Meng Cho, the room was dimly lit with high humidity. All throughout, Chu Huayin was busy restraining Meng Chao's limbs and didn't pay attention to the details. Now he regretted not immediately carrying Meng Xiaoma directly into Huai back then so he could touch him however he wanted. Meng Cho suddenly stepped back and asked, is it the front or back shoulder? Back shoulder. Chu Huayin fixed his gaze on Meng Chao's eyes, finding none of the imagined panic within. From this sentence, Meng Cho sensed that Chu Huayin was trying to trick him. He had just used this trick against Sun Yong, so he was quite experienced now. In their direct eye contact, psychological tactics played an important role. Chu Huayin continuously looked straight into his eyes, clearly wanting to force an admission from him. Normally though, Chu Huayin should have glanced at the location of the mole when answering. Relieved, Meng Cho loosened his collar slightly, revealing the white expanse of his neck. Suddenly, a bright red scar came into view running from the clavicle to the shoulder. The wound had already scabbed over, the deep brown scabs resembled poorly sewn threads by a novice seamstress, irregular, broken, and uneven. That small chubby boy must have been quite fierce when drawing that line with his wooden sword. Chu Huayin's eyes darkened as he raised his hand to touch the area, but Meng Cho dodged, causing him to withdraw his hand entirely. He smiled faintly, I've overstepped my boundaries. Never, your subject does not dare. Fighting off sleepiness, Meng Chao's eyes shimmered with a hint of moisture under flickering candlelight, seeming to emit a slight tenderness. Chu Huayin spoke, today, I also have some serious matters. After reviewing all the records of daily life and court notes, numerous officials who had attempted to rebuild Qin Garden were found. Every time Emperor Tianyuan hinted towards constructing a palace, several scholarly ministers would jump out, saying that Qin Garden was surrounded by mountains and water, full of natural essence. Unfortunately, Emperor Tianyuan had absolutely no interest in Taihu stones, he favored majestic grand palaces. After being lectured by those ministers multiple times, Emperor Tianyuan ordered anyone who dared mention the construction of Qin Garden to be sent off to do manual labor. The Flower Stone Gang was a farce concocted by corrupt monarchs leading to the downfall of nations, yet Emperor Tianyuan couldn't figure out why these ministers were so enthusiastic about it. Among the common folk, many spoiled young nobles wished to buy land in Qin Garden because they'd seen the rear garden of the left chancellor's house and wanted to emulate their elegance. Eventually, after much competition, the land fell into the hands of a mysterious merchant newly arrived in town. In other words, there are no clues. My esteemed minister need not rush. Anyway, Qin Garden is within sight, sooner or later the culprit behind this will reveal themselves. Meng Cho wondered aloud, Qin Garden has been abandoned for too long. The first bloodshed in Suzhou's gardens happened 3 months ago, yet even if those people transported part of the Taihu stones to the outskirts of the capital, why haven't they started the construction? According to Guan Jiaxing's friends, each Taihu stone collected in past days had a serial number, once delivered to Qin Garden, one merely matched the corresponding number. Though Emperor Tianyuan mentioned banning the Taihu stones casually, it wasn't explicitly prohibited. The public observing this subtle tone quickly gave up. This situation has changed. Nowadays, since Chu Huayin ascended the throne, the secretly smuggled Taihu stones can be displayed openly. It seemed strange. Those plotting rebellion should be anxious, yet their progress was slow, implying some unavoidable factors restricted them. Where exactly had they hidden those Taihu stones? Meng Cho and Chu Huayin exchanged glances and both spoke simultaneously. Qianyang Lake. A month ago, Meng Cho drowned in Qianyang Lake, which caused Chu Huayin immense grief and led to sealing the entire lake. Rescue teams were dispatched to search areas upstream and downstream. Since Qianyang Lake was not far from Qin Garden, if the rebels had submerged the Taihu stones at the bottom of the lake, they wouldn't have had any chance to move them during this month. Meng Qiu remained silent, deeply pained. Ever since Chu Huayin issued the lake closure order, fish prices in the capital rose by half. Once having seen the vast sea, it's hard to be impressed by mere water. After eating snow trout, Meng Qiu no longer looked favorably upon other fish. Since Guan's old lady didn't like eating fish, there was never any on the dining table. He could have had his own meals separately, but firstly, Guan Jiasheng followed his mother in not eating fish, and secondly, with the rising fish prices, every purchase he made using Fu as an excuse left him feeling rather regretful. The Guan family was wealthy, but Meng Qiu wasn't the real Guan Jiasheng. Borrowing this identity, he hesitated to spend their money further. Instead, he anxiously awaited the payment of the Jingzhou governor's salary. Meng Qiu wished he could go back and slap his former self for getting tired of snow trout, because now he longed to eat it, intensely so. Chu Huayin didn't know that Meng Qiu had gone through 18 twists in his mind. With a faint smile, he thought strangely about the effect of the lake sealing order. Reflecting on the moment he made that decision, it was initially for giving Meng Qiu the last piece of peace. That heart-wrenching pain was still fresh, and his gaze deepened somewhat when observing the current person. Meng Qiu subtly expressed, "This lake sealing order seems a bit tyrannical. Why don't we abolish it? We can catch many more fish. Not just that major criminal fish hidden in the background. But also my beloved little fish. Fried. Grilled. Braised." Chu Huayin directly stared at him. "Unless the person tells me personally, as long as I am emperor, I will never lift the ban. That way, it wouldn't just be a little tyrannical anymore." Meng Qiu chose to keep quiet. "It's late, minister. Rest." Chu Huayin stood up, putting his teacup back on the table. When he withdrew his hand, he accidentally pushed aside a painting on the table. As the scroll rolled open, it revealed a newly painted portrait of a woman, her every expression meticulously crafted. The woman depicted was Liao Yunlan, Guan Jiasheng's wife. After Guan's old lady finished painting it, she presented it to Meng Qiu to check if the daughter-in-law still resembled the portrait after 5 years. There was another painting of Guan Jiasheng, which had already been returned. Seizing the opportunity, Meng Qiu picked up the painting, and a tear fell unexpectedly, just like a devoted husband who sees the portrait of his deceased wife and gets emotionally overwhelmed in front of the emperor. Chu Huayin's face immediately darkened. Kneeling on the ground, Meng Qiu respectfully bid farewell to the emperor as he watched Chu Huayin walk away dejectedly. His shoulders drooped, and he touched his abdomen. 3 months along, the signs of pregnancy were starting to show slightly, already more prominent than his stomach when Chu Huayin treated him to dinner at Shixiang building where he ate 3 bowls of rice and 2 servings of fish. The cold floor chilled him, and Meng Qiu knelt there for a long time. Fu, prepare some hot water. Soaking in the water, Meng Qiu carefully inspected his entire body for other birthmarks. Such actions seemed vaguely indecent, but Meng Qiu had no choice. What if next time Chu Huayin tricked him into revealing a birthmark on his buttocks, then he couldn't undo his collar so easily. Tomorrow, he would ask the old lady about Guan Jiasheng's details. When Chu Huayin left the Guan residence, Ji Yang immediately followed closely, curious about the outcome. Their emperor ran to a minister's home in the middle of the night to inspect their shoulder, which sounded quite perverted. He has seen through it. Chu Huayin gazed at the boundless moonlight while walking, clasping his hands behind his back. I suspect him even more. The feelings between Chu Huayin and Meng Qiu cannot be replicated by anyone in the world. Ji Yang noticed how deeply their majesty was entangled in the non-return path concerning Meng Qiu and couldn't help but offer advice. If he is really Meng Qiu, why doesn't he say anything? Your majesty feels so much toward him, why does he conceal his identity? Could it be he suffered from amnesia? Chu Huayin gave Ji Yang a chilly glance, puzzled himself, yet clearly unwilling to hear the truth. Lately, Meng Qiu constantly felt someone was tracking him, not secretly surveilling but in a rather brazen and clumsy way. Whenever he looked up, a shadow instantly disappeared among the tree branches. Meng Qiu massaged his temple and complained, General Jiang. Upon being discovered, Jiang Yi calmly appeared on the wall, standing straight with remarkable martial arts skills. He heard that Guan Jiasheng bore a striking resemblance to his nephew and couldn't resist taking a look. Afraid of startling the governor of Jingzhou, he resorted to sneaky peeks. His nephew truly was very handsome. A member of the Jiang family, no doubt. Chapter 31. How long are you planning to follow me? Asked Meng Qiu helplessly. Jiang Yi, nearly 40 years old, had exceptionally thick skin. After being caught, he blatantly followed Meng Qiu around, whether it was during meals or court sessions, always showing off his presence in a rather ostentatious manner. And that was just the beginning. The man talked incessantly. Meng Qiu bought a steamed bun at a bakery to serve as his snack. Jiang Yi, Director Guan only eats steamed buns. Does my nephew also live this hard life, eating only steamed buns every day? Meng Qiu, trust me, if you continue talking nonsense, your nephew will lead an even harder life. Still maintaining a sorrowful expression, Jiang Yi continued fussing over his nephew, forcing Meng Qiu to say, Boss, bring me 2 meat-filled buns. Jiang Yi stared at the meat-filled buns, his expression pleased as he extended his right hand. Meng Cho tucked both buns back into his pocket. Jiang Yi. Since Meng Cho wanted to stay in shape, he walked to the Jingzhou office every day. With a sentimental tear in his eye, Jiang Yi lamented, "It's such a long way between these two places. Governor Guan, do you think my nephew had to walk all the way to the Dali Temple as well?" Meng Cho, whose ears were growing tired of hearing this complaint, sighed inwardly. Fine, how much would it cost to hire a sedan chair? By the end of the day, Meng Cho realized that his expenses had tripled compared to usual. This came as a shock to the poor little cat. Meng Cho smiled at Jiang Yi, recalling how he had once signed a pact with Chu Huayin to preserve the general's status and power. Now was definitely the time to get something back for his nephew in terms of gifts and baby formula money. Meng Cho said, "I understand that General Jiang misses his late nephew by looking at me, but I, as the object of your longing, am quite confused myself. Though I'm Guan Jiasheng, sometimes I feel like a butterfly dreaming it is Zhuangzhou or Zhuangzhou dreaming it is a butterfly." Not being a scholar, Jiang Yi interrupted, "Wait, Director Guan, speak slower." Meng Cho casually fabricated some nonsense at such a speed that it left Jiang Yi thoroughly confused. Glancing to his right, Meng Cho saw Dr. Li Wenhua's clinic and had an idea. Calmly walking in, he extended his wrist for diagnosis. Meng Cho rattled off a string of modern neurological diagnoses, sounding mysterious and dire. Not only was Jiang Yi confused, even Dr. Li Wenhua was baffled until the pulse reading confirmed everything. Dr. Li's expression tightened as he slammed his fist onto the table, startling Jiang Yi. "Is it serious, doctor? Excessive brooding has caused restlessness and agitation. The patient requires quiet recuperation." Dr. Li glanced disapprovingly at Meng Cho and chose 2 points to explain cryptically. The restlessness was entirely due to arguments with little Fatso over the last few days. Old Lady Guan, adhering firmly to the principle of not airing family grievances, had endured Sun Yong for over 20 years. But after Sun Yong attempted to drug Guan Jiasheng, Old Lady Guan finally lost her patience. Almost immediately, Sun Yong and his precious son were sent away to live on their own. While Baoyi cried out, "This is my home. It will all be mine," adding fuel to the fire, Mother Guan refused to say another word. Having done her utmost in righteousness and mercy, she waved off the guards and ordered them to send the pair away. "Dr. Li, please prescribe some medicine," Meng Cho signaled subtly to his abdomen when Jiang Yi wasn't looking. Dr. Li Wenhua sent the young apprentice away and personally prepared the herbs. After sniffing the fragrance, Meng Cho realized it was the same as before. Dr. Li had understood his hint. Feeling guilty, Jiang Yi scratched the back of his head, doubting whether the emperor's plan was reliable. The emperor had warned him that Guan Jiasheng was surrounded by imminent dangers. With no official tasks in the capital at the moment, Jiang Yi received the imperial command to protect Minister Guan until the true culprits behind these attacks could be identified. His Majesty also suggested the excuse, "Check the face of your nephew." Understanding that those chasing Guan Jiasheng might very well be the same people responsible for killing Meng Cho, Jiang Yi accepted the mission without hesitation. However, what Jiang Yi didn't know was the emperor's ulterior motive, placing him near Meng Cho to see if he could expose more cracks in Meng Cho's disguise. After Dr. Li handed the medicine over to Meng Cho pretended to take out money, but Jiang Yi immediately grabbed the bill. He couldn't let the person he was tracking pay for seeing a doctor, could he? Meng Cho quickly flashed a small smile, taking his hard-earned, calming spirit medicine, back home. Meanwhile, Jiang Yi exchanged glances with Chu Huayin's secret agent, indicating that the agent should protect Meng Cho while he went back to report to the emperor. Governor Guan seemed rather fragile, he dared not follow any longer. After listening to Jiang Yi's report, Emperor Chu Huayin couldn't decide if it was truth or fabrication, so he urgently summoned the royal physician to visit and ensure Guan Jiasheng's health. As the royal physician arrived, Ah Fu had just finished boiling the herbs. Lowering his head to drink, Meng Cho heard the voice of the royal physician in the courtyard, hesitating mid-sip, unsure whether to drink or not. There was no time to hide, and the medicine certainly couldn't be seen by the royal physician. Clenching his teeth, Meng Cho downed it all at once. "Ah Fu, quickly, rinse my mouth with cold water." It was scorching hot. Acting on the imperial order, the royal physician didn't dare take anything lightly. Back and forth they went, with Meng Cho insisting he was fine and the physician persistently persuading him to check his pulse. Reluctantly, Meng Cho agreed, "All I have are some minor external injuries. Please, doctor, write some prescriptions for me." Like the wound from the blade of little Fatso on his neck, the burn on his lips from drinking the scalding potion earlier, and his vocal cord strained from faking illness. There absolutely wasn't anything else wrong with him. Reassured, the royal physician breathed a sigh of relief, having ensured his purpose wasn't wasted. He carefully tended to Meng Cho's neck that was nearly healed, examined his throat for blisters, finding none, and prescribed some cooling medicines for inflammation, especially designed for soothing the throat. Meng Cho dared not inquire whether these remedies were suitable during pregnancy. As soon as the royal physician left, Meng Cho discarded the medicine in the cabinet. "Ah Fu, brew a cup of chrysanthemum tea." The royal physician not only faced an uncooperative patient but also a meddlesome emperor. He racked his brains to recount the scene at Director Guan's residence for Emperor Chu Huayin. He mentioned that Director Guan might have been overusing his voice recently and sounded a bit hoarse. Upon leaving the imperial study, he felt he should prescribe the medicine intended for Guan Jiaxing for himself since he had spoken quite a lot today. Emperor Chu Huayin stroked his jade ring, pondering two possibilities: either Guan Jiaxing was afraid of doctors, or Meng Chao's body was fine and they feared being exposed. Given Guan Jiaxing's open and gentle nature, the latter seemed more likely. Chu Huayin knew that Meng Chao's ability to mimic voices was extraordinary. Once he heard a sound, he could imitate it almost perfectly. Therefore, Meng Chou must have already met with Guan Jiaxing. Thinking about this, Chu Huayin's heart clenched. How did Meng Chou always manage to get into trouble? What on earth was he trying to achieve? Meng Chou rejecting the royal physician due to impotence would be too disrespectful. Although Chu Huayin was almost certain Guan Jiaxing was Meng Chou, for that minuscule fraction of uncertainty, he couldn't expose a minister's secret. He needed a foolproof way to verify and leave Meng Chou speechless. The imperial study was brightly lit, with a pile of half-person height memorials stacked on the dragon desk. Eunuch Xiao Jiu observed as the emperor faster and faster, his handwriting flowing elegantly, seemingly pleased by something in the petitions. Xiao Jiu was puzzled. He could guarantee that half of those memorials urged the emperor to select concubines and establish an empress. Normally, His Majesty wouldn't even glance at them before tossing them into the brazier. Why no reaction tonight? And why such joy? Did the emperor finally resolve to expand the harem? Xiao Jiu was somewhat excited. According to the old eunuchs, concubines frequently bribed the emperor's attendants hoping for more imperial favor. Though the emperor was wise and not swayed easily, surely it wasn't illegal to dream, right? For the first time, the ministers who submitted petitions for selecting consorts received the emperor's red batch personal response. Although it contained merely a perfunctory read, compared to their previous fate of never hearing back, they couldn't help but speculate, had the emperor loosened his stance. After gathering, the ministers reached a consensus. Thus, the next morning in court, the civilian officials loudly knelt down, occupying half the imperial courtyard, requesting the emperor to widely recruit young ladies for the palace to ensure imperial succession. Only Meng Chou stood out like a crane among chickens. Before he could react, he found himself the only one still standing. Emperor Chu Huayin turned his gaze towards him, expressing appreciation for Director Guan's loyalty. But before Chu Huayin could properly praise how deep Director Guan's understanding of His Majesty was, Meng Chou quickly slipped into Guan Jiaxing's role and knelt down with a thud. The golden throne hall immediately darkened as if under storm clouds, Chu Huayin's expression becoming horrifyingly grave. Meng Chou felt his clothes were about to catch fire from the emperor's intense glare, as if all of Chu Huayin's anger was concentrated on him. It felt as though everyone had done something wrong together, but only he got caught. Meng Chou, feeling both confused and guilty, believed in marriage freedom. But now, as Guan Jiaxing, he had to follow what Guan Jiaxing thought. All participants still shivered recalling how that morning's court session unfolded, remembering only that it ended with the emperor storming off in fury, while all civil and military officials knelt outside the Hall of Supreme Harmony. Chu Huayin hadn't dismissed the court, so no one dared to leave. The venue merely shifted outside, appearing more sincere. Meng Chou knelt among the crowd, still unclear about what upset Chu Huayin. They had discussed the matter before, and Chu Huayin didn't seem against it. Why now did it feel like stepping on a powder keg? Dark clouds gradually settled lower, thunder growled, and morning rain began pouring without warning. Ministers continued kneeling straight, except for Meng Chou who irreverently used his sleeve to shield himself from the rain. He wore makeup which would smear if it got wet. If it smeared, he wouldn't be able to leave the palace that day. And he couldn't afford to fall ill. Through the window crevice, Chu Huayin caught sight of that thin figure in the crowd. He didn't want Meng Chou to kneel, yet without disciplining him, others might try persuading him to take concubines again. Unconsciously, Chu Huayin realized how highly he regarded Meng Chou. He wanted only one cat for life, pampering and protecting it tenderly. He paced restlessly, hands behind his back, making little eunuchs feel as if the marble floor beneath them shook. Go, tell them to all go back. Chu Huayin sighed, finally giving in. Eunuch Xiao Jiu blinked, catching a flash of bright yellow silk as the emperor darted into the rain. In just a moment, had Director Guan fainted? Chapter 32. Meng Chou was drenched like a drowned monkey. He seemed to have heard the sound of makeup falling. His knees were icy cold, and there was a dull pain when he moved them slightly. Meng Chou had been rushing around lately, losing several pounds from everywhere but his belly, while the knees were so thin that the bony protrusions almost pierced through the skin, directly hitting the marble beneath him. His kneecaps were sore after kneeling for quite a while in the grand hall. The ministers on either side knelt silently and willingly. It was worth it to ensure that the Great Wei dynasty would continue. Looking around before and behind, Meng Chou felt like it was some scene out of an idle drama. Now, he had no choice but to take on the role of the leading man. Pretending to faint wasn't technically challenging. Meng Chou simply lay down on the ground, still shrewdly propping up his forehead with one hand while covering his face with the other sleeve facing downward. But the visual impact in others' eyes was rather stunning, like a green lotus leaf that, after being soaked by heavy rain, snapped its elegant stem and toppled over onto the lake surface. Including Chu Huayin's reaction. Among the kneeling individuals, some older ministers in their 40s or 50s remained upright, looking as if they could keep persuading the emperor to accept concubines for another 30 years. Only Meng Chou appeared to be unconscious. Over this short distance, countless guesses flashed through Chu Huayin's mind, whether he sustained an injury unnoticed, left water damage from the fall, or if it was because of recalling the heavy rain at Xianyang Lake causing him seizures. Chu Huayin instantly embraced Meng Chou, shouting loudly, "Summon the royal physician. Bring all physicians here." All the officials turned to look at this unconscious Guan official. He was indeed favored, with the emperor getting so worried over him. Something seemed off but couldn't be articulated. Upon hearing, "Summon the royal physician," Meng Chou immediately opened his eyes, trying to wriggle free from Chu Huayin's arms. The awkward situation needed resolution, and another grueling battle awaited regarding his identity cover-up. "I am fine, your majesty." Silence. Chu Huayin couldn't tell whether Meng Chou was lying or not, so decided to act according to his judgment, keeping hold of him firmly. Meng Chou noticed puzzled yet envious looks among surrounding ministers, and shortly, for condemning words might begin forming in their gazes. To charm one's ruler. Bearing the name of Guan Jiasheng, he couldn't afford any misstep. Before the ministers caught on, he must make Chu Huayin release him. With grave seriousness, perhaps the most solemn tone he ever used speaking to Chu Huayin, Minister Guan Jiasheng requests your majesty let go. Meeting Chu Huayin's angry stare with unwavering determination in his eyes. From the moment Chu Huayin embraced him, Meng Chou realized the facade, alias, mask, was wobbling. How could the emperor casually hug people? This thought seemed self-centered, yet Meng Chou genuinely believed Chu Huayin wouldn't embrace a rarely met Guan Jiasheng. Chu Huayin understood, exchanging sharp glances with Meng Chou for a tense period before cautiously placing him down. Minister Guan stays for the doctor. Everyone else returns home. Little Jiu came panting, holding an umbrella, which Chu Huayin took, casting a quick glance at Meng Chou who predictably shrunk away like a fledgling bird avoiding rain towards his direction. After all these subtle movements, if Chu Huayin still believed Meng Chou was Guan Jiasheng, he should cede his throne and return to defend the northern borders. "Follow me inside." Chu Huayin gave Meng Chou a light glance and ordered Little Jiu to fetch a set of clean clothes. Even back when Chu Huayin was Prince Huai, he pitied Meng Chou's simple dressing style, and asked the finest tailors to custom-make clothes for Meng Chou. Before the garments were fully crafted, Meng Chou disappeared. After changing into the new clothes, they felt a bit loose around his shoulders. Initially tailored precisely, now the outfit was too large, even shorter, creating a somewhat contradictory appearance. Chu Huayin shifted his gaze to Meng Chou's boots, secretly estimating how much padding was inside. Meanwhile, he missed noticing that Meng Chou hadn't tightened his belt, leaving the clothes loosely draped over his frame. Drenched Meng Xiaomao looked slightly pitiable under the rising steam. "Thank you, your majesty, for granting me these clothes. If nothing further, I shall take my leave." Meng Chou thought to himself, whether his disguise falls is one thing, whether he admits it is another. If anything, his thick skin served him well in moments like these. Humph, Chu Huayin reflected, not only pitiful, but also despicable. No, Chu Huayin cut straight to business, wait for the doctor to come. Only after making sure this little conman was alright will he settle scores. Cold sweat trickled down Meng Chou's back, feeling colder than earlier in the rain. "I pretended." Chu Huayin internally sighed with relief, recognizing that Meng Chou's body stiffened while in his embrace, opening his eyes immediately upon hearing about summoning the royal physician. It was clearly a pretense. Regrettably, even till today, every easily penetrable lie of Meng Chou's continues to trouble and worry him deeply. "Charge of deceiving the monarch suits you surprisingly straightforward," Chu Huayin said sharply. Meng Chou was concerned for his country and its people. "Your subject sees that despite Elder Zhang's advanced age, he still toils for the nation with unyielding pride. His Majesty has a heart focused on the four corners of the realm, showing no interest in personal affections, and does not like the suggestions about selecting consorts and establishing queens. The ministers kneel, and your Majesty also feels pain, but is constrained by the frequent talk of choosing consorts, thus having no choice but to make a statement. Since this is so, the sinner should naturally be me." Meng Chou secretly praised himself as a paragon of virtue who relieved his sovereign's concerns, almost making Chu Huayin laugh in anger. However, his arguments were logical and left no room for retaliation. "Your subject is strong and healthy, there's no need for a royal physician," Meng Chou insisted again, "medicinal herbs are bitter. To confess something embarrassing may provoke your Majesty's laughter, your subject has been afraid of bitterness since childhood. Minor ailments often heal without medicine, please grant me your understanding." Chu Huayin now clearly understood that Meng Chou was simply scared of physicians and medication. "Fine," Chu Huayin narrowed his phoenix-like eyes and yanked Meng Chou from the chair, tossing him onto the imperial throne. The throne was spacious enough for Meng Chou to curl up entirely inside it, with even space left over. Chu Huayin felt like a big cat guarding the entrance of a rat hole, needing no bait, just threatening sounds would make the cunning little rat timidly surrender. He pinched Meng Chou's cheeks, they were almost devoid of flesh. "When do you plan to reveal your true identity? Watching your Majesty mobilize troops across vast distances searching for you amuses you." Seated anxiously on the dragon throne, Meng Chou's gaze fell exactly upon the five-clawed golden dragon embroidered on Chu Huayin's chest, a sight he had never before seen so close enough to discern how the skilled embroiderer meticulously rendered each stitch, brimming with authority. Your Majesty might have misconceptions about your subject, Meng Cho stubbornly persisted, despite his cover nearly unraveling into shreds. This really incited an irresistible urge to strip him bare and throw him onto the imperial bed. Chu Huayin ground his teeth. If you admit, I will not hold past transgressions against you. Meng Cho held his neck stiffly, convinced Guan Jiaxing's identity could reel in a great catch. He waited. Without evidence, Chu Huayin wouldn't dare confront him either. Even if he did, Meng Cho wouldn't acknowledge it. Do you realize how dangerous this identity is? Chu Huayin roughly pinched his cheeks, drawing them apart as he leaned closer to Meng Cho, infuriated. This man, immune to both persuasion and force, yet inexplicably appealing to him. Gurgle. Meng Cho's stomach growled audibly, expressing a desire for fish. Embarrassed, he clutched his stomach, slightly bowing when Chu Huayin glanced over, concealing his clearly hungry but bloated stomach. When he looked up, there was an unconscious flicker of anticipation in his eyes. He had yet to sample the cuisine of the imperial kitchen. Chu Huayin gave in, enumerating their past clashes during which he failed to pry open Meng Cho's lips even once. With eyes as pure as black and white clarity, filled with hope, complemented by his gaunt cheeks and prominent cheekbones, the look of a famished ghost, how could one help but feed him relentlessly? Chu Huayin irritably ordered a meal, with an expression full of frustration though demanding nothing less than usual. A few dishes featuring fish. Before Meng Cho disappeared, he had grown tired of eating snow spots. Unaware of the current situation, Chu Huayin turned to look at Meng Cho, who brightened at the mention, continuing, fetch from Prince Huai's mansion. Even specifying extra scallion and garlic flakes. Meng Cho was nearly drooling onto the dragon throne. When Chu Huayin came back, he arched an eyebrow. What, unwilling to leave my throne? Of course not. Meng Cho hastily rolled off but was blocked by Chu Huayin, whose 2 fingers pinched his chin, forcing him to look up. I give you one last chance. Meng Cho remained indifferent. He had 2 secrets, one already exposed by Chu Huayin, leaving only one. It was like wearing 2 layers of clothing during winter. Although the outer padded jacket had patches that let wind through occasionally, removing it meant switching to the worn inner layer needing constant repairs, and trembling cold. It was a peculiar psychology but undeniable. Guan Jiaxing's identity oddly brought him a sense of security. Chu Huayin gazed steadily at him for a moment, then suddenly smirked, a tinge of malice. My dear minister, you'll regret this. Meng Cho eyed him warily. Chu Huayin released him, unspecifically saying, have your meal first. For the first time, the imperial kitchen laid 3 fishes on a table of dishes, quite a spectacular sight envied by other cats. Meng Cho threw caution to the winds, determined to eat first, but suddenly felt an itch in his nose, akin to a common cold symptom. Petrified that Chu Huayin would call a physician, he tried to endure, until a tiny sneeze escaped. One hand slapped the table while the other instantly bit into a chicken leg. Like an angry kitten eating too hastily. Chu Huayin didn't hear the sneeze. Eat slower, he sighed, genuinely unable to comprehend Meng Cho's logic. Why must he put himself in such a sorry state? The palace maid helping to pick the fish bones was cruelly deprived of her task by Chu Huayin. Meng Cho thought between bites, the maid must be wondering which male fox spirit had come to visit. Young Master Meng finished eating with an oily mouth as Chu Huayin reached out to wipe away a grain of rice from the corner of his lips. When Chu retracted his hand, Meng noticed a faint trace lighter than his skin tone on his face. His makeup had smudged. Chu Huayin glanced at his own hand, greasy and carrying some barely noticeable powder residue. Both Meng Cho and Chu Huayin descended into a sudden silence. Chu Huayin didn't expose Meng's secrets but instead sent him out of the palace with a smile, leading Meng to suspect he had suffered some sort of mental breakdown. His back tingled nervously. The real culprit seemed patient, so Meng Cho decided to stroll around Chiuyang Lake. Perhaps there might be clues. Chiuyang Lake was bleak and desolate yet offered a broader view. Standing by the lake, the water surface lay peacefully flat, contrasting starkly with the tumultuous waves a month ago, making it seem like 2 entirely different lakes. Occasionally, carp would leap up in a smooth half-circle, flashing golden scales under the sunset. Forced into the fishing moratorium, Chiuyang Lake's fish were now both beautiful and fat. Meng turned his eyes away, blaming these fish for distracting him from official duties. What a group of unruly fish. Walking halfway around, he came across an abandoned platform extending several meters over the lake. It was a stage newly built in the first half of the year, where commoners watched from the shore while the rich lounged inside their pleasure barges. Meng looked down and saw a blue cloth strip hanging on a pillar nailed into the water, fluttering with the current. It looked familiar, so he fetched a stick and squatted by the shore, attempting to hook it up. Suddenly, a faint cry for help reached his ears. Following the sound, Meng found a group of villagers stealthily carrying a pig cage, taking advantage of the Chiuyang Lake's lockdown and absence of people, heading towards the lake edge. The cries came from the woman inside the cage, her hands and feet bound, her small belly protruding. She was pregnant. Enraged beyond measure, Meng couldn't believe he'd witnessed such barbaric persecution against women as the pig cage dunking. Halt! Meng shouted. The villagers paused momentarily. Noticing Meng was alone, they regained confidence. Don't meddle in other people's affairs. Rescue her, Meng commanded. The shadow guards ordered to follow Meng exchanged confused glances before leaping into action. Swords flashed, leaving the villagers dazzled and disoriented. The shadow guards had already safely carried the woman away. Take her to the medical hall, Meng said, then changed his mind after seeing the unconscious woman, bring her to the Guan residence and invite the doctor to come personally. Chapter 33. What are you doing? The leading villager sat on the ground, pointing at Meng Mao and shouting. This is exactly what I should ask you. In the capital, any grievances should be reported to the government, where judicial punishment will be enforced. How dare you impose private punishment, putting yourselves above the law? What crime do you deserve? Lin has violated moral conduct. Her husband just passed away a month ago, yet she dared to fraternize with an outsider and plan to sell the ancestral property and flee. She has broken the clan laws, and deserves no place under heaven. The clan head is right. We can't let her have the family assets. Boil her in a pig cage. Lord, it's difficult for a fair judge to resolve domestic issues, the hidden guard who remained tried to persuade him. Even if this woman behaved improperly, the child in her womb is at least 5 months old. Does it not belong to your clan? Meng Mao approached the so-called clan leader. I see that this woman dresses elegantly, with fingers untainted by hard work, indicating abundant family wealth and care from her late husband. Are you merely using her as an excuse to take advantage of a widow and orphan, exterminating them while seizing their inheritance? During the crisis, Lin had been protecting the fetus in her belly all along. In her hand, there was still a half-finished handkerchief. Meng Mao quickly scanned it, embroidered scriptures, something intimate made to burn on the 100th day after death. Clearly, Lin was abruptly seized while still embroidering clothes, which hardly matched the image of someone about to abscond with some other man. You lie. The clan head, flustered with shame, retorted. Meng Mao replied calmly, clan laws are inferior to national laws. If Lin wakes up, I'll initiate an investigation. Should she truly be guilty as you claim, I will certainly give you a satisfactory explanation. At the mention of initiating an investigation, everyone showed signs of panic, tugging at the clan head's sleeve and saying, let's go, forget it. Someone's helping her. Let's go. Meng Mao squatted down again, using a long bamboo pole to pick at cloth strips floating in the water, which resembled those torn from his clothing when he fell into the water. The hidden guard A who had earlier delivered fish to Meng Mao, also squatted and said, my lord, let me help you. Meng Mao, why haven't you hidden yet? Rest assured, today I will pretend I didn't see any of you. Previously, A who had bet everything on Meng Mao becoming the empress, resulting in bruised face and eating only vegetables for 2 years. A who showed a mouthful of white teeth, all right then, my lord, just consider me a passerby. I'll help you retrieve the cloth, how about giving me 1 coin? Chu Huai's subordinates were apparently such poor, inexpensive laborers, poorer even than me. Meng Mao said with sympathy, doesn't your master pay you? He does, A who nodded quickly but added, but I lost it all. Meng Mao sighed at the end of the line, patting A who's shoulder, you definitely judged wrong. It was impossible to feel sympathetic anymore. A who fiddled for a long time but found the cloth stuck and couldn't bring it up. Is there any mystery to this strip? There's nothing much, just looking. This spot was far from the painted boat where he changed clothes, it was not easy for it to drift here. He could probably guess that the recovered body belonged to Wang Junyang, and the 3 murderers must have changed his commoner clothes before sinking him into the lake, mistakenly identifying him as Meng Mao. A who dropped the bamboo pole, 2 coins, my lord. Saying that, he grabbed the wooden board like a monkey and flipped himself underwater, gradually moving towards the center. He hung upside down and stretched his hand to reach for the strip. The strip was wedged in something. With effort, A who pulled out a piece of plank adhered to the lake wall, revealing 2 iron doors underneath. And there was a lock on top. Guard! A who shouted in surprise. Meng Mao leaned down to take a closer look. This water surface revealed a dilapidated opera stage abandoned due to the lake's closed-off order. The iron door seemed to lead to the courtyard behind the stage. Isn't this stage newly built within 2 months? What was it used for before? It was a small dock exclusively for overnight stops of passing cargo ships. Then, because of its good view, someone bought the land and built a theater. Excellent, immediately informed the emperor. Under the water, there might very well be Taihu stones. Most of Qianyang Lake's bottom was flat. It took 10 days for Wang Juanyang's corpse to float up, meaning it was likely caught somewhere. And what could have snagged it would likely be a stack of Taihu stones layered with gaps. According to rumors, Chu Huayin once found fragments of cloth inside a crocodile's mouth, making Meng Mao speculate that the body might have been dragged down and hidden by the crocodile, potentially leaving some evidence at the hiding place. A who stood unmoving, Ingjiu hasn't returned yet, I cannot leave you. There seems to be someone inside the theater. Meng Mao glanced at the theater but did not intend to approach it. Currently, only you and I are here, so it is better not to risk anything. Since you can't abandon your post, we'd better return first. Strictly speaking, there were 3 of them. Meng Mao adjusted his waist. If you'd like to take a look, Ah Hu can protect Director Guan, he said confidently, taking full responsibility for Meng Mao's safety for the first time despite his inexperienced manner. And if Director Guan doesn't want to take a look? Meng Mao retorted. I've heard that after Director Meng fell into the water, crocodiles appeared in Qianyang Lake. Someone guarding the Lu residence secretly released the crocodile. Has His Majesty captured this spy? Ahu's complexion changed instantly, and his hand quietly rested on the hilt of his sword. Meng Mao suddenly smiled, it seems that I must go today. Ahu stayed silent, his eyes gradually deepening. Meng Mao calmly stared back at him. Director Guan is still as clever as ever. After a long pause, Ahu's voice turned abruptly cold and sharp, seeming as if something had possessed him. He looked down on Meng Mao with contempt. I know Director Guan has good martial arts skills, but first, my master doesn't want to start fighting here so no one will suspect the theater. Second, Director Meng probably doesn't want to get hurt and make His Majesty worry, does he? Meng Mao took a step back towards the lake. Who is your master? Do they want to kill me or take me hostage? Kill Guan Jiasheng, capture Meng Mao. Ahu saw him trying to escape into the lake again and quickly pulled out a stiletto, its blade like steel, reflecting the mountains and waters of Qianyang and the rapidly enlarging pupils of Meng Mao. Uncle. A dragon-slaying sword emerged from the side, striking the stiletto, sending sparks flying. The collision produced a loud zing, causing an uncomfortable sensation in people's scalps. Ahu's tiger mouth went numb, and the dagger fell to the ground. He retreated several meters before stabilizing himself, leaving gray-white scrape marks between his shoes and the ground. Save me, Meng Mao timidly finished his sentence, then quickly tilted his head and nimbly picked up the fallen knife. His fingertips brushed against the blade, it was still hot. Jiang Yi sighed helplessly. Director Guan, why don't you just hide properly behind General Jiang? Meng Mao said, General, you may have great martial skills, but I also need a weapon. He swung it a couple of times and almost lost his grip. Jiang Yi chuckled. Meng Mao sheepishly lowered the blade, coughed, and admitted he hadn't practiced for some time. Ahu spat out a mouthful of blood, looking at Jiang Yi incredulously. He had always thought Jiang Yi stopped following after being brought to the medicine shop by Meng Mao, but now realized how wrong he was, so subtle, yet untraceable. Also, Chu Huayin clearly cherished Meng Mao dearly. How could he only let two people follow him? Now Ahu understood, Jiang Yi's skills were truly formidable. Stun him, he's going to commit suicide. Meng Mao threw the knife in his hand. It grazed Ahu's chin, dislocating it just as Ahu was about to poison himself. Meng Mao clapped his hands, slightly regretting it. Originally, he quite liked anyone who delivered fish. Jiang Yi couldn't help but reassess Guan Jiasheng, no fancy techniques, but enough basic skills to get by. He gave Ahu a finishing blow, knocking him out completely. Let's check the yard, Meng Mao eagerly suggested. No, General Jiang firmly refused, my duty is to ensure your safety. We'll wait until His Majesty arrives. At least we should keep an eye on them so they don't escape, Meng Mao earnestly advised, we can't see anything from here. They've already escaped. When Jiang Yi appeared earlier, the people inside the theater sensed the situation wasn't favorable and fled over the wall. Being unable to be in multiple places at once, he watched them flee. Why can't we go in? Meng Mao felt he had been dragging things down and needed to find significant clues to compensate. Jiang Yi remained concise, no. Meng Mao thought, when you were following me, you were very adaptable, why aren't you flexible now? As Chu Huayin arrived, his primary concern was examining Meng Mao thoroughly to ensure there were no injuries. Once he grabbed hold, he wouldn't let go. Meng Mao could only allow it, given there weren't too many people around. Except. Uncle. Chu Huayin commanded tyrannically, in the future, never approach Qianyang Lake again. He even wanted to fill the lake as a deranged ruler might, considering why every encounter Meng Mao had with Qianyang Lake seemed unfortunate. Meng Mao hurriedly defended himself. This time, the matter came to me, implying he hadn't sought trouble intentionally. Chu Huayin glanced at him coolly. Did Qianyang Lake grow legs and come to you? As a court official, I'm investigating a case under imperial order and even exposed a spy for you. There should be a generous reward, thousands of taels of silver, 10 snow-pattern horses. Don't think that because you're the emperor now, I can't argue with you. Meng Mao tightly shut his mouth. I just won't say. Upon discovering Ahu was a spy, Chu Huayin felt utterly devastated. If Ahu had harmed Meng Mao during this period, it would have been his second grave mistake, putting Meng Mao in danger, deserving death multiple times. Chu Huayin declared, the emperor was frightened. Esteemed minister, tonight follow me back to the palace. There are important matters we need to discuss. Shouldn't I be the one who's startled? Meng Mao, with unwavering integrity, tried to dispel Chu Huayin's impractical thoughts with his righteous demeanor. Your subject would like to interrogate Ahu tonight. Strike while the iron is hot and force him to reveal the rebels' whereabouts. There's also the theater I haven't visited yet. By the time these matters are dealt with, it will probably already be the first watch of the night. It was already so late that there was no time for anything else. They could only take off one sleeve of the disguise. Chu Huayin, shall your majesty issue an imperial edict? Meng Mao, your subject, accepts the decree. Then let us go to the theater now. Despite the great danger, this official remained a diligent and responsible one. Jiang Yi looked in disbelief at the tightly clasped hands of Meng Mao and Chu Huayin. Weren't they supposed to have a pure ruler-minister relationship? Jiang Yi was perplexed. He asked, what did that phrase, kill Guan Jiasheng, capture Meng Mao, mean? Chapter 34. Chu Huayin looked at Meng Xiu with great interest, waiting to see how he would smooth things over this time. Meng Xiu said, Lord Meng and I have both offended the person behind the scenes. They noticed the emperor's regard for Lord Meng and thus planned to hold him hostage to threaten the emperor. As for me, they intend to kill me to silence me. Chu Huayin pinched Meng Xiu's little finger, thinking how clear-minded this young one was, yet acted as if it were nothing, which only made him irritated. Jiang Yi still had doubts. Does the emperor not value Guan Jiasheng? Why not take Guan Jiasheng as a hostage? Suddenly, he couldn't help but wonder how the emperor could get along better with Meng Xiu than with Guan Jiasheng. Just how well does he treat him? The interrogation room of the secret guards was built deep underground in the prison. Hu had been with them for more than a decade, sharing a deep bond. Many years ago, when the head of the secret guards found Hu wandering on the streets without parents, his chubby tiger-like face was too adorable to resist, so the leader asked if he wanted to come along. Although Hu often struggled with understanding complex matters, he possessed some martial arts talent. He trained with a group of other half-grown boys and eventually became one of the secret guards. Thus, when Meng Xiu arrived, the interrogation started off quite gently. The secret guard had rubbed Hu's face red, finding no traces of disguise, then tried using love to appeal to him. After all, they were brothers of over 10 years. He knew about their terrifying methods of interrogation, and urged Hu to confess lest he starve, not just one meal, maybe two, and they'd eat the scallion pancakes right in front of him, which he loved most. Hu remained silent like a son lost to gambling who wouldn't listen to his mother's heartfelt pleas, stubbornly heading down the wrong path until he lost everything. It was almost as if he were a different person. Seeing this, Meng Xiu let out a slight sigh of relief. The bloodiest scene he'd ever witnessed firsthand was still that in the broken temple, where Guan Jiasheng and his wife were drenched in blood. He had worried earlier about walking in and seeing some brutal scene of torture, fearing he might vomit despite having seen many big situations in his past life. However, being pregnant, Meng Xiu might feel uncomfortable. Chu Huayin gave the secret guards a glare, prompting them to hurriedly put away the tiger stool and chili oil. In the blink of an eye, the interrogation room turned harmonious, as if it were the new year. They even brought out a grand chair. Your Majesty, please sit while we talk. After standing for so long, Meng Xiu's lower back was aching slightly. Afraid to rub his back, he moved his hand across his waist and ended up rubbing his thigh. Chu Huayin saw this and pressed Meng Xiu into the grand chair. There's too much energy here, I will only give you the time of one incense stick. An incense stick was lit, burning faster than sparklers. Meng Xiu shot a glare, accusing Chu Huayin of cheating. The secret guards ran away swiftly, claiming it wasn't their business, it was the emperor's order. Meng Xiu had no choice but to angrily slap the table. Where is Hu? Speak honestly. At last, Hu showed some reaction, slowly lifting his head. I am Hu. You've forgotten that because of you, Hu lost all his fortune. Meng Xiu coughed uncomfortably, urging him to answer properly instead of bringing up random nonsense. Chu Huayin suddenly interjected, what did you bet on? The surrounding 7 or 8 secret guards all lowered their heads, regretting their mistake. Then they chattered, explaining it was merely a small recreational game after meals. They absolutely did not start a casino inside the secret hall, nor did they joke about the master and Lord Meng. Chu Huayin pointed to a tall and robust dark guard. You bet that, the emperor and Lord Meng are definitely impossible to have anything. Yes, the tall dark guard answered. What a righteous secret guard. Everyone envied him silently, how they wished they could be as numb as old 3 at that moment. Chu Huayin toyed with a few strands of black hair from beneath Meng Xiu's official hat, casually saying, deduct 3 months of his food allowance. A twist of events, the secret guard sympathetically watched the tall one as he paid up. What an absurd betting event. Meng Xiu pretended he hadn't heard any of it. Clearing his throat, he addressed the bound, Hu, sternly, your skill in pretending to be Hu is not enough to fool me. Suddenly, Meng Xiu felt a sharp pain on his scalp, and he refocused, straightening his hat while also brushing Chu Huayin's hand away. Why pull my hair? You know that if I pursued that piece of cloth, I would surely uncover the secrets beneath the lake, so you took the initiative to reveal it yourself and lead me to the theater. If someone merely pulled the cloth strip, there would be no way to pry open the wooden boards. Only by your clever use of strength could it look coincidental. If it really were Hu, when I saved that pregnant woman, he would not have advised me against involving myself in personal family matters. Moreover, given Hu's warm-hearted nature, he would be the one escorting the woman back to the Guan residence, not you, who remain indifferent. Furthermore, when mentioning Hu losing all his money, you weren't heartbroken but somewhat dismissive. Therefore, this official deduces that you are not Hu. Meng Xiu stood up and walked to the leader of the secret guards. Tell me, does Hu have a twin brother? The leader of the secret guards recalled the scene when he found Hu, shook his head. Your subordinate is dull. Who would want to be the brother of such a fool? The fake Hu suddenly emitted a low laugh. Pretending to be a fool is indeed prone to mistakes, unlike Master Guan, who has always played the smart one. Chu Huayin, you still don't know. A secret guard struck his back's torture frame with a shovel, daring anyone to call their Hu a fool. Meng Xiu saw that this spy was about to expose something concerning himself and became very troubled. He looked at the incense burning down, then quickly stood up. One stick of incense has burned out, I will conclude my questioning here. Go to Lee's pastry shop in the southern part of the city. Who should be there? The fake who suddenly widened his eyes, realizing that Meng Xiu had guessed correctly again. When he was still acting as Meng Xiu, because who often delivered him fish, they conversed a few times, gradually leading to many disclosures. It wasn't intentional on Meng Xiu's part. Was he trying to shorten his life by prying into Chu Huayin's secret guards? Who took it upon himself to grow closer to Meng Xiu and confided personal trivialities. At one point, he mentioned finding his long-lost brother from childhood who was adopted by a couple running a pastry shop and had recently moved to the capital city. On the street, based on their identical appearance, they recognized each other as siblings, and the brother even gave who a bag of pastries. Meng Xiu reminded him to be more cautious since Beijing had a mix of all kinds of people, but who scratched his head saying he would pay attention. However, he ended up telling others even about losing everything at gambling. Meng Zhou let out a huge yawn after ascending the stairs of the interrogation room. Meng Xiu was almost feeling his way along the wall, unable to open his eyes for exhaustion. Chu Huayin loosely supported Meng Xiu, being cautious of him tripping. This little thing, upon hearing the fake who revealing his real identity, ran faster than a rabbit. Fortunately, the emperor already knew beforehand and chose not to care. Seeing how truly exhausted he was, Chu Huayin sent him back to the Guan residence to sleep. Increasingly uneasy, Chu Huayin added 10 secret guards around Meng Xiu's room rotating shifts. After all, General Jiang can't be used as a laborer. Chu Huayin only asked Jiang Yi to stay with Meng Xiu on the way to and from the court. Meng Xiu lay on the bed, the quilt neatly pulled up to his chin tucked securely under Chu Huayin's careful adjustments. Once Chu Huayin finished scolding the group of secret guards outside and left, Meng Xiu turned over, his round eyes staring at the moonlight filtering through the window cracks, far from appearing drowsy. Having successfully avoided going to the palace for a heart-to-heart talk with Chu Huayin, Meng Xiu's eyes curved into a smile as he pulled the blanket over his head. Being so cowardly, all he could do was laugh secretly under the covers. Jiang Yi led the excavation at the theater, finally discovering a small tunnel leading to an iron door at Qianyang Lake. Upon opening the iron gate, large amounts of lake water surged into the tunnel. After the water clarified, the soldiers skilled in swimming entered the tunnel, seeing neat piles of taihu stones outside the iron gate. These stones were wrapped in soft cotton cloth and straw, each tied tightly like a dumpling. Jiang Yi ordered the men to tie ropes around the taihu stones, easily pulling them through the tunnel into the theater thanks to the buoyancy of the water. He could pull a stone with just one hand, displaying immense strength. Transport them according to their numbers to the backyard garden of Huai Wang's palace. As the residence before the emperor ascended the throne, Huai Wang's palace had strict security, ensuring these stones couldn't leave once inside. These events occurred simultaneously with the questioning of the fake Hu. Meng Xiu was forbidden to approach Qianyang Lake. When he woke up the next day, both the theater and the stage were unrecognizable. He checked on Hu, hearing that he had been lying in the pastry shop for a month and still couldn't walk properly. Hu wanted to thank Lord Guan, but Meng Xiu told him to recover first. The couple running the pastry shop attempted to flee but were caught and now sat alongside the impostor Hu awaiting trial. Meng Xiu tapped his forehead. Did the magistrate forget something? Fu burst in breathlessly, smiling brightly. Master, you're awake. Who woke up? Meng Xiu slapped his forehead. He had saved a pregnant woman yesterday. That woman woke up, shrinking silently in a corner, looking sorrowful. She responded sparingly to Fu's inquiries. As soon as Meng Xiu entered, the woman seemed to regain her senses, staring at Meng Xiu and shouting, "Prefect." Meng Xiu froze. This was an ancient title. Was she someone Master Guan Jiasheng knew when he served as prefect in Suzhou? Meng Xiu knew nothing about this inquiry and turned to Fu. Fu reminded him, she is Master's friend from Suzhou, Lady Xue Tianlu. Since Mrs. Xue is with child, please take a seat. Meng Xiu's eyes held an appropriate level of concern, neither intrusive nor distant. Originally named Lin Yu, Mrs. Xue's husband, Xue Tianlu, had been doing business in fabrics and silk between the capital and Suzhou for several years, earning a decent sum. As they shared common interests with Guan Jiasheng, they became close friends. A few months ago, when she became pregnant, she could no longer accompany Xue Tianlu on his trips to and from Suzhou. Unwilling to leave his wife alone at home, Xue decided to temporarily set aside his business. More than a month ago, after returning from Suzhou to the capital city, their thriving business had inevitably provoked jealousy among their fellow villagers. On the first day back, the clan chief hinted that Xue should hand over his family assets to the collective, claiming that the prosperity of the entire clan was the true measure of success. Xue Tianlu never cared for the laziness of his clansmen who lived off inherited wealth and ignored the chief's words. However, the same night, some clansmen invited him for drinks, resulting in him drowning in the river while drunk. Unable to manage the family estate alone, the clansman tried repeatedly to evict her, even hiring a ruffian to harass her daily at the doorstep. Shutting herself inside, Lin ignored them, but the clan chief grew more determined and colluded with others in the clan to falsely accuse her of an affair with the ruffian, intending to drown her in a pig cage. Luckily, she encountered Meng Xiu. Mrs. Lin sobbed as she knelt before Meng Xiu, pleading with him to intervene for the sake of her late husband. Meng Xiu helped her up, as the current intendant of justice, this is my duty. Mrs. Lin dried her tears, then suddenly remembered something. When Lord returned to the capital, Master Guan entrusted him with a letter for Madame Guan. Forgive Master Guan, Lord's death was sudden, and I didn't dare step outside. The letter is still at home. Meng Xiu recalled how Guan Jiaxing mentioned entrusting a friend with a letter to the capital, but there was no news until now. It was delayed due to this situation. Their hurried parting at the old temple may have left some important clues unshared by Guan Jiaxing. Meng Xiu asked, would you mind if I send someone to retrieve it from your home? Master may go ahead. At this point, the physician A Fu had summoned arrived. It was Li Wenle. Li took Mrs. Lin's pulse while Meng Xiu stood nearby observing intently. Surely you understand what I mean. The patient mustn't be exposed to wind, please close the door, Li Wenle instructed. Meng Xiu willingly shut the door and extended his wrist under Lin's surprised gaze, awkwardly saying, I hope sister-in-law can keep this confidential. Lin assumed Master Guan wanted to cure a hidden ailment discreetly, so he avoided seeing a doctor openly. Her husband often said that Guan Jiaxing maintained his integrity amidst slander, a true gentleman. Over the past few weeks, Lin also experienced the pain of being attacked by rumors, naturally understanding Guan Jiaxing fully. Meng Xiu was pleased to see her misunderstanding develop into reality. Li Wenle prescribed 2 kinds of medicine. After boiling Lin's medicine, half was poured out and another ingredient added, the remainder was for Meng Xiu. It was very secretive, appearing as if all were for Lin, and mixing both together posed no issues. Meng Xiu invited Lin to stay a little longer until he dealt with the greedy clan members before returning home. After all, fetal stabilization medicine doesn't need to be taken for a long time. Once Meng Xiu recuperated his exhausted energy from the journey, it would be fine. A Fu personally boiled the medicine, and Lin only knew that every time she took her medicine, Master Guan seemed to show up too, unaware that they were drinking the same concoction. The secret guard reported that Meng Xiu recently had intimate interactions with the rescued woman. Regardless of whether one was male or female, even with a child involved, and though Meng Xiu was not that kind of person, it still aroused immense jealousy. Lately, I've been busy and haven't had the time to settle accounts with Meng Xiu, so why can't he just visit the palace to dine with me? Upon hearing that Meng Xiu visited Lin again, Chu Huayin immediately dropped his documents and hastily left the palace. Every day, catching the young cat became second nature to him, lest he forget how much debt he bore. In the outer chamber of Lin's quarters, Meng Xiu raised a bowl of dark, bitter medicinal soup, ready to drink it down in one gulp. Blowing away the foam on the rim, just at that moment, the door burst open. Standing in the light was a bright yellow figure, whose face wasn't visible, yet everyone knew who it was. Meng Xiu stiffened as he held the bowl, nearly dropping it. A Fu forgot to lock the door again. Chapter 35. The panic was just a fleeting moment. Meng Chuan calmly put down the bowl, pretending to kneel before Chu Huayin stopped him, no need. Thank you, your majesty. Chu Huayin turned his gaze towards the medicine from that night and saw Meng Chuan touch the side of the bowl to test its temperature. He called out loudly to Lin Shi in the inner room, Sister Shui, the medicine is cool enough now, it can be drunk. Lin Shi had traveled extensively with her husband and had seen much of the world. She heard Meng Chuan address the man as, Your Majesty, and knowing she had just finished drinking medicine while Meng Chuan declared it cool enough for her to drink again, she instantly realized that the official was someone highly favored at court, receiving promotions without issue. Perhaps, he didn't want the emperor to know he was secretly treating some hidden ailment, which could damage his dignity. With this understanding, Lin Shi hurriedly got out of bed to greet them formally. You are pregnant, no need for formalities. Lin Shi looked up into the emperor's face and felt the solemn authority in an instant. She knew she must not offend him. Yet, why did she feel there was obvious hostility in the emperor's eyes toward her? Lin Shi guessed at his majesty's intentions, wondering where she went wrong. Seeing the somewhat strained atmosphere, both the emperor and the official stared silently at the bowl of medicine. It was difficult to fathom the emperor's thoughts. Lin Shi suddenly felt sympathy for the official on how tough it was navigating through politics. Sir Guan, I'm feeling discomfort in my abdomen. Can I drink it later? Chu Huayin didn't catch the tone of sympathy but thought it sounded like she was flirting. He yanked Meng Chuan away abruptly, blocking Lin Shi's sightline, cornering him under a locust tree. Staring intently into Meng Chuan's eyes like a starving tiger eyeing a shivering little white rabbit, he asked fiercely. What kind of relationship do you have with her? Running here every day, more frequently than attending the morning court. Chu Huayin couldn't physically harm Meng Chuan, so he vented his anger elsewhere. He threw a punch against the trunk of the locust tree, causing the leaves to fall rustling, startling a group of young birds chirping as they flew off high into the air. And you blew to cool her medicine. Chu Huayin hid nothing of his jealous redness, wondering why Meng Chuan never did such things for him. Meng Chuan thought to himself, I haven't seen you drink medicine either. You'd better stay healthy. Dust from the tree branches floated into Meng Chuan's eyes, causing him to blink, but his hands were immobilized and unable to rub them. Chu Huayin was still angry, so Meng Chuan tried to ignore the irritation in his eyes and just as he was about to pacify him, the other party suddenly hugged him tightly. Never mind. As soon as Chu Huayin noticed that Meng Chuan's eyes were turning red, he immediately remembered the last time he scolded him to tears. He forgot that this man was prone to crying, and it always resulted in him frantically trying to comfort him afterward. But to let Meng Chuan off so easily, Chu Huayin also found it hard to swallow, internally wrestling between emotions and reason. Ultimately, soothing one out, frustrating him as he condemned himself for letting lust cloud his judgment. Meng Chuan, confused by what happened, followed his heart's desire and gently brought Chu Huayin's hand from behind, seeing the pit marks and fresh blood trickling from the knuckles. His heart ached, prompting him to make a move neither expected. He leaned down and gently blew on Chu Huayin's wounds. His cheeks rose slightly in a gentle curve, similar to calming a child's wound with soft breaths. Chu Huayin could clearly see Meng Chuan's long lashes drooping like dark feathers, tranquil and focused just like their owner. Perhaps the breath carried some mystical energy. Chu Huayin felt incredibly refreshed all over, even daring to push further and wish for a kiss. This thought once arisen was like a wild beast unleashed, galloping uncontrolled across the mountains. Chu Huayin fixated on the slightly protruding lips of Meng Chuan, a stirring sensation growing within him. At this moment, however, Meng Chuan stepped back. He pulled out a letter from his robes, unfolding it with a flourish to cover his rare moment of embarrassment. A piece of paper now stood between them, interrupting the allure, and when Chu Huayin bent down his lips nearly touched the letter. What? Chu Huayin sincerely wanted to burn this thing. Swiping away the intrusive paper, Chu Huayin saw the composed face of Meng Chuan, ready to discuss matters officially, just as if in court. This letter was entrusted to a friend of mine to return to the capital earlier. It contains very important information. Meng Chuan spread the paper and aligned it with the sunlight. The diagram drawn with special pigments resembled the watermarks on modern banknotes. As the light passed through, every detail became clear. My acquaintance, also the last victim of the garden blood case, once handed me a partial map. This was part of something passed down through his family. Now all the Taihu stones were in the Huai residence. If they obtained the complete map, filling the imperial treasury with this previous dynasty treasure wouldn't be bad at all. Neither Meng Chuan nor Chu Huayin were people who craved others' wealth. What Meng Chuan intended to point out wasn't the completeness of the map but rather, Your Majesty, doesn't this seem familiar? There must have been a place where they've seen something similar or complementary. Meng Chuan and Chu Huayin exchanged a look. The left chancellor has given me quite a surprise. Chu Huayin pinched Meng Chuan's cheek, including this little trickster. Meng Chuan pushed his hand away. I really have nothing to do with Meng Push, don't lump us together like that. The diagram on the back of this letter is almost identical to the layout of the rear garden of the Meng family estate. The only difference is in the Taihu stones at each location. The diagram was carefully designed by artisans from the previous dynasty, aiming for every stone to be perfectly positioned to create a realm where heaven, earth, and humanity merge as one. However, the rear garden of the Meng family lacked Taihu stones shaped after deep deliberation and instead included preferences added by Meng Push, making it more spontaneous and genuine. You must not appear in this matter, pretend you know nothing. This is an imperial decree. Chu Huayin sternly instructed with a serious face. Meng Push was cunning, ruthless, and almost devoid of familial affection, which Chu Huayin didn't want Meng Chuan to get involved with. I obey the decree. Meng Chuan's tone was indifferent. Since Chu Huayin got hooked on issuing edicts to pressure him, he could give 7 or 8 oral orders a day, and Meng Chuan was nearly immune to them. Who knows when he'll defy an order? Meng Chuan thought, I'm also very busy, still investigating cases, and Lin Shi's husband Xue Tianlu suddenly drowned to death, raising many suspicions, so I need to give them both closure whether out of public duty or personal concern. Chu Huayin seemed to see through what Meng Chuan was thinking. He gripped Meng Chuan's mouth. You are forbidden from seeing Lin Shi again. Meng Chuan thought, neither I nor my child inside can agree to that. Chu Huayin released him, you understand well. Meng Chuan innocently blinked. The mumble actually meant no, and if you don't understand, it's not my fault. One meeting will result in one less day of eating fish. I say what I mean, Chu Huayin considered, nothing else threatened him as effectively as this. Meng Chuan, this is going to drive us father and son to the edge. After some internal deliberation between the fish and the prenatal medicine, Meng Chuan decisively chose the latter. He only needed to endure another 5 days. Moreover, Meng Chuan touched his belly gently. It might be a misconception, but after being fed by Chu Huayin, the fetus seemed to grow faster. If this continues, it'll be too easy to tell. There must be something undisclosed about Chu Huayin's snow spots. How devious. He needed to quit this habit. Meng Chuan refused to admit that it was because he ate too much. Lin Shi stayed temporarily at the Guan residence to nurture her pregnancy. The Xue clan seemed to believe she wouldn't return and were swarming like flies spotting a crack, dragging their families in droves. Within 2 days, the Xue household was crowded with relatives. Seeing these dozens to hundreds of people, Meng Chuan announced, someone reported that Xue Tianlu was murdered, all of you are suspects. Someone will take your statements soon, and you must cooperate with the official investigation. Before Meng Chuan finished his sentence, the crowd began clamoring, he just drowned. What else could there be? The government is here to chase us away. There's no justice. Meng Chuan scanned the group, picking out a few who clearly looked guilty, telling Captain Wang to pay special attention to them. Since Lin Shi didn't wish to disturb the peace of the deceased, they had no choice but to start with the murderer. Taking the statements took a long time. Meng Chuan remembered the diagram in the letter Chu Huayin took for duplication and returned to him today. The letter was written by Guan Jiasong for the old lady, but he hadn't given it yet. I have prior business, any progress can be reported later. Afu followed Meng Chuan, accidentally stepping on a piece of paper. On looking down, it turned out to be funeral money. I haven't heard of anyone holding a funeral. Meng Chuan observed, noticing funeral money everywhere. Listening closely, there was even funeral music. The capital city had certain requirements for funerals. Scattering money all over made one appear wealthy and filial, but if it flew into the palace, it would be very problematic. The closer they approached the Guan residence, the more funeral money littered the road. Meng Chuan had a bad feeling. He rushed back home, indeed seeing a large crowd surrounding the Guan residence. A coffin lay horizontally before the door, with two mourners dressed in hemp beside it, clearly Guan's father, expelled from his home, and his illegitimate son Bao Bao. My child, how pitiful your death. Your mother abandoned you, but I shall fight for your justice. Come, judge our situation. Bao Bao's cries echoed in between, loud wails without shedding a single tear. Afu's face abruptly turned pale, that, inside is. Meng Chuan gazed steadily at the coffin, unprecedented worry filling his eyes. The onlookers chattered endlessly, debating whether the corpse inside was truly Guan Jiasong, or whether the current person presiding in the Jingzhou office was Guan Jiasong. Strange, indeed very strange. Quite a few officials were present at the scene, though it was unclear who had invited them. Their demeanor suggested they were there less for the spectacle and more to handle a case. The moment it was proven that Meng Push was impersonating Guan Jiasong, they would immediately petition the emperor to sentence him to death. Chapter 36. The crimson gates of the Guan residence were tightly shut, with two bamboo poles hoisting 3-foot-long white silk ribbons that floated eerily against the somber sky. Sun Yong and Bao Bao cried out and wailed numbly while Meng Yu swept his gaze across the faces of the onlookers, seeing suspicion, excitement, and cruelty. Use the back door. Meng Yu roused a Fu from his daze. Grandma Guan stood behind the gate, leaning on her cane as poor-quality paper money fell and rested on her body. Though light in weight, it instantly crushed this woman who had single-handedly supported the family business for decades. She dismissed the servants and shakily leaned on her cane, her eyes brimming with sorrow and tears falling silently. She stared fixedly at the two doors. Hell lay outside, an endless cycle of ruin. Meng Yu walked to her side and softly called out, "Old madam. You've come." Mother Guan took a deep breath and asked in a voice barely audible, "Out there, is it Jiasheng?" Meng Yu's eyes reddened, he couldn't bear to look at Mother Guan. "I don't know." The letter in his embrace burned slightly warm. Meng Yu didn't know whether it still held any meaning now. If the person outside was indeed Guan Jiasheng, then even if his body had rotted away and his face unrecognizable, more unlike the real Jiasheng than the impostor, he would still be Mother Guan's biological son. The dead cannot speak, but the living can defend. If Meng Yu claimed black to be white, how would he differ from those who pursued Jiasheng? He wouldn't obstruct Mother Guan from recognizing her son, nor stop the spirit of her child from returning home for peace. Meng Yu looked around the manager's courtyard. Since old madam had driven out Sun Yong and his grandson, the days he spent living in the Guan household were the best since he had crossed over. The old madam treated him like Jiasheng, asking only that he find the true culprits responsible for her son's death, without imposing any other restrictions. Meng Yu thought that this might be his last day stepping into the Guan residence, so in the end, he still handed over the letter to the old madam. In the letter, Guan Jiasheng first inquired about his mother's recent well-being, then explained that the son had encountered some tricky issues, but was educated by grandfather and mother since childhood to act as a righteous gentleman, ready to sacrifice himself for the people as governor of a province. There was no need for mother to reply. Yan Xiang's wife and Mother Guan used to be close friends, so finally, Jiasheng requested his mother to ask if the court knew about the bloodshed case he submitted. With just a few lines, the old madam finished reading the letter and sobbed uncontrollably. She had always been strict with Jiasheng, hoping he would carry on the brilliance of the Guan family. Reflecting on it today, she had been too strict and lacking in maternal affection. Guan Jiasheng grew up rapidly like each generation of successors of the Guan family. The most rebellious thing he ever did was insisting on serving as officials far away with his wife. The old lady regretted greatly. If she had paid closer attention to Guan Jiasheng's life, noticing earlier that Sun Yong had disgraced himself, Jiasheng wouldn't have remained silent due to filial piety and chosen to leave the capital. Mother Guan carefully folded the letter and put it away, a sharp look flashing in her eyes. She asked Meng Yu, "Do you plan to hide?" Meng Yu shook his head. "I'll go with you." Meng Yu supported Mother Guan as the guards opened the main gate. With the air flow, the stack of paper money at the threshold surged inward and scattered on the ground behind them. Sun Yong's cries paused momentarily before continuing, "Jiasheng, open your eyes and take a look. We're at the doorstep and can't enter. Guan Zhongping. Do you have any humanity?" Before their eyes, the dark coffin was placed there. Mother Guan staggered a step, luckily Meng Yu caught her in time. Mother Guan threw her cane forcefully onto the ground. "Tear off their mourning clothes." The guards were startled for a moment before hearing Mother Guan's command clearly, and Meng Yu himself was bewildered. The scene immediately became chaotic as Sun Yong and Bao Bao thrashed around on the floor. It took great effort for the guards to remove their mourning garments. Once the inner clothes were exposed, everyone exclaimed, a striking red color associated with joy and celebration emerged. It was rather amusing to continue wailing in such attire. Sun Yong cursed Guan Zhongping loudly, using coarse language worse than the hooligans in the marketplace. Since all the neighbors are watching, Guan Zhongping will make my statement clear. Sun Yong, 25 years ago, we made a deal where the Guan family ensured your livelihood was worry-free in exchange for pretending to be Jiaxing's father. Sun Yong, you are nothing more than a servant I hired. Yet, dissatisfied, you secretly beat and drugged Jiaxing, ruining his future prospects, and brought the bastard, Bao Bao, into the Guan family with the intent to seize our assets. You are devoid of any moral values. Do you deserve to mourn for Jiaxing? Do you? Drive these scoundrels out of here. With these words, Mother Guan terrified Sun Yong to the point that his face turned pale. As he was dragged away, his eyes darted nervously toward a certain direction. Meng Yu followed his gaze and saw a shadow flicker by. He was shocked by the information disclosed by Mother Guan, and even more astonished by her transformation. Family shame should not be aired publicly. In just a few days of dealing with Mother Guan, Meng Yu could see that it wasn't because she was blind-hearted, but rather due to the Guan family's reputation that forced a repeated tolerance of Sun Yong. The long-held belief in this principle shattered not only Sun Yong's face but also hers in return. These words seemed to have drained all of Mother Guan's energy. She pointed at the coffin lying horizontally and whispered faintly, "Open the coffin." After saying that, she trembled and covered her eyes with her hand, hiding the streaming tears. As the only daughter of the Guan family, Guan Zhongping had never been so disheveled in front of outsiders. The air seemed to stop moving, except for the heavy sound of the coffin boards shifting. Meng Yu passed over the petrified crowd and saw Chu Huayin standing there as if for quite some time. Their eyes met, and Chu Huayin nodded slightly at Meng Yu, signaling him not to worry. No matter what the result of opening the coffin would be, he would protect his little cat. There were 2 coffins, one after another. The first coffin was opened to reveal a decomposed female corpse about a month dead, the surrounding dirt scattered from the pit it was taken out of. After all the transportation, the body was nearly falling apart, but regardless of how it changed, the clothes and jewelry on its body, as well as the soil composition beside its feet, showed that this was Liao Yunlan. Meng Yu and a Fu buried her personally, how could he possibly forget? A wave of dizziness and nausea hit Meng Yu. He bent down and rested on his knees for a while before raising his head again, his face covered in tears. Mother Guan looked at Meng Yu. Meng Yu closed his eyes briefly, and a Fu, restraining his cries, said, "It's lady." Mother Guan suddenly collapsed onto the ground. Meng Yu waved for them to close the coffin lid and opened the other one instead. Opening a coffin is extremely disrespectful, let Director Guan rest in peace. Someone from the crowd shouted first. Yes, yes. Meng Yu had a premonition that the other coffin might not contain Guan Jiaxing. If both corpses were true, then why was Liao Yunlan placed in front? Unless they couldn't find Guan Jiaxing's body, once Liao Yunlan's identity was confirmed, someone would prevent the opening of the other coffin. It was just a guess, but Meng Yu respected the old lady's decision entirely. Indeed, Mother Guan hesitated when influenced by the shout but ultimately still commanded, "Open it." Once the coffin door opened, a Fu approached first to look. He cried and laughed after seeing it. Meng Yu stared carefully and found the body, apparently brought in to make up the count, from who knows where, shorter than Guan Jiaxing by an entire head. Only then did Mother Guan come over to confirm it wasn't her son before fainting. The Guan residence was going to arrange Liao Yunlan's funeral. The onlookers witnessed the farce, understanding now that someone intended to frame Director Guan using his wife's corpse, sighing in sympathy as they gradually dispersed. Chu Huayin came to Meng Yu's side and held his icy fingers. "Are you scared?" This time, Meng Yu didn't toughen up. In the broken temple, Guan Jiaxing still clung to a single breath of life. When the doctor Meng Yu called said, "I'm not a miracle worker, I can't save him," Meng Yu abruptly remembered he had carried a so-called miraculous medical book. He showed the book to the doctor, and indeed, the doctor found a way to prolong life. "I'll just try. Whether he lives or dies is uncertain, and even if he survives, he'll likely stay unconscious for decades." That doctor was a medicine enthusiast, so Meng Yu traded half a book with him, take care of Guan Jiaxing, and in a year, whether Guan Jiaxing died, earning compensation, or survived, getting the second half of the medical book, Meng Yu promised either condition would be fulfilled. The doctor wanted the full text immediately, but Meng Yu held firm, and thus the stubborn doctor pouted as they together carried Guan Jiaxing off the mountain. The old madam of the Guan household knew about this matter too. What Meng Yu feared most was that Guan Jiaxing was found. After all, Guan Jiaxing was staying in a nearby town where the doctor had no connections. One search could uncover everything. Fortunately, the doctor turned out to be reliable. The emperor grants the title of Mandate Lady to Liao Yunlan, and asks the rights ministry to handle her affairs. Don't always shoulder everything yourself. Chu Huayin looked at Meng Yu's pale face, unsure of how to comfort him. "Sleep well tonight." Chu Huayin felt uneasy. "Follow me back into the palace, I want to watch over you personally." Meng Yu. "Not good, stomach doesn't take kindly to inspection. I need to honor my wife." Chu Huayin got angry enough to feel his liver ache. How could he perform in front of me? He suddenly recalled the first time he met Meng Yu, asking who had married Wang Junyang, whether it was the original bride or him, and Meng Yu said it was him. I haven't touched anything yet, and somehow Wang Junyang's family took advantage. Unacceptable. I will find someone with a similar build to substitute for you, Chu Huayin declared resolutely. Since Chu Huayin was so upset with Meng Yu every day, he had to devise a plan to turn the tide and let Meng Yu know that deceiving the emperor would come at a price. Occasional trickery could be forgiven, but it couldn't become habitual. What an extraordinarily high demand. Chapter 37. As soon as they entered the palace, there was naturally another feast of delicacies. Xiao Cat Meng sat in front of the fish basket, his paw several times but restrained himself with great self-control. Chu Huayin's fish couldn't be eaten carelessly, it was easy to gain weight. Throughout the meal, Chu Huayin watched Meng Chou eat rice and vegetables with a long face, wishing to stay 800 miles away from the meat dishes, even holding his breath. What's going on here? Meng Chou took the initiative to explain. He originally wanted to say that he had no appetite recently due to abdominal distension, but since Chu Huayin tended to summon the royal physician at the slightest issue, he said instead, my family is currently mourning. In terms of both sentiment and propriety, I should abstain from meat for a few days. Chu Huayin. Alright then, have a lighter dinner. Chu Huayin shifted position, sitting next to Meng Chou, one chopstick for the meat, another for the fish. Under Meng Chou's envious gaze, he piled all into his own bowl, deliberately eating from the dishes in front of Meng Chou. Seeing the last piece of fish being taken, Meng Chou almost cried. Meng Chou ate a lot of rice, but not having eaten any meat made his stomach feel extremely empty, as if he hadn't eaten at all. His stomach growling hungrily, his face flushed with anger. Chu Huayin chuckled and poked Meng Chou's cheek, creating a soft little indentation. Finding it quite amusing, he pinched again. He extended his hand to switch their bowls and utensils, staring into Meng Chou's eyes teasingly, so, Minister isn't upset anymore, huh? Meng Chou quickly picked up Chu Huayin's bowl, I'm not upset. Dieting was a long-term plan, one extra or missing day didn't matter much. Come with me tomorrow to pay respects to someone who has passed. Chu Huayin picked up the uneaten greens from Meng Chou's bowl and found them surprisingly delicious. Which person? Was it Wang Junyang, under whose name Meng Chou's identity existed? Chu Huayin did not say whom. Instead, he scratched Meng Chou's hair and said, go take a bath after you finish your meal and get some rest early. Meng Chou hesitantly asked, where will I sleep? I've already said I must watch you fall asleep personally. Also, when talking to me, do not use Guan Jiaxing's voice, otherwise I'd feel weird committing such lewd acts. Oh, came Guan Jiaxing's voice. Worried about interruptions during bathing, Meng Chou sent the eunuchs away, locked the door, splashed around like a duckling taking its first swim without its mother duck and quickly got out before the feathers were even wet. When Chu Huayin knocked, he saw Meng Chou all dressed up, surprised, did you wash, or did you not? I've washed, Meng Chou replied smugly, just guarding against this move. Chu Huayin praised greatly, I have never seen anyone as efficient as my minister. As I am occupied with myriad matters daily, if I can save time on small things, more time could be spent dealing with state affairs. Coincidentally, I have yet to bathe today, so how about showing me a trick or two? It will be a great fortune for both country and people. What? Meng Chou took quite a while to react and only then confirmed that His Majesty actually intended him to help bathe him. Meng Chou looked at Chu Huayin with a, you were not like this before, expression, hoping to awaken his conscience. Apparently, emperors don't have consciences. With a towel in hand, Meng Chou was completely disheartened and secretly appraised the situation. Standing tall, looking down every time let him see clearly His Majesty's 8-pack abs, above which were broad shoulders and below, something he didn't dare look at. Though Chu Huayin wasn't skilled in bed, his figure was definitely top-notch among 10,000 men, each part striking. Meng Chou lost himself in deep thought, overall, it was still he who had the shorter end of the stick. What are you thinking about? Chu Huayin's voice was hoarse as he carefully maintained his posture to conceal some changes that would shock the young cat. No. Meng Chou hastily turned his head skyward, hands continuing the action. Anyway, he rubbed Chu Huayin indiscriminately without knowing where he was scrubbing. Hearing Chu Huayin exclaim, hiss, he hurriedly turned back only to meet His Majesty's dissatisfied gaze. Suddenly felt weak in the knees. Clap, the towel fell into the water. Without the fabric barrier, his palm pressed directly onto the warm, pulsating chest. The position was particularly startling. Meng Chou pulled back as if scalded, inadvertently catching sight of a scar, 2 fingers long, on Chu Huayin's left shoulder, looking rather old but definitely not a minor wound. Even war gods were novices the first time on the battlefield. If I had arrived earlier, perhaps I could have been his strategist that fed off meals easily. Meng Chou felt a pain in his own shoulder. He asked, how did you get this wound? Chu Huayin hesitated for a moment between truthfully saying, nearly killed by an inside traitor, and bluffing past it. In the end, he sincerely answered, 3 months ago, I was scratched by a disobedient kitten. Meng Chou clenched his 5 fingers on Chu Huayin's shoulder and angrily scratched out 5 shallow nail marks. This was absolutely slander. I am a perfectly innocent cat, and this is the most I would do. It'll be gone if wiped with water. Before teasing Meng Cho any further, Chu Huayin shifted the topic. If in the end, the evidence points to Meng Puxuan, my lord, do you think the emperor should punish him according to the law? No matter how despicable Meng Puxuan was, he was still Meng Chao's biological father. Chu Huayin wasn't sure what Meng Cho thought of him. He knew Meng Cho didn't like Meng Puxuan, but as this was such an important matter, once sentenced to death, perhaps Meng Cho would recall the favor of giving birth. But Meng Cho was thinking that if Meng Puxuan committed treason, by law the family would be held jointly responsible. Since he shared the surname Meng, there would surely be complications for Chu Huayin later. In fact, Chu Huayin was already asking about it now. Meng Cho increasingly felt it better to maintain the identity of Guan Jiaxing, which would help ensure his survival. Once all matters in the capital were settled, he would request resignation and return to Suzhou according to the original plan. Or, if Guan Jiaxing woke up and took over during this period, everything would be easier. He firmly told Chu Huayin, punishments must serve to satisfy the public. For high treason, without severe punishment, how could we deter people across the nation? I have understood. Though the two came from different perspectives, they arrived at the same answers consistently. As soon as they lay down, Meng Cho rolled to the inner side of the dragon bed and wrapped himself into a caterpillar shape, closing his eyes to refuse sharing a blanket with His Majesty. Chu Huayin was utterly exasperated by this person who always followed instructions smoothly but refused to admit being Meng Cho. He grabbed both ends of the quilt and flipped it around, revealing a disheveled little cat. With ill intent, Chu Huayin approached Meng Cho, my lord, tonight made the emperor think of another person again. The emperor still feels that you are him. If we don't verify this again, I probably won't sleep well tonight. For tomorrow's early court session to proceed smoothly, my lord cannot shirk this duty. The bright yellow silk sheets embroidered with golden dragons playing with pearls beneath the deeper hue contrasted beautifully against Meng Cho lying back, his eyes shining like stars over the Taihe Hall roof, swaying gently under the eaves in the night breeze. Meng Cho recoiled. He assumed that now, between himself and Chu Huayin, things were clear. Why did these matters persist? These words sounded strangely familiar to him. If Chu Huayin continued with the talk of knowing where a birthmark was on his body, Meng Cho would definitely. There is a unique birthmark 4 inches below your waist, Meng Cho. Let me see. He needed to ponder carefully on how to reject this. In Meng Chao's mind, various thoughts galloped. 4 inches below the waist. Wasn't that just the buttocks? He checked before, there was nothing. He believed that Chu Huayin wouldn't make a mistake about such a place, it was clearly a joke on his part. Unconcealed laughter danced in Chu Huayin's eyes, confirming this. What could he possibly do? Meng Cho dived into the quilt. This couldn't happen, first today, then tomorrow, Chu Huayin might whimsically want to check Meng Chao's stomach. Without realizing, all his refusals stemmed from fear of being discovered pregnant by Chu Huayin rather than rejection of the act itself. Does the emperor treat other ministers this way? Meng Cho asked indignantly. Of course not. Chu Huayin immediately denied it, I only do this to you. 3 minutes later. Meng Cho crouched inside the soft duvet, humiliatingly pulling up his pants to block Chu Huayin's ardent gaze. Only a palm-sized area was exposed, much to Chu Huayin's regret. But it wasn't too disappointing either, just wait until you have no choice but to reveal yourself, my lord. A muffled voice emerged from under the quilt as Meng Cho reminded Chu Huayin, Your Majesty, don't forget the promise you made earlier, starting tomorrow, lift the ban on Qianyang Lake. The Taihu stones in Qianyang Lake had been removed, and the affected families living by its shores should resume their livelihoods. The previously resolute Chu Huayin, who swore never to lift the ban unless Meng Cho confessed verbally, said solemnly, a ruler does not jest. Even in perilous times, still caring whether or not the commoners of the capital could eat inexpensive, plump lake fish, Meng Cho shamelessly praised himself internally. It wasn't as if only he wanted to eat them. After all this turmoil, finally able to sleep, Meng Cho snatched the quilt and brazenly commanded, the servant has poor sleeping posture. Your Majesty, please take another quilt. His earlobes flushed crimson, while his face remained calm, a completely different color tone. This was very unusual. Furrowing his brow, Chu Huayin remarked, you haven't cleaned off what's on your face yet. Meng Cho pretended not to understand what he meant. Chu Huayin felt satisfied tonight, not only because he'd eaten tofu by excuse, but more importantly due to Meng Chao's attitude, which showed neither refusal nor other adverse reactions. This suggested that Meng Cho wasn't entirely without feelings for him. For all these reasons, His Majesty was very reasonable tonight, you wash it off, and I'll pretend I didn't see it. He even took the initiative to grab another quilt. At dawn, an unexpected visitor arrived at the Guan residence, Meng Pusan. He appeared calm, but teacups were refilled one after another. Master is not at home, Afu politely urged him to leave, worrying that this person would drink up all the tea at home. I am here to visit Madam. Meng Pusan showed no intention of leaving until he saw her. At this hour, Madam has yet to wake up. I have important matters to discuss. You go about your business. In the back courtyard, Lady Guan was combing her hair in front of the mirror, with an unmistakable look of disgust in her eyes. Hasn't he left yet? Afu nodded, sighing that indeed, the higher the rank, the thicker the skin. The position of left chancellor must be firmly held by sheer thickness of face. This was not meant as a veiled reference to his master. Chapter 38. In the main hall of the Guan residence, Lady Guan had sent all the servants far away, even Afu was not present. Meng Fushan was leisurely playing with a small teacup. Lady Guan did not look at him once as he greeted her casually. It's been over 25 years since our last meeting in Bailu Academy. I trust you've been well, old lady. Lady Guan took a sip of her heat-clearing tea. Meng Xiang deceived countless innocent young ladies in his youth. Now that he's older, his deceit has become as thick as the walls of a fortress. Meng Fushan ignored the sarcasm in Lady Guan's words and returned the teacup to its place. I am here today for one reason only. Your son is currently investigating the matter of the Taihu stones. There is something I would like you to convey on my behalf to the old lady. Know when to stop or face total annihilation. I'm sure old Lady Guan wouldn't want to see such an outcome. Lady Guan's eyes flashed angrily. 25 years have passed, Meng Fushan. Do you still think that I, Guan Zhongping, am some naive young girl who can be threatened into submission by your schemes? 25 years ago, the late Grand Chancellor Guan gave lectures at Bailu Academy, which attracted most of the talented scholars of that time. The Chancellor fell ill during this period and often came to the Academy to give lectures and mentor these young talents. Guan Zhongping, the only daughter of the Guan family, was always by her father's side wherever he went. Meng Fushan was among those scholars. His intelligence and abilities caught the eye of Chancellor Guan, who took particular interest in mentoring him. In reality, Meng Fushan also had an elder brother, born of the same parents. They both were exceptionally handsome, but due to their parents' early deaths and impoverished home, Meng's elder brother worked hard on the land to support Meng Fushan's education. The elder brother often visited the academy to deliver food and clothing to Meng Fushan. He also enjoyed studying and sometimes listened in on the lessons secretly. Gradually, Guan Zhongping became acquainted with Meng's elder brother, and they fell deeply in love. Guan Zhongping soon discovered she was pregnant, and just as she was about to tell her father, tragedy struck. Meng's elder brother was attacked and killed by a wild animal while cutting wood on the mountain. Upon learning that Guan Zhongping was pregnant, Meng Fushan proposed to marry her in name only, taking the place of his brother, so that the child could be raised properly. In exchange, Guan Zhongping insisted Meng Fushan should live in her house as her husband, preserving the Guan lineage. Initially, Meng Fushan saw this as an opportunity to form an influential connection through marriage to the powerful Guan family. However, when Guan Zhongping insisted on the condition that he join their household, he felt disgraced and refused. He began mocking Guan Zhongping for losing her virtue, and harsh words followed. But Guan Zhongping, carefully nurtured by her father, stood firm despite inner turmoil and vowed never to align herself with someone of low moral standing. Furious and restless, Meng Fushan decided he couldn't let this opportunity slip, so he fabricated a story to Chancellor Guan claiming a relationship between himself and Guan Zhongping. He offered to take responsibility, stating that their first child could return to the Guan family and bear their surname. When Guan Zhongping heard this, she erupted in fury. Fortunately, the Chancellor remained rational and discerned Meng Fushan's true nature. Back in the capital, the Chancellor cut off Meng Fushan's path to passing the imperial exams. It wasn't until after the Chancellor's death that Meng Fushan eventually succeeded in gaining entrance to the officialdom. After losing his brother, Meng Fushan struggled financially and later married a wealthy woman from the Zhou family. Harboring deep resentment, Meng Fushan manipulated Sun Yong several times in the capital, making him feel utterly humiliated and begin regretting his choice of marrying into the Guan family. He developed disdain towards Guan Jiaxing as well. Guan Jiaxing was ultimately Meng's elder brother's only son, yet Meng Fushan showed no gratitude for what his brother had done for him. All of this ran through Meng Fushan's mind as he smiled coolly. Seeing that Guan Zhongping still didn't believe him, he said bluntly, "There's no need for pretenses. The emperor is currently seeking evidence of my treason, a crime involving extermination of 9 generations. You wouldn't want your family implicated, would you, old lady?" Guan Zhongping snorted derisively. "Your brother passed away many years ago. The Guan family hasn't associated with the Meng clan since then. His Majesty is not someone who kills indiscriminately." Meng Fushan shamelessly replied, "What if Jiaxing were truly my biological son? Now everyone in the capital knows that Sun Yong works for you. Jiaxing bears a striking resemblance to Jior, and the timing matches up perfectly. If I spread the word that Jiaxing is our son, who do you think people will believe?" He stood up. "Then Jiaxing will be branded as the son of a traitor, despised by all. The Guan family will lose its reputation. Even if His Majesty does not punish them, how long do you think they could survive in the court? Moreover," Meng Fushan paused, "I also know that the person currently in the capital is Jior. Have a heartfelt conversation with him, he'll listen." Guan Zhongping smashed the teacup at Meng Fushan's feet. "You're not human. You deserve to be abandoned by everyone, including your own children, who will send you to the executioner's block." Meng Fushan bowed respectfully. "That's why I humbly ask, in light of our past association, to save an old man's life." Guan Zhongping became so enraged that she trembled with anger, muttering, you, several times but unable to finish her sentence. She had cried and thought a lot during this time, all revolving around 2 points. She felt guilty towards Jiaxing, and she also felt guilty towards Meng Fushan. Chu Huayin ended the morning court session in high spirits. The ministers all noticed the emperor was different today, almost like a newlywed after a wedding night. Seasoned insider Ji Yang found it quite irritating. Now that he had official duties, he couldn't follow his master around as before. After the morning court session, during the routine report, Emperor Chu Huayin calmly ordered, Meng Fushan is still sleeping, help cover for him later. In fact, even without Ji Yang's assistance, the emperor could have handled it himself. But not many people knew about the relationship between Guan Jiasheng and Meng Fushan. Thus, Chu Huayin could only seize the opportunity to boast to Ji Yang. Ji Yang's curiosity was piqued. Did they sleep together? TSK, since Master Meng transformed, he had become increasingly cunning. Truly hard for his majesty. He would celebrate by lighting fireworks at the Yulao temple outside the city at his own expense after leaving the palace. The longest string of fireworks in the capital, encircling the Yulao temple. Today, Yulao would only be allowed to tie red threads between his majesty and Meng Fushan. By the way, ministers saw Meng Push heading to the Guan residence earlier, the purpose remains unclear. He must be extremely anxious. You keep an eye on those who interact with him. A mere Meng Push, born into poverty, was not yet qualified to meddle in previous dynasty affairs. Meng Fushan woke up completely startled in the morning. Last night, Chu Huayin kept trying to touch his stomach secretly. Every time he wasn't paying attention, Chu Huayin would sneak his hand under the blanket, wanting to hold him while they slept. Meng Fushan fought against Chu Huayin while battling sleepiness. Both pretended to sleep, then checked if the other had fallen asleep. Several times when Chu Huayin tried to embrace him, Meng Fushan cleverly avoided being caught. Finally, seeing how resolute Meng Fushan was, Chu Huayin sighed, sleep then, I promise not to touch you. He overslept and missed the morning court session. The dragon bed was indeed very comfortable and warm. Meng Fushan rubbed his eyes forcefully to stay awake. Why didn't Chu Huayin wake him up? Meng Fushan claimed he didn't have good sleeping posture, which wasn't entirely baseless. His white undershirt collar was wide open, the front of his shirt flipped up to expose his stomach, making him look exceedingly lethargic. He stared at his belly for a moment, it seemed slightly bigger than yesterday. Next time, he would definitely refuse to eat Chu Huayin's food. Meng Fushan woke up late for the first time, and he blamed it entirely on Chu Huayin. Being late to rise resulted in him feeling hungrier than usual. Meng Fushan looked around, where were his clothes? Would it be strange to go out like this? Meng Fushan patted his stomach and complained quietly, all your hunger is because of Chu Huayin, not letting me drink the prenatal medicine is also him. It has absolutely nothing to do with me. At this moment, Chu Huayin entered, carrying breakfast in his hands. When he saw the little kitten slumped in the blanket, his eyes lit up with amusement. My minister. Meng Fushan quickly adjusted the blanket, wrapping his whole body except for his head, sniffed, brightened his eyes, and asked what the breakfast was. Chu Huayin handed him the porridge, are you hungry? Sorry, just now Ji Yang suddenly reported something urgent, it delayed things. Ji Yang sneezed, the incense smoke at the Yulao temple must be too strong, dazing him. When he came to, there were a few fragrant handkerchiefs in his arms. Scary. He wouldn't come here anymore. Meng Fushan glanced down, it was a bowl of egg drop soup, with a few strands of tender green vegetables floating on top and light pink shrimp meat. In summary, no fish. Chu Huayin mentioned last night that he wanted Meng Fushan to visit some deceased relatives, and only upon arriving at Guangyan Temple did Meng Fushan realize how gentle the term, deceased relative, truly was. It was the mother of Chu Huayin. The Empress Dowager. Chu Huayin set up a longevity shrine for the Empress Dowager at Guangyan Temple. Whenever he felt irritable, he would come here for a while. This place was also where he visited most frequently during the period when Meng Fushan went missing. Minister, let us enter together. Meng Fushan shook his head and refused. Just standing outside made his heart flutter with indescribable tension and guilt, entering would surely cause his legs to give out. His Majesty was a great filial son, having much to discuss with the Empress Dowager. Meng Fushan waited, but even after his legs went numb, Chu Huayin hadn't emerged. He decided to take a walk and loosen his muscles. Before he walked even 200 meters, he met the abbot patrolling the temple. The abbot was still the one who nearly tonsured him, though Meng Fushan was no longer the same Meng Fushan. Afraid of being recognized, Meng Fushan quickly tried to avoid the abbot, after all, he was one of the few people who knew he could become pregnant. Fearing what comes will always come. Previously, Meng Fushan had expended a lot of effort persuading the abbot that he had a karmic connection with Buddhism. This time, as soon as the abbot saw him, he said, the layman possesses wise insight, shares a special bond with this old monk. Why not join me for tea? Alright, whether there was a karmic connection or not, it was decided by the abbot. Meng Fushan shook his head, I won't go. This official waits here by imperial decree, and I'm afraid I cannot enjoy tea with the abbot. On my day off, I will definitely bring my mother to burn incense. Meng Push emphasized the words, my mother. I am now Guan Jiasheng, abbot, you must not mistake my identity. The Bodhi bears fruit, roots grow when it falls to the ground. The abbot casually recited a couple of phrases as if talking about the weather. Meng Push's heart quaked with fear, were you a physician before you entered the monastery, abbot? Also, I shook my head because I didn't want you to start preaching right here. Meng Push quickly rescued the situation, I suddenly feel quite thirsty. Since master has something to say, let's have a detailed discussion in the tea room. At this moment, Chu Huayin came out from the Buddhist pagoda and immediately noticed Meng Push and the abbot standing together, seemingly having an engaging conversation. The scene seemed familiar, which made him instantly on high alert. Chapter 39. The azure sky above was where an eagle glided. The abbot looked up and smiled, saying, Buddhism values the concept of karmic connection. If the layperson does not wish it, this old monk will not force it. The abbot slipped off his decades-worn prayer beads and handed them to Meng Yu, smiling broadly as he said they were a gift for the young layperson after being blessed for safety. Meng Yu expressed his gratitude, feeling that the abbot wasn't here to embarrass him. He had been holding his breath and tightening his stomach just moments before, but now he completely relaxed. Since you were named Yu by the previous surname Xiang, it is in response to their request. In the future, if you encounter difficulties, come to Guangyan Temple, anything within my ability, I shall naturally help. Meng Yu indulged in a wild idea, retreating into seclusion at Guangyan Temple to have little babies. This might not be a bad plan after all. Thank you for your kindness, abbot, but I myself will ensure his well-being. Chu Huayin stood near Meng Yu who was idly playing with the abbot's beads, becoming more and more animated as he spoke. His scalp tightened immediately, almost rushing over a few steps to grasp Meng Yu's hand in declaration of possession. Meng Yu quickly pulled back his hand, nervously spinning the beads twice. What nonsense was being spoken in front of the abbot? After all, the abbot's politeness stemmed from his relationship with Jiang Yao. Meng Yu reconsidered, remembering Chu Huayin's mother's position enshrined here. What if the abbot changed sides? The abbot stroked his white beard, glancing at a nervous Chu Huayin and a restless Meng Yu, then suddenly murmured, sinful, sinful. Chu Huayin didn't understand, but like Meng Yu, both urgently wanted to leave Guangyan Temple. Not far from Guangyan Temple was the burial site of Meng Yu. From here, one could see a corner of the great hero's hall of Guangyan Temple to the south, and look towards the city gates of the capital to the north. It wasn't out of the way, and it was close to the main road. Wang Junyang owed a debt of gratitude to Meng Yu, having his remains interred in such a feng shui treasure spot. Pine trees covered the area with birds chirping around, and the tombstone was grand and imposing, absolutely enough to tempt future treasure hunters. Chu Huayin found it annoying looking at the name Meng Yu carved on the stone marker while the person lived. Being alive, what good was keeping a gravestone? But Meng Yu hadn't yet admitted his identity to his uncle. Though Chu Huayin thought constantly about undressing him, not clothes, but aliases, and exposing him, when it came to action, he still obediently helped keep Meng Yu's secret. Chu Huayin sincerely felt he achieved nothing in front of Meng Yu as an emperor. Do you know whose remains are inside? Chu Huayin asked casually, wondering how it coincidentally matched Meng Yu's build. The second son of the prime minister's house, Meng Yu answered ambiguously. When Wang family was still powerful, Wang Junyang indeed was known as the second son. Chu Huayin didn't catch the subtlety in those words, assuming Meng Yu was cursing him, so he pinched his neck slightly. Do not try to anger me. Chu Huayin shifted his gaze down 4 inches below Meng Yu's waist, arching an eyebrow in a menacing gesture. Meng Yu perceived the threat and defended, every word I said is true, I dare not deceive your majesty. Only then did Chu Huayin realize, are you saying Wang Junyang? His expression turned sour, even harboring some urge to dig up the grave. For Wang Junyang to be buried under Meng Yu's name was such an enviable favor, where would one find better circumstances? Chu Huayin muttered, I heard Meng Yu impersonated a bride and held a wedding ceremony with Wang Junyang. Meng Yu blurted out, impossible. Not, actually, I'm unclear, Meng Yu hastily rephrased, nearly falling for his own offhand lie earlier. Upon hearing this, Chu Huayin's expression became quite complex, mixed with the regret of being deceived and a bit of relief, which then gave way to utter frustration and powerlessness. So, from the very beginning, not a single word from you has been true. Meng Yu rapidly recalled their past dialogue, lacking confidence, and said, there must have been some truth, right? In a moment, Chu Huayin thought about pulling down his pants and giving him a few hard slaps. A covert guard presented a 3-layer food box, and even before opening it, its fresh aroma permeated the air. Chu Huayin initially planned to offer it to Meng Yu for nourishment on the road, sending hot food hurriedly by horseback. However, his mood now seemed rather subtle, and he wished Meng Yu to experience his state of mind too. Chu Huayin pointed toward the gravestone direction and said, Mr. Meng likes fish, set it out quickly. Taking advantage of Wang Junyang once more. The covert guard was confused, hadn't they agreed this was prepared for Manager Guan? But the emperor's gesture clearly indicated no mistake. Indeed, it seemed Meng Yu still held a high status in the emperor's heart. How could a living person compare with the deceased? The guard speculated silently that he'd secretly read many dramatic substitute tales recently, finding profound meaning behind everything. Since leaving home, Meng Yu had genuinely become hungry. There was reason in Chu Huayin's consideration. What's the experience of watching one's beloved food being offered as a sacrifice, especially as one's own sacrificial offering? Meng Yu condemned Chu Huayin with his gaze. They were all adults, don't be so childish. The childish Chu Huayin even spoke to provoke him, there aren't many snow-spotted fish in the Prince of Huai's mansion, this is the last one. Back then, a traveling Taoist priest gifted me a few, they've been raised for 5 or 6 years, and I still feel somewhat reluctant to part with them. Meng Yu didn't understand the market value of the snow-spotted fish, he thought there should be plenty left. But after hearing Chu Huayin's words, he looked at the plate of food with an even more sorrowful expression. How he wished he could drag Wang Junyang out and lie down himself to enjoy it. Meng Yu swallowed hard, letting all the sadness flow into his stomach. Chu Huayin was amused by his little pout, and his heart finally felt balanced. He clearly told Meng Yu that he intended to change the content on the tombstone. Wang Junyang had unknowingly helped Meng Yu escape trouble this time. Chu Huayin generously decided not to dig up the grave but insisted that the name must be changed. Once this happened, Jiang Yi would surely know. Chu Huayin asked Meng Yu whether he wanted to tell her himself or have the emperor inform her on his behalf. Meng Yu suddenly recalled what he overheard by the wall of the general's mansion. Would uncle beat his nephew? Moreover, he wasn't the real Meng Yu. He couldn't bear either uncle's cane or his favoritism. Without any warning, Meng Yu fell into a spiral of self-doubt. Was it true that everyone who treated him kindly did so because of his identity as Meng Yu? He initially wanted to exclude Chu Huayin from this suspicion, but then he suddenly remembered, Chu Huayin's initial decision to send someone to protect him was also due to Jiang Yi's request. At this moment and place, he had no idea, did Chu Huayin's unusual temper and patience, qualities uncharacteristic of an emperor, target someone specific? How much of it was for Jiang family's Meng Yu? And how much for Meng Yu from another world? This single point made him extremely uncomfortable, and Meng Yu cautiously peeked at Chu Huayin. Is it because of Jiang Yi that you treat me kindly too? No matter how auspicious the feng shui of the burial site, it easily breeds negative emotions. This might be what people call yin energy. Chu Huayin, wet nurse, Li Wenle, Jiang Xian, Jiang Yi, the abbot. These were all left behind by Jiang Yao. Lady Guan, Afu. Because of Guan Jiasheng. Meng Yu carefully tugged at the hem of his clothes hanging loosely by his sides, then flattened the creases. The only thing entirely belonging to him was the unborn child in his belly. Let's wait 10 more days, he said quietly. 10 days later would mark Jiang Yao's death anniversary. Jiang Yi was sure to come for worship. At that time, by Jiang Yao's tomb, he would confess everything. The original body had been harmed to death by Meng Baihan. Such injustice shouldn't be known only by him. Although hiding the truth might be friendliest to those alive, it wasn't fair to the dead Meng Yu. He believed that with General Zhang's experience and character, there was no way he'd tie him to a stake. Living for the namesake Meng Yu, living for the unconscious Guan Jiasheng, Meng Yu suddenly realized, in this lifetime, the shackles around his neck had never been truly unlocked. He suddenly became eager for Meng Fushan's downfall. Once he took revenge for the original Meng Yu and Jiang Yao, could he live more freely? He thought, every day Chu Huayin asked if he was Meng Yu, but actually he hadn't given the wrong answer, had he? Seeing Meng Yu's sudden low spirits, Chu Huayin knew it wasn't fake. There were no deliberately shed tears meant to tug at his heartstrings, yet it made him utterly at a loss. Chu Huayin urgently reflected on what he'd just done. He gave Meng Yu's favorite fish to Wang Junyang, whom Meng Yu disliked. He forced Meng Yu to reveal his true identity to Jiang Yi. He instinctively knew it wasn't such a simple reason. When he first met Meng Yu, the latter ate steamed buns daily with great joy, always talking about promotion and wealth, but in reality, he was the most indifferent. For the Jiang family, he had done so much. Acknowledging his identity merely added another person to protect him. So, why was he like this now? Chu Huayin wrapped an arm around Meng Yu's shoulder, looking straight into his eyes. What unpleasant thoughts are troubling you? It's all a lie, there are still snow-spotted fish available. If you don't want to tell your uncle, we won't say anything. In fact, the snow-spotted fish were almost finished, but if Meng Yu wanted to eat them, he would willingly play the role of a dim-witted emperor willing to please a concubine. As for General Jiang, how could he just inform him directly when the emperor himself uncovered secrets through sheer skill? Meng Yu stared dumbfounded at his majesty. Isn't this kind of contradiction disrespectful to gentlemen? Meng Yu felt a slight sense of pressure, and thus a mission arose within him to uphold the emperor's credibility. With an air of grandeur, he proclaimed, "It must be said," and stomped his foot. With this stomp, the abbot's prayer beads he had received dropped to the ground. Meng Yu bent down to pick them up. At that very moment, an arrow whizzed past his back and embedded itself into the trunk of the opposite tree with a dull thud. If it had hit Meng Yu, it would have pierced right through him. Be careful. 2 more arrows came flying. Without hesitation, Chu Huayin snatched them away. The arrow shafts grazed across his palm, the force breaking the skin and drawing blood. He picked up Meng Yu and shoved him into the carriage, pulling a sword from the carriage, and stabbed it towards the direction the 3 arrows came from. With a bang, a muffled groan of a fallen body echoed from the woods. The hidden guards were split, half surrounded the carriage while the other half went into the woods to chase the assassins. The wind rushed into the carriage, and Meng Yu's torn clothes let the cold air whistle through. Still shaken from the attack, he remembered that Chu Huayin had likely been injured while seizing the arrows barehanded, so without a second of hesitation, he began searching for the medicine box inside the carriage. There weren't many assassins. Apart from the one directly killed by Chu Huayin, 3 others were brought back bound tightly, their faces differing slightly from those of the people of the Wei. Meng Yu held out his hand to Chu Huayin, but instead of handing him anything, Chu Huayin pulled him into an embrace. Meng Yu, I was terrified, Chu Huayin said, thinking how close the arrow had come to hitting Meng Yu. Meng Yu could feel a warm liquid seeping through the tear in his clothing and running down his back, like molten lava seeping into his skin and leaving a scar on his heart. It was Chu Huayin's blood. You're injured, Meng Yu frowned, indicating that the embrace should loosen any tighter and it would make Chu Huayin bleed even more. Chu Huayin released Meng Yu, revealing cuts about the width of a thumb on both hands. Seeing Meng Yu's worried expression, he suddenly felt this was a perfect opportunity to ask for something. I can't bathe alone anymore, Chu Huayin feigned distress. Meng Yu looked up, sympathy evident in his eyes. Then the young eunuchs by your side will have their work cut out for them. Chapter 40. The situation was too chaotic just now. Before the string of prayer beads was picked up, Chu Huayin had already ushered him into the carriage. The beads were struck by arrows and scattered everywhere. He carefully picked them up one by one, gently blowing off the dust, showing great reverence. It's definitely different after consecration. Chu Huayin added beside, even if it saved your life, there is no way I would allow you to become a monk. Meng Cho looked at him in wonder, he didn't even plan on having a little monk. Chu Huayin touched his nose uncomfortably, I can give offerings and thank the abbot. Thank your majesty. Meng Cho went closer to examine the assassins, but Chu Huayin blocked him, worried that the assassin might spit out poisoned arrows. They are not from the Great Way. Meng Cho frowned. They are from Bei Di. Having fought with Bei Di for many years, Chu Huayin knew their facial features very well. There are often spies infiltrating in the camp, and both Chu Huayin and Ji Yang have seen enough to tell whether they are soldiers of the Great Way or not by just looking at their back. General Jiang has only returned to court for less than a month, and Bei Di has become restless again. Meng Cho hoped that neither Jiang Yi nor Chu Huayin would go back to the battlefield. Swords have no eyes. Can't everyone work together in peace and develop productivity? Uncle returned to the capital before reaching an armistice agreement with the Bei Di. The main war faction within the Bei Di has been killed by me these past few years. The new leader supports peace, yet there are still assassins from Bei Di in the capital. There may be other reasons. Meng Cho politely referred to the general as Great General, while Chu Huayin called him uncle, making Meng Cho worry about slipping up in front of Jiang Yi. Your Majesty should pay attention to the title, Meng Cho reminded. Chu Huayin teased, I call your uncle affectionately. You care too much, sir. Meng Cho. His hand trembled as he applied medicine on Chu Huayin, accidentally pouring too much golden wound powder. Chu Huayin inhaled sharply, Sir, it hurts. The son of a wealthy family, so frail. You can blow it for me. Meng Cho couldn't help but want to spit on Chu Huayin's palm, so he quickly finished bandaging with a stern face. Why do so many people want to take his or Chu Huayin's life? Being an emperor isn't easy either. Furrowing his brows, Meng Cho was lost in thought for a moment, unknowingly wrapping Chu Huayin's hands like huge pig trotters, resembling broken bones. Realizing this, Meng Cho blushed and wanted to untie and rewrap. The secret guard winced, thinking that probably only His Majesty could endure such skills by Director Guan. Chu Huayin withdrew his hand without making it hard for Meng Cho, thanks for your trouble, sir. That's fine. Meng Cho wondered why Chu Huayin changed. When they returned to the Guan residence, they just sat down to drink tea when the eunuch Xiao Jiao hurriedly came to deliver an imperial decree. Director Guan, you wrapped too strangely, and the doctor cannot untie it. His Majesty summoned you to the palace. Recalling Chu Huayin's words, I can't bathe myself anymore, Meng Cho thought it might be some sort of scheme. Coldly, he said, is there no scissors in the palace? A fu, please find a new pair and let eunuch Xiao Jiao take it back. Xiao Jiao took the scissors sheepishly, making this his most failed mission ever. Little did Xiao Jiao know, this was just the beginning. Sitting calmly to drink tea, Meng Cho unsurprisingly heard another edict from Chu Huayin. His Majesty refused to change the medicine, saying it hurt too much when the doctor does it. Director Guan's skill is good, and Director Guan is immediately requested to come to the palace, Xiao Jiao panted. Meng Cho, is His Majesty also refusing to bathe? Xiao Jiao scratched the back of his head, as the Emperor decreed that if Director Guan refuses to come again, he needn't report back, pretend to circle around outside the door, continue delivering the edict inside, and no more than 3 attempts. If knowing this situation in advance, does it count towards the limit of no more than 3? Xiao Jiao pleaded with his gaze. Looking like someone watching over the Empress. He always thought that summoning which card the Emperor would flip today was a good task, but it turned out to be hard and yielded no benefits. Meng Cho got goosebumps all over his body, cursing silently, let it rot, and smiled, please lead the way, Lord. Chu Huayin summoned Jiang Yi to discuss matters concerning the Bei Di. After interrogating the group of assassins all afternoon, nothing was extracted. Language barriers prevented any coherent communication. Jiang Yi personally conducted the interrogation. Having stayed undercover in Bei Di for years, he had learned several dialects, but unfortunately, these assassins spoke something incomprehensible, like rare treasures dug up from some remote corner. Do you think the Bei Di did it? Jiang Yi shook his head uncertainly. In my opinion, Suamu Tai may not dare. Someone wants to stir up war between the two countries and gain advantage by sitting idly. On the side of Great Wei, there was a country called Feng, not too large or small. They had just ended internal strife at the end of the year and were moving towards national unity. Ever since Chu Huayin had taken office, he had strengthened the defense against Feng. The current crown prince of Feng was well known for his strategies. If this mess had anything to do with him, restarting warfare between Great Wei and Beidi, leading to attacks from both sides, would be very troublesome. This matter needs to be conveyed quickly to Suo Mutai. If he isn't guilty, he'll naturally make a move. Chu Huayin painstakingly wrote a letter to Suo Mutai, while Jiang Yi hesitated. What kind of doctor had wrapped the emperor's hand in such a ridiculous way? In the army, they didn't even care about minor wounds like this. His Majesty was known for his unyielding determination. When Jiang Yi first joined him, he thought that as a privileged prince, the emperor surely wouldn't adapt to the harsh conditions of camp life. But His Majesty ate and lived together with all soldiers without any special treatment, earning Jiang Yi's respect. Jiang Yi's gaze was too direct, how could Chu Huayin not notice? He raised his hand, deliberately showing it clearly to Jiang Yi. Wrapped by Meng Chou himself. Even their uncle could only be envious. Meng Chou happened to meet Jiang Yi, who was just leaving at the palace gate. Xiao Jiu was so anxious that even Meng Chou walked faster. Jiang Yi paused and said with admiration, Director Guan is truly a pillar of the nation, still entering the palace this late at night. Whether he was a pillar or not, Meng Chou knew he likely wouldn't leave tonight. He looked at his uncle's eyes somewhat enviously. Can I go along? After discussing briefly about the assassins, Meng Chou realized that there was no quick resolution. So he advised Chu Huayin not to leave the palace easily in the future for better safety. Meng Chou earnestly preached, but Chu Huayin dismissed it like the wind going through ears. If you don't visit the palace on your own, the emperor has to go out. I attend court daily, Meng Chou retorted. He never missed unless once when he overslept in the palace. Chu Huayin expressed regret that there wasn't an afternoon or evening court session in addition to the morning one. Meng Chou remembered tying living knots, which now had turned into dead ones. It was obvious who did this. He picked up scissors on the table and cut the bandage in several quick clicks. The aggressive atmosphere was almost like someone castrating in a sterilized room. There was no moment of affection in Chu Huayin's imagination. Instead, he sought the second best option. The doctor said this wound will easily rot if it gets wet. And I haven't bathed yet. Meng Chou glanced at Xiao Jiu, who wished he could disappear right then and there. Your Majesty's hands are nimble, why not help yourself? Chu Huayin swallowed the outright rejection and decided to compete over whose face was thicker, arrogantly stating, then I won't bathe. It had just rained early that morning, boots covered in black mud, blood-stained clothes during the assassination attempt, and the five-claw golden dragon on the chest looking quite disheveled. After returning to the palace, His Majesty hadn't changed into a single piece of fresh clothing due to constant busyness. Meng Chou suddenly softened. He subtly threatened, luckily your Majesty has no empress or concubines, otherwise, they'd certainly refuse sharing a bed. Chu Huayin, what are you implying? They stared into each other's eyes. I'll wash myself then. The grandson of the old duke was celebrating his wedding, inviting most officials of high rank from the capital. The grandeur was stunning. The old duke belonged to Chu Huayin's maternal grandfather's family line. Empress Dowager was the only daughter of the old duke's brother. After the fall of the second prince's faction in the capital, Emperor Tianyuan had only Chu Huayin as a son, and all his siblings from the same generation had long been sent to retire in different parts of the country because of his overly suspicious nature. Chu Huayin had never taken a concubine, hence the remaining prominent royal relatives were few. The old duke was considered one of the fortunate ones. Gu Jiasin had just returned to the capital, and under Meng Chou's strong request, Chu Huayin had to keep a low profile when visiting Meng Chou, calling him into the palace quietly. Except for a few people in the know, no one else understood how much the emperor valued him. Most people thought Gu Jiasin had just returned to the capital, with shallow roots. Even though the Gu family had a great history, it was 3 generations ago. Thus, Meng Chou was placed a bit further from the core tables, next to a group of wealthy young men. Yan Xiang and Jiang Yi invited Meng Chou to join them, but Meng Chou declined, citing a mourning period during which he couldn't drink. Official gatherings often involved drinking. Sitting among these people meant Meng Chou, with a relatively lower rank, would have little choice but to drink. This table was different, he was the highest-ranking official here. If he didn't want to drink, no one would question him. Through Chu Huayin's stern actions, the aristocratic youth of the capital had become more disciplined. Although some habits were hard to change, at least they started quoting, I grow thinner, but never regret, before visiting brothels, greatly improving the customs of the service industry. But within a vast forest, there are always birds that can't see straight. The people at the next table were whispering secretly, inconspicuously pointing at Guan Jiaxing and discussing him. One moment they said he had delicate lips and white teeth like a woman, the next they said he was henpecked and useless. Even Guan's mother's private matters were being criticized. Meng Chou's veins on his forehead started throbbing, immediately recognizing 3 of them as the culprits responsible for Wang Juanyang's death on the pleasure boat. Meng Chou was still contemplating what method to use to teach them a lesson without drawing too much attention and ruining someone else's wedding when their topic shifted again, starting with lewd whispers about the Qi family scholar whose son was pregnant. TSK, there are just too few of them around, or we brothers could have one to play with too, it could both continue our lineage and be convenient. Their house guards their privacy tightly, I only glimpsed once from afar. He's incomparably good looking, more tender than that little red you kept in the brothel. Did you touch? How would you know if you didn't? Beware that gentleman might cut your hands off. Looks better than women, pretending to be a man. What if those who say he can't perform are actually wrong? With a face like his. Scholar Chi had something come up and couldn't make it, but they maliciously whispered about him using covert terms, with looks suggesting excessive indulgence in pleasures, making those nearby wonder if they weren't in some sort of den of debauchery. This was clearly stepping on Meng Chao's left foot and then rolling over his right. Unbearable. He tapped on the table, and a hidden guard came closer. Meng Chao gave instructions, and the guard departed to follow them. Not long after, a group of Capital Prefecture guards rushed in and surrounded that table. Meng Chao declared, "This official suspects you all are involved in a murder case. Come with me to headquarters." The group was stunned for a moment, somewhat nervous, thinking their mockery of Guan Jiaxing was overheard, but seeing the many ministers present, no evidence-based action would dare take place here. They instantly began loudly shouting, "So the capital prefect can arrest people at will." Meng Chao smirked. "More than 2 months ago, rebel Wang Junyang secretly returned to the capital and contacted several of you. Not only did you fail to report this to the court, but you also killed him during an argument. Is this true?" As soon as the words left his mouth, the faces of 3 directly related young masters turned pale as paper, with even the timid ones collapsing on the ground, soiling themselves in fear. Chapter 41. A short while ago, many people heard the group's discussion. Since it didn't concern them, they chose not to be the first to intervene. The main party was calmly seated, so they just listened for entertainment. They thought Guan Jiaxing would handle it like 5 years ago and laugh it off, but this time he took serious action and even uncovered a hidden murder case. He was clearly in Suzhou back then. How could he know about something that happened in the capital? It was terrifying. What else might he know? Meng Chao looked at these incapable young rich men and seriously said, "If you want to gossip about others behind their backs, first consider the wrongdoings you've done yourself. I won't bother dealing with you, and yet you think you're clean." He wasn't just speaking to these few people but to everyone present, using these few as examples. Those who love gossip usually have committed some immoral acts themselves. Upright individuals wouldn't bring up the incompetence of the metropolitan magistrate for no reason. For a moment, the entire hall became quiet. Several experienced ministers saw Meng Chao, young as he was, speak arrogantly and were displeased. They were about to confront him when they noticed that the Right Chancellor, Yan Xiang, and General Jiang Yi both appeared approving. Naturally, they refrained from arguing further. If there were any issues, they'd let the old duke discuss with His Majesty. Among the 3 perpetrators, the one who suggested dumping the body into the lake had deeper plans. He kicked his companions twice, looking arrogantly at Meng Chao. "Director Guan, your words are unsupported by evidence. Do you have proof? Has anyone seen Wang Juanyang's body?" After the killing, he checked whether there were any floating bodies on Shenyang Lake, and apart from the corpse fished out by His Majesty's order, there weren't any others. Meng Chao noticed Jiang Yi was also present and hesitated to disclose the information openly, so he replied, "Do footprints drenched in blood on the painting barge count as evidence? As for the body, His Majesty will inform you where it is. Take them away and imprison them." An old duke arrived upon hearing the commotion, standing under a tree with an unfriendly expression. Today was the grand celebration of his grandson's wedding, and yet this young metropolis magistrate dared to create trouble. And it involved a murder case, which brought bad luck. The old duke was superstitious and hoped for another empress from his family. For today's grand banquet, he invited most high-ranking officials from the capital to announce the plan of selecting consorts and establishing a new empress. These rowdy young men were friends of the groom, openly embarrassing the house of the duke. But investigating a case according to law was proper conduct, so he couldn't find an outlet for his anger. When the guards escorted the offenders away, the old duke readjusted his facial expressions and emerged smilingly, carrying 18 jars of fine huadiao wine to offer drinks to everyone. When the red cloth covering was lifted, the strong aroma of alcohol filled the air, intoxicating and charming. Meng Chao smelled it and knew the alcohol content was not light. He bowed to the old duke, declining respectfully, saying, "I am urgently handling an important case and must leave to apologize later. Today, due to unforeseen circumstances, please forgive me, Your Excellency." The old duke patted Meng Chao's shoulder repeatedly and laughed, "Impressive youth, impressive. He reached his current position entirely through scheming. His brother died early, and besides bringing up his mother, there were no other children left after his death. His posthumous rank and title were passed on to him. In his younger days, he got involved in many misconducts under the protection of his elder brother and was once investigated by the former Prime Minister Guan, leaving resentment within him till today." The hand pressing his shoulder exerted considerable force. Although Meng Chao knew he was partly wrong, he decided not to mind and leave first. The fact that Director Guan did not taste the celebratory wine is indeed regrettable. "For my sake, why don't you drink 1 cup before leaving? Bring the wine." The old duke showed no intention of letting him go easily. An attendant presented a cup as large as a sea bowl, containing specially prepared wine. This was clearly targeted at him. Meng Cho smiled apologetically. My wife has recently passed away, and I've been abstaining from alcohol for a long time. I still need to investigate this case closely, followed by His Majesty, fearing I might delay the matter if I get drunk. So, you're refusing my face? The old duke frowned. Meng Cho thought, this kind of favor really cannot be accepted. Jiang Yi was just about to help him out of the predicament when an authoritative voice interjected. Minister Guan is helping me solve the case. Is your grace's face too big? Emperor Chu Huayin suddenly appeared. The old duke had not yet felt happy when he was startled by the emperor's words. This humble subject dares not. Long live the emperor for 10,000 years. Rise. Initially, Emperor Chu Huayin only sent an official of protocol. Not wanting to give the old duke too many wild imaginations, after pondering that Meng Cho was included among the invitees, he came personally for the investigation. My lords, feel free to carry on without worrying about me. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Chu Huayin left with Meng Cho, not drinking even a sip of water. All ministers wondered silently. The emperor didn't summon Guan Jiasong but came personally. What kind of situation is this? Following behind Chu Huayin, Meng Cho found his figure particularly tall and imposing. Your Majesty, I heard earlier at the banquet that the old duke intends to send his granddaughter to the palace. The old duke is too fierce, and I've offended him severely now. If you are preparing to marry his granddaughter, make sure to let me return to Suzhou in advance. I have absolutely no interest in participating in your imperial consort selection ceremony. Chu Huayin suddenly stopped, and Meng Cho bumped into his back. Not enough kneeling before the Taihe Palace. This sentence, squeezed out from his chest, made Meng Cho feel intense emotional fluctuations even against his back. He straightened up instantly, fully focused. Enough. Chu Huayin looked at him deeply, wanting to clarify but fearing he might joke and take it lightly. In the end, he simply said, if you encounter something unsolvable, just bring me up, and I will support you. Isn't that falsifying an imperial decree? Meng Chao's eyes shone brightly as he looked back at Chu Huayin. With this statement of yours, can I lie freely in the future? Chu Huayin pinched his cheek. If I recognize it, it doesn't count. If I don't, bear the consequences yourself. Then how can I tell? Can I issue a decree tomorrow to return to Suzhou? Meng Cho secretly rejoiced, but Chu Huayin pinched his lips. I know you can tell. Under the cover of darkness, Meng Cho disguised himself as Wang Junyang and frightened the prisoners. He recounted the details of the crime flawlessly, and the three individuals firmly believed he was Wang Junyang's ghost. The next day, they confessed everything during court. Satisfied, Meng Cho finished all the medicine for fetal safety, revealing the murderer who had drunkenly pushed Lin's husband into the river. Lin was immensely grateful. Now, the clan members knew that Lin had the backing of the metropolitan magistrate and dared not act rashly anymore. Idle gossip almost ceased entirely. Chu Huayin forbade him from visiting the duke's residence, and his mother took on the task of making apologies. She told Meng Cho about Meng Puzin's threat. Lady Guan had been provoked recently but had since come to understand things clearly. Meng Puzin used the Guan family's reputation and Guan Jiaxing's future as leverage. In the past, Guan might have hesitated, but she wasn't unintelligent. Treasonous matters could easily lead one to become an accomplice. Compared to illusory fame, maintaining integrity was more important for the Guan family. After discussing with Chu Huayin, Meng Cho decided to arrest Meng Puzin first, not giving him the opportunity to spread rumors. At this moment, the former prime minister who didn't attend the old duke's feast was in the imperial prison. Meng Puzin stubbornly claimed he had not committed treason. Ji Yang sympathetically looked at him. All evidence and confessions point to you. You're just a pawn now. It's better if you reveal what you know to avoid physical torment. Fei Hu and his adoptive parents' testimonies were consistent, stating that Meng Puzin had instructed them to assassinate Guan Jiaxing. According to their accounts, several years ago, Meng Puzin accidentally obtained a map and learned the secret of Qin Garden, leading him to vigorously gather corresponding Taihu stones in Suzhou and transport them back to the capital. With his high rank and power, he severed communication between Suzhou and the court, intercepting and blocking Guan Jiaxing on his way back to the capital. When he discovered Meng Cho had taken Guan Jiaxing's place, he feared exposure and mercilessly killed his own son. He always favored gardens and built a replica in the backyard according to a corner of Qin Garden, which became the strongest piece of evidence. Suddenly, rumors swirled in the capital, claiming Meng Puzin was a remnant of the previous dynasty, holding a treasure map of the previous dynasty's treasury, and deliberately causing bloodshed in Suzhou when His Majesty ascended the throne. In just one night, the imperial guards arrested 40 or 50 martial artists attempting to steal the treasure map from the Meng residence. There was another claim that the Lu family was also a pawn planted by Meng Puzin in Great Wei, cultivating troops and accumulating wealth under both civil and military authority to control the government. This smeared Meng Puzin entirely with filth. Consorting with tigers. Meng Puzin, you still refuse to tell the truth. Do you want your whole family exterminated? Chu Huayin felt secretly angry. Meng Puzin being slandered did not concern him at all, but Meng Cho must not be labeled as a remnant of the previous dynasty, which would greatly hinder his use of his original identity. Meng Puzin finally realized that the more he clenched his teeth and refused to confess, the more crimes were pinned on him. I did not commit treason. I only admit to the Qin Garden matter. 7 years ago, a garden builder approached me, offering a map. At the time, I thought it was useful and kept it. Soon after, someone else revealed the secret of the map to me, proposing cooperation. They would handle transporting the stones from Jiangnan, while I would suppress the news. After completion, we'd split it evenly. As for other things, I know nothing. Indeed, Meng Puzhen had no connection with the Lu family. Once he learned of Chu Huayin's influence, he quickly aligned himself with Chu Huayin. Later, the person contacting him berated him, saying the second prince was actually their side. At this moment, Meng Puzhen realized how deep the waters were, unwilling to continue cooperating. As long as the Qin garden matter passed, he would still be the left prime minister of Great Wei. The map fell easily into your hands, didn't you ever doubt it? At the time, I doubted somewhat, but the other party said they just wanted a collaborator. My mind was clouded, so I agreed. Simply using the left prime minister's authority to suppress Suzhou's news, who would have guessed there was so much more involved afterward? Chu Huayin never expected that one day he would have to clear Meng Puzhen of fabricated charges. Feeling complicated, who contacted you? It was a strategist from the Lu family. Meng Puzhen realized that both he and the Lu family were merely pawns in someone else's game after seeing the strategist's portrait on the wanted list. Further consideration led him even to associate the second prince with this plot. A month ago, the envoy of the loyal state came to congratulate Chu Huayin on his ascension to the throne. Chu Huayin calculated that they should arrive in these 2 days. With plenty on his mind already, he still needed to figure out an appropriate charge for Meng Puzhen. Treason wouldn't do, neither would labeling him as a remnant from the previous dynasty. Meng Chou, seeing his uncle's worry, kindly suggested, I could give up my identity as Meng Chou. Chu Huayin shot him a glare, even if I agree, your uncle wouldn't. For the future, Meng Chou must rely on Jiang Yi. Chapter 42. Meng Fushan was secretly executed in the end. Even though he hadn't participated in rebellion, and the heinous mass murders in Suzhou gardens weren't directly ordered by him, shielding rebels and relentlessly pursuing Guan Jiaxing were enough reasons for him to die 100 times over. The official charge against him was corruption and disregard for human life. Chu Huayin specially hired storytellers to compile an official storybook about the faithless man Meng Fushan. The plot was intricate and captivating. After promotion in taverns and teahouses, commoners promptly forgot the remnants of the previous dynasty's affairs, only remembering that Meng Fushan was a man who climbed up through women's help, a despicable scoundrel worse than beasts. Storytellers, when narrating how Meng Fushan discarded the highly talented Jiang Yao for favoring Lady Zhou, resulting in Zhou family's participation in treason and his own entanglement, invariably elicited applause and cheers. As for Meng Yu and Jiang Yao, under intentional guidance, the public sympathized with them greatly, waving their hands to dissuade those unaware of the truth. They were descendants of the illustrious General Jiang family, don't mention them in the same breath as a faithless man. Regarding Meng Fushan's son, Meng Haidu, who had always been posted outside the capital, his ties to the imperial city were minimal. Chu Huayin merely removed his official post and did not unduly trouble him. An official decree was issued, stating that the Suzhou case was masterminded by the Lu family's strategists. Reward amounts kept increasing. The so-called treasure map hidden in the Meng residence was coveted by too many, severely disrupting peace in the capital. After acquiring the map, Chu Huayin ordered the destruction of the entire estate, converting it into a marketplace. In one night, the vast Meng residence collapsed, without even a brick left behind. In the capital, there was no longer any mention of Meng Fushan's name. Rumors spread quickly but faded just as fast. The chatter in taverns and teahouses had already shifted to the announcement of the envoy arriving in the capital. Meng Yu silently accompanied Lady Guan for breakfast. Meng Fushan was the person chasing Guan Jiaxing. He looked at Lady Guan, unsure of what to say. Reflecting on it, with Meng Fushan's death, Meng Yu felt his responsibilities as the son of the Meng household were fulfilled, and as the responsibility toward Guan Jiaxing, half of it was also resolved. He now staying under the title of Guan Jiaxing seemed illogical. Quietly, Meng Yu awaited Lady Guan bringing up this matter. After taking a couple of bites, Lady Guan put down her bowl. Looking at Meng Yu, deep regret surfaced in her eyes. When Jiang Yao fell for Meng Fushan, I clearly knew his character was deplorable, yet I remained silent out of concerns for my reputation. I feel guilty toward Jiang Yao. If I had spoken, Meng Fushan wouldn't have ascended to the position of chief minister, nor would he have pursued Jiaxing. Cause and effect, all is retribution. You've helped Jiaxing so much, my heart holds only gratitude and remorse. If you need the identity of Jiaxing, you may continue to use it. I sent someone to visit Brother Guan. If Brother Guan's health can adapt to carriage travel, we'll bring him here to the capital. Won't he be targeted? Though Lady Guan longed to see her son, she understood the perilous situation where the enemy remains unseen. Yes. I've arranged several routes, detouring through various states. They won't detect the real purpose. So be it. Meng Yu instinctively felt that Fake A, who, ostensibly raised as a killer by Meng Fushan, might actually have another master. At the theater, Fake A, whose actions were full of holes, trying to lure Meng Yu into an ambush, but according to Meng Fushan's confession, no other people were arranged there that day. Unfortunately, Fake A, who remained tight-lipped despite severe torture. His adoptive parents repeatedly claimed ignorance, insisting they simply adopted him, and since they didn't strictly supervise him, they couldn't help with whom he befriended. Meng Yu suggested using the adoptive parents to uncover the truth. First, he decided to disguise the real Hu as the fake one to extract information. However, after following Meng Yu for so long, Hu learned absolutely nothing about acting, instead becoming increasingly straightforward. After teaching him for a few days, Meng Yu felt his hair turning white from frustration. Seeing Meng Yu fuming, Chu Huaying found it immensely amusing. Minister, if you were as dim-witted as Hu, it would be entertaining. Meng Yu, do you even sense the danger of your empire being coveted? Not only did His Majesty lack concern, he insisted on holding Meng Yu's hand while strolling around. With the weather cooling, Meng Yu hid his hands inside his sleeves. Chu Huaying forcibly pulled them out, cradling both hands. Let me warm them for you. Meng Yu thought, next time, he would wear something thicker and sew up the cuffs. Regarding the obstruction of grain supplies from Shu region, multiple investigations yielded no results. The road was open, but the stolen provisions could not be located. Grain, weapons, military salary, money, and the army originally under the Lu family's control, all linked together like an invisible net hovering above Great Way. Though broken significantly, the person weaving the web had still not come to light. Chu Huaying dispatched Ji Hanlin to thoroughly investigate in Shu. Having been away for over a month, his wife back home became quite unruly without supervision. Before leaving, Ji Hanlin subtly hinted to the emperor, if Shen Baiqin causes trouble during his absence, perhaps some leniency could be extended. New paragraph starts here. When Chu Huaying readily agreed, he never imagined there would come a day when he would have to face the situation of Meng Yu and Shen Baiqin fighting. Actually, it wasn't really a fight, more like two fluffed-up kittens on opposite sides of a river making empty threats. The envoys from Feng State marched grandly into the city, and the streets were packed with onlookers. Meng Yu, holding his newly minted stipend as the chief magistrate, decided to be generous for once and booked a private room at a tea house. Feng State was located to the west of Great Way, near Shu, and Meng Yu felt this mission was not well intentioned. Particularly when he saw a large number of gorgeous dancing girls in the envoy's entourage, his jaw clenched as he crushed some nuts noisily. Not angry, it's none of my business. A server came in to ask if he would share a table with someone else. The tea house was full, and another young master also wanted a seat by the window. Meng Yu nodded absent-mindedly, all the while thinking, 18 dancers, Chu Huaying certainly reaps many pleasures. The person who entered greeted him, then they both leaned on the windowsill together. Meng Yu glanced at him, but couldn't look away after just one glance. Wasn't this the pregnant white-robed gentleman that had been caught by the house servants and that Chu Huaying interfered with? Meng Yu's gaze unconsciously dropped, and he noticed that the belly was bigger than the last time he saw him. Ji Hanlin probably treated him well, as his chin looked rounder. Unlike Meng Yu, whose face was small and angular, thin like someone without food. If it weren't for dining frequently with Chu Huaying recently, his belly wouldn't have been rounded either. He almost didn't seem pregnant. Will my stomach get this big too? It grew so much in just 2 months. Will Chu Huaying lock me up when he finds out? Surprise flickered in his eyes, and before he could hide it, Shen Baiqin noticed. Shen Baiqin hated when others looked at his belly. Even though marrying the Ji family meant a great deal of benefit for them, people outside always said he was bought like a golden aureole. Do you understand mutual love? Do you understand childhood sweethearts? Shen Baiqin slammed his hand on the table, glaring. What are you looking at? The server came in with tea, startled, spilling the water that almost fell onto the table. Meng Yu reacted quickly and grabbed the handle of the teapot, sucking in his breath from the scalding heat. Meng Yu humbly inquired, Mr. Shen, what do you usually eat? Shen Baiqin avoided this question, having been forced to supplement his diet, and casually blurted out, ducks. Live ones. Meng Yu sucked in a cold breath. Live ones? Seemingly sensing something, Shen Baiqin glanced at Meng Yu's abdomen and abruptly widened his eyes. This person is the same as me. You have, Meng Yu lunged forward and quickly covered his mouth. Dead, there were bodyguards around. If they heard, what would become of him? I don't. Meng Yu whispered, threateningly. Shen Baiqin nodded and, after being released, his eyes lit up, let's fight. If you win, I won't say anything. Since becoming pregnant, no one dared to fight with him. He could even tear off the roof of their home, and Ji would still smile and suggest switching rooms. Shen Baiqin rubbed his fingers together. He just figured out, Meng Yu was also trained in martial arts. Pregnant versus pregnant, can that be called a fight? No, it's exercise. Meng Yu was astonished by his logic. How could he fight with someone 5 months pregnant? He could cross rivers, climb mountains, investigate cases, and kill assassins. Why did he need to fight others to exercise? With each suggestion, Shen Baiqin got angrier and clenched his fists, insisting they must fight today. Lifting the long bench, he pounded it on the table, urging, why aren't you taking my challenge? Before Meng Yu could answer, the bodyguards noticed the situation and stepped out fiercely to protect Meng Yu. What? How can we attack a pregnant man? The retainers from the Ji household guarding outside the door rushed in upon seeing their master disadvantaged, turning the atmosphere tense. Shen Baiqin was excited, whereas Meng Yu couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Chu Huaying happened to come looking for Meng Yu. Upon hearing the report from the bodyguards, he hurried over and found this scene rather vexing. What happened? Chu Huaying stood beside Meng Yu and asked quietly. Mr. Shen wants to duel with me. I believe it's not appropriate. Chu Huaying glanced at Shen Baiqing and agreed, indeed inappropriate. Ji Yang, take Mr. Shen back. Ji Yang stiffened, why did these situations always fall to him? Wait. Meng Yu's heart leapt into his throat, fearing Shen Baiqing would blurt out something shocking. Fortunately, Shen Baiqing understood the difficult position they were in. He perceived Meng Yu's wish to keep things hidden and didn't say anything. Instead, he invited, if you're free, sir, perhaps you can visit the Ji residence for some tea. Sure. After Shen Baiqing left, Chu Huaying coughed softly, my dear minister, when you have time, you should spend more of it with me. New paragraph starts here. The evening banquet to entertain the envoys from Feng State was about to start, and Chu Huaying had come out looking for Meng Yu. Would you like to sit at the Prime Minister's place tonight? Meng Yu was startled. What did he mean? Chu Huaying said, I promised you, remember? A distinguished general or an outstanding Prime Minister. The position of left Prime Minister is currently vacant. Which identity would you prefer to assume in your new role? Won't this rapid promotion draw criticism? Dazed by the huge opportunity dropped into his lap, Meng Yu soon recalled that things were different now. He aimed for an external post as his goal. Meng Yu hesitated and said he needed to think about it. Chu Huaying gently squeezed his fingers, whatever you choose, don't take too long. You should let your uncle know. The banquet commenced. A cascade of fireworks popped, signaling the start where dancers presented their craft, closing with a similar flourish. Meng Yu grumbled inwardly, Feng State must have had plans to steal Chu Huaying's harem. A refreshing floral fragrance wafted through the air as numerous dancing girls encircled a graceful white-clad woman, her waist delicate, her dance enchanting. Ribbons flew gracefully from her fingertips, scattering petals all over the ground. Her lithe movements were mesmerizing, akin to a fairy on lotus petals, her artistry impeccable. All eyes at the feast were captured. Meng Yu subconsciously measured his own waist. It was a bit thick. He frowned, prompting Chu Huaying to immediately send Xiaojiu to inquire if he was unwell. Meng Yu hastily released his grip, smoothing his clothes to conceal his slightly protruding belly. I'm fine. In the moment when Meng Yu checked his waist, Chu Huaying also saw his normally concealed one, it seemed off. Looking at the dancer, then Meng Yu, Chu Huaying decided to summon him for a closer look, but an envoy suddenly approached to toast, interrupting his train of thought. This envoy wasn't very tall, reputedly having one of the highest alcohol tolerances in Feng State. He had been dispatched to various places, already showing signs of beer belly and thinning hair at a young age. The sight of the rotund envoy brought back Chu Huaying's composure, realizing how minor any changes in Meng Yu were. Reflecting, how could he compare a man to a dancer? They couldn't even be considered in the same league. Little kitten Meng probably just ate too much, I've fattened him up. The feel of little bellies must be excellent, Chu Huaying secretly mused. Unaware that this single toast saved his almost undone six-pack, Meng Yu downed 2 large glasses of water, feeling increasingly warm under the aromatic flowers. Pregnant individuals tend to be more sensitive, and beyond his usual escapades with Chu Huaying, Meng Yu harbored many concerns. Yet tonight, he was inexplicably stirred. His ears flushed faint red, his gaze involuntarily fixed on the majestic Chu Huaying seated on the dragon throne. Watching him drink wine, his throat bobbing up and down, Meng Yu suddenly found him exceptionally attractive. Realizing this was bad timing, fortunately, the banquet was nearing its end. After the envoy toasted, subtly implying these dancers were carefully selected for the emperor's pleasure, especially Miss Shui Bai's extraordinary talent, hoping she might stay. Emperor Tianyuan might have gone along smoothly, but Chu Huaying, sensing slight arousal from the floral fragrance, detested such underhanded means. With Meng Yu watching him attentively with flushed ears, he rejected outright, such an exclusive talent of Feng State, how can I take it away? Having seen it today is sufficient. If there are no other matters, please rest at the inn tomorrow morning, we will discuss trade. Everyone bowed thrice shouting 10,000 years, then dismissed. Mixed in the group of ministers, Meng Yu left quickly. Minister Guan, stay. Meng Yu stiffened, sure Chu Huaying was doing this deliberately. Chu Huaying formally took Meng Yu to the imperial study, but upon closing the door, his deep breaths were evident. A vein popped on Meng Yu's forehead as he dodged behind a table, hiding some odd reactions. Chu Huaying moved closer, step by step forcing Meng Yu to sit on the dragon chair. Gripping his hand abruptly pressing against certain stimulated parts, Chu Huaying sincerely asked, Minister, didn't we agree you couldn't do this anymore? Don't ask if you already know. Meng Yu turned his head, overcome with shame and indignation. Unable to break free from Chu Huaying's control, he closed his eyes, leaving the latter to ravish him through layers of clothing. New paragraph starts here. Chapter 43. For a moment, Meng Meng didn't know whether he should protect his trousers that were about to be taken away or cover his stomach. He huddled in the corner of the wide dragon throne like a kitten, looking small and fragile, while the man in front of him was tall and imposing, blocking out the light from the lanterns and casting a large shadow. Chu Huaying took things a step further, picking up Meng Meng and letting him sit sideways on his lap. Meng Meng's eyelashes blinked rapidly. After a fierce internal struggle, he drew a small circle with his finger and commanded fiercely, "You are only allowed to touch here. If you go up and touch my stomach, I'll cut off your hand." If it weren't for Chu Huayin, he would have had to do it himself tonight anyway. So he might as well take advantage of this opportunity. Chu Huayin chuckled softly. The circle Meng Meng had drawn was smaller than the size of his palm, far from being generous. But no matter, one day he would be able to touch every place he wanted to. For now, it was best not to provoke the little kitten any further. Leaning against Chu Huayin's scorching chest, though the night was cool as water, Meng Meng was already sweating profusely. There was a glimmer of moisture in his temples, and his eyes were flushed red, like a peach tree dampened by heavy dew. "Your Excellency means to say that from now on this part belongs to the Emperor's jurisdiction?" Chu Huayin kept teasing, trying to make Meng Meng talk instead of biting his lips. "No, As soon as Meng Meng opened his mouth, he realized Chu Huayin's insidious intentions. Fuming, he clenched his mouth shut tightly and refused to speak further no matter how much Chu Huayin teased him. This is the imperial study after all. What corrupt emperors and concubines do. Chu Huayin gave it his best within the limited area. Meng Meng somewhat regretted making the area too large. He jumped down as if his butt was burned, hurriedly pulling his pants back up, and wiping the dragon-shaped armrest with Chu Huayin's imperial robe. Just at the position of the corner of the mouth. It was very dangerous, prone to many terrible associations. Chu Huayin glanced at the dirt on his imperial robe and sincerely pleaded, "Since I've been so obedient, shouldn't your excellency give some kind of reward?" He has been longing for this for quite a long time, yet couldn't even touch the little belly. Meng Meng hastily scanned over Chu Huayin there, feeling that an appropriate reward should be given to express appreciation for the emperor's compliance with the rules. Thus, he reached out and casually kneaded a few times, without providing any relief, rather igniting a raging fire before pulling away. "That's enough." Meng Meng nodded and immediately slipped out before Chu Huayin could react, shouting, "Xiao Jiu." Meng Meng pretended to pass on an imperial edict using Chu Huayin's voice. Xiao Jiu swiftly responded by opening the door, "What does your majesty wish?" Chu Huayin's face turned ashen green, "Did I call you?" Meng Meng draped his arm around Xiao Jiu's shoulders, "No, your majesty did not call you, let's go out." Xiao Jiu was thoroughly confused, did he get called or not? The redwood door of the imperial study creaked shut, leaving only Chu Huayin alone. Chu Huayin massaged his forehead and resignedly inserted a hand downward. He never imagined such a situation. Was it possible that as the son of heaven, he would have to set secret signals with eunuchs around him to prevent Meng Meng from impersonating him to call people in whenever he liked? One learns from experience, next time if he didn't plug Meng Meng's mouth, he would willingly abdicate the throne. A crescent moon hung high in the sky, casting a silvery glow over the long and gentle palace path. Meng Meng looked back at the brightly lit imperial study, a smirk playing on his lips. What an adventurous night. Perhaps tinged with the faint light of spring, like a pair of swallows dipping their wings in flight, carrying a warm and humid charm. On rest day, Chu Huayin probably lost consciousness due to anger and didn't come to bother Meng Meng. Shen Baqing sent an invitation to Guan's house, and Meng Meng thought he was quite interesting, so he went to Ji's house for the appointment with a Fu. All along the way, a Fu kept looking at Meng Meng, scrutinizing him from head to toe, like a tailor measuring cloth. Meng Meng suddenly turned, causing a Fu to hastily stop, afraid that his big belly would collide with Meng Meng's small one. Meng Meng stared at him. A Fu dropped his eyes, extremely uneasy. "A Fu, where did you go this morning? Why didn't I see you during mealtime?" I. Meng Meng squinted his eyes, "Did the emperor summon you?" Last night when he got up to use the bathroom, he saw a Fu whispering with a dark guard, and guessed Chu Huayin wanted to meet a Fu. Because dark guards usually can only stay outside, whereas a Fu can enter freely, Chu Huayin intended to bribe a Fu to keep track of what Meng Meng was doing. A Fu's face reddened, almost frightened to death under the emperor's authoritative pressure. Meng Meng spoke grandiosely, "A Fu, revolutionary fighters must not be tempted by money. If he gives you money, I'll double the amount. 1,000 taels." A Fu had never seen so much money, and it was already difficult enough to hold his tongue about Minister Meng's pregnancy in front of his majesty. Cough cough. Impoverished Meng Meng took back his words. Seeing a business opportunity, he lit up with the sparkle of greed in his eyes. "This official permits you to sell some unimportant information to the emperor, but..." Meng Meng adjusted his sleeves and extended 4 fingers. "4 for you, 6 for me." A Fu was shocked. "The 4 is for you." Meng Meng patted his shoulder, "You're selling this official out, shouldn't I take the bigger share?" Meng Meng lowered his voice, "This official can also teach you what kind of news will earn you more money from the emperor." A Fu, seeing how composed Meng Meng was, suddenly felt as if Lord Meng were invincible on earth and sky. The little swindler and the little spy formed a friendly cooperation. Shen Baqing was delighted to see Meng Meng. In his mind, he considered Meng Meng as a poorly nourished little unfortunate person because the pregnancy must not be revealed. What use was it to hold such a high office if one couldn't even have a decent meal? He led Meng Meng into the room, closed the door, and excitedly brought out a basin of pure pigeon soup without any herbs. It really was a basin. "You quickly help me drink it." Shen Baqing pinched his nose and backed away 3 steps. After drinking every day, Shen Baqing wanted to vomit at the mere smell. With Mr. G absent, theoretically no one could force him. However, the G's cunning steward would immediately write a letter to G Hanlon whenever Shen Baqing ate less. Writing lengthy letters to report grievances, from the young master Shen's disdainful expression towards food to deliberately dropping a 1-inch long carrot on the ground, everything was described in detail. The steward might have been writing novels in the past. At first, Shen Baqing let himself go, being picky eater. G Hanlon sent 3 family letters, appealing emotionally and reasoning rationally, hinting that if he didn't eat properly, he might lose focus when investigating cases. In the dangerous Sichuan region, Shen Baqing became compliant right away. Meng Meng frowned, isn't this inappropriate? It felt strange, like snatching food from a pregnant man. Shen Baqing intimidated him, when I was at your stage, my belly was already this big. He gestured with rounded arms, indicating if you don't replenish soon, you'll definitely give birth to a skinny monkey. And with tears in his eyes, he pleaded, I really don't want to drink it anymore. The steward writes letters every day. Just help me out for a day. We can both benefit mutually. Meng Meng was actually fine, although he hadn't specifically supplemented nutrients, he accidentally consumed quite a lot of snow mushrooms. However, after hearing that snow mushrooms were almost depleted, the guilt for driving a species to extinction overshadowed his thoughts. Meng Meng imagined future historical records noting, a certain species has been extinct for thousands of years, driven by consumption by a certain minister, foreseeing that his spine would ache with shame. Therefore, whatever Chu Huayin said next, he refused to eat it anymore. Seeing Shen Baqing feigning a pitiful look, Meng Meng wavered slightly, half each? Yes. It's settled. Shen Baqing took out a large bowl and a small one, clearly demonstrating unfair distribution. After chatting some more, Meng Meng analyzed the situation in Sichuan with him and consoled him not to worry. Judging by the emperor's intentions, there was significant progress in the case, and Mr. G should return soon. I'm not overly worried either, Shen Baqing shrugged, sitting for a moment before taking the empty basin to find the steward. This young master has finished drinking, I shall write today's letter myself. Listening to his joyful voice, Meng Meng chuckled softly. Understanding the daily troubles of the G residents, Meng Meng thought he had misjudged Chu Huayin before. Meng Meng originally came to chat with someone similar to relieve his tension, and when leaving, Shen Baqing lingered at the doorframe, reluctant to part. Friend, are you really not having lunch? There's still a whole basin of pig liver and spinach soup left. As Meng Meng walked out, smacking his lips, finding the pigeon soup delicious, he remarked to a Fu, this official finds the meals in Mr. G's residence excellent, all foods this official loves. Please convey this to the aforementioned spy regarding Chu Huayin. After strolling around for a bit, Meng Meng returned to the Guan residence, which was unusually lively despite typically being cold and quiet. In the main hall, a circle of heavily made-up matchmakers sat, their cheap powder scents wafting through, causing Meng Meng to sneeze 3 times even before entering. A stack of portraits lay on the table, portraying women of all shapes and sizes, comparable to Chu Huayin's 18 dancers. The emperor hinted that Guan Jiashen could ascend to the position of prime minister, stirring the hearts of many distinguished families in the capital. Who wouldn't be moved? After the banquet seating chart came out last night, the threshold of the Guan residence was nearly worn down by matchmakers today. Suddenly, no one minded Guan Jiashen's inability to bear children, as long as he was still young. Sitting in the premier position for several decades would bring far more benefits to their relatives-in-law than their daughter's happiness. Besides, Guan Jiashen was handsome, sentimental, and not fickle-hearted. Who could say marrying him would definitely result in a loss? Mrs. Guan did not intend to involve Meng Meng in the marriage matter, but they were looking for Guan Jiashen. A few young ladies had excellent conditions, making it difficult to reject them outright. If Guan Jiashen ever woke up, another marriage proposal would still need to be discussed. Meng Meng shared this concern. Being a guest under someone else's roof, he couldn't simply drive all the matchmakers away. He could only let Mrs. Guan continue her evasive maneuvers. The old duke might not have much else, but there were many concubines and consequently, many granddaughters. The boldest of the matchmakers was actually proposing a marriage for the duke's family. She openly or subtly belittled Guan Jiashen, hinting that a girl marrying into the duke's family would be a blessing as the duke's family was destined to soar high. What good was an official rank when compared to connecting with royalty? Such a union could provide lasting protection for future generations. An inadvertent slip from the matchmaker brought up the topic of descendants, and Mrs. Guan's face darkened instantly. Meanwhile, in the palace, Chu Huayin had just finished a morning of discussions with the envoys of the tributary states when he heard news that 17 or 18 matchmakers had come to the Guan residence, and that Meng Meng showed no intention of rejecting them. Chapter 44. Meng Chuan couldn't help but interrupt her. Pardon this official for speaking frankly, your majesty currently has no intention of taking the young lady from your household as a concubine. The matchmaker suddenly had her lies directly exposed and her face turned pale. You dare to misinterpret his majesty's will. When did the emperor ever say that? Meng Chuan calmly drank tea. He said that even if the official falsely conveyed imperial edicts, their lord would acknowledge them. A minister speaks the truth. Chu Huayin suddenly appeared, and his first sentence affirmed Meng Chuan's words. He gave a cold smile while glancing at the shivering matchmaker. Why don't you pass a message to the old duke on my behalf? Chu Huayin sat in the main seat, and his icy gaze swept over the group of matchmakers. Surely all the matchmakers in the capital city had come. He gritted his teeth inwardly. I will personally oversee Master Guan's marriage matters. Everyone, please go back. He saw Meng Chuan staring at those portraits and shouted angrily, take them all away. Lady Guan was slightly confused. Could it be that the emperor had designs on Meng Chuan and wanted him to be a son-in-law? Emperor Chu Huayin had several half-sisters by the same father. None were particularly outstanding, but they weren't neglected either. As Meng Chuan followed Chu Huayin out, both stayed silent along the way until they arrived in front of an extremely grand residence, whereupon Chu Huayin opened the door. Come in. This was the residence Chu Huayin had granted after Meng Chuan disappeared, to house his deceased body. Meng Chuan had never been here before. The courtyard featured pavilions by the water and an elegant environment. Meng Chuan looked around, thinking that this was genuine real estate, registered under his name. Unfortunately, he couldn't live here. You staying at Guan's estate is inconvenient. Why not move out? Chu Huayin suggested, disliking having to come up with excuses every time he officially visited Meng Chuan to get past Lady Guan. Troublesome. Opening another mansion would be better. Ideally, one within the palace would suit perfectly, or perhaps he could specially reserve space for Meng Chuan. Alternatively, an existing place would do. Though aware of Chu Huayin's motives, Meng Chuan knew that living alone would mean facing harassment from Chu Huayin daily. Not to mention, the emperor of a nation should stay safely in the palace. Seeing Meng Chuan's disagreement, Chu Huayin didn't press further, instead leading him into the main hall. The main hall was spacious and bright, with furniture neatly arranged. Meng Chuan immediately noticed the new embroidered mandarin ducks and phoenixes quilt in the bedroom, giving rise to an unsettling feeling about why the emperor had come. Guan Jiaxiong is beyond my control, but if you, Meng Chuan, dare propose marriage, I will dare to abduct you. Chu Huayin tapped the bedpost, word by word threatening. Your Majesty, rest assured. This subject will never remarry in this lifetime, Meng Chuan answered quickly. Even though he had received the promise, something still felt off. Chu Huayin nearly laughed himself to tears seeing how Meng Chuan still thought like Guan Jiaxiong during their private moments. It seemed nothing would convince him without seeing the situation firsthand. Why can't we switch identities between just the two of us? Meng Chuan looked up at the sky, then down at the ground. Alone together with just a transparent barrier between them, it was safer this way. Alright then, Chu Huayin agreed more readily. Meng Chuan had an ominous feeling growing in his chest. Sure enough, Chu Huayin next declared, didn't Minister Meng say you suffered from impotence? Recently, I learned some techniques from the royal physician which are quite effective against such conditions. Meng Chuan hugged a pair of mandarin duck pillows tightly to shield below his abdomen. Chu Huayin mercilessly snatched away the pillow. The royal physician mentioned these techniques address symptoms but not roots, so it must be used daily without interruption. Nonsense. Meng Chuan's anger surged. Who knew such frivolous things from a royal physician? How could I lie? Weren't you already experiencing it last night? Chu Huayin reminded. At the mention of last night, the shamelessly thick-skinned Meng Chuan inexplicably flushed red, unable to forget how he ended up being touched right there on the dragon throne. Dazed for a moment, Chu Huayin took advantage of the situation, and Meng Chuan heard his muffled laughter. Apparently, it works effectively. Closing his eyes, Meng Chuan wondered how it could be possible that just one touch made him react. Wasn't this knowledge gained from pornographic images rather than the royal physician? Reflecting on this point, Meng Chuan let his thoughts wander further. Had the emperor's practical skills improved accordingly? Curious investigative light sparkled in Meng Chuan's eyes. Chu Huayin was momentarily puzzled by his glance and followed his gaze downwards, causing his pupils to contract sharply. Do you want to give it a try? Meng Chuan rolled over on the wedding bed, retreating messily to one side with tangled hair, shaking his head repeatedly. No. I'm just looking casually. Casual look? Chu Huayin gripped Meng Chuan's hand. You owe me once. I won't be too calculating. Let's make it 3 times. Triple repayment overnight, royal high-interest loan, impossible to deal with. Meng Chuan retaliated forcefully, and Chu Huayin emitted a soft grunt, 4 times. By the end, Meng Chuan collapsed onto the bed, fingers trembling. This official wouldn't be able to hold the pen tomorrow. In charge of both igniting and extinguishing, after 4 fluctuations, one look from the former party had more impact than hand-copying the historical records for the latter. The room was filled with an indescribable smell. I'm hungry, Meng Chuan said. Without eating lunch, he had been dragged by Chu Huayin to do that deed. If it weren't for the pigeon soup he drank at Shen Baiqing's house, Meng Chuan would have given Chu Huayin a taste of spiritual domestic violence, or rather, unilateral beatings. Leaning against a cushion, Meng Chuan enjoyed royal-level feeding service. The dishes were thoughtful, all items seen today in Ji's mansion. Afyu was a qualified spy. What did your majesty discuss with Fenghua this morning? Asked Meng Chuan while chewing on pig liver, his words unclear. They wish to trade with our Dewey and jointly excavate a canal. Half of the work inside Fenghua had already been completed. As long as Chu Huayin agreed, they could dig a segment in Shu to connect with Fenghua, which would then directly link into the heart of Dewey. Do you agree? Although hydraulic projects benefit future generations, this waterway obviously favored Fenghua more. It not only consumed resources but also left unresolved a plot of rebellion within the country. Meng Chuan thought it better to wait until the situation stabilized further before discussing this matter. Last year, Shu suffered severe disasters. Constructing a canal to improve waterways might avoid flooding issues, but conscription will be inevitable from Shu. My opinion is rest and recuperation. Chu Huayin seemed more reasonable when dealing with official matters, and Meng Chuan yawned, feeling like a nap. The land of abundance does indeed need attention on its water systems, but it doesn't necessarily need to be connected to Fenghua. With their food shortages, they undoubtedly want to transport grain from Shu. I think we should wait for Ji Hanlin's return before discussing this. Meng Chuan speculated conspiratorially, perhaps the stolen grain has something to do with Fenghua. Connecting with Shu, they would mutually benefit from a disaster. Directly raiding our relief supplies from Dawei wasn't entirely out of the question. Seeing Meng Chuan ready to lie down after finishing his meal, Chu Huayin lifted him up. Sit a little longer. Meng Chuan yawned repeatedly, his eyes glistening with moisture, deliberately moving closer to Chu Huayin. See? Tired. Chu Huayin softened upon seeing Meng Chuan's series of actions. He patted Meng Chuan's head in compromise. Then lie down, I'll rub your stomach. Meng Chuan instantly became alert, claiming that walking 100 steps after meals helps one live to 99, suggesting they stroll together for longevity and aid digestion. Decisively acting on his own suggestion, Meng Chuan jumped up, opening the window for ventilation. The indoor smell was complex and peculiar, the air outside is better. Not long after, Meng Chuan, leaning heavily on Chu Huayin's arm, blindly shuffled forward, his head nodding sleepily. His feet stepped on a pebble, momentarily awakening before struggling against drowsiness. Your loyal minister shows great respect for your majesty wanting us to live 100 years, now let me sleep, Chu Huayin said, deciding to carry Meng Chuan back to bed. Meng Chuan had many demands, I want to be carried. Chu Huayin helplessly squatted down. Carefully lying across his back, Meng Chuan cunningly placed one hand between his belly and the emperor's back. Embrace me. It's cold, anyway your majesty won't let me fall. Meng Chuan closed his eyes, making wild assumptions. Chu Huayin pinched his bottom, is that so? Meng Chuan couldn't free his hands to defend himself, so he could only angrily nuzzle the emperor's back, turning both heads into messy nests. Tomorrow was Jiang Yao's anniversary, and Meng Chuan prepared incense, candles, paper money, and offerings in advance. Guan's mother called him over during dinner and handed him a stack of handwritten scriptures, hoping Meng Chuan could burn them as an offering for Jiang Yao. Sitting before the chair, Meng Chuan sighed, realizing that revealing the truth meant his difficulty in leaving the capital. Unless Chu Huayin and Jiang Yi rejected him as an external soul, outright refusing to recognize him. That was also possible. This way, no one would discover his pregnancy. Tomorrow, it would become clear how much of Chu Huayin's kindness towards him was due to Meng Chuan's identity. Meng Chuan felt slightly despondent, as if carrying a boulder on his heart. He put on his shoes and got out of bed. Shoes that usually caused slight discomfort now seemed to oppose him, his calves ached and his feet felt sour every time he took a step. Guan Jiaxing was taller, and walking in elevated shoes exhausted him, especially as his body weight increased, making it harder to move. Meng Chuan simply kicked off his boots and burrowed under the covers, hiding his head as if dead. Meng Chuan rose early the next day, planning to worship Jiang Yao before his uncle arrived. In case his uncle considered him a fake, there might be no other chance. Jiang Yao was reburied in the Jiang family cemetery, reunited with her parents. Her tombstone wasn't extravagantly decorated but radiated a comforting presence. He felt both gratitude and unease towards Jiang Yao. The unease stemmed from her parting words, not as good as a high door, as recently he found himself teetering on the edge of transgression. After reflecting 3 times a day, he distressingly realized he harbored no intention to repent. His gratitude stemmed from the skills necessary for self-preservation, all gradually cultivated through tears and whips under Jiang Yao's watchful eye. The former Meng Chuan was not fond of martial arts practice, instead, he loved composing poetry, just like 80% of what Meng Pu would do. Jiang Yao seemed to believe that without cultivating martial skills, one would surely be bullied in the future, so she forced her son to learn martial arts. Occasionally, her son would defy her, stiffening his neck and saying he didn't like it. Jiang Yao would then take up a whip as if to strike him, yet she would shed more tears than swing the whip, her face pale and frail while still standing upright, appearing as though a strong wind could blow her away. The original Meng Chuan respected and adored Jiang Yao. Seeing his mother this way, he would obediently grit his teeth and assume a horse stance. However, studying martial arts did not change the original self's personality. No matter how many times Meng Huaihan bullied him, he never defended himself as Jiang Yao had hoped. Or maybe, in the life and death struggle within the Meng household, this was indeed the way to survive. Meng Chuan grew increasingly convinced that he must tell Jiang Yi everything, not out of complaint but because he couldn't allow the existence of the original body to be extinguished. What is Manager Guan here for? Jiang Yi arrived earlier than expected. He looked at the offerings by the tombstone, frowned slightly, and suddenly had a guess. From further down a pine-lined path, Chu Huayin galloped on his 1,000-mile steed, planning to originally hold discussions with the 6 ministries this morning. However, after a sleepless night, he ultimately decided to cancel the meeting and first go to Manager Guan's residence to pick up Meng Chuan. Who knew that Meng Chuan would rise so early? Meng Chuan had joked with him before about secretly eavesdropping and heard his uncle say that if the nephew were too unruly, a few beatings would make him behave. Chu Huayin clearly knew how protective Jiang Yi was, yet the words still caused him heart palpitations. What if he really hit Meng Chuan? After all, Chu Huayin understood fully well how skilled Meng Chuan was at aggravating others. If Chu Huayin wouldn't dare lay a hand on him, why should his uncle have the right? Chapter 45. 3 incense sticks were burning in front of Jiang Yao's grave, with a few ashes falling on the ground. According to the customs of the Great Wei dynasty, only the son could burn these first 3 incense sticks. Jiang Yi couldn't believe it, his lips trembled slightly, and tears almost welled up. Is it Meng Chou? The only child left by his sister. The Meng Chou he missed by half a month without seeing for the last time. When he thought he would carry this regret and shame for the rest of his life, heaven finally favored the Jiang family once. Jiang Yi excitedly grabbed Meng Chou's shoulder. You are Meng Chou. Right? Right, Jiang Yi's grip from his military campaigns wasn't to be underestimated. Meng Chou winced in pain. Immediately, Jiang Yi remembered Director Guan is very fragile and needs sedatives after being followed for just one day, and got scared, quickly letting go. He walked around Meng Chou 3 times. Once his excitement passed, he furrowed his brows sternly. Your body is so weak, starting tomorrow, you'll come with me to the training ground to practice horse stances. This uncle loved his nephew deeply yet was utterly impartial. Meng Chou felt guilty, fearing he might not endure it. Last time, I actually did it on purpose to scare the general, don't take it to heart. Jiang Yi thought about it and realized the doctor who had cooperated before must be the son of the wet nurse. He raised his hand and was about to strike Meng Chou with a knuckle. Meng Chou cleverly shouted, Mother, making Jiang Yi shrink back his hand remembering they were at Jiang Yao's tomb. You only call mother but not uncle. Meng Chou remained silent. Could he call? To delay recognizing the general wasn't due to my lack of feelings, but... Meng Chou paused, and Jiang Yi instinctively sensed an upcoming story he didn't want to hear. Meng Chou stood there, a little sore in the waist and legs. Leaning on a small stone slab under the green pine, he sat down. General, you don't mind me sitting, do you? He tried to recount everything he knew without adding any subjective emotions, mentioning Jiang Yao's last words, the attitude of coldness shown by the servants when he first arrived at the Meng household. I actually know very little. It's the wet nurse who has always been with me. If the general wants to know more, you can ask her. Jiang Yi punched the rough, cracked trunk of the pine tree. All this far exceeded his understanding range. Whose nephew was he supposed to consider? He could only blame Meng Fushan and Meng Baihan, such scoundrels deserved dismemberment. The vibration caused some dry pine needles to fall. Meng Chou looked up, sensing a slight sense of crisis. The general was indeed quite volatile. Jiang Yi gazed at the obedient Meng Chou sitting on the small stone slab, recalling that the drowning nephew struggling in the lake. He couldn't clearly tell which one made him feel more pain. He stared at the inscribed characters on Jiang Yao's tombstone, hoping deeply that his sister could wake up and give him an answer. Why did you say it? If you hadn't said it. If no one had discovered that Meng Chou had changed, regardless of his future achievements, the general's house would have been his strongest backing. Meng Chou, even if you were in the general's place, wouldn't you disdain obtaining something by assuming someone else's identity? In his previous life, he was an orphan who relied on himself to gain what he wanted, and now reincarnating, there was no reason to live going backward. And what about having your own father and mother? Jiang Yi sat dejectedly on the yellow earth mound, wiping his face haphazardly. None. What kind of existence were close relatives? Meng Chou seemed to be able to feel a bit through this grave, borrowing Meng Chou's identity. That was Jiang Yao's ever-present worry and maternal love beyond the boundaries of life and death. Jiang Yi was silent for a long time, so long that Meng Chou assumed he should properly pack up his things and leave, giving space to the Jiang family. These words, except for me, must never be told to anyone else. Meng Chou was startled, thinking he could talk to the emperor. Did you hear me? His uncle's tone turned harsh, then lowered. I'll treat it as if your sister gave birth to twins. My arrival was too late, and I didn't protect them well enough. You're the remaining one, I definitely cannot break my promise again. They agreed that if Meng Fushan bullied Jiang Yao, he would certainly return to help her get revenge. That night was 18 years too late. Meng Chou was stunned. General, you don't need to force yourself. Jiang Yi with a serious face, call me uncle. Uncle. Meng Chou's voice was low, carrying cautious gratitude. The wind blew through the pine forest, rustling sounds everywhere as egrets spread their wings and flew into the blue sky. Jiang Yi responded, thinking his sister would probably agree with his actions. Quickly embracing the role of an uncle, so, when will you restore your identity? I heard matchmakers have approached the manager of your house asking for marriage. The worried uncle continued, then would marrying her count as getting your own wife? Meng Chou, His Majesty has already helped me decline it. Jiang Yi furrowed his brows, clearly displeased, so you told His Majesty the truth but not your uncle. Meng Chou winced. What could he do if the emperor himself figured it out? How did His Majesty know so much? Jiang Yi sharply questioned, is it because of you, or because of Guan Jiasheng? Cough, cough. Meng Cho nearly choked on his own saliva. In front of his uncle and mother, how could he bring himself to say they had engaged in indescribable things? Should he wear the hat of enticing the emperor with beauty? Jiang Yi seemed unwilling to hear his reply, "You're no longer a child. If your mother were here, she would be arranging your marriage. No, you're more than a generation older than me. Your own marriage should be given priority." Meng Cho immediately flattered him, "Uncle, at 30 you are steadfast, handsome, charming, and the dream lover of young women in the capital. Do you have someone in mind? I can offer to arrange a proposal for you. Lu Bo has been hoping for joyous events at the general's mansion." Jiang Yi's eyes flickered, as if remembering something very distant, then his face turned slightly red. "No." Meng Cho looked at Jiang Yi's suspicious blush. "Are you sure there isn't anyone?" Jiang Yi stubbornly retorted, "And are you saying there is someone for you?" Meng Cho gazed into the distance at the gently swaying branches. "I might indeed have someone. Uncle, I'll go take care of something." Could Meng Cho possibly hide anything from Jiang Yi's piercing gaze? Yet he said nothing, merely nodding lightly. As soon as Meng Cho entered the woods, he was embraced by Chu Huayin, who leapt down from a tree branch, like a fish just breaking the surface to blow bubbles, being immediately snatched up by a hungry fish hawk. This kiss came without warning. Locked tightly in the other's powerful arms, all 5 senses were effortlessly seized. Meng Cho realized that something was wrong with Chu Huayin. He obediently relaxed his body, letting the other take what he wanted while cautiously protecting both himself and the child. That one accidental encounter aside, this was Meng Cho's and Chu Huayin's first serious kiss. Anxiety and panic covered their awkwardness. Throughout the whole episode, Chu Huayin was urgently trying to prove Meng Cho's existence. If Meng Cho resisted now, he knew Chu Huayin would surely lose control. Fortunately, Meng Cho didn't resist, and Chu Huayin gradually calmed down, though his hands still held tightly, as if afraid the little kitten would dart back into the forest once let go. In those romance tales filled with grievances and grudges, celestial beings often help the downtrodden clear their names before casually returning to heaven, regardless of whether they had left emotional debts behind, leaving mortals searching fruitlessly. Chu Huayin feared that Meng Cho might vanish suddenly just like those divine beings, only coming to avenge the original self. Because he cared too much for Meng Cho and forgot that he was the favored son of heaven, Chu Huayin had to admit that he was just an ordinary mortal. "Meng Cho, will you suddenly disappear?" Chu Huayin's eye rims were red, filled with tumultuous anxiety. "Who are you asking about?" "Whom? From beginning to end, I've known only you." This question slightly provoked Chu Huayin. He tapped Meng Cho's forehead, asking if he had any conscience. In Chu Huayin's eyes, Meng Cho saw the answer he'd been looking for these past few days. He firmly stated, "I won't." Recently, his private interactions with Shen Buqing affirmed a point, namely, the way Ji Hanlin and Shen Buqing got along fell within an acceptable range for him. Of course, his situation with Chu Huayin was different. Meng Cho wasn't sure how far Chu Huayin could go when he learned about the pregnancy. But at least now, he had the confidence to confront their relationship directly. There was no way he would voluntarily tell Chu Huayin about his pregnancy. It had become a habit, almost like a protective coloration for Meng Cho. No matter how others urged him to shed it, he wouldn't let down his guard overnight. Only by blending into the vast world as an ordinary person would he have a way out when danger approached. At the very least, he needed to keep concealed the fact that he knew about the pregnancy before falling into the Qianyang Lake. Otherwise, Chu Huayin would surely be enraged. Meng Cho thought he was quite considerate. As for the rest, the abbot was right, it was all destined. Chu Huayin cupped Meng Cho's head in both hands. "Then tell me, after you emerged from the Qianyang Lake, why didn't you come find me?" It was a question he had always wanted to ask but never dared. Just like when Meng Cho renounced the world, Chu Huayin thought about it over and over again and concluded that Meng Cho wanted to leave him. This was a crucial question, its answer determining the future acting path for Meng Yinding. The truth couldn't be told. Meng Cho's eyes darted around as he feigned a headache, indicating that day I hit my head and lost memory of the experience, wandering aimlessly out of the city until several days later, the memories slowly returned. Afterward, I met Guan Jiashen, and when I delivered the message back to the capital for him, I found out that you had already announced to the whole world that Meng Cho was dead. Chu Huayin couldn't comprehend why. Even if it was proclaimed to the whole world, hadn't Jiang Yi also come back to life after his supposed death? Meng Cho didn't give him time to think. "Let me finish speaking. The emperor used a great deal of manpower to find me, yet I left without saying a word, feeling remorseful. Moreover, I had no way to explain why I had gone out of the city, and when I regained consciousness, I did not return immediately. At that moment, I suddenly became confused in mind, wanting to discard the identity of Meng Cho. I have never seen myself as the Meng Cho you believe I am." Linking what Meng Cho said today to Jiang Yi's statements, it was highly believable how he had crafted himself into a contradictory entity. Chu Huayin harbored no suspicions, he only cared about one matter: would there ever be a day when you abruptly decide again that you no longer want to be Meng Cho? Surely, he couldn't just keep disappearing whenever he felt upset. Chu Huayin would rather officially create another set of identity papers for Meng Cho once and for all. As the sun rose gently, soft light filtered through the treetops, casting its glow on their hair and bodies, like countless stars scattered through the woods. Meng Cho's eyes were half closed, his lips slightly upturned. Since the person I care about already knows, does the identity even matter? Chu Huayin had been given a sweet treat straight to the heart. The atmosphere was perfect, so he leaned down with deep affection and asked, "May I kiss you?" "No." Meng Qiu pushed him away and wiped his somewhat swollen lips. It was too violent, absolutely no kissing for at least 10 days. Meng Qiu gave Chu Huayin a composed pat on the shoulder. "Neither your techniques nor your skills are anything special, you should practice some more first. But don't try practicing with this official. Nor anyone else either. Anyway, learn by yourself." Chu Huayin stared blankly at Meng Qiu. "What's wrong?" "Nothing. My uncle is waiting for me. And I remember today His Majesty is to confer with the 6 ministers about state affairs, your Majesty should go back." Chu Huayin wouldn't let go of his hand. Meng Qiu said, "I'm calling my uncle." Chu Huayin felt a little guilty about taking care of his nephew and ending up in bed together. Therefore, he pinched Meng Qiu's cheeks twice, then softly kissed the corner of his mouth. "Just stay mad at me, I'll owe you. Will it quadruple after one night?" Meng Qiu confidently stated, "This subject owes nothing to anyone." In his mind, Chu Huayin thought, "You still owe me one indenture contract." Chu Huayin wasn't kind enough to remind Meng Qiu, but was simply looking forward to the end of the one-year term when Meng Xiaomao would be his. Even Jiang Yi would have no objections. The Jiang family forbids reneging on promises. When dawn was breaking and the city gates of the capital just opened, a slow-moving traveler wearing a straw hat entered, with faltering steps and a ghastly pale face. A middle-aged man followed behind, endlessly nagging. The gate guards, who had just been transferred from the neighboring county, looked at these two people sympathetically. These must certainly be folk seeking expensive medical treatment in the capital. The fellow coming behind looked thoroughly disgruntled, probably because the trip would drain their entire fortune. Chapter 46. Hey, there aren't many doctors like me in this world. If it weren't for the half-medical book, people like you who don't follow medical advice should be left to live or die on your own. The doctor's surname was Lu. He had always been thinking about the half-medical book that Meng Qiu hadn't given him. Treating the dead horse as if it were still alive according to the book, Dr. Lu actually managed to bring Guan Jiaoxing back to life. When Guan Jiaoxing woke up and heard that his wife had passed away without a cure, he fell into desolation for a while. Afterward, he proposed going to the capital. His wound had just healed, so traveling was not recommended. Dr. Lu tried earnestly and by persuasion with force to keep Guan Jiaoxing for a year until Meng Qiu came to redeem him with the other half of the book. However, the patient didn't cooperate, saying that after going to the capital, he would send someone to thank him and insisted on starting the journey. Afraid of losing all his efforts due to Guan dying en route, Lu muttered curses as he packed his belongings to head to the capital together. He constantly reassured himself, Lu Yixio, when young, was a chivalrous hero. How could I let such a great rebellion case go by without being involved? After a tough journey to the capital, when Lu Yixio thought he would be honored as a distinguished guest at the Guan residence, Guan Jiaoxing said he didn't want to return yet. Currently, the capital seems peaceful, but the rebellion case has hit a deadlock, all clues are broken. This unhelpful body of mine can do nothing, instead, it will bring trouble to Brother Meng. Meng Qiu had now become the imperial magistrate. As soon as he appeared, Meng Qiu would definitely give up his position to him. If their identities were exchanged again and some cunning person took advantage of the situation, things would become very complicated. I tell you, why think so much? I don't think that person is someone who would hold on to the position indefinitely either. Moreover, Lu Yixio lowered his voice, if you don't go back, his secret won't stay hidden forever. The crime of deceiving the emperor must have made him extremely anxious by now. Guan Jiaoxing thought it over and realized that what the doctor said did make sense. Meng Qiu had originally fled from the capital, likely because the father of the child held an important official position. Now, due to him re-entering the lion's den, the next steps should depend on Meng Qiu's opinion. Dr. Lu, there is something I ask of you. Lu Yixio frowned, sensing the matter wasn't simple. His two mustache tips curled high as he became irritated and said, spit it out already. Set off 2 bunches of fireworks exactly 1 moment apart right west of the inn where foreign emissaries are staying. Are you attempting to collude with the enemy? Not at all. When I was investigating a case in Suzhou, I interrogated the commoners living around the gardens. They all mentioned seeing fireworks that night. The last one was very close to my residence, and I specifically observed the time. Later, when I investigated shops selling fireworks, I found that several merchants from Feng country had bought them. If they were just ordinary merchants not dealing in fireworks, during business trips, there would be no need for them to buy any. It was just a guess, hastily discussed in a dilapidated temple, and Guan Jiaoxing hadn't mentioned it to Meng Qiu at the time. When he learned that emissaries from Feng country had arrived in the capital, Guan Jiaoxing immediately returned. Whether the emissary group had ulterior motives would be evident after a test. You go find a bustling place tonight, set off the fireworks, and then watch whether anyone enters or exits the inn. Brother Meng knows you, after finishing this task, just wait for him on his way home from court. Lu Yixio, considering he might be able to get the book from Meng Qiu, reluctantly agreed. After 8 days of devilish training, Little Tiger finally picked up a few tricks from Meng Qiu. Meng Qiu applied a pitiful-looking makeup on him and locked the 3 of them together. Covered in blood, little tiger collapsed on the ground, murmuring softly, "Leaves fall and return to their roots, but I don't have that kind of fate." Upon hearing this, his adoptive parents shed tears. At their age, who wouldn't wish to return to their hometown to enjoy the rest of their years? Yes, at this time, Fengcheng. The adoptive mother spoke softly, sighing, but little tiger, closest to her, heard clearly. Fengcheng, the capital of Feng country. Little tiger followed what Meng Qiu had taught him, repeating whatever he didn't know how to respond to, gritting his teeth, and squeezing out a drop of tear. Fengcheng, Fengcheng. The adoptive mother continued to ramble, saying things entirely incomprehensible. At this point, faint firework sounds began coming from the dungeon. His adoptive father seemed to suddenly realize something, counting beats while waiting. About a moment later, the same sound was heard again. "I also want to go home," the adoptive father suddenly said. The cell fell silent. Little tiger racked his brains trying to figure out how to coax more information, when suddenly the examiner came over and dragged him out like a dead pig. Meng Qiu waited outside for him. "How'd it go?" "All we know is that their ancestral home is probably in Fengcheng." Little tiger wiped the chicken blood off his face. The bloody smell stimulated Meng Qiu to take 2 steps back. "You've done well, go wash your face first." Meng Qiu walked back to his house. Passing by the inn, he frowned. Could it be a spy sent by Feng country? He carefully recalled if there had been a matrimonial alliance between Feng country and the previous dynasty, whether it was possible to obtain complete maps, but since he was unfamiliar with local history, he decided to go back and investigate further. Miss Shobi enjoys the customs and traditions of Great Wei, and wishes to go out for a stroll. "Brother guard, could you be so kind as to make an exception?" The inn was heavily guarded. Chu Huayin knew negotiations with Feng country were futile, he just wanted to send them across the border as soon as the time came. Without the emperor's order, no one is allowed to leave. The guard was upright and unyielding, unaffected by beauty. "The emperor only said to ensure the safety of the envoys, but I'm just a dancer, not part of their delegation, could you please make an exception?" Miss Shobi did not show anger, instead being generous and pleasant in her words. Indeed, His Majesty had not mentioned guarding even the dancers so strictly. The guard hesitated. The streets of Great Wei were wide and lively, there had even been fireworks earlier. It made sense that the young lady might want to step out. That would. Recently, the security situation in the capital has been worrying, with frequent occurrences of petty thieves. This official advises Miss Shobi to stay at the inn. If she insists on going out, she must return within an hour. "Guard, greetings, Governor Guan." Miss Shobi glanced at Meng Qiu and nodded slightly. "Thank you, Governor Guan, for your reminder." As she turned away, her eyes suddenly turned cold. It was this certain Guan Jiaxing who kept winking at Chu Huayin during her dance performance. Every time she followed his gaze, it always fell on Guan Jiaxing. How could a man simply eating and drinking all the time possibly be more attractive than her? After Miss Shobi walked far enough, Lu Yixio jumped out from behind Meng Qiu. "Sure enough, someone wants to leave." Meng Qiu waved his hand, and the undercover guard immediately followed her. He had set her a time limit, so rushing around could easily expose something. Chu Huayin's undercover guards really were effective, Meng Qiu thought again. "Where is she?" "She's at an inn," Lu Yixio whispered into his ear. "Relax, no one will recognize her." Guan Jiaxing feared being recognized and causing trouble on the road, so he grew a beard, applied a special yellow powder made by Dr. Lu, looked gaunt, and even got freckles put on him. He was completely unrecognizable. "Let's go." Meng Qiu didn't hesitate to decide they should switch back tonight. This morning in the forest, when Chu Huayin hugged him, it almost drew attention to something amiss. Luckily, Chu Huayin wasn't focused on that, and Meng Qiu managed to cover it up by saying he had dressed warmly for the early morning journey. Chu Huayin insisted on draping him in a gaudy outer robe embroidered with dragon patterns, threatening him not to take it off, or else. Needless to say, when Meng Qiu entered the city wearing such a conspicuous garment, he garnered many curious glances from passers-by. He felt that a new storybook for tea houses was sure to come out any minute. In a short while, Meng Qiu felt like he had nearly ruined Guan Jiaxing's reputation. Once exposed, he didn't know what further outrageous actions Chu Huayin might take, so it was better to return the identity to Guan Jiaxing sooner rather than later. It was also for Chu Huayin's own good. Otherwise, once the ministers realized something, they would surely submit a joint petition requesting the emperor choose a concubine, which would then enrage His Majesty. And then, which side should he stand on? Guan Jiaxing hadn't expected Meng Qiu to be in such a hurry, but seeing Meng Qiu's belly starting to show, he stopped insisting. The two exchanged clothes quietly in the inn. Guan Jiaxing had a pale, sickly complexion and a slender figure. Fortunately, his frame was originally a bit bigger than Meng Qiu's. Over these few days, Meng Qiu patted his boots higher and broadened his shoulders to hide his baby bump, favoring loose clothing since he hadn't gained much weight. Apparently most of the nutrients went straight to the child. After switching back, at first glance, there seemed to be nothing amiss. "I'll submit my resignation tomorrow," Guan Jiaxing declared. He was just the prefect of Suzhou. Due to inadequate supervision, a horrific blood case occurred in his jurisdiction, and he was willing to accept demotion and reduced salary. How could he have ended up promoted due to Meng Qiu after being unconscious? To safeguard the country and its people, regardless of life and death, you deserve the position of chief magistrate, Meng Qiu reassured Guan Jiaxing multiple times. The emperor already knew about this, just directly attend court tomorrow. What about you? Me? The emperor has his own arrangements. Meng Qiu dodged the topic, not yet having decided what he wanted to do. A little unexpected confusion settled over him. As the two discussed serious matters, Lu Yixio tried several times to speak but held back each time. Meng Qiu understood what he was anxious about. He told Lu Yixio, "You follow Director Guan back. Under the third brick counting from the left under the bed lies half a medical book. This was given to me by a renowned physician, asking me to deliver it to His Majesty to benefit the common folk. Would Dr. Lu be willing to shoulder this responsibility? I request His Majesty appoint you as royal doctor. You can study it thoroughly and then share it with the world. What do you think?" No matter where he stayed, little cat Meng always hid things under the bed. Meng Qiu thought that if he could escort Guan Jiaxing all the way to the capital, though this doctor complained verbally, he was indeed brave and strategic, worthy of the title, save lives and heal the world. Royal doctor. Lu Yixio almost lost control of his legs. Could becoming a royal doctor really be that simple? Then I am the descendant of a divine physician. Lu Yixio's face lit up with joy, he was determined to greatly expand his sect. After the two left, drowsiness overtook them, and Meng Qiu could barely walk. Guan Jiaxing had booked a room in the inn for 3 days. Meng Qiu, hugging a pillow, yawned repeatedly and decided to take a nap right there. Any big matters could wait till tomorrow morning. This official used to be a tough guy who would wake up instantly and film overnight. That doesn't work anymore now. Before falling asleep, Meng Qiu felt vaguely that he had forgotten something important. He had been out of the damp dungeon since this morning, but had felt lethargic all day. The moment he snuggled into the blanket, all thought fled from his mind. Chu Huayin's undercover guards were split in half, one group followed Miss Shubi, while the other followed Meng Qiu. In the pitch-black night, it was expected that no one noticed when Meng Qiu slipped in and out. In the middle of the night, Meng Qiu tossed and turned on the bed with the pillow, cold wind rushing into the mattress as he moved, chilling the sweat off his body. The temperature difference in the capital these days had been extreme, hot at noon, cold in the mornings and evenings. For the ritual honoring Jiang Yao, Meng Qiu got up early, caught a chill along the way, spent too long in the dungeon, and with Guan Jiaxing back, the overly strained nerves relaxed suddenly, leading to physical discomfort. If it were before, he would have powered through it, but now the situation was different. He bit his teeth against the sleepiness and crawled out of bed, dressing warmly and wrapping himself in a cotton quilt to seek medical help. When leaving, a night shift young attendant stopped him, saying that he couldn't take the inn's belongings. Meng Qiu, without money, returned the quilt. The street was dark and quiet during the late night, with only a few lamps still alight. Meng Qiu stuffed his hands into his sleeves and hurried against the wind like an old man of 70 or 80. All the clinics were closed, so Meng Qiu went directly to Li Wenle's house and knocked on the door. "Brother Li, are you there?" "It's me. Master." Li Wenle woke up from the knocking, hearing Meng Qiu's voice and being shocked. "I have caught a chill." Meng Qiu's voice sounded muffled. "I don't dare to delay, sorry to disturb you, Brother Li." "What nonsense is this?" Li Wenle boiled hot water for Meng Qiu to warm his feet and hands, prescribed harmless medicine, and supervised Meng Qiu taking it. "Sleep for a while, break a sweat, and it should improve by tomorrow." "Thank you, Brother Li." Meng Qiu tucked himself into the blanket, found a pillow, and hugged it to sleep. It was a small habit since becoming pregnant, outwardly calm, but cautiously careful at night. Curling up his body, using the pillow to shield his belly, in case someone suddenly lifted his blanket and things wouldn't get worse. Li Wenle laid down on the floor nearby, ready to care for him at any time. Samely restless as Meng Qiu was Chu Huayin. He always had a bad feeling. Ghosts and spirits were not things he usually cared about, but this time, he seriously wanted to go ask the abbot of Guangyan Temple if there was any way to keep Meng Qiu here forever. Did the abbot know something because of his close relationship with Meng Qiu? He hardly slept all night until dawn, and even during grooming, Chu Huayin specifically asked the palace attendants whether Director Guan had come to court today. What kind of question is that? The palace attendants were completely confused. Director Guan was already waiting outside the Xianjing Hall. "Long live the Emperor, my lord." The civil and military officials all called, "my lord," bowing and rising in unison. "Minister Guan," Chu Huayin casually called out, with nothing specific in mind, just wanting to chat. "I'm here." Guan Jiaxing stepped forward. Chu Huayin's expression changed abruptly as he shot upright. "Look up." Something was wrong. This wasn't Meng Qiu. Director Guan Jiaxing remains behind, court adjourned. Chu Huayin almost flipped the dragon desk, his forehead veins throbbing as he watched ministers file out like fish, losing patience second by second. The thing he worried about last night happened this morning. This was the earliest conclusion to the morning court session. The Minister of War, seeing it was still early, enthusiastically invited Deputy Prime Minister Yan Xiang to dine and drink tea, discussing the marriage of his daughter at the same time. "They've eloped for so long, why aren't you worried at all?" Yan Xiang frowned deeply, having no heart to joke with the war minister. "Don't you think the emperor's mood seems off?" The morning court ended too quickly for Yan Xiang to react. It seemed that Xiao Jiu began rushing people out. Chapter 47. Seal the 4 gates immediately, allow entrance but no exit. If Meng Miao had intended to leave, sealing them now would be too late. But before the situation was clear, they decided to seal the city anyway. Chu Huayin learned a lesson from last time at Xian'an Lake. By focusing solely on the water search and not ordering the city gates closed in time, Meng Miao slipped out of the city easily. Ji Yang said, "Today the Fengguosi delegation will leave." "What about?" "Let them wait." Chu Huayin's gaze sharply turned to Guan Jiasong. "What exactly happened?" Guan Jiasong replied, "To your majesty, the incident has something to do with the Fengguosi delegation as well. Yesterday, You mean, Meng Miao is staying at an inn?" Chu Huayin confirmed word by word. "Yes, Brother Meng said he was extremely tired and didn't want to walk, so he decided to rest nearby. Ji Yang, follow me to take a look." Chu Huayin quickly instructed, "Xiao Jiu, please get a royal doctor for Master Guan to examine his injuries." When Chu Huayin arrived at the inn, he found nothing, no person, no bedsheet. Even after checking under the bedboards with hope, only to find the bedboard broke into 2 due to years of wear and tear. The morning light illuminated dust and splinters dancing slowly. Chu Huayin's right hand swung, and the wooden board hit the wall and shattered completely. The entire second floor trembled 3 times, terrifying the innkeeper and assistants kneeling below. "Is this some sort of rebel we're dealing with? The heavens must want me dead." The innkeeper's face paled like earth. Knowing how dangerous it could be when the emperor got angry, resulting in rivers of blood, he thought that this was a major disaster. Chu Huayin unleashed his anger by punching the bed beam. He feared that if he were to find Meng Miao, he might lose control and injure him. He was even more afraid of not finding him. "Where are the guests who stayed in room Tian's last night?" Ji Yang asked ahead of time to avoid frightening the assistants into fainting by Chu Huayin. The innkeeper nudged the assistant on duty at night with his elbow, urging him to speak quickly. With hundreds of royal guards showing their weapons, the assistant trembled and struggled to recall. Last night, the chief investigator of the judicial commissioner came to look for that guest. After the adult left, in the middle of the night, the guest wrapped himself in a quilt and went out, saying that it was the inn's quilt and couldn't be taken away. So, the guest eventually placed down the quilt and left alone. The assistant was almost asleep last night and barely noticed that Meng Miao wrapped himself in the quilt and left, never fully understanding the reason, nor caring much. This behavior sounded more and more like packing up and leaving, but because he accidentally took someone else's blanket, he had to simplify his belongings. It sounded kind of funny. But nobody laughed. When Chu Huayin heard this, he felt somewhat surreal. Had his little cat become so poor as to steal others' blankets? But despite all the wealth I own, I still can't keep this person by my side. His heart felt as if being toyed with by a wild kitten, leaving deep red scratches, bloody and ugly, then finally discarded aside. Chu Huayin closed his eyes briefly, thinking on one hand about whether Meng Miao without a blanket was huddling somewhere cold, trembling. On the other hand, he uncontrollably imagined that if he found Meng Miao, he would lock him somewhere, always within his sight. Taking deep breaths to suppress these wild inappropriate thoughts, he asked Ji Yang, "Has the great general found anything?" "No." "What about my gift, the Meng mansion? Or the Guan mansion?" Ji Yang lowered his head, instantly sympathizing with the emperor. It was the second time already. Knowing that they would report any news immediately, the short while since had seen his majesty ask multiple times. At this moment, the spies who trailed Shui Bai earlier reported back. They followed her into a house west of the city where she met secretly with Lu family's long fugitive aide. The aide's light kung fu was good, and his vigilance high. Upon discovering there was no signal fire set off, both realized the plan was uncovered and split ways to escape. 3 spies chased the aide and Shui Bai separately, not expecting Shui Bai to possess special skills herself. Despite chasing through the night, until morning, they only managed to capture the aide. How should the emperor punish them? This aide ran directly into trouble, and Chu Huayin immediately ordered his kung fu to be invalidated. Severe torture ensued, yet keeping him alive by a thread. Outside, the imperial army was moving frequently, whereas inside the inn, the diplomatic delegation was in panic. After Miss Shui Bai left last night, she never returned. The originally scheduled departure today was suddenly interrupted by a citywide lockdown. Could something have been discovered? Back at the wet nurse's home, Li Wenle got up early, touched Meng Miao's forehead, found no sweating or fever, his breathing stable, which reassured him somewhat. Meng Miao's medicine contained soothing elements, coupled with last night's exhausting journey, he hadn't shown signs of waking yet. There seemed to be some major event outside, noisy and chaotic. Li Wenle locked the doors and windows, deciding not to go to the medical clinic today. Li Wenle again checked Meng Miao's pulse. Although it was a bit weak, there was no stagnation, his inner distress had been relieved, as if he had let go of something heavy on his heart. The wet nurse woke up and found Meng Miao actually sleeping at home, excitedly saying she would cook for young master. She had always regretted that due to status reasons, she could not directly care for Meng Miao before now. The wet nurse used to look after the mistress during her pregnancies, leaving her feeling somewhat responsible toward this one. Before the wet nurse could serve the meal, suddenly a group of people arrived. The one in front wore a golden crown, the most formal dragon robe, which should identify him as the current emperor, even without seeing his face. Is Mengmiao here? Chu Huayin asked forcefully, but with a flicker of barely perceptible panic in his eyes. This was the last place Chu Huayin could think of. The wet nurse hesitated for a moment. She didn't know that Mengmiao had already revealed his true identity to Jiang Yi, still under the impression that Mengmiao was impersonating Guan Jiasong. Instinctively, she wanted to help cover for Mengmiao. Panicking slightly, she wondered, is His Majesty here to punish Lord Meng for deceiving the emperor? Seeing the wet nurse's reaction, Chu Huayin brightened up by 3 parts. He stepped past her and quietly pushed open the door. Eventually, in a room on the south side, he found Mengmiao snoring deeply asleep. Outside was pandemonium, yet Mengmiao slept through it all, dead to the world, even smacking his lips. It simply infuriated Chu Huayin so much he felt like spanking him in front of everyone. Chu Huayin clenched his fists until they made creaking sounds. Self-initiating a swap with Guan Jiasong, keeping quiet, and then coming here to sleep soundly on another man's bed. Your Majesty. Ji Yang called him. Hush. Chu Huayin bent down to scoop Mengmiao out of the blanket. However, Mengmiao must have been too cold last night, his limbs were tangled tightly around the quilt. When Chu Huayin tried to lift him out, Mengmiao slapped him. I want to sleep. The room was silent enough to hear a pin drop. Ji Yang silently turned away. On a tiger's temperamental whiskers, only Mengmiao dared to pull them and walk away unscathed. Chu Huayin took several deep breaths, picking up both person and blanket together in one move. A pillow came along too. Like cradling a nest of newborn kittens, Mengmiao was bundled up warmly and securely. Li Wenle took a step forward, wanting to say something, but Ji Yang stopped him. Even for Mengmiao's sake, you shouldn't speak. Whoever now wanted to snatch Mengmiao from the emperor needed to be ready to lose their head. After the emperor left with the others, Li Wenle and the wet nurse remained frozen for a moment before realizing, let's go find the general. The emperor's gaze earlier had been truly terrifying. Li Wenle did not know exactly what happened, but since Mengmiao obstinately refused to mention his pregnancy, apparently the emperor also didn't know about it. If anything untoward should happen. Li Wenle vaguely guessed that the father might be Chu Huayin himself, causing him to unconsciously break into a sweat. When Mengmiao woke up, he saw nothing but an intense yellow hue. Suddenly alerted, he noticed the quilt covering him was Li Wenle's, the pillow in his hand belonged to him, but the sheets and bed were definitely Chu Huayin's. Had he teleported while he was asleep? Mengmiao recalled forgetting something yesterday, he had neglected to tell Chu Huayin about swapping back with Guan Jiasong. This morning Chu Huayin must have gone to Li Wenle's house looking for him. For the first time, Mengmiao thanked his restless sleeping habits. Chu Huayin must not have been able to separate him from the quilt and hadn't wanted to wake him up either, hence moving him together with the quilt into the palace. If this were another day, and Mengmiao had woken up finding himself abruptly in the palace, he might have erupted, but this time he knew he owed it. I am very reasonable. He needed to pacify Chu Huayin soon. Swapping back with Guan Jiasong freed him from having to rush for early court sessions, avoiding any damage to Guan Jiasong's reputation, and more importantly, prevented his identity being uncovered, which might embarrass Chu Huayin. In the past month, he hadn't lacked stress. But fearing lest a Fu gets scared easily, Mengmiao always had to reassure her. As for Mother Guan, getting older, Mengmiao also worried lest a slight surprise or accident harm her. With the baby accompanying him on such exhausting journeys, compared to Shen Baiqing who leisurely awaited childbirth, Mengmiao couldn't help feeling utterly guilty. Thankfully, on this cool morning, everything could be put down just a little bit. Mengmiao stretched and heard a metallic clang. The upward curl of his lips halted abruptly. Incredulous, he looked at the iron bracelet around his right wrist. No matter how refined its workmanship, and even with the leather wrapping the handcuffs, it couldn't change the fact that he was shackled to the dragon bed. How could this be possible? He frantically tugged at the handcuff, hoping that Chu Huayin only lightly shackled him to scare him, but he rubbed his wrists red without loosening it. As the chain clinked with his movements, it caught the attention of someone outside the door. Xiaojiu, what's wrong? Xiaojiu often played around with Mengmiao. This time, she wouldn't even meet his eyes. Mengmiao felt his blood run cold halfway, myriad words stuck in his throat. Meaninglessly, he kept pulling at the chain, not knowing where the other end of Chu Huayin's chain was. The chain was long, indicating that Chu Huayin had given him a large range of movement. He stood up in a daze. Where is Chu Huayin? Mengmiao calling him by his name startled Xiaojiu, who trembled. I will inform His Majesty. Mengmiao thought Chu Huayin was different from other people. But he forgot, with power in hand, who would play hide-and-seek when they could just crush matters with authority. After leaving the sleeping chamber, Mengmiao walked down the white marble steps, dragging the heavy shackles for 100 meters. The fetters stretched endlessly, it seemed. Mengmiao's mind went blank. Why would Chu Huayin do such a thing? Even if I take you. It's wrong of me. Back then, as soon as Mengmiao cried, Chu Huayin would abandon his principles, unable to even raise his voice. Was it his recklessness that exhausted Chu Huayin's patience? Or had Chu Huayin finally become a qualified emperor? Deep inside, Mengmiao wanted to defend the Chu Huayin he knew, but this desire was always suppressed by the panic of losing his freedom. As he walked, he suddenly sensed something amiss. Isn't it too long? Suddenly enlightened, Meng Miao tugged the chain hard like a tug-of-war and flung it aside. The iron chain clashed with the marble steps, writhing and leaping. The force from the other end grew lighter and lighter. Holding his breath, Meng Miao strained to look afar. It was empty. He shouldn't have guessed Chu Huayin would be so tyrannical. Relieved, Meng Miao felt his legs go limp. How pathetic. He stared at the pile of useless chains, a trace of a smile reappearing in his eyes. Due to the envoy delegation's affairs, Chu Huayin couldn't stay until Meng Miao woke up. Angry without reason, he attached half a pair of handcuffs on Meng Miao while sleeping, but left the other end empty for fear to actually lock it. He knew the kitten would explode. Clearly aware that no matter what terrible things Meng Miao did, he wouldn't dare to harm him, he still needed to coax him back after being sad or angry. So he could only let off some steam while Meng Miao slept. Not long after he left, Xiao Jiu rushed over, saying Meng Miao had woken up, looking utterly shocked. Chu Huayin was terrified, thinking Meng Miao shouldn't wake up so quickly. Annoyed and worried, he exclaimed, "Didn't you see the key I left on the bedside?" Chapter 48. Chu Huayin picked up the key that had fallen to the ground, and as he rushed out of the bedroom, he saw Meng Chou sitting in the square in front of the palace chamber. He was wearing only a thin sleeping gown, looking frail and small. Chu Huayin immediately turned back to grab a fox fur coat for him. Meng Chou had come out feeling utterly disheartened, not realizing how cold it was outside. After understanding the truth, he yearned to quickly return and burrow into his blanket. But then he reconsidered, since he'd already stepped out, he should do something different. Chu Huayin could frighten him this time, but what if next time something even more anger-inducing happened, would he resort to drastic measures? For instance, running away while pregnant. Meng Chou thought ahead and sat on the ground waiting for Chu Huayin to explain. The floor tiles were icy, and Meng Chou began counting down 60 seconds in his mind. If Chu Huayin didn't show up, he'd just go back himself. The sound of movement and rustling clothes came from behind. Meng Chou felt warmth on his back as a furry cloak draped over his shoulders. Don't sit on the ground. Chu Huayin encircled him and lifted him up, unlocking the handcuffs with a click and kicking the chains far away. I just. Chu Huayin looked at Meng Chou's clear eyes, his drooping eyebrows making him speechless. He cradled Meng Chou's right hand, gently blowing on the red marks around his wrist. He had scared Meng Chou. Regardless of his original intention or whether he had dropped the key or not, he had unintentionally placed Meng Chou in a state of fear and confusion, which was unforgivable. I'm sorry, Chu Huayin embraced Meng Chou wrapped in the fur and sighed. From now on, no matter what happens, there will be no repeat of this incident. It seemed as if he knew exactly what Meng Chou wanted to hear, promising without hesitation. Even if Meng Chou became a rebel in the future, this statement would still stand. I placed the key beside the bedhead, not knowing when it fell into the crack. Chu Huayin said rather gently, it actually slid off during Meng Chou's sleep. Meng Chou rested his head against Chu Huayin's neck and said earnestly, I'm sorry, I don't know why I forgot to tell you. I originally planned to find you this morning. But I wasn't feeling well at night, so I went to see Brotherly for treatment and slept until now. If I had woken up earlier, it would have been better. Chu Huayin suspected that Meng Chou deliberately made himself sound pitiful, otherwise, how did he feel more heartache with every word? You haven't done anything wrong, it's just that you didn't think of me first. Chu Huayin sighed again. This sigh made Meng Chou feel as if he had committed some grave betrayal, but he silently thought to himself that he could think of it. However, because he had lived alone for too long, just thinking couldn't automatically lead to other dependent behaviors. This was a learning process. Then teach me. Meng Chou hooked Chu Huayin's palm with his finger. His voice and actions were very light, like a feather brushing between fingers, leaving a faint wetness akin to clouds' tips. Chu Huayin could only see Meng Chou hidden in a circle of white fluff, with his ears slightly flushed red. Taking an active step closer, Meng Chou's presence suddenly brightened Chu Huayin's mood, who asked, astonished, really? Can you kiss me once? Meng Chou, no. Chu Huayin, grinding his teeth, a student like you will definitely drive your teacher mad. Not really, I've been an excellent student year after year. Wait, right now, I'm technically an unemployed civilian who had my household registration cancelled. Tomorrow I'll issue a decree. Chu Huayin said deliberately, you can go back to being the Chief Justice. Just one small step away from becoming a prominent official and general, yet now returning to the starting point. Meng Chou used a gaze full of condemnation towards Chu Huayin, as if asking, won't your conscience hurt? Chu Huayin, unless. Taking the opportunity to make a request. Meng Chou saw through his intention, raising an eyebrow and giving a mocking glance, then I won't need to attend court. Am I that kind of person who climbs to power by trading favors? Understand? An upright official. Chu Huayin misjudged the situation. Your Majesty, General has an urgent matter and entered the palace. Xiao Jiu reported breathlessly, the general appearing in great haste, as though ready to dismantle the palace. Xiao Jiu envied the sight of the emperor and Meng Chou holding hands, though also found himself dazzled. After all, due to his poor eyesight failing to spot the key, he had been ordered by the emperor to pick black beans from a pot of red beans before tomorrow. To sharpen his vision. Come with me. Chu Huayin pulled Meng Chou, let's change clothes first. He roughly guessed Jiang Yi was coming because of Meng Chou. In such a situation, the wet nurse would surely seek help from Jiang Yi. Yet. Chu Huayin touched his nose, clearly he was the one needing reinforcements. Jiang Yi ended up being more irritable than Chu Huayin expected. General Jiang Yi was leading troops to search the city, using the excuse of hunting down rebels, but in reality also looking for his nephew. The private meeting between Lu's advisor and Miss Shui Bai conveniently provided Lord Chu Huayin with a ready-made and reasonable excuse for this large-scale city search, making him look less like an incompetent ruler. The secret guard reported that His Majesty had already found General Jiang and there was no need to worry. Still, Jiang Yi's heart hadn't yet returned to its usual place when Li Wenle hurried over, urging him to go into the palace immediately to check on Meng Chou. Jiang Yi looked confused. His Majesty wouldn't dare do anything to him, would he? Though he didn't want to admit it, their relationship was certainly not ordinary, otherwise, the emperor wouldn't have gone through so much trouble. Even if Meng Chou learned a lesson, this young man was too impulsive. After falling into the Qianyang Lake, he actually ran off by himself to a distant place, encountering all sorts of dangers along the way. How could one not worry about him? After some deliberation, Li Wenle took Jiang Yi to a secluded spot. Weighing his options, he then told him about Meng Chou being pregnant. Fearing a shock to the general, Li Wenle only said that he detected a happy pulse while treating Meng Chou and mentioned that it had been 3 or 4 months without revealing that Meng Chou had known about it and had fled alone. Jiang Yi felt as if struck by lightning, stunned by this news. Not even bothering to ask how Meng Chou became pregnant, just like the wet nurse, he suddenly drew his sword. Which beast has hurt him? I'll kill him. Li Wenle voiced his own suspicions. About 3 or 4 months ago. Wasn't that shortly after His Majesty returned to the capital? A savage beast. Meng Chou just woke up, said Chu Huayin, and General Jiang's timing couldn't be more perfect. Humph. Jiang Yi coldly snorted from his nose, unwilling to allow anyone to address the general in such an inferior tone. Chu Huayin was completely lost. Meng Chou's eyelid twitched. He cautiously observed, realizing that Jiang Yi's gaze had indeed landed on his abdomen. Quietly, Meng Chou shifted further behind Chu Huayin. Uncle seemed somewhat terrifying. Another cold snort issued from Jiang Yi. Upon thinking, Meng Chou poked his head out again, shaking his head at Jiang Yi and flashing a pleading look. His Majesty had just endured a shock today, let him have some time to recover, okay? Most importantly, Meng Chou needed to think about how to explain it. The longer he waited, the harder it became to bring up, fearing Chu Huayin's anger. This situation was different from previous instances where Chu Huayin's wrath was provoked. Meng Chou yearned for understanding, tolerance, and equality now, rather than simply fearing Chu Huayin's authority. Meng Chou not only dug a hole for himself to jump into but kept filling it with dirt day after day. One day, the hole would be too small to contain both him and the child. Before that day came, Meng Chou needed to find a gentle way to break this information to Chu Huayin without provoking strong reactions. This would be difficult. Jiang Yi had no intention of telling Chu Huayin. In fact, regardless of what happened regarding Master Jia Sheng and Meng Chou's affairs, the two were conspiring to keep it from him. This was a form of turning his tactics against him. The Jiang family, with its few remaining members, had decided that this child would become the designated heir to the general's mansion, to whom they would pass on all of the Jiang family's martial arts secrets. Looking once at Meng Chou's slim figure and recalling Chu Huayin's heroic stance sweeping through thousands of soldiers on the battlefield, Uncle Jiang compromised here. Perhaps it was better for the child to resemble Chu Huayin a little more. Unaware that Uncle Jiang had already thought as far ahead as, the grand banquet for the baby's first month will invite all civil and military officials except the emperor, Meng Chou repeatedly hinted to Jiang Yi not to spread the news. Come here, said Jiang Yi. With trepidation, Meng Chou approached. Jiang Yi discussed the issue of restoring Meng Chou's identity with His Majesty and reached a consensus. No need to complicate things, simply declare that Meng Chou had been saved by fishermen downstream and the body was mistakenly identified. Then came the serious disagreement over where Meng Chou should reside. Chu Huayin believed Meng Chou should live in the Meng residence he had bestowed upon him. An adult should open his own estate. How could he live with his maternal uncle? That wouldn't be proper. If Jiang Yi is skilled in martial arts, then I won't be able to sneak into Meng Chou's room unnoticed. Jiang Yi believed that Meng Chou must live in the Jiang household since he was currently being targeted by assassins. Staying in the Meng residence allowed Jiang Yi to offer nearby protection. With His Majesty around, the nephew doesn't dare to properly rest during pregnancy. Look how Director Ji treats his wife. Meng Chou covered his mouth with his hand, stifling a yawn, feeling as though this wasn't really any of his business. Squinting his eyes, he watched these two exchange words, imagining what would happen in battle if they faced similar disagreements. Would they bicker endlessly or draw swords instantly? In the end, Meng Chou would decide. Meng Chou considered that since Uncle knew, living in the Jiang household meant having an extra layer of cover. But then he remembered his promise to Chu Huayin, to learn to always think of him first, and wavered slightly. How about uncle coming to stay with me at the Meng residence for this period, suggested Meng Cho, offering a bad idea. To say the least, neither party was satisfied. That afternoon, Meng Cho introduced Dr. Lu to His Majesty. Dr. Lu Yishio easily secured a position as royal physician, feeling like the protagonist in a tale. I shall establish a royal medical institute outside the palace. You and other court physicians may conduct joint research there. Once proven feasible, we will convert the institute into a medical school on-site to train students, disseminate knowledge through printing, and benefit the common people. After flipping through another half of the ancient medical text, Lu Yishio became an unreserved admirer of the master physician's wisdom, enthusiastically showing His Majesty some amazing folk remedies recorded in the ancient book, for instance, how to increase breast milk production for nursing mothers or determine whether the mother is carrying twins. Meng Cho, who had warned Lu Yishio beforehand not to reveal his pregnancy, could only endure silently. Chu Huayin listened with great interest as Lu Yishio extolled the legendary physician, exaggerating him into something of a supernatural being. Master Lu is truly humorous. When the school opens, it will surely attract many more individuals eager to learn the art of medicine. Buoyed by His Majesty's compliments, Lu Yishio grew overconfident. In fact, medicine isn't hard at all. Your Majesty is extraordinarily intelligent. If you wish to study it, your skills would far surpass those of a humble commoner like me. Martial arts can help guard against assassins' ambushes, while medical knowledge protects against poisoning by treacherous men. For your Majesty's invaluable body, learning some medicine is nothing but beneficial. All one needs to do is press fingers on the pulse. Meng Cho finally reached his breaking point and grabbed Lu Yishio by the collar from behind. Anyone who preaches others to study medicine deserves to be struck by lightning. This official advises you to be kind. Chapter 49. His Majesty is busy with myriad state affairs, how could he possibly find time to study medicine? Meng Cho diffused his own earlier comment. Chu Huayin only met Lu Yishio and took some time for Meng Cho out of respect for the latter's recommendation. Otherwise, such an affair could be settled simply by an imperial decree. Soon enough, Chu Huayin was called away by Ji Yang because a confidant from the Lu residence had confessed. Meng Cho looked at Chu Huayin hopefully. I want to hear it too. You can't. The dungeon is damp and dark. You were sick because of that before. Tonight, I'll have them write down the confession so you can read it. Without much effort, Chu Huayin conveniently found an excuse to spend more time with Meng Cho later. All right then. I will leave the palace and stop by Guan's place to pack up my things. Meng Cho grabbed Lu Yishio. Let's go. Lu Yishio looked intrigued. Why the rush? After having a rare chance to see His Majesty, he still hadn't talked enough with the Emperor. Shut up. If you mention it again, I'll confiscate your medical books. Lu Yishio stayed quiet for 3 seconds before twirling his little mustache again and sincerely sharing, I found a treatment method for impotence in another half-volume of the book. In my opinion, Guan Daren's physical condition might warrant a try. Could you ask for me? Lu Yishio persuaded Meng Cho. Guan Jiaxing was too serious, and he dared not ask him directly to be a guinea pig. Really? Meng Cho asked excitedly. About 70% effective, Lu Yishio estimated. At the Guan residence, Grandmother Guan only knew her son had returned after Master Guan came back from court. Guan Jiaxing first went to his wife's grave. Like when he used to remove willow fluff from her hair, he personally picked the leaves off the grave clean. Afu followed him and noticed every time Master Guan bent down to pull at wounds, and every time he bowed his head with unsteady balance as if about to fall over. Recalling the determined expression on Mistress Guan's face on that rainy night, remembering burying her with Master Meng Chao's hands, thinking of those people digging up her grave and desecrating her body. Afu couldn't hold back and sobbed audibly. Master Guan remained silent, sitting beside Lady Liao Yunlan's tomb all afternoon amidst Afu's sniffles. On the way back, they bought a package of osmanthus cakes, which Master Guan carried straight into the Buddha hall. After this incident, Lady Guan had developed more white hair. Kneeling beside Mother Guan, Guan Jiaxing said, your son has been unfilial, forgetting to buy osmanthus cakes from Qiongling. This scene seemed familiar. Back then, the osmanthus cake came from Qiongling, but the son belonged to someone else. The prayer beads fell to the ground, and Lady Guan slowly turned around, unable to speak for a long moment. Looking at her emaciated son, she recalled what Meng Cho had told her, that he'd been attacked both on the chest and back. Her trembling fingers hovered just before reaching Guan Jiaxing, waking up suddenly fearing she'd hurt his injuries. Finally, she only held Guan Jiaxing's hand, repeating endlessly, it's good that you've come back, good that you've come back. Osmanthus cakes, fragrant like the mid-autumn season, not for satisfying one's appetite, but for the hope of a family reunion. Last night, Guan Jiaxing slept randomly in any room instead of in the main house where Meng Cho usually stayed. Meng Cho arrived to quickly tidy up. He actually didn't have much. Knowing he would eventually leave, he hadn't added anything extra to his possessions. After looking around, he finally only took a few pieces of clothing and some disguise tools. Remembering Lu Yishio's words, Meng Cho secretly asked Guan Jiaxing in an uninhabited area if he wanted treatment. Guan Jiaxing refused. My mother lived her whole life for the Guan family. If I recover, she would definitely push me to marry and have children. Alas, Lady Lan married me without caring about societal judgment and died because of me. This lifetime, I do not intend to remarry, unwilling to mistakenly ruin the future of other young ladies. I cannot disobey my mother, nor am I willing to betray Lady Lan. Things being as they are now is best. I have yet to thank Brother Meng for suppressing those gossiping idlers and even for saving my life. Jiaxing has no way to repay you. As expected, thought Meng Cho. But Guan Jiaxing was only 25 years old, so Meng Cho hesitated for a bit and said, sister-in-law was wise and virtuous, an exemplary woman. But should you encounter your true love in the future, Brother Guan, please consider this option. Thank you, Brother Meng. Jiaxing will keep it in mind. Jiang Yi waited outside the Guan residence. Seeing Meng Cho coming out carrying his small baggage, Jiang Yi coldly took it and placed it on his back. Humph, the nephew insists on having a romantic relationship with the emperor. Throughout history, emperors have always had harems of concubines, whose favor would last forever. If it were another person, given the power of the general's household, they would certainly force that person to have only Meng Cho for life. 18 years ago, misfortune unexpectedly struck the general's household. They were unable to support Jiang Yao properly, allowing her to be bullied by Meng Fuxia. Now, after all these years, Jiang Yi has finally returned, only for the nephew to choose such a troublesome partner, working so hard for his master. What could happen if the emperor disappoints Meng Cho? Would he really force the emperor to divorce as he did with Meng Fuxia? Let's dine at the general's mansion first. Then he and Meng Cho would move into the general's mansion together. The Grand General's face was ashen, standing guard like a lone warrior barring the passage of 10,000 men. The secret guards were stopped outside the general's mansion, squatting in a row on the outer walls of the compound, looking quite pitiful while biting their nails. As long as Meng Cho took to eat, he endured listening to Jiang Xian cry for just as long. This somewhat sentimental teenager had grown significantly taller, and his martial arts had improved. Introducing himself as uncle before Meng Cho, he still acted like a child. Jiang Yi, unable to tolerate it any longer, stuffed a bun into his mouth. Eat. Jiang Yi's patriarchal authority was quite intimidating. Jiang Xian had been crying from hunger and began chewing hungrily on the bun. After dinner, Jiang Xian sat excitedly, anticipating that Jiang Yi would drag Meng Cho into the ranks of daily practice sessions of kung fu and tactical training. The Grand General trained troops with no humanity and an overwhelming enthusiasm. According to his nature, he'd likely impose strict requirements on his nephew as well. Now, there was company. Meng Cho finished eating and suggested taking a stroll in the garden, casually practicing some boxing moves along the way. Jiang Yi frowned severely. Do you not know your current condition? Sitting quietly is necessary after a meal. What boxing are you talking about? He then pointed at Jiang Xian. Go run 2 laps around the parade ground and don't neglect your studies. Jiang Xian was speechless. Was this such preferential treatment really necessary? He cried as he practiced his skills. Meng Cho felt his uncle worried too much, but before he could say anything, Jiang Yi asked him about his relationship with Chu Huayan. Meng Chao's ears turned red as he stammered. It's a mutually consensual relationship. What about this? Jiang Yi pointed at his abdomen. When did you find out? Are you planning to tell him? If he told his uncle the truth, there would be scolding for sure. So he concealed slightly. I've only found out recently. As for His Majesty, I need to think about how best to explain it to him. When I first opposed your mother's marriage, she insisted on marrying anyway. Now, there's nothing I can do about you either. Uncle has just one question for you. Are you so certain about trusting His Majesty? Can you tolerate having thousands of concubines in his harem? Meng Cho shook his head. No, I can't. So, do you think I'll enter the palace to become his consort? Meng Cho logically analyzed. I just want to be an official, whether great or small. If His Majesty truly loves me, I'll stay with him. But if he takes a concubine, then let's pretend it never happened. Jiang Yi approvingly nodded. Right, don't consider being the empress or queen. Meng Cho. At the Meng residence. Meng Cho looked at the large red wedding bed and recalled some unpleasant scenes. Just sitting on the edge of the bed brought back memories of those embarrassing actions, making his cheeks flush. He deeply inhaled and personally started removing the covers. Suddenly, someone hugged him from behind. The familiar feeling and warmth of the chest against his back made Meng Cho drop the quilt and block Chu Huayan's hands reaching toward his abdomen. He quickly ducked under Chu Huayan's arm and warned, Uncle is in the next room. Humph. Uncle's deliberately loud coughing sound came through without any difficulty. Chu Huayan froze. What kind of craftsman designed this house? The sound insulation was terrible. Initially, the emperor had intended to take advantage of the situation and get some affectionate time in. However, he was forced to bring up serious matters earlier than expected. He pulled out a confession from his sleeve. Here, read it. The name of the scribe from the Lu household was Zhang Si. After the cargo ship explosion case, he did not flee from the capital but stayed in disguise, living inconspicuously amidst the city population. According to orders above, he coordinated matters concerning the Taihu stones. After the mystery of the Taihu stones was uncovered, he spread false rumors shifting all the blame to Meng Fuxia while anxiously awaiting the next move. With nothing left to do in the capital and fewer accomplices every day, he constantly feared capture by the imperial guards. When the envoy group arrived in the city, he waited for them to help smuggle him out. Seeing the signal fire to the west of the inn, he thought it was another command. This might possibly be an order calling for him to defect. The next day, the envoys would return home, and he harbored no doubts. He went to the rendezvous point where he met Ms. Shui Bai. Once captured, Zhang Si also revealed secrets regarding the 18-year-old defeat of the Jiang family. His master believed that as long as the Jiang family was present, the Great Wei dynasty's defenses were impregnable. He ordered Zhang Si to instigate Lu De to seize control over the northern border forces. Trusted by Emperor Tianyuan at the time for overseeing military affairs, Lu De became the key target of manipulation. Zhang Si liaised with the Beatty people, trading intelligence and coordinating efforts inside and out, eventually leading to the annihilation of the Jiang family. Once the military power fell firmly into Lu De's hands, Zhang Si, as the principal advisor, gained substantial trust from Lu De. Taking advantage of the civil strife within his own country, he planned to ignite chaos in the Great Wei dynasty, preventing both the Wei and the Beatty from becoming dominant powers. Thus, Great Wei experienced periods of wins and losses, ceding several strategic cities, allowing the Beatty forces to grow stronger over time. It was at this point when Emperor Tianyuan realized Lu De lacked the ability to fight wars. Therefore, the army's command changed hands to Crown Prince Chu Huayan. Zhang Si slinked back to the capital with Lu De. Owing to a rift between Lu De and Chu Huayan over military control, Zhang Si seized the opportunity to suggest that Lu De support the second prince. The second prince was brave but lacked strategy. If he ascended the throne, he would be easier to manipulate than Chu Huayan. The cargo ship owner came to the Great Wei dynasty undercover along with Zhang Si, outwardly known as brothers. After all the Taihu stones were transported to the capital, the cargo ship owner received an order to kill Chu Huayan. This led to the scene at Qianyang Lake. In recent years, the cargo ship owner had traveled throughout the Great Wei dynasty while conspiring secretly with the Zhou family. Holding animosity towards Jiang Yao, Zhang Si gave them a batch of Jiang family heirlooms as a favor so they could deceive Jiang Yao into handing over her dowry. After reading through everything, Meng Chou found it unbelievable, a conspiracy spanning 18 years. Who is Zhang Si's superior? Is it the crown prince of Feng country? He recalled the crown prince did not seem very old. Chu Huayan, he doesn't know. All he knows is that this person is related to the Feng royal family. Doesn't know. That's right, have you checked whether there are any surviving members from the previous dynasty? The former court once had a marriage alliance with Feng. I wonder if these events are somehow connected. Whoever possesses the map of Qingyuan must be related to the previous dynasty. Chu Huayan, don't worry. With your uncle around, Feng cannot wage war against Great Wei in the short term. We have time to investigate thoroughly. With the capture of Lu family's advisors, the threats to Meng Chao's safety have diminished, which is already a significant achievement. Chu Huayan mentioned another matter. In a couple of days, I will go to the altar of heaven for the sacrifice, and I want you to come with me. 2 days later marked the anniversary of Great Wei's founding, traditionally celebrated by praying at the altar of heaven to ensure stability of the realm. However, the altar of heaven is located atop Sishan Mountain, requiring a climb of 2,888 steps. Although the mountains surrounding the capital are not very high, the number of steps still makes for quite an exhausting ascent. Meng Chou just thought about it and his legs started feeling weak. Given his current state, he might faint halfway up. I am only the chief minister of the Ministry of Justice, so I don't have the qualifications to attend. Meng Chou tried to refuse. Chu Huayan, do you know why I asked you to go? Meng Chou stared back at him. Suddenly, an idea hit him. Wasn't he just looking for the right moment to tell Chu Huayan about his pregnancy? Meng Chou planned that whenever Chu Huayan was present, he would feign unconsciousness, allowing the imperial physician to diagnose him and explain everything clearly on his behalf. Meanwhile, he could use this pretense to sleep until Chu Huayan fully accepted the situation before waking up again. Would it be reasonable to direct one's anger at someone who is unconscious? There was one downside, though, his sudden fainting might not end well upon awakening. Chu Huayan might think he was too fragile and impose restrictions on his daily activities. Wanting to both show strength and feign fainting, Meng Chou couldn't find the appropriate moment. What if I faint from exhaustion while climbing the mountain? Or if I get acrophobia while climbing the mountain? Perfect plan. I'll go. Meng Chou replied loudly. Next door, Jiang Yi was sharpening his sword, making such a loud noise it sounded like thunder. When is enough enough? Don't you know it's inappropriate to share a bed during pregnancy? Chapter 50. Fearing his uncle would practice swordsmanship in the courtyard at midnight, Chu Huayan honestly finished his errand and left. Meng Chou not only lacked empathy, but he also chuckled. Chu Huayan supervised Meng Chou putting the large red phoenix embroidered quilt back on, watching him lie down under it before leaving. The red quilt made Meng Chou's cheeks look rosy, creating an atmosphere akin to the wedding night. Yet, His Majesty was forced to remain unmoved. The next morning, during breakfast, Meng Chou took out a menu based on Shen Buqing's diet, which passed the scrutiny of Li Wenla with one comment, nourishing. In the future, we'll have our 3 meals according to this. Uncle, if you want anything more, just add it, Meng Chou said confidently. Through Ifu, he indirectly squeezed some money from Chu Huayan, now having slightly more to spare. Not only could he afford a pond full of fish, but also his uncle. Jiang Yi frowned. Is that all you're going to eat? Treating yourself like a cat. 5 meals a day, double portions. I don't want to be another Shenbuqing, Meng Qiu quickly refused. Uncle, you don't know how much civilians eat. I'm considered a big eater in the capital already. He added, do you know Shenbuqing? He eats even less than this every day. Meng Qiu lied without blinking. Jiang Yi, momentarily deceived by Shenbuqing's well-fed appearance, look at him, then look at you. Always messing around, skinny like a monkey. Meng Qiu wiped his mouth after eating. I'm heading to the temple. Shenbuqing waited for him outside the temple. Seeing his 6-month pregnant belly, Meng Qiu felt a bit anxious. Bored at home, Shenbuqing followed Meng Qiu every day while handling cases. Other people had strong followers, but he had a pregnant man behind him, which wasn't very impressive. The steward of the Ji family delivered nourishing soup on time. Shenbuqing pinched his nose as he drank a few sips, then kept bothering Meng Qiu to drink the rest, one of his reasons for following Meng Qiu. So it was very realistic when Meng Qiu said Shenbuqing's appetite was smaller than his. Smiling, Shenbuqing returned the empty bowl to the steward, who wondered why this ancestor had become so cooperative recently. Confused, he glanced at the director of the temple's stomach. Shenbuqing slammed the table. Ridiculous. The director of the temple, General Zhang's only nephew, would he lack for food? The steward became even more suspicious. Meng Qiu wiped the oil off his lips and quietly used the case file to cover his face. As they left the temple together, Shenbuqing suddenly had an idea. After I give birth, I'll get an official position too. What do you think? By that time, your honor might not come to the temple anymore. Meng Qiu replied hesitantly, not quite. Suddenly, there was a faint sound above them, like the friction between a flower pot bottom and a wooden board. Meng Qiu grew cautious and immediately pulled Shenbuqing under the eaves, always mindful that Shenbuqing was pregnant, though he himself sometimes forgot such details. Bang! A flower pot as large as a stone stool fell down, scattering soil and shards. Then, a green-clothed figure fell, hitting their head on the ground, dying miserably. Fortunately, both the flower pot and the body followed a parabolic path, landing at a distance. Only some dirt splashed onto Meng Qiu. This distance did not seem accidental, rather, it appeared someone standing near a window upstairs threw it directly. Meng Qiu instantly grabbed the railing and ran upstairs. Above the street was a room with its windows and doors wide open, but it was empty. Peering out the window, the deceased turned out to be the Shui Bai girl who escaped that evening. Chu Huayin detained the envoy delegation, demanding an explanation from Fengguo. So, were they trying to kill her and destroy evidence? Why choose the middle of the street to murder her? In Shui Bai's hand was a piece of white fine silk with ragged edges, as if torn from the murderer during a struggle. The tea house had a spacious lower floor, but except for this private room and the staircase corner upstairs, everything else was walled off and given to the neighboring tavern. Thus, the murderer must have gone down the stairs and mixed among the common diners, pretending to leave during the chaos rather than rushing out conspicuously. Downstairs, a youth in white clothes slowly moved toward the door among the spectators. Shenbuqing reached out and stopped him. Brother here wants to leave early. Everyone in the tea house is a suspect, no one can run. Shenbuqing mimicked Meng Qiu's recent tone. Seeing Shenbuqing was pregnant, the youth didn't fear him, glaring at his stomach with vicious eyes. Shenbuqing wasn't intimidated, instead smiling as he produced a whip from somewhere, ready to fight if necessary. Meng Qiu noticed that the white-robed person's sleeve was torn, matching perfectly with the fabric in the girl's hand. Shui Bai was an extraordinary martial artist. For her to be killed, her opponent must not have been an ordinary person. Afraid this individual might harm Shenbuqing, Meng Qiu hastily took out 2 silver ingots from his pocket and threw them at the white-robed person, striking the back of their head. Understanding Meng Qiu's intentions, the secret guards immediately acted together. Director Meng was usually thrifty, yet he had just used such a large silver ingot to hit someone. It was clear that this person must be the murderer. The white-robed figure reacted swiftly, glancing at Shenbuqing's stomach before locking eyes with Meng Qiu, emanating chilling hostility. He leaped up, evading the group of approaching secret guards and rushed straight toward the second-floor window, gripping the window frame with one hand. Suddenly, a dagger slid out from his sleeve, its tip blackish-green, seemingly poisoned. Meng Qiu stepped back rapidly, but the room was too open, offering little cover. The white-robed figure paid no attention to the sharp blades aimed at him from behind, instead raising his dagger-wielding wrist and firmly locking onto Meng Qiu as his target. In a flash, a coarse golden whip flew through the air like a snake, coiling around the dagger as it slipped out of the attacker's hand. Instead of falling to the ground, the dagger changed direction and struck its handle into the attacker's chest, sending him flying backward. The white-robed person convulsed twice on the ground, spitting out black blood and rolling his eyes upward. Since Uncle often stayed at the Meng residence and Meng Qiu's rank did not yet qualify him for early morning court sessions, their sudden encounters were halved. Chu Huayin suddenly felt inspired to visit the temple to pick up Meng Qiu, much like children leaving school would choose whoever came to pick them first. Having been delayed discussing matters with Yan Xiang, Chu Huayin quickly utilized his advanced martial skills, keeping an eye on Meng Qiu's movements. However, upon lowering his gaze, his heart almost stopped. First seeing the secret guards and then recognizing the shadow hanging off the window sill, which strongly resembled someone from the Beatty region, Chu Huayin instantly realized that Meng Chou could be inside. At this moment, Shen Buqing was dragged to the perimeter by orderly arranged secret guards, carrying his whip. Without hesitation, Chu Huayin seized the whip, its whistle slicing through the air like a purple lightning bolt, wrapping around the metallic dagger. Chu Huayin swiftly darted into the second floor and grabbed the still shaken Meng Chou who leaned against the wall. Are you hurt? No. Meng Chou pulled Chu Huayin closer to the window ledge and frowned. He committed suicide. Chu Huayin looked grave. Do you realize how close you were to death? Meng Chou patted his chest flatteringly. I hadn't even seen clearly when you subdued him already. How could I have realized anything? Your Majesty is truly a remarkable hero. Chu Huayin sighed helplessly. Why do you always encounter trouble wherever you go? Next time, I should consider clearing your path ahead of time. No. Meng Chou tugged at his Majesty's long robe sleeve nervously, fearful Chu Huayin would carry out his threat. Anxiety was evident in his voice. Seeing this cajoling behavior, His Majesty couldn't resist pulling Meng Chou into an embrace. The envoy denied any association between them and Lu family strategist Zhang Si, who also failed to disclose the identity of his master. Shui Bai had been silenced, and the assailant. Chu Huayin glanced at the body. Just like Jiang Yi, familiar with people from the Beatty region, Chu Huayin could identify them at a glance. It's someone from Beatty. The assassin they encountered on the Guang'an Temple Road last time was also from Beatty. Was Beatty taking the blame or orchestrating the entire plot? Or perhaps the Fenghua country colluded with Beatty, using this as a provocation to Dewey. Meng Chou lowered his eyelids slightly, worry flashing deep within his eyes. Chu Huayin had returned 5 months ago, and Jiang Yi just 1 month ago. They had barely settled down in the capital city. Was the border becoming unstable again? Chu Huayin comforted him, don't worry too much. For both parties, starting a war is the worst option. We've received news that the Crown Prince of Fenghua is not inclined towards war. Today, Jiang Yi was responsible for leading troops to clear the Sishan area. 5,000 soldiers guarded from the mountain peak to the foot, ensuring the heavenly worship ceremony went flawlessly. After hearing about today's perilous event, he gave Meng Chou a lecture, handing him over to Chu Huayin afterward. Tonight, one can pretend to overlook things and rest quietly. Inside the room, Meng Chou sat obediently on the designated stool for reflection, hands resting on his knees, head raised while attentively listening to Chu Huayin recounting today's dangers in a serious tone. This was the second time, including what his uncle had said. Honestly speaking, the emperor's strict voice sounded somewhat appealing, even hypnotic. His upper eyelid drooped over his lower one, long black lashes flickering gently. You were still acting gallantly. Chu Huayin slightly raised his voice. Meng Chou straightened his body immediately. It won't happen again. Chu Huayin recalled what the secret guard had reported. Hearing the sound of the flower pot friction, Meng Chou had instinctively shielded Shen Buqing. Given Shen Buqing's swollen belly, to prevent hurting him, Meng Chou had to position himself slightly outside. Half of his body exposed, how could he not try to move aside a little further? At that moment, none knew how far the flower pot would fall. Chu Huayin was very frightened, but he didn't know how to explain the situation to Meng Chou. After all, Meng Chou was heavily pregnant, and Ji Hanlin was still investigating a case in Shu. So Meng Chou seemed quite vulnerable. Moreover, Meng Chou currently behaved quite obediently and intelligently, making it hard for anyone to reprimand him. Chu Huayin paced restlessly, muttering. Anyway. Being pregnant really caused too much trouble. Shen Buqing cannot conveniently go out these days, you should not take him out often either. Otherwise, when Ji Hanlin comes back, he might consider resigning. It had been so difficult to convince Shen Buqing to stay at home and avoid causing trouble. Now she turns around and hooks up with Meng Chou, going out early every day, and coming home late, making her almost unable to stay home at all. Ji Hanlin must feel the same way as His Majesty does. Chu Huayin did not mind Meng Chou associating with Shen Buqing. They were both married individuals after all, what other kind of development could there be? But Shen Buqing's physical condition made it inconvenient for him to move around, which meant Meng Chou would have to neglect his own safety by caring for Shen Buqing. Meng Chou, I really refused at first, but he insisted on inviting me to drink soup and eat meat. Who would have expected a flower pot and corpse falling from the sky? Meng Chou asked sincerely, do you think pregnant people are troublesome? Do you think they shouldn't go out? Chu Huayin pulled on his ear, is that the key point here? Yes, Meng Chou retorted. The emperor cannot discriminate against my friends. Realizing Meng Chou valued freedom, Chu Huayin seriously replied, I'm just afraid you ignore your own needs. If you promise to put your own safety first, would I still say this? Meng Chou nodded, understanding. Then he said importantly, nope, I've already promised to put your Majesty first. Meng Chou suddenly became all smiles and sweet talk. Chu Huayin immediately lost his temper, but he tried to keep a serious expression, not wanting Meng Chou to act too smugly. You can place me slightly further back. Chu Huayin bent down and lifted Meng Chou under the knees and armpits onto the bed. Go to sleep. Tomorrow we'll get up early for the ceremony and climb the mountain on foot. Prepare yourself well, and don't expect me to carry you if you're tired. So what? Meng Qiu frowned, feeling his majesty was being cruel. The emperor does not joke. The emperor kept up his stern image today without faltering. Ci Mountain. The sacrificial offerings and ceremonial items were perfect, except the steps were rather long. Granite steps, some parts rough and uneven. Meng Qiu felt a tingling sensation in his feet after climbing 500 steps. He still hadn't fully recovered from wearing elevated shoe pads earlier, and yet he was climbing again. However, his majesty walked fast ahead, and everyone else quickened their pace. No one dared to drag behind. As divine authority grants royal power, his majesty wanted to make it clear where his feelings lie, keeping this little kitten close within reach. When they reached the 1200th step, the team rested briefly. Meng Qiu's forehead glistened with sweat, breathing hard, his feet sore but far from fainting. He stretched his legs, observing that those around him barely dared to breathe audibly like him. They were on a relatively wide and flat mountain path now, outside which was a vertical cliff. Meng Qiu moved near the edge to enjoy the wind, looking down at the tiny villages below. Suddenly, he held his forehead and muttered, "I am a bit tired, and also afraid of heights." While taking a break, Chu Huayin instinctively looked for Meng Qiu and saw him bending over catching his breath, stepping back into the nearby mountain temple before collapsing abruptly. Chu Huayin instantly threw away the water bottle Xiao Jiu handed him and leapt several steps down. "Doctor, summon Dr. Gu." Why did he suddenly collapse? Meng Qiu was excellent at pretending to faint. Chu Huayin couldn't detect anything suspicious. A guard nearby reported, "Mr. Meng said earlier that he felt exhausted and scared of heights. How could the hyperactive kitten get tired from just a bit of mountain climbing?" Chu Huayin intuited it wasn't the real reason. Not daring to think deeply, he hugged Meng Qiu tightly and commanded Xiao Jiu to bring a blanket. The doctor rushed over, holding the medical box nervously, checking Meng's pulse under the emperor's urging. The doctor furrowed his brows, and Chu Huayin's face darkened instantly. Could Mr. Meng possibly be pregnant? Chu Huayin hadn't heard any such rumors. The doctor let go and knelt down. "Your Majesty, I'm unskilled, but based on my observation, Mr. Meng might be." Suddenly, someone burst in. "Mr. Meng is just tired." Lu Yixio rushed from behind, covering the doctor's mouth tightly. Under the intimidating pressure of the emperor, Lu Yixio bluffed bravely, "There are too many people around, it's hard to speak freely. You'd better have a solution. Or if anything happens to Meng Qiu, you will answer for it." Chu Huayin dismissed the bystanders with a wave of his hand. Lu Yixio noticed Meng Qiu discreetly signaling to him that everything was okay. What was going on? Chapter 51. Chu Huayin was in a panic. The imperial physician, interrupted by Lu Yixio, was hesitating and suddenly wondered if he should protect Secretary Meng's secret. "Speak." Chu Huayin's eyes were bloodshot. What was wrong with all these people? Even Meng Qiu was getting a little anxious. The physician, frightened, quickly said, "Secretary Meng is pregnant." Chu Huayin thought for a moment that he had heard it wrong. He unconsciously tightened his embrace around Meng Qiu, turning to look at Lu Yixio. "Were you also going to say this?" Lu Yixio nodded, still not quite understanding why she had rushed out. Chu Huayin struggled to catch his breath, his face changing color, as if he couldn't understand the word pregnant. Pregnant? The kind of pregnant that could give birth to children? "Your Majesty, relax, relax," Lu Yixio instructed Chu Huayin to take a deep breath. "You're hurting Secretary Meng's stomach." In a fluster, Chu Huayin let go of Meng Qiu. His two hands didn't know whether to hold or touch, as if Meng Qiu were some fragile item. "Turn around," Chu Huayin commanded. When the two turned their backs, Chu Huayin lowered his gaze to Meng Qiu's abdomen, lifting the blanket for a glance. Meng Qiu lay flat, this time without using an arm or a pillow to block. The slight bulge in the abdomen was clearly visible. Chu Huayin placed his palm over the abdomen, feeling the curved prominence, the force like scratching an itch, almost making Meng Qiu laugh. The doctor had said 3 or 4 months. Chu Huayin confirmed that the child in Meng Qiu's belly was his. When Shen Baiqin was 3 or 4 months pregnant, Chu Huayin had seen her, well-fed and plump, her belly clearly showing. In comparison, Meng Qiu looked undernourished, with no sign of added weight except for the protruding stomach. Why would he faint? Chu Huayin berated himself, pounding on the ground. How had he not noticed at all? Letting Meng Qiu pad high boots to impersonate Guan Jiasheng, today even letting him climb the mountain. Walking so fast because of his good mood, how could a pregnant kitten possibly keep up? It should be due to physical fatigue, combined with acrophobia, said the physician. Seeing that His Majesty was petty enough not to let anyone else check on Secretary Meng's belly, he could only judge based on Meng's complexion, noting rosy cheeks, suggesting he would wake up soon. Recalling the events after that night, falling into the water, traveling, being attacked several times, each one sent chills down his spine. Shen Baiqin just went out the door, hadn't even approached the city gate, and Ji Hanlin was always on edge. Even when they went to Shu, Ji entrusted the emperor to take care of things. As for His Majesty, the Son of Heaven, Meng Qiu following him hadn't gained a single advantage, but was constantly plunged into danger. Chu Huayin deeply felt he had failed as an emperor. If he had known earlier that Meng Qiu was pregnant, if he had known. There was a clang, and a string inside Chu Huayin's mind snapped. He asked Lu Yixio, "When did you find out?" He associated it with Meng Chou's recent series of abnormal behaviors. He hadn't thought much about it before, but now looking back, everything seemed contradictory. Meng Chou never letting him touch his stomach, always wanting his own quilt for sleeping, and there were always inexplicable, pregnant women around him. Lu Yixio instinctively glanced at Meng Chou again, but Meng was covered by the blanket, hiding any gesture. Just as Lu Yixio was about to improvise, Meng Chou's eyebrows furrowed slightly. Understood. Lu Yixio confidently stated, it was just the other day. This commoner tested Secretary Meng's pulse while discussing medical books with him. Unbelievable, I rushed home and pored over the books overnight, confirming that this type of pulse only appears in male pregnancies. I hadn't gotten a chance to tell Secretary Meng yet. You mean, Meng Chou doesn't know yet? Exactly. Lu Yixio continued to observe Meng Chou from the corner of his eye, seeing his frown slowly smoothing out. It seemed he had guessed correctly. At this point, Chu Huayin's brain could not process truth or falsehood. His heart was in turmoil. How was he supposed to tell Meng Chou? What if Meng Chou didn't want the child? He had barely managed to get close to this little kitten bit by bit, every sudden change making him uneasy. Little Jiu. Your Majesty. Chu Huayin held Meng Chou's hand, his eyes fixed solely on him. Where's the phoenix seal? Bring it to me immediately. I need to see it before he wakes up. A jolt went through everyone present. Could it be that Secretary Meng was carrying dragon's offspring? Xiao Jiu hesitated. The phoenix seal is in the palace. A round trip will take some time. Go back and fetch it right away. Jiang Yi, hearing that Meng Chou had fainted, hurriedly descended from the mountaintop. Why did he faint when everything was fine? I said he shouldn't have climbed the mountain, but he insisted. Chu Huayin blocked Jiang Yi from getting too close, half delighted, half apprehensive. Uncle, I have something to say. Don't get too excited. Before Chu Huayin could finish his sentence, his uncle's expression momentarily slipped, revealing a look of, I've known all along. Chu Huayin suddenly became acutely aware, if uncle knew about Meng Chou's condition so early, how could he have mistaken it for simply eating too much? That clever little kitten had to know, there was no way he wouldn't. Does Meng Chou pay attention to his diet as instructed? It should be slightly different from ordinary people when pregnant. Chu Huayin suppressed his emotions and probed further. Of course. Dr. Li and Shen Baiqing both explained to him, so how could he not know? As suspected, uncle revealed more than intended. The grip tightened, causing Meng Chou's heart to drop. Never did he expect to get caught because of his uncle. So, I am the last one to know. Hadn't it been for this fainting episode, how much longer would Meng Chou keep hiding it from him? Did he even plan on informing His Majesty at all? Moreover, when exactly did Meng Chou realize it? Chu Huayin immediately connected this with the two disappearances of Meng Chou. The deeper he thought, the more shocked he grew, starting to misinterpret things into believing Meng Chou knew right after that night. You'll settle accounts when you wake up. This sentence escaped from between Chu Huayin's clenched teeth, almost inaudible, whispered by Meng Chou's ear so only he could hear it. Suddenly, Meng Chou felt a cold draft beneath his feet. Your Majesty, the heaven sacrifice cannot be delayed, said Jiang Yi, I'll watch over your nephew. As if deaf, Chu Huayin embraced Meng Chou tighter, I will carry him upstairs. The imperial physician hesitated in objection, Your Majesty, the higher we go, the colder it gets, which might harm the fetus. Chu Huayin hesitated briefly, reluctant to let go of Meng Chou, then please take care of him, uncle. I will hurry back. Though he trusted Jiang Yi to guard Meng Chou, he feared what if Meng woke up mid-journey and ran away. Jiang Yi's favoritism would surely aid in his escape. Such worries were unspeakable to uncle, thus Chu Huayin secretly ordered his hidden guards to watch Meng Chou closely, employing lightness skills while climbing the mountain, reducing the heaven sacrifice ceremony to its shortest duration possible. In the mountain temple, only Jiang Yi and Meng Chou remained. Meng Chou quietly opened one eye in motion for his uncle to shoo. I'm pretending, Meng Chou mouthed silently. Uncle followed suit, mimicking, now His Majesty knows. So, I need to pretend to be unconscious a bit longer, waiting until His Majesty calms down before waking. Meng Chou mended fences with his uncle, coordinating their alibi, at least, ensure everyone knows it wasn't discovered until they returned to the capital. He asked them to relay this to Doctors Shen Baiqing, Li Wenle, and Lu Daifu. Pretending to sleep led Meng Chou to genuinely doze off. When he woke up, he was already in the palace. His Majesty refused to hand Meng Chou to anyone else, personally holding him down the mountain, every step walking extremely steady, the slight sway as comfortable as a cradle song. Meng Chou had no idea how much commotion he caused, strictly speaking, hunger woke him up. Chu Huayin was fuming, why hasn't he woken up yet? Aren't all you physicians useless? Minister Meng may just be sleeping. The doctor meekly defended. Sleeping. Chu Huayin stared at Meng Chou who remained unconscious, what then, if he is hungry? That was true, what then? Meng Chou awaited an ingenious solution from the doctor, like placing a fish beside the patient where the meat automatically diminished. The doctor suggested, perhaps, we should wake Minister Meng. Sitting by the bedside, Chu Huayin gently spoke, I found a lot of snow spots especially for your nourishment. You can eat however you want. Meng Qiu firmly shut his lips, preventing any drool. No, he must wait for Chu Huayin to say those words. As long as you wake up, I won't hold anything against you. Right then, Uncle came to discuss the redeployment of border defenses, forcing Chu Huayin to leave temporarily. Call me when Meng Qiu wakes up. Uncle was clearly here for his nephew. He tactfully inquired, did His Majesty say something that scared him into staying asleep? I heard even in dreams one can hear others talk. If fearful, perhaps he prefers staying in his dream. Overly concerned, indeed. Chu Huayin pondered deeply. Once Chu Huayin left, Xiao Jiu gave some orders outside the door. Seizing the moment, Meng Qiu silently got out of bed, grabbed 2 cakes from the table, and ate them soundlessly. After finishing, he lay back, touching his stomach. It wasn't fear but wisdom. That sentence whispered by Chu Huayin in the morning genuinely terrified him. If calculating was considered the emperor's tactic, he couldn't match such cunning merchant ways. Uncle persuaded Chu Huayin, what kind of accounts could he possibly settle now? Feeding the mother and child well was far more crucial. As long as you wake up, I won't settle any accounts. Chu Huayin suddenly spotted cookie crumbs on Meng Qiu's lips, pausing briefly. So, he had secretly woken up and eaten. Chu Huayin chuckled inside. It seemed this little cat didn't just lie through words, but even feigned unconsciousness skillfully. Chu Huayin waited grim-faced for Meng Qiu's reaction. Meng Qiu had his eyes closed and didn't sense anything amiss. He pretended to turn over, rubbing his right eye with his hand, while the left eyelashes quivered slightly, slowly opening a crack. Suddenly, he locked eyes with Chu Huayin's fiery gaze of anger. Ah! Meng Qiu realized he'd fallen into a trap and immediately pulled the blanket over him to hide. Chu Huayin had seen it clearly. Meng Qiu's eyes were only open for an instant, yet there was not a trace of sleepiness in the distinct black and white of his irises. How long has he been awake? Meng Qiu's heart almost leaped out of his chest. After hesitating for a bit, realizing there was no escape, he turned around under the covers, sitting up hugging the quilt from the end of the bed. This official's acting career might be coming to an end. I was wrong, I shouldn't have feigned sleep. Meng Qiu hung his head and apologized sincerely. Chu Huayin reached out, ready to pinch Meng Qiu's cheeks, his Adam's apple moving as if a torrent of scolding words were about to come forth. In a flash of quick thinking, Meng Qiu grabbed his hand mid-air, pulling back the blanket and placing Chu Huayin's hand accurately on his own small abdomen. Does your majesty want to see the baby? Meng Qiu tilted his head back, blinking slowly, with his double eyelids appearing obediently cute. Your majesty. You. Chu Huayin drew several breaths but found himself unable to sound fierce. He even forgot what to say. Chapter 52. The kitten voluntarily bared its belly, entrancing His Majesty completely. Chu Huayin sat down in resignation, half embracing Meng Qiu, lightly moving the 5 fingers resting on his abdomen, feeling a warm and soft sensation. This novel experience left Chu Huayin stunned, motionless for quite some time. Meng Qiu suppressed his urge to retreat, revealing for the first time his most vulnerable spot without any guard in front of Chu Huayin, tensing up his whole body. Chu Huayin sensed Meng Qiu's nervousness, withdrew his hand, and covered him with the blanket. Meng Qiu hadn't known that he could be pregnant, so this pregnancy was more of a shock than a joy for him. Judging from his reaction, it was clear he wasn't entirely comfortable yet. Take it slow, Chu Huayin warned himself. But some things couldn't go slowly. Like eating. Meng Qiu was holding a bowl of plain rice and scooping while Chu Huayin sat beside him, serving him dishes. Just when Meng Qiu had finished eating nearly enough, Chu Huayin suddenly asked, when did you find out? Could he not ask such shocking questions during meals? Meng Qiu, chewing on a piece of chicken, mumbled unclearly, a few days ago. Chu Huayin gave him another piece of ginger. I'll give you one more chance. Meng Qiu didn't know exactly what Chu Huayin knew already. Can you give me a hint? Tell the truth. Chu Huayin put down his chopsticks. The truth wouldn't be kind to either of us. After thinking, Meng Qiu put down his bowl and chopsticks. After returning to the capital, I found my body easily fatigued, so I went to Li Xiong. He prescribed Anna Marina medicine, and I've been drinking it with Lin Shi every day. Chu Huayin recalled the time he accidentally saw Meng Qiu helping Lin Shi blow on her soup and regretted trusting his lies. Given how strict about propriety Meng Qiu normally was, there was no way he'd be so loose. Chu Huayin only trusted this partially. Then, when did you originally plan to tell me? Or did you never intend to say anything at all? In a flurry of nods, Meng Qiu said, I would have said something. Of course I would. It's just that I haven't had the face to say. Can't it be considered my fault if you don't figure it out by yourself? Chu Huayin's face darkened, harboring a vague sense of frustration. Seeing Chu Huayin run out of words, Meng Qiu picked up a well-halved quail egg with his chopsticks, starting to plead for sympathy. One porridge, one grain, one should think of its hardships. There once was a lone scholar who frequently missed mountain passes and got lost in the forest. Once his food supplies were all used up, he couldn't catch wild chickens, nor gather bird eggs. So he kept walking forward in hunger. Even the carriage he rented had an uncooperative horse which broke the reins and injured his palms. Meng Qiu exaggerated his tone excessively, making it sound like fabricated stories. He wanted to evoke pity in Chu Huayin to gloss over this matter, but he couldn't express too genuinely lest Chu Huayin become overly concerned. Chu Huayin's tone softened. As long as you stay by my side henceforth, I will never let you suffer again. All right. Just as Meng Qiu agreed, his uncle arrived at the palace to take him home. At the northern border, I entrusted your majesty to care for Meng Qiu. At the time, your majesty had just returned to the capital after a month, with many pressing matters, yet you personally managed everything for him, and I am deeply grateful. Now that I have returned to the capital, Meng Qiu is merely a minor official of the temple, it is inappropriate for him to linger in the palace. Right when we first met, he led my nephew straight into bed and even made him pregnant. Looking at it this way, Meng Qiu is stupider than his mother, unable to stay together with Chu Huayin day by day without title or status. Looking at his nephew, the uncle felt he grew purer with each glance. Chu Huayin felt somewhat guilty towards the former, because if it weren't for losing control, Meng Qiu wouldn't have become pregnant. But guilt aside, now that they have a child, would it be reasonable to live separately? I have already instructed the astronomical office to look for auspicious days recently, preparing for the grand ceremony of enthronement. Chu Huayin handed over a heavy object wrapped in bright yellow silk to Meng Qiu. This is the Empress seal, and from now on, it will be under your supervision. Jiang Yi was startled, unsure whether to consider Chu Huayin serious or frivolous. Empress, that actually sounded okay. Your uncle simply wants to bring me home, but you want me to be the Empress. Meng Qiu accepted a hot potato, tears brimming helplessly. I only want to be an official. He pushed the Empress seal back to Chu Huayin, who crossed his arms behind his back, refusing to take it. Caught off guard, Meng Qiu hastily passed it to his uncle and waved his hands continuously. Give it to uncle, I don't want it. Chu Huayin and Jiang Yi's faces both froze simultaneously. I really don't want to be Empress. Meng Qiu pleaded earnestly, the position as Empress was nothing good, being trapped in the palace every day. You'd better abandon this idea, otherwise, I might run away. Chu Huayin didn't want to push Meng Qiu too hard but needed to show his stance in front of his uncle. Don't you also not want me to give it to others? You keep it for me. If you don't want to be Empress, leave it vacant then. I'll follow whatever you prefer. His Majesty had no bottom line at all. The moment Meng Qiu frowned his brows, they immediately relaxed again. He took it back from his uncle and tightly held it in his hand, lacking self-awareness. Is there a storage fee? He actually dared to ask for a storage fee. 1 liang per month. If you lose it, I'll have you compensate me. Chu Huayin's essence as an unscrupulous merchant when exploiting Meng Qiu remained unchanged. Meng Qiu, then I'm at a bit of a loss. What if you send someone to steal it? Unknowingly providing a new idea. Chu Huayin couldn't help but laugh. Am I that kind of person? Aside from hiding the matter of the indenture contract, I haven't tricked you on anything else. Meng Qiu happily went home with his uncle. The number of hidden guards around him doubled, making quite a grand procession. Chu Huayin escorted him to the palace gate. The swinging palace lanterns cast a dim yellow shadow, half of his side profile hidden in the shadows, while the other half clearly defined. But from any angle, he looked deeply devoted. I wish to hold hands with Meng Qiu and see the boundless rivers and mountains of the world, so I don't mind if this process takes a little longer. Meng Qiu seemed to sense something and paused at the corner, waving at his Majesty. Everything was open and honest, no sneaky business required. Meng Qiu's recent days were simply heavenly. But soon, he encountered the same crisis as Shen Baiqing. Meng Qiu stared at the endless soups before him and collapsed onto the chair, his face contorted in misery. The grilled fish had already drifted far away from him. All that remained was fish soup. He restrained himself from eating barbecue and pickled foods, and after indulging too much in delicacies, he would miss steamed buns with pickled vegetables every day. Especially when both his uncle and Chu Huayin, whether by coincidence or design, came alternately at different times, making it awkward for him not to drink either soup. Chu Huayin heard that he didn't have much appetite, so he held a spoon to personally feed him rice and told stories to coax him into drinking. Once upon a time, a scholar traveled alone, often missing the mountain paths, getting lost in the woods. After running out of dry rations, unable to catch wild chickens or gather bird eggs, this scholar later passed the imperial exams with flying colors and gained favor from his Majesty, who appreciated his hardship in coming to the capital for the exam and compensated him with daily fine dining. Every pitiful tale sold earlier would turn into chicken soup eventually. It seems even the emperor remembers grudges. Meng Qiu picked up the stone and threw it back at himself, swallowing his bitter feelings. In just a few days, he thought of Shen Baiqing. Enthusiastically inviting him to come play at the Dali Temple and the Meng residence, Meng Qiu always had interesting ways to attract Shen Baiqing. Even within the Dali Temple, he could make any case as thrilling as a novel. Shen Baiqing eagerly attended the appointment, only to be greeted by nourishing soup. Friends should help each other. I've helped you many times, don't you want to return the favor? Shen Baiqing pinched the bowl edge with his fingers and thrust it in front of Meng Qiu's eyes. See the marking at the bottom of the bowl? It represents exclusive supply for the imperial palace. Is this from His Majesty? How dare I, who opposes princes, take what is intended for one? Meng Qiu tried to soothe him. You've never tasted anything from the imperial kitchen, have you? Give it a try. Shen Baiqing refused. The officialdom involves many social obligations. If one day I accidentally reveal that I am drinking your soup instead of you, Shen Baiqing submitted. What exactly happened in Shu? Ji Hanlin was appointed imperial envoy and sent to Shu. It has been almost 2 months now. Meng Qiu, the grain relief sent by the court to Shu was looted. According to Ji Hanlin's letters, he discovered an unrecorded path in Shu that might be used for transporting military provisions. Shu and Feng State are across the river from each other, and this path leads directly to the riverbank. The local officials colluded with each other to deceive higher-ups. With Feng State also heavily hit by the disaster and short of provisions, it purchased grains at high prices from Shu behind the court's back, ignoring the suffering of the famine-stricken civilians. Chu Huayin punished a number of officials from top to bottom. Shu needs a batch of newly assigned officials, and the court is still selecting them, therefore Ji Hanlin must stay a few more days in Shu for a smooth transition. However, strangely, the amount of grain missing in the Great Way far exceeds the shortage in the disaster-hit areas of Feng State. After all, last year's Great Taihu harvest made the court generous, intending to store the provisions in border troops camps to reward the 3 armies. After showing concern, Shen Baiqing grew somewhat envious. I also want to become an official. Ji Hanlin wrote long family letters, but regarding what he exactly did in Shu, being classified information of the court, nothing leaked. Meng Qiu scratched his cheeks. As a mere minor official of the Dali Temple, he only learned about it from Chu Huayin. Shen Baiqing and Ji Hanlin were schoolmates since childhood, but unlike his scholarly friend, Shen Baiqing disliked studying and disapproved of politics, preferring adventures in the mountains and rivers. This was the first time Ji Hanlin's departure to Shu sparked this thought in him. Meng Qiu saw through. Hope he still feels this way when he comes back. Jiang Yi has been living at the Meng residence for several days without returning to the Jiang family. Jiang Xian, after rolling up his bundle, also wanted to follow, but was left behind to guard the Jiang household. One uncle was enough. If another came along, His Majesty might go insane. Jiang Yi today was mustering troops outside the city, departing early and returning late. Meng Qiu was about to head home when Jiang Xian suddenly ran frantically to find him, saying that there was trouble at the residence of the general. Meng Qiu, when the Jiang family fell before, you were unable to fight off those from the gambling den, surely now, you're not still incapable. Are all the soldiers that the uncle brought back from the northern frontier vegetarians? Many people. Just one. Jiang Yi waved a hand, dare not fight her. She is ferocious, tall, pitiable, and heavily pregnant. He glanced at Meng Qiu's stomach after speaking, noting it was especially prominent. Meng Qiu, uncle's romantic entanglement. Upon following Jiang Xian back, he found it very surreal indeed. A woman knelt in front of the residence of the pacifying the nation general, propping up a bamboo rod with a white sail cloth tied to it, where in bold cinnabar ink it read, "The unfaithful Jiang Yi abandons wife and child." She even hired a storyteller who narrated her tragic love story with Jiang Yi in the northern frontier eloquently and without pause. The embellishments made it sound like a celestial couple's tale. It was utterly stimulating to both the eyes and ears. The woman carried herself with dignity, despite being 8 or 9 months pregnant. Her features were strikingly handsome, with a touch of exotic charm, retaining her composure even while kneeling. Apparently weary from kneeling too long, she shifted positions. Meng Qiu frowned slightly as he estimated the woman's height and let out an involuntary gasp. Wasn't she taller than uncle? Chapter 53. The guards of the general's mansion wanted to stay 3 paces away from the pregnant woman. 20 or so burly men were huddled together like a group of little chicks under the watchful eyes of an eagle. Though they trusted the general's integrity, what if there really was a little general in her belly? Jiang Xian supported Meng Qiu and asked, "What are we going to do, nephew?" It was too tricky, he had never encountered such a situation before. Meng Qiu, this official also can't handle it. Since returning to the capital, Jiang Yi's doorstep had almost been broken by marriage brokers. As a high-ranking official with the emperor's deep trust, and having an impressive appearance but no wife or concubines, he became the top choice for a son-in-law in the capital. Marriage brokers came in wave after wave. Those who hadn't paid a visit to the general's mansion didn't count as first-class brokers. Jiang Yi was not interested in matters of romance. Each time a matchmaker came, he would let his steward deal with them, or sometimes refer them to Jiang Xian. Meng Qiu thought this seemed like some kind of scam, but when he saw that woman, something about her felt strange. Her expression was emotionless, her gaze unwavering, as if she truly had some deep connection. As the story told by the storyteller grew more fantastical, even 2 children had already been born. Meng Qiu asked Jiang Xian, "Has uncle returned yet?" Jiang Xian replied, "No." He suggested mischievously, "Why don't you pretend to be the mistress of the general's house and drive this person away? You have a belly too. Evenly matched." Meng Qiu tapped his forehead and told him to shut up. Seeming to hear the word mistress, the woman became wary and glanced over here. From the mouths of the guards, she knew that Jiang Xian was Jiang Yi's younger brother, who had just come out of that door, likely going to fetch reinforcements. "Who are you to him?" The woman sized up Meng Qiu, looking displeased, and upon seeing his small abdomen and Jiang Yi supporting Meng Qiu, her face darkened. Meng Qiu noticed she had to tilt her head back slightly, aligning well with his uncovered Adam's apple. Cough cough cough, this friend wasn't experienced enough, huh? The general is out on business. Let's go inside and discuss if you have anything. Meng Qiu suggested. The woman took a step closer and repeated, "Who are you?" Her tone was worse than before. Jiang Xian quickly squeezed between the two and blocked Meng Chou, saying, my nephew. Outside the city, Jiang Yi received news from a fast courier horseman and sneered, "Absurd nonsense. Just drive them away. He hadn't even slept with anyone, how could there be a child?" The guard felt relieved. "I also think it's a scam. That person looks taller than the general, probably a Beatty spy." Wait. Suddenly an image flashed through Jiang Yi's mind, "Let me go check it out." When Jiang Yi returned to the mansion, the woman was being persuaded by Meng Chou to sit down in the general's house. He entered the door and the servants called out, "The general has returned." A shadow darted past everyone's eyes. In the blink of an eye, the previously awkward moving pregnant woman suddenly displayed amazing martial arts skills, leaping across a partition wall and disappearing from view. Suddenly, someone fell right in front of Jiang Yi. Instinctively, he drew his long sword, the cold sword light resting against the neck of the uninvited guest. Strands of black hair floated in the breeze. When the figure settled, Jiang Yi clearly saw their face. His eyelids twitched, and he tried to pull back the sword. But the other person pressed on the blade instead. Any movement Jiang Yi made caused blood to seep from between the fingers holding the sword tightly. He. Jiang Yi shouted at him, "Let go. Weren't you planning to kill me, General?" He Yu's eyes were like deep pools, locking onto Jiang Yi, trying to drag him into the abyss. "It's self-defense." Jiang Yi moved his hand away. After 5 years apart, this man had become even crazier. He Yu advanced toward Jiang Yi step by step. "You disappeared without a word, hiding your name for 5 years. If it weren't for the emperor declaring you as general to the world, where would I find you, General Jiang?" Jiang Yi was shoved against the wall by He Yu's big belly. Even He Yu seemed to notice it was inconvenient. "Help me take it out." Jiang Yi sighed and pulled a large bundle from under He Yu's blouse. "What did you come here for? Shouldn't you ask why? All the marriage brokers from Dayu have visited the general's residence, and I shouldn't. So you've come to ruin my reputation." Jiang Yi felt powerless. All his clean reputation was destroyed by this man's mouth. Lowering his voice, he said, "Not long ago, 2 groups of Beatty people attempted to assassinate my nephew and the emperor. Now at this moment, you, Prince of Beatty, sneak into our territory. Aren't you asking me to capture you?" When Yuan first arrived in the capital and asked for the location of the general's residence at a tea house, the owner enthusiastically told him just how popular the great general was in the city. Annoyed by this information, Yuan decided to strike preemptively, spreading rumors that Jiang Yi had a wife and child in the north. "You're not allowed to deny it. I'm telling you something important." Jiang Yi became exasperated. Didn't he understand human speech? "What I'm saying is serious business." Meng Chou peeked out from behind a wall, secretly observing his uncle. But as soon as he saw Chu Huaying coming in through the door, his eyes widened. Meng Chou hurried over to Chu Huaying. "Why are you here, Your Majesty?" Chu Huaying grabbed the back of Meng Chou's neck. "Come with me." "What about uncle?" Meng Chou struggled. "You don't need to bother," Chu Huaying said, remembering having encountered a similar scene before when someone caused trouble outside the Jiang residence. Indeed, upon arriving, he captured a cat eager to meddle in other people's affairs. Chu Huaying took Meng Chou out of the mansion. As they walked, Meng Chou whispered into Chu Huaying's ear, "I heard he's Prince of Beatty. Is this really fine?" Chu Huaying chuckled, "Kiss me, and I'll tell you." Though there was a mischievous cat paw scratching inside Meng Chou's heart, unable to withstand the curiosity, he lightly kissed Chu Huaying on the corner of his mouth. It was so fast that it felt like the sweep of a feather. It was Meng Chou's first time initiating a kiss. Before Chu Huaying could even savor the taste, he smiled and teased, "That doesn't count." "It does. Otherwise, I'll go ask my uncle." Chu Huaying said, "Do you know why your uncle hid his identity when he came looking for me 5 years ago in the army? Because he wanted to uncover the true culprit behind the defeat in the last battle. Also, uncle is your ace up the sleeve. You went back to the capital alone. Many people coveted the Northern Army because of this, but they never thought that uncle would still be guarding it. There's another point, it has to do with his 10-year undercover mission in Beatty." Jiang Yi wanted to infiltrate the Beatty elite circles, but without a clear path, he disguised himself as an indentured servant. People from Dawei and Beatty have distinct facial features, so Jiang Yi, as a Daiwi person, could only serve in the Beatty palace as a servant. Although Jiang Yi was younger than 20 and made efforts to appear unattractive, his natural good looks could not be completely hidden. Not long after, he was bought by Prince He Yuan's steward and put to work chopping wood in the backyard. He Yuan, the 6th son of the Beatty king, had a mother who was once a wine cellar along the Daiwi border. During one raid, she was abducted and later caught the eye of the Beatty king, which led to He Yuan's birth. Because He Yuan had Daiwi blood, he wasn't respected and both he and his mother were oppressed by what they called the true nobles. This situation resulted in He Yuan's dark and guarded personality, and he grew thorns against everyone. Even his steward was sent by his brothers to mock and watch him closely. In Beatty culture, people from Daiwi were regarded as inferiors. All the servants He Yuan's steward assigned him were from Daiwi, mocking that he was too lowly to command Beatty servants. Being 5 years older than He Yuan, Jiang Yi thought this youth might also count as a partial Daiwi citizen. Relying on his superior martial arts skills, Jiang Yi often covertly helped He Yuan when he was bullied. However, since Jiang Yi knew he was a spy, he kept his distance well. Always maintaining an undercover role, he avoided direct appearances around He Yuan. He Yuan found it strange that someone seemed to help him from the shadows but couldn't discover who was doing it. After 5 years, Jiang Yi started building influence in Beatty. His frequent disappearances drew suspicion from He Yuan. By then, He Yuan had grown into a strong adult, surpassing Jiang Yi in height and possessing remarkable martial and intellectual prowess. It didn't take him long to identify Jiang Yi. On the 8th year, He Yuan discovered his true identity. Strangely, instead of exposing Jiang Yi, He Yuan let him continue investigating secrets, remaining silent with a cold expression following Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi suspected that He Yuan might be trying to trap him to trace other spies from Dawei. Staying vigilant and keeping his cover intact, Jiang Yi carefully managed his distance, always mindful of his mission. Several times, while accompanying He Yuan, he met the Beatty king, including his father's murderer, the general from the final battle. To avoid involving He Yuan, he remained composed, suppressing his emotions. For 2 more years, things remained complicated, leaving Jiang Yi baffled about He Yuan's true intentions. Then one day, He Yuan suddenly confessed his feelings, only to be rejected directly by Jiang Yi. Subsequently, he exhibited a series of inexplicable behaviors, even attempting one day to confine Jiang Yi. Frightened, Jiang Yi, knowing he still had unfinished revenge, realized staying any longer could either jeopardize the entire mission or necessitate leveraging He Yuan's affection. Since almost all intelligence on Beatty grain and military supplies was collected, he learned Chu Huaying was mobilizing forces at the northern frontier. Deciding to retreat from Beatty, Jiang Yi joined Chu Huaying. First, thinking that using his name against Beatty might hurt He Yuan, Jiang Yi decided to hide his identity. Second, if He Yuan discovered Jiang Yi had gone to join the northern army and reported it, the Beatty court might become alert, potentially invalidating the gathered intelligence. In summary, their positions were fundamentally different. Meng Chou, then why aren't you worried? The prince has already sneaked in. Chu Huaying picked Meng Chou up and weighed him, as if he had gained some weight, then answered, it's obvious that He Yuan came this time just to find uncle. It's a love debt, not a national debt. Might take uncle a long time to pay off. Meng Chou spoke with sympathy. After searching for 5 years, upon hearing that the Great Wei Kingdom appointed Jiang Yi as a general, he came over from afar with cunning and quick moves, making Jiang Yi very flustered when he grabbed his sword earlier. There was no escape. Chu Huaying suddenly pinched Meng Chou's cheeks and pulled them sideways. I suddenly feel empathy. Ugh ugh ugh. What does it have to do with me? Chu Huaying pointed out sharply, the Jiang family has an ancestral rule against desertion, but your running away is just like your uncle's. Meng Chou hurriedly disassociated himself, I didn't. I just left the city unconsciously due to unclear thoughts. You can only deceive me when I am worried. Do you think I would still believe your words after I calm down? Chu Huaying couldn't believe that Meng Chou wanted to quit so easily without avenging Jiang Yao and the original body of her reincarnation. That was not his character. More likely, it was because of the pregnancy. Chu Huaying felt a tremor in his heart. He Yuan had been looking for 5 years, while he, whether by luck or misfortune, found Meng Chou halfway through when Guan Jiaxing met him and brought him back on his own, putting him in danger. Meng Chou, without evidence, you cannot make random accusations. If you let me catch you red-handed. Chu Huaying threatened by patting his buttocks. Meng Chou. Anxiety. Once again, he got into trouble because of his uncle. Chapter 54. Would you like a promotion? Chu Huaying suddenly asked. In the last few days, Meng Chou hadn't attended court, and when he sat on the dragon throne looking down, he always felt that something was missing. However, attending the early morning court meant that Meng Chou would have to get up even earlier than when he served as Chief Justice of the Supreme Court. Chu Huaying worried that he might not be able to wake up. Meng Chou, it's good, but it makes me uncomfortable that you ask me directly. Meng Chou grinned, nodding humbly several times. Alright, I understand your thoughts. Chu Huaying then talked about another matter. The Crown Prince of Fenghua invited me to gather in Shu to clarify issues regarding Qin Yuan and the envoy group. I'm still considering it. The capital city appeared calm on the surface, but since the rebels had not been completely uprooted, there was still an underlying danger. Shu is far away and close to Fenghua. Who knows what kind of trap they may have set up in Shu recently. I don't allow you to go, said the tyrannical little cat. Fine, His Majesty obeyed easily. So cooperative. Meng Chou felt like a bewitching fox that could confuse His Majesty. Maybe you should reconsider. Chu Huaying, do you think I'm like you, promising one thing and then contradicting myself immediately? Besides, you can't travel long distances right now. How can I feel at ease leaving you alone in the capital? I can. Meng Chou bounced around where he stood, emphasizing, as light as a swallow, full of energy, no problems at all. Chu Huaying quickly pulled Meng Chou back into his arms. Alright, I get it. He led Meng Chou to the pavilion in the general's residence. Sit down and talk. Chu Huaying touched the stone bench. The marble was cold like ice on a cloudy day, so he sat himself and let Meng Chou sit on his lap. Meng Chou's cheeks flushed red, in broad daylight. Don't let uncle see us like this. Chu Huayin, uncle will probably be busy for some time. If you're shy, why don't you face me and bury your head in my shoulder? Meng Chou pushed Chu Huayin's face away. Not happening. Your Majesty, the royal physician told me that after 3 months of pregnancy, we can. Chu Huayin lowered his voice, leaned closer to Meng Chou's ear, nibbling gently on his plump earlobe as a hint. We'd better hurry or wait until after Meng Chou delivers. His Majesty was somewhat anxious. But he overlooked one fact, he couldn't even steal a kiss without asking Meng Chou first. Again, being timid yet aiming too high. Meng Chou's face burned red, but he couldn't say anything like, practice your technique first. From what he remembered from the scripts in his past life, such outcomes were disastrous. All he could do was hope that His Majesty deeply reflected on himself. I am not ready, Meng Chou gasped for breath. Chu Huayin teased softly, as light as a swallow, full of energy. Shut up, Meng Chou covered his mouth. This is moving too fast. Have we kissed more than 3 times? Come to think of it, we aren't really familiar with each other. Then how many times should we kiss? I'll try, Chu Huayin stroked his belly, laughing wryly. Back then, they jumped straight to bed unexpectedly, but now things seem to be going backward. Meng Chou struggled, afraid that saying too little would make him finish too soon, while saying too much would turn Chu Huayin into a kissing fanatic. He counted with his fingers, poking Chu Huayin's chest. How about the square root of 400? You decide yourself, more or less won't work. Meng Chou gave Chu Huayin a look as if to say, see? How generous am I? Chu Huayin, what does that mean? Heart Yuan. Let go of me. Inside, Jiang Yi's angry shouts echoed, causing Meng Chou to jump slightly. Is uncle safe? Our uncle's martial arts are on par with mine. If Heart Yuan could beat him, he wouldn't just kneel in front of the general's mansion pretending, he'd have taken people hostage directly. As they were talking, Jiang Yi cursed loudly while dragging someone over. Having grown up in the army, he naturally exuded a brash military vibe. He had always acted rather than spoken. To subdue an opponent with one move without any unnecessary words. Today, Meng Chou realized for the first time that his uncle also knew how to scold. They came toward them, and Meng Chou got off Chu Huayin's lap. It seemed their postures were off, as if bound by something. Upon closer inspection, sure enough, that Heart Yuan had somehow acquired a set of delicate shackles, which he had used to bind both their hands together. Meng Chou silently admired the bold customs of Bei Di. Your Majesty, this is the 6th prince of Bei Di. The 2 countries did not officially exchange documents, and he infiltrated secretly. Please forgive him, Your Majesty. Jiang Yi stood behind with his hands clasped, humble yet dignified. Seeing that Heart Yuan made no response, he swiftly kicked him in the leg. Your Majesty of the Great Way, I only came for personal matters with the general. This has nothing to do with the war between our 2 nations. Chu Huayin smirked, 6th prince insults our Great Way general before my very eyes, isn't that disrespecting me? Your Majesty, he. Jiang Yi tried to defend Heart Yuan. He Yuan glanced at Chu Huayin, then unwillingly unfastened the chains. While he could torment Jiang Yi, it was a different matter when it came to other people. Your Majesty, if you just allow me to follow Jiang Yi, I assure you that I will not endanger the peace between the 2 countries. And I can exchange this information for your permission. Chu Huayin looked at Jiang Yi. Meng Chou and He Yuan also looked at Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi groaned inwardly, figuring that since His Majesty wouldn't agree, this brat would still be tagging along with him anyway. Jiang Yi, speak. The current Samutai is fake. Samutai and He Yuan shared the same father but different mothers. Originally, Samutai was not outstanding. However, several war-prone princes in the past years of conflict with Great Way either lost their lives or much of their strength. Samutai, advocating for peace, took advantage of the opportunity with Great Way's help to ascend to power. The northern border ceased warfare, and the 2 nations fostered good relations. Over the last 5 years, He Yuan had been searching for Jiang Yi without any intention of contesting the throne, but realizing that his brother had been replaced by someone else was as easy as pie. Both Chu Huayin and Meng Chou exchanged glances. No wonder the Northern D people dared to attempt assassination in the capital city. The original Samutai would have never dared such an act. The Northern D assassinated the Water Emerald girl from the envoy group, and he initially suspected Foam Kingdom framing the Northern D. Now, upon reflection, perhaps the situation could be reversed. It might be worth reconsidering meeting Crown Prince of Fenghua, though both the strategist from Lu's house and the cargo ship owner were from Fenghua, so the meeting location should be decided by Great Way. He Yuan suddenly moved closer to Jiang Yi and mumbled unclearly, such a big piece of intelligence, shouldn't General reward me? For instance, he spoke only loud enough for the 2 of them to hear. Jiang Yi clenched his teeth silently, don't say that in front of my nephew. Shouldn't we maintain some respect for an uncle? What if the nephew picks up bad habits? A corner of Chu Huayin's mouth curled up, he coughed a few times to mask his laughter. Meng Chou didn't hear what they said because he lacked sufficient skills, so he quietly asked Chu Huayin, what did the uncle say? The general has private matters to handle. I won't disturb. Chu Huayin left with his little cat in tow. This time, uncle didn't intervene. What makes you feel like you're rejoicing a bit? What exactly did the uncle say? Meng Chou tugged at Chu Huayin's sleeve. I'll tell you if you can tell me what the square root of 400 is. Suppressing his curiosity, Meng Chou replied, then I don't want to know. Otherwise, today would result in 20 kisses. Uncle is very busy now, you should stay in the palace with me. Chu Huayin admired one thing about He Yuan, how he managed to hold back the uncle. Meng Chou hesitated, and Chu Huayin made a threat, you'd better cooperate, or else I'll borrow those handcuffs from He Yuan. Then you won't need to stand during court anymore, but can cuddle directly with me on the dragon throne. Meng Chou imagined that picture. It seemed somewhat terrifying. All right, agreed. Suddenly, Chu Huayin hugged him, voice muffled, I'm not trying to threaten you. But thinking, if you hadn't come back willingly, where would I find you? At the time, he mistook Wang Juanyang's corpse for Meng Chou, deciding not to spend manpower looking for him anymore, thinking he would forever carry this regret. But unexpectedly, the barren grave in his heart suddenly revived, as if a gentle breeze had blown over it, transforming it into a field of flowers again. Meng Chou couldn't say that he would return after giving birth, all he could say was, I'm sorry. Chu Huayin, I don't need this apology. Then what do you need? The square root of 400. There's no way. Animal. To Meng Chou's surprise, the promotion mentioned by Chu Huayin turned out to be Prime Minister. This leap was just like eating too much and becoming obese overnight. Meng Chou pinched his nose and finished a bowl of soup, stroking his belly thoughtfully. After Chu Huayin announced this during the morning court session, it sparked quite a lot of controversy. Some ministers believed that Jiang family's influence was getting far too heavy, potentially overshadowing the emperor. Moreover, Meng Chou skipped numerous ranks too quickly, which didn't align with proper protocol. To achieve great ambitions, rulers in ancient times invited wise talents to serve as prime ministers. From a scholar in blue robes to a noble prime minister, anyone competent deserves this honor. Even before I ascended the throne, Meng Chou assisted me, solving multiple major cases involving the Lu family and Wang family. In Qianyang Lake, he even disappeared due to protecting my life. If he isn't qualified, who else is? The court fell silent momentarily. Before the emperor ascended the throne, many of them favored the second prince. Since Meng Chou already supported his majesty before the enthronement, their own positions became ambiguous. With Chu Huayin firmly rejecting dissent, and Vice Prime Minister Yan Xiang strongly supporting, along with Jiang Yi's impressive military accomplishments, naturally, opposing sides preferred silence. Xiao Jiu arrived at the Meng residence to announce the imperial decree, carrying 2 decrees. The first requested that Master Meng sit down while receiving the decree. The second was the decree appointing him as Prime Minister. Meng Chou blushed furiously listening to it. His Majesty attributed actions done by himself and placed them wrongly on Meng Chou's shoulders. Ashamed. Just like a bewitching fox. First-rank officials wore red clothing, 3-ridge hats, ivory wands, embroidered cranes on the robes. Xiao Jiu brought along the official attire for the Prime Minister, specially customized according to Master Meng's body type by His Majesty. Meng Chou went through those clothes, now he couldn't wear anything regular without exposing his growing belly. The next day at court, Chu Huayin finally saw Meng Chou again, standing in the front as usual. His crimson official robes were highly noticeable, making his skin appear even whiter and eyes brighter with vitality. Chu Huayin was slightly satisfied, being first in line was good, so he could see the whole person. May your majesty live 10,000 years. The court may rise and dispense with formalities, Chu Huayin announced. But upon seeing Meng Chou perform a deep bow with the rest, he frowned. Minister Meng. Meng Chou, catching Chu Huayin's opening mouth, suddenly felt an impending disaster. Minister Meng investigated cases for the emperor previously and was injured by assassins, causing bodily inconvenience. Therefore, a special seat is granted. Chu Huayin spoke formally. All ministers labor tirelessly for the nation day and night. You must take care of your health. Both the emperor and the common people rely on you all. Should any minister feel unwell and unable to stand long, do not overexert yourself. The emperor will also bestow a chair. A servant brought forward a grand armchair, complete with a soft cushion atop it. Meng Chou reluctantly sat down while thanking the emperor for this honor. Ministers then voiced that they were in excellent health and had no need for such consideration, instead expressing their concern for Minister Meng, requesting him to cherish his body for the sake of Great Wei and the emperor. As the court dispersed, Meng Chou quietly clenched his fists. Chu Huayin discussed matters regarding the meeting with Fengguo's crown prince, choosing the location and which officials from Shu should be dispatched. There were many things to deliberate on, dragging the time into late. Lately fed excessively often, Meng Chou had formed a habit and easily became hungry. As his hand just touched his belly, thinking about Chu Huayin's mad decision to give him a seat, he immediately pulled back. Chu Huayin, who kept watching Meng Chou all along, could there be a way he missed his little action? He tapped the dragon throne once, his sidelong glance fixing onto Meng Chou. I've neglected something. All esteemed ministers. Meng Chou's eyelids twitched. Relying on being in the front row where others couldn't see him, he gave Chu Huayin a deadly glare. If you dare start eating and drinking at the Xianjing Hall, I'll dash my head against the wall here. What a man of unbending pride. Chapter 55. Meng Chao's gaze was too resolute, and Chu Huayin rubbed his nose, dismissing the idea of inviting the civil and military officials to taste pastries. The meeting place with the Crown Prince of Feng State was set in Qi Province, a midway point between the capital and Feng State. The vast plains of Qi Province had an open folkway, numerous merchant guilds, and a strong local army. Most crucially, the route from the capital to Qi Province was smooth, with picturesque scenery. It would take 40 days at the slowest for a round trip, and he could definitely take Meng Chou along. The water department official was talking about the improvement of the rivers in Shu, his talent for flood control standing out. His only flaw was that he was quite verbose, reiterating one matter repeatedly. Today, Chu Huayin didn't want to hear it again, raising his hand to stop him. Your Excellency should write all the matters you have mentioned into a petition, present it tomorrow for me to carefully review. Those who have matters to report may do so, otherwise, court is dismissed. A few people exchanged glances, and a slender civil official came forward, kneeling down and reciting classical texts, from ancient myths to urban life. Chu Huayin knew as soon as he began speaking that this was revisiting the issue of selecting a concubine. Now the ministers had learned subtlety, but there were just a few overly concerned individuals. My empress and prince are starving, and you drone on endlessly. Isn't that missing the main point? Chu Huayin, I already have someone in mind, but the timing isn't right to make it public. There's no need for everyone to dwell on this matter. Upon hearing this, there was a murmur below. To select someone for the emperor was just a word or two away. What kind of timing did they need to wait for? Could it be the emperor has eyes for a married woman? The ministers sucked in a cold breath. There were millions of women in the world. Why would the emperor go through all this trouble? Meng Chou remained steady like Mount Tai. No, it wasn't his affair. Dismissed. Meng Chou held a date cake in his hand, quietly probing, that Qi province. I want to go too. Chu Huayin raised an eyebrow, you want to go with me? Yeah. Meng Chou servilely massaged the emperor's shoulders. During his last escape, he only cared about rushing back and forth, which was not only exhausting but also stressful. If he had the chance to accompany the emperor on a tour, it would be both dignified and relaxed. So tell me exactly how many times do you plan to kiss me? Meng Chou clapped his hands, cutting off his unrealistic thoughts. Aren't you worried I'll run off if you leave me in the capital? Chu Huayin, say that again. Meng Chou fluently replied, left alone in the capital, your servant might secretly run to Qi province because of overbearing longing for your majesty. You're so confident that I wouldn't leave you behind alone. Did your majesty not reject all those other places simply because Qi province has a better road and you wanted to bring me along? Meng Chou smiled mischievously. Can't you pretend ignorance and let me get my way once? Your servant dares not deceive his majesty. Meng Chou said, if you succeed, then I'll be in trouble. That sentence itself is an act of deceit against the emperor. No way. Meng Chou thought blissfully, if I can just endure these few months, by the time Chu Huayin finds out, it will be futile anyway. With a big belly, could you still force me? With a smile in his eyes, Meng Chou bent down and kissed the emperor. Out of respect for the propriety between sovereign and minister, a sympathy score first. Chu Huayin pushed Meng Chou down and hugged him onto his lap. Even if other things were impossible, they could first kiss their fill. Meng Chou straddled Chu Huayin's legs, almost unable to breathe from being kissed. He hugged Chu Huayin's neck tightly, pressing himself completely against his chest, with his chin resting on the emperor's shoulder. They were so snugly together that even if the emperor twisted his neck, he couldn't kiss him. Get down, Chu Huayin's voice croaked. Hearing this, Meng Chou didn't move, tightening his lips that were already bright red from being bitten. Not possible to kiss me. Chu Huayin patted his buttocks. Get down, do you think I'm a man of perfect virtue? Only then did Meng Chou realize what inappropriate position he was sitting in, scrambling off Chu Huayin's body hurriedly as if burned. Accidentally touching the crotch made the emperor suck in a cold breath. We'll settle accounts later. With the southern inspection imminent, Chu Huayin summoned Yan Xiang and Jiang Yi to instruct them on domestic affairs. Yan Xiang took charge of governance and would request urgent imperial advice for important matters. Chu Huayin trusted him greatly. The Crown Prince of Feng State is very sincere. This time, I estimate it's due to the Beatty situation. I'm in the south, if Feng gets into trouble, I can handle it. If the Beatty invade our borders, you and Yan Xiang discuss it. In emergencies, act on behalf of authority. I'll issue an imperial edict in advance. At that time, without consulting me, General, you go directly to the northern border to lead the troops. After Yan Xiang left, Chu Huayin asked Jiang Yi, do you trust He Yuan? Jiang Yi commanded 400,000 troops. If He Yuan harbored ill intentions, it would put the Wei in danger. Whether or not to trust depends on my subjective judgment. But I guarantee, if He Yuan plans to harm the Wei, Jiang Yi will surely take his head. The Beatty people are barbaric and difficult to train. I have no intention of taking their land. However, letting them continue in chaos is not a long-term solution either. Installing a new king has always been our strategy. Do you understand my meaning, uncle? Jiang Yi lowered his head. I understand, your majesty. General's mansion. He Yuan had changed back into his women's clothing and was standing at the entrance of the general's mansion, scaring away every matchmaker who dared approach. Even young girls passing by, if they so much as glanced at the mansion, were met with a stern glare from He Yuan. The entire capital knew that the general, once a pristine cabbage, had been compromised. He stood tall and imposing at the entrance, having frightened the grandson of the northern city's medicine shop owner to tears just yesterday. When Jiang Yi returned from the palace, he took one look at He Yuan's increasingly exaggerated figure and quickly ushered him inside. What was all this nonsense about standing guard at the gate whenever he wasn't allowed to follow? He certainly had guts. The guards, seeing General Zhang's return, looked on with moist eyes. But when they saw that Jiang Yi didn't reprimand He Yuan, they began to accept the reality. The next time He Yuan stood guard at the door, the soldiers brought tea and water, treating him like the official mistress of the general's house. Drink. Jiang Yi poured a cup of water for both himself and He Yuan, his gaze focused on He Yuan's disguised belly, which caused an eye strain. Take it off quickly. He Yuan complied silently. It wasn't that he lacked shame, life had taught him otherwise. As a youth, he'd quietly followed Jiang Yi for years without uttering a word, hoping Jiang Yi would be moved. Unfortunately, the other party never noticed, even fleeing for 5 years after He Yuan confessed his feelings. This time around, He Yuan realized, with someone like Jiang Yi, being shameless meant more affection. There was no point reasoning with someone raised in the barracks, overpowering them directly worked better. If only he could overpower him. Over the past 5 years, despite his relentless training and improvement in martial arts, He Yuan still fell short. It reminded him of the early days when Jiang Yi had secretly intervened to drive away those who bullied him. Yet he could never figure out who that mysterious person was. His love and respect for this unknown benefactor grew, but eventually, unfulfilled curiosity turned into resentment. Jiang Yi chose not to reveal himself because helping He Yuan had been merely a casual act of kindness, leaving him indistinguishable from a roadside beggar in He Yuan's mind. This resentment transformed into boundless possessiveness once He Yuan came to know Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi sighed with relief upon seeing He Yuan finally behave normally. Despite noticing some signs of pregnancy in his nephew, all he could think about was how difficult it was for the child to bear such burdens. In contrast, watching this man in front of him triggered a different kind of discomfort entirely. Staring into He Yuan's eyes, Jiang Yi suddenly asked, He Yuan, do you want to become the king of Beatty? There will surely be another war between Beatty and Dawei. When it happens, I'll lead our troops to overthrow the Beatty throne and install you as their rightful ruler. This way, we can ensure a century-long peace treaty and bring happiness to the people. A smirk appeared on He Yuan's lips as his narrow fox-like eyes slightly squinted, exuding a touch of evil intent. Are you testing me? Do you doubt my loyalty? I'm not testing you. The emperor also shares this plan. His uncle's acting skills remain terrible as ever, much needing refinement. You are doubting me. He Yuan leaned forward, pinching Jiang Yi's chin, forcing him closer. Regardless of whether you're testing me or not, my answer remains unchanged. Unless you wish to be the Beatty princess and Dawei's emperor agrees to our union in marriage for a century of peace, I have no interest in the throne. Though He Yuan's tone was nonchalant, his sincerity was profound. Jiang Yi was the general of Dawei, and if He Yuan ascended the throne, they would inevitably spend more time apart than together. Witnessing his mother suffer indignities and die disconsolately due to her Dawei origin, He Yuan held the same disdain for the Beatty royal family as Jiang Yi did. Because of this, he allowed Jiang Yi to serve as a spy within the Beatty ranks and occasionally lend a hand. During the times when Dawei battered Beatty forces into retreat and chaos reigned within Beatty borders, he was lazy about contending for the throne, allowing incompetent Soa Mute to take power instead. However, if he had become the Beatty king earlier, he might have met Jiang Yi sooner on the battlefield, a fact that always left him regretful. Princess. A dog can't spit out ivory. Jiang Yi turned red in embarrassment, teasing him. His nephew was destined to be an empress, not some Beatty princess. But somehow, these plans weren't conflicting. As uncle hadn't approached him for several days, Meng Chou ended up spending nights in the palace with the emperor. Every night there were heated moments on the dragon bed, and Meng Chou found it increasingly taxing on his body. So, on this day, after finishing official duties, as soon as it turned dark, Meng Chou slipped over to the general's mansion to find his uncle. He arrived at an inconvenient time. His uncle had dragged the nuisance to the training grounds for practice and hadn't returned yet. Then I'll stroll around myself. Meng Chou dismissed old Lu from accompanying him. He wandered towards the room where he used to live at the general's mansion. Initially, it had been sealed, but after Meng Chou's return, Chu Huayin ordered the seal removed and the room thoroughly cleaned. The hairpin that Jiang Yao had given him for his future bride was hidden here. Chu Huayin had helped him recover the other half from a courtesan. He wondered if the emperor might now find it distasteful. If he doesn't want it, then never mind. Meng Chou knelt on the bed searching everywhere, recalling how it was concealed in the crevices of the wooden slats, but it was gone. Squinting, he peered closely at the seam and gazed underneath the bed. 2 streaks of green jade light flickered, the 2 hairpins lay quietly there. Meng Chou's bed was quite spacious, yet not very tall, just enough for him to slide into it lying flat. This room was oddly peculiar, the curvature of the floor under the bed was far from smooth. It basically bulged in the middle while dipping at the front and back ends. Precisely because of this unevenness, he had once hidden his prenatal medication here, making it utterly secure. No matter from which angle you viewed it, the rear section remained obscured. And even deeper inside, there was a little hole, sealed off with a brick. Had the person who constructed this room done so for convenience in hide-and-seek? Due to the height constraints, Meng Cho could only enter horizontally, unable to just stick his head in without risking squishing his belly. Struggling through the middle part where the space between the bed frame and the wooden slats was extremely tight, accommodating only one person lying flat, any inadvertent movement could easily lead to hitting his head. Finally, upon reaching the wider interior area, Meng Cho lifted the brick and first ascertained that the prenatal medicine was still there. This served as undeniable proof that he had known about the pregnancy all along, something Chu Huayin mustn't see. On another day, he would have to discreetly dispose of it. After replacing the brick, Meng Cho gently patted it down, whispering to it to stay hidden well. Fumbling around, he found both hairpins and stuffed them into his pocket, sighing deeply. Feeling a bit weary from remaining prostrate, he prepared to move out on his back. However, it seemed. Meng Cho looked at his belly. Could this really be happening? Entering hadn't been an issue earlier, so why was his stomach brushing against the slats after such a short time? He began doubting himself. Meng Cho sucked in his stomach slightly to create some distance from the slats. So was his entry successful only because he had flattened his belly to crawl in? Gazing blankly at the darkened underside of the bed for a while, he recalled the days when his waist was as slim as willow branches, free to choose any posture he wished. The emperor has caused Meng Cho to grow plump. And there would be more weight gain to come. Just as he thought about Chow Chow, a metaphor referring to someone arriving precisely when mentioned, Meng Cho's ears perked up suddenly as he heard Chu Huayin ask the shadow guards outside, "Where is Meng Cho? Is he inside? He just went in a moment ago." Meng Cho, shrouded in darkness, widened his eyes abruptly, sudden panic. Chu Huayin pushed open the door, calling out, "Meng Cho." Empty space. Where is he? Chu Huayin's breathing became suddenly labored. The wardrobe was open, revealing nothing. He quickly glanced under the bed too, nobody there. The shadow guards had surrounded the entire room, yet how could he still disappear? Could there possibly be an underground passage in the general's mansion? A shadow guard swiftly descended from a tree, incredulously saying, "Director Meng definitely did not leave." As Chu Huayin's heart nearly stopped in fright, a dispirited voice came from somewhere unknown. "I'm stuck under the bed." A tad embarrassing. Chu Huayin, how could someone still manage to squeeze under the bed? Chapter 56. Chu Huayin knelt down and peeked under the bed. As expected, there was a kitten stuck under the bed frame. It was very dark under there, but the pair of distinct black and white eyes stood out clearly. "I can come out by myself," Meng Yu said. The gap was too narrow, making Chu Huayin feel somewhat breathless just watching. Reaching out to touch the underside of the bed, he noticed it wasn't smooth, sharp edges could easily injure or tear clothing. "Don't move. I'll lift the bed board." Chu Huayin's tone turned somewhat agitated, his command not allowing any objection. "Okay." Any refusal might have sounded more suspicious, revealing some sort of secret inside. Meng Yu closed his eyes and pinched his nose shut, trying to avoid inhaling dust from the boards. "Just lift a few boards in the middle." A concealed guard, regaining composure after being shocked, tried to hold back laughter while feeling overwhelmed emotionally. "Your Majesty, let me do it." "Go out and close the door," Chu Huayin ordered. The emperor usually did things personally anyway. Plus, he planned to reprimand Meng Yu, so naturally the hidden guards couldn't be present. How dare he stick his head into every hole that seems interesting? If there's no punishment this time, tomorrow he'll probably start tearing off roofs. And sure enough, this would be something Meng Yu would do. Just thinking about it made Chu Huayin ache with a headache. Chu Huayin threw pillows and blankets onto the ground and started disassembling from the outermost bed plank, each movement filled with incredulity. After flipping 2 boards, light streamed into the darkness beneath, and Meng Yu came clearly into view. His eyes remained tightly shut, eyebrows furrowed as though he sensed the weight of Chu Huayin's gaze. He cracked one eye open slightly and gave an apologetic smile. Chu Huayin felt an itch in his heart and hands. He wanted nothing more than to embrace him tightly, spank him lightly, and gently wipe the dirt from his face before pressing kisses all over. Discarding the last wooden panel, Chu Huayin carefully pulled out a dusty little kitten from underneath. With the bed now dismantled, Meng Yu was placed on a table, swiftly deflecting the emperor's attempt to lean down and kiss him. Caught unawares, Chu Huayin ended up kissing a mouthful of dust, causing his face to contort momentarily. Bad luck. Meng Yu hurriedly wiped his sooty palms on his robes and kissed back eagerly, teasingly tracing his tongue along the edge of Chu Huayin's lips. "Now, gone is the dust, you can't blame me." This gesture caused Chu Huayin's mind to swirl pleasantly despite his better judgment. Yet maintaining clarity, he quickly poured a cup of water. "Rinse your mouth." Meng Yu rinsed his mouth clean and then pulled out 2 hairpins from his sleeve, presenting them like treasures. "I was looking for these earlier in the bed." Chu Huayin took them but didn't fully understand at first. Weren't these the same pins he had taken from a courtesan back in the day? "My mother left these for me when I get married," Meng Yu explained, glancing up uncertainly. "Will your Majesty despise them?" It was also because officialdom couldn't afford to buy anything else for him. For a moment, Chu Huayin was taken aback. Light hairpins suddenly carried much deeper significance. Gripping them tightly, he realized in this exact instant that what he held in his hand was Meng Yu's sincerity. He thought this day would take much longer to arrive. Keepsakes of our betrothal. Chu Huayin hugged Meng Yu tenderly, declaring sincerely, I'm delighted. Meng Yu softly protested, these are matrimonial gifts. Trying to marry an emperor with just 2 hairpins, that calculation sure seemed too clever. Shut up, let me rejoice for a bit longer. All right. Meng Yu fell silent but added after a pause, Your Majesty, we will be heading south tomorrow. I want to sleep at the Meng residence tonight, pack some belongings. Couldn't you say that later? Well, I can tell you again later then. Meng Yu calmly accepted the advice. Chu Huayin squeezed Meng Yu's bottom, exclaiming how he forgot something crucial he intended to discipline him for, but got distracted by Meng Yu's rebuttal and promptly lost focus. Meng Yu bristled with crisis awareness, covering his bottom while shouting, You've already taken my hairpins, you're forbidden to hit. He jumped down from the table, sending Chu Huayin's nerves into turmoil. Lifting one of the planks of wood with effort, Meng Yu grunted while covering his own traces. What are you doing? Chu Huayin yelled at him. Why was everything handled personally when he had a team of secret guards around? At his yell, Meng Yu's hand trembled, causing a plank of wood to slip and crash toward the floor tile concealing the pregnancy medicine beneath. Boom! The tile couldn't withstand the impact, flipped up its edge and revealed the bundle of medicine hidden below. Meng Yu stared in stunned disbelief, truly raising the plank only smashed his own concealed pregnancy pills. For a brief second, he froze, pretending not to see and continued covering the wooden plank. Hold it! Chu Huayin stopped him, demanding, What's inside? Given that Meng Yu's words were likely less than truthful 8 or 9 times out of 10, Chu Huayin didn't wait for an answer. Jumping into the opening himself, he moved the floor tiles aside and pulled out a string of bundled medicines. This immediately reminded Chu Huayin of the last time Meng Yu disappeared. He saw him sneaking away with a similar bundle outside the general's residence. There's still more than half left. Meng Yu opened the door to ventilate, taking the opportunity to plan an escape route for himself. It's the ginseng that your majesty gave me last time, I didn't finish it. Chu Huayin, does ginseng need to be hidden under the bed? Are you dumb or am I? Meng Yu, the medicine shop owner said it was too precious, and I was afraid it would be stolen. He sincerely squeezed out 2 tears, Your Majesty has been so good to me. It's 700 taels per root. I should have sold a couple if I knew I wouldn't have a chance to drink them. This official has never suffered such a huge loss. He reached out to take the medicine bag, all of these are from your majesty's kindness, I'll continue drinking it. His expression was so natural that Chu Huayin absent-mindedly let the medicine bag slip away. Stop drinking it. It's too dark down there, and it might have gone moldy. Chu Huayin grabbed the medicine bag, I'm throwing it away. Meng Yu watched as his majesty said he would throw it but kept holding onto it, clearly planning to take it back to the imperial physician for examination. A strange atmosphere filled the room, waiting for someone to speak first. Have you heard about leniency for those who confess? Meng Yu casually moved behind the table, using it as a shield to cautiously probe. Yes. In that case, what's inside is pregnancy-stabilizing medicine. Meng Yu cautiously maintained a diagonal distance from Chu Huayin. Chu Huayin slammed the medicine bag on the table in uncontrollable fury. After such a long period of suspicion, he had digested some of his anger by himself. However, when he saw that the pregnancy-stabilizing medicine hadn't been finished and still had more than half left, his rage erupted again. You know you're pregnant and yet dare to leave without anything? Running off after drinking for just a few days. What if he had waited until finishing before running? He doesn't take his body seriously at all. Furthermore, Chu Huayin took a deep breath, how could Meng Yu afford anything? Neither the adult nor the child would not require money. Meng Yu, I brought money with me. Chu Huayin slammed the table, how dare he lie? I buried some silver outside the city. As Meng Yu continued speaking, things became increasingly dire. Was this premeditated? Chu Huayin, was this during the time the secret guards lost track of you? And you lied to me saying it was because you were investigating the cart drivers outside the city? Your Majesty has too good a memory, Meng Yu could only nod. You're something else. Chu Huayin was driven mad with anger but couldn't help asking, how much silver did you bring? He remembered that the 1,000 taels Meng Yu borrowed from him weren't nearly spent. To make matters worse, on the road, he met Guan Jiaxing gravely injured. If it wasn't for giving enough medical fees to Lu Yishio, who would cover the exorbitant cost of treating a severely wounded person. How did Meng Yu even return to the capital? Living off the land and enduring hardships. No wonder he was so thin. Chu Huayin regretted not giving Meng Yu a few thousand more taels initially. Seeing Chu Huayin truly upset, Meng Yu's mind also got into disarray, unsure which excuse would make Chu Huayin accept it more. He decided to tell the truth, I also sold a root of ginseng for 700 taels. Chu Huayin moved a step, and Meng Yu followed suit. They circled around the table, until Chu Huayin stopped first out of worry that Meng Yu might fall and get hurt. Laughing in anger, do you believe I can shatter this table with one palm? Meng Yu, I do, but it might scare the baby. At this moment, only the child could save him. Meng Yu covered his belly and pitifully looked up at the emperor, hoping he would let up a little. Chu Huayin, having been hit where it mattered, was furious but powerless. Remembering that Meng Yu had just given him Jiang Yao's hairpin earlier, he muttered, making up for past sins several times before eventually suppressing his anger. He picked up the teapot to drink some cool water to calm down but realized only after lifting it that Meng Yu used the water for rinsing his mouth. "Your Majesty wants some water." "Good." Meng Yu fawned as he picked up the teapot and went out to fetch more water. Jumping off the table probably triggered some sensitive nerve, or perhaps because today he wandered around General Fang's residence too much and walked a lot. Alternatively, it could have been the excessive tension. Meng Yu's feet started tingling and numbing again. But they were leaving south tomorrow. To ensure a smooth departure, he couldn't show any signs of discomfort and needed to move briskly. Chu Huayin sat by the table cooling down, his gaze landing on Meng Yu's boots, filled with worry. In the dead of night, Meng Yu, who hadn't slept alone for several days, actually found it hard to fall asleep. Chu Huayin usually embraced him dominantly while sleeping, preventing him from kicking off the quilt or rolling off the bed. Suddenly missing someone beside him, Meng Yu tossed and turned restlessly, easily waking up from slight sounds. Meng Yu felt someone pushing the door open. With his back toward the door, judging by the footsteps and the reaction of the secret guards, this person should be Chu Huayin. Could it be that His Majesty couldn't sleep due to anger and came to settle accounts with him in the middle of the night? Meng Yu felt a cool breeze on his neck. It was Chu Huayin covering him with a blanket and accidentally letting in some wind. Then a faint sound came, a judgment of boots being picked up and then put down again. "What does Your Majesty want to do?" After Chu Huayin left, Meng Yu waited for a while, then gently lifted the blanket and bent down to pick up one of the boots to examine it. The exterior appeared unchanged, but when he reached inside, he felt a soft, warm lining. It seemed like a layer of wool had been added. This was something the previously hard-soled boots lacked. There still seemed to linger Chu Huayin's warmth within them. Even though it was just a faint trace of heat about to dissipate, or perhaps merely his own delusion, Meng Yu felt as if his whole body was being warmed by a stove. He thought he had hidden his discomfort well, yet His Majesty had noticed despite being upset. What kind of meticulous observation and consideration was needed to spot every little abnormality in someone else? Meng Yu wondered, did he deserve to be treated this way by Chu Huayin? For the first time, he felt an urge to cry in the dead of night, wanting to tightly embrace Chu Huayin, feel his actual body heat, ask whether he was still angry, and why he preferred sneaking over in the middle of the night. At the general's residence, after drinking the tea Meng Yu served, Chu Huayin went back to the palace. Did that mean they had made up? Meng Yu tilted his head back and blinked forcefully to hold back tears. He put on both boots and stepped out of the door. The moonlight was like water, bathing the courtyard in a silver frosty glow, casting mottled shadows from the pines and bamboos. Wearing the boots which were now much more comfortable, Meng Yu walked back and forth in the yard several times, reluctant to go back inside. He even wanted to loudly recite Su Shi's Night Walk at Qingtian Temple. 1,000 miles of bright moon, a brilliant Milky Way, Su Dongpa could find a friend for midnight strolls. Meng Yu also wished there were two people to enjoy it together. At this moment, a stealth guard rushed to catch up with Chu Huayin who was returning to the palace. "Your Majesty, please go back and take a look." Mr. Meng was frowning in the yard one moment, then smiling the next. They were quite afraid. Chapter 57. Chu Huayin decided to give Meng Yu a cooling-off period, as the latter always disregarded his care and even avoided it like he would avoid a snake. Each time, though appearing remorseful for his wrongdoings, one never knew if he was hiding even bigger secrets. He must teach him a lesson. Though feeling unwell inside, Chu Huayin was worried that the outcome of ignoring Meng Yu might be getting ignored by an indifferent Meng Yu himself. The night in Chang'an Street was utterly silent. The silver-white avenue stretched straight towards the palace gate dimly lit by lamps. The guards on night watch wore slightly cool armor coated with a mist of dew. Occasional barking echoed from some unknown alleyways as moonlight fell on Chu Huayin's body, stretching out his shadow. Every rough brick trodden over by the wheels of history softened its dark blue color under the moonlight, producing youthful, clack-clack sounds against shoe soles. Under the same bright moon, while Meng Yu watched in the courtyard, His Majesty strolled on Chang'an Street. A shadow darted swiftly across the roof, making the tiles rattle softly upon noticing His Majesty walking on the street outside the palace gates, and exhaled a sigh of relief. The little issue of Meng not sleeping, should Chu Huayin return to the palace, the secret guard truly wouldn't be sure whether or not to disturb the emperor. The shadow leaped down from the roof and landed before Chu Huayin. "Your Majesty." "What is it?" The secret guard cautiously chose his words. Meng is pacing around in the courtyard now, showing quite a range of emotions. Sometimes stepping quickly, sometimes, cradling his foot in melancholy. Cradling his foot. Chu Huayin's lips twitched. What was this supposed to mean? Then, it hit him. He had just placed a new insole in Meng Yu's shoes earlier today. Meng Yu must have discovered it already. There he goes pretending again. Chu Huayin wondered how exactly Meng Yu had the nerve to deceive the emperor and why he kept falling for it every single time. "I'll go take a look." Upon taking a step forward, he remembered his prior decision, ignoring Meng Yu for a while. Day by day, Meng Yu grew more and more audacious, all because His Majesty had been too soft-spoken and lacked authority. Having learned a deep lesson, he decided to see this through to the end this time. Tell him to put on a coat, and not to catch a cold. Coldness lined Chu Huayin's tone as he stepped resolutely towards the palace gates without looking back. Yes, your majesty. The secret guard scratched his head, wondering if it had been too nosy of him to say anything. Meng Yu did not need reminding from the guard, backing up into his room to add a coat, sitting at the steps with no sign of sleep. He looked up at the moon, and then glanced down at his boots. One leg propped atop the knee of another, chin supported on his palm, deep in thought. He distinctly felt one of the secret guards leaving only to come back shortly. Presumably, the person went after Chu Huayin. But Chu Huayin didn't show up. So, he has given up on me. Leaning his chin onto his elbow, Meng Yu pondered aloud. At that moment, how could he have imagined himself becoming so close to Chu Huayin? Your Majesty. Meng Yu called out suddenly. Darkness rendered people tender-hearted, but the secret guard sympathized in silence. This time, the Emperor really wasn't there, shouting wouldn't help either way. Your Majesty, with nothing to lose, Meng Yu called out louder, even if it cost him dignity, he longed to see Chu Huayin now. This gave the secret guard a splitting headache, it sounded like some sort of tight spell. But they didn't have time to decide who would draw lots to dare rush to the palace and alert their master. Someone walked in from the courtyard gate. How do you know I am here? Just as Chu Huayin struggled within, reaching the palace gate slower and slower until eventually retracing his steps, as long as he doesn't appear, merely watching isn't harmful. Unnoticed by the secret guard stationed nearby for a while, Meng Yu spoke first. A sea of mixed emotions swelled within Chu Huayin, joy that Meng Yu understood him so well, sorrow because he came at a call which made him seem quite spineless. The secret guard opened his eyes wide in disbelief but admired silently. It's just a try, your majesty, not guaranteed. Humph, Chu Huayin said lightly. I think you were pretty confident. You've got me pegged. Smiling, Meng Yu lunged into his arms, soaking in the warmth he yearned for. He guessed correctly, how could his majesty neglect him? Chu Huayin lowered his gaze, seeing the satisfaction etched on Meng Yu's lips. Frustration transformed into enlightenment. Bah, what's pride when it comes to Meng Yu anyway? Meng Yu rested his head on Chu Huayin's shoulder, stifled a yawn, and offered half the bed to the emperor. Dutifully busy, Meng Yu helped remove Chu Huayin's shoes and undress him, carefully untied the jade crown holding his hair and arranged it neatly on the table. He even enthusiastically asked if his majesty wanted to soak his feet in hot water. Chu Huayin saw how Meng Yu knelt half due to physical reasons, head slightly tilted, revealing a stretch of smooth white neck. I'll do it myself. As Chu Huayin noticed Meng Yu's fingertips gently grazing his feet, electric tingles ran through his body. Apparently, the emperor couldn't resist flattery. Meng Yu held down the emperor's foot firmly, don't move. It's a once-in-a-lifetime chance, my lord, I suggest you treasure it. Chu Huayin, what on earth kind of day is this? After washing his feet, Meng Yu lay down on the bed, pressing one leg onto the emperor's body and rubbing it against him, almost pulling apart his majesty's undergarment. My foot feels a bit sore. Chu Huayin started massaging his foot without saying a word, using his internal force, providing royal-level service that was incomparable to Meng Yu's always damp-dried technique. Thank you, your majesty. Meng Yu smiled and gave Chu Huayin a peck on the cheek, half of his body pressing onto him. It was still warmer sleeping with two people. Being pleased, Chu Huayin massaged his foot for the whole night, afterward feeling like he might have lost some advantage in their relationship. The cool wind carried forward as the grand flags waved fiercely. The southern tour procession was very grand. Chu Huayin mostly campaigned in the north, where the iron cavalry had trodden across mountains and rivers, but the south was his first time there. I've always sat in the Golden Hall listening to reports from ministers, whether good or bad, they were just pieces of paper. To really know how my people are living, I must see it firsthand. Chu Huayin instructed the ceremonial guard to proceed as usual, warning them not to disturb the commoners along the way. He then took Ji Yang and reassembled an elite team, arranging scouts ahead both before and behind. Alongside his prime minister, dressed plainly, they conducted an undercover inspection. As the court doctors were all old, Lu Yixio was selected as the accompanying physician. His uncle, who was seeing him off, held old-fashioned ideas, no sharing of the same bed if you're pregnant. Meng Yu, innocent-looking, said, Uncle, you should tell this to the emperor instead. After all, he was merely a humble prime minister, unable to contest with supreme power. Jiang Yi angrily flicked Meng Yu's forehead. How could a subject speak about such matters with the emperor? Even if you disagree, can the emperor forcefully proceed? Why not? He Yuan interjected. You shut up. As they passed through a forest, Meng Yu made the convoy stop. Running into the forest, Chu Huayin hadn't even seen clearly where he had gotten the shovel from when Meng Yu had already dug a hole deeply and shallowly. I buried something inside. Meng Yu looked intensely focused, as though there was a ton of gold within. Chu Huayin was deceived into digging an enormous pit, only to find a dagger at the end. Meng Yu wiped the mud off it with a handkerchief moistened with water. Chu Huayin instantly recognized it as the dagger he once gave to Meng Yu. It was this overly sharp dagger that helped Meng Yu escape in Qianyang Lake. A profound hatred, an irreconcilable enmity. Meng Yu inserted it back into his boot, seriously swearing, in the future, whatever His Majesty gives me, I will treasure it, absolutely never throwing it away or getting rid of it for other reasons. Chu Huayin's face turned from cloudy to clear, looking at the dagger begrudgingly but tolerably. Then carry it for self-defense, but do not use it against me. Absolutely not. A solemn promise. The procession continued its journey towards Chizhou. Along the way, enjoying the scenic views of mountains and waters, it was nearly Meng Yu's happiest period so far, even making his belly grow quickly. Meng Yu pinched his waist and sighed more worryingly, finding traveling less convenient now. He watched Ji Yang dig out a beggar chicken from an earth stove. The blackened lotus leaves opened up to reveal golden crispy chicken flesh, fragrant fat condensed into a thin crisp layer, encasing the milk-white tender meat full of flavor. He firmly declared, "Today I will eat only vegetables." "There's no vegetable in this meal," Ji Yang said. They rested on the mountain road and simply hunted a few wild chickens, preparing no vegetables. Ji Yang glanced worriedly toward the little prince inside Meng Yu's stomach. When the emperor fed the snow spots excessively, he suspected Meng Yu was pregnant but later found it was only the master being generous and felt regretful for a while. Before departure, the emperor informed him that Meng Yu was indeed pregnant, his smile unable to be contained. Ji Yang was shocked yet had only one thought in mind: hurry. Continue feeding the snow spots. Why did Mr. Meng suddenly change to vegetarian today? Ji Yang was puzzled, but Chu Huayin saw right through Meng Yu and directly tore off a chicken leg to give him. "If so, I'll just have a bit of meat." Meng Yu's eyes lit up as he accepted the chicken leg from Chu Huayin. "I must eat vegetables tonight." The sound of waterfalls faintly came through. The scout reported a cliff on the left side, facing a waterfall flowing down magnificently over a 1,000-foot precipice, splashing water droplets, soaking clothing. "Let us take a look," Meng Yu urged Chu Huayin. "All right." Turning around a narrow path, white waterfalls fell dramatically down from the opposite 1,000-foot cliffs, mist scattering everywhere, dampening clothes. This was the best viewing spot, leaving Meng Yu awestruck, wanting to recite poetry. "I need to relieve myself." Before he could recite his poem, Meng Yu leaned close to Chu Huayin's ear and rudely interrupted the moment. With difficulty amidst the sound of water, Chu Huayin understood what Meng Yu had said, glancing around left and right. No one is here." Meng Yu refused. The idea of doing something inappropriate amidst nature's stunning beauty would make it hard for him to urinate. He glanced around and saw a small trail leading behind the little hill, over there. As they followed the path, suddenly a group of people appeared ahead digging a pit furtively. However, due to the roaring sound of the waterfall, neither side had noticed the other until now. The pit was already as deep as a person, with large piles of yellow soil around it. Behind the yellow soil lay a white cloth covering something. Judging by its shape, it seemed to be a corpse. "Quickly bury it, this is such bad luck. The Zhao family only gave us a bit of silver, asking us to dig a 2-meter hole. It's not like it's for a coffin, why dig so deep? This Zhao family daughter is far too improper. She used to mingle with a group of wild men and even became pregnant. Yesterday, she couldn't bear all the gossip anymore and committed suicide by biting her tongue. What did she do before that anyway?" While still digging the grave, the people complained. Meng Yu's sharp eyes noticed the white cloth moving slightly. He blinked and confirmed that it was due to chest movement, not just being blown by the wind. The people burying the body also noticed, and one young man pointed at the body, shouting, "She's not dead. What are you yelling about?" A middle-aged man with yellow teeth slapped his head. "If the Zhao family says she's dead, then she's dead. Can't you understand? This unmarried girl has gotten herself into this situation, the Zhao family no longer wants her." This scene felt familiar to Meng Yu. He had once saved Lin Shi, who was drowned in a pond, proving she was falsely accused by her clan. If that could happen, then here. No matter what, a person who wasn't dead shouldn't be buried, especially when it involved 2 lives. Meng Yu was now pregnant, and Chu Huayin usually granted mercy to any pregnant woman he encountered. Even though the girl had seemingly taken her own life, if Meng Yu thought she needed saving, then they would save her. "We'll go back and summon the undercover guards." From their conversation, it was clear that the instigators were the Zhao girl's parents. There was no need to confront them directly and risk harming innocent people. They should summon the undercover guards, who could use an illusion to remove the body. Skilled in ghost impersonation, the undercover guard scared the workers off and calmly carried the Zhao girl to the mountain path. Lu Yixio heard that this girl had apparently committed suicide and looked somewhat disdainful. If she chose to die, why bother saving her? "Just take a look first," Meng Yu urged him, reminding himself that as doctors, they should treat everyone equally. The Zhao girl was in a deep coma, with coagulated black blood at the corner of her mouth, and her hands rested protectively over her belly, an instinctive protective posture. Lu Yixio opened her mouth and was startled. This isn't biting her tongue in a suicide, it's someone cutting out her tongue. What kind of deep hatred would drive someone to cut out someone's tongue and bury them alive? The girl had a delicate, fair face, and she didn't appear to be the type who constantly mingled with men. Meng Yu winced as if his own mouth hurt. "Can you cure her?" Lu Yixio pulled out a medical book. "Let me check first. If it's not mentioned here, I can't treat it." Always adept at learning on the spot, he put the divine physician's texts to perfect use. 30% chance, Lu Ishio closed the medical book, will proceed as usual, but will need to go down the mountain to buy some medicine. The grave diggers were scared off by the undercover guards and would eventually come to their senses. To avoid unnecessary trouble, they decided to leave first. At the inn, the Zhao girl's entire body only had the one wound on her tongue. After Lu Ishio applied medication, she woke up from her coma, clearly suffering from extreme shock. "Shall we send you home?" asked Mengyu. Ah. The Zhao girl couldn't speak, only shaking her head violently, despairingly protecting her belly, tears streaming continuously, as if she were a mother Tibetan antelope driven to the edge of a cliff by hunters. Mengyu quickly rephrased, "We won't send you, don't worry. We're heading to Chizhou. Would you like to come with us or stay here?" Upon hearing Chizhou, the Zhao girl suddenly widened her eyes, frantically writing the character, Chi, on the bedsheet as if fearing Mengyu wouldn't understand. "Alright, then you will accompany us to Chizhou," said Mengyu, noting the girl's terrified expression upon hearing the word, home. Clearly, her family would not tolerate her return. Mengyu asked her if there was any injustice she had suffered, but the girl only shook her head, perhaps recalling some horrible memory, afraid to speak, or simply no longer trusting anyone. Sighing, Mengyu said, "Then rest well." He felt that his physical condition had become somewhat miraculous since he got pregnant, otherwise, how did he always end up encountering pregnant women wherever he went? Chapter 58. Miss Zhao's name is Zhao Wanyu. Since she was rescued, she has been lost in her own world, as if there's an invisible wall separating her from those around her. Considering the Zhao family's actions of burying their own daughter alive, Mengyu guessed that she might have been deeply hurt by someone close to her and would need time to deal with her psychological trauma while determining whether they could be trusted. Anyway, she would speak when she wanted to. Zhao Wanyu had a wound on her tongue and could only eat liquid food. For the first few days, she could even only take in water, unable to consume anything else. Her whole body quickly became emaciated, resembling a drenched narcissus with translucent wilted petals after the wind and rain. Chu Huayin's team hauled several large carts full of goods. Officially labeled as commercial goods, they were all actually meant solely for Mengyu, clothes of varying sizes, local delicacies presented as tribute, specially customized prenatal medicines. The emperor's things could only fit in a small box. Mengyu, I feel like I'm some treacherous statesman who manipulates the court. Chu Huayin timely served him a bowl of pork bone soup. Are you not the most prestigious queen of Dawei? Always encountering pregnant women who harbor grievances waiting to be cleared, enthusiastically concerned about female rights and next-generation health in Dawei, Mengyu had no way to refute. Aren't you supposed to be the chancellor whose name will go down in history? Can I not drink it? I only want vegetables. Mengyu made a pained face. He loved meat but didn't include the meats in various 10 complete supplement soups. Actually, this physical condition had its advantages. When he couldn't get his medicine, someone gave him prenatal medicine for free, such as Lin Shi and Shen Buqing. And when he couldn't finish his soup, others would help, like Shen Buqing unwillingly and Zhao Wanyu. Though Zhao Wanyu couldn't eat much food now, Mengyu hoped more than anyone for her recovery. It was very loving and mutually supportive. No. His Majesty only revealed his domineering side at times like these, offering no room for negotiation. Mengyu sat cross-legged on the pit, wrapped in blankets from head to toe, leaving only a small face showing, and pouted at him. Chu Huayin slightly softened his heart. How about if I tell you another story? Once upon a time, there was a scholar who couldn't eat enough or stay warm, and on his way to the capital to sit for exams. You've told that story over 10 times already. Can't you leave the scholar alone? Mengyu continued the story. Later, the scholar got tired of all sorts of delicacies, so he decided to break away from the worldly attachments and live the rest of his life as a monk eating only vegetables. Chu Huayin once heard privately from the abbot that Mengyu came from another world. He also understood the reasons why Mengyu seemed to consider becoming a monk twice before. Still, hearing the joke about monks, Chu Huayin couldn't help but pinch Mengyu's cheeks hard. Entering or leaving the mundane world, a word difference. What if he really developed such thoughts? Mengyu accidentally crossed the line and wisely grabbed the bowl and gulped it down. Burp. Chu Huayin took out a handkerchief to wipe his mouth. Do you want to take a walk? Yes. Mengyu got off the bed. They had been traveling for almost 20 days and would reach Qi Prefecture the day after tomorrow. Today, they rested at a rural farm. Out the door was a field of rice paddies year-round, the leaf tips blossoming, as if adorned with tiny white snowflakes. In front of the yard stood a big jujube tree, and a tricolored cat was lying between its branches. Its fur color was a mix, yet its limbs were robust. Mengyu looked up and locked eyes with it. The tricolored cat placed a paw on the rough bark, wanting to run but finding it easier to climb up than descend. The man and the cat confronted each other, and Mengyu ruthlessly laughed. Isn't it afraid of heights? Chu Huayin, standing beside him, was on high alert, worrying the cat would leap onto Mengyu and scratch his face. He casually asked, are you better than it? A few days ago, on the mountain, Mengyu stayed calm while looking at a grand waterfall with him, even repeatedly asking to move closer to the cliff edge for a more stunning visual effect. Chu Huayin refused due to concerns their clothes might get wet. At that moment, he didn't think too much about it, interrupted by Zhao Wanyu's situation, but something seemed to escape him. Of course. I'm not. Mengyu suddenly stopped mid-sentence. You're not afraid of heights. Why did you faint during the sacrifice to heaven? Chu Huayin slapped the tree trunk, scaring the tricolored cat off in a flash. Meng Yu watched tearfully as the carefree tricolor cat disappeared into the distance. I wish I could be just a cat. He hugged the tree trunk and resisted against Chu Huayin. It's because I was tired. Frightened into climbing. Chu Huayin coldly smirked and tore him off the tree. Do you think I would believe that? Even knowing about the pregnancy was carefully planned by Meng Yu from the beginning, all faked feints. There was no honest communication, opting instead for methods causing worry. Chu Huayin felt guilty for a while for bringing Meng Yu along to perform the sacrificial rites for heaven. Meng Yu was quickly pinned on the bed and had his pants stripped off in seconds. A cold breeze swept over his buttocks, sending a chill through his mind. But his thoughts ran wild, blurting out imploring words uncontrollably. Your Majesty, spare me. A forced melon is never sweet, we have nothing with us. I don't want to use lard. Smack. At the same moment as his words, a slap landed on his buttocks, sharp and clear, but it couldn't cover the wealth of information in Meng Yu's words. Chu Huayin paused mid-swing, his expression suddenly odd for a second. You can even use lard. Realizing he'd almost let slip something bad during the simple spanking, Meng Yu turned his head and innocently said, What's lard? Can it be eaten? Of course not, fearful that you might eat anything due to hunger. A hand stealthily pulled up the pants. Chu Huayin grabbed his pants tightly. The smooth, pale skin under his palm indicated the emperor hadn't exerted any real force. Enraged, Chu Huayin slapped him twice more. Esteemed minister, your knowledge is extensive. Chu Huayin praised him sarcastically while helping him pull up his pants. Meng Yu's cheeks flushed bright red. It wasn't true. He just read too many mixed scripts. Who says I didn't prepare? Chu Huayin whispered in his ear finally, you'd better behave. Unwilling to let their first intimate encounter after reaching such an understanding happen in a farmhouse yard, Chu Huayin decided to temporarily spare this bold little cat for now. Meng Yu, be cautious with words, be cautious. The nightfall at the farmer's house had no solitary lamp, the moon hiding behind clouds behind the mountain peak, leaving the world completely dark. Every spark stood out vividly against the darkness. A cluster of rapidly flashing sparks pierced through the darkness, sticking onto the paper windows, igniting immediately into a bright flame. Following closely, more dense fire spots appeared, spreading quickly into roaring flames within moments. There's a fire. Put out the fire. Voices grew noisy. Secret bodyguards were swiftly moving elderly people and children to safety, rescuing goods along the way. As soon as the first arrow was shot, Chu Huayin carried Meng Yu outside onto the open ground. Staring at the raging fire, Meng Yu felt dazed. Did we expose our whereabouts? Chu Huayin shook his head, not necessarily. With the dry weather and flammable materials everywhere, every spark could potentially cause a fire. The arsonists' methods weren't sophisticated but took advantage of good timing and advantageous location. The secret guard's accuracy suggested they were unlikely skilled enough to attempt to sneak attack an emperor. Miss Xiao. Meng Yu cried out alarmed, rescue her first. Briu Yishio and the secret guards jointly carried Miss Zhao Wanyu out. Awakened by the firelight in the middle of the night, Zhao Wanyu was unable to call for help and started coughing violently, her mouth bleeding again. Briu Yishio immediately moved her to an upwind spot free of smoke. Bear it. Don't cough. This would mean she wouldn't be able to eat food for a few days again. It was clearly a targeted arson against Zhao Wanyu. Just as they were about to enter Qi Prefecture, choosing a pitch-black windy night, burning everything down was ideal, or if unsuccessful, Zhao Wanyu would be left forgotten without anyone to save her. Speak. Who sent you? Ji Yang tied the arsonists to a millstone near the village entrance and harshly threatened them, if you don't talk, I'll grind you into pulp. Shall we ask if the dogs want to eat first? A few yellow dogs were watching with tongues hanging out, actually quite friendly, but looked terrifying to the arsonists. Spare our lives, sir. We really do not know anything. The arsonists turned pale and were shaking in fear. Ji Yang interrogated dozens, if not hundreds, of criminals in the dungeon. When he got angry, even Lord Yen would be afraid. Do you really not know or are pretending? Ji Yang placed his hand on the mill handle. It's true. I deserve death, lured by money. We are ruffians from the outskirts of Qi Prefecture. A few days ago, a masked man came out of Qi Prefecture and hired us to kill a mute pregnant woman on the road from Zhao family village towards Qi Prefecture. Seeing there were so many people, we dared not move in daylight, thus set fire at night. That's all we know, swear. Assign 2 men to escort them to Qi Prefecture to report to the authorities. Ji Yang commanded. Seems like they're targeting Zhao Wanyu. We need to guard her extra carefully from here onwards. Chu Huayin wasn't worried at all. The fact that someone came after her showed the attackers were likely amateurs. They had elite soldiers who could take on 100 foes each. There was no reason to fear them. After Zhao Wanyu's injuries worsened, Meng Yu did not burden her with knowing the attack was aimed at her. Instead, he only advised her to recuperate. After 2 more days, the group arrived outside Qi Prefecture, where bustling streets flourished. Even the villages outside the city walls multiplied. A few days earlier, Chu Huayin had ordered the procession to quicken its pace, aiming to reach Qi Prefecture 2 days after them. He originally planned to secretly investigate the area and customs first before entering the city. Surprisingly, they were stopped right at the city gates. There's an order from above, pregnant women over 7 months are not allowed into the city. The emperor is soon to visit Chizhou, and no blood or inauspiciousness must be allowed near his royal body. It sounded somewhat ridiculous, and Meng Yu couldn't help but mock, blame yourself. He sucked in his stomach and nudged Chu Huayin with his elbow, seizing the chance to make a reasonable request, I won't have soup tonight. Otherwise, they'll stop me too at the gate. Chu Huayin gave him a sideways glance, what does that have to do with you? Who issued this rule? Chu Huayin asked, curious to see which foolish minister dared impose such a decree. Of course, it's General Qin. Don't ask what you shouldn't. And then came hurriedly, quick, quick. Several guards moved forward, separating their group. It's been a few years since I last saw him, Qi Ningxia is going backward. Chu Huayin remarked without much expression. Qi Ningxia had once gone to battle with Chu Huayin. Smart and brave even as a young man, 2 years ago, he was stationed in Chizhou after the northern barbarians were almost entirely defeated. After the civil war ended, there was concern of a potential war declaration by Fengnan against the Wei dynasty, so he was sent to train troops in Shu for a few months. Recently, due to Chu Huayin's planned arrival at Chizhou, he was called back to oversee security in the area. People change. Meng Yu replied casually. When will you decide to behave? Chu Huayin asked. Am I not behaving already? Meng Yu patted Chu Huayin on the chest and said, pointing out that most lies exposed about him were actually old news. Old? It hasn't even been a year yet, Chu Huayin retorted, by that logic, I can only know if you're truly behaving next year. Meng Yu, most fraud cases aren't solved, be grateful for what you've got. Chu Huayin talked for a while with Meng Yu before giving instructions, Ji Yang, tonight you sneak into Qin General's residence and find out who made this ridiculous regulation. Don't mention that I'm already in Chizhou. That night, Ji Yang was ordered to go to Qin General's residence. When General Qin heard of this regulation, he was also shocked. I never issued such an order. The matter was quickly uncovered, it was Qin's wife. As children, Qi Ningxia and his wife had a prearranged marriage contract. Her father excelled in business, whereas Qin himself seemed destined for failure at the time. Another party wanted to cancel the agreement, but his wife, having grown up together, insisted on marrying him despite nearly causing a rift with her family. To prove her trust in him, Qin worked hard and joined the military. 4 years later, he returned triumphantly as a decorated general. Even though he thought something might not add up, his protective instincts kicked in, my lady must have believed some rumors. Please forgive her, Director Ji. 3-year pregnancy brain, Ji Yang found this understandable, General, please lift this ban tomorrow. Certainly. Having entered through stealth, naturally, he left the same way. When Ji Yang thought the whole thing wasn't too unusual and that Qin General was quite reasonable, suddenly he saw something that made him nearly fall off the roof. In the inner courtyard of Qin's house, there was a woman identical to Zhao Wanyu. Because she had been eating liquid food, Zhao Wanyu was unrecognizably thin, her face pale and her frame frail. Their bellies were even the same size. Wasn't Zhao Wanyu supposed to be lying in the carriage? Chapter 59. Waste of space. You couldn't kill Zhao Wanyu twice. What's the master paying you for? She got lucky and ran into a meddlesome caravan. What can I do? Mrs. Qin's voice was shrill and frantic, if you want me to handle your business, shouldn't you solve these troubles? The killer has already been sent tonight. Zhao Wanqiu, you'd better prove your worth. Mrs. Qin sat in her chair, conversing with a man in black when Ji Yang inadvertently exposed his presence. The black-clad figure leapt onto the roof and fled northward towards the woods. Ji Yang chased after him, both had remarkable agility and reached the forest before Ji Yang realized he'd fallen into a trap. This person has decent skills, why would his first reaction be to run? Encountering a true expert is rare, and normally, the thought would be to eliminate me to avoid any leaks. He's worried about causing a stir at General Qin's mansion and exposing Mrs. Qin. After Ji Yang figured this out, he retraced his steps back to confront Mrs. Qin directly. As he entered, an immense net suddenly came down on him. After Ji Yang left, Qi Ningxia stood up and headed towards his wife's residence. He wanted to ask her where she had heard those superstitious words and advise her to stay away from such people. Is the lady resting? Qi Ningxia quietly asked the attendant. The lady is not sleeping, General. Has the lady been associating with anyone recently? There was a monk asking for alms who divined that the lady would bear a son. With no delivery yet, how could they know the gender? It must have been this monk who encouraged the lady. Qi Ningxia said, don't let random people enter the general's mansion easily. Lying in bed, Mrs. Qin looked emaciated, her eyes closed, seeming like an entirely different person compared to the astute one talking to the black-clothed figure earlier. Qi Ningxia grabbed a chair and sat by the bedside, watching his gaunt wife with great sympathy. 10 days ago, his father-in-law celebrated his birthday and sent a messenger to invite his daughter home. It was the first time since their marriage that the Zhao family agreed to reconcile. Zhao Wanyu was thrilled. However, Qi Ningxia, being occupied with duties, sent servants to accompany Zhao Wanyu back to her natal home. Unbeknownst to them, Zhao Wanyu fell severely ill on the way and returned looking unrecognizable to Qi Ningxia. Since then, she had been in a semi-conscious state, rarely awake, and the doctor mentioned her throat might never recover due to the illness. Men shed no tears lightly, but Qi Ningxia blinked hard. Had he made time to accompany his wife back, none of this might have happened. The Zhao family always favored Zhao Wanyu's twin sister Zhao Wanqiu. Despite becoming a general, they still treated Zhao Wanyu indifferently. Her serious illness was clearly due to the Zhao family's negligence. Ji Yang spent the whole night in the woods fighting off those traps and killers, only to return and find the house outside the city where His Majesty stayed completely empty. Neither Meng Chou, the undercover guards, nor Zhao Wanyu were anywhere to be seen. Ji Yang felt uneasy, even suspecting that the girl they had rescued was actually Mrs. Qin, all part of her deception. No, if it was an act, how could Lu Yixio not notice? Thinking about Lu Yixio's nonchalant demeanor, Ji Yang grew uncertain. If Mrs. Qin was a spy, then even General Qin became suspicious. This was too coincidental. He met with General Qin last night, and now the emperor was missing today. In the city, Meng Chou stood in front of a barbecue stall, silently swallowing saliva. Due to pregnancy, the official hadn't eaten barbecue food in a long while, yearning for it intensely. Grilled fish, grilled leek, grilled eggplant, grilled seafood. And special seasoning sauce. Being near Shu region, the flavors matched, spiced and fragrant scents filling the air. Meng Chou sneezed, the corners of his eyes reddened by the spicy scent of chili pepper. The vendor gave him an annoyed glare. Are you going to buy or not? Don't waste my time if you're not. Not realizing the vendor mistook him for a stray cat, Meng Chou pulled out one tail of silver, one tail. Let me watch for a moment. I'll just look, not eat. The vendor immediately beamed with a grin, deftly slapping a fish onto the chopping board. Customer, what would you like to see? Pleasantly Meng Chou ordered, his eyes narrowing into thin lines with joy. Let's try grilling some oysters. Oysters? Chu Huai asked curiously, are you hinting at something? No, don't overthink it. Well then, customer, would you like some? The vendor asked enthusiastically, who indeed wondered why anyone would merely watch without eating. No. Meng Chou kept shaking his head, noticing Chu Huai's curiosity, and hurriedly pulled him away. You don't need that, I guarantee it. What do you have to guarantee with? Chu Huai held his hand, their fingers intertwined. Meng Chou patted his stomach and tilted his head to look at His Majesty. Will this do? Chu Huai caught his breath. Such indirect allure was the most fatal. Are we going to Qin's residence or staying at an inn? Meng Chou asked. Last night, the house they stayed in was suddenly attacked by professional killers who were all after Zhao Wanyu. Chu Huai realized something was amiss. How could personal grudges involve professional assassins? Ji Yang was taking too long to return. He associated this with the ban prohibiting pregnant women from entering the city. It seemed specifically targeted against Zhao Wanyu. It seemed they unintentionally rescued a key person. Chu Huai immediately decided to split up with his undercover guards. Zhao Wanyu was not mobile, making her too conspicuous. Continuing to bring her along would undoubtedly lead to more attempts on her life. Swords know no mercy. If Zhao Wanyu got hurt, Meng Chou would regret it for life. So, they agreed to divide into two groups. The undercover guards and Lu Yuxiu would protect Zhao Wanyu, while he and Meng Chou would enter the city first. Ji Yang quickly found them based on the clues left by His Majesty. I saw someone at Qin's house who looks exactly like Miss Zhao. It seems to be Mrs. Qin. Chu Huai, I've already sent someone to investigate Zhao's manor. We'll have news tomorrow. Based on your view, is General Qin aware of this? Chu Huai tapped the table. The meeting between the two countries was imminent, and the Crown Prince of Foam would arrive shortly. If there were troubles at Qi Ningxia's end, things would have to be postponed. My lord, I dare not rashly guess. But General Qin indeed has deep affection for his wife. If Mrs. Qin had issues, then General Qin himself was suspicious as well. Let's ask Miss Zhao. Meng Chou said. He hadn't asked before to avoid opening old wounds, but given the current unexpected situation, Zhao Wanyu needed to speak up. Just as they were discussing, the door was knocked 4 times, and an undercover guard came in to report. Miss Zhao woke up just now and wrote a note. After being attacked repeatedly, Zhao Wanyu finally woke up from her confused self-imposed seclusion. These people saved her and her child. If she didn't tell the truth, wouldn't it unfairly drag them down? Lu Yuxian noticed Zhao Wanyu's finger continuously drawing the characters for paper and pen when applying medicine to her. Do you want paper and pen? Do you have something to say? Zhao Wanyu nodded vigorously. The letter states that Miss Zhao is actually General Qin's wife Zhao Wanyu, and the one at the general's mansion now is her younger sister Zhao Wanqiu. Chu Huai finished reading and passed it to Meng Chou. Someone is secretly helping Zhao Wanqiu. Since childhood, Zhao Wanqiu had been spoiled by her parents to act without rules. She was closely acquainted with people of all sorts, became pregnant even before marriage, and was confined at home by her parents for introspection. On the occasion of her father's birthday celebration, Zhao Wanyu visited her family. Zhao Wanqiu saw her sister living a better life, envying her to the point of bleeding eyes. After all, when she married the man surnamed Qin, they were nothing but poor peasants, but in the blink of an eye, she should now be respectfully addressed as general's wife. Zhao Wanqiu was restricted indoors for many days, with servants pointing fingers at her behind her back. She couldn't stand this kind of life any longer. Seeing that both sisters were pregnant with equally sized bellies, she devised a cruel plan. However, she alone could hardly pull it off. At a loss, some black-clothed individuals found her and offered to help her. That evening, Zhao Wanqiu lured her sister into her room, where the black-clothed people cut her tongue. The next day, pretending to be her sister, she told her parents that her sister had bitten her own tongue and committed suicide due to slanderous gossip. The Zhao parents, although unable to recognize the difference between the two daughters, since Zhao Wanqiu had acted out so far, it was too late for words at this point. Moreover, they always favored the younger daughter, thus recklessly covering up Zhao Wanqiu's wrongdoing. Zhao Wanyu narrowly survived thanks to good fortune. Despite knowing their daughter was alive, the Zhao parents still treated her as if she were dead to eliminate future troubles. With the determination to rise to nobility, Zhao Wanqiu was extremely ruthless towards herself, pretending illness, bribing doctors, and more, turning herself unrecognizable so much so that even Qiningzhe could not identify her. While Miss Zhao was unconscious, she overheard a conversation between her younger sister and the black-clothed individuals, seemingly involving some sort of deal. She asks us to convey a message to General Qin to beware of Zhao Wanqiu. Meng Qiu sighed. She directly admits herself to be a burden and doesn't wish her husband to see her in this state. She asks the undercover guards to leave her wherever convenient. What a deranged Zhao family, all except for Zhao Wanyu, who is the only normal person. Meng Qiu ordered the undercover guards, persuade her properly. The current wife in Qin's residence is just as bad, yet General Qin has not abandoned her. Dr. Lu has excellent skills, certainly able to heal her condition. Plus, she carries a child inside her belly. The undercover guards expressed that they've already sent comrades onto the streets to perform various tricks and storytelling, doing their utmost to cheer up Zhao Wanyu. Chu Huai praised their initiative. He should seize this opportunity to learn various skills across the Jiangnan region. In the future, perform for the queen to see. She's generous, rewarding with gold, silver, pearls, and jade pendants. The undercover guards were delighted and accepted the mission eagerly. They would definitely put in all their effort. Generous queen. Meng Qiu sincerely asked, who is this person you're talking about? Chu Huai replied, isn't it just like how she was very generous when you looked at the roasted fish today? Because I was picking your pocket. Officials like me generally don't waste money on such things. His Majesty calculated carefully. Within 3 months, Meng Qiu wouldn't be able to act as freely as now. It would be better to move everything from the street into the palace, then Meng Qiu wouldn't fuss every day about going out, like Shen Buqing does. Chu Huai became increasingly pleased. The more he thought, the more beautiful the idea seemed. Wouldn't this mean seeing Meng Qiu every single day? Whether ascending or retiring from court, eating or sleeping, they'd always be together. Meng Qiu could feel that Chu Huai had something mischievous up his sleeve. His cheeks puffed up, ready to warn his Majesty, general methods won't work on me. A little cat who has seen big storms won't capsize easily. Ji Yang observed as the ruler and minister began flirting unexpectedly, feeling that he really shouldn't be here. He should have been on the rooftop. And after observing throughout their journey, Ji Yang believed his Majesty hadn't gained anything yet. The firecrackers set off at the matchmaker's temple had been wasted. Tomorrow morning, we'll reveal our identities and head to the Qin residence, playing along with their plans, to see what the person behind Zhao Wanqiu wants to do. His Majesty and Meng Qiu are going to rest. Single dog Ji Yang silently exited the room. But it's essentially the same thing. His Majesty still doesn't dare to make a move on Lord Meng. Other than being in a different location, how is keeping watch outside functionally any different? Ji Yang genuinely thought to himself. Chapter 60. The weather grew colder, and His Majesty unceremoniously wrapped Meng Qiu in a coat. Thinking that thick clothes could effectively hide the curve of his belly, Meng Qiu closed his eyes and let Chu Huaixin fumble with it. All right. Chu Huaixin patted his shoulder smoothly. On this journey, Meng Qiu still hadn't learned how to help the emperor dress, yet the emperor had gone from putting the wrong sleeve on him to doing it flawlessly in just 3 days. Perhaps because of some lingering impression from their first meeting, Chu Huaixin liked Meng Qiu to wear red. There was no question about the crimson official robe, and even casual clothes were often bright red or purple, quite festive. Meng Qiu slightly opened his eyes and saw red once again, then glanced at Chu Huaixin's simple moonlight white attire, raising an eyebrow. Isn't this overshadowing me? Not at all. Qiningzhe knows who I am. Chu Huaixin pressed a kiss onto his rosy cheek, his gaze as content as a farmer looking at a promising crop field. Or would you rather wear imperial yellow? Meng Qiu suddenly covered his eyes and kissed the emperor straight up. The 20th kiss, the prime minister insisted on personally handling it. But obviously His Majesty wouldn't know that. Chu Huaixin was tickled by Meng Qiu's rare initiative, taking his hand down, holding it gently in his own and pressing kisses into it while their foreheads touched. In a good mood today. Meng Qiu licked his lips. Fast, kiss me again. Number 21. Is it because we reached that number you mentioned? Chu Huaixin was resolute. Would Meng Qiu be so kind-hearted to kiss him otherwise? With such an obvious, come kiss me expression. No, there's no way things are that good. His Majesty has suffered enough losses from Meng Cho not to believe such a lucky windfall would fall from the sky. If it did, it'd surely have some nasty black filling crafted personally by Meng Cho himself. Meng Cho choked for a moment. Are people these days all so astute? Had he revealed something? No, he hadn't. Don't lie. Chu Huaixin stared deeply into his eyes. Meng Cho met Chu Huaixin's gaze firmly, not yielding in the slightest. After a long while, he said deliberately, I'm a little hungry. He even gave it a sound effect, gurgle. I understand. Chu Huaixin smirked, as if pleased like a wife who has finally become a mother-in-law. What do you want to eat? What exactly do you think you've understood? Meng Cho got off the bed calmly, pretending nothing had happened. Chu Huaixin followed closely behind, feeling the sunlight 3 times brighter, thinking Qi Prefecture was truly a blessed land. Ji Yang startled the birds last night, making it impossible for him to openly show up at the Qin residence, so Chu Huaixin sent him to keep an eye on Zhao Wanqiu. Following the planned schedule, the imperial entourage would arrive at noon tomorrow, and Qi Ningxia hurried out early in the morning to supervise one final citywide patrol. General Qin. A sudden familiar voice startled Qi Ningxia into opening his eyes wide. Was the emperor here earlier than expected? Ji Yang always stayed close to protect the emperor without fail. From the moment he appeared in Qi Prefecture, Qi Ningxia had a premonition. Recalling Ji Yang's explicit ban last night, the emperor hated anything that needlessly disturbed the commoners. He'd fought alongside the emperor for years and felt this most acutely. Looking around, Qi Ningxia rushed swiftly to bow before Chu Huaixin. This subject Qi Ningxia greets your majesty. Undercover visit, no formalities necessary. This is Meng Cho, I've heard much about General Qin. Meng. Left Chancellor. Qi Ningxia's tone was sincere, I've heard about your brilliance since youth, indeed worthy of your reputation. Chu Huaixin whispered to Meng Cho conspiratorially that these compliments came from Lady Qin's coaching. As a mere warrior, Qi Ningxia had used them for years, Chu Huaixin never heard him say anything else. Meng Cho thought about Zhao Wanyu, whose whereabouts were currently unknown. Finding the situation utterly frustrating, he needed to prepare several washboards to punish this husband who didn't recognize his replacement wife. Chu Huaixin murmured softly, I could recognize you with just one glance. Meng Cho glanced at him. Chu Huaixin quickly added, but I absolutely don't want to go through that again. With nothing better to do, Chu Huaixin decided to patrol along with Qi Ningxia, seeing the soldiers of Qi Prefecture up close. After the 3 left, a young maid in the Qin estate was shocked beyond measure. She took a long time to move towards the back door and run off. The Crown Prince of Foam would arrive the following evening, and under Qi Ningxia's command, the lodging inn they were staying at was guarded tighter than ever, with only a side door open in the courtyard to transport food supplies. Guards carried baskets of grapes inside one after another, catching both Meng Chao's and Qi Ningxia's attention simultaneously. Every grape was plump and glistening, large ones resembling amethysts, delivered hastily from distant grape-producing regions, having probably consumed countless ice blocks during transport. I want to eat. When my wife first married me, we were penniless. She always loved grapes, but I never bought her any. Qi Ningxia reminisced. His wife, now seriously ill and unable to eat much, hadn't tasted grapes in days, so he would buy her a basket. Even if she couldn't eat them, seeing the grapes might make her happy. Since his wife returned from her parents' home, she hadn't spoken a word and remained bedridden on medication, causing him to cry whenever he thought about it. Ideally, Chu Huayin should have directly gifted some to Lady Qin to win favor, then deliver Prince Feng's portion later. However, thinking of Zhao Wanqiu residing there now and seeing Meng Chao's focus on the grapes, Chu Huayin figured Zhao Wanqiu could just stay out of sight for now. Meng Cho observed for a while and asked, why are there only fruits and vegetables? What about fish? Chickens? Chu Huayin replied, the Crown Prince of Feng follows Buddhist vegetarianism. Then he whispered to Meng Cho, actually, his constitution is unique, since childhood, eating meat would make him vomit. Few know this, it's rather embarrassing. Meng Cho genuinely pitied him, but meat is so delicious. Would you like to eat meat in front of him at the banquet? Meng Cho asked, knowing they'd surely have one, and if the prince couldn't eat meat, he'd better fill up beforehand. Yes, Chu Huayin laughed lightly at how preoccupied Meng Cho was with this. Adapt to the local customs, he can't interfere with you. At noon, Qi Ningxia arranged for Chu Huayin and Meng Cho to take a nap at the general's residence before moving into the imperial palace when the main army arrived. He was curious why the emperor wanted to share a room with the left chancellor but quickly reasoned that since Minister Meng was a trusted aide, close protection was necessary. Seeing Meng Chao's slim arms and legs, Qi Ningxia respected him even more. As he was about to visit his wife, he saw a maid supporting Lady Qin coming out. Zhao Wanqiu pointed to her throat, shook her head slowly, then indicated the maid. The maid interpreted, Lady Qin says that although the crown prince brought a female companion, she should be responsible for making arrangements for their reception. Due to her poor health, she hasn't been able to assist the general, which fills her with guilt. Therefore, she wants to do what she can, even if just supervising. Qi Ningxia thought it would be good for her to get some fresh air after staying indoors all day. Make sure you don't tire her. Yes, General. As Qi Ningzha watched the maid support his wife walking away, a doubt crossed his mind. This maid was a pitiful woman his wife had bought en route to bury her father. But why did his wife rely on her to relay messages? Was it because she was upset that he didn't accompany her back to her parents' house? He summoned the steward, fine Xiao Dan, who went home with Lady Qin. I have something to ask her. The steward replied. Xiao Dan fell ill along with Lady Qin and was sent home during the journey. Ask her if anything felt amiss on the way. Yes, General. Meng Cho sat on the bed with a plate full of grape skins beside him. I feel like I've come out here to play. Meng Cho supported his chin. Where was the mission supposed to be carried out? How had he become like a bewitching vixen trying to confuse the emperor? Chu Huayin bluntly said, I originally intended to bring you out to relax. A secret agent delivered a box containing rows of small porcelain bottles and circular little boxes that looked like rouge or powder. Chu Huayin opened one of the lids revealing a milky white ointment with a faint grassy medicinal fragrance. This seemed familiar. Meng Cho gasped involuntarily, it was that thing. Public lewdness was punishable by kneeling in front of ancestral tablets in repentance. Meng Cho hurriedly searched for his shoes, scrambling around nervously. What are you looking for? Chu Huayin asked curiously. To see if I can hide under the bed. Meng Cho crouched down, carefully measuring the space under the bed. It was too high, enough to fit another emperor under there. Dangerous. You're getting addicted to hiding under the bed? Chu Huayin decided the imperial bed should never rise higher than 3 inches off the ground. He carried Meng Cho back onto the bed, took off his shoes and socks, and picked up the ointment from earlier. Meng Cho, if you think removing socks means I'm stripping off pants willingly, impossible. Just putting your socks back on would already be generous enough. Public lewdness, corrupt emperor. Meng Chao's integrity as a censor official surrounded his figure, he would die defending propriety on this bed today. Chu Huayin hesitated momentarily, didn't you say your feet felt numb, what are you imagining? Meng Chao's face flushed red, had he misunderstood? I haven't imagined anything. Chu Huayin revealed an understanding expression, tomorrow, we'll meet the Crown Prince of Feng. I wouldn't want our Prime Minister unable to get out of bed. But if you're eager. Your subject isn't in a hurry. Then stop teasing me. And by the way, behave yourself tomorrow. Chu Huayin murmured softly into his ear, causing Meng Chao's scalp to tingle. Do you really think I won't scratch until you bleed? Chu Huayin saw through his thoughts, this time I'll remember to cut your nails in advance. Meng Cho put his hands behind his back, taking note that whenever Chu Huayin wanted to cut his nails, it never ended well, better to escape. Of course, I wouldn't mind a few more, badges of honor for a man. Chu Huayin grabbed Meng Chao's claws and pushed him onto the bed, lightly pressing on top of him. Don't be afraid, I won't hurt you. If you already say the Prime Minister can't get out of bed tomorrow, isn't that contradictory? How does it feel? Chu Huayin leaned down and pecked at Meng Chao's eyes as curtains dropped around them, creating an atmosphere of warmth and ambiguity. The emperor was devious. He promised nothing would happen today but coaxed Meng Cho into agreeing, instilling the false impression that agreeing is fine since not agreeing might lead to instant execution. Meng Cho closed his eyes and gave a haphazard nod. The arrival of His Majesty caused jubilation among the people of Qizhou, who gathered to welcome the legendary war god they might never see in their lifetimes. The Emperor and Prime Minister were equally handsome, prompting Qizhou residents to ask storytellers if there were tales about the Prime Minister in the capital. The Prime Minister. Both Prime Minister and Emperor are good. The open-minded Qizhou folk flooded teahouses with requests, wanting both stories ideally. What? You want tales about both the Prime Minister and Emperor? The storyteller struggled. Catering to this market surge with the Emperor's visit to Qizhou, they had prepared several new war god stories overnight. Emperor and Prime Minister together, that would need entirely new ones. At dusk, Fenghua Crown Prince's carriage entered Qizhou where Chu Huayin hosted a grand banquet. At the banquet, Fenghua officials ate vegetarian dishes following their prince to avoid making him alone without meat during such a large gathering. A sharp contrast between the two countries' dignitaries was clearly visible at their dining tables. Naturally, under such circumstances, only a few truly focused on their meals. Meng Cho found official speeches boring, so he unconsciously picked up some peanuts to munch while sipping plain water because he couldn't drink alcohol. His palate craved a little something. Just a small bite. Fenghua Crown Prince praised Meng Cho for having a hearty appetite, requesting he join the table above. This left Meng Cho utterly bewildered. Do you really want to watch me eat meat like crazy? For the first time, Chu Huayin scrutinized Fenghua Crown Prince closely, finding each feature of his face less appealing by the second. Sincerely inviting Meng Cho to dine at his table, Fenghua Crown Prince wasn't fond of eating meat himself, all he ever enjoyed was watching others partake. He also had numerous specific demands, neither too rough nor too pretentious, needing to look naturally engrossed and elegant. Those whose sight caused loss of appetite or nausea got beaten with 30 lashes. Perhaps this could be called spiritual eating of meat. Anyway, someone like Meng Cho fitted perfectly. But what Fenghua Crown Prince didn't know was that with just this request, the matter he traveled thousands of miles to discuss with Chu Huayin might immediately fall apart. Chapter 61. Meng Chou held his bowl, glancing at his majesty and then at the crown prince of Fenghua, looking a little uneasy. After all, he should sit with his majesty. Meng Chou had already received a threatening look from Chu Huayin, which clearly meant that if he dared to sit with the crown prince of Fenghua, he would have to fulfill his promise that night. Meng Chou said insincerely, "I am already full, I thank your highness for your kindness." The real name of the crown prince of Fenghua was Chiu Hebe, a refined gentleman with a gentle demeanor. Seeing that Chu Huayin seemed not to want them eating together, he did not make things difficult for a prime minister. "Then when you're free, I'll invite adult Meng for a meal." Apart from this small episode, everything went well during the banquet. However, Meng Chou felt a bit disheartened since he'd already spoken the words. Regardless of how tempting the golden shrimp looked, he could only smell it but not eat it. It all added up to Chu Huayin owing him a roasted suckling pig. As the banquet approached its end, a white porcelain spoon fell on the ground and shattered into pieces. The crown prince of Fenghua, Chiu Hebe, suddenly spat out black blood and his eyes rolled back. Pointing tremulously at a dish of mountain delicacy and wood-ear fungus on the table, he exclaimed, It's poisonous." All traces of his usual gentle smile were gone. The courtiers froze for a moment before chaos broke out. Envoys brought by Fenghua moved towards the main seat, ministers gradually divided into two opposing factions. "Summon the imperial physician." Chu Huayin shouted, and before everyone else reacted, immediately lifted Meng Chou, placing him behind his back for protection. Among the envoys following Chiu Hebe who came to Great Wei, the one of highest rank was Chiu Jianbai, an uncle to Chiu Hebe and brother of the current Fenghua king. When the old emperor passed away, 4 sons under his knees fought for succession. Originally, Chiu Jianbai had the most hope, but for some unknown reason, the throne was passed down to the third son, Chiu Jiandu. The other 2 princes were discontented and successively incited internal turmoil. Chiu Jiandu lacked talent, and it took over 10 years of such unrest, only finally settled through the combined efforts of the crown prince Chiu Hebe and Chiu Jianbai. With the crown prince Chiu Hebe surrounded by Great Wei's army, the imperial physicians administered needles to him, while Chiu Jianbai led the envoy group in a furious demand for Chu Huayin to hand over the crown prince. His Royal Highness has traveled thousands of miles to come here to Great Wei, showing great sincerity. And you poisoned the food. Disregarding diplomatic relations between our countries, this is unforgivable. Hand over the crown prince immediately, Fenghua has our own imperial physicians. Chiu Jianbai, red-faced and ears aflame, accused Chu Huayin face to face. Whether poisoning occurred, what type of poison was used, and whether it originated from the banquet food, all these remain unclear, so how can we surrender him to you? Chu Huayin sneered. The crown prince is with me, and I will ensure you receive an explanation. If I hand him over, should any unfortunate event occur, you might fabricate stories against Great Wei, leaving us without means of defense. Men, escort the envoys of Fenghua back to their guest house. With a sweep of his sleeve, Chu Huayin ordered someone to carry the crown prince of Fenghua to the general's mansion, ensuring heavy guards to prevent even the slightest mishap. Every envoy of Fenghua was enraged. Poisoning the crown prince wasn't bad enough, they also openly detained the crown prince, imprisoning them like that. It was absolutely despicable. After getting angry, Chiu Jianbai calmed down, pacifying the envoys back to the guest house for further discussion. Without the crown prince as their pillar of morale, the envoys could only comply with Chiu Jianbai. Once back at the guest house, they gathered to discuss. People exchanged opinions here and there, no one coming up with a good plan. Having let them argue sufficiently, Chiu Jianbai drew his sword and chopped through a table with a loud bang, silencing everyone instantly. Great Wei is far too presumptuous, changing the meeting location repeatedly. Clearly, they have plotted all along. How can we sit idly by and wait to be destroyed? Now our only option is to attack Chu Huayin and obtain the necessary bargaining chips to negotiate with Great Wei and save the crown prince. Great Wei has fewer than 5-10,000 troops stationed in Qi Prefecture, and more than 10,000 soldiers are deployed in Shu, so we shouldn't fear them. General Lin, before departure, did the crown prince entrust you with the tiger token? General Lin, the trusted subordinate of the crown prince, hesitated for a moment. Won't this anger Great Wei? After all, the crown prince is still in their hands. Chiu Jianbai replied, take the initiative first. General Lin, the situation is urgent now, we cannot afford to passively endure anymore. All right. Determined, General Lin responded, my tiger token can summon 10,000s of nearby troops. Before setting off, the crown prince also embedded many guard units around Qi Prefecture. I will now set off signal flares to gather them. Just as General Lin released the signal flares, from the southwest side, 2 sets of signal flares similarly rose. The 2 forces within the city were mobilized, families closed their doors tightly. Idle men who were listening to storytellers in tea houses during the day, each lay covered in their beds, blocking their ears with their hands. Looking at the signal flares from the southwest side, Chiu Jianbai smiled faintly. The Beide side must be causing disorder now, he wanted to see whether Chu Huayin could handle both sides simultaneously. The Qin general's mansion was put under strict security measures. Servants looked panicky, moving the crown prince of Fenghua to the Qin household definitely wasn't a good sign. By tomorrow morning, they might already be surrounded by Fenghua's forces. In the main hall, Lu Yuxiu sighed 3 times in succession. Your Majesty, I must apologize for my incompetence. I cannot determine the poison that has afflicted the Crown Prince of Fenghua. It seems there are only a few days left. Your Majesty should prepare accordingly. Qi Ningxia looked grave, while Zhao Wanyo's eyes flickered unnaturally. My life is not enough to atone for this fault. Qi Ningxia knelt down with a loud thud. Please punish me, Your Majesty. This is not the time for punishment. First, we must investigate why the dish of wood-ear fungus was laced with deadly poison. We fear instability may rise in Qizhou in the future, and Your Majesty still relies on the general. Seeing that the two were about to discuss serious matters, Zhao Wanyo was led away by a maid. As she passed through the lakeside corridor, the maid squatted down and threw 3 stones forcefully into the lake. The stones flew far, nearly reaching the surface of the water near the outer wall of the Qin residence. When Zhao Wanyo saw no one around, she urgently grabbed the maid's wrist, her earlier silence before the emperor now replaced by desperation. The investigation of the poisoning of the wood-ear fungus will surely lead back to us sooner or later. When exactly will they come to take us away? She had used the excuse of supervision to go in and out of the kitchen, standing there until she lost consciousness due to fatigue, conveniently falling next to a basin of fresh wood-ear fungus. According to those above her, the Crown Prince of Fenghua adored wood-ear fungus, so she had laced it with sufficient deadly poison. Suddenly, the maid grabbed Zhao Wanyo's hand tightly and moved closer by a step. What? Now you want to escape? If the charge of harming the Crown Prince falls on you, then it would mean that Qi Ningxia poisoned him, which, on a larger scale, would implicate your Emperor of Great Wei. Do you think you can simply leave? Zhao Wanyo stared disbelievingly at the maid's change of demeanor. Are you not afraid that I'll reveal the truth? Why must you all harm me when I only wished for a peaceful life afterward? Zhao Wanyo lost control completely, pretending to be ill and mute. Wasn't this already cruel enough to herself? After pretending to be Zhao Wanxiu for so long, she hadn't enjoyed even a single moment of happiness. She couldn't allow this. No one was allowed to hinder her. The maid whispered softly, we are afraid, but dead people do not talk. Almost simultaneously, the two started fighting, with the maid showing martial skills, yet Zhao Wanyo somehow summoned unexpected ferocity, her thin fingers tightly gripping onto the maid as if determined to drag her down along with herself. Splash! Water splashed everywhere, and the two continued wrestling into the lake, refusing to let go. Gradually, a layer of blood floated on the lake surface, looking eerie and chilling under the night sky. The maid swam to the other side of the lake, crawled out wetly from the water, crossed the wall, and fled toward the southwest direction. Ji Yang leapt down from the banyan tree by the lakeside, skimming across the lake surface. He dipped his hand underwater, lifting up Zhao Wanyo who appeared lifeless, and disdainfully tossed her aside, keep her alive with just a breath. Meng Chou pushed open the door to the room where the Crown Prince of Fenghua lay. Qiu Hebabai rested weakly in bed. Meng Chou gave a slight sneer, evaluating him with a professional eye, overacting. There's no one else here. You needn't pretend anymore, Crown Prince. Qiu Hebabai rose calmly, poured himself a glass of water, and drank. Is Master Meng hungry? So you want to see me eat? Indeed, I am somewhat hungry. Serve food. Qiu Hebabai immediately instructed his attendants. He instinctively sensed that this matter might only succeed while Chu Huayin was absent, though he could not explain why, attributing it to intuition. And Qiu Hebabai always trusted his instincts. A small table set with 4 vegetarian dishes and 4 meat dishes appeared. Meng Chou picked up his bowl, used his chopsticks to take a bite of braised pork. Qiu Hebabai watched expectantly. Meng Chou turned his chopsticks, placing the meat back in the bowl. The relief grain sent by our Great Wei to Shu was instead purchased by Fenghua, causing more hardship and famine for the people of Shu for an additional month. As Prime Minister, I often lose my appetite because of this. I've heard of this incident, Qiu Hebabai responded. The local officials acted without approval. I deeply regret it and am willing to compensate with silver at the same price once again. Buying the grain was not his initial idea, but by turning a blind eye, he facilitated the transaction. Later, however, he realized that the quantity of grain purchased far exceeded what Fenghua needed, and he did not know where these grains ended up. This realization made him aware of another force within Fenghua, recalling events from over a decade ago. After much consideration, he came to collaborate with Chu Huayin. To collaborate means showing sincerity, such as agreeing to pay again for the grain purchased by Chu Huayin, effectively buying it twice. Meng Chou inwardly reasoned that this efficiency likely resulted from prior discussion between Qiu Hebabai and Chu Huayin. Then what about the cost of seeing this official eat? He sighed, the people of Shu live a simple and bitter life, eating vegetables every day. For me to eat meat every meal fills me with guilt. Qiu Hebabai observed him for a long while, triple compensation. He had figured out something. Meng Chou was even better than Chu Huayin at extracting concessions. Well, this money would count as smoothing relations, given that this prime minister held significant influence. He could even sense that Chu Huayin often followed the prime minister's advice. With pleasure, Meng Chou swallowed the braised pork. He ate many times a day, but the chaos of war disrupted his normal schedule today, leaving him truly a bit hungry. Qiu Hebabai watched him eat, trying to make conversation. How was my performance today? Meng Chou shook his head, you're nowhere near as good as me. Chiu Hebabai, what do you mean? Meng Cho got a little excited thinking about his craft. Your acting ruined the character. How about you give me another 7,000 taels and I'll demonstrate for you. Chiu Hebabai. Now I understand why you came here. You just wanted to extort money tonight. Meng Cho counted the silver notes and slipped them into his pocket. With the spirit of a shadow emperor burning within him, he started performing with a duck bone still in his mouth. He wiped his hand across his face, and even let a stream of black blood trickle from the corner of his lips. The emotions were intense but restrained, all conveyed through his eyes, blending pain, disbelief, a desire to survive, and despair, as if he were truly poisoned and had little time left. Chiu Hebabai was utterly impressed. At that moment, an emperor who was unaware of what had transpired suddenly pushed the door open. Chapter 62. The General's Manor. The door of Chu Huaijan's temporary resting room was tightly closed, while Meng Zhe paced anxiously outside with his hands in his sleeves, looking worried and lips tightly pressed. It was now the dead of night, yet the entire general's manor was lit up with lanterns and torches. Zhao Wanqiu had fallen into the water, sending the servants of the Meng family into a state of utter chaos. Qi Ningxia had just finished discussing matters with Chu Huaijan when he heard that Lady Qin was on the brink of death. His face instantly turned pale. How could an incident happen within the general's manor? Amidst this disorder, there came news that His Majesty had suddenly collapsed under unclear circumstances. Now here we were, with 3 patients in one general's manor, Lady Qin, Crown Prince Fenghua, and Chu Huaijan, each more significant than the last. Qi Ningxia's headache was growing worse by the minute. In a hurry to visit His Majesty, he encountered Meng Zhe standing guard at the entrance. Even the Prime Minister couldn't get in, so naturally neither could Qi Ningxia. Meng Zhe said, General Qin, go back and stay by your lady's side. I'll take care of things here with His Majesty. Meng Zhe was already preoccupied with managing matters and had no time to explain to Qi Ningxia about the true identity of Zhao Wanqiu or why Qin himself failed to recognize her. Let him worry over that for now as a lesson well learned. Besides, Zhao Wanqiu's situation deserved sympathy too. Lu Yixio emerged from the room and let out a sigh upon seeing Meng Zhe, his eyes gleaming slightly with schadenfreude. Meng Zhe pulled him aside to make sure they wouldn't be overheard before asking quietly, how is His Majesty doing? His Majesty suffered a bout of anger-induced heart stress which disrupted his blood flow. This round, you truly. Meng Zhe didn't pay attention to Lu Yixio's endless sighing but instead asked urgently, is he awake? Not yet, Lu Yixio said sympathetically while folding his arms, but now you can go inside to see for yourself. As Meng Zhe recalled Chu Huaijan bursting through the door, he absent-mindedly scratched the back of his neck in worry. Why does His Majesty always seize these moments so precisely? The feng shui of this manor must be off. At that moment, Chu Huaijan's expression had changed dramatically. Before Meng Zhe could fully discern the situation, a sword whizzed past Zhou Hebi's neck and embedded itself in the wall, shaving off a section of his hair. At this, Meng Zhe realized Chu Huaijan had misunderstood and quickly attempted to refute it, but a piece of duck bone remained lodged in his mouth. Panicking, Meng Zhe choked on it, turning bright red in the face, thus squandering the perfect chance to explain. Bring someone. Chu Huaijan's voice was sharp, trembling even. It felt as though his heart plummeted thousands of feet deep, tightening painfully like rusted iron wire strangling him, oozing fresh blood. He had experienced a sense of despair once in the Chuyang Lake, but this time it was far worse. Whether due to their deepening feelings or Meng Zhe's current condition, the suffocating despair grew exponentially stronger. Last time, confusion lingered, whereas this time, it felt like a clear, piercing sword straight through his heart. The sound of the blade penetrating his flesh echoed as if to say, look, he's the one you love, and once again, you've failed to protect him. The shadow warriors entered, encircling Zhou Hebi who raised his hands to show innocence. No, wait. Meng Zhe finally recovered his breath, saying, I'm fine. Don't speak. Wait for the physician, replied Chu Huaijan sharply, his concern evident in his gaze. Seeing clearly Chu Huaijan's anxiety, Meng Zhe wiped the corner of his mouth clean twice and declared, I was pretending, really. I'm all right. I was just demonstrating to the Crown Prince how one might fake poisoning symptoms. I bear witness, chimed in Zhou Hebi immediately, despite feeling the cold edge of a blade still pressed against his throat. For a few seconds, Chu Huaijan's expression blanked out, then he abruptly covered his chest where his heart pounded violently. After a glance or two at Meng Zhe, he stormed out. After Chu Huaijan left, the shadow warriors cleverly released Zhou Hebi. They bowed their heads respectfully, gazing outward as they exited to observe the moon, deciding wisely not to get involved. Both Meng Zhe and Zhou Hebi stared at each other in bewilderment. Understanding what was happening, Zhou Hebi thought privately this money openly given to the Prime Minister actually went toward Chu Huaijan's little concubine, making this purchase worthwhile. Without hesitation, he threw up his hands and laid down on the bed, feigning death. This had nothing to do with him. He was merely a victim robbed of his money. Though the misunderstanding occurred momentarily, Meng Zhe sat dumbfounded for a bit before scrambling to chase after Chu Huaijan. Before Meng Zhe could even cross the threshold, he heard the startled cries of the shadow warrior, Your Majesty. What's wrong with Your Majesty? Hurry, summon the physician. Did I upset him so much he fainted? Meng Zhe hastened his pace but couldn't match the speed of the shadow warriors. In the blink of an eye, Chu Huaizhan had disappeared from sight. Lu Yixiu arrived. And left. Feeling somewhat desolate, Meng Zhe pushed the door open gently, only to find His Majesty peacefully lying under the blanket, brows furrowed attractively, eyes shut elegantly. Meng Zhe suddenly realized that he might not have ever seen Chu Huaizhan sleeping. When they slept together, Chu Huaizhan frequently gave him massages on his feet or waist, allowing Meng Zhe to drift off to sleep. Upon waking, Chu Huaizhan was always dressed neatly, calling him to prepare for meals, leaving Meng Zhe unaware of the sleeping Chu Huaizhan. If we overlook his irrational doting on me, he is truly an enlightened emperor. For the sake of his country and people, he selects capable individuals to run the state affairs with humanity and wisdom. Meng Zhe sat by the bedside, earnestly looking at His Majesty for a while, feeling increasingly guilty in his heart. He knew how long Chu Huayin had been watching over him, when he was asleep or pretending to be unconscious. Pulling aside a corner of the blanket, Meng Zhe reached in to hold Chu Huayin's hand, and suddenly, his eyes began to well up with tears. Some delicate but enduring efforts could only be noticed when one was calm and quiet. He took a deep breath, unintentionally letting out a trace of sobbing. Chu Huayin's eyelids fluttered. Meng Zhe placed his hand over Chu Huayin's eyes. You keep sleeping. No one could pretend to be asleep in front of him, not even His Majesty. But this time, Meng Zhe did not want to expose Chu Huayin. A sovereign of an entire nation, whose intellect and perseverance far surpassed commoners, would never faint just because of his actions. Furthermore, Lu Yixiu's acting skills approaching zero further confirmed this suspicion. Meng Zhe thought he might not have done anything wrong either. He accepted the money, allowing Chiu Hebapai to witness real acting performances, with both parties satisfied. If Chu Huayin had entered a little later or simply knocked on the door, nothing would have happened. However, through this matter, he realized how foolish it had been to naturally take advantage of Chu Huayin's affection for him whenever he pretended to be unconscious before. One's heart needs to experience its own pain before truly having feelings. I'm wrong, this time I genuinely know I'm wrong. Lowering his head, Meng Zhe twiddled his fingers, trying to express these words as sincerely as possible without any mixed emotions. He wasn't doing this so Chu Huayin would feel sorry for him and wake up. His Majesty should stop giving in so early every time, otherwise, he himself would keep growing recklessly. But His Majesty was genuinely in a bit of a tight spot. The light yet firm pressure on his eyelid made him uncertain about Meng Zhe's inner thoughts, just as much as he failed to grasp what Meng Zhe actually intended. Chu Huayin knew he couldn't fool Meng Zhe. He had hoped that if Meng Zhe came in showing a little care, he would seize the moment and awaken. Alternatively, if Meng Zhe decided to confront him directly, he could stubbornly act pitiful. After all, Meng Xiaomei seemed quite blameless this time. At first, he indeed got angry. Why teach something inappropriate, such as fake poisoning? Was this kind of acting ability useful in the slightest? Making it difficult to tell reality from fiction, what if something serious really happened? His Majesty's mind had wandered briefly and spontaneously used those teachings effectively, which made him a remarkable soulmate indeed. But, what turn of events was this? Not waking up now. Then what will happen to my empire? There are still a bunch of traitors outside. Zhao Wanqiu's maid stealthily ran to an abandoned city temple south of the city, where it was pitch black. As soon as the maid appeared, an oil lamp suddenly lit up. The person under the lamp looked extremely agitated. What do you come here for? I killed Zhao Wanqiu, and I can no longer stay in the general's manor. Is anyone following you? That person interrupted the maid. Cold sweat poured down the back of the maid who indeed had left the general's manor too casually. Finding her voice again, she said, His Highness the Crown Prince won't live much longer, Chu Huayin's men are helpless. Regardless of whether anyone follows us, won't we soon become overt anyway? Idiot. The person cursed, we need to move our hideout. That person scratched something on the ground in front of the temple, then quickly left with the maid. Ji Yang squinted his eyes and saw him erasing a symbol indicating the contact point was void. He tried to restore the pattern partially, which was vaguely clear. Then he gathered some energy and followed the two people, seeing them enter the camp of Qiu Hebi's uncle Qiu Jianbai. Within just a few hours, a massive number of troops gathered outside Qiuzhou city. The largest commercial chambers within Qiuzhou removed their disguises and brought food and weapons, nearly emptying half of Qiuzhou city. They were spies cultivated secretly for more than 10 years by shipping merchants, expanding continuously under the guise of commercial chambers. Just like the Zhou family in former days, they initially engaged in joint business ventures to lure with benefits, gradually brainwashed, and eventually transformed into their own team. General Lin, close aide of Qiu Hebi, helped Qiu Jianbai escape from the inn. Upon linking up with the troops outside the city, they immediately rose in arms. Qiu Jianbai said, I will delay the Qiuzhou army and negotiate with them here. You quickly return to Fenghua, gather reinforcements, and inform the soldiers about Chu Huayin instigating the Crown Prince's poisoning. The Crown Prince enjoyed high prestige among the people in Fenghua and could certainly incite a sense of shared resentment across the entire kingdom. After all, isn't he the reincarnation of the Bodhisattva lotus seed child, a pure and holy figure like a lotus, who has prayed for the well-being of his subjects by eating only vegetables since childhood? When General Lin left, Qiu Jianbai called another person to impersonate him, and then also returned to Fenghua overnight. The merchants, after all, were just a mob. Could traitors fight a war? All they did was drain Qiuzhou's supplies, making things unpleasant for Chu Huayin for a few days to gain time. In the past few years, he had cooperated closely with Prince Qiu Hebapai to quell the turmoil caused by the two princes, taking the opportunity to recruit their remaining soldiers. Coupled with the provisions bought from Shu, his army was now well equipped and strong, fully mobilized in Shu. With an additional 100,000 troops led by General Lin, their numbers far exceeded those of the Qiuzhou garrison. As long as he returned to take command, the capture of Qiuzhou city would be imminent. Among the siblings of the Emperor of Fenghua, only Qiu Jianbai remained, and among the offspring, there was only the crown prince left. Upon his return and announcement of the mourning period, not only would Fenghua belong to him, but even the Northern Di king, who played marionettes, would be under his control. The Northern Di's provocation would certainly force Jiang Yi to go to the northern border, leaving him unable to handle multiple fronts. If he could swiftly seize Qiuzhou and capture Chu Huayin, he would restore the previous dynasty's prosperity. The more Qiu Jianbai thought about it, the more excited he became. A sharp gleam passed through his eyes, like a poisoned blade tip flashing an eerie blue glow under the moonlight. Chapter 63. In the end, His Majesty hardly woke up. The sight of Meng Qiu holding his hand and reflecting on his own made him look so pitiable. Meng Qiu's eyes lit up as he helped the emperor sit up like one would care for the elderly or the weak. He did not expose anything this time, giving His Majesty face like never before. I've carefully reflected upon myself, I should have no other deceit against you, Meng Qiu emphasized with insufficient confidence, at least concerning major issues. Emperor Chu Huayin replied, the definition of a major issue by your honor seems biased. Meng Qiu retorted, I can't possibly remember every word I said before. Then he wrapped his arms around the emperor's neck and leaned his cheek close to his ear, earnestly persuading him, isn't the most important thing now dealing with the rebels? Everything is important, Emperor Chu Huayin hugged him back. For a moment, Meng Qiu was unusually quiet in his embrace, then began to struggle and climb up again. Excitedly, he pulled out a stack of silver notes from his pocket and handed them over to the emperor with both hands, here it is. It was as if a stingy kitten had handed over all its privately stored fish snacks, leaving only the owner's provisions to rely on in the future. This was Emperor Chu Huayin's thought. Where did you get these? Chu Huayin restrained an immense sense of joy so as not to laugh uncontrollably right after waking. He quickly counted through them, there were 7 in total. The number 7 seemed to symbolize something. Chu Huayin paused mid-smile. Indeed, Meng Qiu continued, it's the performance fee given by Qiu Hebi. Didn't I owe you 7,000 taels? Here's the payment. Every step Meng Qiu took was purposeful. Repaying the debt. In such a warm moment, how could it be about repaying debts? Chu Huayin's face froze, what the emperor wanted was a personal contract of indenture, not mere money. The sound of breaking beads echoed as His Majesty's perfect plan crumbled. You keep it. I don't need it. This is a matter of integrity. Meng Qiu strived hard to rebuild his credit system. I don't back down from my words. Seeing that Chu Huayin seemed unwilling to take the money, Meng Qiu asked confusedly, are you actually keeping my indenture hostage? He proudly slapped the silver notes onto Chu Huayin's chest with the kind of excitement that comes from providing for the family, challenging anyone to match his action under heaven. Chu Huayin remained silent. Meng Qiu snuggled closer to him, murmuring softly, I already belong to you. Why do we need any formal contracts of indenture? Unexpected words of affection left Chu Huayin's breath catching almost instantly, nearly forgetting the existence of the rebels altogether, had Ji Yang not returned in time. Ji Yang reported amidst the disapproving gaze of His Majesty, utterly baffled. It appeared that His Majesty indeed harbored displeasure toward those scoundrels, evidenced by even transferring this anger to him. My subordinate followed the maid and discovered their contact location was at the Qinghuang Temple, which has since been abandoned. As expected by the Crown Prince of Fenghua, Qiu Jianbai has indeed left the chaotic group in Qi state and headed alone back to Fenghua, seemingly eager to inherit the throne. If he makes his move on the Fenghua Emperor and secures his position early, then even if the Fenghua Crown Prince survives, the statement trailed off meaningfully. Since Qiu Hebi dares to propose cooperation, he must be fully prepared within the country. Even without preparation, it works, because this shows Qiu Hebi needs to weigh more than ever. In Qi state, business associations are prominent. To put it nicely, they join forces to mutually thrive. Bluntly, big businesses unethically gang up and bully smaller merchants. Local officials once petitioned the emperor regarding exaggerated recruitment practices, employing 3 times the needed workforce just for show. Upon reviewing this information, Chu Huayin remembered the cargo ships originating from Qi state, later gradually spreading outward while continuously recruiting more people, including relatives of the Zhou family. Most famously, 5 years ago, the cargo ship Tycoon successfully infiltrated the capital with the Zhou family, transporting large quantities of weapons and Taihu stones into the city. Though these commercial forces appear scattered, they shouldn't be underestimated. They mainly come from urban populations and have intricate familial ties with the city guards. In reality, these are not merely bandits but also ordinary citizens of Qi state, making the situation quite complicated. According to Qiu Jianbai's estimate, Chu Huayin would inevitably feel some lenience towards his own people, allowing enough delay for him to return to Fenghua. Alternatively, if Chu Huayin was heartless, it would tarnish the noble warrior image built up in legends. Chu Huayin wasn't overly concerned about Qiu Jianbai's plans and entrusted full authority to Qi Ningxia for handling this. Being a local of Qi state, Qi Ningxia understood the circumstances better and, given his wife was recently killed by the rebels, had plenty of pent-up rage seeking release. What Qiu Jianbai sought, the time delay, coincidentally aligned with Chu Huayin and Qiu Hebi's desires as well. If the siege of the merchant guilds were broken too early without pursuing Qiu Jianbai immediately afterward, it wouldn't make logical sense. Lying in bed, Qiu Hebi truly felt the revenge of Chu Huayin. Nobody was bringing him meals anymore. Not only that, but being isolated without meat, he was refused even the cheapest vegetables. Isn't it just having a meal with your prime minister? One eating vegetarian and the other non-vegetarian, not even reaching for the same dish with their chopsticks, why be so petty? With a swift leap, he found himself under someone else's roof, leaving him no choice but to head to the kitchen. The Qin family kitchen had distinct features. On the stove sat a row of offerings for the late mistress Zhao Wanqiu. Sesame oil, paper money, and green bamboo shoots liked by the crown prince were placed together. Qiu Hebi, although I appear as one about to die, surely I shouldn't have to eat these things, right? In his days, there was an odd sensation of being a ghost coming to feast on the sacrificial offerings. The crown prince put down the pot lid, deciding to take a look at Chu Huayin's small kitchen instead. This was quite different. Almost all vegetables here were mixed with meat. There wasn't a single pure vegetable among those pre-cooked dishes. The crown prince sighed at the hardships of being dependent on others, then tossed out a silver note, "Cook me some greens." It was in stark contrast to the frugality of Meng Qiu. Meng Qiu daily stood on the city wall with full diligence in his role as Dawei's prime minister, earnestly persuading the people of the Chamber of Commerce. His storytelling was vivid and interesting, whether citing classics or improvising tales, moving emotionally and convincing logically. But his core message never changed: none who rebel ever meet good ends. His stories were captivating, accompanied by sound effects to enhance the atmosphere. In front of him were the rebel merchants, while behind, townsfolk carried small stools to listen to his tales. A double gain. Prime Minister Meng told better stories than professional storytellers. People came back eagerly the next day. "Come, everyone, sit down and listen," Meng Qiu gestured. "Yesterday, we left off with the story of a stubborn butcher-turned-bandit who discovered that among the innocents he slaughtered was someone remarkably similar to his missing for years." Chu Huayin didn't want Meng Qiu appearing too prominently on the city walls, so Meng Qiu ended up sitting. The following day, when forbidden to use his voice too much, Meng Qiu quietly grumbled while a louder person relayed his words. Holding a chrysanthemum tea in his hands, Meng Qiu watched through the lookout holes as people outside listened attentively, curious and angry alike. Smiling softly, he thought how impoverished their spiritual lives must be, deprived of discernment, deceived by Qiu Jianbai's tricks, brainwashed into believing all of you are reincarnated from the previous dynasty's royal family, restoring the empire is your righteous duty. Making them all think they could become great kings. The businessmen were now like scattered dragons without a leader, overestimating themselves. Some stubbornly believed they were descendants of royalty, refusing to surrender to the defending army, waiting for reinforcements from Qiu Jianbai. What Meng Qiu aimed for was their internal collapse, recruiting those wanting to return to the city. Time, they had plenty of it. Qiu Hebi waited for Qiu Jianbai to gather his private soldiers in Fenghua and press toward the border. At that time, General Lin, a trusted ally, would coordinate inside with Dawei's troops to capture them all. This was Qiu Hebi's plan. He asked Chu Huayin for help luring Qiu Jianbai into a trap. Qiu Jianbai, cunningly plotting for nearly 20 years, had forces spread across 3 countries. Their positions aligned, benefiting each other mutually. Qiu Hebi also intended to dig canals for trade between 2 countries, purchasing grain from Dawei. He and Chu Huayin negotiated for days. Judging by the substantial sum of money easily swindled by Meng Qiu, it was clear Qiu Hebi had spared no expense. A noble guest wishes to stay temporarily at the general's residence. Would General Qin agree? Meng Qiu stopped Qi Ningxia outside the Qin estate, asking. Kifuzu had seen chaos during its upheaval, naturally leaving areas unattended. Meng Qiu had undercover agents retrieve Zhao Wanyu, who had been hiding around fearfully. As her wounds healed, her spirit and appearance began to recover, shifting from resisting seeing Qi Ningxia to gradually accepting. Finally, the secret guard coaxed her back from the brink of self-destruction. Overjoyed, the guards almost wished to hang red flowers on their chests, using every trick they'd recently learned to enthusiastically send Zhao Wanyu home. Such a feeling as though parting with one's daughter. A son-in-law, a great general, only unfortunate in his poor eyesight, truly making fathers both proud and disgruntled. Meng Qiu sincerely wanted to advise Qi Ningxia to remove all white silk and incense candles from his house. His wife survived such a calamity, and seeing these upon returning wouldn't bring any joy. Qi Ningxia stood fully armored, long sword at his waist, dawn sunlight casting upon him, inadvertently adding a solemn air. His sleepless nights painted his eyes with heavy bloodshot. Soon heading to another battlefield, but at home, his wife would never wait for him again. Qi Ningxia said dejectedly, "As long as the noble guest doesn't mind our household grieving." Meng Qiu, "They might mind. But you've got to coax your own bride back yourself." A large sedan chair landed before the Qin estate gates. The secret guards hoped loud trumpets would banish the mournful atmosphere left by Zhao Wanqiu. The carriage curtain lifted, revealing slender, pale fingers clutching the box edge, with a glimpse of a red string exposed. The sunlight shimmered with golden hues, and the iron ring on the red string was always dusty, a relic from long ago when Qiningzhe was still a pauper. He had woven it for Zhao Wanyu, and even the adornments were made of iron. Later, she wore resplendent golden hairpins in her coiffure, pearl earrings, and jade bracelets, yet her favorite remained that piece of red string. She hoped that Qiningzhe would achieve fame and fortune but remain true to his original heart, cherishing their love until old age. Qiningzhe paused mid-step upon turning around, his eyes wide with disbelief as he grabbed Meng Qiu beside him. She. Meng Qiu, what are you grabbing me for? Zhao Wanyu hadn't expected Qiningzhe to be standing right there at the doorway. Instinctively, she hid her hand in her sleeve and even thought about covering her face. She now looked too ugly, she hoped Qiningzhe would remember her only as she used to be. Zhao Wanyu tightly pressed her lips together, afraid that once she opened her mouth, only a hoarse, unpleasant sound would come out, one that might even distort the pronunciation of her husband's name. Qiningzhe hastily lowered his gaze to the shadow on the ground, slender and frail, yet unmistakably real. Qiningzhe feared it might just be an illusion conjured by his excessive longing for his late wife, so he tightly gripped Meng Qiu's arm. Did you see that? Why doesn't she speak? Helplessly, Meng Qiu shook free from his grasp, wondering why Qin couldn't simply embrace his own wife instead of talking himself into trouble and unintentionally treading on Zhao Wanyu's emotional wounds. Qiningzhe stepped forward. Wanyu, is that you? He wasn't stupid, but perhaps a bit stubborn when it came to matters involving his wife. Ever since Zhao Wanqiu pretended to be Zhao Wanyu, she spent nearly every day in bed, claiming illness compounded by cold weather, keeping herself thoroughly covered. Communication happened via the maidservants, so much so that they rarely exchanged direct gazes. Qiningzhe focused only on his pity, with military affairs in Qizhou demanding his attention, thus leaving little room for suspicion. Standing before Qiningzhe now, Zhao Wanyu's unwavering affection caught his eye and abruptly clarified that the person who had previously been in the house wasn't merely sick with dull eyes, but utterly devoid of any feelings at all. Qiningzhe slapped himself hard across the face before gently embracing Zhao Wanyu. Dear, I'm useless, I'm not worthy of you. Please don't remain silent, hit me if you must. The secret guards rushed forward to separate them, reminding Zhao Wanyu not to cry uncontrollably while placing a pile of medical instructions into Qiningzhe's hands. Read these first before saying anything. The top sheet explained how Zhao Wanyu had bit her tongue in an attempt to take her life, causing such severe damage that she should not be allowed to speak or cry for quite some time. Qiningzhe's fingers trembled. This revelation surpassed Zhao Wanqiu's fabricated illness, revealing a level of malevolence beyond comprehension. Trembling, he read further. Zhao Wanyu had almost been buried alive, and her unborn child could be born weak. Don't believe superstitions about strong fathers having strong sons. Pure academic pursuits are fine, but don't subject your offspring to martial arts training under harsh sun. How could a sister do something so heartless to her own sibling? Qiningzhe recalled the half-dead Zhao Wanqiu being fished out of the lake despite countless valuable medicines failing to save her life. She would have been better off feeding dogs than humans. The sound of his armor hitting the floor was weighty and dignified as Qiningzhe knelt before Meng Qiu. Thank you, Sir Meng, for saving my beloved wife's life. An act of justice, I ask you to rise. Meng Qiu helped him up, whispering quietly, the Zhao family has already been placed under house arrest by His Majesty. After the war ends, how to handle this matter lies entirely with you. Half of the merchants had already surrendered, the remaining obstinate ones subdued only by force. Xiu Jinbai's forces were assembled, ready to head to the Fengguo border for support. Chu Huayin stayed behind in Qizhou to supervise, simultaneously keeping an eye on Qiu Hebi to ensure no tricks led the way into a two-front war. Night fell. Leaning back in his chair, Meng Qiu carefully pondered a question that plagued Zhao Wanyu daily. Am I ugly? Looking down at his own belly, it was noticeable without outer clothing. Does Chu Huayin not find it odd? What are you thinking about? Chu Huayin lifted Meng Qiu onto the bed. Don't frown. Confident in both his face and acting skills, Meng Qiu pointed at his belly. It's bothering me unnecessarily. Chu Huayin pulled back the inner garment, planting a kiss on his belly. I like you just the way you are. It tickled. Meng Qiu tried to slide down in embarrassment. Don't kiss randomly. Chu Huayin pushed his clothes further up. Are you going to draw a circle again and declare it forbidden territory? Not necessarily impossible, Meng Qiu flushed crimson. You're not allowed to kiss. Don't forget what you promised me. Chu Huayin kissed upward slowly, sealing his lips. You belong to me. His Majesty was growing anxious. 5 months had passed, and Meng Qiu's attempts to muddle through were becoming too obvious. Meng Qiu would often start yawning as soon as night fell, and Chu Huayin, having observed this behavior over time, began to discern a pattern. For instance, feeling drowsy as soon as it grew dark was most likely an act. Realizing this truth, Chu Huayin reflected that since Meng Qiu's return to the capital, he had been tricked several times. What a dog's dinner of a reputation for little Meng Cat. Chapter 64. A cool sensation in his chest, as if the heat had been blown onto his face, rose from his earlobes to the corners of his eyes, a faint red turning deep. Like peach blossoms blooming from March into late spring, the initial pale pink fading into a decadent red. With a gentle breeze, his jet-black lashes fluttered, accompanied by rapid breathing. Meng Chao's eyes darted left and right as he mentally prepared himself. It's just going to hurt a bit, right? Can it possibly hurt more than the first time? But the first time, he'd taken aphrodisiacs. Now, he was fully sober. Meng Chou made his final attempt to resist, tugging at his pants while declaring with determination, "Your Majesty, could you please cut my nails first? So that His Majesty wouldn't go out injured tomorrow and let the whole general's mansion know what they'd done." Chu Huayin grabbed his hand, inspecting it carefully. They weren't particularly long. No problem, scratch away. Any little time saved is good. He had already endured numerous light and severe injuries, cat scratches didn't count for anything. Meng Chou rolled to the right, sinking into the softness of the quilt. A muffled voice emerged from the cotton gaps, "I want to be on top." This way, he could always control the pace, leaving whenever necessary. Chu Huayin, which kind of top? He dug Meng Chou out, seeing a clear look in the other's sorrowful eyes, precisely the sort he found pleasing. This position was indeed recommended during pregnancy, but wouldn't it be too tiring? Meng Chou tilted his head, narrowing his eyes at Chu Huayin. "Take off your clothes." His expression remained resolute. The Prime Minister of Great Wei, gentle yet firm, adept even before authority. Dragonflies dipped gently into the water, creating tiny ripples that spread circle after circle. The tender spring water embraced every delicate touch. The motion hadn't yet spread throughout the entire expanse of water when the dragonfly rested itself on a lotus leaf. With a burst of energy came exhaustion, and no third attempt followed. Meng Chou laid limp upon the emperor's well-built chest, his palms pressing against handsome abs, his forehead drenched with beads of sweat. "I'm a bit tired," he said. "Your official doesn't want to move anymore." Meng Chou licked his lips, his legs feeling weak, needing rest. He demanded imperiously, "You are not allowed to move either. What kind of savage, unreasonable empress consort is this?" Chu Huayin, frustrated by his lack of coherent movements, kissed Meng Chou's rosy lips. "Sorry, Your Majesty cannot heed your words this time." The next day, Meng Chou burrowed inside the blanket, refusing to speak to the emperor. Chu Huayin placed his hand on his forehead, noticing normal temperature, except for the silence of a certain kitten. His Majesty, who had spent over 20 years as a bachelor, was naturally excited during his second encounter. He picked up Meng Chou together with the quilt, cradling him as delicately as one would with a child. "Are you uncomfortable anywhere?" Meng Chou wasn't actually uncomfortable. Yesterday, Chu Huayin seemed like someone suddenly gaining insight, improving his technique and stamina, making him doubt whether Chu Huayin's first performance was intentional. Because of this, Meng Chou was tossed and turned so much that he couldn't muster any coherent words. Without any flaw. If this kept up, wouldn't Chu Huayin become overly arrogant? Today, Meng Chou's breakfast became a bowl of thin porridge and some small dishes, something even Qiu Hebi could consume. The Crown Prince invited Meng Chou to dine together. Recently, his diet had been quite poor, urgently needing to watch Meng Chou eat meat to soothe his heartbroken soul. Knowing he was being monitored by Chu Huayin, he stayed obediently at the Qin residence, occasionally visiting Meng Chou, which somewhat made the emperor regret allowing him to remain here. Meng Chou held a bowl of side dishes, not forgetting to squeeze Qiu Hebi. "Does the Crown Prince have no intention of expressing gratitude?" Qiu Hebi wasn't short of money, smiling slightly. "Rest assured, my Lord Prime Minister. I am sincere." A servant presented a gilded cabbage, large and dazzling, even the veins of the leaves clearly visible. Meng Chou was momentarily stunned, feeling as if he were accepting bribes from neighboring countries, right under the emperor's nose. Chu Huayin was unhappy, considering how morning tenderness was supposed to be. Why did someone interrupt? Chu Huayin took Meng Chou's bowl, feeding him personally. "If you want to watch, then watch. I don't want to eat mushrooms." Meng Chou deliberately picked on them, having had too much chicken stewed with mushrooms, becoming bored with it. "All right." Chu Huayin readily complied, eating it himself instead, wiping Meng Chou's mouth with a handkerchief. "Do you want anything else?" "Steamed crab. Could we wait a few months?" Chu Huayin had memorized the foods forbidden for pregnant men thoroughly. At this season, the crab roe was thick and rich, pairing well with wine and adding fragrance to side dishes, and he had avoided showing crabs within Meng Chou's line of sight. Meng Chou merely mentioned it casually. "Then bring me a steamed bun." The two acted as if no one else existed, leaving Qiu Hebi speechless. Am I really a young maiden fond of romantic stories? Paying money just to watch this? The Beatty region erupted into warfare, with the enemy unleashing all their forces. Jiang Yi had been prepared for this and set out with troops on the very day he received the news. Only Jiang Xian was left at the general's mansion. The last time Jiang Yi had gone away for 18 years before returning. Tears brimming in his eyes, Jiang Xian said he wanted to join the battle as well. He had been practicing hard these days and had improved significantly, finally proving himself worthy of a task. However, Jiang Yi disagreed. Looking at the stubborn Jiang Xian, he saw that the young man had grown up, with broad and strong shoulders, possessing the courage and strength to lead independently. He felt a sense of relief. Any who hadn't been to war would be embarrassed to call themselves sons of the Jiang family. But the lessons from 18 years ago were profound enough. Jiang Yi patted Jiang Xian's shoulder. I will petition your majesty that the general's mansion continues under your name. The Jiang family cannot be without someone. Do you understand what I mean? The mansion had fallen once, leading to Jiang Yao being bullied to death. Although the emperor and Meng Push had fundamental differences, their relationship faced new threats. This time, uncle must leave a place of reliance for Meng Pian. Jiang Xian was stunned for a long time before he realized what Jiang Yi meant. Unable to hold back, he cried again. Hio Yuan stood under a tree, unusually emotional. Don't frighten him. Jiang Yi teased, I thought the sixth prince had no feelings for anyone else. Hio Yuan moved quickly, pressing Jiang Yi against the tree and kissing him fiercely several times, because he didn't want to scare him either. Jiang Yi had already gotten used to Hio Yuan's sporadic attacks. They were all big men, weren't they? How could they let themselves be taken advantage of like little girls? Calmly pushing Hio Yuan away, he said, let's talk business. I don't want you to go. Hio Yuan offered to help Jiang Yi. He knew where Beatty was weak, but Jiang Yi feared that the Beatty people would point fingers at him, calling him a traitor helping outsiders. Jiang Yi knew Hio Yuan didn't care, and he also knew Hio Yuan hated the Beatty royal family who had forced his mother to death. He had watched this lone wolf-like youth grow up, bullied by his older brother and sister, looked down upon by servants, yet still bearing the title of sixth prince, a name he would carry for life. Accompanying Hio Yuan had taken more time than spending it with his own family. It was a complex emotion. Knowing Hio Yuan's past clearly, he hoped for a bright future, at least one not pointed at with contempt. Hio Yuan, however, couldn't comprehend Jiang Yi's thoughts. He understood the ingrained patriotism of the Jiang family, but he wasn't like them. He wanted to escape his original identity. His name was Hio Yuan, different from Suomutai, following his mother's surname and choosing his own name. Ever since meeting Jiang Yi, he had always been Hio Yuan. Call me Hio Yuan. His gaze was deep, fixed on Jiang Yi's eyes. Alright, Hio Yuan, you. Jiang Yi wanted to persuade him, but Hio Yuan interrupted, unless you break my hands and feet, otherwise I will crawl to Beatty. His tone was light, as natural as discussing lunch plans. Jiang Yi immediately stopped speaking. After a while, he hugged Hio Yuan, alright, just this last request, no need to help me, just stay close. The horns of departure echoed across the sky. Yan Xiang sent the army off 10 miles away, surrounded by cheering crowds of commoners. They had become accustomed to peaceful lives in the capital city, entirely reliant on the warriors risking their lives in succession. When Jiang family father and son went to war many years ago, most of them were still children. The only thing they remembered was 5 years ago when His Majesty led the troops to kill enemies, the military funds were cut, and the entire army fought against hunger, cold, and fatigue for the country. When the first soldier was handed a basket of eggs, the people seemed to conjure up quilts, rice, chickens, ducks, and cooked food. Jiang Yi couldn't help but laugh, leaving a squad of soldiers behind to handle the aftermath. What could be returned was, and what couldn't be returned was loaded onto carts. Every march held meaning, not just in fulfilling duty to the emperor but also in protecting countless small families like the Jiangs. Qiu Jianbai returned to Fenghua. He figured it had been over 10 days, and the crown prince might not make it much longer. That night, the maidservants tossed stones into the lake 3 times, signaling outwardly that Qiu Hebi's days were numbered. Qiu Jianbai's confidence soared, starting mourning rites as soon as he reached Fenghua's borders. The carriages and weapons were adorned with white ribbons, and paper money was scattered along the way, lest it wasn't immediately clear. Seizing the moment when the Fenghua people united in hatred, he extensively conscripted soldiers, assembling an 11-man force. It wasn't because Qiu Hebi enjoyed high popularity among the masses. These 11 men were originally Qiu Jianbai's subordinates. He couldn't reveal his true intentions yet and thus joined the regular army under the pretense of conscription, clearing his name of secretly keeping personal armies. An 11-man army marched grandly toward the border. Neither side was negligible, indicating a protracted war. As a result, all residents living at the intersection of Fenghua and Wei fled entirely. General Lin Fei, the confidant of Qiu Hebi, coldly observed how Qiu Jianbai quickly gathered 11,000 troops and a substantial amount of grain, deeply impressed by the wisdom and foresight of the crown prince. If these forces had remained hidden in Fenghua, they would pose an enormous threat, always ready to create chaos at the slightest provocation. It was necessary to remove this dangerous element as soon as possible. Finding an excuse to lag behind, Lin Fei positioned himself with 10,000 soldiers blocking Qiu Jianbai's retreat. When Qiu Jianbai arrived at the border, the Dawei army also reached there, 5,000 troops from Qizhou and 5,000 from Shu area, totaling 10,000. Compared to the enemy's 21,000-strong army, it seemed insufficient. However, Chu Huayin had arranged several concealed defenses that even Qiu Hebi and Qi Ningxia were unaware of. Before the battle, Qiu Jianbai made loud boasts, insulting Chu Huayin as cruel and ungrateful, demanding the immediate return of the crown prince's intact body in exchange for sparing Chu Huayin and his prime minister's lives. Qi Ningxia didn't bother engaging in verbal sparring. Your prince was comfortably residing in my mansion, and when he meets his end, I'll let him vent all he wants. Fierce fighting erupted between the two sides until evening when they ceased the battle on the sound of a bell. In the Fenghua military camp, Qiu Jianbai inspected the army. Although the day's battle was tough, as long as the fight persisted, the Wei would eventually deplete their supplies and men. Had Chu Huayin already fled back to the capital city with his handsome prime minister? Extreme fervor surged within Qiu Jianbai's eyes. He had meticulously arranged ambushes along the way, after years of meticulous planning. This time, he was determined to ensure neither Qiu Hebi nor Chu Huayin returned alive, but their coffins would be sent back to the capital. It all seemed too smooth to believe, but after 20 years of planning, success was nearly within reach. His mind fixated only on victory, unable to consider more, and even intolerant of the slightest doubts or questioning from his subordinates. Report, General, we've been ambushed from behind. The grain supplies have been plundered. Enraged, Qiu Jianbai plunged his sword into the young soldier who brought the news. What are you saying? The rear has been suddenly attacked, and our grain is stolen. Seeing the rapidly changing expression on Qiu Jianbai's face, the junior soldier felt a sense of impending doom but couldn't think further before Qiu Jianbai decapitated him. Isn't Lin Fei supposed to be guarding the rear? What is he doing? Qiu Jianbai swept the map off the table, then burst into laughter after a moment's pause. Worthless scum. Pass my order, punish him under martial law. He was just looking for an excuse to seize Lin Fei's command authority. General. There's fighting. General Lin turned against us, he's rebelling. Report, General, the Wei launched a surprise attack. Qiu Jianbai realized he'd been tricked by Qiu Hebi. Instead of being lured into a suicidal attack against the Wei, Qiu Hebi had gone to join forces with Chu Huayin. The ensuing confusion confirmed his suspicion. Someone shouted aloud, declaring that Qiu Jianbai had rebelled against the crown prince was still alive, and General Lin Fei had come to save them. Darkness blurred Qiu Jianbai's vision as at least 10,000 of his men were here to avenge the prince. Chaos erupted inside the camp, voices rising from all sides, hearts in disarray. Frequent good reports came from the front lines, bringing great joy to Emperor Chu Huayin. Meanwhile, Prime Minister Meng's life wasn't so comfortable. Meng Push genuinely questioned, don't you check the battle reports? The crucial ones are personally delivered by Ji Yang directly to me, while those passed level by level only bring good news, said Chu Huayin. Would you like me to read a couple to you for amusement? What an absurd method of amusement, you sure thought that one up. Early yet, why don't you sleep first while I handle some official business? A tyrannical ruler needs a diligent premier. Do you not find that hypocritical? Just as the night watchman passed by, proving the emperor's statement correct. Meng Push lay back and allowed himself to be petted. Does this remind you of a chaotic fox spirit? Chu Huayin chuckled, why do you insist on linking yourself to such things? He thought for a moment, but there might be some truth in it. Meng Push stretched the emperor's face sideways. This is merely an understatement of mine, you're not allowed to think that. What is law? Monarch over ministers, husband over wife, father over son. Look, the first two rules apply inversely to you. Chu Huayin lightly caressed Meng Push's protruding belly with regretful expression. I can only hope you will follow the last rule. Father over son. Though pained in his heart, the emperor well knew how hard raising a child could be. Meng Push took advantage of the situation and suggested, since that's the case, let's research prenatal education, aiming for the emperor to enjoy his ideal life sooner. He pulled out a book from under the pillow, detailing daily essential activities specially written by him. Meng Push flipped through a few pages, commenting, luxury and excess are utterly undesirable. You must set a proper example. And the matter of you not bathing properly last time, your actions are always being watched by heaven and earth. Is there no hint of remorse within His Majesty's heart? Chu Huayin lowered his head to silence Meng Push's endless chatter with a kiss, thoroughly exploring as he left smooches all over his lover's face, kissing Meng Push until his eyes and lips gleamed with a peach blossom-like sheen. No, replied Chu Huayin as he removed the other man's hair ornament. What I'm more interested in doing is lying down on this bed, straightening these two legs before me, and reasserting my imperial authority. He added casually, we can discuss these issues later. Meng Push sighed as he was undressed entirely. You aren't truly concerned about raising the child. Ah, a generational gap. Lin Fei's sudden betrayal drastically altered the balance of power between both sides, leaving Qiu Jianbai unable to put up much resistance. Both Chu Huayin and Qiu Hebi were determined to quickly conclude the fight, given that another battlefield still lay ahead in the northern D region, where the forces fighting against the Wei consisted largely of soldiers prepared to die recklessly and senselessly. Meng Push was somewhat worried about his uncle. Chu Huayin analyzed for him, do you remember He Yuan? When I left, I sent someone to investigate him secretly in northern D. He's very calculating and having him around ensures your uncle will be fine. Meng Push nodded. Once Qiu Jianbai surrenders, we can return to the capital, right? Meng Push somewhat missed his uncle, even thinking about heading to the northern frontier. Chu Huayin immediately stopped his dangerous idea. With this condition of yours, just reaching the capital safely without incident would be a blessing from the heavens. Don't daydream unnecessarily. Not just the emperor, even his uncle who shows no fear but only blood, could be frightened to death at this. The originally planned trip to Chizhou wasn't meant to involve battle, yet they had already fallen far behind the expected timeline for returning to the capital. Worried about Meng Push's health during their travels, Chu Huayin often rose quietly after Meng Push fell asleep to confer with Qiu Hebe on the best strategies, trying as much as possible to expedite the progress of the war efforts. Chapter 65. As soon as Jiang Yi arrived in Beidi, he swept through like a typhoon. After years of working undercover in Beidi, he didn't even need He Yuan to provide him with intelligence, he could accurately attack various weaknesses of Beidi. Qiu Hebe severed the private grain supply routes that Qiu Jianbai had established to transport provisions to Beidi. This plunged Beidi into a severe food shortage, destabilizing the army and causing them to no longer fight recklessly as they once did. The fake Sumatai was held accountable by the royal family of Beidi. With his communication cut off from Qiu Jianbai and without further instructions under immense pressure, he ended his life. The real Sumatai had been poisoned long ago. Thus, with Beidi suddenly without a clear leader, Jiang Yi led the army straight to the imperial court, establishing the Dawei forces directly in their stronghold. With the installation of a new king and the signing of treaties pending Chu Huai's guidance, all other matters concerning Beidi were temporarily handled by Jiang Yi on behalf of the state. Jiang Yi found this responsibility overwhelming. He knew only how to lead troops in battle and had no interest in managing the politics of Beidi, feeling dizzy whenever faced with official documents. Moreover, the barbaric and backward customs of Beidi revealed shocking issues in the aftermath of the unrest. Jiang Yi cursed loudly while reluctantly handling the decadent descendants of the royal family. These people had previously enjoyed bullying He Yuan, leaving a deep impression on Jiang Yi. Not to mention the large number of female concubines discovered in their backyards, many of whom were innocent women forcibly abducted from border areas between the two countries. These women had suffered imprisonment and abuse unimaginable. Jiang Yi ensured these girls returned to their families and provided sufficient compensation with soldiers escorting them home safely. He Yuan watched silently as Jiang Yi threw those low-ranking officers into jail, but couldn't help wondering internally if Jiang Yi possibly used public authority for personal revenge, even if it was just a fraction of what had happened. Leaning against a pillar with his arms crossed, He Yuan proposed seemingly carelessly, "If General is willing to kiss me voluntarily, I'll help you manage the political affairs of Beidi." Jiang Yi's face turned red instantly, slapping the document onto He Yuan's face as he retorted, "Get out." He Yuan made no attempt to dodge, merely closing his eyes briefly before realizing something soft had touched his lips the next moment. His eyes flew open just in time to see the general fleeing in disarray. "Leave all this to me." He Yuan caught the letter, touching his lips lightly, regretting momentarily having closed his eyes earlier. He missed the rare look of initiative on the general's face. A surge of warmth flooded his heart, gradually filling his reddened eyes. It wasn't only because Jiang Yi kissed him for the first time, but also due to the valuable trust shown. Being the prince of Beidi, He Yuan realized that Jiang Yi handed over the management of Beidi's politics without fearing interference or power struggles. Recalling Jiang Yi's question, "Do you want to be the king of Beidi?" he understood it wasn't mere probing. Jiang Yi truly trusted him. Qiu Jianbai refused to surrender. He had no way out, having offended both Beidi and Dawei. Neither Qiu Hebe nor Chu Huai would let him live. 2 decades of plotting had become nothing more than wasted efforts. Preferring death over disgrace and facing judgment, at 50, knowing his destiny, he understood he had no second 20 years to rise again. But he still needed someone to take down with him. More and more soldiers within the army became aware of Qiu Jianbai's suicidal madness and laid down their weapons to surrender, not wanting to die pointlessly. In the final battle, Qiu Jianbai's head was severed by Qi Ningxia's sword, marking the end of an elaborate conspiracy. 100 years prior, the previous dynasty collapsed, being replaced by Dawei. A eunuch escaped with the infant crown prince of Liang in a map concealing secrets about the treasury, seeking refuge in Fengguo. At that time, Fengguo had just married into the previous dynasty 3 years ago, and Emperor of Fengguo adored Empress Yu, who was the younger sister of the last emperor of the previous dynasty. Empress Yu secretly arranged for the infant crown prince of Liang to be raised in a merchant household in Fengguo, ensuring the family's prosperity. 28 years later, the wife of the crown prince of Liang bore a son. A few years after that, she gave birth to a daughter. As the brother and sister grew up, the girl, talented and stunningly beautiful, was chosen to enter the palace and became an empress consort. She then bore Qiu Jianbai. The crown prince of Liang carefully hid the map given to him by the eunuch. Time passed quickly as 50 years went by. Although the objects surrounding him had changed, his ambition to restore the old kingdom only intensified. He even traded his grandson for a royal heir born to Fengguo's princess. Thus, Qiu Jianbai is actually surnamed Liang. From the words of other members of the merchant family, Qiu Hebe pieced together the truth. This Liang surname family across 3 generations has been fiercely committed to restoring the kingdom. Originally, Qiu Jianbai was deeply favored by his grandfather and there was a strong trend towards inheriting the throne to him. However, shortly before the passing of the grandfather, he might have learned something, though without concrete evidence. Deeply concerned about any possibility that the crown of Fengguo might change hands, he hastily revised the decree overnight, passing the throne to his father instead and removing Qiu Jianbai's powers. Qiu Jianbai had everything planned out perfectly, but the sudden change of heart by the old emperor caught him off guard. Unwilling to accept it, he learned from his mistakes and kept a low profile, no longer focusing solely on Fengguo. He began sending people to operate in various parts of Dawei. The merchant family of his maternal grandfather, the Liang Crown Prince, served as his initial capital. The merchants of Qizhou, the official circles of Shu, the fleets of Dawei, the Chongling mines, the Meng household, the Lu household. Time passed quickly, and the insignificant pawns from years ago now thrived in Dawei. Xiao Jianbai never revealed his true identity, so his first trusted aide, a counselor of the Lu household and a cargo ship owner, only knew that he came from the royal family of Fengguo but was unaware of his specific identity. The diagram left by the eunuch was their greatest belief, and it also ensnared Meng Pus. For years ago, when Xiao Hebi reached adulthood, the power of Fengguo was transferred into his hands, leaving the country in utter chaos. Xiao Jianbai initially allowed this disorder to continue, but he feared Xiao Hebi's skills. If left unchecked, Fengguo might soon be as solid as an iron bucket, obstructing his plans for unifying the world. Unable to sit idly by, Xiao Jianbai openly helped Xiao Hebi quell the unrest while secretly taking control of the remnants of the rebel forces, further strengthening himself. It was precisely because of this that Xiao Hebi noticed something was amiss. After finishing the story, Meng Pus sighed, "Why keep that diagram around? It's only harming future generations, driving everyone crazy." "You can return to Fengguo now," Chu Huayin said, ready to shoo him away. Chu Huayin wanted to shove Xiao Hebi's head into a rice pot every time the mealtime arrived. The citizens of Fengguo were too naive, thinking their crown prince was a noble person with the welfare of all beings at heart. Chu Huayin bet that if Xiao Hebi could eat meat, he'd feast every day in pools of wine and mountains of meat, turning into an obese man. Meng Pus thought differently. As long as it wasn't troublesome and there was money to be made, he only felt sympathy for the situation. The monetary relationship was stable and enchanting, and the weight of their dining companion steadily increased. Xiao Hebi proposed, "How about I hold a grand ceremony? With sorrowous wind blowing across icy waters, his friends would surely miss him upon returning to court. It was worth commemorating." "No," Chu Huayin replied, handing over the subsequent arrangements to Qiningzhe. He urgently needed to return to the capital. After the Zhao Wanju incident, Qiningzhe regarded the emperor and prime minister as his reborn parents, willing to work tirelessly in gratitude. Under his watch, Shu and Qizhou were fortified like impregnable fortresses. Prime Minister Chu didn't have a son as mighty as Qiningzhe, but his belly was already 6 months along. Sighing, Xiao Hebi changed his expression to a serious one. "Once the waterways between Dawei and Fengguo are opened, I will invite your majesty and prime minister to visit Fengguo." He glanced at Meng Pus' stomach. A family of 3 would be even better. Initially, he just thought Meng Pus ate well and looked plump. Later, after learning the truth, Xiao Hebi became even more generous. Where money should be spent, it must be spent. Opportunities to bribe the empress were not frequent. When Minister Meng was pleased, the money Xiao Hebi spent turned into concessions by Chu Huayin on the waterway matters. Both sides benefited equally in this exchange. On the 3rd day after Xiao Hebi set off for Fengguo, Chu Huayin also returned to the capital with Meng Pus. When they arrived, the autumn maple leaves were just beginning to turn red. Now, the mountains were covered with fallen leaves, making the forest open and clear, and the roads easier to travel. Occasional frost flowers weren't problematic, but they had to return to the capital before the snow fell. Chu Huayin chose to return to the capital with the guard unit, prioritizing safety. A fake emperor sat inside the imperial carriage, while he and Meng Pus traveled in a small carriage behind. The carriage was well sealed against the wind, and the stove was very warm. Little Meng Mao was wrapped up like a round glutinous rice ball, claiming it would reduce the jolts from the carriage ride. But His Majesty still stood straight as a pine tree, his casual attire fitting and sharp, radiating martial charm. In his heart, Meng Pus felt a little nostalgic burden of idol worship. "Why do you treat me so roughly and make me look so unsophisticated? Very bloated. There's a kind of cold called, Your Majesty fears you're cold." Meng Pus thought about how, in his previous life, he never wore thermal underwear just for better on-screen results. "Be a good boy and listen," was all the emperor knew how to say. "I'm not cold," Meng Pus retorted. "Doesn't your majesty think less of me because I'm not handsome enough anymore?" Minister Chu briefly fell into the distress of losing his charm. Just then, the carriage passed through a pine forest, where the winds roared amidst endless evergreen pines. "You weren't in the handsome category to begin with," Chu Huayin thought silently, saying aloud, "Minister Meng is like this squirrel, ouch." A squirrel perched on a tree branch. The guard's flagpole touched a twig, shaking the branch. Losing its grip, the pine cone clutched by the squirrel's claws rolled down with a series of crackling sounds. The squirrel let out a fierce and anguished scream upon losing its pine cone. Meng Pus pinched the emperor's thigh hard, looking equally ferocious. "It's a pine tree." "Sorry, that was a slip of the tongue," Chu Huayin chuckled. "This forest is filled with countless pine cones, losing 1 or 2 makes no difference. Even if you're not as handsome now, compared to your many virtues, my fondness for you won't decrease a bit." The carriage wheel rolled over a pine cone, creating a slight bump as it flattened. The emperor immediately embraced Meng Pus and indicated that whether flat or round, he was equally adorable. "So don't worry. Meng Pus, resting his chin on his hand, thought, even if I am a pine tree, I'm the one growing in a golden scenic area, soaring into the clouds, producing large and beautiful pine cones. You better hang on to me tightly so that no tourist can take me away. Chu Huayin replied, rest assured, I will soon designate this pine tree as part of the royal reserve. Transplanting the tree to the palace would harm its delicate roots, but by giving it the emperor's name, others will not dare to covet it. Meng Pus blinked. I wasn't hinting at that. It's my intention, Chu Huayin cradled his face. I cannot wait to announce it to the world. You can continue being your prime minister. Meng Pus thought, all right then. Walking through the mountains for half a day, they arrived at a fairly large village as the sun set. Meng Pus and the emperor had deliberately chosen a different route from the guard unit and thus hadn't passed here before. The village was nestled between two mountains. Whichever side you chose, crossing the forested peaks led to bustling prefectures. Hence, many travelers chose to stop here for rest, and the village even housed small inns. The tiles and walls of the village houses were weathered and ancient. At the entrance, yellow and black dogs chased each other's tails and snapped at them. Oxen mooed in the fields, while at the tea pavilion, some passers-by sipped water and chatted, momentarily shedding their dust-covered appearances. Everything seemed perfectly normal, even lively and bustling, yet Meng Pus inexplicably felt a sense of rigidity and stuffiness. Did you feel that too? A clear voice cut in. Meng Pus looked and saw a young man with a fair complexion lowering his voice while simultaneously chewing on a shiny, juicy chicken leg. It did not match his scholarly and refined demeanor. But it really looked delicious. Chapter 66. My name is Gu Lianzhu. The other party was quite sociable and did not show any curious expression when seeing Meng Chou's small belly. My name is Meng Chou. Chu Huayin moved slightly forward, taking a defensive stance. How could little cat Meng talk with anyone so easily? What if he had ulterior motives? Meng Chou tugged at his sleeve, he seems familiar to me, there's nothing wrong. Can you really judge a person's character? Chu Huayin looked askance at Meng Chou, are you sure it's not because of his chicken legs? Cough cough cough, don't talk nonsense. Am I the kind of person who cares about chicken legs? Meng Chou lightly kicked Chu Huayin's boot. In the past, I was someone who would be satisfied with just eating steamed buns. Is it not your fault that I've changed like this? The undercover guard spent money to clear the area. There were only their people and Gu Lianzhu left in the tea house. Let's sit down and talk, Chu Huayin offered to help Meng Chou sit, but was strongly refused. Meng Chou thought he could still walk briskly. Gu Lianzhu sat opposite Meng Chou. He seemed to have a lot to say, so, first he finished off the chicken leg frantically. It would become greasy once it got cold. Meng Chou patiently waited and sincerely thought, pearl-linked jade matched, this name and the way he eats, going to Fenghua, he must get rich. I can write an introduction letter for Comrade Gu Lianzhu to Chiu Hebe. Just charge a small commission. Gu Lianzhu threw the chicken bones to two dogs, one black and one yellow. They had just stopped fighting, and now they were in another battle. Gu Lianzhu wiped his mouth with a handkerchief and smiled, transforming back into an elegant young master. He leaned closer to Meng Chou, like frightening a child and said, the people in this village have never changed. Don't you think that's strange? Meng Chou gave him face by exclaiming, immortal youth. Gu Lianzhu choked, suddenly feeling that his story wasn't very interesting. He sighed dejectedly, that's not what I meant. I've passed here 3 times within 6 years. This is Li village. As the ancients say, people with the same surname should not marry each other. All the villagers here are surnamed Li. According to reason, marriages should lead to a change in population and surnames. Moreover, this place is close to the official road connecting 2 large state capitals. Even though it is surrounded by mountains on all sides, the transportation is not isolated. But in the past 6 years, except for travelers taking a rest, there hasn't been any increase in households from outside. Maybe the villagers are xenophobic. Gu Lianzhu nodded, it makes sense, but it's even stranger that the men and women in this village seem to intermarry among themselves, always ensuring that all villagers are surnamed Li. Some couples are even very closely related by blood. It would be more accurate to say that blood ties twist and turn them into a tight-knit large family. Your uncle's brother's wife is not only my third auntie's sister but also my second cousin-in-law. After hearing this, Meng Chou remembered where his initial discomfort came from. It was from the women and children at the village entrance. When they saw such a grand royal entourage stop, they were surprisingly not curious or surrounding them, as if they lived in a fixed circle, ignoring everything due to their exclusiveness. It seems like they're under some ancient spell, stubbornly maintaining the purity of the Li surname lineage. Gu Lianzhu summarized. With his good memory, he discovered this phenomenon during several passes through this area. Although it seemed strange everywhere, it was not impossible to understand. Perhaps it was written in their ancestral instructions. A bit too rigid. Meng Chou also felt strange, but he didn't know whether he should meddle in this matter. Telling them the harm of marrying relatives obviously wouldn't be understood, and using people with the same surname should not marry as an excuse would be too overbearing and unconvincing. Although the Prime Minister and Emperor were both here, how others got married was ultimately their own choice. Meng Chou started chatting with Gu Lianzhu, you said you've come here 3 times in 6 years. Your age makes it look like you're running away from home. Gu Lianzhu proudly said, yes, I started traveling south and north when I was 16. But every year, he had to return home once, consuming most of the time on the road. When Chu Huayin heard this, he bent over and told Meng Chou, do you remember the Gu family in the capital city? A family of scholars, with numerous works written by old Master Gu. But he has a troubling grandson, extremely talented but restless at home, almost impossible to see throughout the year. Previously, when Meng Pujuan wanted to cultivate a clean reputation and make all the literati in the country flock to Meng Mansion, the Gu family was too famous. After several suppressions by Meng Pujuan, the head of the Gu family chose to retreat into seclusion to avoid drawing attention. Recently, they have re-emerged. Meng Chou, didn't I just reveal my real name? Would Gu Lianzhu hold a grudge? Even if I didn't reveal my real name, the commoners of the Wei dynasty already knew that His Majesty would pass by here soon. Seeing the imperial procession, they would immediately kneel down, knowing it was the emperor and prime minister. Gu Lianzhu smiled, meeting by chance, I don't want to bow, but rather make a friend. As for the evil deeds done by Meng Pujuan, the person is already dead, why care so much? 2 chicken legs appeared on the table, both color and aroma were perfect, golden brown, glistening with oil, fragrant. The undercover guard stood up straight with pride, they had learned from the famous roasted chicken master in Chizhou. Don't look down on this somewhat plain-looking brother with small eyes, among us few, he learned the fastest. He was almost kept as an apprentice and even offered the master's only daughter for marriage. If they hadn't slipped away quickly, we would not have our good buddy roasting these delicious drumsticks every day. Meng Chou's eyes lit up. In the moment Chu Huayin saw Gu Lianzhu eating a chicken leg, he made a gesture to the undercover guards to roast a couple more. He was a considerate husband, how could he let little cats stare while others eat? The team was well equipped. The undercover guards immediately set up a pot on the spot. The weather was cold, but the chickens bought yesterday were still fresh. The seasonings came from the roasted chicken master's exclusive secret recipe. Gu Lianzhu, can I give a chicken leg to my friend? Sure. After sharing with his good friend, Meng Chou stood up, is there a family shrine in the village? I want to take a look. Perhaps there, he might find the reason. Gu Lianzhu raised his hand, I know where it is, but they don't let people in. Meng Chou and Gu Lianzhu exchanged glances, we'll sneak in at midnight. Chu Huayin's headache was worse than Gu Lianzhu's grandfather's, we've been traveling all day. In the middle of the night, you're still not sleeping. How about waiting until we return to the capital, then the emperor can issue an imperial edict to have local officials investigate. This kind of thing doesn't need to be rushed. Meng Chou was convinced. The guards searched the inn, finding no problems, and declared it safe to stay. At midnight, Meng Chou, unable to visit the shrine during the day, had his mind preoccupied and couldn't sleep restlessly. During the time he first met Chu Huayin, he probably would have paid lip service and secretly gone to the shrine already, causing His Majesty to explode with rage. Indeed, this official has changed. Meng Chou woke up, vaguely hearing noisy barking dogs, remembering the 2 irritable big yellow and black dogs at the village entrance earlier who quarreled over a bone until their mouths were full of fur. You seem like someone who finds it hard to change old habits despite changes in circumstances. Chu Huayin also woke up, draping an outer jacket over him. Meng Chou disagreed, with His Majesty present, the empire remains stable, so I may make a slight alteration. You are the emperor, you shouldn't speak casually. The earnest Meng Chou was not only adorable but touched Chu Huayin deeply, who felt a softness in his heart that melted into immense affection. A well-behaved kitten deserved rewards, it seems you won't be able to sleep without visiting the shrine. Fine, I will take you there. In the deep silence of the night, the moon shone brightly, making the windows and doors appear like gaping black holes. The dog bark seemed distant, yet close at the same time. Chu Huayin held Meng Chou as they leapt over the roofs and quietly landed above the shrine. At this hour, the shrine was actually lit with lamps, and someone was praying. Shrines were common across the Wei dynasty, quite ordinary ancestral halls that enshrined dozens of spirit tablets. There were 3 burning incense sticks on the offering table, with ashes falling just a bit. Next to them lay 4 or 5 dishes of offerings. On the straw mat knelt an elderly man with silver hair, their village head who greeted them today. Murmuring, finally waited. The Lees have finally waited. Most prominently displayed was the worn-out portrait above the offering table, at least 10 years old. The edges frayed, the details blurred, colors fading. Seen from the rooftop distance, the full figure became clearer instead. Very familiar. Meng Chou squinted to identify, flashes of many faces crossing his mind, ultimately focusing on one person. He abruptly grabbed the emperor's wrist, asking tensely, was there any famous general from the previous dynasty surnamed Li? Yes, Chu Huayin answered, Li Shiwu. Chapter 67. Li Shiwu was a renowned general of the previous dynasty, with great fame. Unfortunately, during the waning years of that dynasty, the people were suffering, and there were shortages in both food and military provisions. He ultimately fell during a city defense battle. Upon reflection, this event actually took place not far from their current location. As Chu Huayin wondered why Meng Chou had asked such a question, he noticed an armor set and a sword beneath the portrait dedicated to worship. From Chu Huayi's expert perspective, the antiquity didn't hide its subpar craftsmanship, even the most destitute general's armor would have been more refined than this. "My liege, we should wake up the guard and depart immediately," said Meng Cho with a furrowed brow. There was a good chance that this village harbored rebels. Inside the small inn still lay innocent travelers, unarmed, who would face certain death if subjected to indiscriminate attacks. "Hold on tight, let's go," agreed Chu Huayin firmly. Even facing these rebels head-on wouldn't be as perilous as remaining within the inn. Meng Cho glanced back at the shrine one last time. The murmuring village chief happened to turn around just then, revealing eyes clouded yet crazed, with an underlying vacancy lurking deep within. It seemed he was fulfilling some ancestral mission, having forgotten everything else. He extinguished the flame as he stood up, blending into the darkness alongside the portrait behind him. Yes, it was indeed the portrait of Qiu Jianbai, or rather, the Crown Prince Liang, bearing a striking resemblance to Qiu Jianbai. This gave Meng Cho a first impression, an unsettled spirit lingering long after death. Instantly, he recalled the group of insurgents instigated by Qiu Jianbai through the Qi State Chamber of Commerce. They believed Qiu Jianbai was the reincarnation of the royal family from the previous dynasty. Meng Cho assumed Qiu Jianbai would use the same rhetoric to deceive the villagers of Li family village until he caught sight of the armor inside the shrine. A cold shiver ran down Meng Cho's spine. This situation was even worse than that involving the Chamber of Commerce. Li Xiuwu fought and died for the old dynasty, making it likely these people might emulate his example and choose martyrdom. From the few villagers Meng Cho interacted with, it appeared they eagerly awaited a climactic, fatal end. Qiu Jianbai was dead, and his underlings had disclosed other rebel strongholds which had since been dismantled. But this major oversight hadn't been anticipated. "Are they truly descendants of Li Xiuwu?" Meng Cho asked. Chu Huayin replied, "Li Xiuwu lost both his parents at a young age and joined the army as a teenager. During the years when his name became famous, large-scale uprisings swept across the lands of the previous dynasty. Following the army in countless campaigns, he never married or fathered children. Is Qiu Jianbai even human?" Meng Cho exclaimed angrily. In the second year of Tianyuan, divine traces descended from the heavens. Outside the temple walls was an inscription and construction date, less than 20 years old, donated by someone surnamed Liang. Meng Cho could speculate that 20 years ago, after Qiu Jianbai's failure to ascend in Feng State's crown prince succession, he began activities spanning 3 countries. Frequently traveling between Feng State and Dawei, passing by here, a strange phenomenon occurred in the village. Seizing the opportunity, Qiu Jianbai convinced them, all being surnamed Li, that they were descendants of General Li Xiuwu waiting for the Emperor of Dawei to pass by so they could avenge the general. Not only did he help build a shrine, but also reinforced the villagers' beliefs through lineage jurisdiction. Worried about belief fading over time due to personnel changes, Qiu Jianbai devised a sinister strategy to maintain the bloodline. Internal marriages were mandated in Li family village. Once external bloodlines entered, the pure descendants of General Li would no longer exist. If the slaying of the dragon succeeded, those with impure blood couldn't borrow General Li's glory to see the true dragon emperor, leading the entire village to transcend and become righteous soldiers for restoring the kingdom. Qiu Jianbai was no different from a cult leader. Using a hidden treasure map to conduct operations everywhere, he promised benefits impossible to deliver, deceiving a group of people to follow him in restoring the former dynasty. "We leave first and send people back later to enlighten these villagers. If they persist in their delusions." Before Meng Cho could finish, the faint barking sounds turned sharp suddenly, like ascending from the cracks of hell, chaotic and uncontrollable. Just as Chu Huayin had placed Meng Cho gently onto the ground, a pack of ferocious dogs burst out from beneath the shrine. No one knew how deep the underground cells beneath the shrine went, only seeing an endless flow of vicious dogs emerging from the black holes, all with clear objectives. Half charged toward them while the others rushed toward the inn like floodwaters. Chu Huayin quickly leapt back to the rooftop, Meng Cho cooperatively retrieving a circular item from his sleeve and throwing it to the ground. Bang! The explosive sound woke the guards stationed at the inn, putting everyone on enemy alert. Still unaware of what had happened, they were quickly surrounded and attacked by blood-red-eyed beasts. The dark guards carried the shocked guests to safety on rooftops. In moments, all visitors stood on Li family village roofs. Utilizing whatever materials available, they shattered tiles into sharp weapons and struck the necks of the fierce dogs, resulting in immediate bloodletting. The scent of blood instead stimulated the ferocious dogs, and they began clawing at the walls and wooden pillars as if determined to tear the inn apart. Unable to reach the rooftops, their eyes turned redder, barking loudly into the night. Suddenly, one by one, the pitch-black windows lit up with dim oil lamps, and doors creaked open ominously. "Be careful, don't come out," Ji Yang shouted. But the next moment made him wish he could take those words back. Men, women, and children moved calmly, carrying ladders and placing them against the eaves without hesitation, as if they had practiced it many times. The ferocious dogs climbed onto the rooftops with trained agility. When a ladder was overturned by a dark guard, the villagers stubbornly put it back. In the few moments of hesitation over whether to harm the villagers, several dogs leapt up. Tiles collapsed in a chain reaction, leaving almost no place to stand. These dogs seemed to remember the smell of outsiders and targeted them alone. Either the villagers wore some form of protection or something within the inn itself had caused the strangers sent to excite the dogs. It was madness, the villagers were willing to tear down their entire village just to drag these intruders down with them. The situation became dire as wave after wave of relentless dogs attacked. Chu Huayin issued orders, everyone split up. The Dark Guards will escort the guests to leave while the Imperial Guards stay behind to cover the retreat. Do not all go in the same direction. Ji Yang, you protect Master Gu and Lu Yixu. From a family of scholars, Master Gu was someone Chu Huayin wanted to invite out of retirement to spread education and establish schools. This favor for Gu Lianzhu must be granted. The Dark Guards protected the travelers, but Ji Yang's true duty was to safeguard the emperor, yet he had been assigned to protect others. But the emperor's word was an imperial decree, and everyone could only execute the orders with perfect understanding. They dispersed in all directions as a mass of dogs also split up, following each person relentlessly. Chu Huayin carried Meng Chou and fled across the broken roof ridges. Don't worry. He chose a direction leading up the mountain, though inexplicably, the largest pack of dogs followed closely behind. The emperor experienced for the first time what it felt like to be chased by hundreds of dogs and began seriously considering banning dogs in the capital city. Chu Huayin hadn't carried Meng Chou in a while, and the feel of him on his back now was markedly different. Meng Chou's hands tightly clasped around his neck, his protruding belly pressed firmly against Chu Huayin's back. Beneath his feet lay the empire, and on his back rested Meng Chou. Never before had Chu Huayin's gaze been so resolute, hiding within it an even more unyielding belief than when commanding armies in battle. In this moment, only Chu Huayin himself knew the full weight resting upon his shoulders. While fleeing, he still tried to comfort Meng Chou, concerned that he might be overly nervous. Don't worry, close your eyes and think about me, and nothing else. Meng Chou replied calmly, I'm not afraid. Understanding Chu Huayin's worries, he added softly, our baby won't be afraid either. With howling winds rushing past, and darkness enveloping everything ahead, Chu Huayin alone would have easily outrun the pack of dogs behind him. But carrying Meng Chou, every step not only required speed but also careful consideration to ensure sudden movements wouldn't harm either Meng Chou or the unborn child. Speed was needed, but steadiness was essential. Meng Chou quietly lay against his back, controlling his breathing to remain calm. He remembered when, in Lord Lu's garden, Chu Huayin carried him away from a crocodile attack, his movements then carefree and spontaneous, making it feel like a wild roller coaster ride on his back. Tonight, however, he could clearly sense Chu Huayin's restraint and caution. Meng Chou thought that both he and their child should remember this steady and solid version of the emperor who chose to slow down during life and death moments. What else besides deep affection and responsibility could inspire such sacrifice? He also recalled falling into the whirlpool at Xiaoyang Lake when he severed his connection with Chu Huayin using a dagger. Now that dagger sat in his boot, and Chu Huayin's earlier words had clearly been aimed at preventing him from repeating that desperate move. Would he ever do that again? No, he had promised. He wouldn't make such a choice anymore. Chu Huayin's luck today wasn't great. Unfamiliar with this area, he chose a route filled with small bushes and thorny thickets where there wasn't a single tall tree for respite. The thorny thickets were obviously impassable, they'd injure Meng Chou badly. Chu Huayin circled around them, only to find an abandoned quarry ahead. That explained why there were no large trees. Under the pale moonlight, the quarry gleamed eerily white, and the looming cliff ahead suddenly loomed menacingly. Behind them, the crazed dogs were growing increasingly numerous, and Meng Chou suspected that maybe the mountain housed another pack altogether, an unfortunate coincidence for them. Chu Huayin tightened his grip on Meng Chou's hand and commanded solemnly, close your eyes. This cliff was shaped like an inverted cone. Looking down, there was nothing but empty air below. Chu Huayin freed one hand to grasp the jutting stones on the side wall, inching toward the left parallel to the cliff face. Smelling their prey, the maddened dogs reached the cliff edge and without thinking twice, leaped off directly toward them. One by one, the crazed dogs crashed into the cliff face in front of Meng Chou, heads bleeding as they fell vertically down the precipice, mere moments away from him and Chu Huayin. Though they didn't hit them directly, the sight was horrifying enough to make Meng Chou almost vomit. He decided he might need to eat vegetarian for a few days. Chu Huayin had planned to wait until the dogs exhausted themselves before moving back along the same path, but then the mountain lit up with blazing torches, revealing a group of villagers who had followed the dogs. The dog emperor ran this way. Kill them. Avenge our ancestors. Yes, we are about to become divine soldiers guarding the nation. The general will descend upon the family village and lead us to meet the celestial emperor. Clearly, returning the way they came was out of the question now. The only option was to descend the cliff. The quarry, after hundreds of years of miners' work and natural weathering, held stones that could potentially shift at any moment, including the one supporting the emperor's grip. A slight sound drew the villagers' attention. Damn, Chu Huayin muttered under his breath. Quickly, he shifted left, having just moved a few meters, when the previous spot was bombarded with rocks and flaming torches like a heavy rain. It was clear they had no humanity left. Chu Huayin's single hand bore the weight of both him and Meng Chou. In the brief flashes of firelight, Meng Chou saw blood trickling down the stone wall, which shook him deeply. As his fingers brushed against the dagger inside his boot. What are you planning? Chu Huayin immediately grew vigilant. Kang, Meng Chou drove the dagger deep into the cliff face, creating a secure foothold. Let go of me and grab onto it. It was obvious, one hand wasn't enough to climb down such a perilous cliff. 2 hands were needed. Chu Huayin hesitated. His other hand still firmly held on to Meng Qiu. He couldn't let go, not even for a moment. If he released his hold and Meng Qiu decided impulsively to do what was best for him, there would be no second chances on this sheer drop. The emperor dared not take the risk. Meng Qiu finally realized how unreliable he seemed and how crucial trust was in such a situation. Most people would have done what seemed reasonable, but Chu Huayin was afraid. Wrapping his arms and legs tightly around Chu Huayin, tears streamed down Meng Qiu's face. Can you trust me this one time? I'm not just doing this for myself, I have someone else too. Chu Huayin stayed silent, recalling how during the incident at Thousand Sun Lake, Meng Qiu hadn't been alone either. Frustrated and desperate, Meng Qiu bit down hard on the back of the emperor's neck. Trust me. Please. Believe me, believe me, believe me. If your majesty is going to give me your love and trust, do it fully, or not at all. Meng Qiu said firmly, albeit less persuasively while simultaneously crying and demanding. Chu Huayin's hand loosened slightly but tightened again, and finally, he spoke. If you let go, I'll let go too. Through life and death, across countless lifetimes, I'll always chase after you and settle accounts. Meng Qiu sobbed uncontrollably, nodding fervently despite looking utterly foolish. Don't cry, conserve your strength. I won't cry. Meng Qiu tried to suppress his tears but struggled, pouting. Chu Huayin gradually relaxed his grip on Meng Qiu, who, as promised, clung tightly to him with both hands and feet. With his free hand, the emperor resumed climbing while gripping the dagger with the other. The villagers, their expressions resembling a chaotic end-of-world revelry, relentlessly attacked them. Large rocks flew close, and smaller ones were swatted away by Meng Qiu's arms, which went numb from pain. Thankfully, Chu Huayin never failed to shield Meng Qiu like a protective cocoon, preventing serious injuries. Slowly disappearing from the villagers' line of sight amidst the barrage of flying rocks, the two descended further. What awaited them below was uncertain. It might be a dragon-infested abyss or a tiger's den, but for the first time, Meng Qiu felt closer to the emperor than ever. Beautifully, the emperor felt the same way. Chapter 68. The cliff was deep, and the night air cooler. Chu Huayin carried Meng Yu on his back, climbing for a while, then resting for a moment. It wasn't that he couldn't keep going, but he feared if Meng Yu held on too long, his hands and feet would freeze stiff, losing their strength. After a certain interval, Chu Huayin would stop. With one hand gripping the dagger embedded in the cliff face and the other supporting Meng Yu's bottom, he let him sit in his hand, relax for a bit. Meng Yu's mouth could exhale visible white vapor. Afraid to place his weight on Chu Huayin's palm, who had already worked hard enough, he whispered softly, I can hold on. Listen to me, Chu Huayin said. This is an imperial decree. Not wanting to stand firm against him, Meng Yu slowly sat down, quickly rotating his wrists to recover some strength before immediately returning to holding on tightly. He regretted for the first time eating too much. If he were lighter, just a little lighter, it would have been better. All right. Meng Yu clearly knew how many scratches and blisters there were on the hand he was sitting on, those fingers which should have been wielding writing brushes inside the Xianjing Hall to review memorials, now lodged with countless grains of sand. Pretty quick, huh? Chu Huayin chuckled, yet there was no choice but to continue. The wind at the edge of the cliff was strong, Meng Yu's cheeks should be red by now from the cold blast, hold on tight. As they approached the lower half, the slope gradually flattened. Chu Huayin changed to holding Meng Yu with both hands, utilizing his light kung fu skills to swiftly reach the bottom of the cliff. Upon touching flat ground, Meng Yu exhaled a sigh of relief, hurriedly pulling his majesty's hand to inspect for wounds. Days were short, nights long. He felt as though they'd hung on the cliff all night, but when they finally descended, it wasn't even dawn yet. Chu Huayin retracted his hand without a word and began to take off his outer robe to give it to Meng Yu. Do you feel any discomfort in your stomach? Are you dizzy? No. Meng Yu stopped Chu Huayin from taking off his clothes. He was already wearing so much, instead, he should offer a piece to his majesty. Are you sure? Yes, Meng Yu seriously replied, pointing to his abdomen, since your majesty has worked so hard to protect us, I will naturally do my utmost to protect him. Compared to his majesty's efforts, this was something exceedingly easy. Chu Huayin hugged him, saying, what you need to fully protect is only yourself. You are the most important. Shielding them from the wind, he looked around everywhere but saw no temporary shelter nearby. Looking up, there was still silence. The guard seemed not to have discovered them being cornered here. Let's see if we can go. Chu Huayin insisted on carrying him. Those hands had already been rubbed raw. How could Meng Yu bear it? He suspected there might be 2 bloody handprints on his butt. Chu Huayin, experienced in treating injuries, hastily applied makeshift bandages to his own wounds while keeping Meng Yu from looking closely by restraining his head. You're so petty, Meng Yu remarked, you deliberately made me worry. Wasn't it you I learned this from? I've already corrected myself. Supporting each other, they walked until dawn and only then did they spot a village. Meng Yu knocked on door after door, asking if anyone had a doctor who could check his majesty's hands. Among those few households that opened their doors, the homeowners' eyes instantly lit up upon seeing Meng Yu's large belly, and they quickly shut the door as if afraid of some kind of flooding beast or wild animal. Emperor Chu Huayin and Prime Minister Meng Yu, the most respected people in Great Wei, received a taste of closed doors, leaving them somewhat frustrated. It must be because I look fierce. In novels, they describe me like this, a grand flag bearing 10,000 soldiers slaying demons, terrifying children into tears. These families obviously changed their attitude upon seeing Meng Yu's belly, and Chu Huayin didn't hesitate to tarnish his own image in order to divert Meng Yu's attention. Meng Yu smiled lightly, there's definitely a reason. Chu Huayin sensed his forced laughter and instantly developed a dislike for this place, let's leave. In the fields, an elderly woman worked away. Meng Yu went over to ask her the cause. She looked at the two of them and sympathized, kids, are you eloping? Their tattered appearances rendered the finest fabric unrecognizable. They truly resembled couples on the run, possibly having escaped dog attacks as well. No, we're passing by, Meng Yu explained. The old woman didn't believe him one bit, our place is secluded. Unless you're eloping, why would someone like you visit? Such fair-skinned and rosy-lipped individuals certainly wouldn't be born into common households. She stopped her work and told Meng Yu, don't blame the villagers either. 10 days ago, a pregnant lord escaped here and spent the night hiding in our cattle shed. Just the next day, those ruthless soldiers came chasing after. Our village has never seen such military personnel before. They came aggressively, destroying thatched huts and dragged the person back. Isn't it an unforeseen disaster? That lord is pitiful too, escaping all the way here without success, crying dry of tears. In the Great Wei dynasty, there were very few pregnant men, and they were mostly monopolized by the nobility, either through buying or coercion. Some of them, unwilling to be confined to the backyard, resisted and fled. However, with such obvious bulging stomachs, where could they possibly escape to? Meng Yu's mood grew heavy for a moment. He had always been aware of this phenomenon and had therefore strived hard to avoid finding himself in such a helpless situation. But after hearing stories like this, Meng Yu knew that his efforts were still far from enough. Many weren't as fortunate as he was. Jiang Yao fought tooth and nail to keep her secret, yet she managed to encounter benevolent figures like the wet nurse and abbot. The rest were destined from birth, their fates sealed by a red mole on the soles of their feet, and with midwives exacerbating matters, they became the possessions of the elite. Chu Huayin, for the first time, stood from Meng Yu's perspective to look back at what he had done in the past. It turned out that all along, it was not something Chu Huayin ever considered, the darkness the cat-like person worried about. He had always wanted Meng Yu to believe in him, not run away, believing that he could take care of everything, yet he ignored how much distress the prevailing trend in the Great Wei brought to Meng Yu. When we go back, we'll establish new laws. Once His Majesty spoke, the word of a monarch was sacred and immutable. Really? Meng Yu looked disheveled, his face smeared with moss from the cliffside, black streaks and green stains marking his cheeks, yet the light in his eyes shone remarkably bright. Chu Huayin gazed at him and felt an abrupt pain in his heart. Sorry, I should have thought about it earlier. He criticized Meng Yu for running away whimsically, but he didn't consider that anyone who had lived for 18 years, suddenly finding out they were pregnant, would be scared speechless. Meng Yu, whose ambition was soaring high within the corridors of power, had already demonstrated remarkable adaptability. Had the same thing happened to him, Chu Huayin feared he might act even more drastically than Meng Yu. But leaving without permission under any circumstance was still wrong, and wouldn't happen again. The old woman handed the cooked sweet potato from her basket to Meng Yu. You seem likable, so let me say a bit more. The village isn't safe either. You'd better find another place to stay, don't linger here. Once it gets dark, you won't be able to see the road clearly. Apparently, the trouble caused by the last pregnant young lord in the village was deeply remembered. Even kind-hearted grandmothers were reluctant to offer shelter. Meng Yu pulled out the last broken piece of silver, thanking the elderly woman for her sweet potatoes. Then he exchanged some dry provisions from her before setting off once more with Chu Huayin. Last night, clinging to the cliff, Meng Yu tried every way to reduce Chu Huayin's burden, throwing all the silver hidden in his boots into the sleeves. He reasoned that once they reached the bottom of the cliff, picking them up again would be just the same. Ideal scenario. The reality was that Meng Yu only managed to recover one fragment of silver. For the Prime Minister, it was practically heart-wrenching. Chu Huayin consoled him, saying that losing wealth avoided disaster and equated to shedding Kuetabi's money. This statement received opposition from Meng Yu. After passing through the official's hands, how could the silver still belong to Chiu? All of it now belonged to the Meng family, becoming his heirloom treasures. Chu Huayin laughed at the mention of heirloom. I understand, I'll remember. In the future, we must not let you enter the Ministry of Households. Otherwise, the state treasury will end up belonging to the Meng family. He added, my empire will be passed down to our children anyway, it doesn't matter much. Meng Yu felt belittled, thinking, what was so amazing about being an emperor? Could the official not save some capital for his child when it came time to find a spouse? His eyes narrowed slightly, then he asked slyly, did your majesty bring any money? Chu Huayin, 1 coin can indeed trouble a hero. This time, the emperor left home without cash. His money bag, managed by Ji Yang, hadn't followed this time. Meng Yu's eyes curved happily as he carried the banknotes swindled from Chiu Hebe on him all the time. It was truly the first time in his life he earned so much. Whoever has the money, their words count. Starting now until the guards find us, it's the official's household calling the shots. The head of the household first needed a household. Meng Yu raised his chin arrogantly, and Chu Huayin couldn't help but scratch his chin teasingly. When have I not listened to you? Meng Yu tilted his head and thought about it. It was when they were in bed. In the future, that decision also needed to be made by the official. Seeing Meng Yu's meticulous calculation, Chu Huayin was almost moved to make love spontaneously under the open sky. The elder we met earlier said that the troops were sent by the province, seemingly instructed by Prince Anqing. Meng Yu was both thirsty and hungry, insisting on walking himself, holding the sweet potatoes with both hands and munching contentedly, yellow crumbs all over his lips. We're probably in Qingzhou territory. Prince Anqing was the previous emperor's younger brother. Emperor Tianyuan had low tolerance for others, and upon ascending the throne, he dispatched this royal brother to Qingzhou to live idly as a prince. Although lacking actual authority, with hardly any imperial relatives left in Great Wei, this still elevated him as a noble prince whom even the provincial governor had to bow to respectfully. Meng Yu's intention to investigate the meaning behind this uncle of the emperor was clear. Chu Huayin neither agreed nor disagreed. Let's proceed step by step. Their ultimate goal was to return to the capital safely. There could be no further delays on the road. I want to save him, Meng Yu said straightforwardly. All right. But first, we need to get to Qingzhou, regroup with the guards. If it's just the two of us, you mustn't interfere in any unrelated affairs. Chu Huayin stated firmly. What else could His Majesty do but agree? It was impossible to let this weigh on his mind all the way back to the capital. Coincidentally, Qingzhou was also a necessary stop on their way back to the capital. Waiting for Ji Yang there seemed fine too. The disappearance of His Majesty and the Prime Minister must not leak out. Chu Huayin had no heir, and once this news spread, it might rouse countless villains with ill intent, perhaps even drawing lethal danger toward him and Meng Yu. Chu Huayin learned from that runaway young lord, with Meng Yu's prominent belly and likable appearance, it was bound to catch covetous eyes. Better safe than sorry, so His Majesty enthusiastically suggested, why not dress up as a woman? Meng Yu, there are other options, like pretending to be a middle-aged merchant bloated from wealth. But His Majesty didn't want to kiss a scruffy middle-aged man. Public displays of affection sounded outright bizarre. Meng Yu, then why insist on doing it in public? Don't kiss, and that would solve everything. Impossible, you're so cute, I want to kiss you anytime and anywhere. That's corrupting morality. Kissing my own wife is perfectly legitimate. Meng Yu resisted. He absolutely refused to wear women's clothing, for it reminded him of that impromptu Spring Palace performance during their first meeting. Too embarrassing to look back upon. Because of that, every time they went to bed, His Majesty found plenty of excuses. Like, why don't you call out? That time I didn't want to listen, yet you deliberately used different tones, or, I want to see you in your wedding gown, then tear it off myself. Enough already. I am now the head of our household. Meng Yu emphasized each word, and you need to follow my orders. Denied. His Majesty lightly dismissed it with one sentence, an imperial decree will come when we return to the capital. Meng Yu became irate and shoved the half-eaten sweet potato at His Majesty, can't eat anymore. You have it. You tyrannical bully, all you're worth eating are leftovers. Chu Huayin readily complied and licked the corner of Meng Yu's lips, still some left here. Chapter 69. After the guard team and Ji Yang dealt with the crazed dogs following them, they immediately returned to the village to find people. What greeted their eyes was a sea of blazing fire, from the entrance of the village all the way to the end. Occasionally, one or two dogs rushed out of the fiery scene, only to be instantly killed by the hidden guards. These dogs, for some unknown reason, had been bred with bloodshot eyes, attacking any passerby. The already devastated small inn was now completely burned down. Take a head count. Divide the hidden guards into 4 teams. His Majesty went northeast last night, 3 of you teams go in that direction, and the remaining 1 searches in all other directions. His Majesty, accompanied by the Prime Minister, certainly wouldn't choose thorny paths like bushes. Act immediately. After giving these orders, Ji Yang addressed the guard team, anyone bitten must immediately see Dr. Lu for treatment, under no circumstances should you let your guard down. Split the rest into 2 groups, one will follow me to look around the village, and the other will reorganize our entourage and continue on the journey later. Before His Majesty is found, no one must make an announcement. Anyone who violates this order will be executed without mercy. The hidden guards meticulously searched all possible directions Chu Huayin might have left in. Because the quarry mostly consisted of stones rather than muddy ground, it was hard to leave clear footprints behind. Ji Yang stood before a patch of ashes, this was where they had lodged. A great number of documents and luggage were turned to ashes. Fortunately, the treaty signed with Fenghua had always been carried by him personally. It was evident that the inn had been intentionally set on fire by the villagers, with an unburnt torch still lying beneath his feet. However, due to the fierce wind of the previous night, the raging fire from the small inn quickly spread to the neighboring area and subsequently engulfed the straw houses throughout the entire village. Lying around were bodies scattered every which way, most having died from smoke inhalation. Death came swiftly. Ji Yang kicked away a charred corpse, muttering about how treasonous assassination shouldn't leave enough life to regret, but rather require dismemberment. The Li family ancestral hall was also burnt down to a barren land, leaving exposed a massive pit on the ground. Ji Yang peered inside, startled by its dark and decaying smell. This was at least a 2-story deep basement, spacious and perpetually shrouded in darkness. 2/3 up the walls were embedded with long feeding troughs, each equipped with a tall ladder connecting to the ground below. It could be inferred that the villagers dumped food into the troughs daily, and the large dogs caged at the bottom had to climb the ladders to obtain their food over time, mastering the skill through repetition. At the bottom were a few partially devoured dog carcasses, suggesting irregular feeding times where survival depended on cannibalism, thus gradually causing them to become vicious mad dogs. In the dark depths, sight became secondary, while olfaction and hearing were greatly enhanced. Food imbued with specific scents, along with the sounds of the villagers dumping food, became the primary survival indicators for these mad dogs. Hence, when the guests staying at the inn got tainted by similar odors, they turned into precisely targeted victims. Mr. Gu, you have a good memory, help check if there are fewer bodies among the village's remains. Ji Yang's expression darkened. Not a single person of the Li family settlement could escape. All right. After surviving a harrowing night, Gu Yanzhu felt immense relief, grateful their emperor cherished his subjects so much. During last night's crisis, instead of ordering the guards to protect his majesty and retreat, he cared about the lives of innocent people within the inn. A blessing for the way, a boon for the living. After counting, throw both human and animal corpses into this pit, douse with oil, and burn everything clean. Self-inflicted misdeeds are unforgivable, ignorant and malicious, humanity lost. If a person doesn't do good but chooses evil instead, then they deserve the same fate as these beasts, reincarnating next life as animals. Seeing good, Ji Yang becomes benevolent, seeing evil, he becomes even more malevolent. The hidden guard searching for His Majesty thoroughly examined every nearby hilltop, yet found no sign of anyone. The cliff at the quarry lay desolate. On their second visit, one guard peering over noticed a large expanse of dried blood on the cliffside, shocking to behold. Hurry, take a look. The first guard to notice turned pale, believing His Majesty to be unbeatable, never imagining he would be driven to the edge of a cliff, but seeing that pool of blood. Stay calm, it's dog blood. Another guard, momentarily startled, realized through better vision that the blood contained various colors of dog hair. It must have been from a dog collision. If it were from their master, it should have been mixed with radiant dragon scales. He sympathetically patted his colleague on the shoulder, advising against reading ghost stories at night. Narrowing his eyes, he observed further along the cliff face, a new scrape mark alongside faint bloodstains extended downward, disappearing into visibility. Return and inform Chief Ji, His Majesty should be down there. Hearing the news, Ji Yang sent a few hidden guards down to investigate, gazing far off. Isn't that territory below part of Qingzhou? Report to the chief, yes. Leave one team behind to guard the Li family village and wait for the authorities. Send someone to inform General Qin, requesting him to urgently dispatch troops to Qingzhou, just in case. Ji Yang was uncertain when His Majesty would be found. To play it safe, they still needed Qin's support. Pack up and set off for Qingzhou. The emperor's carriage originally housed a body double, an undercover guard resembling Chu Huayin in stature, who could leisurely eat sunflower seeds while wearing the imperial robes. Now, he couldn't enjoy them anymore, staying on edge throughout the journey, fearing an official might suddenly want an audience with the emperor. Moreover, their towering and imposing leader Ji Yang, to prove that the person inside was indeed Chu Huayin, stayed closely by the carriage at all times, showing excessive care, asking if he was cold or warm, acting unusually friendly. The undercover guard, I don't dare move. Meng Chou turned into a dusty gray little fat cat. From the time they bade farewell to the old woman until now, several hours had passed. Meng Chou was both tired and sleepy. After waking up in the middle of the night, going to the ancestral hall, and then climbing down the cliff afterward, Meng Chou hadn't dared to close his eyes even once. In this world, there were no roads to start with, all depended on His Majesty's boldness. During their journey, they deviated from the main path and went through great efforts to return to it. Meng Chou followed His Majesty closely, holding hands tenaciously. He didn't want the emperor to carry him, insisting on walking himself, even catching a mountain chicken to demonstrate his robust health, which made His Majesty quite alarmed. Unfortunately, neither carried any fire source with them, so they had to regretfully let go of the mountain chicken. His Majesty thought about making fire by drilling wood, preparing some hot food for Meng Chou but was sternly refused. With all those wounds on your hands, you still want to drill wood. This official disagrees. Meng Chou tugged at His Majesty's collar. Be good and listen. This sentence could apply to himself too. Chu Huayin smiled bitterly, saying, it's not as serious as you think. Meng Chou's position as the head of the household kept being preempted by imperial edicts, causing him to angrily proclaim, in the past hour alone, you issued 3 edicts. 3 is enough. Any more empty decrees and you'll have to copy 100, no, 1,000 times when we return. Why did His Majesty always find something to do? Meng Chou was mad at His Majesty. Under the warm midday sunlight, Chu Huayin found a tree and asked Meng Chou to lie down on his lap and take a short rest. Meng Chou was truly exhausted, falling deeply asleep within a few breaths. Passing a small stream earlier, Meng Cho wanted to wash his face and hair, but Chu Huayin worried about the water being too cold, only moistening a handkerchief to wipe his face and hands lightly, leading Meng Cho to question whether the handkerchief was wet at all since he didn't feel anything. A faint smile crept onto Chu Huayin's face. He didn't dare give Meng Cho too much water, preferring dirtiness over a chill. Yet His Majesty acted hypocritically by washing his own face and hair quite roughly. After washing, His Majesty appeared as handsome as ever, leaving Meng Cho seething, only he looked like a filthy cat living in a sewer, with matted fur. With those usually bright and crafty eyes closed quietly, Chu Huayin cautiously removed his outer robe and covered Meng Cho, ensuring that the sleeping kitten wouldn't wake up complaining. The smile faded, replaced by a wave of guilt. Promising to provide the best for Meng Cho, yet now taking him through hardships in the wilds, covered in coal dust, eating dry rations and sleeping on grass mats. Taking care of someone this poorly would make uncle shed tears. Chu Huayin didn't dare think about how Meng Cho traveled alone before, braving rain and enduring stomachaches during temple stays. All these stories came from Guan Jessen's confession, robbing the emperor of half his soul. Leaning down, His Majesty gently kissed Meng Cho, carefully picking him up to continue the journey, needing to push harder before Meng Cho woke up, otherwise, the kitten would insist on walking himself again. Moving steadily and swiftly, Meng Cho remained completely unaware, sound asleep. When he next opened his eyes, he could see smoke from cooking fires in the distance. Chu Huayin noticed his eyelids flicker and promptly put back the coat covering Meng Cho. His swift action resembled Meng Cho's behavior when caught drinking pregnancy-stabilizing medicine. Time flies. Meng Cho rubbed his eyes, inadvertently rubbing in dirt, and hastily called out, Chu Huayin. His Majesty paused mid-motion, surprised at his quick awakening. Turning around, he saw Meng Cho glaring at him with red eyes pitifully. I was just. Hurry, blow my eyes clear. His Majesty lowered his head in apology, promising to never let this happen again and ensure proper facial cleaning. The two of us are visiting relatives in Qizhou and accidentally got lost in the mountains. Could we borrow a place to stay for the night? This new lodging family was very enthusiastic, especially after seeing Meng Cho's silver drafts, they became even warmer. Of course, how can this be? Come in, ahua, quickly go kill a chicken. Meng Cho proudly leaned close to His Majesty's ear, whenever we go out, I'm the one in charge. Chu Huayin quietly prepared the bathing water for him. Get out. Meng Cho shooed him away, not allowing him to watch while he bathed. Haven't I seen every part of your body already? Chu Huayin was puzzled, he wanted to check if there were other injuries on Meng Cho's body. On the cliff, Meng Cho had waved his hand to shield both of them from falling rocks, bruising a large part of his left arm. Every time Chu Huayin saw it, his heart ached. Chu Huayin borrowed some medicinal wine, don't fuss, after washing, I'll rub it for you. I absolutely cannot let you see. Meng Cho pushed Chu Huayin out. Wasn't it clear that he feared being mocked for the dirty bathwater? Chu Huayin waited outside the door, when the female hostess came to invite them for dinner. After speaking, she hesitated, looking at him as if wanting to say something but holding back. Auntie, please speak freely. So I will, the woman lowered her voice, it's not far from here to Qingzhou City, have you heard of Prince Anqing? He likes males who can bear children and searches everywhere for them, whether they are married or not, all are taken to his mansion. You two look like well-off young masters, but there's nothing you can do against someone of royal blood. Even the prefect turns a blind eye. Those poor souls. If you continue your journey, be more careful. Chu Huayin's expression turned grim. He thought that the pregnant men hiding in the village at the bottom of the cliff merely disliked being caged birds, but now it seemed that their children might belong to others, leading them to be abducted by Prince Anqing and desperately escaping only to be caught again. How outrageous. What was Qingzhou's censor Ji Tianlu doing? This kind of practice must be eradicated. The hostess was startled by Chu Huayin's stern presence. Oh, I've said too much again. Chu Huayin softened his expression, thank you for telling us, we are deeply grateful. There's one more favor I would like to ask. Go ahead. Thus, after Meng Cho finished his bath, he ended up wearing a set of clothes belonging to the host's daughter. The daughter's clothes. Chapter 70. Prince Anqing was a pervert, and to be on the safe side, all of Meng Cho's refusals were ignored by Chu Huayin. As that auntie said, whoever found a man who could bear children, if they told Prince Anqing at the prefecture, they would receive a hefty reward. Now they had separated from the guards, so everything had to be cautious and low-key. Fortunately, when they came, Chu Huayin had shielded Meng Cho's belly from view. They hadn't met many people along the way. But money drives men mad, meticulous people could always find something. Regardless of whether you're a pair or not, reporting to the Anqing mansion easily earned you the reward. Therefore, Chu Huayin decided to stay close to Meng Cho every step of the way. Meng Cho endured the emperor's fiery gaze, unwillingly changing clothes while persistently asking, can't we pretend to be a wealthy middle-aged man? The emperor changed into an ordinary gray-blue cotton coat. At a glance, he looked very much like an apprentice to Master Meng, purchased for 10 taels of silver, handsome and obedient. This official is more proficient at being a master than a spouse, the former is more majestic and authoritative. Chu Huayin restrained his laughter. No, your delicate hands and face don't resemble those of a middle-aged person at all. What if Prince Qing is a super pervert, and even seemingly plausible middle-aged people are forced to have their doctors examine them? Aren't you afraid I'll blow my cover? All you need to do is act the same way you deceive me each time. The emperor replied indifferently. Indirectly praised for acting skill, Meng Chou wasn't particularly pleased. You think I can act as a spoiled young wife? Let me introduce you to a mother tiger. The emperor's gaze imbued this disguise born out of a desire to escape with an air of licentiousness. There was no luxury such as screens or curtains in the peasant home. With great reluctance, Meng Chou changed into female attire right there. The daughter of the house wore plain clothing as well, goose yellow collars with only a little pink flower embroidered on it at the neck. It happened swiftly, almost instantly. Chu Huayin helped button his collar regrettably. Cough, cough, how did you handle this place last time? The emperor pointed to Meng Chou's flat chest. Cotton. Yes. Then afterward, Meng Chou clutched his hands and watched closely as the emperor himself sewed 2 bundles of cotton into the inner garment, occasionally giving random instructions. Too high, slanted, is the thread knotted? He was absolutely a mother tiger, albeit catty. After finishing, Meng Chou closed the inner garment. Though roughly shaped, they were slightly asymmetrical. Some fine adjustments were needed. Under the dim oil lamp, the emperor stitched carefully with lowered eyelashes, just as diligent as reviewing petitions. This was an extraordinary manual work. Chu Huayin asked if it could be kept after returning to the palace. And then become an artifact in the museum thousands of years later. This kind of black history absolutely cannot be retained. Nice thinking. Meng Chou's old clothes contained many small packets of powder, all his tools of trade. For instance, during the previous poisoning scene for Chiu Hebe, raising a hand wiped black blood flowing from the corner of the mouth, creating a stunning visual effect where performance and props were both indispensable. He blended various powders with a bit of water and smeared them on his face. A scarf covered the Adam's apple. Winter was quite friendly to disguise. When the host family saw Meng Chou enter dirty and come out transformed into a beautiful young lady, they rubbed their eyes disbelievingly, surely mistaking a girl for him. The next day, Chu Huayin and Meng Chou bid farewell to the host family and set off for Qingzhou City. He left a signal for Ji Yang along the way, confident that they'd meet soon. As twilight approached, Chu Huayin and Meng Chou entered the city before the gates closed. Qingzhou wasn't as prosperous as Qizhou, but its population density was high, with streets bustling with traffic and endless street food options. Meng Chou stood by a snack stall waiting for the emperor to carve a marker on the wall. Spring rolls, fried dumplings, braised eel noodles, oily pancakes, stuffed lotus roots, green peas jelly. So many choices in one small cart alone. I want to eat. Meng Chou mimicked a little girl's voice and spoke to Chu Huayin. The emperor remained silent. The emperor had no money. The snack stall owner scoffed disdainfully. How could such a handsome girl be found by a pauper? Meng Chou secretly rejoiced, finally avenging the annoyance of wearing women's clothing. Discussing money brought joy to the rich. Chu Huayin proposed borrowing money from Meng Chou, wanting to buy snacks but insisting the other pay first, which damaged the emperor's sagacity. Borrow 1,000 taels, repay 10,000 upon return to the palace. Chu Huayin tempted the little cat. Although extremely tempting, Meng Chou resisted. His Majesty always coerced people with imperial edicts, and this was a rare opportunity to assert authority. Why waste it? Chu Huayin clenched his teeth, deciding internally that if Ji Yang didn't arrive tomorrow, he'd deduct 10 years' worth of salary once back, letting Ji Yang also taste the feeling of poverty. Outside the city, Ji Yang sneezed. Commander, should we have Dr. Liu take a look? No need. Ji Yang waved his hand. Is there any new lead? My subordinate discovered a signal ahead. Following this road, His Majesty probably intends to enter the city. The guard will stay put and rest here. You go ahead and inform the governor of Qingzhou to prepare for His Majesty's arrival in 2 days. The guards would stay at an inn outside the city. Ji Yang explicitly instructed His Majesty not to meet with anyone while he led the secret guards into the city to find people. They inventoried the bodies at Li family village and compared them with the official records, discovering that the son of the village head, Li Dazhu, was missing. Gu Lianzhu remembered this person. Li family village didn't see much population movement, only he frequently left home. Ji Yang suspected that Qiu Jianbai used him to control the villagers. According to the memory of other villagers, 3 months ago, someone had gathered dogs from various villages en masse, saying they were going to be trained and then sold in the capital for high prices. When Chiu Hebe first invited Chu Huayin to meet, there was a delay, and when the Great Wei received the invitation, it was already past that point in time. The dog buyer knew earlier than the Great Wei that Chu Huayin would pass through here, indicating instructions came from the other side of the border. Gu Lianzhu drew a portrait of Li Dazhu, which Ji Yang handed over to the local authorities for mass reproduction, offering a substantial reward for information. Li Dazhu ran away, possibly spreading rumors everywhere, likely causing unnecessary chaos. Finding the emperor was the top priority. Ji Yang and the secret guards rode fast horses along the main road, kicking up heavy clouds of dust and leaving disordered hoofprints behind. At King Anqing Wang Chu Yi was angrily scolding his servants, "You incompetent fools. After losing them once, you couldn't keep watch again. A group of you can't even keep an eye on a pregnant man. Worthless. Incompetent. He kicked one servant, his plump body shaking violently as he panted heavily, making people doubt if he'd suffocate due to obesity at any moment. Search. Find them immediately. How dare anything play tricks on me multiple times? This time I will break his legs. Let's see how skillful he is at crawling out of king. Still angry, a servant reported that a mysterious person wearing a cloak wanted to see the prince. Refuse. Chu-yi was in a bad mood, random nobodies daring to cause trouble at the mansion gate without proper introduction. That person says he has a secret about his majesty to tell the prince. The servant, having been bribed, dared to repeat this sentence with emphasis. Chu-yi, oh. Bring him in. The visitor turned out to be Li Daju, the son of the village chief. He directed the villagers to chase after Chu Huayin. Hearing from the returning villagers, he fell down. Li Daju already concluded his mission succeeded. Subsequently, he arranged for a fire to burn down the inn, created confusion, and then quietly left. Li Daju was a loyal follower of Qiu Jianbai. After Qiu Jianbai's death, he took it upon himself to fulfill his master's lifelong wish. Usually contacting Qiu Jianbai alone, Li Daju didn't understand much about national revenge, but thought hard and decided to find Prince Qin. Do you mean His Majesty fell off a cliff? Chu-yi suddenly stood up. What's the situation? Please suppress your grief, Your Highness. Li Daju said, do you know the Longjian Peak at the border of Qingzhou? The cliffs are thousands of feet high. That night, the frenzied villagers forced His Majesty to the edge. Your Highness, please send troops to search for His Majesty immediately. Chu-yi could barely contain the surge of joy rising within him, though he tried hard to hide it behind his forced calmness. Chu Huayin had no siblings or descendants, several royal uncles were suppressed by Emperor Tianyuan so much that they couldn't stir up trouble anymore. Among those near the capital, the only one still holding significant influence was him. If Chu Huayin, then he would get the throne easily. And in a peaceful era too. This was a massive matter, so he must confirm clearly lest Chu Huayin hold him accountable later. Your word isn't proof enough. His Majesty naturally has divine protection, how could he be driven into a dead end by just a few villagers? Talking nonsense and cursing the emperor, how many heads do you have for chopping? Li Daju knelt down, the imperial guard is passing through Qingzhou soon. If you don't believe me, you'll know when they arrive. Now the most urgent thing is to find His Majesty. His life is unknown, and he has no guard protecting him. If he encounters evildoers again. Yes. Yes. Chu-yi's eyes lit up greedily, beckoning his trusted men to search along the way from Qingzhou city to Li family village until the bottom of that cliff. If suspicious people were found, he gestured an action meaning to cut throats. Oh, you don't have to worry that those underlings might fail to recognize His Majesty. His Majesty also has a 6 months pregnant man by his side, inseparable, and very distinctive. The trusted man left on his command, and Chu-yi turned around, smilingly told Li Daju, your service merits commendation. When His Majesty returns, you'll certainly receive great rewards. For now, you may stay in my mansion. Servants, show him down. This would make a perfect scapegoat, he certainly couldn't let him go. Chu-yi thought about the man carrying a child by His Majesty's side, and suddenly couldn't help but feel an unbearable jealousy. His father had always said he was too stupid to handle important matters, so in the end, the throne went to his second brother. Emperor Tianyuan, narrow-minded, immediately exiled him to this wretched place as an idle prince after taking the throne. Chu-yi had never accepted his father's verdict on that matter. There were rumors that offspring from male pregnancies were especially intelligent, so he sought out such men everywhere. If future generations could succeed in making a name for themselves, perhaps it would not be impossible for him to wear the dragon robe. Unfortunately, after all this time, no one had managed to give him even the hint of a pregnancy. Chu-yi refused to acknowledge any problem with himself, instead suspecting that these people simply couldn't get pregnant, he had been deceived. So he shifted his focus to already pregnant men, firmly believing these to be genuine. By any means necessary, he forcibly brought them back. He didn't allow abortion since he wouldn't raise someone else's child, just waited for the birth, and then either threw the baby away or strangled it, threatening those who dared to disobey. While struggling to find more, he kept encountering hard cases, ones that ran away again and again. Why did all the good things keep happening to Chu Huayin? Enraged flames surged through Chu-yi. His fat and greasy body resembled a pig roasting over fire, dripping layers of oil. He summoned the steward, instructing him to notify the provincial governor immediately. There was no need to wait anymore, they would take the initiative and go out of the city early the next morning to welcome His Majesty personally. He wanted to see with his own eyes whether Chu Huayin was there or not. And send more men. Find Song Qingjia and break his legs first. Do whatever you want with him as long as you leave enough breath for him to kneel down and admit his fault to me. Song Qingjia was the pregnant man who escaped twice. Hearing about Chu Huayin having a pregnant man by his side, Chu-yi instantly grew dissatisfied with Song Qingjia. In comparison, how many immaculate men could he have once he became emperor? A worn-out shoe causing discomfort, wearing it was flattery, if he didn't want it, he'd destroy it. At dawn. A slender figure climbed up to a window, swollen fingers gripping into the cracks. Desperation mixed with resolve showed on his face. Servants of King conducted a sweeping search across half a wall's distance. Footsteps came closer and closer. In this dead silent moment, each step sounded like a death warrant from hell. Song Qingjia clenched his teeth. With hands nearly numb, he strained to open the window. If the person inside woke up at this moment and pushed the window, he'd fall and alert the servants. But the group was about to turn the corner, and the alley behind the inn was completely empty, with nothing obstructed. He had no other choice. Meng Zhou was awoken by the commotion at the window. Chu Huayin wasn't by his side, and his immediate reaction was to shove the intruder out the window. The crescent moon hanging high in the west bathed the shadow of the person at the window faithfully onto the gauze window. In the few light movements, Meng Zhou keenly noticed the bulge in the man's abdomen, clearly advanced months. Shen Buqing's erratic bouncing flashed through his mind. This one was tougher than Shen Buqing, having the same grit as he used to have. It was the second floor, judging by his actions, climbing in looked difficult, and he might fall easily. Meng Zhou held his breath, afraid that the slightest sound might frighten him. He felt under the pillow for a dagger, gripping it tightly while silently waiting for him to climb in. Outside was very quiet, so every coarse and harsh curse stood out distinctly. Where has Song gone? If we don't find him before dawn, be prepared for Wang Ye to chop off our heads. Bad luck, let's see how I deal with him later. The man cursed several more times, saying words that made Meng Zhou wish to sew his mouth shut. The breathing of the person outside the window quickened momentarily. Meng Zhou suddenly guessed the intruder's identity. Given how tightly His Majesty locked his windows, how could anyone easily pry them open without removing the entire frame? Crouching low, Meng Zhou crept to the window and quietly turned the lock. If His Majesty knew of this action, he would certainly punish him for 3 days and nights on the bed. Meng Zhou rubbed his hands on his clothes, pretending as though he hadn't done anything. With a creak, the window panel was forcefully pulled open, and a shadow tumbled in. Chu Huayin merely went to the kitchen to fetch breakfast for Meng Zhou while most of the inn was still asleep. Swearing he moved at his fastest speed, upon pushing the door open, he found the person lying in bed had changed. Though the curve of the belly seemed similar, this wasn't his little cat. Chapter 71. Meng Zhou was half awakened by the sound of Song Qingjia climbing through the window, and half by the need to urinate. He had arranged for Song Qingjia to rest on his bed, but with a guest in the house, he was too embarrassed to use the chamber pot inside, so he went outside. He ran out and came back quickly, still slower than His Majesty. As he just reached the stairs, he saw Chu Huayin walk into the room. Meng Zhou hurriedly moved forward only to collide with Chu Huayin, who was coming out to look for him. Chu Huayin sighed helplessly. He kept telling Meng Zhou to stay low until Ji Yang arrived before making any plans, but Meng Zhou seemed to attract trouble even when he didn't leave the house, impossible to avoid. Chu Huayin glanced at the obviously assisted opened window and gave Meng Zhou a warning look for opening the window without knowing who it was. Meng Zhou silently explained, I know. Listening to the words of the servant outside, it was the young master who had escaped from Prince Qing's mansion, the one this official said he would save. Promises must be kept, right? Isn't that honest and trustworthy? Chu Huayin pinched his buttocks, you also promised me not to cause trouble until Ji Yang arrives. Song Qingjia was afraid they would quarrel because of him, so he pulled back the blanket and got ready to get off the bed, but Meng Zhou pressed him back down, keep sleeping. You look like you haven't slept for days, pitifully. This official deserved a spanking from His Majesty. Chu Huayin also said, rest well. He divided a third of the breakfast he had brought to Song Qingjia and placed it on the bedside table, seemingly having already accepted the fact that there would be one more person. Then he turned around and said softly to Meng Zhou, do you think a spanking will settle things? Did I agree? I agree, Meng Zhou swallowed, deciding to invite Song Qingjia to travel with them until Chu Huayin could no longer easily threaten him as his pregnancy advanced. Friends are meant to protect each other. The rented room by Meng Zhou was large, with an inner and outer room. Song Qingjia slept on their original bed, and Chu Huayin took another quilt from the cabinet, laying it on the bed in the outer room and pulling Meng Zhou onto it. A single quilt covered the two of them. His Majesty was determined to teach Meng Zhou a lesson, nibbling on his earlobe and whispering, with someone around, don't make a sound. Can your hand stop reaching inside? Meng Zhou, it's almost dawn. He gripped Chu Huayin's restless hand, barely holding back a moan. It was too shameful. How could His Majesty do such a thing? Song Qingjia was less than 10 meters away. This official needs face, and it was really hard to endure. As the quilt was about to be kicked off, His Majesty had to take one hand to hold Meng Zhou down. Painful. Meng Zhou found time to call out. Chu Huayin snapped to attention, hastily loosening his grip and stopping. The bruises on Meng Zhou's arms were rather serious, first smashed by stones and then spent all night hugging His Majesty tightly. They hadn't subsided much after a few days. Now, they remained deeply and faintly bruised, some places even oozing blood. Best not to touch, it became quite bad with contact. Sorry, Chu Huayin gently blew air on Meng Zhou's arm, does it still hurt? Meng Zhou squeezed out a couple of tears, it doesn't hurt anymore. For a moment it was unclear if it was truly painful or not. Meng Cho loved struggling, yet couldn't catch hold with his hands, leaving his majesty to regrettably end this punishment. Meng Cho cradled his left hand with his right, as if holding a pardon token, thinking being bashed up was worth it. Don't rejoice too soon, I'll reclaim my due sooner or later. Chu Huayin patted his head, come eat. Chu Huayin personally warmed Meng Chao's food in the inn's kitchen. Despite a little drama, the steamed buns were still hot, fragrant, and appetizing. Even Song Qingjia benefited from it, never in his life imagining he would be eating food warmed by his majesty, an incomparable honor. 2 hours later, Song Qingjia woke up. Meng Chao's hands rested obediently on his knees, asking where his home was, who the father of his child was, and whether he was responsible. There were many questions, asked seriously like a women's federation director. Song Qingjia hesitated for a moment, a cold expression flashing across his face, saying, he is dead. Dead on the road to the capital for the imperial exams. Meng Cho. That does not sound very convincing. We were fellow students under the same teacher. He said he wanted to descend from the mountain, so I followed him down. Later, he went to take the imperial exams. All our hometown fellows returned, and his mother said he was favored by the chancellor in the capital, becoming his son-in-law, and now the whole family has moved to the capital. Song Qingjia added, one day, feeling unwell, I went to see a doctor and was suddenly informed I was pregnant. Prince Qing was searching everywhere for men capable of reproduction, so I was captured and taken to Qing Mansion. I tried to escape once and was caught. Now I've managed to escape again. There should be many people looking for me outside, and they might soon search the inn. His hands were covered in wounds, his fingers swollen, and his fingernails full of dirt. He had suffered greatly to escape. Meng Cho looked sheepishly at his majesty. The autumn examination should be over by now, and with the travel time accounted for, it was enough time for them to return and find Song Qingjia. Looking at it this way, there were only two possibilities. 1. The child's father was an unfaithful man. 2. He passed the metropolitan examination and was waiting for his majesty's return for the palace examination. Every autumn, the Ministry of Rites held the examination, followed immediately by the palace examination. The results would be announced that year, and officials appointed come spring. With Chu Huayin traveling south, the palace examination was postponed, so those taking the imperial exams were still in the capital. Did he know you had a child? Meng Cho asked. Song Qingjia shook his head, I didn't know at first either. I grew up in a Taoist temple in Qingzhou and just came down from the mountain less than a year ago. Meng Cho slapped his thigh. What a beast! As soon as he descended from the mountain, he lured people into bed, put on his pants, and left, leaving them to be bullied in Qingzhou. What are you planning to do next? We're going to the capital, we can take you along. The secret guards were very skilled at caring for pregnant men, and the journey would not be lonely. No, I want to go back to Qingzhou. Song Qingjia's eyes dimmed. The months of waiting and what he went through had left him without any expectations. He wanted to go back and find his master. It's fine. But the city gates are under strict guard, we can't leave temporarily. Thank you for taking me in. Song Qingjia said, my belly is too obvious and will be a burden to you. Let us part ways here. Actually, there was a way not to be a burden. You could try wearing this official's women's clothing. Meng Cho tempted Song Qingjia with the latest and most expensive women's clothing. He wouldn't wear them. It was all His Majesty's idea to borrow money from him and spend it arbitrarily. Gaudy, pink and red. Song Qingjia seemed to have no complaints about these clothes. No matter what makeup Meng Cho gave him or what clothes he wore, he was very calm. Chu Huayin made a suggestion, can you keep that one? His Majesty pointed to a deep red brocade robe embroidered with golden phoenix tails and fire clouds. Meng Cho felt a little dizzy, if His Majesty hadn't mentioned it, he wouldn't have known about this piece. The design was extravagant, it must have cost a fortune, didn't it? When Ji Yang was about to enter the city, he encountered a group galloping out of the city under the banner of welcoming the royal carriage, and the entire team urged their horses quickly. Anqing King Chu Yi was actually among them. Despite his heavy body, he rushed hard, making great sacrifices to see His Majesty. Abnormal behavior must conceal something sinister. Ji Yang stopped his horse, they must know something. What shall we do? The undercover guards were somewhat anxious since the lookalike pretending to be His Majesty bore no resemblance to the real one. Delay as long as possible, if not, tell them His Majesty visited the city in disguise. Our priority is to find His Majesty. At noon. The troops of Qin Wangfu suddenly surrounded the inn. Someone says you're in harbor's rebels. Come out and confess willingly, don't make us draw our swords. Once the word rebel was mentioned, the locals dining at the inn immediately understood. Another unlucky pregnant man must have caught Qin Wang's attention. After these rebels were arrested, they were as good as dead, they'd never be released from Qin Wangfu's dungeon again. Meng Cho heard the voice of a middle-aged man saying, it's the second room, no mistake, I saw it with my own eyes. He felt a knot in his heart, he remembered this man's voice, having met during his bathroom break. The middle-aged man, confused, almost fell into the pit, but this official helped him. Now, waking up clear-headed, he repaid kindness with ingratitude. If only he had let him fall in and get dirty with dung. This wasn't aimed at Song Qingjia, it was for him. Meng Qiu couldn't help but worry, His Majesty was alone. Could he handle both of them? Song Qingjia certainly could not be found, he had a history of escaping, and if caught, it meant certain death. Chapter 72. Meng Yu took a quick peek through the window seam. The inn was completely surrounded from all sides. Chu Huayin wouldn't find it difficult to lead him out in a forceful way, but the problem was whether Song Qingjia would be implicated. Moreover, if they were to storm out so brazenly, would their identities be exposed, leading to unnecessary pursuit? Meng Yu, how about I? Shut up. Chu Huayin knew what he was up to, and let me watch as you're taken away. Meng Yu tried to persuade him gently, look at Song Qingjia. If he hadn't run out himself, he would have only been imprisoned in the king. Once we've left the inn, you can rescue me then. Besides, since Song Qingjia managed to escape twice, this proved that king were a group of incompetent fools. With the emperor's martial skills, getting in and out undetected would be a piece of cake. Chu Huayin, because the person has escaped twice already, king will surely tighten security this time around. What if they give you some kind of drug? My answer is no, and I mean no. The inn has already been surrounded, and if we go out now, we'll be hunted down as well. How about waiting till they take me to the streets? By then when they relax their guard, that's when you make your move and also help Song Qingjia out of his predicament. The mansion guards had already advanced to the foot of the stairs, time was running out. Chu Huayin took a deep breath for several moments, as soon as they lay a finger on you, wherever you are, I'll immediately take you with me. Meng Yu kissed His Majesty, who understood justice deeply, and said, see you later. Meng Yu opened the door and came face to face with the guards preparing to break in. He had changed back into his male attire, feigning panic in his eyes, looking towards the stairs as if ready to dash down. Just behave. The guard bellowed, if you don't want unnecessary suffering, just come along quietly with us. Once it's verified that you're not a rebel, naturally you'll be reunited with your family. Sir, please do me justice. This is my first time here, I truly know nothing. Meng Yu trembled while clutching his stomach, hunched over as if still unaware of the real reason why they wanted to capture him. Ignorance made people seem innocent, the guard feigned sincerity, as long as you cooperate, Lord Qing is clear about grudges and favors, he won't wrong you. Meng Yu nodded gratefully. He extended his injured hand, can I not wear the shackles? Then he slipped 2 pieces of silver to the guard, sharing them among everyone present. Seeing that Meng Yu was foolish and wealthy yet quite cooperative, the guard took the silver saying, in consideration of your pregnancy, let's skip the restraints for today. The guests in the inn all sympathetically looked at Meng Yu. It seemed once he went, there was no return. Being escorted across the street, this unusual experience reminded Meng Yu of walking a red carpet, complete with bodyguards clearing the path, absolutely grandiose. Meng Yu even thought of waving at the crowds. A warm and fragrant aroma wafted past with the breeze, causing Meng Yu to stop and sniff it in. Oyster pancakes. Neither the capital nor Qizhou were near the sea, and locals might not like eating seafood either, hence finding such a roadside stall was quite rare. Rice and yellow soybeans were ground into paste, covered with a layer of seaweed, carrots, minced meat, green onions, and oysters in between, then fried until golden brown on both sides, crispy edges, rich toppings that slightly puff up the middle, tender and fragrant without being greasy. Meng Yu quietly pulled out a piece of silver and handed it to the leading guard, it's lunchtime, all officials work hard, I have some extra silver coins here. Could the officials please enjoy an oyster pancake, while leaving one for me as well? I've heard that Lord Qing has left the city, it seems that I cannot expect immediate trial and must spend a few days in jail. Before that, I'd love to eat an oyster pancake. Officials, please grant me this request. Meng Yu's words paired with the smell of the oyster pancakes caused all the guards to involuntarily swallow their saliva. This young man had money, so let's eat one then. With excitement written all over his face, Meng Yu received the oyster pancake, showing gratitude as if it were his last meal. Fooled by his expression, the guards felt pity for his apparent innocence and naivety, deciding to give him another pancake. So the group sheathed their swords, one hand on the sword hilt, the other holding a pancake, oily mouths indulging in the food as if not escorting a criminal but accompanying Meng Yu to eat and drink leisurely. Onlookers began digging into their own pockets, feeling compelled to join in the purchasing frenzy. The vendor. Chu Huayin. Finally, Ji Yang arrived at Qingzhou City. He followed the secret mark left by His Majesty inside the city, but before he could locate the inn, he found something strange happening on the street. He inquired from bystanders, discovering that this was the dirty work of Lord Qing. Their prime minister and future empress had been captured by none other than Prince Anqing. Had they lost their minds? Would His Majesty endure this? Of course, His Majesty couldn't bear it. His Majesty was simply waiting for Meng Yu to finish eating, worried he might choke, and wondering who could be so considerate. Meng Yu ate quickly, and just as the imperial guards were about to finish their half of the oyster pancake, he had already wiped his mouth clean. Chu Huayin understood Meng Yu's hint, it was the perfect time to rescue him. Just as Ji Yang's vision blurred for a moment, he saw Chu Huayin leap down from the second floor, dash across the street, and carry Meng Yu away horizontally. In a flash, they vanished into the streets. Suddenly, with the prisoner snatched away, the imperial guards were startled. They tried to unsheath their swords but realized there was still half an oyster pancake in their right hands. After throwing it away, oil still glistened on their palms, making it slippery to grip the sword handles. Cough cough, phew, where is the person? Chase. The leading guard nearly choked on food he hadn't swallowed yet, panicked over whether to spit or swallow. There's no such thing as a free lunch. The Prime Minister, snug in His Majesty's arms, happily squinted his eyes, while His Majesty didn't look too happy. Feeling quite smug, aren't you? If this happens again, I'll lock you up to reflect. Meng Yu had long seen through His Majesty's empty threats. With a smile, he pulled another pancake out of his pocket. You eat. Forever concerned for His Majesty, this behavior deserved an edict of commendation. Chu Huayin relaxed his expression. Eat if you like. They are coming after us, I have to find a place to hide with you. Running while eating isn't befitting for His Majesty. He then added, don't choke. Always treated like an idiot by His Majesty, Meng Yu remained calm, raising the oyster pancake to His Majesty's lips. Take a bite. It was originally meant for you, and I can't consume too much fried food. His Majesty furrowed his brows, taking a big bite at once. He finished off what remained in another bite, leaving nothing for Meng Yu. As the guards yelled and chased behind them, Chu Huayin was pondering a stable hiding spot when Ji Yang and the undercover guards arrived just in time. A few quick moves knocked everyone to the ground. Chu Huayin sighed in relief. Finally, the day of being dominated by Meng Yu's wealth was over. Ji Yang, the Prince of Qing and the governor seemed to have left the city. Perhaps they heard some news, so they went ahead to confirm whether Your Majesty is here. This information leaker is probably Li Dazhu. However, it remains unclear what role the Prince of Qing plays in all this. Regardless of why he left the city, once the gates of Qing Wang's residence are crossed, don't think about entering ever again. Chu Huayin stated, is the military insignia of Qingzhou's command still with us? Yes. Let's pay him a visit. Since the governor of Qingzhou colludes with Prince Qing, turning a blind eye to his arrogance and lawlessness, let's see how Captain Wang views this situation. Captain Wang was bold and rough, born with naturally curly hair, and fond of keeping a bearded face. He looked like a shaggy lion overall. Upon closing the tiger emblem perfectly in sync. I, Captain Wang, greet Your Majesty. Chu Huayin exchanged understanding glances with Wang about Qingzhou affairs. He was straightforward and blunt, stating that Qingzhou's administration wasn't under his control, and he devoted himself to army training daily. Although he heard of Prince Qi's misconducts, as long as it doesn't involve rebellion or harm to the court, he wouldn't interfere beyond his responsibilities. Chu Huayin spoke sternly, living off one region's salary, defending its lands, the citizens of Qingzhou rely closely on general. In times of peace, must soldiers become complacent? The relationship between the captain and the governor should not be unrelated, each supervises the other. Should anyone wreak havoc on the villagers, the governor who turns a blind eye shall receive an accusation from Captain Wang submitted to the court to justify his action, only thus will your responsibility to my trust be fulfilled. Wang knelt on the ground. I've been narrow-minded, Captain Wang. Please impose punishment. Chu Huayin found his attitude somewhat satisfactory, not this time. Speaking of the governor, Wang shared some insider details. Once, Prince Anqing celebrated his birthday, during which he gifted a few concubines to the governor. The governor had an insatiable lust for women, while Prince Qi favored men. Together, they divided the beauty of Qingzhou, carefully selecting lovers among them, their scheme meticulously plotted. Meng Yu was shocked, their harem seemed larger than His Majesty's lavish lifestyle. And His Majesty doesn't even have a harem. But sympathy is unwarranted. Meng Yu scratched Chu Huayin's palm lightly, having one official is more than enough. This official can do anything. According to Meng Yu's instruction, Ji Yang went to retrieve Song Qingjia hiding in the inn to bring him to the captain's house. Along the way, he also caught the middle-aged man who informed on them. This man flaunted at a winehouse how he could tell instantly from Meng Yu's backside that he was a woman. Hey, at first glance, I thought a girl walked past, but upon turning around, it wasn't a woman at all. Such a pretty face, 10 tales from Qing Wang Palace. At that time, Meng Yu had just woken up without makeup. 10 taels of silver can destroy someone's life. With Qingzhou's atmosphere being as such, this man was quite unfortunate to have crossed paths with His Majesty. Upon realizing he had reported the Prime Minister, his face instantly turned pale, and he lost control of his bladder out of sheer terror. Meng Yu pinched his nose, driven by self-interest. Humanity takes a back seat. All I regret is helping him up, so let him fall into the dung pit and feel it for himself. Chu Huayin was even more irritated than Meng Yu. Let him stay there for a day. Just as they were speaking, the militia chased away by Ji Yang returned with reinforcements, borrowing officials from the prefect's office. They assembled in front of the captain's residence in an impressive line. The king and the prefect's office weren't strangers to collusion. Last time Song Qingjia escaped, Chu Yi borrowed these officials to search the entire city. Chu Yi attempted to borrow Wang An's troops but received a cold shoulder and thus held a grudge, wielding his authority mercilessly. Seizing the chance, the king militia showed no mercy, loudly demanding the handover of the rebels outside. Chu Huayin sneered, issue orders to arrest all these rebels outside. Yes. Wang An was elated. Despite always appearing like an angry lion ready to roar, he still had to bow before Prince Qing, ranking lower than royal family members. Influenced by his vegetarian mother who advocated for patience and peace, he avoided crossing paths with Qinhuang Palace to prevent unnecessary trouble. Now, he finally had his moment of retribution. Chapter 73. Chu Yi left the city early in the morning and sat in a comfortable carriage. However, due to the rushed speed, he felt like a fat pig being transported to the slaughterhouse. The bumpy ride made him almost vomit, which infuriated him enough to curse at the driver. I am going to be the emperor. Chu Yi endured the dizziness, using this as an excuse to convince himself, even hallucinating about sitting on the throne while civil and military officials cried out, 10,000 years, for him. After a day of rushing, Chu Yi and the provincial governor finally arrived at the inn where the emperor was staying. The captain of the imperial guard stopped them. His Majesty has caught a cold and refuses to see anyone without an edict. Seeing the guards all alert, Chu Yi believed 8/10 of Li Daju's statements. This king misses his nephew. I haven't seen him for 6 years. I'm worried and have come earlier to the inn. His Majesty is ill with a cold, so it would suffice if I could just hear his voice from behind a curtain. The governor added, I have important matters to report to His Majesty. With his illness, I dare not disturb him. This matter is of great importance, so I humbly request a discussion with Prime Minister Qin Xiang. Inside, the body double grimaced. Things would be easier if Prime Minister Qin Xiang were here. Playing 2 roles at once would surely fool everyone easily. They were still too young, their skills weren't numerous enough. Next time, they must learn from Prime Minister Qin Xiang, but who knows if His Majesty would allow it. The guard captain said, Prime Minister Qin Xiang is outside investigating on behalf of His Majesty. He is not in the inn. Please return another day, Governor. Chu Yi became more certain that what Li Daju had said was true. How could Prime Minister Qin Xiang, who was 6 months pregnant, leave town with Emperor Chu Huayin? Humph, His Majesty was in danger in Li family village the other day, and you dared to cover it up for fear of responsibility, letting His Majesty stay in danger, disregarding the safety of the Chu Wei kingdom. Such malicious intent is akin to treason, punishable by extermination of 9 clans. As His Majesty's beloved royal uncle, I'll decide something today on behalf of my nephew. Guard. Capture these imperial guards and imprison them in Qingzhou jail awaiting trial. Governor, send all the clerks in Qizhou immediately to find people in Li family village. Blasphemy. We are the personal guards of the emperor, no one except His Majesty has the right to punish us. His Majesty was merely conducting an undercover investigation into the city ahead of schedule. Do you plan to rebel? Roared the guard captain. Hearing, undercover investigation, Chu Yi hesitated momentarily. But then he remembered the Prime Minister was 6 months pregnant, inseparable from Chu Huayin. If they had really returned to the city, they should have been detained and taken directly to Qin Wang's residence. Since no one reported when he went out in the morning, Chu Yi gave a smug smile, never imagining the emperor could escape his hands so easily. Do you think this king will believe you? Capture. Anyway, the guard knew they had to enter the city, pretending to comply rather than resisting. The governor looked startled, not aware of Li Daju's situation, but from Chu Yi's actions and words, he glimpsed some extraordinary truth. Torn between opposing sides within himself, he decided finally to gamble and cling tightly to Chu Yi's leg. If Chu Yi became emperor, his own promotion would be guaranteed. If he lost, it wouldn't be such a big deal anyway, he technically knew nothing. When returning to the city, Chu Yi proudly rode a high horse leading what he thought were captives, smiling arrogantly thinking he would soon ascend to the throne. His steed, however, groaned under his weight, nearly turning into a donkey. Going downhill, Chu Yi quickly returned to Qingzhou the same night. Regardless of whether the city gate was closed or not, upon mentioning the title, Prince, the soldiers promptly opened the gate obediently like grandchildren. Back at Qin Wang's residence, Chu Yi wanted someone to count the number of people in the back courtyard. The obedient ones would be taken away, the disobedient ones killed, and tomorrow he'd set off to the capital. With no master in the capital, whoever arrived first would become the emperor. Just as Chu Yi stepped onto the steps of Qin Wang's mansion, for unknown reasons, the palace was unusually dark with few lamps lit. Almost tripping over the steps, Chu Yi was about to get angry when suddenly the person sent to search for Chu Huayin returned yesterday. He was covered in blood, trembling fingers. My lord, I have killed. Did you kill Chu Huayin? Chu Yi clutched his hand tightly to confirm. Anyone having just committed regicide would be shaken into exactly this appearance. Chu Yi doubted nothing else, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Where's the body? It's outside the city. At the time, they were lodging at a peasant's house. I directly poisoned the well water. The body is still there. At hearing this, Chu Yi threw his head back in laughter, not concealing his ambition since those around him were trusted confidants. This king is about to become the emperor. Your humble servant shall become the emperor. Manager, bring out the dragon robe. Chu Yi ordered. He had a dragon robe, brought secretly from the capital, and now it was finally seeing daylight. Long live the emperor 10,000 years, 10,000 years, 10,000 years. Suddenly, a group of people fell to their knees, dragging along others who were unclear on why, bowing regardless. Rise. Chu Yi was stunned for a moment, a surge of pride filling his heart. Looking down at the people prostrating before him, he truly was the expected leader. No one rose. I order you to rise. Chu Yi yelled angrily. The governor, borrowing power from someone more powerful, shouted, "Did you hear that?" Still no one moved. Prince Qing certainly has an air of authority. A mocking voice suddenly rang out, causing Chu Yi's body to stiffen. The mansion of Prince Qing had been pitch black a moment ago, but now lanterns lit up one by one, illuminating the inside and outside of the mansion. Only then did he realize that the imperial army was stationed in the prince's mansion. Leading them was Wang Duwei, the officials of Qingzhou big and small. Next to them, a group of people were bound, including his steward, Li Dazhu, and the ones he sent to deal with Chu Huayin. Outside the mansion, soldiers had quietly surrounded them from all sides, trapping them inside. A shadow emerged from the door. The lantern hanging high illuminated his boots embroidered with cloud patterns, then the five-clawed golden dragon on his chest, and finally Chu Huayin's inscrutable face. Chu Yi slumped to the ground on the steps. He glanced at the subordinate who reported the death news. The latter knelt on the ground, trembling all over. Chu Yi suddenly realized that Chu Huayin wasn't dead. He was waiting for him to walk straight into a trap, deliberately provoking him to say those treasonous words so he could charge him with rebellion. The governor felt a chill run down his spine, wishing he could take back what he'd just said. They had originally hijacked the emperor's guard unit, which they could argue was due to excessive concern for his majesty, but after Chu Yi made those statements, the charge of attempting to assassinate the emperor could no longer be refuted. All the officials of Qingzhou heard it loud and clear. "Your subject momentarily lost my mind, please spare me, your majesty, please spare me." The governor was the first to kneel, followed by the others who had accompanied them out of the city. They dropped their weapons and groveled on their knees, completely disheveled. The captain of the guards, who had been tied up, didn't expect that the emperor had already taken control of the entire city and thought there would be a fierce battle. As soon as he broke free from the ropes, he placed his blade against Chu Yi's neck. As a cold chill ran down his neck, Chu Yi's body trembled. He scanned the crowd and spotted Li Dazhu, pointing at him while yelling, "Your Majesty, it's him. It's him. I was temporarily deceived by the villains and acted too hastily, thinking only of safeguarding the Wei Empire. My thoughts were about avenging you, and all this is self-acting from below, not my doing, governor. It was the governor's doing. I am wrongfully accused." The governor pounded his head hard against the ground. "Do you still dare to argue?" The tip of the guard captain's sword edged closer by an inch, frightening Chu Yi into silence. "With so many eyes and ears here, whether the emperor has wronged you or not depends on your conscience," Chu Huayin said. He had spent the whole day dealing with matters, waiting for Chu Yi to fall into the trap. All the officials of Qingzhou heard Chu Yi declare he wanted to be the emperor, so even a trial was unnecessary. Confine Prince Qing Chu Yi and the governor of Qingzhou under close surveillance. It was almost midnight, and Chu Huayin was worried about Meng Yu. After scolding the officials of Qingzhou, he let them return home. "Wang An. Present, your majesty. Today, you led the troops through the siege and protected the carriage well. When I return to the capital, there will be another reward for you. Tonight, you'll have to stay vigilant and keep watch over these people, then we'll deal with them together tomorrow." As ordered. Since Chu Huayin would pass through Qingzhou on the way back to the capital, there was a prepared pavilion built in Qingzhou, not as luxurious as the mansion, but comfortable enough. Chu Huayin was busy with matters in the front, while Meng Yu looked at the backyard of the mansion inside. Although the probability of a man giving birth was low, with effort, a few tables worth of poker games could be formed across the entire Qingzhou. Chu Yi was truly delusional. Unable to make men pregnant and believing he had been deceived, he targeted those confirmed capable of pregnancy. In the rear courtyard of the Prince Qing's mansion, there were already 5 pregnant men carrying other people's children, and even one who had given birth that very day. Chu Yi wouldn't raise other people's children. As soon as the child was born, he disposed of it. There was once an occasion where the biological father came seeking his child, offering a fortune to get his child back, but Chu Yi thought that the future son of the mansion shouldn't share brotherhood with common folk like dogs and cats, which was absurd. Seeing the man, he believed he had been betrayed by the man and let both the father and the son meet in the afterlife. The pregnant man, having just given birth, hearing this dreadful news, bit his tongue and died that same evening. Afterward, Chu Yi learned from this experience, outwardly threatening the pregnant men with their children if they didn't comply. Many knew this was merely a show, since they would never see their children again. Despite knowing whether the promise was true or false, they submitted just for the slim hope. In the backyard, the pregnant men lived in constant fear, enduring silently without allowing their children to be born, preferring to miscarry when they were still formless. Men and their children were one entity, either give birth or die, ordinary disturbances wouldn't affect them much. But being watched every day, it was difficult to seek death even if they wanted to. Midwives and servants kept a close eye on them. A pregnant man at full term endured an entire morning without giving birth, always thinking to delay, hoping that heaven might punish Chu Yi for his sins. After Chu Huayin and his men occupied the mansion, he suddenly saw a glimmer of hope, but due to suppressing for too long, the delivery wasn't smooth. Meng Yu stood at the door, hearing the miserable cries and faintly feeling pain in her own belly. "Why don't we take a break first?" Ji Yang sincerely advised. If His Majesty knew he hadn't lured Meng Yu away, he would certainly have his entire salary withheld. He'd already had his salary docked for 3 years, very ruthlessly. If it continued, breakfast would only be steamed buns, and then dinner too. I will wait a little longer. Meng Yu paced back and forth, loudly asking Lu Yixio if there was any method to relieve pain. Lu Yixio replied from inside, there is none. The midwives of Prince Qing's estate weren't trustworthy enough, so Lu Yixio personally attended to the birth. At first, Meng Yu wanted to go in but was stopped. Ji Yang turned to leave, wanting to find His Majesty, but Meng Yu stopped him. His Majesty is busy. Commander Ji, please stay here and accompany this official. Meng Yu sat down by the table, realizing that eventually, he had to face this alone, no one could share the burden with him, not even His Majesty. He merely wanted some time to mentally prepare himself and didn't need to involve His Majesty in worrying as well. Fortunately, the hidden guards were clever enough, it was difficult for anyone with Meng Yu's subpar skills to notice whether they were more or fewer. Chu Huayin hurriedly arrived. As soon as he stepped into the courtyard, he heard a baby's loud wail. Lu Yixio picked up the child, glanced at the bottom of its feet, and saw a bright red dot. He covered the baby with blankets without showing any change in expression, knowing it would fade after an hour. The day this child was born under the presence of His Majesty, protected by the blessings of the Son of Heaven, meant it would experience extraordinary good fortune, far different from its father's fate. Meng Yu sighed in relief, revealing his first smile of the night. His Majesty held his cold hand, saying softly, don't be afraid. You're colder than me. Chu Huayin embraced him tightly, can we, tonight? His Majesty pleaded diplomatically. The days dominated by Meng Yu were far from over. Since Xiao Mao's wrist was bruised and couldn't grasp properly, and because he struggled too much, getting him into bed depended entirely on how well Meng Yu cajoled him. As the pregnancy progressed, fewer positions were safe, leaving only the safest choice, the missionary position. But would little cat stay still above? Absolutely not. It would always end up as, I'm tired, you mustn't move either. The head of the household wielded every form of dominance imaginable. Meng Yu questioned, if I say no, will you bear a grudge? Retaliating later seemed terrifying when he thought about it. Not at all, Chu Huayin assured promptly, though his mind fantasized about taking Meng Yu so hard that he couldn't attend court. Oh, then I'll say no, Meng Yu agreed nonchalantly, fully aware of His Majesty's manipulations and tricks. Chu Huayin remembered everything vividly, even past lies resurfaced one by one, so how could this slip his mind? Meng Yu felt he had sins piled high enough already, knowing retribution would come sooner or later. So he decided to enjoy the moment and create even more trouble for the future, reflecting on the bad deeds now while crying then, would make it worthwhile. His Majesty clenched his teeth in anger, lifting Meng Yu horizontally in his arms, I didn't hear what you said. Meng Yu tugged at His Majesty's imperial robes, missing them after not seeing them worn for so long. Given the favor of the imperial robes, Meng Yu cooperated surprisingly well tonight. They sat facing each other, embracing and kissing tenderly, the bedding soft beneath them. Whether wearing imperial robes or not, His Majesty was undeniably handsome. Chapter 74. The dragon robe was crumpled, with mysterious liquid stains on it. Meng Chuan held up the robe and inhaled sharply. Why is the hem torn? It makes me look like I'm starving for it. Meng Chuan said, I didn't do this. The emperor couldn't help but burst out laughing, only to be slapped by Meng Chuan, still laughing. Chu Huayin turned serious, it was I who tore it. What if the person washing the clothes thinks I did it? Meng Chuan kicked the emperor's leg, go fix it yourself. There were some dirty places as well, they need a wash too. Chu Huayin sighed. I really have no particular preference for needlework. He suggested, let Ji Yang wash it. He keeps secrets and won't tell anyone. No. Meng Chuan grabbed the robe back and struggled off the bed, then said, I'll take care of it myself. How could Chu Huayin let Meng Chuan get down and wash clothes? Though the scene of sewing and laundry should be very warm, obviously now wasn't the time. He put Meng Chuan in the bucket for a bath, fixed the lamp and worked into the night mending, casually rubbed the robe in the bathwater, and hung it on the screen to dry. All at once. Ji Yang finished the trial of Li Dazhu overnight and came to the emperor's room the next day to report the results. He saw the wet dragon robe hanging on the screen, and deep regret welled up inside him. He was wrong, he deserved to have his salary docked. Those few days the emperor was missing must have been tough, with no money and no status, and even having to wash clothes himself, see, habits die hard. Ji Yang sincerely reflected, Your Majesty, from now on, let me wash your clothes. Chu Huayin, regardless of what you're imagining, Meng Chuan wouldn't agree anyway. He changed the subject, what did Li Dazhu confess? It's just as I guessed, he had single-line contact with Qiu Jianbai, and came to Qingzhou to find Chu Yi, wanting to avenge Qiu Jianbai. Talking nonsense, quite sick. He was executed under torture last night. Are there any other villages like Li Family Village? This should be all. I will investigate all the places where Qiu Jianbai has been active in recent years based on the information provided by his accomplices. Chu Huayin said, let the Hanlin Academy compile a set of custom education booklets, distributed throughout Daiyue, and the government leads the way through the countryside, ensuring such incidents do not happen again. I can write them. Meng Chuan walked out of the inner room, neatly dressed, anti-evil teaching materials, he'd read a lot. Chu Huayin said, you narrate, let Gu Lianzhu write it. A literate person who also experienced it personally, not using it would be wasteful. Alright. This would be quite unfair to Gu Lianzhu, but how could he avoid paying tolls due to being particularly homesick for his elders after being startled, insisting on following Meng Chuan back to the capital? At midday, Chu Yi, the governor, and several minor officials who relied on their superiors' power to bully and oppress women and men, were publicly executed at the market square. Before that, they paraded them around, drowned in the saliva and rotten eggs of the Qinzhou citizens. All those who informed on pregnant people to Prince Qing's mansion for silver rewards, tearing apart flesh and blood relatives without empathy, were equally held responsible. They received 20 lashes each as a warning to others. Starting today, midwives are forbidden to disclose any information about babies, and once discovered, their properties will be confiscated and exiled to the northern frontier. Anyone forcing someone else to bear children against their will, regardless of gender, will face criminal charges. Dayue's customs are hard to change overnight, but the virtues of a gentleman blow like the wind, while the vices of the petty blow like the grass. The stronger the wind blows, the faster the grass moves. Officials in the court must be more closely monitored, and anyone violating rules will lose their hats immediately. When the higher-ranking officials become cautious and slowly reformed, the common folk below will naturally follow suit. These policies will be piloted in Qingzhou first, and I'll officially issue the edict upon my return to the court. Meng Chuan stared silently with red eyes. Ji Yang, seeing the situation wasn't right, hurriedly found an excuse to leave. Frightening, sympathy for the emperor. Chu Huaying looked down and locked eyes with him. Do you want to cry? Meng Chuan lifted his head, blinked his eyes. No. Chu Huaying gently pressed Meng Chuan's corners of the eyes. A string of tears couldn't be held back and slid down along the edge of his fingernails. Warm, like the fiery blood in his heart. You've cried. Thank you. Meng Chuan buried himself in the emperor's chest. You're too good, I don't know what I can do for you. It seemed like he hadn't done much for his majesty either. Chu Huaying hooked his lips and kissed deeply, enjoying enough of Meng Chuan's initiative before saying, aren't you always guarding this kingdom for me? Replacing Guan Jiaxing's return, getting caught up in conspiracies, isn't that a form of contribution? Looking at Meng Chuan's damp eyelashes, he appeared so obedient, like a little kitten, and Chu Huaying teasingly said, seeing you in this state, I can only think of you in bed. So, can you give me the authority to decide when we go to bed? As the one who holds the power of life and death, this is all I ask for. Daydreaming. Meng Chuan flipped his face faster than turning a page. He had just woken up and was already thinking about that kind of thing. Could he not think about healthy and positive national issues instead? Chu Huaying regretted that Meng Chuan was impervious to both soft and hard approaches. What do you plan to do with the young masters who were abducted? Chu Huaying asked. Will they all listen to me? You're the prime minister, as well as my empress. Do whatever you want. Meng Chuan, among these people, 5 are pregnant or have given birth. Only 3 of them share deep affection with their husbands but were separated due to informants' reports. The other 2 were presented as offerings by officials to the governor or Chu Yi for promotions. The children were given away. If they return home, it would be like jumping out of the tiger's mouth only to fall into the wolf's den. I've asked them, and they don't really want to go back either. Moreover, there are 3 who haven't conceived yet, and they also have similar concerns. Chu Huaying felt something off while listening. Was Meng Chuan planning on taking this whole group back to the capital? There'd surely be pandemonium all along the way. Meng Chuan stared at him silently. His Majesty, like a celestial being descending upon them to rescue from the inferno, wielding great power, extraordinary, yet handsome beyond measure, would this official allow herself potential rivals? Jealous? Chu Huaying remarked, I've never seen you jealous before. Meng Chuan gazed heavenward. Actually, she had been, such as when Fengguo Waterby girl performed her dance, an embarrassing moment she'd rather not divulge. I intend to remodel Qin Wang's mansion to serve as their temporary refuge. After the children are born, we'll change their names and move them far away to live ordinary lives elsewhere under new identities. Of course, those willing to stay in Qin Wang's palace for life will also be allowed. Who do you intend to appoint as the governor of Qinzhou? Someone trustworthy. The emperor sighed in relief. He had enough managing one Meng Chuan, better let them all stay in Qinzhou. I have no candidate yet, perhaps upon returning I'll consult Ji Hanlin to see if he'd like to come to Qinzhou and take office. A decree could resolve the matter easily, but since Meng Chuan had made rare friends with Shen Baiqing, he should consider more carefully. It's not urgent for now, let Wang and put some extra effort temporarily. The emperor rejoiced too early because Meng Chuan planned to bring Song Qingjia back to the capital to punch the stinky bastards and kick the unfaithful men for him. Song Qingjia originally intended to go back to find his master until he met Gu Lianzhu. Gu Lianzhu had traveled extensively across the south and north, listened to Chan teachings, entered Taoist temples, and even became half-year juniors with Song Qingjia. Upon hearing about this incident, Gu Lianzhu flared in anger. You know a person's face but not his heart. I used to think that master brother always took care of you, believing he was deeply righteous. Once down the mountain, his true colors showed. What's his secular name? Then he coaxed Song Qingjia, let's go back to the capital together, there's always his majesty and prime minister fighting for your rights. The Taoist temple is full of rough people, isolated from the world. If you return now, you'll even need to invite midwives to climb down the mountain. Meng Chuan nodded vigorously. The official didn't know how much motivational talk she endured every day, urgently needing a good friend to share it. Song Qingjia hesitated. His current state wherever he goes would be causing trouble to others. He didn't want it to be so. Since the misdeeds committed by Chu Yi, the court shares partial responsibility. Lord Song can consider it a compensation from the government. With her silver tongue, Meng Chuan acquired herself a good friend. When Chu Huaying set out to leave Qingzhou, the townsfolk came to bid farewell with tearful hands raised high to express their reluctance to part. Wherever the son of heaven's dragon Qi reaches, the next year must surely bring abundant harvests. It might not sound logically linked, but storytellers always say so, so it is true. Innocent survivors from the Li family ties case traveling the same road as the emperor would speak of their gratitude towards him everywhere they went, saying that despite both the chancellor and himself falling into peril, they still split the guards to save commoners, challenging local officials to match their conduct. The emperor loves his people like his own children. Fortunate commoners. The emperor saved so many childbearing men and children, handling myriad matters daily without even stepping into the harem. Not only that, it's rumored the emperor has always been clean and frugal, not even having concubines. May heaven bless the emperor with thriving descendants and eternal reign of the dynasty. Inside the carriage, Chu Huaying chuckled and said, "They say I shall have thriving descendants. To tell you the truth, I already have." Meng Chuan blocked his mouth with a floral bun. "They also say you are frugal, is it really true? Where did those 5 heavily loaded carts come from?" Chu Huaying looked meaningfully at Meng Chuan as he finished a bowl of soup and handed the bowl to the attendant outside the carriage. "I've eaten too much," Meng Chuan said, patting his belly with concern. "Isn't it getting round a bit too fast? So the royal physician said you need more exercise." Chu Huaying pulled Meng Chuan onto his lap and undid his robes. The date of the heavy snow was drawing near, and they were in a hurry to return to the capital, so there were few stops along the way. Moreover, the wind was cold and the dew icy outside the carriage, so digestion matters often had to be taken care of inside. The carriage rocked on the uneven muddy road while Ji Yang's face remained stern and indifferent, yet in his mind, he pondered carefully whether His Majesty would prefer the smoother path or one that wasn't quite as flat. If things got out of hand, would Prime Minister Meng vent his anger on the innocent afterward? The thought alone was distressing. This time, no matter how dictatorial the head of the household was, no matter how fiercely he threatened the emperor not to move, it was all for naught. Chu Huaying hugged him tightly around the upper body and swore, "I really didn't move." Meng Chuan sat astride in Chu Huaying's embrace, facing away from him. With the emperor's longer legs, Meng Chuan's feet couldn't reach the ground, leaving him feeling utterly powerless and frustrated. This official doesn't want to ride in the carriage. Chapter 75. As they got closer to the capital city, the weather grew increasingly colder. On this day, a heavy snowfall finally came, with goose-feather-like snowflakes covering the official road. Everything was a vast expanse of white, and it was impossible to distinguish where the boundaries were. If they wanted to continue forward, they would inevitably need to clear the heavy snow first, which would make things twice as difficult. Chu Huaying decided to wait until the accumulated snow melted before proceeding. The Imperial Guard temporarily rested at Yangzhou Post House. Since the post house had never accommodated the Emperor's Guard, it was a bit small, so the rest of the people stayed in the inns throughout the city. In Qingzhou, Ji Yang feared that he might not find His Majesty for some time, so he sent someone to Qizhou to ask Qi Ningxia for reinforcements, just in case. By the time Qi Ningxia's troops arrived, Chu Huaying had already dealt with Chu Yi, and they were setting off back to the capital. Qi Ningxia's 2 teams arrived just then, and after some consideration, Chu Huaying incorporated them into his Imperial Guard. During the journey back to the capital, because of various inconveniences, he and Meng Yu could not leave the Imperial Guard, ensuring their safety while also turning the guard into an enormous target. Therefore, Chu Huaying simply expanded the number of troops to a size that could not be easily overpowered. Meng Yu felt as though he was getting fat like a ball, resembling a plump bird pecking for food in the snow. When he saw long-awaited food and tried to take a step forward, he was foolishly held back by humans. Chu Huaying grabbed his hand, "Slow down." At the corner of the street, a few red plum branches extended out, their star-like buds peeking out from beneath the accumulated snow, almost blooming but not quite yet. Meng Yu exhaled a puff of white vapor, and raising his eyes, he noticed someone on the street warming wine outside a tavern. The gentle streams of smoke slowly ascended, blurring the face of the person warming the wine, leaving only a pair of hands frozen red. A coal vendor hunched his shoulders calling out for buyers, while other small stalls closed due to the lack of pedestrians, leading to poor business, and everyone avoided the cold indoors. Hot wine drove away the chill, and although the small tavern didn't have much business from other stalls, its trade was decent, occasionally serving customers who came to fill up a jug. The woman proprietor hurriedly stepped out and bought all the coal from the vendor before Meng Yu, saying, "Please hurry home and avoid the cold." Meng Yu took a step toward the small tavern, and Chu Huaying immediately said, "Wait till next year, okay? The emperor will grant you the finest wines of the land, and you can drink the court's jade-brewed liquor to your heart's content." Although there were no other stalls around, why did you have to keep staring at that vat of potent red wine, minister? It looks like you could drain it in one gulp. Meng Yu smiled, this minister just wants to strike up a conversation. This comment caused more chest discomfort to the emperor. How come you feel compelled to talk to every passerby? I'd rather you go inside and drink wine. Meng bent his finger to knock on the counter and asked, when are you returning? The woman turned around in surprise, revealing herself as Lin Wan, the bride substitute during the original runaway wedding. It's you. I had no idea. Yan Yu, she called. Chu Huayin had never met the deputy minister of war's daughter, but the man who emerged from behind the curtain, he recognized him, Yan Xiang's eldest son, Yan Yu. If it weren't for their elopement, he might not have even met Meng Yu. Yan Yu also recognized his majesty, and he hurriedly knelt to pay respects. Yangzhou was close to the capital, and both Yan Yu and Lin Wan looked around but didn't see any pursuers, so they settled down here without knowing that Meng Yu and Chu Huayin had disrupted everything, thus allowing this couple enough time to flee. Not that no one cared. The deputy minister of war kept rubbing his hands and discussing his daughter's marriage prospects with Yan Xiang, only to be subtly rejected each time by Yan Xiang. Yan Xiang understood his son's impulsiveness, yet remained irritated by his rash actions, having waited patiently for such a long period without once attempting to look for him. Meng Yu said, Minister Yan may not say it out loud, but deep inside, he does miss you. Return home. He had worked with Yan Xiang for a few months, and this observation was easy to discern. Not only was it easy to detect, but Meng Yu also felt a slight twinge of guilt. After all, he'd meddled in this situation, and if he hadn't replaced Lin Wan as the bride, the Wan family would have discovered her disappearance much sooner and started looking everywhere for Lin Wan instead of sleeping through the night and giving this couple ample time to escape. Yan Yu glanced at Lin Wan, seeing her nod before replying, I will return and apologize to my father and Master Lin. Lin Wan, noticing His Majesty's presence, hastily added, it was me who led you away. It should be me apologizing. Once the snow stops, follow the emperor back to the capital, Chu Huayin said. As to whose fault it was, that really wasn't important. These were heartfelt words from His Majesty because whenever Lord Meng frowned, it was always His Majesty's fault. But acknowledging mistakes and correcting them were two entirely different matters. Meng Yu gave an emphatic humph, is this why you were bullying me inside the carriage while pretending to apologize? How is it considered bullying? Chu Huayin replied, I'm just worried about you being shaken dizzy by the carriage, so I'm trying to distract you. Meng Yu pinched him, preferring to get dizzy this way than from other embarrassing reasons. With nearly 7 months past and still not letting up, this was savage behavior indeed. Fortunately, by the time they reached the capital, exactly 7 months had passed. His Majesty still had ulterior motives but no longer dared to act. Meng Yu smirked, thinking that at that time, this official wouldn't even let him touch his hand. Seeing the gleam in his eye, Chu Huayin cherished the present even more, there's a hot spring here, and it's cold outside. My dear minister, let us. No. Suppressed. The northern frontier. Jiang Yi crumpled the letter back into its envelope and threw it into the fire. His Majesty has asked me to return to the capital immediately, Jiang Yi said, guessing it might have something to do with announcing Meng Yu's identity and bringing his uncle to suppress dissenting voices in court. He asked Yuan, don't you want to be the king of Beidi? If you come back to the capital with me, you'll lose your chance forever. Yuan still replied indifferently, what could possibly be worth your constant asking? I'd rather you ask me what I feel like eating tonight. Then, according to His Majesty's wishes, only the prince of mixed Weibei heritage can inherit the throne, how about your 9th younger brother? Yuan dug up the memory of his 9th younger brother from his mind, their ages were similar, and they were often bullied together. The difference was that Yuan's psyche gradually became warped while the 9th younger brother remained timid and kind. More or less. Yuan didn't want to say much. Even if all the princes of Beidi led miserable lives, Jiang Yi must see and care for only him. More or less was good enough. Jiang Yi determined then and there that Beidi would become an affiliated country to Great Wei, paying tribute and submitting as vassals, with Wei citizens having equal status in Beidi. What about me? Yuan asked. You'll come back to the general's residence with me. And then? Yuan persisted. To wait until our great-nephew is born. Jiang Yi left to practice military drills after saying that. Our great-nephew. Yuan repeated these 3 words joyfully, fully accepting his future grandnephew despite the child not yet being born. After the heavy snow melted, a rare clear day followed. The sun shone warmly, and Chu Huayin took advantage of this fine weather to journey back to the capital. As the city gates came into view, Chu Huayin suddenly said, I quite miss those days. I am glad that, being born into a royal family, I could still spend some days as an ordinary husband with you. Meng Yu, do you mean those days when you were broke? Absolutely, he should be the husband, and Chu Huayin the wife. Chu Huayin, except for those days. Will you be reluctant to leave? Chu Huayin asked. Meng Yu could adapt to various lifestyles. Just like someone said before, roasted duck made by the imperial chef was delicious, and so were the dry steamed buns made by Chu Huayin. Clearing his throat, Meng Yu said, the only thing I cannot let go of is you. Did you hear clearly? Do you want me to repeat it in the style of a news broadcast? Chu Huayin, repeat it once more. His Majesty actually wanted to hear it 100 more times, but he'd obviously get hit by Meng Yu. When will you make me a steamed bun? Meng Yu blurted out. This seemed different from the last sentence. Chu Huayin. Let me learn first. The capital looked as bustling as it did when they left, no significant changes noticeable. Civil and military officials knelt on the white jade steps, welcoming His Majesty back to the palace, but the Chancellor was missing. The Chancellor, because of his enormous belly, didn't want to show himself publicly and returned to the general's residence. The general's residence was larger than Meng's residence, and it housed more people. As soon as Meng Yu arrived at the entrance of the general's residence, he saw an unexpectedly small temple built outside with incense burning brightly. What is going on? The commoners built it themselves. They say the general's residence is lucky since both you and Lord Meng have come back from the dead. Bowing towards the general's door ensures 5 extra years of life. Manager Lu Bo explained. However, the general's residence appeared too dignified and authoritative. Constantly pretending to pass by might lead to suspicions and result in one being arrested as a spy. So, they decided to construct a land temple instead. Meng Yu arranged for Song Qingjia to stay at the general's residence and ordered an inquiry into this year's successful examination candidates. Song Qingjia's master was not among those who passed. He then instructed a search of everyone who participated in this year's imperial examinations. There was simply no such person. Song Qingjia's eyes darkened slightly, his lips tightening into a straight line. So, his master didn't want anything to do with him anymore, hence making up an excuse about coming to the capital for the exam. Even moving the whole family away using that excuse, fearing that Song Qingjia might cling to him. He was deceived, and foolishly came looking for him. Meng Yu didn't know how to console him, so he handed over the responsibility to experienced secret guards. Chu Huayin was preparing a dowry for Meng Yu, but was stopped and scolded by Meng Yu for daring to touch the national treasury. This official had already coordinated with the Minister of Revenue, they couldn't spend a single penny. Doing so would make the emperor appear incompetent. The Minister of Revenue nervously listened as the Chancellor managed the cash flow, first being startled by his size, and then completely taken aback by his decisive rulings. He sincerely suggested that it wasn't easy for His Majesty to marry. Although we still didn't know who the Empress would be, perhaps we should just splurge this time. Don't withhold all the money, it's too miserly. The Prime Minister, who oversaw all 6 ministries, was very strict. Listen to me. Meng Yu shivered at the thought of Chu Huayin's various plans, something about offering the empire as a dowry. Wasn't that what those did entails for a fox spirit? Since he was already here, there was no escape. It would be better if we were low-key and pretend we were already married. But if His Majesty wouldn't cooperate, then this official would have to cut off your thoughts from the root. Chu Huayin could only retreat to using his private funds from the Prince of Huai's estate. This is my personal savings. We haven't actually married yet, so you can't confiscate it. Chapter 76. Why didn't you say anything about not being married when we went to bed? Meng Cho pressed on the lock of the treasury gate and teased, what if I wanted to confiscate it? Chu Huayin pretended to think seriously and looked troubled, then I would have to call on all officials to raise funds for my marriage. Meng Cho pinched the emperor's cheek, TSK, shameless, can't provoke. Chu Huayin continued, at that time, those who donate more than 100 taels will have a seat at the grand wedding ceremony. If you want to sit in the main seat, it might cost 10,000 taels. You're taking advantage of acquaintances. Meng Cho, then I won't go. Chu Huayin, no, enforced execution. Saying so, he opened the treasury. Most of the things inside were his private collections. There were no dazzling gold mountains or silver seas, nor were there glittering jewels everywhere. The storeroom was quite elegant. The items were either displayed on the antique shelves or properly stored in sandalwood boxes. Antiques, calligraphy and paintings, unpolished jade, and red coral with beautiful shapes. There was also a box of pearls thrown in the corner. Chu Huayin went straight to find what he needed while Meng Cho looked around. He casually touched the shelf holding rare antiques and calligraphy, triggering a hidden compartment. Meng Cho wasn't curious about Chu Huayin's collection. As he pushed the hidden compartment back, he accidentally saw. Isn't this my IOU? My IOU is actually kept here among these priceless calligraphy and paintings, making me feel instantly more valuable. The money has been repaid, and this IOU held by Chu Huayin should be invalid. Calmly, Meng Cho took out the IOU, folded it neatly, and put it into his sleeve. It's not stealing, it's claiming what's rightfully mine. Hem. The emperor coughed loudly to remind the little thief, best to return it voluntarily to me, otherwise I will lose this precious memento of servitude. Meng Cho pushed the hidden compartment shut and turned around, saying, I've retrieved the IOU. The emperor, can you leave it for me to collect? Meng Cho laughed, ambition. What are you looking for? Chu Huayin opened a box he had in hand, it's for my mother, for my future wife and for her grandchildren. It was a handmade golden little jacket embroidered with lively floral patterns. The front lapel had 2 layers for warmth, protecting the abdomen, seemingly anticipating that the child would be born in a cold spring. It already gave a warm feeling just by looking. There was also a tiny tiger head hat. Being royal, the world's rarities are no longer extraordinary. What is rarer is the heartfelt sentiment, more touching than anything else. The Empress Dowager passed away almost 10 years ago, yet every stitch remains vibrant, revealing her love and anticipation embedded in the clothing, and the Emperor's careful preservation. Meng Cho took it and gently brushed its collar, hugging it close, thank you. Chu Huayin took the opportunity to put a family heirloom jade pendant around his neck. It was a warm jade, not cold even in winter. The Empress Dowager was an only child in the family, and this jade pendant had been passed down for generations, yet remained intact without a single scratch or mark. Meng Qiu suddenly became tense, his eyes wide open. This official moves a lot. So could this heirloom treasure avoid coming near this official's neck? Feels like it'll break with every step, scaring me. Covered under the clothes, there's nothing to worry about. If it still breaks under such circumstances, then what His Majesty cares about isn't the jade but Meng Qiu. Meng Qiu, this official feels like 3 caddies of gold hanging around his neck. Too scared to move. When had Chu Huayin ever seen such a cautious kitten, as if wearing a tightening curse? Instantly, he felt that it should have been taken out earlier, saving him all sorts of struggles. Meng Qiu asked, "Are you really going to hold a grand wedding ceremony?" But this official doesn't want to attend with a big belly. Chu Huayin understood his concerns. "I am also worried you might get tired. Whether to hold it aside, but whatever belongs to you, I won't miss a single thing." "I think it's enough." Meng Qiu held the Empress Dowager's small cotton jacket. "Let's skip the betrothal gifts. Don't bother with formalities. Otherwise, given Uncle's nature, there might even be dowry involved, competing with your Majesty on generosity. Uncle should settle down too, even if Aunt might be He Yuan, he still needs to save up for a bride. As a nephew, this official must strive to save money to repay Uncle." Chu Huayin smiled. "You needn't worry about that. Uncle will arrive in the capital in 10 days. Meng Qiu cheered up, hoping Uncle could stay longer this time. Before leaving, Chu Huayin thought that just bringing something left by the Empress Dowager seemed a bit stingy. It was necessary to flaunt wealth a little, eradicating the absurd impression of the Emperor having no money. He pointed at the box of pearls. "Do you want them? Each pearl is plump, round, and shiny, all specially contributed to the Son of Heaven. You can grind them into powder for face masks or foot baths, do as you please." Meng Qiu, such a big box carried outwards, it really resembles a robbery. He grabbed a handful of jewels with a clinking sound and stuffed them into his sleeve, then took another handful for the Emperor to carry. "Let's take these." Right across from the treasury was another room. Meng Qiu glanced at it and said, "Is that Taihu stone inside? If your Majesty doesn't want this batch of treasures, why not destroy these stones instead? To prevent people coveting them endlessly. Nature's blessing manifested in Taihu stones is truly precious, destroying them would be a pity." But the design plan for Qin Garden hidden in the palace had been seen by countless people. Merely destroying the blueprint wasn't enough, the Taihu stones needed destruction as well. "I just have the same idea." Chu Huayin's trip to Qizhou made him despise more intensely the leftover issues from the previous dynasty. Regardless of their merits or drawbacks, he no longer wanted anything to do with them. He summoned the secret guards and instructed, "Open the storehouse, dispose of the Taihu stones within the day. Watch closely, don't let anything go wrong." Meng Qiu thought for a moment and suggested, "They only function when arranged according to the blueprint. We can actually keep some. Proceed as the Chancellor says." "Yes." The guard picked up a massive iron hammer, opened the door, preparing to bash the stones clang clang. Chu Huayin was worried about Meng Qiu choking on dust, so he led him outside. Meng Qiu paused and looked back, feeling something off. He stopped when he saw the guard smashing a piece of stone before feeling slightly reassured. The guard probably felt the intense gaze of both Meng Qiu and the Emperor, under tremendous pressure. Determined to prove his competence, he swung the hammer fiercely, nearly smashing a hole in the ground. And indeed, he did smash a hole. Startled, the guard dropped the hammer. Dear me, would he have to compensate the Huaiwan Palace's floor? Squinting down into the hole, what appeared was a completely new secret passage. Finally, Meng Qiu realized why he felt off. Though he was hitting the surface, the sound gave him a sense of destruction happening upstairs because there was nothing below. Chu Huayin held on to the curious Meng Qiu who was about to investigate. "You mustn't interfere with this matter." Meng Qiu hesitated. "All right." This again involved the Taihu stones related to Suzhou. Chu Huayin dispatched Ji Yang to check if anyone had built gardens above Qin Yuan, then handed this case over to the current governor of Jingzhou, Guan Jiasheng. Since Guan Jiasheng was involved throughout this matter, giving it to him was most suitable. Upon mentioning this, Chu Huayin clearly frowned. "You're not going to impersonate Guan Jiasheng again and investigate the case just because you can't sit still, are you? In that case, I'd rather have you bedridden every day. Once bitten, twice shy." Chu Huayin gazed upon the scheming look in Meng Qiu's eyes. This interchangeable resemblance that could switch roles anytime caused genuine distress. Meng Qiu sensed the threat and pointed at his belly. "Even if I wanted to, we need to figure out how to exchange places." The Emperor fumed. "You dare even consider it? Not true, what sort of false accusation is this?" Meng Qiu retorted, "Did you forget what I said on the cliff?" Chu Huayin recalled and relaxed somewhat. "I believe you. If wrongfully accused again, this official will enforce house rules," said the head of the household, keeping his word. Chu Huayin. "When did we establish any house rules?" Meng Qiu had full confidence in Guan Jiasheng's abilities. If he hadn't been severely wounded back then, substituting himself wouldn't have been necessary. "Stay in your lane," curiosity killed the cat. Guan Jiaxing had his way of handling cases, forcibly sticking a nose into them showed disrespect to Officer Guan. Naturally, Meng Qiu wouldn't do such a thing. More importantly, this official must leave an impression of reliability and steadiness worthy of trust in His Majesty's mind. That was his new goal. With pearls gifted by Chu Huayin in his pocket, Meng Qiu showed up at Shen Baiqing's home, pretending they were special souvenirs brought from Jiangnan. When Meng Qiu left the capital to go to Qizhou, Shen Baiqing had shown a willingness to tag along by packing some bundles. That scared the emperor, so he promptly issued an order for Ji Hanlin to return to the capital from Shu. Shen Baiqing was due soon. Ji Hanlin kept a close eye on her, leaving little opportunity to go out. So when Meng Qiu came to see him, Shen Baiqing was delighted. This official passed through a village known specifically for pearl production. Pearls abound in the lake just outside their gates. I simply plucked open the clam shells with my own hands. I even got my hand pinched. Meng Qiu bluffed shamelessly, forgetting he didn't bring a present for Shen Baiqing. Shen Baiqing lit up with excitement. That sounds fun, take me next time. Never. That village has already gone bankrupt because of this official. Ji Hanlin smirked when he noticed the obvious signs of age on the pearls but decided against ruining the Prime Minister's tale since Shen Baiqing was thrilled and unable to discern the truth anyway. With his daily official workload limited by the Emperor, the Prime Minister had nothing better to do than narrate free stories to Shen Baiqing. From Qizhou to Qingzhou, from Zhao Wanyu to Song Qingjiao. Shen Baiqing slapped the bed in anger. Chu Yi is not human. Decapitation is too lenient for him. Ji Hanlin quickly stroked his hair to soothe him, fearing that he would get too angry and harm the fetus. Shen Baiqing asked again, did that heartless man really run away? They said the whole family moved to the capital, so we must find him and beat him with a sack. He glanced at Ji Hanlin, recalling how during the waiting period after the exams, Ji had also participated and became the top scholar. Those waiting days were hard. Nobody knew that better than Shen Baiqing, who after only 10 days declared he would travel to the capital to study. The two families had no choice but to move their entire households to the capital. How much harder was it for someone pregnant and alone in Qingzhou, a dragon's lair and tiger's den, waiting for someone who might never return? Ji Hanlin, suddenly glared at, felt very wronged. What's his name? I'll try to look for him. Xia Yinghong. I've noted it down. Shen Baiqing, why don't we invite him to our house? On one hand, Shen Baiqing felt sympathy. He loved making friends, but it wasn't easy to find like-minded companions in the capital. On the other hand, he shared the same thought as Meng Qiu, to share chicken soup wisdom with a friend. Taking people away from an official? Meng Qiu gently declined, not necessary, I can take care of him. Shen Baiqing, but sooner or later you will be summoned into the palace by His Majesty. I bet it won't be later than tomorrow. Meng Qiu lost the bet. Chapter 77. Another storm brews over Taihu stones. Jiang Yi hasn't returned to the capital yet, and Chu Huayin could not possibly let Meng Yu live alone outside. Meng Yu came out of Shen Baiqing's house and saw Chu Huayin waiting for him at the door. His Majesty stood under a bare ginkgo tree, his dragon robe shining brilliantly. Teasing Shen Baiqing had been enjoyable. Meng Yu's once unsteady steps slowed down, switching to walking in a measured manner. Chu Huayin chuckled softly, pulling on the back of his collar. Can you stop thinking about solemnity only when you see me? Meng Yu, why didn't you go inside? It's so cold out here. I was afraid it would affect your performance. It wouldn't. Your Majesty standing outside catching a cold affects me. Having just come out from Shen Baiqing's house with a heated floor, Meng Yu felt warm all over. He enveloped Chu Huayin's hands, exhaled into them, quite willingly. Let's return to the palace. Chu Huayin immediately felt a sense of relief as if, our little kitten has grown up, even pondering about enforcing the principle of, a person nurtured in deep seclusion remains unknown. But he was slapped on the arm by Meng Yu, dreaming nice, huh? This is the crucial time to build friendly trust between ruler and minister, try another time. He endured it. Meng Yu opened his mouth, that. I knew you couldn't help but ask. Chu Huayin held Meng Yu's hand through his sleeve. That tunnel isn't short, extending from Huai Strait to the outskirts of the city. It must have been dug right after we left the capital. The soil on the walls is still new. The original Taihu stones at the bottom were numbered, but this batch in Huai has been swapped. However, digging the tunnel took too long, and they haven't managed to transport all the Taihu stones away yet. There are 2 stones remaining, like the one smashed by the hidden guard, which are genuine. Meng Yu sighed in relief. If it were a day later, the other side would have succeeded. Then those in Qingyuan are useless. You could say that. Ji Yan brought people to Qingyuan, only to find an empty nest. The mastermind certainly had blueprints. Each Taihu stone transported from Huai was placed according to a prearranged position. Qingyuan was already constructed as a completed garden. But it's just an ordinary garden. With 2 stones missing, the mechanisms of Qingyuan can never be activated. Creating such a big commotion by digging a tunnel, regardless of other places, reaching Huai, breaking through the floor would surely attract attention, wouldn't it? 3 days ago, the Guogong's daughter got married. Fireworks lit up the night sky. The Guogong's mansion was very close to Huai. The grandeur of the fireworks was almost the most concentrated display seen by the common folk of the capital this year. After being reprimanded by Chu Huayin, the Guogong thought that his daughter entering the palace was hopeless, lingering until she became an old maid. So he quickly arranged a marriage. He felt that what he previously announced was rather embarrassing, but he also couldn't swallow this anger, so the wedding proceeded in a thunderous manner. So coincidental, Meng Yu frowned. What does Director Guan think about it? Guan Jiaxing sensed deception, but the marriage between the two families seemed perfectly legitimate. He asked again about how the wedding date was decided and by whom. At first, the old Guogong was hesitant to reply, until Guan Jiaxing gave a stern warning, involving conspiracy to rebel, others cannot make it clear quickly enough. If the Guogong speaks ambiguously, is it due to some difficulty or simply because he's an accomplice? The old Guogong sighed. Last month, there was a Taoist priest who claimed to be the eldest disciple of Abbot Xuming from Qingshu Monastery. He arrived at my home holding a letter, saying that the 10th day of this month is an auspicious day of heaven, suitable for weddings, where the couple will be harmonious and give birth to dragons or phoenixes. He hurriedly added, realizing his words might sound inappropriate, I dare not hope for anything else, but I thought perhaps my future granddaughter might also become an empress. The Guogong was obsessively fixated on the throne. He originally intended to wait another couple of days until His Majesty returned, asking him to witness the marriage ceremony, bringing face and glory upon everyone involved. However, since Abbot Xuming was regarded as a transcendent sage by the former emperor, his declared propitious day must have factored in the great fortune of our nation. A phoenix was foreseen to descend on the 3rd day of this month. If the wedding wasn't held then, the phoenix would choose another family to rest in. Why did you set off so many fireworks? The old Guogong answered without any fresh reasoning, with the birth of a phoenix, should it not be celebrated across the skies? The phoenix doesn't perch except on the wudong tree, and it doesn't drink water except from Lian Spring. Since you, Lord Guogong, did not prepare either wudong trees or Lian Spring, your daughter marrying into Zhao family, yet setting off fireworks extensively at your own mansion, aren't you afraid of scaring the phoenix away? Who hinted at you to release these fireworks? No one. It was my decision, ordered to be bought by my son from the west part of the city. Lord Guan, instead of investigating Abbot Xuming now, why are you making life difficult for our Guogong family on the day my daughter returns home for a visit? Aren't you showing disrespect to the former Empress Dowager? When the old Guogong invoked the late Empress Dowager to pressure him, Guan Jiaxing refrained from disturbing their reunion. After leaving the mansion, he instructed the bailiffs to keep an eye on the Guogong's son, watching whom he associated with recently. Initially, the Guogong cooperated, but once questioned about who hinted for him to buy the fireworks, his attitude changed. This person was likely someone closely associated with him. Qingshu Taoist Temple. Wasn't that when I disguised myself as a junior Taoist priest and infiltrated the Lu residence? Both Abbot Xuming and elder brother were full of sincere feelings, helping me greatly. Could it be they were actually enthusiastic about calculating the auspicious day for weddings? Of course not. Governor Guan went to Qingshu Taoist Temple to inquire, but Abbot Xuming was in seclusion, and his eldest disciple had never descended the mountain. Someone pretending to be the eldest brother. How could the old Guogong not see through this? It said that person exuded an ethereal and detached disposition, making the old Guogong reluctant to harbor any doubts. Meng Yu. This trick of exploiting the psychological weakness of the old Guogong and fabricating celestial legend strongly resembled a fusion of Qiu Hebi and Qiu Jianbai. A sudden thought struck Meng Yu, this person truly existed, and he could easily gain access to the plans of Qin Yuan. It's Qiu Jianbai. Chu Huayin paused in surprise, realizing the implications. Do you mean the real Qiu Jianbai? About 50 years ago, Liang Crown Prince swapped his grandson Liang Yu with the royal prince Qiu Jianbai. The Qiu Jianbai who perished on the battlefield was a descendant of the previous dynasty, while Qiu Hebi's own uncle Liang Yu remained nameless throughout the conflict. Qiu Jianbai usurped his position as a prince. More significantly, if the swap had never occurred, the current emperor of Feng State might have been Liang Yu. Suppose Liang Yu had learned the truth, would he have accepted it so easily? You've stolen my country, then let me inherit the treasures of your fallen dynasty, only thus can we balance the scales. I'm just throwing out a random comment. Meng Yu feigned indifference, striving to make clear that he didn't pay much attention, wasn't curious, and wouldn't meddle in this affair. It was truly hard to act. As their conversation proceeded, they arrived at the palace gates. His Majesty had been attending court regularly these days and acted decisively without prior consultation, forcing the Prime Minister to take leave due to illness. With all the travel fatigue along the way, Chu Huayin did not want Meng Yu to overexert himself further and compelled him to take a rest. However, left Chancellor's responsibilities were abundant, so Chu Huayin could only assign half of them to Yan Xiang and take care of the other half by working overtime himself. Fortunately, Meng Yu had persuaded Yan Xiang's son to return, lifting Yan's spirits significantly, and he expressed no complaints about the extra workload. Chu Huayin pondered whether or not he should keep Meng Yu busy, especially given the immense allure of such a grand temptation before him. Every time little cat Meng became idle, unpredictable antics followed. Thus, on that evening, when Meng Yu was about to go to bed in boredom, Xiao Jiu suddenly appeared holding a large stack of memorials. Master, these are for your Grace's review as selected by His Majesty. Surprised, Meng Yu picked up a few memorials to flip through. Their contents required some mental effort but weren't excessively challenging. How long did His Majesty take to filter these? Not too long. Xiao Jiao clapped his hand over his mouth, realizing he had divulged too much. Meng Yu chuckled. Within that period of filtering, His Majesty had already finished reviewing everything himself. He understood Chu Huayan's intent, fearing that Meng Yu would get into trouble when idling yet also worrying he would get exhausted. His Majesty certainly wasn't easy either. Meng Yu sat down by the desk, grind ink. With brush in hand, he couldn't sleep even in His Majesty's absence, so he both read and waited for Chu Huayan's return. Dawn. Qingshu Taoist Temple held a renowned reputation externally. Its rules for admitting disciples were stringent. New disciples were admitted only every few months, and once inside, one couldn't casually graduate as a master. Abbot Shuming showed no interest in expanding the temple, hence despite their ample wealth, the temple maintained its simple and dignified look from 100 years ago. The disciples envied the neighboring Guanyin temple. It was said that their abbot once saved the prime minister, after which His Majesty provided funds for renovations, resulting in a grand expansion more than twice its original size. Their sixth junior monk, who accompanied Master on delivering letters to the temple, nearly went blind from the dazzling golden foil adorning the great hall of Vairocana. That morning, another disciple was admitted, now ranking number 116 among the juniors. Though everyone crammed closely together, there was no issue with seniority differences. The seniors gathered around, flipping through a copy of Tao Te Ching, warmly suggesting a name for the new disciple, Gus Hen Busi, Shi Wei Xian Pin. Xian Pin Ji Men, Shi Wei Tian Di Gen, Mian Ruo Cun, Yong Ji Bu Qin. Then why don't you simply call yourself Mian? The youngest disciple almost cried. His elder brothers hurriedly comforted him. We incorporate rank, the first character is Xiang Mian. Doesn't that sound pleasant, brother Mian? The eldest brother walked over with a stern face, scattering the others like startled birds and beasts. Don't bully the youngest. Among the 115 newcomers including Xiang Feng, someone quietly tugged at the youngest disciple, saying, don't think the elder brother appears severe, he has always been particularly kind to each newly arrived youngest disciple. But only to new arrivals. Xiang Feng felt sorrowful because once he stopped being the youngest, the elder brother became as merciless and strict as autumn wind sweeping fallen leaves. He heard tales of a man seeking help from their master mid-journey and pretending to be a younger brother. To cover for him, the elder brother even carried a big vat on his head and pretended to perform rituals. Unfortunately, Xiang Feng wasn't there at the time, so he could only hear the legend. And don't ask elder brother why, Xiang Feng warned. There was no reason, the elder brother himself did not know why. Chapter 78. Little Master still wanted to ask, but Xiang Feng waved his hand and said, you should sleep early at night, wrap up tightly. Don't be surprised if you hear any noise. Our Taoist temple has neither ghosts nor thieves. If you see a bowl of freshly cooked noodles on the table in the middle of the night, don't make a big fuss like someone who hasn't seen anything in the world then. Xiang Mian couldn't help but feel curious. Why? Xiang Feng smiled contentedly as finally someone was just as curious as him. Great. They could discuss this matter for 2 hours. He lowered his voice. Ahem, actually our elder brother wasn't here earliest. 7 months ago, he suddenly decided to become a Taoist priest, but you know, our Taoist temple doesn't accept people too old. But our master saw his sword and they were from the same sect after a quick inquiry. It turned out that elder brother grew up in Mount Shufeng Temple. That place was established by Master's junior. Taoist priest Xiuming had a deep bond with his junior. After many years without seeing each other, he missed him greatly. Upon hearing that elder brother was his senior disciple who moved down the mountain with his family and relocated to the capital city after being hit on the head and losing all memory except for being a Taoist, insisting to return to the Taoist temple. His family already settled in the capital, so they asked Taoist priest Xiuming to let elder brother stay at Qingshu Taoist temple temporarily so that he wouldn't wander around. Xiang Mian was shocked. Then what about little master? That must be the little master from Sichuan. TSK, we all owe him something. You absolutely cannot tell others. Xiang Feng held his hand earnestly. Elder brother is from Mount Shufeng Temple. Only you and I know this. Xiang Feng only found out unintentionally from their conversation when elder brother's mother came to visit the master a few days ago. It all started because elder brother recently kept wandering off into the mountain, always wanting to go downhill to look for someone. Whenever stopped by his juniors, he would forget everything. Taoist priest Xiuming enjoyed Wu Wei, non-action, originally not caring whether he could remember or not. But after hearing it from the disciples so often, he had no choice but to ask the parents. Is he looking for his little master? Xiang Mian was feeling quite sentimental. Could it be that the little master was waiting for him? What if he didn't find him? I'm not sure. Auntie didn't say. Neither of them noticed that elder brother was silently listening to the whole thing while giving little master 2 strings of candied hawthorn on the roof. On that very night, elder brother went missing. Song Qingjia was melancholy. The fact that he couldn't find Xia Yinghong made his heart increasingly uneasy. Everyone around regarded him as an ungrateful person, but Song Qingjia couldn't answer as coldly as he did before regarding Meng Yu. He died on the road to the capital to take the imperial exam. This sentence felt like a curse that prevented him from ever finding Xia Yinghong again. Xia's parents mentioned that Xia Yinghong became the prime minister's son-in-law. In the Great Wei dynasty, there were 2 prime ministers. One, Meng Yu's child hadn't been born yet, the other one Yan Xiang, all children are still unmarried. His pregnancy was between Shen Buqing and Meng Yu. He's now 8 months pregnant, but the size of the bump is about the same as Meng Yu's. At first, he didn't notice it. After Xia Yinghong left, he was much poorer than Meng Yu running away. When he couldn't afford meat, he'd rather starve and insisted on waiting for Xia Yinghong in Qingzhou, growing more disheartened as time passed. As the bulge in his belly just began to show, the servants of the Prince of Qing's mansion found him. Every day, he was thinking about escaping, but every time he got caught and locked up without food. The servants of the Qing mansion thought he would calm down if starved, but after he finished a hard bun given to him, Liao Qingjia gathered some strength and fled desperately once again. The meals in the general's house were very good. The leftovers from their journey and various ingredients specially stocked by his uncle for his nephew were all shared with Song Qingjia. Song Qingjia was full of gratitude inside, but also confused and lost. The secret guards were very sad, their performance was so splendid, but Song Qingjia didn't smile as much as Zhao Wanyu. Perhaps Zhao Wanyu still retained a bit of hope within her heart, whereas Song Qingjia had no way out. Meng Yu patted the shoulder of the dark guard, thanking him for his efforts. Song Qingjia looked at Meng Yu and asked if there was a Taoist temple nearby where he could go. Meng Yu felt that he brought this person to the capital and caused Song Qingjia a lot of suffering. Not only couldn't he find anyone, but Song Qingjia even packed his bags and went to live in the palace, which was extremely unrighteous, making him seem like a negative copy of an unfaithful person. He replied, "There is one. I'll go with you." The secret guard sympathized, "Does His Majesty know?" Meng Yu instructed him to prepare the carriage and inform the emperor, "Just bring more people." Then Chu Huayan really dispatched a team of imperial guards. Their presence was visible only from behind, leading the way along the roads with gongs and drums playing loud, as if the queen herself was going to Qingshu Temple to pray for blessings for the country. Meng Yu was slightly stunned by this exaggerated procession. Would people mistake him for a corrupt chancellor with power over the entire court? He still wanted to be remembered in history. Qingshu Taoist Temple was abuzz with the news at dawn, the eldest master was nowhere to be found. He hadn't shown up for dinner last night. Had he renounced his faith and returned to secular life? Xiang Feng and Xiang Mian exchanged worried glances. "Did you tell the elder brother about this?" "No," they replied in unison. While everyone was still panicking, a small Taoist guarding the gate reported that a grand troop of imperial guards was approaching from the bottom of the mountain. It seemed as if His Majesty himself was coming. "How do you know it's the emperor?" someone asked. "The imperial guards, who else but the emperor can afford such an escort?" It turned out there was another person with the same privilege, the prime minister. Small flakes of snow began to fall from the sky, dusting Meng Yu's eyebrows. With his thick cloak draped around him, only his round figure could be seen through layers of clothing, completely concealing his growing belly. Song Qingjia wanted to go to the lotus pond by the Taoist temple for some quiet reflection. Meng Yu couldn't quite understand why anyone would want to admire the dried-up branches in the cold winter. But he supposed a man on the spiritual path might see beauty in such stillness. He flagged down a young Taoist monk. "Where is your elder brother?" Meng Yu had meant to thank him since being detained last time by Lu Hongbao, but events piled up and he never got around to it. The little Taoist blurted out, "He's gone missing." Meng Yu couldn't help but connect this incident with the earlier affair involving the National Duke's residence. Coincidentally, right when the capital city was searching for a mysterious Taoist priest, the elder brother went missing too. The National Duke had described the missing Taoist as appearing youthful but likely in his 40s. Furthermore, Master Shuming confirmed that the elder brother had never left the mountain that day. Meng Yu had already ruled out any suspicion regarding him. But, how could this be explained now? Meng Yu decided to take a look for himself but was concerned about leaving Song Qingjia alone. Thus, he dragged him along. With the Prime Minister present, the disappearance swiftly escalated from a personal matter into a public case. The elder brother's room was extremely simple, with his quilt neatly folded and his wardrobe closed. All his belongings remained untouched, only his sword and a few clothes were missing. From the moment Song Qingjia entered the room, he appeared uneasy. Like an ant circling a fire pit, he paced around the table, hesitating between touching items like the quilt or clothes and pulling back. Meng Yu tried to comfort him. "What's wrong?" Seeing Song Qingjia seemingly wanting to pick up an old pair of boots, Meng Yu bent down to grab them for him. The soles showed significant wear, unevenly tilted to the left and right. Every person's walking habit and center of gravity leave unique traces on shoe soles. When Song Qingjia saw the shoe sole, tears suddenly welled up in his eyes. A bold idea struck Meng Yu. Before he could voice this speculation, an elderly woman's piercing scream shattered the silence. "My son! How could you vanish without a trace?" The old lady rushed inside, wildly bumping into anyone in her way. She collapsed onto the bed, wailing with snot and tears streaming down her face. "My child, how dare you abandon me?" Meng Yu quickly turned to check Song Qingjia's reaction, only to find him stepping back in panic, barely audible whispering, "Mother-in-law, forgive me." His voice was so faint that Meng Yu could only hear him upon careful listening. Meanwhile, the sobbing old woman instantly perked up like receiving an electric shock. After spitting out phlegm, she lunged toward Song Qingjia, trying to strangle him. "Is this you? Again? Where have you hidden my son? Fox spirit, give me my son back." Meng Yu heard the term fox spirit for the first time, deeply startled. Seeing Song Qingjia neither dodging nor resisting, standing there dazed, he immediately blocked the clawing hands of the old lady to prevent her from attacking Song Qingjia's neck. Unexpectedly, she attacked indiscriminately. When Meng Yu stopped her, she redirected her fury toward him, punching and kicking. The secret guards stationed outside were taken aback by the madwoman storming in and quickly restrained her from both sides. Struggling fiercely, the old woman even tried to kick Meng Yu's stomach. They locked her feet, pressed her to the ground, and considered stuffing a rag into her shouting mouth. To punch the empress and kick the prince, truly formidable. Meng Yu thus confirmed the identity of the elder brother as Xia Yinghong, the heartless man who disappeared during his journey to take the imperial examination. Yet something didn't add up. The examination took place in autumn. Based on his first meeting with Xia Yinghong, Xia should have set off as early as April. Why so early? Song Qingjia explained, Master originally didn't plan to take the exam. He didn't want to become an official. But one day, he told me he'd participate in the autumn selection and insisted I couldn't join him in the capital. A few days later, when I asked the Xia family, his mother informed me he had already departed for the capital and forbade me from following to avoid distracting him. Song Qingjia reflected further, realizing Xia Yinghong wasn't adequately prepared, necessitating intensive study. He waited patiently until learning about the relocation of the entire Xia family. Meng Yu deduced, it wasn't a deliberate abandonment. Xia Yinghong must have lost his memory, exploited by his mother who tricked him into going for the imperial exams prematurely. Upon regaining partial recollection of being a Taoist, Xia's mother had no choice but to send him to Qingshu Taoist temple. Xia's mother insisted that Song Qingjia had lured her son away, hurling invectives about fox spirits causing harm. Communicating with her proved challenging for Meng Yu, so he instructed the secret guards to take her outside and keep her away from Song Qingjia. Master lost his memory, where would he go? Would it be dangerous? Song Qingjia frowned, regretting that he hadn't thought of visiting the temple sooner. Meng Yu, let's think positively, maybe he remembered something. Write down your address in Qingzhou and the address of the temple, I'll send people there to wait for elder brother. Meng Yu hadn't expected to see Xia Yinghong that afternoon, and under such wretched circumstances. In a dungeon, Xia Yinghong lay severely wounded, unconscious. The guard responsible for watching him reported, we found him near Qingyuan in a mountain cave. His injuries suggest last night's combat with an expert caused internal damage. We found poison and a note predicting auspicious days in his coat, circling. The evidence pointed to Xia Yinghong. Meng Yu was momentarily speechless and asked, when will he wake up? The guard hesitated, the doctor examined him but said we can only leave it to fate. Summon the imperial physician to treat him. This official must have him cured. This. Is a prisoner really worth an imperial physician? This case still has unanswered questions, it's critical and cannot be delayed. Transfer him to the general's residence, no, to my residence. Expenses and consequences are entirely on me. Meng Yu wasn't sure whether Song Qingjia should see Xia Yinghong like this. If Song Qingjia was upset by it, it might not end well. However, if they didn't meet, who knew if Xia Yinghong would wake up? Before he could resolve his dilemma, the dark guard reported that Song Qingjia had left after writing a letter saying he'd waited 7 months and understood that waiting alone would bring no result. He was going to find Xia Yinghong. Relax, master, someone is following him. Meng Yu finally understood why His Majesty always looked distressed whenever a certain problem arose. He mused that if His Majesty wanted some fun tonight, he wouldn't mind accommodating him despite being 7 months pregnant back in the capital. Chu Huai had always been gentle with just words when referring to other forms of enjoyment. Due to Prime Minister's strict authority, all he could do was hint subtly without any forced action. It's all because this official was too good at acting. Every time he pretended to cooperate with His Majesty in playing forceful scenarios, His Majesty seemed to believe it entirely. It wasn't as if His Majesty never agreed sometimes. This official is also troubled. Chapter 79. Chu Huai led the way into the dungeon to pick up Meng Cho, feeling rather exasperated. Next time I really don't want to let you leave the palace. Meng Cho explained, I just accompanied Song Qingjia to a Taoist temple to relax. It was part of normal social activities. Chu Huai paused and stared at him intently. Meng Cho fell silent. Fine, he admitted that there were other motives. When Song Qingjia mentioned going to the Taoist temple, he immediately thought of the person pretending to be a Taoist priest from Qingshu temple delivering messages to the Guogong residents. He suspected that since this person could pretend so convincingly, they must have some understanding of Qingshu temple, not something a complete amateur could fool even an astute elder like Guogong. Investigating Qingshu temple might uncover clues. Chu Huai pinched his cheeks and pulled them sideways. This is punishment. Meng Cho sincerely suggested, you can choose a punishment that fits the persona of an overbearing emperor. Wasn't that clear enough? Chu Huai was startled, by then Meng Cho had already walked ahead, their hands still entwined. Realizing it, Chu Huai tugged and pulled Meng Cho back into his arms. What exactly are you hinting at, my official? His Majesty's hand slid down to his waist, pinching again. Here, tonight, can my emperor snuggle here? The royal physician said he couldn't do anything physically demanding, yet Chu Huai didn't want to release Meng Cho. Every night, they had to sleep hugging each other. Sometimes Meng Cho helped a little out of kindness, but sometimes he ignored it or even fanned the flames, clearly lacking any sense of accountability after reaping what he sowed. The more restrained he became, the harder it was to endure. After much patience, he relied on the nostalgia of past pleasures and anticipation of future exploitation of Meng Cho. Even through the thick brocade robe, His Majesty's hand had a noticeable presence. Meng Cho leaned his face against his chest and almost imperceptibly nodded. Chu Huai accurately captured a soft amidst the heartbeat. Cheerful, His Majesty also paid attention to Xia Yinghong's injuries. Let Lu Yixio check as well, he has experience with treating external wounds. Lately, he seems busy preparing some kind of medicine, haven't seen him for days. Normally always around promoting his secret formulae for prenatal nutrition, priced astonishingly high, and tasting just as awful. It goes without saying, not very popular with Meng Cho. Of course, Meng Cho wasn't originally Lu Yixio's target, the real victim was His Majesty, who generously bought these concoctions and gave them to the Prime Minister. Recalling that peculiar taste, Meng Cho angrily retorted, next time if you buy it, eat it mixed in your own rice. Our ruler needs supplements for his hard-working brain, this cost will come from me, my official. The more Meng Cho pondered, the more feasible this seemed, leading him to chuckle softly into His Majesty's chest. Chu Huai, my dear, you're looking forward to tonight. Meng Cho, although I'm laughing about something else, tonight I'll give you a chance to perform. Meng Cho urgently instructed the covert guards to invite Song Qingjia back, saying that Xia Yinghong had already been found. Song Qingjia trusted Meng Cho implicitly and didn't hesitate to return, but the Prime Minister was still hesitant about whether they should meet. Master Brother got involved in a treason case, visiting isn't possible now. But rest assured, the innocent will remain clear, His Majesty won't wrong anyone. Just glance once, we won't say anything, alright? Meng Cho hesitated for a moment, sensing Song Qingjia's unease. These last 2 days, I've felt uneasy, did something happen to Master Brother? Thinking about Xia Yinghong still unconscious, the situation worsening. The inability of witnesses to clear themselves leads to unshakable suspicions, resulting in a stalemate case. If Song Qingjia could wake Xia Yinghong, it would indeed be wise. Empathy suggests that if someone prevented him from seeing Chu Huai, he'd lose his temper. Alright, but you must promise to prepare mentally, and keep in mind your current health. Song Qingjia wryly smiled, Lord Meng, I have considered countless times if Master Brother could be. Back then, I fought desperately to escape the king, Prince's mansion, and I certainly haven't lost my resolve since then. Xia Yinghong was transferred to Meng's residence. Meng Cho opened the door and said, you can stay here to care for him. I don't come back often, so consider yourself the host here. Yet, I cannot favor unfairly, so people will monitor you too. Just pretend they don't exist. Covert guards stealthily controlled their breathing, blending in or out as desired. Xia Yinghong's upper body was wrapped in layers of white gauze, covered with soft and fluffy cotton blankets. The windows were wide open, maintaining air circulation, while cold winds rushed in. This room was Meng Chao's main bedroom, the only one completely heated by underfloor systems, thus keeping the temperature relatively bearable. Upon arrival, instead of red phoenix and dragon pattern quilts on Meng Chao's bed, the servants swiftly replaced them with clean light blue sheets in preparation. Qingjia Song gripped Yinghong Xia's hand with tears in his eyes. After years of practicing swordsmanship, there were rough calluses on his palm. He placed the hand on his belly, senior brother, I haven't told you yet, but when you wake up, you'll see. The senior brother's hand would tightly grip his, teaching him sword techniques, catching cicadas, conjuring sweet tanghulu, and asking if he wanted to live down the mountain with him. As the youngest disciple, the senior brother had always been the best to him. This hand now hung pale and powerless, alongside the alarming blood seeping through the chest bandages. Lord Meng, Qingjia Song suddenly knelt down before Lord Mengu, understanding that if the senior brother were treated like a regular prisoner, he wouldn't survive long. This room was obviously the main one, and this detail moved him even more. Mengu quickly helped him up, unsure what business he needed to handle. Dr. Lu lives next door, if anything happens, just ask him. Mengu explained. Seeing no symptoms of emotional overload in Qingjia Song, Mengu left with ease. Where is senior brother Xia's mother? Secret guard, she's confined for reflection in the dungeon. Who dares kick our prime minister and prince? Her courage rivals the emperor. Mengu feared her causing unnecessary trouble and disturbing the patient's peace, let her stay longer then. Give her a separate cell, with better conditions. After all, she was Yinghong Xia's mother, so it wasn't wise to go too far. Moreover, they didn't know about Mengu's pregnancy back then. Rest assured, Lord, Secret Guard replied. We give her heartwarming mother-in-law stories every day, her entertainment life is very rich. In winter, days are short and nights long, fitting for His Majesty's physiological needs. Chu Huai carried a faint smell of wine, but there was none detected during their kiss, as if the clothes smelled of alcohol but hadn't been changed in time. I've been drinking. Chu Huai announced, hence, the following events were out of my control, and your pleading will be futile. Drinking, for false courage? Mengu couldn't believe it, were you pretending to be crazy and ignorant? Chu Huai, fearing that he'd truly get drunk without realizing his own actions' consequences, pretended to drink alcohol to confidently flip Mengu over several times. At first, Mengu was slightly regretful, which then turned into deep regret. The next day, Mengu felt pain in his inner thighs as if the skin had rubbed off. In response, His Majesty's arm was bruised by him. The Qingyuan case was at a standstill. After investigation, the tunnel actually existed since the previous dynasty. Its entrance was secretive, leading from a cave outside the city to the capital, except for the section below the Huaiwang Palace treasury, which was newly dug. The last emperor of the previous dynasty feared insurgent armies attacking the palace, thus dug a secret passage as an escape route. Construction started outside the city, reaching under the city before any exit could be made when the previous dynasty swiftly fell, leaving the tunnel abandoned. The villagers digging the tunnel knew only that a masked man hired them with hefty rewards to dig for a month. Inside the dark tunnel, they had no idea where it led. Evidence pointed to Yinghongxia, but the people who moved the Taihu rocks and built Qingyuan had vanished without a trace. Mengu suspected they knew the 2 remaining Taihu rocks had been smashed, rendering the Qingyuan restoration hopeless, fleeing to hide deep in the mountains. With the Qingyuan blueprints and knowledge of the previous dynasty's secret passage, Liang Yu, grandson of Prince Liang, became the prime suspect, matching the age. Mengu showed portraits of Qiu Jianbai and Qiu Hebi to the old duke for identification, who said both bore resemblance. Liang Yu was Qiu Jianbai's cousin and Qiu Hebi's uncle, seemingly normal. Through persuasion, Mengu insisted on visiting Qingyuan, so Chu Huai had no choice but to accompany him. A large number of imperial guards stationed around Qingyuan, commanded personally by Ji Yang, guarding against anyone using tricks to attach the 2 missing Taihu rocks. Qingyuan was exquisitely crafted, those Taihu rocks arranged by number, ingeniously conceived, harmonious and unified, revealing glimpses of the royal garden's full appearance. Chu Huai also held a complete blueprint obtained from Meng Push. According to the plans, the areas for the remaining 2 Taihu stones were securely cordoned off, allowing no person or animal near. Walking among it, Mengu felt a hint of familiarity. The Meng family's backyard was modeled after parts of Qingyuan not included in the blueprints by Meng Push. Though layouts differed, both were crafted by the same hand, sharing clear personal style and technique transitions. Having traversed the Meng family's backyard countless times, each stone and tree ingrained in his mind, strolling through Qingyuan allowed him to grasp the craftsman's intentions. He could even predict 10 meters away should have trees or stones based on the surrounding 2-meter scenery, improving the overall garden effect. Amused, he tried several times, believing he might have a spiritual resonance with the master from the previous dynasty. His Majesty stood before Mengu, clad in a magnificent white fox fur, handsome and dignified. 10 meters behind him was a simple yet elegant Taihu stone, making him appear like a celestial being stepping out of a painting, looking profoundly affectionate. This spot really suited something, perhaps an elegant figure such as His Majesty, or perhaps, a Taihu stone. Mengu's smile froze. That's right, why wasn't there one here? He suddenly realized that the blueprints in Meng Push's possession might have been altered regarding the Qingyuan part. If he were Qiu Jianbai, wouldn't it be more reliable to confuse Meng Push with a half-true, half-fake set of blueprints? This way, even if Meng Push gathered all the Taihu stones, due to their incorrect placement, the mechanism would never activate. And Qiu Jianbai could simply move the stones during the night, allowing him sole access to the treasure. The current Qingyuan was constructed by Liang Yu, so the blueprint he possessed must be genuine. Ji Yang had already compared Liang Yu's blueprint with Meng Push's, finding no differences in detail or positioning. Therefore, the only possible difference must lie in the destroyed Taihu stones' positions. Mengu quickly examined the 2 locations Ji Yang had marked for heavy protection. Indeed, those were awkwardly impractical placements. Ji Yang lacked any aesthetic sense and thus didn't find this odd, but Mengu felt increasingly uneasy. With a flick of his foot, Mengu instinctively looked for another place apart from where Chu Huai was standing. Where was the other location? He glanced down at his feet and inwardly winced. It couldn't be this coincidental, could it? Suddenly, the ground collapsed directly beneath Mengu. A meter-wide patch of grass sank vertically with a dull, rotten boom, as if an elderly person begrudgingly roused from sleep to work, letting out some grumpy coughs to express discontent. In an instant, Mengu vanished from sight. Chu Huai's pupils contracted sharply, waves of panic overwhelmed him. The Prime Minister's pregnant belly of over 7 months couldn't withstand the sudden weightlessness caused by the collapse. Without hesitation, he rushed toward the hole. He had to grab hold of Mengu. The moment he left his spot, another block of red clay rose, perfectly sealing the hole. The surface was solid and dark, its near-century-old, unexposed earth bloody and decayed, resembling deep crimson blood seeping from a monster's mouth after swallowing someone alive. Chu Huai was too late, his foot sinking into the muddy red earth. His hands turned cold, frost forming in his eyes as uncontrollable thoughts of consequences filled his mind. How deep was it? Was there water or land below? If water, it would be icy in winter, perhaps home to some creatures like Lu Mansion. If land, Mengu, clumsy in combat skills, would surely be hurt after falling. Chu Huai's white robes were now stained with red mud as he frantically dug with his bare hands, using his inner strength to dig deeply into the earth, quickly forming a large pit. He had completely lost the composure expected of an emperor. Your Majesty, please stay calm. For the first time, Ji Yang dared to speak against His Majesty, likely learning from the Prime Minister. He forcibly pulled the emperor back, saying, "We don't know how the ground's movement might affect what's underneath. Digging recklessly may lead to catastrophic results. After all, ancient mechanisms love strict precision, doing it wrong might result in mutual destruction." Chu Huai steadied himself, reminding himself not to panic. Below, the darkness and lack of oxygen would frighten Mengu. He was waiting for His Majesty to rescue him. "Summon all the troops in the city. Dig 3 feet underground if necessary to find our Prime Minister. Assemble all craftsmen and decipher the secrets of the blueprints immediately." Chapter 80. Guan Jiasheng also witnessed Meng Rui fall down. Like Meng Rui, he didn't believe in strange forces or mystic arrays. Meng Rui had once analyzed for him out of boredom, that this mechanism probably utilized gravity, each position of the Taihu stones being a point of force application. As long as the weight was correct, it wouldn't matter whether they were Taihu stones or not, the effect would be the same. When all the Taihu stones were in place, and the force reached balance or inclined toward one side, the so-called mechanism could be activated. Back then, during the Washigu expedition, stones were sought not only based on their shapes but also on their mass requirements, which is why it took such a long time. Guan Jiasheng didn't fully understand gravity, but he believed in Meng Rui's analysis. He closed his eyes and recalled everyone's positions from before and Meng Rui's expression at the final moment. Master Meng had stared at the emperor for a long time, then suddenly looked around, and glanced at his feet. Guan Jiasheng guessed that it was the two places where Meng Rui and the emperor stood. Guan Jiasheng combined this guess with Meng Rui's analysis and informed the emperor step by step. Emperor Chu Huaoyan restrained his irritation, listening calmly to Guan Jiasheng's reasoning. How could Meng Rui know everything so clearly and still manage to get himself trapped? Once he returns, there will definitely be some severe spanking. Chu Huaoyan then thought, as long as Meng Rui comes back safely, the emperor will let him spank if he wishes. Find a few jute bags and fill them with sand quickly, Emperor Chu Huaoyan commanded daily for Meng Rui to weigh herself. The cat-like exterior might fool people, but weight was real evidence. Once it became lighter or didn't gain as expected by His Majesty, she would receive personal feeding services from the Emperor of the Great Wei dynasty for 3 days. Under such pressure, the little cat grew well. At this moment, however, Chu Huaoyan regretted immensely. If only Meng Rui's belly had been smaller, perhaps she would have dragged him less in emergencies. The guard soon returned with 2 bags of sand, matching exactly the weight of Emperor Chu Huaoyan and Meng Rui. Just as they were about to place them, Emperor Chu Huaoyan hesitated unusually. "Wait, if the ground collapses again, might it crush Meng Rui?" Guan Jiasheng was silent. The guards had already prepared shovels, ready to dig upon command. Would reckless digging trigger horrifying consequences? 2 paths, 2 choices, no one knew where they led. The air seemed frozen, everyone holding their breath, awaiting the emperor's decision. Chu Huaoyan looked around, both Guan Jiasheng and Ji Yang lowered their heads, none could help him choose. He closed his eyes, recalling Meng Rui's admiration for the entire garden, calling her an age-old friend of the craftsman. Meng Rui always risked her life for friends, even those met by chance. Chu Huaoyan prayed for the first time that this friend would aid Meng Rui just once, only once. Meng Rui helped Guan Jiasheng and Song Qingjia without expecting returns, and Chu Huaoyan felt it wasn't necessary either, because he could give Meng Rui everything. He only hoped Meng Rui would take care of herself more than others. May heaven grant Meng Rui a bit of good fortune, just once. Chu Huaoyan's hands, still muddy, wiped his forehead in confusion. "I trust that heaven never leaves a path unopened. Activate the mechanism." In the instant Meng Rui sank, her hands clung to the edge of the ground, but everything happened too suddenly, she couldn't help but follow the descent. The soil here was red earth, and the walls soft. With great effort, she almost embedded her 5 fingers into the mud to enhance friction with the wall, trying to descend evenly to avoid losing gravity. Fortunately, the area she held onto curved inward slightly, accommodating her abdomen, and it wasn't completely vertical, there was a slight slope. The moment her feet separated from the sinking ground, the top light abruptly disappeared, some unknown mechanism triggering something seamlessly fitting the gap. In that instant, Meng Rui seemed to still hear Emperor Chu Huaoyan's panicked shout. 10 deep claw marks were left in the wall as Meng Rui descended, accumulating increasing amounts of dirt in her palms. Part of the dirt fell into the crevice between her chest and the wall, gradually compressing her survival space. Meng Rui determined that one of her fingernails must have flipped over, excruciating pain running through her heart and lungs. She could no longer differentiate which finger was affected, yet in life and death moments, not a single finger could relax. Sliding slowly in the dark for about the distance of 1 floor, she didn't know how much deeper it went, but images kept flashing in her mind of the emperor carrying her down the cliff. At that time, hadn't the emperor's palm hurt similarly? Wrapping it carelessly in bandages, he refused to let this official examine the wound for 3 days. Meng Rui took deep breaths, remaining calm. She had promised the emperor she would protect herself and her child like Chu Huaoyan protected her. This official keeps promises. Won't deceive in big matters. This official cannot bear seeing the emperor grieve. But the mud falling onto his chest had gradually reached his chin. He could also feel the air below becoming increasingly thin. When Meng Rui was almost desperate, his feet suddenly touched a protruding stone. He used this stone to steady himself, cautiously releasing one hand to clear the mud from his abdomen. However, the situation hadn't improved much. He knew how solid the final soil layer above him was, at least a meter thick. Judging by the sound of the stone plates grinding that he heard, the soil above was covering a huge rock. If he tried breaking it with a sledgehammer, he might be crushed under the falling rocks. If he chose another way out, Meng Rui wasn't sure how long the oxygen here would last for him. Thinking positively, why did they fill the ground back up? Was it to prevent people above from discovering? If so, then for the convenience of future generations after the treasure map was found, there should logically be an exit below. In the surrounding darkness, trapped where he couldn't move, Meng Rui sighed, this official has failed. Suddenly, a rumbling thunder came from above. Meng Rui thought Chu Huayin had found a way to shift the stone, but the sound's direction wasn't right, it was plunging straight down. Even though he couldn't see, Meng Rui clearly felt the overwhelming sensation of an impending apocalypse, like Mount Tai collapsing on him. He closed his eyes, thinking this time there would be no escape. This official promised not to deceive in big matters. But, Your Majesty, may I merely be a small matter in your life? The thunderous sound stopped just 3 inches above his head. In the midst of his racing heartbeat, Meng Rui opened one eye and, unable to hold back his tears, they flowed along his face covered in red mud, forming a surging yellow river. With a sharp crack, the boulder shifted aside, and a door suddenly appeared in front of Meng Rui. A burst of light filled the space, and he squinted for a long while before realizing that on the other side was a tunnel. The source of the glow was a luminous pearl. Meng Rui marveled, the treasures of the previous dynasty really do exist. He had always assumed that the so-called treasures were exaggerated claims made by the dethroned emperor. How much money could be left in the imperial treasury when military salaries couldn't even be paid? He leaned slightly on the rock, pushing off lightly with his toes without looking at how deep it was below, then leapt into the tunnel. Thanks to Mother Jiangyao, even half-baked kung fu can save a life. Meng Rui took down the glowing pearl from the wall and noticed a small hole next to it, holding a faded imperial edict inside. Thinking it would tell him how to get out, he retrieved it and skimmed through its contents. It was really not because he wanted to know where the treasures were. This official only coveted his own emperor's money, treasures from the previous dynasty, even if offered to him, he wouldn't want them. After reading it quickly, he sighed, closed the edict, and thought to himself. Fortunately, it's me, a disinterested and upright official here, otherwise, if someone like Qiu Jian or Bai Liang had come, they probably would have jumped directly in desperation. The edict was personally written by the fallen king, Liang Qingye. He started by boasting about his great accomplishments in gardening. Had the royal garden been completed, history books would undoubtedly remember it as something worthy of admiration. Liang Qingye mentioned that he originally planned to leave a substantial amount of wealth to posterity, enabling them to restore their nation. However, when he finished drafting the plans for Qin Yuan, the imperial garden, he realized the national treasury was almost empty. At this point, rebellions broke out everywhere, peasants rose up against the throne. Liang Qingye's concerns for his personal safety outweighed everything else. On one hand, he continued sending large numbers of imperial guards to Jiangnan's wealthy regions to search for Taihu stones, exploiting the populace further. On the other hand, he spent the final remaining funds from the treasury, originally intended as military salaries for General Li Xiwu, to dig escape tunnels. Li Xiwu's army was the only force during the former dynasty capable of resisting the rebels, but with the empire's collapse imminent, even the general struggled to uphold the remnants of power. Liang Qingye was both clear-headed and pessimistic, understanding that the fall of his kingdom was merely a question of time. Thus, he cut off military rations entirely, investing all leftover money into digging escape tunnels. But upon gazing at the flawless blueprints for the perfect royal garden, he couldn't bear parting with his dream. Craving someone someday to complete it on his behalf, he fabricated a grand lie, telling future generations that building Qin Yuan would lead them to treasure. Liang Qingye declared in the edict, I don't know which generation you belong to among my descendants, but the treasure does not exist. I know it isn't easy to build Qin Yuan, and it might even bring peril to your lives. Therefore, I've dug you a passage. Escape quickly. Oh yes, this luminous pearl is a cherished priceless gemstone that I loved dearly. Don't leave without taking it as a memento. The Qin Yuan cave originated from a natural fissure, with no one knowing exactly how deep it went. Workers initially suspended themselves while carving out the tunnel, dumping excavated dirt directly into the crevice, keeping everything very secretive. Even after dumping enough soil to fill the entire tunnel, it still seemed bottomless when looked down upon. Meng Rui broke out in a cold sweat on his back. If he fell down there, his body would be unrecoverable. He walked hesitantly following the directions on the imperial edict. Because the tunnel hadn't been finished before Liang dynasty's downfall, he wondered if it ended in a dead wall waiting for him. Meng Rui reached the end and used the luminous pearl to illuminate symbols on the wall, accurately locating a wooden bar. With great difficulty, he pulled it out, causing the earthen wall ahead to collapse with a loud boom. Meng Rui quickly stepped back but was still choked by dust. When the dust settled, a narrow crevice appeared, just wide enough for a person to squeeze through sideways. Meng Rui felt as if he could see himself stuck under a bed once more. If His Majesty were here, he'd feel humiliated again. This previous dynasty must have been poor indeed, how else to explain such a small door? Meng Rui expanded it himself, despite the pain, enlarging the opening sufficiently to pass through. On the other side, he found scattered shovels on the ground, and before him lay another wider underground passage. He guessed that this doorway had been dug near the end of the Liang dynasty. The craftsman, hearing that the capital city was about to fall, hastily carved out a crevice and constructed a crude door. Due to its crudeness, without hints, it simply looked like an ordinary wall from both sides. The passage outside connected to a much larger tunnel, one personally used by Emperor Liang Qingya that extended from the capital city into the mountains at the outskirts. The map on the imperial edict ended here. Lost underground and unable to discern directions, Meng Rui wandered aimlessly, knowing that whichever path he chose, it would lead either to the suburbs or Huai Manor. He should thank Liang Yu. While stealing Taihu stones, he had unknowingly completed this unfinished part of the tunnel. Soldiers chasing the whereabouts of the Taihu stones had passed through this tunnel many times, leaving behind footprints. Chu Huayin never expected that, although the mechanism had been triggered and the ground sank, it stopped halfway down with no trace of Meng Rui. Dig! He leapt into the pit amidst cries of shock from others, shouting loudly after receiving no response from Meng Rui and then resolutely choosing the second method. The hole wasn't large, only allowing a few people to work, with soil constantly falling from above. For every bit they dug out, more collapsed down, so they had to transport the dirt out of the hole continuously. This process took a lot of time. When the massive rock fell, it almost erased all 10 claw marks left by Meng Rui on the wall. With trembling hands, Chu Huayin retrieved half of a bloodied fingernail from some mud. Before his eyes, the scene of Meng Rui struggling during his descent reappeared. Large tears splashed onto the ground, blending and dissolving into the earth covered with dirt. Ji Yang, who came down with Chu Huayin, turned away upon seeing this heartbreaking sight, unable to bear watching further. Meng Rui didn't know how long he had walked, his waist and legs aching, fingers throbbing painfully, even the skin inside his thighs rubbed raw by his majesty's touch seemed scratched by salt, hot and painful. From his sleeve, he took out a plum, too dirty to care about cleanliness anymore. It was sour. Recently fond of plums, he always carried one around. Now, suffering from thirst, it barely stimulated saliva in his mouth. Meng Rui dared not rest, knowing his majesty must be deeply worried at this moment. Ahead seemed to be the end, leading upward with steps. Overhead, there was a small exit covered by an iron plate. Recognizing the style, it was confirmed to be the floor of Huai Manor. The iron plate was locked from the outside. Meng Rui tapped on it and shouted hoarsely, "Is anyone there?" "I'm Meng Rui." A tiger, responsible for guarding the manor's treasury, became alert at once upon hearing the sound of official Meng's voice. Almost all the guards of Huai Manor had been dispatched to dig soil in the Qin Yuan garden, leaving a tiger quite worried about Meng Rui. The captain had kept him behind specifically to watch the gate. It was for a tiger's own good. Now his majesty was close to losing his sanity, and if he saw a tiger's face, remembering his twin brother, it could provoke serious trouble. "Official Meng." A tiger called out. "It's me. I'm in the tunnel," replied Meng Rui. Hearing this, a tiger rushed to open the tunnel and saw someone who looked entirely like a muddy figure. If not for those distinct black and white eyes and a slightly swollen abdomen, one might not recognize official Meng at all. Climbing out, Meng Rui, upon seeing familiar a tiger, teared up emotionally. As expected, whether alive or dead, this official remained loyal to Huai Manor. It was inevitable that any chosen path led him back here. "I can't walk anymore. Go and inform His Majesty immediately." "Yes." "Wait." Meng Rui halted him. "Tear off a piece of my clothing. Otherwise, His Majesty might not believe it." Following orders, a tiger tore off a piece of cloth and disappeared like the wind. Another undercover guard moved to help Meng Rui stand, but Meng Rui sat on the ground panting, utterly spent. He had to rest a little longer. "Water, towel, physician." "Just wait, sir." The treasury doors opened, revealing directly opposite to Chu Huayin's private vault. Meng Rui sighed bitterly. What cursed treasure of the former dynasty caused so much chaos? It was far richer in His Majesty's private treasury. Still, this official was foresight, having hugged His Majesty's leg firmly since their first meeting, he never planned to let go. Forevermore. Chapter 81. The plot of land at the new top was very thick. It took a lot of time and effort to clear the red mud on the surface, and there was still a layer of rock underneath. Chu Huayin drilled a hole on the side where Meng Yu fell. Everything was done with great caution, for fear that the whole stone would crack and fall, injuring someone. He crouched down to look inside. It was pitch black and bottomless. Chu Huayin ordered someone to bring a torch and lower it down with a rope. After about 10 feet, the torch gradually went out. Chu Huayin's heart sank. He thought for a moment and then took a plum to throw down. He held his breath and waited for a long time, but there was no sound of the plum hitting the ground. It was as if it had been thrown into an endless abyss, with no echo. Chu Huayin's heart also sank into the abyss. Make the hole bigger, and be careful not to let any debris fall inside. Prepare a long rope, I will go down and take a look. Ji Yang's heart almost leapt into his throat. If the torch would extinguish, wouldn't a person suffocate down there? Your Majesty, let me go. Ji Yang knelt down to offer himself. Martial artists can hold their breath longer than ordinary people, but they wouldn't be able to withstand the challenges of this bottomless pit either. I have made up my mind, no need for further persuasion. Meng Yu is waiting for me below. Below? Is it hell or an abyss? Minister Meng would not wish your majesty to act in such a way. Ji Yang wondered, if Minister Meng knew, would he agree to knocking the emperor unconscious? However, Ji Yang wasn't a match for his majesty. In the meantime, the dark guards kept bringing bundles upon bundles of ropes, connecting them one after another, getting longer and longer, until finally the emperor tied one end around his waist. Ji Yang's head started throbbing as he desperately signaled the dark guards with his eyes. Why are you all grabbing so many ropes? Do I need to tie you all up? And those guys drilling the hole, does our leader usually give too much food, leaving you all with boundless energy? Go chop wood. Ji Yang constantly imagined how Minister Meng would persuade his majesty. Despairingly, he realized that Minister Meng might just seduce his majesty into oblivion with a beauty plan, and even then, his majesty wouldn't fight back. After giving some instructions, Chu Huayin prepared to descend into the hole. From afar, Ji Yang saw someone rushing into the Qin Yuan restricted area, heading toward them. An evil idea came to him, an idea that could deceive his majesty. Hu had been locked up by his brother for a period of time before being rescued. The head of the secret guard then gave him ample rest without assigning tasks for several months. Hu felt his lack of skill contributed to being subdued, which in turn hindered Minister Meng. After recovering from his injuries, he practiced diligently, greatly improving his lightness kung fu, allowing him to reach Qin Yuan from Huai Wang Palace in less than half the usual time. In a rush, Hu charged into the Qin Yuan restricted zone. Your Majesty, Minister Meng. Before he could finish, Leader Ji suddenly appeared like a gust of wind, grabbing his collar and shouting excitedly, "What? The Chancellor has returned? In the palace?" Hu stared dumbfounded. Does our leader have some sort of magical ability to see through everything? But Minister Meng was in Huai Wang Palace, not the palace. He quickly corrected, not in the palace, His collar was suddenly tightened, choking his throat, and Ji Yang didn't give him the chance to continue speaking. Shut up, Ji Yang whispered threateningly to Hu. He planned to lie to the emperor, claiming that Minister Meng found a tunnel below and was now back in the palace. Once his majesty returned to the palace to find Minister Meng, Ji Yang would tie the rope himself, replace his majesty to enter the cave. Even if his majesty discovered the deception, there would be no one left to settle accounts. With a little luck, he might truly find Minister Meng, rescue him, make amends for his sins, and according to his majesty's temper and Minister Meng pleading on his behalf, he probably wouldn't get punished too severely. Ji Yang spoke loudly, drawing Chu Huayin's attention. His face was 3 parts shocked and 7 parts skeptical. Ji Yang, do you even believe yourself? Chu Huayin's voice turned calm, as if accepting some fact. Ji Yang indeed didn't believe his own lies, but he had no other choice but to bluff big. The physician said Minister Meng may give birth soon, and has been calling for your majesty. Wah 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 wah. Hu struggled. Not true, Minister Meng didn't look like he was going to give birth, why scare people like that? For a moment, Chu Huayin wavered. He wanted to believe Ji Yang very much, but when he looked at Hu's expression, he clearly understood the situation differed from what Ji Yang claimed. He inspected the tightness of the rope and turned away saying, the punishment for deceiving the emperor is 80 blows when we return. Why don't you believe me? Ji Yang released Hu, kneeling on the ground. Minister Meng needs your majesty now. Would your majesty not wish to return for one last meeting? Hu finally grasped the situation. His majesty wouldn't believe Ji leader's words and intended to go down the hole to search for the prime minister. He admired Ji leader immensely. Not only did he predict Hu's statement but also deeply understood his majesty. Knowing his majesty wouldn't believe, Ji leader exaggerated, claiming the prime minister was about to give birth. But he admired Minister Meng even more. Early on, foreseeing this awkward situation, Minister Meng had him bring evidence. Mixing with the Chancellor would surely make him increasingly sharp. Your Majesty, the Chancellor came out of the underground passage at Huai Wang Palace, and Hu has the evidence. Ji Yang, hearing the first part of the sentence, thought that Hu had become smart enough to know how to cover for him. But still, Ji Yang thought Hu was naive, saying the palace when he meant Huai Wang Palace. It all unraveled. Then came the mention of evidence, causing Ji Yang's heart to leap. This is a piece of clothing torn by the Chancellor. Today was the second time Hu had been grabbed by his collar. Chu Huayin snatched the piece of cloth, staring incredulously at the familiar patterns on it. It was covered in red mud and scratches, ragged and worn, and it even carried a faint sour plum smell. Beggars wouldn't want it, but in his majesty's eyes, it was priceless. Chu Huayin's expression shifted from shock to doubt, then realization and urgency. What did Ji Yang say earlier? Was my little cat about to give birth? The emperor became slightly disoriented, entirely forgetting the discrepancies between Ji Yang's and Hu's statements. He almost stumbled as he activated his lightness kung fu, leaving everyone behind in an instant, rushing towards Huai Wang Palace. The next sentence stuck in Hu's throat unsaid. Minister Meng was fine and wasn't pregnant. Ji Yang. Ji Yang, why didn't I let Hu finish speaking? Your Majesty, wait. Ji Yang hurried after him. Meng Yu lay on the floor of the storeroom, too exhausted to stand up, sipping water from the bent spout of a teapot at the corner of his mouth. He dared not carry the Prime Minister lest His Majesty be jealous. Secret guards found a stretcher and exaggeratedly lifted the minister onto the bed used by His Majesty when he was still Prince of Huai. In a daze, Meng Yu had the strange feeling of entering a delivery room. Lu Yixio rushed over and saw Minister Meng covered in mud like a white radish pulled from the earth, only his face was clean and lustrous. "What have you done?" Lu Yixio asked, startled. Meng Yu extended his hand. "The story is long, could you quickly take care of this fingernail?" Lu Yixio checked his pulse first, examining his stomach to ensure the child was unharmed. Meng Yu's fingers were caked with red mud, hiding their original appearance, and Lu Yixio swiftly noticed that the flesh and dirt under his middle finger were mixed into a gruesome lump. "Hurry," said Lu Yixio, "the Emperor will be back soon." This doctor lacked compassion. He cleaned Meng Yu's hand with a damp cloth, except for the nail, then painstakingly used a silver needle to pick away every bit of soil. The process felt numb and prickling, creating a very sour sensation. Meng Yu had never stayed in the main chamber of Huai Wang Palace before, observing everything while shifting his gaze around the room, trying to distract himself. Lu Yixio blew on his nails, giving a meaningful sigh. "Next time, remember to ask the Emperor to cut your nails on time. It must have caused trouble because they grew too long." "Meng Yu, is such a trivial matter something I can't handle myself?" "Be patient." Lu Yixio poured some medicine onto the wound, washing away the mud clinging to the inside of the flesh. Meng Yu screamed. Twice. What remained of the fingernail hung loosely, flipping upward, prompting Lu Yixio to ask if he should just rip it off. Meng Yu turned pale. "My body is given by my parents." "No thanks." Lu Yixio trimmed the nail down to its root and bandaged it like a bear's paw. "Meng Yu, it's just one finger. Why does the whole palm have to be wrapped? The finger is so small, you'll forget how much it hurts once it heals. This way, it remains memorable. To tell the truth, I could suggest the Emperor suspends your entire hand, treating it as though it were broken." This doctor was tough. Meng Yu had no words to counter. The coat, already thick, weighed 2 jin more with a layer of mud. Feeling relieved after shedding it, Meng Yu decided. "Prepare hot water, I need to bathe." Lu Yixio advised, "You cannot get your hand wet. Wait until the Emperor comes back, he can help you." Meng Yu thought, how could he allow the Emperor to see him in this dirty state? Not handsome, looking like a beggar. "I'll use my right hand." Lu Yixio silently looked at the large abrasions on the back of Meng Yu's right hand. This doctor appeared ready to report everything, forcing Meng Yu to abandon the idea of bathing himself. Instead, he let the servants wash his hair for him first. The Prime Minister's hair was full of mud, requiring 2 buckets of hot water just to clean it barely. Meng Yu estimated that the Emperor would return soon, and ordered them to prepare 2 buckets of hot water for a bath. As soon as Chu Huayin entered Huai Wang Palace, he saw hot water being carried in and out. However, where was Meng Yu? And why so silent? He abruptly pushed open the door, panicking. Was the baby born? "Where's Meng Yu?" Meng Yu was seated on the bed, eyes half closed in drowsiness, holding a piece of lotus cake that he had only taken half a bite of. The sudden sound of His Majesty's voice startled him so much that he dropped the pastry. "I wasn't prepared to give birth yet." When Chu Huayin saw Meng Yu sitting well on the bed, his heart settled. Having assisted Meng Yu with lessons before, he knew that labor was not something resolved in an instant, it could take hours after initial pain before the birth. But this didn't seem applicable for a premature situation. Chu Huayin realized Ji Yang was lying, almost fearing it was a hallucination. Afraid of his dirty hands touching Meng Yu, he braced himself against the wall, trapping Meng Yu between his chest and the wall, and kissed him deeply. It was real, his little cat had found its way back. Chu Huayin felt his heart come alive again. He deepened the kiss, never wanting to experience another loss like this again. With fierce hunger, Chu Huayin bit down on Meng Yu's lips, spreading a faint taste of blood. It calmed the agitated nerves while awakening the beast inside. Meng Yu made no sound, feeling the warmth trickling down his chin. Pain struck his heart as his hands clutched around His Majesty's neck, returning Chu Huayin's affection entirely. "I'm sorry for making you worry again." After the kiss ended, Meng Yu opened his eyes and saw His Majesty's red-rimmed eyes and muddy forehead. This unexpected disaster had left both of them disheveled. He scratched His Majesty's neck gently, SSS. Careless, he used the injured finger. Dr. Lu had indeed thought ahead. Chu Huayin remembered how frightened he was when seeing the nail cap fallen into the soil. He carefully reconsidered Dr. Lu's suggestion to suspend Meng Yu's left hand. The Prime Minister had no choice but to use his charm to calm His Majesty down. Still worried about other injuries on his body, Chu Huayin asked, "Did you examine all areas? Does your stomach hurt?" "Meng Yu, there is actually one spot I didn't dare let the doctor check." Seeing Chu Huayin grow stern, his Adam's apple moving as if he were about to erupt in anger, Meng Yu hastily pointed at his thigh chafed raw. "This isn't entirely my fault." Chapter 82. Chu Huai first quickly took a shower himself, then helped Meng chew his body, rejecting his request to bathe. "Good boy, with so many wounds, don't get wet." He carefully removed Meng Chu's pants and noticed some mild redness and skin abrasions on the inner thigh. He went to fetch some anti-swelling ointment. Meng Chu found this pose rather embarrassing, but for the convenience of applying medicine, he could only let Chu Huai work quietly. The cool ointment and tender breath touching his skin caused ripples of shivers. His Majesty not only refused to let him bathe, but also dared to kiss him there. Meng Chu grabbed Chu Huai's hair. Are we done? We're done. Chu Huai pulled his pants back on. Tonight, His Majesty was overly proper. They hugged each other to sleep, yet Meng Chu always felt uneasy. Falling asleep with such thoughts in mind, he naturally woke up halfway through the night. Missing His Majesty, Meng Chu turned over in his arms. Just as their eyes met, Chu Huai's were already wide awake. For how long had Chu Huai looked at him clearly in the dark? Meng Chu sat up. Why aren't you sleeping? Chu Huai held his hand. I'm afraid you'll press your fingers. The doctor said to be especially careful these few days. All wrapped up like this, pressing them won't hurt. Meng Chu tugged Chu Huai's sleeves. Let's sleep. Chu Huai made no move. Meng Chu felt his eyes water, knowing that Chu Huai was indeed shaken this time. But he was a son of heaven, a wise monarch, a leader of millions, so all those tense and frightened negative emotions had to be digested silently in the darkness. But he was the Prime Minister, and more importantly, a lover. Anything could be told to him, whether it be public or private affairs, family matters or state issues. Even if they didn't speak a word, locking him up until Chu Huai was reassured would do. 3 months ago, if someone had told Meng Chu that they'd lock him up, he would have rolled his eyes and thought of a way to escape. But now, as long as Chu Huai could feel more at ease, Meng Chu believed, you can lock me to the bedpost with that 100-meter-long chain from last time until I witness our baby being born. However, after the last misunderstanding, Meng Chu knew that although Chu Huai might have considered it, what made him truly great was that he would never use such means against his own beloved. As Chu Huai followed him to sit up, Meng Chu gritted his teeth, pushed Chu Huai down, straddled his legs, and reached out to untie his belt. Meng Chu believed His Majesty needed an outlet, but due to the reasons related to his own body, he could only pamper and protect him, unwilling to let him know about the negative emotions. He felt heartbroken for such a Chu Huai. Since we can't sleep, let's do something interesting. Though Prime Minister wanted to assert dominance, unfortunately, this statement lacked any strength and came with a sob instead, making him resemble a little bride forcibly taken by a tyrant. Why are you crying? How could Chu Huai let Meng Chu actually continue sitting down? He gripped Meng Chu's armpits. I'm just a bit frightened afterward. Meng Chu was carried away from the danger zone, yet he wouldn't let go, either sleep or have me. Your Majesty chooses. Truly a headache-inducing question. The latter seemed very attractive, but different from Meng Chu, His Majesty was quite obedient to medical advice. Taking advantage of his hesitation, Meng Chu fanned the flames, leaving no room for retreat. It happened remarkably fast. Chu Huai, veins popping on his forehead, I hope 4 months from now you remain this proactive. He restrained Meng Chu's mischievous hands. This time, we change places. Meng Chu fetched a plum from the bedside, snapping it into his mouth with a crunch, sour enough to furrow his eyebrows, but successfully suppressing another taste. Chu Huai, let me get you water to rinse. Prime Minister arrogantly waved his hand to stop him. No. Lie down and sleep. Taking the opportunity to switch positions to the outer side of the bed, he exuded the air of a true head of the household. Our official tonight can't have worked for nothing. Don't pretend to sleep, I can see through you. Chu Huai helplessly sighed. If he didn't sleep tonight, Meng Chu likely wouldn't either. However, being monitored while sleeping was an unprecedented occurrence in his memory. Chu Huai stared at Meng Chu's big belly. Wasn't this the special treatment meant for the little one inside? In one swift motion, Chu Huai scooped up Meng Chu and placed him on the inside of the bed. I promise I won't overthink things. Although Meng Chu could see when he pretended to sleep, Chu Huai lacked this skill. An adequate sleep was essential for Meng Chu. Chu Huai feared he wouldn't sleep while Meng Chu strained himself to keep him company, which immediately alarmed him. In the middle of the night, the two were both intent on supervising each other yet worried about the other pretending to sleep. So they competed to see who would fall asleep later. What happened to trust between people? Since the Prime Minister returned to the capital, he hadn't shown up in front of the ministers, but all the ministers knew that Meng Chu had participated in court affairs every day. After all, as soon as His Majesty opened his mouth, it was about Envoy Meng or Chancellor Meng. He had apparently become a legend in the imperial court. When Meng Chu woke up, Chu Huai had already gone to court. He couldn't remember who fell asleep first last night, but His Majesty should not have continued to be sleepless. Calling for Little Jiao in a friendly manner, he said, I want to go to the imperial kitchen. Little Jiao gave a very understanding expression. The Empress was hungry. What does Mr. Meng want to eat? Let the imperial kitchen send it over. It's no trouble, I'll just go take a look. When Meng Chu arrived at the imperial kitchen, the specialized chef assigned for Meng Chu greeted him, asking if there was anything special he wanted to eat today. Meng Chu thought about the usual midday meal and randomly mentioned 4 dishes: bamboo chicken breast, camel hoof soup, 8 treasure duck. Buddha jumps over the wall. Please ask Master Lu to teach me how to cook these dishes. Although unsure, Meng Chu urged, Your Majesty will finish court soon. We need to hurry. As Master Lu watched Meng Chu pick up 2 cleavers to try them out, his eyelid twitched and he looked very uneasy. Then His Majesty probably wouldn't eat any lunch today. Mr. Meng has injuries on his hands, so why not watch me cook a complete set for you? Master Lu suggested cleverly. Meng Chu shook his head. This official today intended to give His Majesty tender care and would not delay. Realizing the difficulty of the 4 dishes after seeing Master Lu's struggles, Meng Chu resolutely changed to something simpler. Meng Chu chose tomatoes, dried mushrooms, pork belly, taro, clams, cucumbers, and more. With one hand unable to touch water and the other having wounds on its back, he could only use 5 fingers to briefly wash the ingredients under the water. They were originally clean, and he was only cooking for 2 people, so washing the vegetables was just for show. Then he placed a heap of vegetables on the cutting board, holding the cleaver with one hand while keeping the other behind his back, chopping fiercely with a sound like wind. Cutting without any particular rules, after roughly chopping everything, he crushed garlic, chopped onions, heated oil in the pot, added aroma, put meat in first, and then dumped the vegetables into stir-fry. After rinsing 2 measures of rice and placing them into a pot with water, he then poured the stir-fried vegetables in, stirred evenly, seasoned with salt and sauce, and covered the pot. Wiping his hands, this was the only type of simple rustic hodgepodge stew that Meng Chu knew how to cook. Help me keep an eye on the fire so it doesn't burn. It started snowing outside, and Meng Chu waited for Chu Huai outside the Xuanhe Hall. Deciding to indulge the emperor a bit, Meng Chu dismissed Little Jiu, held the emperor's fox fur coat under the eaves, and waited for someone. Little Jiu shivered. Should he notify the emperor? A shadow approached from far away. Just as the secret guard was heading toward the emperor's chambers, he saw Meng Chu outside the Xianjing Hall and suddenly stopped, nearly slipping on the snowy ground. Master, Xia Yinghong has awakened. What did he say? Your subordinate hurried to inform you, and I didn't know what he said. The secret guard scratched the back of his head, feeling somewhat awkward. Clearly, Master Meng was waiting for the emperor to finish court, so this trip might as well mean stealing the emperor away. Meng Chu slapped his thigh. Let's go to the Meng residence. Upon moving, he remembered he still had a piece of clothing in his hands. Pausing, he told the secret guard, go find Manager Guan. I won't be going. All officials filed out one after another, and Chu Huai, eager to return to see Meng Chu, left without putting on his cloak or taking an umbrella, even more anxious than usual. Just as he stepped out of the Xianjing Hall, he saw a little cat-like figure looking at him through the heavy snowfall, with smiling eyes. Chu Huai, why are you standing outside in the snow? Waiting for your majesty. Just like that. Chu Huai became wary, offering favors for no reason must indicate some hidden motive. Meng Chu tiptoed and awkwardly draped the fox fur over Chu Huai, blocked by his large stomach, making it seem like his arms were too short. He felt a bit frustrated. You crouch down a bit. This was the first time Chu Huai was served by someone who also had to squat down to help him dress. But since this person was Meng Chu, even kneeling would do. Chu Huai slightly bent over, his palm supporting Meng Chu's waist, when suddenly he felt Meng Chu's belly move. Mr. Meng, he is moving, Chu Huai exclaimed, experiencing fetal movement for the first time. He was thrilled, half squatting down and pressing his face against the belly, like a child seeing snow for the first time, finding everything in the world new and wondrous. But why did there seem to be a scent of food on the clothes? After a moment, Chu Huai raised his head. We will attend court together tomorrow. Uncle has returned, and I have an edict to announce. Meng Chu was surprised, thinking the emperor would wait until after the new year to make the announcement. All right. He didn't inquire specifically how Chu Huai planned to arrange it, but he was sure it wouldn't disappoint. Meng Chu was soft-spoken and compliant today, but Chu Huai found nothing unusual at the lunch table. Only when Little Jiu finally presented a pot of food whose contents couldn't be identified did Chu Huai reach the peak of his surprise. Has the imperial chef gone on strike today? Chu Huai was about to let Little Jiu take it away and replace it with something else. How could Meng Cho, who was now pregnant, eat such food? Suddenly having a premonition, he glanced at Meng Cho. Meng Cho scratched his cheek. Even this official did not expect it would turn out like this. The meat pieces were of various sizes, some vegetables were crushed into pulp while others remained intact. The only point worthy of praise in this pot of rice was that, the heat was just right, neither burnt nor raw. However, this merit did not come from the Prime Minister's hands. Meng Cho covered the pot of pig feed and said, let's still ask the Imperial Kitchen to remake it. Don't bother, I'll taste it. Chu Huai immediately served himself a large bowl and took a big bite, regardless of whether it was tasty or not, as it was rare for Meng Cho to cook. It tastes good. Although it didn't look appetizing. Really? Meng Cho also took a bite and sighed with relief. This level of difficulty in cooking suited him perfectly. But it looks a bit ugly, which might ruin the appetite when looking at it. How could it be ugly? Chu Huai comforted him. I look at your beloved face while eating. Could have 3 bowls. Xia Yinghong was born frail, so the Xia family sent him to a Taoist temple to practice martial arts, and they saw him only a few times a year. His junior master brother, Song Qingjia, was picked up by the master in a heavy snowfall. He couldn't even cry at first. Xia Yinghong was only 6 years old then, learning to take care of the baby. They struggled together and grew up supporting each other. Last year, the layer of misunderstanding between Xia Yinghong and Song Qingjia broke, so they bid farewell to their master and left the mountain. Xia's parents strongly opposed their relationship together since Xia Yinghong was the only son in the family. How could he be with a man who could not bear children? Xia Yinghong was firm in his stance. Later, Xia's mother gave in, saying that if Xia Yinghong could pass the imperial examination and bring glory to the family, she would overlook the issue of ending the family line, and insisted that Xia Yinghong go to the capital for the examination without taking that fox spirit to avoid distraction. Xia Yinghong had no intention of pursuing an official career before but decided to participate in the imperial examination for Song Qingjia's sake. When Xia's mother saw him willing to take the exam for an outsider, it instead proved how changeable human nature was. She believed it wouldn't be difficult to arrange a marriage for him with a woman, and began organizing wedding affairs. Xia Yinghong and Xia's mother argued, and she got so angry that she hit her son hard. She hit without control, seeing her son's resolute attitude, and despite hitting him, he didn't fight back. If you can agree, you may beat me to vent your anger. In the heat of the moment, she pushed him around and accidentally pushed Xia Yinghong off the high platform in front of the Xia family ancestral hall. Xia Yinghong, caught off guard, fell and hit his head, resulting in amnesia. Xia's mother was overjoyed, deceiving him to take the imperial examination in the capital and subsequently relocating the entire family. However, along the way, Xia Yinghong gradually remembered some things, recalling that he was a Taoist priest, not a scholar, insisting on returning to the Taoist temple. Xia's mother dared not let him return to Qingzhou, so she sent him to the Qingshu Taoist temple. When Xia Yinghong opened his eyes, it was snowing heavily outside, reminiscent of the day when his master picked Song Qingjia from the snow. He struggled to sit up and get out of bed. He must go to Qingzhou where Song Qingjia waited for him. The door creaked open as Song Qingjia pushed the door and came in. "Big brother." Xia Yinghong blinked, somewhat dazed, not knowing what had happened in between. Especially, how did this belly come about? Chapter 83. Song Qingjia was overjoyed, but when he saw Xia Yinghong staring at his belly, he suddenly didn't know where to put his hands, neither covering nor supporting felt right. Was this going to look ugly? Would Master Xia not want this child? Xia Yinghong saw him standing there dumbfounded and assumed Song Qingjia blamed him for not returning to Qingzhou earlier. In a rush of anxiety, he said, "Little brother, I'm sorry, I." His words seemed too faint to compensate for the sins of taking his junior disciple off the mountain and abandoning him in Qingzhou. Moreover, Song Qingjia was carrying his child. He had unintentionally committed the ultimate betrayal by abandoning his wife and child. Xia Yinghong slapped himself hard, causing his chest wound to reopen and bleed again faintly. "What are you doing?" Song Qingjia hurriedly interjected, "Big brother, don't act like this." "Oh yes. Dr. Lu said that when you wake up, you need to drink some medicine." "Wait a moment." Song Qingjia vanished in an instant, leaving Xia Yinghong worried and shouting after him, "Don't run so fast, cough cough. Slow down." The faithless man had awakened, and the dark bodyguard entered with the air of someone finally having their day of vindication. "How many times did your wife cry silently at night because of your faithlessness? She doesn't seem ready to tell you, but we, her wicked family, enjoy recounting stories like these. So, let's start from the 2 escape attempts from Qinhuang Mansion." As they prepared themselves tea and seeds, along with heart-saving pills while Song Qingjia wasn't around, they told Xia Yinghong that his mother almost kicked Song Qingjia's child out of existence if it weren't for the timely intervention of our Prime Minister. Xia Yinghong tightly clutched the bedding beneath him, veins protruding on his forehead as anguish, regret, and anger intertwined across his face. The bodyguard acted quickly, stuffing a life-saving pill into his mouth. "Your mother is now locked away in prison. You must decide whose side you stand on." The bodyguard threw the sharp question. If Xia Yinghong stood by his mother, they'd send her to fetch him home, and Song Qingjia would go his separate way, with no contact ever again. Footsteps approached from outside. As Song Qingjia entered, followed by Guan Jiasheng, Xia Yinghong spoke firmly, "My mother only wants a son who will bow to her wishes. Now that I've regained my memories, the obedient Xia Yinghong has died." Song Qingjia entered, trailed by Guan Jiasheng. Guan Jiasheng explained the purpose of his visit. "This matter is significant. I cannot help but ask you now, what happened the night you left the mountain?" Xia Yinghong recalled, "I heard from my juniors that I used to cultivate Taoism at Shufeng Pavilion. I always felt I forgot something important, so I decided to investigate. That night, I hastily packed a few items and just before leaving the city, I encountered an acquaintance. A few days ago, when Xia Yinghong was on watch during the night, a black-clad figure had intruded into Qingshu Temple. Xia Yinghong fought with him but allowed him to escape. Qingshu Temple was poor and had nothing worth stealing, they hadn't given it much thought then. However, days later, the military officials announced that someone impersonated Qingshu Temple and participated in a rebellion. Xia Yinghong then realized that the black-clad person had come to steal the seal of Qingshu Temple. When he left the city, he met that man again. The man seemed anxious to leave the city, so Xia Yinghong intended to capture him to clear Qingshu Temple's name. They fought all the way from the city gate to the outskirts of the capital. Finally, Xia Yinghong lost the battle, sustained serious injuries, and fell unconscious, waking up here. He also suffered severe injuries and shouldn't have gotten far. Guan Jiaxing asked, what distinctive features does he have? After pondering for a moment, Xia Yinghong replied, I struck his right arm with my sword, and there's a birthmark on the back of his right hand. Guan Jiaxing bade farewell, saying, until we find this person, Daoist Xie remains a suspect. Please do not leave Meng's estate for the next few days. As long as I'm here, Big Brother won't leave, Song Qingjia interrupted eagerly. Even after waiting months in vain, Song Qingjia still naturally felt close and trusting towards Xia Yinghong. Xia Yinghong's eyes watered slightly, yes. Since awakening, Meng Zhuo had been busy cooking and waiting for visitors, trying to emulate the ideal image of a virtuous wife from popular storybooks. Emperor Chu Huayin caught Meng Zhuo's shoulder-massaging hands and said, if you're willing to let me serve you quietly, I'd be thankful enough. Letting Meng Zhuo serve him made Emperor Chu Huayin feel as though he were aging prematurely. Meng Zhuo retorted, am I really exploiting you? Did you punish Ji Yang with 80 cane strikes? Meng Zhuo pleaded for mercy, actually, it was my idea transmitted through secret communication to Ji Yang. If you wish to beat someone, strike me. Meng Zhuo pushed out his stomach confidently. Strike wherever, he could handle it. Chu Huayin pinched his behind roughly, you've lied to the emperor countless times. Do you truly think what Ji Yang did was right? Whatever the reason might be, deceiving the emperor should never be tolerated without consequences, otherwise, others might mimic it and undermine the emperor's authority. One time. Meng Zhuo grinned broadly, there's still 79 left. Chu Huayin sighed, if you care about him so much, I might grow jealous. Meng Zhuo, but I think these blows should have fallen on me. Ji Yang held back the irrational emperor, and he was very grateful. If the emperor had really gone down into the cave and something happened, what would be the point of all his hardships getting out of the secret tunnel? You don't need to worry too much about him. The ones dealing blows are his own men. Would they really harm him? Just for show, that's enough, everyone here knows how to read the situation. Really? Would your emperor deceive you? At this moment, joy filled the dark guard chamber. The leader Ji was going to get 80 strokes. Don't push, form a line, 1 stroke per person, everyone will get their turn. The crafty dark guards held soft cushions, inflating prices as they sought profit, 10 taels each, 2 for 30. There was no help for it, Ahu had won a large sum betting that Meng Zhuo would become the royal consort. He'd even arranged a marriage. The rest of the dark guards were not only single but also impoverished. They could only exploit leader Ji. Ji Yang, having had his salary docked entirely, warned, think it over, otherwise tomorrow's rice price might rise. A rise would mean only 1 bowl of rice daily. The ever-hungry dark guards regretfully offered their soft cushions, this is our tribute to the leader. On Ahu's wedding day, they must eat enough to reclaim the money they lost. The feather-light paddle struck Ji Yang's back. It didn't hurt, but with so many people taking turns, the session lasted an entire hour. After 80 paddles, Ji Yang stood up like nothing happened and said calmly, there's not enough firewood in the backyard, go chop some in order. Ungrateful wretches. That night, Meng Zhuo watched the emperor fall asleep before closing his eyes himself. Tomorrow would be court, and now it was his turn to stay awake. He wondered what the minister's reactions would be. The phrase, to serve the ruler by beauty, was something he'd once joked about, but now that it was true, Meng Zhuo felt that he still didn't want to hear such rumors. After all they'd been through, how could 4 words disgrace what he and Chu Huayin shared? How dare they desecrate the emperor's sincere affection? But words belong to others, thought Meng Zhuo. He resolved to prove that he'd ascended to the position of chancellor through real talent, to leave a name in history that would overshadow this scandal. Prime Minister Meng Zhuo, brimming with righteousness, longed to wake up and deal with 10 pounds of memorials. After more than 10 days, Meng Zhuo's exclusive chair finally resumed its function. When the ministers arrived at the Xianjing Hall, Meng Zhuo sat solemnly in the Grand Master's chair, a blanket covering his knees. Officer Ji stood beside him. The Minister of War approached enthusiastically to chat, saying that thanks to Prime Minister Meng Zhuo's efforts, his daughter had returned home and would soon marry Mr. Yan Xiang. Mr. Meng has done my daughter an immense favor, said the war secretary, bowing without fully recognizing Meng Zhuo, wearing a bright smile. I just happened to recognize her, Minister Lin, there's no need to remember it, said Meng Zhuo humbly, thinking, if you knew that I let the 2 run away at first, would you still be so welcoming? The marriage chart has been confirmed, the birth dates match, and the wedding is set for the 8th day of the first lunar month. We sincerely hope Mr. Meng can grace us with his presence, said the Secretary of War, gleaming with admiration. Was it because Prime Minister Meng recognized Lin Wan immediately, did he favor her looks? Lin Wan had a younger sister who looked exactly like her. Satisfied, the Secretary of War sized up Meng Zhuo, descendant of military family, both literary and martial talents, a favorite at the emperor's side. Hadn't he always dodged matchmakers who couldn't find him at home? Of course he hadn't married yet. Looking at this composed demeanor, and those long elegant, the Secretary of War suddenly widened his eyes. Meng Zhuo's blanket slipped slightly, revealing a pregnancy bump of at least 6 or 7 months. Pregnant. The Secretary of War withdrew to his original position dazedly. Others who arrived later had no time to greet Meng Zhuo and naturally didn't see his belly. Court begins. Chu Huayin indicated that Meng Zhuo didn't need to perform a formal bow, discussing important matters first. Then he turned and asked, General Jiang Yi has reached the capital this morning. This great general broke the northern D again, achieving glorious merits. Gentlemen, what do you suggest I reward him with? The title of general alone was already resounding, there seemed to be no higher ranks to grant. Yan Xiang suggested, Your Majesty may reward the family of the general's house. The Empress Dowager of Chu Huayin became queen exactly in this way. A precedent existed. However, apart from a pregnant little cat, the general's house had no female relatives. Xiao Jiu announced the decree. All officials knelt down, guessing that the emperor would likely bestow a royal prince or princess to either Jiang Yi or Jiang Xinmeng. Meng Zhuo, hear the imperial decree. The officials listened, gradually sensing something wasn't right. Meng Zhuo, who quelled chaos and governed wisely, possesses great talent for the world. Your emperor loves him greatly. Now Meng Zhuo is hereby appointed as empress, consolidating internal and external affairs, emphasizing pure lineage, bringing close wise subjects, honoring ancestral temples, clarifying law and order. Subject receives the decree. This. The ministers were completely baffled, but when they heard the phrase, upholding legitimate lineage, their hearts skipped a beat as they looked anxiously at Meng Zhuo for confirmation. By now, Meng Zhuo had already stood up, his prominent abdomen clearly visible. Could it be, the royal seed? The ministers who had intended to oppose suddenly fell silent. No wonder the emperor, upon returning to court, immediately declared that men could be primary spouses and enforced mandatory childbearing for both sexes with severe penalties. Everyone assumed it was due to the disgusting actions of Prince Qing, which had crossed the emperor's red line. They hadn't imagined this deeper reason. Now, both inside and outside the court, the legitimacy of men as primary spouses was recognized. Any further opposition would mean going against their own earlier rulings and undermining their authority. For years, the emperor refused to appoint consorts or an empress, citing national mourning as an excuse and continuously delaying it. The ministers were utterly anxious and almost resorted to threatening death to press the matter. Now, with the emperor revealing he even had a child, what else could they do besides congratulate? Based on the timeline, Meng Zhuo must have been intimate with His Majesty right after returning to the capital. What a precise and unmatched judgment and speed. Meng Zhuo had chosen the right side. The ministers looked at Meng Zhuo with fiery admiration, regretting they didn't realize this sooner themselves. Emperor Chu Huayin feared there might be dangerous elements hidden among the ministers who might challenge the imperial decree and harm Meng Zhuo. He stepped down from the dragon throne, took hold of Meng Zhuo, and swept his gaze across the assembly. I have no harem affairs to attend to, and the chancellor's talents should not be buried. By special decree, Meng Zhuo shall concurrently serve as both empress and chancellor. This unprecedented arrangement fused the palace and the court together, making Meng Zhuo fear that His Majesty might be inviting criticism for such boldness. Yet, the emperor stated this with complete confidence. When the deputy minister of rights timidly raised concerns about violating ancestral laws and jeopardizing the court's decorum, the emperor simply replied, Meng Zhuo does not interfere in palace matters, and I do not establish a harem. We both remain focused on state affairs, there will be no conflicts between us. The censor-in-chief voiced worries that the empress family might grow too powerful, leading to potential rebellion by influential relatives, thus endangering the nation and putting the crown prince in peril. To this, the emperor answered, the general's family has served loyally for generations, and the chancellor never engaged in factional politics. If all officials here stay loyal to our dynasty and resist seditious slander, there is nothing to worry about. Do you doubt my trust in myself and the chancellor, or are you unsure of your own loyalty? The emperor debated fiercely with the assembled ministers, leaving Meng Zhuo deeply impressed. Then why do you always lose your temper with me? Am I not someone who reasons things out logically? Chapter 84. Jiang Yi supported the new king of Beidi to the throne, leaving a garrison at the royal court of Beidi before returning to the capital with Yuan. He bought various strange and quirky little trinkets along the way for his yet-to-be-born nephew-grandson, regardless of whether they would be useful or not, filling up the carriage. Yuan, the nephew will only be born in the spring. Why buy this snack? It will be moldy by then. Jiang Yi, we were not there when Zhou'er was born. Though it is more than 10 years late, I still want to give him a make-up gift. Uncle Jiang gently shook a small rattle in his hand. Back then, the Zhou family might not have even wanted to buy this for Meng Zhou. Give me 30, Jiang Yi said to the stall owner. He had two nephews, one passed away at a young age, and another about to be born. As their uncle, he showed no favoritism between the two. Yuan didn't know why Jiang Yi wanted to buy so many things, assuming he liked children, and suggested, let's have one ourselves. If you could have a child, I'd certainly return to Beidi to earn him an heir to the throne, said Jiang Yi, usually without ambition but unusually ambitious this time around. Jiang Ya once concealed the mark on the sole of Meng Zhou's foot, perhaps her parents-in-law did something similar. Then she got chased 2 miles away by the general. And lost, terribly. Jiang Yi sent word ahead that Chu Huiying should not tell Meng Zhou the exact time of his return to the capital, fearing that Meng Zhou would trouble himself to go out of the city to meet him. By the time he arrived in the capital, he had already become the grand uncle, looking around the capital, who had a higher status than him. Under Meng Zhou's strong opposition, Chu Huiying gradually abandoned the idea of holding the grand ceremony of making the empress, though the dowry was still necessary. When Jiang Yi returned, a procession of red decorations stretched 10 miles from Huai Wang's mansion to the general's mansion. The national treasury was controlled by Meng Zhou, so Chu Huiying almost emptied Huai Wang's private treasury, even dismantling the roof to send to the general's residence, and even fished half of the snow-spotted fish into the pond at the general's residence. It was very much like a poor boy marrying, presenting all his belongings in front of a powerful relative-in-law. People in the capital had never seen such a grand show. The Jiang family was indeed prestigious, reminding everyone inadvertently of the notorious Meng Fushan. If he hadn't betrayed Jiang Yao while being the chancellor, the capital would have been the world of the Chu, Meng, and Jiang families. You can say people who do bad things can't even stand in the eyes of the heavens. Hey, have you all gone to worship at the land temple next to the general's residence? With a family producing generals, prime ministers, and empresses, you can pray for official rank, marriage fortune, or wealth. It's very effective. Jiang Yi entered the palace with the tiger token commanding 40 million troops from the northern border to find Chu Huiying. His Majesty's sincerity towards Meng Zhou he had seen, now it was time for the general's mansion to make a gesture. Meng Zhou was both the prime minister and the empress. If the baby in her stomach turned out to be a prince, there was a high possibility it would be the crown prince. Jiang Yi also held the command over 40 million troops, and was entangled with Yuan from Beidi. Too much power concentrated made people envious and nervous, which wasn't actually a good thing. Chu Huiying stroked the tiger token handed down through generations of the Jiang family, having once changed hands, ultimately proving that only the Jiang family deserved it. Now Dawei had no warfare, and the uncle treated it as part of Meng Zhou's dowry, returning it. The general's mansion was always generous with dowries for the younger generation, like Jiang Yao, like Meng Zhou. Chu Huiying, if Meng Zhou knew the uncle would do this, she might elope. If the general is tired of war, your majesty would naturally reclaim this tiger token. But if it's because of my majesty's marriage to Meng Zhou, I cannot accept it. The uncle is a great commander protecting our nation, a symbol of peace. Meng Zhou and her unborn child depend on you, general. If I reclaimed your military authority right now, Meng Zhou would certainly scold me as a foolish emperor. She probably would elope, fainting with 8 months of pregnancy just imagining it. Jiang Yi, she dare. Chu Huiying looked at him quietly, you hit her. I wouldn't. Jiang Yi. Just talk. Oh, by the way, the dowry I sent to the general's mansion was Meng Zhou's idea. Uncle should fully accept it. Meng Zhou didn't wish to hold the grand ceremony of making the empress, thus no need for the dowry either. At first, the general's mansion had spent all its resources for Jiang Yao's dowry. There was no reason to ask Uncle Jiang to provide a dowry for Meng Zhou too. Besides, when Chu Huiying married Meng Zhou to be both the queen and prime minister, the concept of marriage really didn't apply. Uncle clearly disapproved. Jiang Yao's dowry was practically used entirely for finding her father and brother, effectively giving none. To compensate Meng Zhou double was fair. The general's mansion failed to protect Jiang Yao well enough, so this time it must surely ensure the safety and prosperity of Meng Zhou and her future grandson. Jiang Yi knelt respectfully, accepting the tiger token. Your subject, Jiang Yi, shall not fail your majesty's expectations. Guan Jiasong had been keeping an eye on the son of the former national duke, Peng Liangkai, and finally caught him sneaking suspiciously out to his estate outside the city. The officers followed, and indeed found an injured Liang Yu in the estate, with a birthmark on his hand that matched what Xia Yinghong had described. In Fenghua, there was a master of fireworks, creating colorful and elaborate displays. Liang Yu posed as a fireworks merchant and met Peng Liangkai when he set up business outside the city. At the time, Peng Liangkai was boasting to a group of his disreputable friends about his sister's upcoming grand marriage. One of them teased him, didn't you say your sister was supposed to become empress? This angered Peng Liangkai, who retorted, even if she's not an empress, my sister is marrying into the house of a high-ranking official, wait and see, it will surely impress the whole capital. Liang Yu used this opportunity to approach Peng Liangkai and suggested a grand fireworks display that would astonish the entire capital that evening. He also pretended to be a Taoist priest to trick the old duke into setting the date for the 10th day of the month. Everything was calculated perfectly by him, but he didn't expect Chu Huaiyin to arrive in the capital 3 days earlier than planned. Almost as soon as he returned to the capital, Chu discovered some Taihu stones that hadn't been completely replaced yet. With the plan falling apart, Liang Yu hastily arranged the aftermath and left in the night. Unexpectedly, he encountered Xia Yinghong on the road. Xia Yinghong was also severely injured. As Liang Yu left, he handed over evidence of the crime to Xia Yinghong and fled to Peng Liangcai's estate, threatening to drag him into the mess if anyone discovered his hideout. Peng Liangcai did not anticipate that the man selling him fireworks was so influential. Nor was he one to back down from threats. Without hesitation, he ordered his servants to sabotage the treatment of Liang Yu's wound. By then, Liang Yu's wound had already festered and he lay unconscious with fever. The authorities spread rumors that the person behind the scenes had already confessed, stopping the search for Liang Yu in the capital. Peng Liangcai realized it was a decoy and sighed in relief. When he heard that Liang Yu was on the brink of death, he went to the estate intending to finish him off once and for all. Just as he moved to strike, the police broke in and caught him red-handed. Lu Yixio expended considerable effort to save Liang Yu, but his right hand and martial skills were irretrievably lost. Upon waking, Liang Yu remained silent, seeming to have accepted this grim reality. Meng Zhou threw an imperial edict at him. Perhaps I should call you Qiu Jianbai. Liang Yu sneered, did Qiu Hebi tell you this? Don't confuse me with Qiu Jianbai. I am the emperor's son, he, merely the offspring of a commoner, doesn't deserve the surname Qiu. Are you upset because Prince Liang switched your identities and thus wanted to make up for it by obtaining treasures from the previous dynasty? If outsiders found the foolish emperor's treasures, wouldn't the Liang family be restless even in death? Liang Yu suddenly chuckled, but his expression looked more like he was crying. He had been the favored son of heaven but was now labeled as remnants of the previous dynasty. How could one not hate, how could one not resent? Meng Zhou, take a look at the imperial decree. The person it refers to not only revived as a ghost but also thanked you for helping to build the cherished Qin Yuan. Liang Yu snatched the decree and quickly skimmed through it. After finishing, he almost spat blood, clutching his chest and struggling to breathe. Fool! Rogue! If he didn't destroy the country, who would? Meng Zhou thoroughly understood his sentiments. Liang Yu was just a victim of the scam of the previous dynasty. This feeling of misfortune was similar to falling into the abyss twice without finding any martial arts secrets. After a while, Liang Yu recovered, his face ashen gray, white hair scattered among his temples, appearing old beyond his years, as if the whole scam drained all his hope and energy. It seemed like every moment he was ready to meet the underworld. To kill or scrape, do as you please. I now have 2 requests. Liang Yu continued slowly, regardless of whether Meng Zhou agreed or not. Regarding the Qin Yuan incident, it was my fault that made you fall. I can't argue, but I beg you to destroy Qin Yuan and don't let the dog emperor succeed. Otherwise, even if I turn into a ghost, I will haunt Qin Yuan endlessly. The second thing. The people digging the tunnels came with me from Fenghua. They were originally sent by the emperor to look for the lost prince, including their descendants. I've already sent them back to Fenghua and they will no longer be involved in this matter for life. I hope that neither Dawei nor Fenghua will further pursue their whereabouts. Liang Yu closed his eyes slowly. After living most of his life, he finally knew his true identity, but ultimately still bore the surname Liang. How pitiful. I accept your request. Meng Zhou said, actually, you could have collaborated with Prince Qiu much earlier. This way, he could personally seek revenge against Qiu Jianbai. Initially, Qiu Hebi managed to uncover irregularities with Qiu Jianbai partly due to Liang Yu secretly orchestrating things from behind the scenes. Strictly speaking, dealing with the previous dynasty, they should have been allies. Regardless of whether he believes or not, the emperor didn't know Qiu Jianbai was a fake prince and intended to pass the throne to him at that time. If I had appeared, do you think Qiu Hebi wouldn't worry about my threat to his position? I just wanted revenge on the body double, but ended up fulfilling the wishes of that dog emperor. Meng Zhou's eyes showed a flicker of sympathy. Seeing that Liang Yu seemed to have lost the will to live, he was about to say something when the dark guard suddenly brought in a letter and an imperial decree. He opened the letter. It was written by Qiu Hebi. The opening was elaborate, first reminiscing about the days they had spent eating together. If the emperor were to see this, he would surely burn the letter immediately. Meng Zhou skimmed over this part and continued reading. Qiu Hebi mentioned that according to his investigation, Liang Yu had apparently gone to Dawei early on. In his possession were the blueprints of Qin Yuan obtained from Crown Prince Liang, and he advised caution. Furthermore, if Liang Yu had committed any grave mistakes, then the matter should be entirely handled by Dawei. However, if there was still a chance for redemption, Qiu Hebi offered to compensate Dawei for any losses and requested that Liang Yu be sent back to Fenghua, where there was no shortage of a princely position waiting for him. Meng Zhou then opened the imperial decree, which read that Fenghua respectfully welcomed Qin Yu back to court. The decree granted Liang Yu the new name Qiu Yu, composed of the characters for ear and mountain. From now on, all words he heard and places he went would belong to Fenghua, severing any ties to the former Liang dynasty. Qiu Yu stood frozen for a long while, his cloudy eyes gradually regaining their luster. He extended his trembling hands, lined with wrinkles, and murmured, Qiu Yu, receives the decree. Chapter 85. Shen Buqing had a big, healthy baby boy who was particularly restless day and night. The emperor, seeing that academician Ji's eyes were even darker during court sessions, simply let him rest for 2 days. Meng Yu learned from this incident and carried out an urgent round of prenatal education in the last 2 months. He started to feel drowsy after reading 2 pages of the Analects. Chu Huayin took away his book and carried him to bed. I haven't finished today. Meng Yu struggled with closed eyes but couldn't get up. Chu Huayin said, just sleep, let me continue. Oh. The emperor was erudite, well-versed in classics, didn't need books as he helped massage Meng Yu's legs while softly teaching the little one inside with a gentle voice. The little one kicked the belly as if quite pleased with Chu Huayin. Only sincerity can break through the false in the world, only honesty can eliminate the illusions. Xue Xian. When small trust is established, great trust will be established. Han Fizi. Honesty is the bond of the world. Mozi. Meng Yu frowned, why does it sound like scolding? He rubbed his eyes and rose to accuse, you're smuggling private goods. Complaining about my lack of integrity and deceiving, taking advantage of the opportunity to lodge complaints with the child in my stomach. Are you going to tell the story of the boy who cried wolf? Chu Huayin tenderly kissed Meng Yu's pouting face, I am just saying it to him, without any implication towards you. Meng, not convincing at all. Chu Huayin, my lord can cover your ears. I'll only teach him one. Think about how important integrity is. If in the future our child doesn't eat and deceives you into believing they did, or doesn't want to bathe and tricks you into thinking they have, or sneaks out of the palace and lies to you about sleeping. As dragons give birth to dragons, phoenixes give birth to phoenixes, the son of a leading actor knows how to act. Watching Shen Buqing's extremely troublesome child, Chu Huayin felt a hint of crisis. He could accept Meng Yu's little performances, reveling in whether to expose them or not, but children couldn't be spoiled so much, hence the distinct treatment by His Majesty. Meng Yu carefully thought about the scenarios mentioned by Chu Huayin. They were too horrifying, absolutely couldn't follow suit. These latent troublemakers must be precisely targeted, still the farsightedness of the emperor. He spread out his belly, urging, come on, keep reading. Meng Yu used his gaze to trace the emperor's handsome and charming eyebrows and eyes, unintentionally vocalizing his inner thoughts, he'd better be like you. Your Majesty has enough concerns for me alone. Chu Huayin softened his heart, as if treading on soft clouds, you are always the most important. Meng Yu waited a bit. The emperor indeed had extensive knowledge of proverbs about integrity, able to recite 30 without repeating, unsure if it was memorized beforehand. He slowly fell asleep with closed eyes, recalling those words in his mind, suddenly refuting one as if speaking in his sleep, but the bathing thing definitely isn't inherited from me. When I was pretending to be Guan Jiashen, it was clearly because your Majesty refused to bathe, specifying my name to come and help. Chu Huayin laughed, it was also my fault. So let us both gradually improve together. Urgent prenatal education didn't stop there. Meng Yu obviously noticed that all official duties under his hands lately were positive and sunny, such as some official in Jinzhou opening the granary to distribute food, setting an example by encouraging local gentry to donate money and grain, helping poor villagers endure the cold winter. Or the commercial rebellion in Qizhou, where once prosperous areas were subtly declining, but after assigning new magistrates, things have slowly recovered. Or letters from Chiu Hebi, planning the waterways in Shu area, ready with manpower and resources, waiting for next spring when snow melts, then channels would be dug. He invited Meng Yu to visit Feng State after the waterways were completed, for the happiness of their family of 3. Chu Huayin snatched the letter, his face black like charcoal, why should state affairs be written secretly to you rather than openly discussed? He commanded, from now on, all letters sent by Chiu Hebi should be treated as memorials placed on my desk, bypassing the Prime Minister. Meng Yu said, have you forgotten? Because I received his money. Chiu Hebi probably had a clear brain, perhaps because last time when Chiu Yu returned to Feng State, Chu Huayin claimed the underground of Waiwo was unsafe due to excavations and swindled a large sum of renovation fees from Chiu Hebi. After a major loss, Chiu Hebi intentionally wrote letters to Meng Yu frequently to anger Chu Huayin. This is merely a monetary transaction, don't overthink it. Chu Huayin pinched his chin, still dare to take bribes, see how I punish you tonight. How to deal with it? Meng Yu stood tall despite his large belly, fearless. After what happened with Chiu Jianbai, neither of us wants to go down that road again. Meng Yu had no interest in revisiting old places, and he believed Chu Huayin wouldn't want the trouble either. I've already decided who to send as the envoy. Who? Chu Huayin guessed, Gu Lianzhu. It's him. Gu Lianzhu had returned with them to the capital and was kept at home by old Master Gu to study, growing restless. His adventurous nature suited traveling far and wide perfectly. Pairing him with an experienced, level-headed official would allow the senior one to handle negotiations while Gu Lianzhu managed the financial side. Meng Yu's eyes twinkled, this official had a pile of money-making tricks to share. For example, if Chiu Hebi wanted to watch you eat, make sure to charge exorbitantly, separate meat from vegetables, and only take a small cut as a commission fee. Meng Yu and Chu Huayin sometimes disagreed politically, clashing with opposing views, prompting them to consult the opinions of their ministers. Was it the emperor or the Empress Prime Minister who was right? The censor-in-chief stepped forward to support the emperor, scolding Meng Yu for being overly aggressive and lacking moderation. The emperor's face darkened, not pleased even though his stance was supported, almost considering siding with the prime minister. If someone spoke on behalf of the prime minister, Meng Yu wouldn't gloat because everyone, aside from him, should revere the majesty and decisiveness of the emperor. When spouses fought, officials suffered. After being baffled twice, the ministers realized that speaking freely in court wouldn't gain them favor nor incur resentment from either the emperor or Meng Yu. It might even earn their agreement. But recently, especially after the new year, things felt like Prime Minister Meng Yu's one-man show. All submissions and speeches were gentle, even the roughest general sounding as pleasant as spring breeze. The soon-to-be-born child in the empress's belly mustn't be startled. Anyone speaking too loudly would receive double stares from both the emperor and the general. Even though debates turned heated red faces, tone still mattered, fostering a family-like atmosphere. In just half a month, the ministers felt their self-cultivation reached new heights, they could now smile at a concubine stealing their husband's heart. Meng Yu was stifled by this strange development. Could it be that in the Xianjing Hall, he was the only one who still had a loud voice? I won't attend court tomorrow, Meng Yu told Chu Huayin. Still, he expected his salary, a paid parental leave. Alright, Chu Huayin reminded, I can't always keep an eye on you, so don't create trouble when idle. Otherwise, I'd rather drag you back to the Xianjing Hall where we continue harmoniously. Meng Yu filed a report. On the 15th day of the first lunar month, Shen Buqing will finish her postpartum confinement. Can I visit? I'll accompany you. Shen Buqing had finished her confinement, lively and boasting, I can go anywhere now. Before Meng Yu could express envy, there came the infant's loud cry, and Shen Buqing leaped like she'd been stepped on. Hold on, I'll check. Meng Yu tugged at Chu Huayin's sleeve and asked, can I skip the postpartum confinement? He wished to act carefree like Shen Buqing immediately. Chu Huayin, then I'd really lock you up. In the second lunar month, white plum blossoms flourished, spring winds were soft and affectionate. A tiger handed over an invitation to Meng Yu, scratching his head and saying, Master, I'm about to get married. The money for marrying a wife entirely depended on the master's own efforts. Meng Yu received it with a grin, if I have time, I'll attend. A tiger came out after handing over the invitation. The secret guards all rubbed their hands together in admiration. Your Highness is about to welcome a prince, and now insists on tying Meng inside the palace, yet you dared to send an invitation to tempt Meng. A tiger was struck like a thunderbolt, I forgot. He probably won't come, a tiger said. I think so too, replied a secret guard, prepare triple the banquet quantity anyway. My brothers and I have already decided to starve ourselves for 3 days to recoup our lost funds through food. A tiger wore a thick, simple smile, no problem. Chu Huayin sat behind the dragon desk reviewing petitions, while Prime Minister Meng Yu was taking some free time. Naturally, the emperor took on some of his work. Meng Yu stood before the dragon desk, slightly leaning forward, his hand resting on the table, 2 fingers pinching the corner of the invitation and swaying it back and forth in front of his majesty. You know what I mean, right? I haven't joined any excitement for days. I'm getting as idle as a mushroom covered in spider webs. Chu Huayin looked at the big red character for happiness and decided to cut a tiger's marriage subsidy by 30%. Meng Yu tilted his head, extending his foot beneath the table to kick the hem of the emperor's boot lightly. Don't pretend not to see me. Chu Huayin relented, I'll take you out the day after tomorrow. The mood of the kitten was also important. Chu Huayin knew that Meng Yu had been trying hard to restrain himself. As long as the conditions allowed, he was still willing to take Meng Yu out to relax, so as to prevent the kitten from having the misconception of being neglected after having a child. A tiger's friends were all secret guards, and getting married was just an occasion for these secret guards to drink and eat together. It was among their own people, very relaxed. To ensure a grand atmosphere and cater to the emperor's subtle thoughts, Commander Ji made the large training ground available for a tiger's banquet. The emperor and prime minister personally attended, along with the little prince in the womb, and the secret guards patted a tiger on the shoulder enviously. This time you'll definitely be eaten broke. Meng Yu had only come to join in the fun, having already eaten at the palace. Chu Huayin didn't feel comfortable letting him eat anything outside anyway. They sat to the side, watching the enthusiastic secret guards one by one showing off their exclusive skills. One big brother even demonstrated roasting a chicken on the spot. Chu Huayin was without airs, allowing them to act freely. And they truly did, embracing the spirit that being able to eat is a blessing, devouring their food voraciously. Chu Huayin called over Ji Yang, a bit puzzled, haven't you been feeding them enough recently? Ji Yang felt very wronged, looking at the astonishing appetites of his subordinates and feeling somewhat embarrassed. As the dinner progressed into its third course and everyone became slightly tipsy, the secret guards, patting their round, bloated bellies, looked toward official Meng with ardent eyes. Indeed, worthy of carrying dragon blood, just look at how noble and imposing that belly appears. So different from my own, which acts like a wine and food bag. Someone nearby slapped his belly rudely, had too much to drink. Ah, the secret guard wailed, eating too much hurts a bit. Meng Yu's nerves twitched, it seems I'm feeling a bit of pain too. Chapter 86. Meng Cho was afraid of making a wrong perception. In the chaos where a group of dark guards were howling and complaining about stomachaches from overeating, he closed his eyes and took a deep breath. It seemed, really, not good. Having never experienced such an ordeal, Meng Cho instantly broke out in a cold sweat on the back of his hand. He grabbed Chu Huayin's sleeve nervously and said feebly, Your Majesty, I have a stomachache. Chu Huayin stiffened and immediately held Meng Cho tightly. Both being first-time parents, even if Chu Huayin didn't need to support Meng Cho so much, he felt weak in the knees too. He picked up Meng Cho and called for Ji Yang, ignoring that unreliable group of dark guards, flying over the sky above the capital city towards the palace. The left-behind dark guards stared at each other while clutching their bellies. Can stomachaches be contagious? Will they get beaten by their masters? However, who was the most perceptive? Mr. Meng is about to give birth. The dark guards all looked sideways. Getting married is different indeed. Wait. The Empress is going to give birth to the young prince. Have they eaten themselves into being useless lumps of meat? The dark guards hurried along to clear the way for His Majesty, but before long, both His Majesty and Commander Ji had already vanished from sight. Meng Cho buried his head in His Majesty's chest, and his voice sounded muffled. Chu Huayin, I'm a bit scared. Dr. Lu Yi has yet to invent some kind of painkiller for me, and I've heard it's more painful than having one's fingernails pulled off. The name, Chu Huayin, carries a tremendous impact. When has little cat Meng ever admitted to being afraid? Chu Huayin's steps faltered. He wanted to say something like, "Why don't we not have this child," but knowing that would be utterly irresponsible, he simply hugged Meng Cho tightly and consoled him, "Don't be afraid. I'll be with you." From the first contraction to natural delivery, there were still several hours left. After enduring one contraction, Meng Cho, nervous and hungry, wanted to eat something. Chu Huayin brought porridge, side dishes, and pastries, feeding him cautiously, afraid Meng Cho wouldn't have enough energy if he didn't eat, but also concerned that eating too much would be detrimental. With every bite, Chu Huayin would look to the physician's face for approval. Though a ruler of the nation, he looked just like a child secretly feeding a stray kitten without his parents' knowledge, high-strung, poised to act swiftly. Meng Cho was amused by his Majesty's behavior, gradually becoming less tense. "Go outside when it's time," Meng Cho requested, as officials shouldn't see him losing control completely. Holding his hand, Chu Huayin replied, "I'll stay by your side, watching our child being born. If it hurts too much, you can bite me, scold me, or hit me, I won't leave." Frequent visions of Meng Cho's domineering and uncooperative behavior flashed through his mind, and Chu Huayin feared that His Majesty might end up with hundreds of scratch marks tomorrow during court assembly, inviting ridicule from ministers. "Nah, I'll just grab the bedsheet," Meng Cho muttered, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, disheveled bangs sticking to his skin. With a flash of vulnerability mingled with stubbornness in his eyes, he resembled a flower fox seeking food for her cubs in icy winter weather, his lively, shrewd eyes clouded over with deep concern and helplessness. Embracing him, Chu Huayin found these words deeply heart-wrenching. "Sleep for a bit. I'd like you to recite a few poems for me. To enrich the soul a little." Chu Huayin patted his head, "Never mind about that. Regardless of what you bring into this world, I will love it. A girl will be a princess, and a boy will be crowned the crown prince." Meng Cho had reason to believe that should the incident of a cat replacing the crown prince occur under him, Chu Huayin might even openly acknowledge a feline, a very tyrannical emperor indeed. "What nonsense talk of crown princes, far too early," Meng Cho whispered softly. After all, if it turns out to be someone who will squander the country's wealth, Meng Cho wouldn't easily entrust the treasury. Dr. Lu Yixiu saw nothing unusual, whereas the royal physician was somewhat surprised. Even for the empress, appointing a crown prince isn't always certain. It seemed like they were haggling over vegetable prices at the market. As night fell, the contractions became regular and intense, and Meng Cho felt like he'd been soaked in water, covered in sweat. To preserve his strength, he controlled the volume of his cries. Chu Huayin placed Meng Cho's hand on his wrist. "Pinch me." This torment of only being able to watch Meng Cho suffer, feeling unable to ease his pain, made Chu Huayin nearly want to tear off the roof. Initially, Meng Cho still considered sparing His Majesty, trying not to cause him pain, but soon lost all restraint. Though Meng Cho's skills were no match for His Majesty, his exertion couldn't be underestimated. When pain reached its peak, he squeezed with full force. When it slightly subsided, he remembered not to hurt His Majesty, a state of extreme contradiction and inner turmoil. At the moment the prince's loud wail was heard, a ring of bruises successfully appeared around Chu Huayin's wrist. Glancing at the small, crumpled bundle of joy, Chu Huayin wasn't sure who this baby looked more like. "Take him to the wet nurse." Chu Huayin guarded the sleeping Meng Cho intently, remaining vigilant. The doctor said that within the next 2 hours, bleeding must be carefully prevented, and after these 2 hours, it would be best to wake Meng Cho to relieve himself. Chu Huayin kept his eyes fixed on Meng Cho without a break, checking his condition from time to time. After 2 hours, he finally let out a complete sigh of relief. He woke Meng Cho up. "The physician said you need to relieve yourself." Meng Cho furrowed his brows. "Don't want to, I'm tired." But the physician insisted that not trying now could result in trouble later when attempting to urinate and would increase unnecessary suffering. Chu Huayin patiently coaxed him with an earnest suggestion, "Why not just urinate in bed? Or perhaps I can get you a cotton ball." After all, there were plenty of rooms in the palace, changing one room per day was doable. Startled, Meng Cho opened his eyes. His son might soil the bed and use diapers, but surely he wasn't the kind of person to cross such a line. "Help me sit up." Under the emperor's close scrutiny, Meng Cho engaged in the most difficult urination activity of his life. "Minister, you don't have to feel embarrassed. I've seen more than enough." "Meng Cho, I knew you had spied on me doing this more than once. That's rather abnormal." Chu Huayin touched his nose. Those experiences undercover had been so profoundly enlightening that they made him wish he could tether Meng Cho to his waistband and watch him every moment, naturally including using the restroom. Meng Cho pulled up his pants. "Bring over the child." In other families, upon waking after childbirth, their child was already nearby. The emperor feared the noise might disturb Meng Cho, so he had someone take the baby to the next room. Palace attendants carefully moved an entire small wooden bed inside. The little prince slept peacefully and sweetly within it. Seemingly sensing his father's presence, he twitched his nose and puckered his mouth as if about to cry. Meng Cho gently patted him. "No, no crying." His movements were somewhat awkward, yet his eyes sparkled brightly, brimming with water vapor, focused and captivating. "Has your Majesty thought of a name? I, an official, lack literary talent, so this task should be left to you." Recalling how some days ago Song Qingjie had named his son Xie Meng, while Chu Huayin wasn't entirely heartbroken, he still felt like being beaten to the punch. "Bing Jun." Chu Huayin said, if you wish him to bear your surname, we can call him Meng Bingjun. Meng Chou reflected, while he had exerted significant effort during the birth process, clearly pregnancy was a journey where he spent 3 days playing games under the sun and 2 days fishing, making the emperor worry much more. Bearing the surname Chu was perfectly fine too. Besides, with the name you've chosen, if the child doesn't bear the Chu surname, those ministers would likely drag this official to the imperial mausoleum for a reprimand. Bearer of the nation's balance, sustaining stability across the land. It's a good name. Meng Chou prodded his son's chubby cheek with his index finger, hoping he lives up to it. Of course, I, an enlightened parent, think learning acting skills from me is also fine. It's just His Majesty probably wouldn't like having an entire family of dramatic geniuses. Chu Huayin had mentally prepared himself for the postnatal month confinement period to be chaotic, yet Meng Chou's demands often brought him immense headaches. I smell awful. With sorrow, Meng Chou thought of himself as nothing but a stinky cat, not knowing how His Majesty endured getting close to him at all. Since cooling down was prohibited, he was covered with thick quilts and often drenched in sweat. It had been 7 days since he washed his hair. If you don't let me wash my hair, then I'll shave it off completely. Scary, isn't it? Meng Chou secretly gloated. Whenever he mentioned leaving home before, the emperor immediately grew worried. By now, Chu Huayin fully understood that the supposed bond between Meng Chou and Buddha was merely concocted by him to cause trouble. Would he be threatened by such antics? Not bad either. I feel it's gotten too long anyway. In the continuous drizzle of spring rain, wet hair remained damp all day, and Chu Huayin preferred Meng Chou shaving his head, avoiding constant complaints about washing hair. Caught speechless, does this affect my dignity? Once, he was just a petty official, now the powerful and gloriously renowned Prime Minister Queen, who could possibly shave his head and wear an official hat. Seeing through the emperor's sinister intentions, Meng Chou remarked, you simply intend to shave my head so I won't dare go out. Never expecting that layer of meaning, Chu Huayin laughed instantly, yes, that's what I desire. Clenching his fists, Meng Chou muttered, I will not let you succeed. Determined to grow it longer, whenever they argued and fell into a cold war, he would roll onto the bed, letting his long hair cover it entirely. Everywhere he claimed as his territory became forbidden to His Majesty. Truly domineering. Meng Chou couldn't help but laugh, let's wait until we argue. Chu Huayin, what exactly are you thinking in that brain of yours? Chapter 87. After Meng Chou finished her confinement period, she returned to the imperial court. Now, Chu Huayin had no excuse to let Meng Chou continue sitting for court sessions, so he granted seats to all ministers equally without exception. The ministers benefited from the prime minister's situation, but they had mixed feelings inside. They were grateful for the emperor's kindness while also thinking that the ancestral rules couldn't be broken again and again because of one person. However, as the saying goes, it is easy to go from frugality to luxury, but difficult to return from luxury to frugality. After 1 day of sitting during the court session, these complaints were never brought up again. The prime minister's expression had become a weather vane for the emperor's mood. In the past, Emperor Chu Huayin seldom showed his emotions on his face, so anyone who raised controversial topics would be uneasy, fearing they might offend him with a single word. But now, one only needed to look at the Prime Minister's facial expression for the day to gauge the Emperor's mood, which increased the chances of a proposal being approved if brought forward at the right time. Today, in the court hall, another issue split everyone into 2 factions, arguing heatedly. If it hadn't been for the heavy wooden chairs, Meng Chou guessed that old Zhang and Lord Lu might have picked them up to fight each other. Before she gave birth, everyone was always more gentle and considerate. Amidst the tense atmosphere, a sudden loud infant cry interrupted the argument, resonating through the air like thunder. Xianjing Hall fell silent instantly. Old Zhang, whose sleeves were rolled up and face flushed red, lost his voice momentarily, turning along with others toward the source of the sound. They had heard that the Empress bore a young prince, but none of them had seen him yet. Hearing such a strong and resounding cry, they knew it could only belong to their young prince. Without realizing, the ministers stretched their necks, watching as Xiao Jiao stood by the side door holding a 3-month-old child. Little Bingjun clung to his shoulder. Despite his small body, the power of his cries seemed boundless, echoing around the hall, almost deafening. Ever since the emperor and the prime minister began the court session, the young prince wouldn't stop crying loudly as though someone had taken away his pacifier, sobbing heartbreakingly and impossible to comfort. The wet nurse summoned the royal physician, but nothing was wrong, health-wise. Seeing his constant attempts to move towards the outside, they guessed the young prince was looking for the emperor and the prime minister. But how could a mere wet nurse approach Xianjing Hall without invitation? Luckily, on the way, she met patrol leader Ji, asking him for help to bring the prince inside. Meng Chou's scalp tingled. This was probably the first time in history that Xianjing Hall saw such a scene. As her own child cried, Meng Chou felt an ache in her heart, anxiously signaling to Chu Huayin, indicating that he should quickly find an excuse for her to leave the Xianjing Hall. The emperor sent her a calming glance, silently assuring her not to worry. Meng Chou prepared to leave. Chu Huayin coughed once, give him to me. Meng Chou blinked, with your son screaming so close to your ear, can you even hear what the ministers are saying? Xiao Jiao hesitated for a moment before passing the young prince over to the dragon throne. Chu Huayin cradled him with his left hand under his bottom, leaning him against his chest, while gently patting his back with his right hand, whispering softly, "Be good." Little Bing Jun hiccuped from his crying, exhausted, closing his mouth to cease the wails. He started to peer around, resting on the emperor's arm as if playing the role of a little comedian. Meng Cho gaped, readjusting herself on her seat mid-rise, watching her son closely. Bing Jun still had tear bubbles clinging to his eyes, puckering his lips occasionally, hanging quietly on the emperor's arm. His black and white distinct eyes darted here and there. Spotting Meng Cho sitting down below, he smiled warmly and enthusiastically pounded the emperor's shoulder with his chubby fists. Meng Cho couldn't quite tell whether his cries earlier were genuine or just a ruse. "Gentlemen, continue the discussion. What did you want to say just now, Zhang Jingrong?" Chu Huayin seemed completely unaffected by his son, as if the baby was just an ordinary accessory. I didn't really have anything to say," replied old Zhang. All he could remember was wanting to argue with Lord Lu before being interrupted. He couldn't recall the exact issue anymore, but a thought lingered in his mind: bringing the young prince to Xianjing Hall so early must mean he's destined to become crown prince in the future. The following deliberations proceeded smoothly. With a combined age of over 1,000 years among the ministers present, no one dared to argue fiercely in front of the nearly one-year-old young prince. If the child were frightened into tears, their official careers would probably come to an end right then. Remembering how Queen Meng's 8-month pregnant belly instilled fear in them all, the birth of the young prince hasn't changed much, it made everyone even more cautious. From now on, drinking plenty of mung bean soup before coming to court will certainly help maintain composure and prolong life. However, the Prime Minister did not wish to repeat the experience of having the whole family present during a court session. After court adjourned, Meng Cho took little Bing Jun, telling Chu Huayin, "Next time he cries, just find some excuse to let me leave. Don't bring him to court." Little Bing Jun innocently chewed on his fingers, oblivious to what the adults were discussing. Chu Huayin said, "Growing up surrounded by politics from an early age, by the time he's 15, he'll be able to stand on his own. By then, both your majesty and I will still be young, allowing me more time to travel around Dawei with you." "Meng Cho, in just 3 months, you want to cultivate him as labor force? Or is it his majesty who's heartless?" It was his own request, Chu Huayin emphasized, then couldn't resist giving his son a kiss on his chubby cheek. "Isn't Bing Jun too thin?" Chu Huayin wondered, as he hadn't felt any weight all morning. Meng Cho swatted his hand away. "Your son has so much fat on his face from the side that his mouth and nose can't even be seen. If you fatten him up like a pig, I will." "What would you do then?" "Fatten you up like a pig too." Meng Cho threatened. Chu Huayin lowered his voice, "What will you feed with?" "I want to eat from my official." Meng Cho pinched his mouth, "Don't spout nonsense in front of the child." He remembered why little Bing Jun had cried looking for him today. Normally, he slept in the same bed as his majesty with a small cradle by the bedside, playing with the child for a while in the morning before going to court. But not today. Because Chu Huayin, after holding back for half a year, became like a wolf last night. After soothing their son to sleep, Chu Huayin took Meng Cho to another place. Thinking of this, Meng Cho couldn't help but suspect whether Chu Huayin letting civil and military officials sit during court sessions was premeditated. Chu Huayin swore, "I merely want to make your morning court session more comfortable." Meng Cho gritted her teeth, "Under normal circumstances, I feel very relaxed." Maybe because Meng Cho jumped around when she was pregnant, unable to stay still, by 8 months old, little Bing Jun was already crawling everywhere quickly, showing great talent for martial arts. Chu Huayin didn't assign too many public duties to Meng Cho, who generally spent half a day dealing with official business and half watching over the child. There were plenty of staff in the palace, but when Meng Cho took care of her child herself, she only allowed hidden guards to watch from afar, doing everything personally. Like changing diapers, or pulling the child out from under the bed. Meng Cho crouched on the ground, staring at her child eye to eye, "Baby, come out, it's dirty inside, come to daddy. You can't keep favoring this spot just because I got stuck there once while carrying you." Little Bing Jun sat under the bed, his height matching the mattress, facing away from Meng Cho, leaving his father a plump back view. Fearing that dragging him out might bump his head, Meng Cho crawled in as well. The young prince had just grown some teeth, in no time at all, producing an unknown amount of drool, making his whole chin sticky. Meng Cho touched it, feeling something off. The Prime Minister opened the prince's clenched fist and found half a strip of candied winter melon, solving the mystery. Meng Cho's face darkened, could he have been hiding here eating sweets? At such a young age. Lying down, he brought his son lying on his belly out. After finishing discussing affairs with Jiang Yi, Chu Huayin came to find Meng Cho, seeing no one in the room, a hidden guard pointed toward under the bed, where a big cat dragged a little one out with difficulty. Meng Cho placed his son on the ground and confiscated the winter melon strip, "Crawl away, no more under the bed, or I'll spank you." The prince's hands suddenly became empty, tears welling up in his eyes ready to cry. Meng Cho mercilessly shoved the candy into his own mouth right in front of him. Children shouldn't eat too much sugar, he almost never let him, neither did the palace people give it willingly. He didn't know where he got it from. A strange case, needed resolution. Meng Chao's gaze shifted to the beam, the hidden guard waved his hand hurriedly claiming innocence. It was Her Majesty who left young master on the table in the imperial garden for a short while. The young master secretly grabbed one. From the afternoon until now, the hidden guard respected greatly, the young master was destined for greatness. The young prince looked at Meng Chou blankly for a moment, blinked his eyes, his long lashes still clinging to water droplets, pitiful and cute. He licked the sugar on the outside of his mouth with his small tongue and silently swallowed the saliva. A crying child gets the candy, but only when his father had it. No candy, no point in crying uselessly. Chu Huayin fetched a wet towel to clean his son's mouth and hands, paying attention to every finger crease. It was late summer, the clothes worn were slightly thin, the seamstresses sewed double-layered cotton around the prince's wrists and knees to avoid injuring himself. Now they were dirted, as if he'd crawled 2 li. Wriggling like a chubby little puppy. Fatherly love filled Meng Chao's eyes, even wanting to sew a fluffy tail onto his clothes. Chu Huayin leaned down to nibble on Meng Chao's earlobe, having a sudden fancy idea. I also want to see my beloved crawl. No need on the floor, my dragon bed is exceptionally spacious, sufficient for crawling back and forth. Meng Chou questioned, why would I crawl without reason? Chu Huayin looked meaningfully at her. Meng Chou. Beast. Although I made you endure for half a year, haven't I paid back with interest these past few months, without any holidays? Chu Huayin remembered the difficult days when a certain kitten intentionally teased him. It's not that simple. Meng Chou struggled, Your Majesty still has to attend court tomorrow. My dear doesn't have to go. The Prime Minister wasn't attending court again today. The ministers feigned concern but were as clear as a mirror in their hearts. Today was another day for Director Meng to fully focus on being an empress consort. Chapter 88. An auspicious year begins with a snowy winter. When it snowed last year, Meng Chou was strictly confined by the emperor under the eaves, watching the outside world turn into one silvery white. The more restricted he was, the stronger his defiance grew, and he wanted to roll around in the snow. This year, he's free as a bird, unless Xiao Bingjun is around, so he can't do anything similar in front of him. Meng Chou could do whatever he liked in the snow, he even didn't bother with an umbrella and let snowflakes fall all over him. A bright yellow robe appeared at the corner, and Meng Chou quickly opened his umbrella, pretending to be obedient and well-behaved. He was wearing a deep red official robe, with snow clinging to the tips of his eyebrows, and his face was flushed with excitement like a small peanut covered with fine sugar crystals. Chu Huaoyan's eyes darkened as his Adam's apple rolled up and down. He wanted to lick him. Meng Chou received the dangerous gaze from the emperor and instinctively took a step back. I didn't do anything. Unwittingly, he stepped on a snowball he had made, and his body swayed, causing him to fall backward. Chu Huaoyan reached out and caught him, leaning down to finally fulfill his desire and lick off the first bit of sugar. My beloved minister tastes sweet. Being licked made Meng Chou itch, turning his face even redder. It was crucial to visit the royal physician if his taste perception went wrong. Chu Huaoyan arranged for a family banquet and invited Jiang Yi, Jiang Xian, and He Yuan to join them for dinner in the palace. Little Bingjun sat on his uncle's lap, laughing until his eyes disappeared behind his teeth. Each time uncle came into the palace, he brought a lot of snacks, sour and sweet ones, which without exception would end up being intercepted by Meng Chou. Meng Chou covered his stomach with longing in his eyes. I want the candy that uncle bought. Bingjun is too young to eat this much candy. Jiang Yi softened his heart and handed all the candies to Meng Chou, saying, these are for you. We'll buy more for Bingjun next time. Watching all kinds of candies disappear right before his eyes, after several times, little Bingjun became smart. When Grandpa Uncle came, he climbed over and held onto his boots, opening his own pocket with 5 tiny fingers stretched out, signaling him to put them in there, while frowning with discomfort and rubbing his belly, as if Meng Chou hadn't fed him. What's in his pockets belongs to him. Once Chu Huaoyan saw this scene, catching Meng Chou corrupting the child. In Meng Chou's view, all of Bingjun's refusal to bathe, eat, or wear socks were solely the fault of the emperor, and Chu Huaoyan thought it was time to take off this wrongly placed blame. This is what you've taught him. Chu Huaoyan picked up his son with solid evidence. Meng Chou choked. Why does he learn so fast? It must be because of you. For a moment, Chu Huaoyan wasn't sure whether to admit to the offense or not, placing his son on his chest, covering the boy's ears, and telling Meng Chou, if a son is not educated properly, it is the father's fault. Tonight, I shall punish you. Meng Chou was shocked. What kind of absurd excuse is that? His Majesty was just as eager to learn as Xiao Bingjun, learning all about being unreasonable from Meng Chou. Since then, whenever Xiao Bingjun didn't eat, refused to bathe, and caused trouble everywhere, Chu Huaoyan blamed Meng Chou, making him pay for his actions in bed. The Prime Minister almost wanted to fight against His Majesty using a wooden board, but every time the outcome was always suppressed. Lying on the bed, Meng Chou grumbled inwardly, thinking about when he would bear another child. That would be the moment he turned the tables and took charge in bed. Currently, he earns 2 salaries, leading a luxurious life akin to an affluent cat. However, except for when he was on the bed, where his physical strength fell short compared to Chu Huaoyan and was often exploited. But His Majesty always handled everything carefully. The incident during Meng Chao's previous pregnancy still lingered fresh in his mind, making him reluctant to have Meng Chou endure such hardship again in the near future. He did not want Meng Chou to consume medicine for contraception and thus resorted to self-restraint, avoiding any direct contact within Meng Chou. Thankfully, men's chances of conception were originally low, and this simple and somewhat brutal method proved quite effective. Every time Meng Chou saw the emperor holding back at the crucial moment, he initially felt sympathy, later switching to schadenfreude, sometimes even having the energy to actively retain the emperor despite being utterly exhausted from their daily routine. The emperor hissed sharply, nearly giving up completely, enraged and proceeding with more passion. Could Chu Huaoyan not see through Meng Chao's little tricks? Smiling faintly, he said, "Tonight, I will make you pregnant." Is pregnancy something that happens immediately? Hearing the ominous implication in those words, Meng Chou was frightened and started crawling forward. "It's my fault." The emperor worked hard, head down. Did you hear that? Your son is crying. I need to go check on him. There's a shadow outside. I suspect Ji Yang might be looking for you. Pregnant. Meng Chou blabbered nonsense, his slightly protruding abdomen giving him a false impression that they had succeeded. "Your Majesty, please spare me. I was wrong, Your Majesty is wise, handsome." Chu Huaoyan paused for a moment, getting up to pour water for Meng Chou. Why couldn't the strength for speech be conserved and used better? The emperor now felt a headache. Unless Meng Chou's mouth was blocked, it was rare for him to be out of breath and unable to speak. After all, Lord Meng had an impressive vocal ability, high lung capacity, could blush while maintaining steady breathing, and could chatter endlessly with just a flick of his tongue. Chu Huaoyan suspected this was some kind of alternative strategy. Meng Chou gulped down water, then looked up at His Majesty with a piteous gaze, a ring of moisture around his lips, his wet eyes eliciting sympathy. This official has an appointment tomorrow to discuss important matters with Administrator Ji. Chu Huaoyan ruffled his hair. "I will not touch you anymore. Sleep well." Jiang Yi was extraordinarily doting on his great-nephew, especially after little Bingjun learned the third term of address, Uncle Grandpa, right after calling out, "Father Emperor," and "Dad." He wished to bankrupt himself buying candy for Bingjun. He cradled little Bingjun, his eyes filled with gratification. "Grow taller quickly, Uncle Grandpa will teach you powerful kung fu." If he were around back then, how could Meng Chou have only such meager skills? It might even have been possible to subdue Chu Huaoyan in bed. Now that children are already born, practicing martial arts is too late. Chu Huaoyan sneezed, receiving a coat full of love from the Empress. Jiang Yi felt a little regretful, making him even more anticipatory about little Bingjun. Little Bingjun didn't quite understand and focused on eating candy in his uncle's arms. At 1 year old, Xiao Bingjun was titled the Crown Prince by Chu Huaoyan. None of the ministers voiced opposition. After all, they could see Chu Huaoyan holding the young Crown Prince during court several times a month, and its deep implication was clear. The young Crown Prince was always very well behaved, never interrupting when ministers spoke but excitedly clapping his hands when his own father emperor was talking. When Chu Huaoyan read reports, he would bite his fingers and tilt his head, appearing as if he could read them. The large and small versions of their serious expressions were remarkably similar. They also discovered an immature pattern. The days the young Crown Prince attended court in someone's arms often saw the Prime Minister taking sick leave. What happened between them shouldn't be speculated upon. Every morning, the young Crown Prince must see at least one parent. In order not to wake up the still sleeping Meng Chou, Chu Huaoyan held him while going to court. The little guy was usually as clever and active as his Meng Chou, but once inside the Xianjing Hall, he was incredibly well behaved. When Chu Huaoyan angrily reprimanded a minister, he followed suit with a stern face, echoing his father like his natural talent for changing expressions was inherited from Meng Chou. Chu Huaoyan was initially concerned he might frighten him, but after carefully observing, there was no fear. The young Crown Prince had quite a big heart. After court ended, Chu Huaoyan detained Yan Xiang, saying to him, "Recently, there have been many petitions presented from various places. Continue processing this batch of memorials, but I have urgent matters today, and Elder Minister Yan will bear the labor for 1 day." The young Crown Prince followed the look, his eyes resembling black grapes shimmering with expected light. In fact, it wasn't so. The young Crown Prince was merely interested in the patterns on Minister Yan's official robes, just like his dad. Yan Xiang, who had just embraced his grandchild, couldn't resist this kind of look. "It is within my responsibilities to share the burden of the emperor." Without changing his expression, Chu Huaoyan allowed Elder Jiu to carry the memorial. In Yan Xiang's hands, it was unexpectedly 3 times the weight he had seen before. The young Crown Prince continued to look at him with that stare, prompting Yan Xiang to grip the memorials tightly and spread a benevolent smile. "I shall take my leave." Yan Xiang carried a stack of memorials half as tall as a person to the side hall for processing. Upon entering the door, he saw that despite missing the early court session, Master Meng had come over to handle official business. With the Empress working so hard, what reason did he have to be slack? He recalled the urgent matter the Emperor mentioned earlier and asked, "Master Meng, do you have any other tasks today?" Meng Chou raised his head, thought for a moment, "No." Yan Xiang immediately handed over half the memorials to Meng Chou. "All these are expedited ones. Other things can be put aside first, deal with these today." Meng Chou took half of them and found that they were all part of Chu Huaoyan's work content, instantly wondering what the emperor was doing today. Perhaps bringing Bing Jun. Meng Chou smirked, His Majesty is raising the child today, this official earns money to support the family. Very good, very much the head of the household. The two worked until dusk. Yan Xiang picked up a petition, this requires the imperial seal, may I trouble Master Meng? Meng Chou took the petition to the imperial study to find His Majesty's private seal. Before finding the seal, suddenly a small wooden box fell from a drawer. Inside were two segments of a blue sash, the fabric rough, far inferior to the yellow brocade padding inside the box. Meng Chou recognized it as the clothing he wore the day he fell into the water, where he had used a dagger to cut the sash, leaving His Majesty only with a fleeting view of his back amidst the towering waves. A single stroke splitting it decisively. Unthought of, His Majesty still kept it. The dagger was sharp, and the break was neat and clean. One could not know how many times His Majesty had caressed it, leading to its now frayed edges. Only a month. The scenery before his eyes gradually blurred, and without warning, Meng Chou's tears began to fall. Today was Meng Chou's birthday. Chu Huaoyan passed the memorials to Yan Xiang and prepared a surprise with great care, but waited and waited for Meng Chou to return. After asking around, he found out Yan Xiang had brought the memorials to Meng Chou to share the burden. Chu Huaoyan. He had no choice but to go to the imperial study to look for Meng Chou, seeing little cat Meng crouching down looking at something. When he approached, he heard a tearful declaration. Chu Huaoyan, have I ever told you, how much I love you? I know. Chu Huaoyan picked him up and closed the wooden box, I would know even if you don't say it, just like I don't say it, but I regard your life as mine. Meng Chou buried his head in his arms and nodded. Chu Huaoyan took his hand, it's cold here, let's go back to the palace. Meng Chou paused in his steps, deflating, but my memorials aren't finished yet. There were so many of them, and they were very important. For the first time, the memorials seemed extremely annoying. Chu Huaoyan. I will do them with you. Thus, Yan Xiang saw Meng Chou return after finishing the seal impression and bring along an assistant. The two quickly went through their portion of the memorials and then left together, kindly ordering him a late-night snack and locking the palace door. Yan Xiang. Who wouldn't want to go home immediately to play with their grandchild? He'd been tricked by this family of three. Outside the hall, His Majesty and the Empress did not understand Senior Yan's worries, fingers interlocked, walking on the way back. What have you prepared? Meng Chou asked. Secret. No need to tell each other, I love you, when love has already reached this depth. The end.